The pencil I casually placed on the trash can has become the death scythe for harvesting the supernatural beings. It even alarmed the high-level members of the Supernatural Ability Association, who decided to spare no effort to find the mastermind behind the scenes. However, they would never have thought that during the day. I am just an ordinary worker at the Ability Company, but at night, I am the reaper harvesting the lives of these pseudo-gentlemen. It's just because this is an era of universal awakening of abilities, where individuals with abilities gather in groups to establish companies. Ordinary people who cannot awaken can only survive in the cracks, but I am in between the two. I awakened an ability called accident, which only gave me the ability to suffer accidents myself. To take care of my blind sister, I joined the largest supernatural company in the entire Dragon City, the Roche Group. I became the lowest level employee there, earning a meager salary to get by. I thought life would continue to be so plain, but unexpected changes suddenly occurred. My younger sister was detected to have awakened extremely powerful abilities, but due to her physical condition, she is unable to fully utilize her powers normally. Roche Group learned of the situation and actually sent people to forcibly abduct her. I couldn't stop them from taking my sister away, even though I tried my best. I could only watch helplessly as my sister was taken away, but I didn't expect the critical moment. My sister's mental breakdown caused her abilities to go out of control instantly when she saw me critically injured. Although the enemy was driven away, I was also buried in the ruins and fell into a coma. Every time I think of this, my heart is filled with the despair of powerlessness at that time. At this moment, I feel like my eyes are about to split, and my teeth are about to shatter. The severed limbs can still be mechanically connected, but the flames of hatred in the heart will not be extinguished. Now the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. I will personally send these scum to hell one by one, and my first target is the invisible Esper, Luo Chun. In the past, my sister and I suffered, while the instigator was living carefreely. There is no such reason in the world. I stared coldly and firmly across the street. The huge screen on the building continued to play a video recording, showing a young man around 20 years old, wearing a red and white sports suit. He confidently accepted the interview from the journalist. As the most popular new generation superpower idol in Longchang, Luo Chen, do you have anything you want to say to your fans? Thank you for your support. I will continue to help more people. His smiling, grating voice entered my ears, and the wallpaper knife in my hand was forcefully broken. Even the blades inside were cracking inch by inch. I will never forget. Roche Group sent 3 mutants to capture my sister, and the first one to take action was Luo Chen. Roche Group is currently the most eye-catching new generation of mutants, with a bright and beautiful appearance hiding an extremely vicious heart. Luo Chen, I remember clearly that you not only tore off my limbs, but also ripped off my chin. You tell me, this is fate, a waste of fate, but I never believe in fate. This time, it's your turn. Standing on the street in the bustling crowd, I threw the broken wallpaper knife in my hand into the trash can behind me. The 5 fingers began to tap in the air continuously, as if calculating something frantically. After escaping from Roche Group, an additional piece of information popped up in my mind. The sudden appearance of the system caused a change in my abilities, adding a new term to the original accident. Accidental expansion. Now I can bring accidents to others through calculation, and with the use of abilities, the range will gradually expand. At present, the range within which I can create accidents is only about 500 meters in all directions, but it is already sufficient. I focus on the opposite side of the street, tapping my fingers to calculate within a radius of 500 meters. All things are input into my brain as calculation references. Finally, within my line of sight, across the street from the shops, is the bus stop. A common trash can is emitting a red light that only I can see, and the freshly sharpened pencil in my hand is also glowing red. As I calculated before, just need to place the pencil on the trash can to kill Luo Chen. At this moment, my blood is boiling. The killing intent is surging. The not fully healed scar is hurting, stimulating my nerves even more. After the unexpected ability evolves, all the people or things that need to be involved in this accident will be shrouded in red light when I calculate. They are connected to each other in a line, which I call the accident occurrence path. At present, I can say that all I need to do is to position the pencil in my hand properly, and I can achieve the ultimate goal of killing Luo Chen. But suddenly I changed my mind. It's too kind to just let Luo Chen die like this. Under the black skull mask is my fierce and crazy smile. This thought made me start calculating again. Within a radius of 500 meters, all abilities unfold and appear instantly within my senses. I looked at the watch on my right wrist. The time on it, clearly displayed, 12:30 minutes and 16 seconds. Accidental calculations. Begin. Under the alien range of feeling, Ning Feng noted that the middle-aged woman who was holding the little girl at her side and kept coaxing. 3 students with backpacks riding their bikes on the curb waiting for a red light. The old man who kept coughing by the garbage can. Across the street by the bus stop is facing the girl holding a makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. A quietly passing bird of prey on a stoplight at an intersection. Even the customers coming and going in the store building across the street. Luo Chen's invisibility ability not only allows him to disappear from sight, but more importantly, in the invisible state, his skin around his body will be at 10 times the hardness of a diamond. The only way to kill him is when his powers are not fully activated. 5 fingers tapping in the air. A red shroud of light lit up the sight. The signal at the intersection changes from red to green. A huge double-decker bus appeared in the middle of the sight. The red light was extraordinarily conspicuous. And the noise of that locomotive engine, heavy and humming behind another street. The wind picked up, and the hem of the trenchcoat on Ningfeng shook with it. Accident. It's on. Highly combustible vengeance article. New book seeks collection. Please ask for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Which comes first? The accident or tomorrow? Chapter 2. Which comes first? The accident or tomorrow? Accidents and tomorrows. You never know which will come first. The moment the red light turned green, the watch on Ningfeng's wrist, the time was fixed at 12 hours 32 minutes and 11 seconds. It's about time. Ningfeng tugged at the hood of the trench coat on his head, hiding his entire person in the darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, follow the crowd and cross the crosswalk. A quick walk across the street. Then, toward the old, peeling paint trash can by the bus stop. The foot stopped 2 bricks from the trash can. Sideways. Take a look at the time. He took the sketching pencil in his hand, and, following the arrangement in his calculations, placed the pen exactly, vertically, in the top left corner of the trash can, and carefully adjust the angle, pointing the side with the pencil sign imprint at the crowd waiting at the bus stop. Do it all. Ningfeng looked at the time, 12 hours 33 minutes and 6 seconds, minute by minute, and then, he pushed back the skull mask covering his face, and underneath it, there was an undisguised grin, gradually hiding in corners where the crowd hadn't paid the slightest attention. In the darkness, with a pair of bloodshot eyes, watching what was going to happen next. Buzz, buzz, buzz off. The ear-splitting sound of a locomotive engine, blaring from behind traffic. A heavy locomotive, flaming red in color, and the empty rack position on it, stood out. Ningfeng's eyes, instantly ruthless, although the other party maintained invisibility. The strong feeling, the hatred in his heart, clearly told him that that was Luo Chen, the direct descendant of the Luo clan and the possessor of the invisibility ability. He drove his locomotive around the congested traffic and prepared to leave directly ignoring the red light. Meanwhile, the pencil that Ningfeng had placed at the top left of the trash can, by a slowly stopping cab, its wheels running over a puddle on the side of the road, splashing water. The water knocked the pencil down, smashing it against the edge of the trash can and flipping it over. Crisp sound, attracting elderly people sitting and waiting at a bus stop off to the side. He got up curiously, and tried to go up and pick up his pencil. But he accidentally bumped into the woman eating beside him, and the other choked and coughed violently. Ahem. Cough cough. The woman's face reddened as she covered her neck, and waiting passers-by gathered around in panic to check it out. Choking? Gotta cough something up. The noisy noise attracted the invisible man Luochen, who was driving the locomotive and preparing to leave. He had also, finally, deactivated the invisibility of his head, and above the entire locomotive, hovered a head in a rather bizarre state. Luochen turned his head sideways and looked toward the noisy crowd at the bus stop, and the faces that surfaced happened to attract, in a side store, a group of young girls who had just stepped out. Is that Luo Chen? It's Luo Chen. Gosh, it's really him. I've seen the real thing. Luo Chen. It's Luo Chen. Shoot it. The young girls, dressed up in sexy outfits, cheered and took out their cell phones to click their pictures of Luo Chen. Luo Chen responded accordingly, with the sound of the locomotive's engine. Buzz, buzz. It then started off at a red light and left. At the same time, high up in the store building from which the girls had come out, the construction workers hanging outside the building are installing replacement exterior glass for the building. The cheers of the girls below them subconsciously distracted them to look. In relief, the huge glass in his hand, hanging in midair tied by a rope, spun at an angle. The sunlight that will be over the sky, refracted toward the invisible man who drove away. Luo Chen. A blinding light instantly shot into his eyes. The head that lifted the invisibility state frowned tightly, eyes subconsciously closed. But the locomotive underneath him, its speed did not decrease at all. Directly, rushed out. Do, do. The elongated and ear-piercing sound of a bus honking came to Luo Chen's ears. The sound of the whistling wind, close at hand. The bus, which was traveling normally, was still maintaining a high speed, and did not expect Luo Chen, who suddenly rushed out. In the slightest, the sharp honks and brakes were a step too late. Bang! Several crashes came in quick succession. The bus, in an instant, knocked the tiny Luo Chen, person and vehicle alike, all the way out. At high speed, he flew out backwards, his body slamming to the ground and skidding to collide with a streetlight. The entire person, paralyzed on the side of the street where Ningfeng was. The locomotive that was intact just a moment ago had now exploded in bits and pieces. Ah! The gruesome crash caused piercing screams to erupt from within the crowd of onlookers. Quick! Call an ambulance! Everyone panicked and the onlookers grew. What was once an intersection became congested and cluttered. At the back of the crowd, the masked Ningfeng retreated further and further away, and then at a position 20 meters away from where Luo Chen was. Raising his head, he glanced over the building at the huge glass that hung over it. Immediately afterward, he looked down at his watch again. The time corresponds, 12 hours 35 minutes and 2 seconds. Bang! Ningfeng gently made a sound and made a 5-finger spreading motion with his right hand. Next moment, above the building, the huge glass, which had been tied tightly to the rope breaks. Kala! Wow! As the construction workers watched in horror, the glass is shaking and falling in the exact direction of the limp streetlight. The blood gurgling on his head. Luo Chen, with the head injury, he was unable to accurately control his powers at the moment, and his entire body was almost in a state of non-invisibility. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, and in his crinkled pupils the reflections of the rapidly falling glass. Bang! Wow! To the sound of countless people screaming, Luo Chen's figure, buried within the dense glass shards, blood, staining the ground red. The light turned green once more. Ningfeng stepped onto the crosswalk to leave, glancing sideways at the direction where Luo Chen had collapsed. At this moment, his entire body, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Not fear, but excitement. He gasped for air, his heart beating faster. A few dozen meters away, the already half-dead Luo Chen was clearly visible. Scattered pieces of locomotives, smashed and bent street lamps, buried under a large number of glass shards, covered in blood. Luo Chen, a direct descendant of the Luo group and one of the most popular adepts of the new generation. Ningfeng has succeeded. This was the first time he had used his evolved powers to kill someone. The tragedy of the scene in front of him far exceeded his expectations. That was Luo Chen who had the invisibility ability. At that time, when they were trying to forcibly take Ningfeng's sister, Ningfeng faced him without the slightest ability to fight back, and the other party's tough skin was unable to cause even a hint of damage. But right now, life and death are unknown. Soon, Ningfeng's emotions calmed down. Beneath the mask, scarlet eyes flashed with a strange luster. He crossed the street, the corners of his mouth curving up regally, and behind them, the urgent sound of ambulance lights rising and falling. Ningfeng took one last look at where Luo Chen was, then turned around and stepped into a narrow alleyway between buildings, disappearing. Luo Chen won't die today. This is something he did on purpose. Highly combustible and violent revenge text. New book seeking collection. Seeking votes. Inspiration. Black robe pickets. Edge of crisis. Genius J. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Flesh, Blood, Bitter Weakness, and Mechanical Ascension. Chapter 3, Flesh, Blood, Bitter Weakness, and Mechanical Ascension. Luo Chen won't die. At least not today. A moment before deciding to make his move, Ningfeng changed his mind. He wanted Luo Chen to experience countless pains and despair before he cruelly sent him to hell. Luo Chen is just an omen. My revenge as a dead man has just begun. Dragon City, suburb, a certain long-abandoned factory, shrouded on all sides by a 10-meter-high fence. The walls were also lined with barbed wire electrified with high voltage. Zip, 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 zip. The continuous sound of welding, and the operation of various large-scale machinery and equipment. It echoed throughout the interior of the factory. As far as the eye could see, all around was a mess, with discarded mechanical parts of all sizes listed everywhere. A dry, short-haired, somewhat white old man, wearing extremely worn goggles and a blue workman's uniform full of muscles. It was easy to overlook the fact that he had long since passed 100 years of age. At the moment, he was frowning, one-eyed, and fully focused on welding the alloy parts in his hands. Tap tap tap, the clear sound of footsteps coming. The old man didn't look back. Back, how did it go? Well, it's okay. The owner of the footsteps came closer and one lifted the hood of his trench coat over his head, revealing the black skull mask that Ningfeng wore on his face. Old Meng, look at my right hand for me. There's some delay in the fast movement. The old Meng that Ningfeng spoke of was the old man who had his head down and was welding. He and his sister are the ones saved by old Meng. A vengeful man who was also persecuted by the Luo group and filled with hatred. As he spoke, Ningfeng took off his mask, took off his trench coat, unzipped the shirt inside, and rolled up his pants legs with his upper body bare. A lurid sight was revealed. The whole face, the whole chin, both arms, both legs. Surprisingly, it was made of all silver gray alloy. The hideous scar, moreover, ran across the entire upper half of his body. The red eyes glowed with a light that was not human. Let's see. Old Meng, with gray hair, put down the tool in his hand, pushed his goggles up and, approaching Ningfeng, he lifted the other party's right arm slightly and, squinting one solitary eye, he examined it up and down for a long time. Well, none of the parts are failing. It shouldn't be the arm. Old Meng patted Ningfeng on the shoulder. You're the one who's too eager. It's only been a short time since you were fitted with the prosthetic. You haven't fully adapted to your body yet. It's normal to be a little out of sync. Having said that, Old Meng looked at Ningfeng's face with interest again. Compared to that, your face has recovered quite well, and those unlicensed plastic surgeons are pretty good at what they do. Hearing Old Meng's words, Ningfeng slightly sidestepped his head and looked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror set on the ground to one side. The mirror was a bit dirty, but it didn't prevent Ningfeng from seeing himself clearly inside. Completely replaced features, hideous scars, limbs replaced by machinery. If the plastic surgery fails, there's no way I'll be able to re-enter the Luo group with a different identity. After dying, the first thing Ningfeng did after getting out of danger was to change his face and rejoin Luo's group. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If you want to completely destroy the Luo group, then you must go deep into it. Is therapy going to continue today? Old Mon's voice came through. Out and about all morning. Don't you want to take a break? There's no need for that. Ningfeng withdrew his gaze from the mirror, walking towards a huge facility on the right. It was a 2-man tall nutrition pod. Except for the transparent front, it is made of extremely heavy alloy all around. Inside, bubbling and churning with nutrient fluid, soaked a girl curled up in a ball, wearing a single white veil, a head of silver hair, a petite figure, and eyes tightly closed. The appearance was extraordinarily clear, and she looked to be just 14 or 15 years old. Xiao Yu. Ningfeng's eyes, which landed on the girl inside the nutritional pod, instantly became tender. His mechanical palms, extremely gently, approached the nutrient pods. Compared to you, your sister's situation is much more complicated. Old Meng let out a long sigh and lifted his head, surveying the inside of the nutrient pod. Her mind has been so stimulated that her brain is now in a state of self-preservation. And, since your sister's psychic ability was extracted partially, so all the functions of the body are weakening. It's a good thing that the few people sent by Luo group at that time did not completely succeed in extracting it, or your sister would have been long ago. Kala. The sound of mechanical joints rubbing together emanated from Ningfeng's clenched hands. Rochester. Ningfeng's pupils, becoming redder and redder, erupted with regal light. Perform healing first. After easing his emotions for a few moments, Ningfeng, without saying a word, turned around and walked towards one of the seats to the side. The chair is oddly styled, and rather than being a chair, how about a torture device? Old Meng shook his head and followed up to help Ningfeng. Cuff his arms to the armrests of the chair. Another conductive helmet was placed over Ningfeng's head. All people after awakening their psychic abilities will have physical qualities that far exceed those of normal people. But the level of physical strength is different. It's also thanks to you that you came up with the idea of boosting the body's strength a posteriori by stimulating the body's cellular activity through electrical currents. Old Meng chattered for a while, but his hands were extremely skillful in debugging the various buttons that manipulated the electric chair. Right now my powers aren't strong enough, and boosting my body strength is the only thing I can do to prepare. Ningfeng had no fear on his face. Or at the usual current strength? Old Meng asked. No. Ningfeng chopped his head off. Increase it by 50%. Increase it by double. Are you crazy? Old Meng, who was just about to activate the switch, glared with one single eye and, why don't you say let me just electrocute you? But Ningfeng, who was sitting on the chair, had a firm gaze, glancing at her sister, who was still in the nutrient pod. Completely sink your teeth into it. Double the boost. I'll hold up. Old Meng's brain was so angry that it hurt, but his hands still pushed the strength of the current up. With that, the start button was pressed. Buzz. Zera. Accompanied by the sound of the electric chair starting up. An electric current that was almost visible to the naked eye just spread throughout Ningfeng's entire body. A low growl. Ningfeng then clenched his teeth and did not move again. Only the blood-filled, quivering veins beneath the taut flesh proclaimed his intense pain. The Roche Group. It was day. Evening. The busiest part of Dragon City. Traffic was constant and neon lights filled the city. The congested streets are filled with the honking of cars. From time to time, airliners crossing the long sky bring violent noise and vibration. And in the very center of this bustling area, sat the Dragon City Landmark Building, Roche Group Headquarters Building. Hundreds of meters towered into the clouds, like a steel thorn that pierced into the dome of the sky. The silver-gray facade, inlaid with those floor-to-ceiling glass beside which you can occasionally see the cleaners hanging in mid-air, drops. Inside the Luo Group Building, on the first-floor lobby, a shrill sound of door swipes came from the door. Wearing the logo of Luo's group, blue overalls, a duck-tongued cap and a mask, Ning Feng. Keep your head down and walk in. Stormy Revenge. New book begging for favorites. Begging for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 4, You're gonna have to lose your reputation. Chapter 4, You're gonna have to lose your reputation. Walking into the building with great familiarity, Ning Feng bowed his head slightly. With his right hand behind his back, he kept tapping his 5 fingers in the air. He wasn't wearing gloves, but his bare skin was the usual flesh-colored skin of an unusual person. Not that silver-gray alloy. Not just the limbs, including the chin. Ning Feng would make a good disguise in advance whenever he came to Luo Group as an employee. Be cautious. Be careful. And you'll go far. From the moment we entered the building, he then began accidental calculations. Coming to Luo Group's headquarters so late in the evening wasn't something Ning Feng wanted to do as a bottom feeder who voluntarily worked overtime. Although Luo Chen is already lying in the hospital, but he was still, nominally, the alien star with countless female fans and a cult following of millions. Ning Feng's vengeance went far beyond the physical level. He wanted to make Luo Chen lose his reputation. The elevator went up, and Ning Feng was the only one inside. When the floor stops at the 15th floor, he pressed his hand against the ducktail cap on top of his head and stepped out without hesitation. Outside the elevator, there was an empty, white corridor as far as the eye could see. There was no more color except for a room door sign set up at one point, which was in black lettering. Ning Feng looked down at his wristwatch the moment the minute hand pointed to the number 12. Without hesitation, a quick step was taken toward the end of the hallway on the right. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 21 steps. Ning Feng stopped and stood still, bowing his head slightly. From his jacket pocket, he pulled out an extremely delicate, button-like button. Punch in the direction of the right hand and press gently. 1 second, 2 seconds. Click. The button was clutched in his right hand in a pie shape, completely destroyed, and then put it back in his pocket. Phew. Do it all. Ning Feng retraced his steps back to where the elevator was and pressed the call button. Soon. Ding. The elevator door opened and Ning Feng walked in. The door slowly closed, and Ning Feng's face in the crack in the doorway became narrower and narrower. At the same time as the elevator begins to move up, a wall was pushed open in an otherwise empty, white hallway on the 15th floor. A couple of men in white coats fishtailed out and, arguing with each other, passing by the elevator entrance, not noticing anything out of the ordinary in the slightest. At the same time, Luo Group Headquarters Building, top floor, inside the conference room of hundreds of square feet. The decoration was extraordinarily luxurious, and outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was a late sunset. The sunlight poured into the room, dim and slightly dull. Several figures stood bustling on one side of the long conference table. As far as the eye could see, it was clear of men in suits. The colors of their suits, gray and black, stood together in the same color, representing 2 different sectoral groups. The gray one is the public relations team, which is responsible for Luo Group's external coping with the media public opinion and maintaining the group's image. The black one is the investigation team, responsible for all kinds of hidden investigations up and down the Luo Group, secretly doing all kinds of unseemly things. And at that moment, they were like stars surrounding a woman in professional attire and rimless glasses. She had her work nameplate pinned to her chest. Law Group, Secretarial Team, Secretary General, Lan Wu. Bang! A dull sound came as Wu Lan slammed his hand heavily on the conference table in front of him, leaving an extremely deep mark. What kind of losers are you in the PR team? Don't each and every one of them beat their chests when they usually ask for funding? Now something happens and you can't even fart? Wu Lan's face was very unsightly, and even her colorful makeup was a bit hideous. She pointed her finger at the big screen behind her, which was showing the news. Exactly at noon today, of the invisible alien, Luo Chen, is reported to have been involved in a car accident in the city center. Bang! Another muffled shot. The palm prints on the table were symmetrical with it. It's all over the internet right now, and you guys don't want to do anything to suppress it. And you a few investigation team. So far even a cause of the accident did not give me a clear investigation? Just tell me a sentence. People lying in the hospital wasted? Wu Lan counted the few people on his side, pointing their noses at them for a long time. Each one of them dared not utter a single breath. Did you find out or not? Speak up, under another furious cry. Finally someone spoke up. A man with short hair. Secretary General. The first time after the accident, we went to the scene and investigated. The entire street surveillance, even including the traffic recorders of passing vehicles, all checked. It was a mere accident. Rakhan was crossing the street at a red light and still kept his head uninvisible. Which is why, as the short-haired man spoke, he signaled with his eyes. The large screen behind Wu Lan. It was repeating the scene where Luo Chen was riding a motorcycle, accelerating through a red light without a care in the world, and was knocked away with his car. Wu Lan didn't respond immediately, her chest heaving and frowning, not bothering to look at the big screen. She'd watched this video a million times. Also long ago, in his heart, he had greeted Luo Chen countless times. He's been warned so many times to tighten up his act. Repeatedly. Wu Lan was furious and seemed to have thought of something. What about the cause? What was the cause of Luo Chen's lifting of his invisibility? Facing Wu Lan's pressing questions, several men in black suits, men from the investigation team. You look at me, I look at you. No one wants to answer to being scolded. Finally, it was the short-haired man who opened his mouth. It's a pen. The short-haired man added. A pencil. Pen? Wu Lan frowned. As she watched, the short-haired man pulled a car recorder from his pocket and connected it to the large screen. Soon, the video footage playing on it changed to a spot where the car was videotaped from the inside out. Under a crowded bus stop, a black-gloved hand, revealed through the crack, placed the pencil in its hand, vertically, in the corner of the trash can, and then the car swept by. The water knocked down the pencil, and the old man went up to pick it up, accidentally hitting a passerby who was eating. So, you're telling me that the reason Luo Chen is now reduced to an invalid is because of a broken pencil? Wu Lan raised his eyebrows, his tone full of skepticism. But for a moment, there was nothing to be done. After all, the video footage was there. A series of accidents caused Luo Chen's car accident. She could only use the word unlucky to attribute its cause. In any case, right now, we need to immediately hold a conference to divert the public's attention, and find a few of the recently hyped-up CP exalts and expose them to a few scandals. We can't let Luo Chen alone affect the group's effectiveness. Wu Lan quickly organized his emotions and ordered it down. Same time, outside the conference room, in front of the heavy gate that passes through the top of the shuttered joint, Ningfeng was wearing those blue overalls, holding a stack of paper materials in his hands. He hung his head low and approached toward the conference room, his footsteps quick, steeply. A puzzled voice came from behind him. Little Feng? It's so late. You haven't left yet? Ningfeng's figure stalled and stopped in place. Behind him, a tall man in a suit, with a greasy haircut, a cigar in his mouth, and a smile on his face. Slowly approaching, he took a deep breath of the cigar and exhaled. The work ethic of this employee of the year is just not the same. Manager Chen. Ningfeng turned around, and a faint smile squeezed out of his originally cold face. End of chapter. Chapter 5, There's a Spy in Our Midst. Chapter 5, There's a Spy in Our Midst. Ningfeng, who had been called out, raised his head and raised the stack of papers in his hand. I remembered there was a batch of papers that hadn't been sent up. On the work nameplate on his chest, the name recorded was not Ningfeng, but Feng Ning. If all the employees within the group could be like you, we, Luo's group, wouldn't be the second largest in the country all the time. Manager Chen, as Ningfeng called him, had his eyes smiled into slits. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was all smiles. Tap tap tap. Sharp footsteps interrupted the conversation between the two. A female secretary in professional attire, who was holding a tablet computer, hurriedly walked towards the conference room behind Ningfeng. Phew. Manager Chen took a big gulp of the cigar in his hand, and between gulps of clouds, he took on a show-watching posture. It doesn't look like things are going too well. Little Feng, you also don't leave first. I guess later this conference room, still need to use you to clean up. With those words, he too walked towards the conference room. As his silhouette swept past Ningfeng's side, the fake smile that had originally been squeezed out of Ningfeng's face was instantly converged. Pressing the ducktail on his head, he didn't move to follow. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Inside the conference room, Wu Lan's hair was disheveled, and her eyes, behind her rimless glasses, were full of incredulity. How is it that these things are released on so many platforms in a dignified manner? The group has invested so much money out, but anytime someone releases news that is unfavorable to the group, it will be pulled down by the corresponding platform at the first time. This is an unspoken cooperation between us. Then who can tell me why? Dozens of black materials about Luo Chen, all crowded in the online hot search list, remain high? Wu Lan's voice hissed a little, and her expression was slightly broken. 4 years ago, Dragon City Night City Bar, Luo Chen and the same 2 Luo group under the banner of the Alien, forcibly captured 3 school female college students, maliciously killed, but was only coldly dealt with as a simple compensation. 3 years ago, Luo Chen drunk driving, late at night in Longcheng Ring City fast road against the traffic, hit and crushed drag a pregnant woman for more than 200 meters. The final result of even the driver's license has not been revoked. A year ago, Luo Chen tricked female fans into trusting him and teamed up with a number of people. This January, this March, earlier this month, the list of offenses, each of which is sufficient for the death penalty, has stunned the internet today. Major media outlets are scrambling to report and retweet the story, and the heat is rising one layer after another. Damn! What a... Wulan looked at a black report about Luo Chen in the tablet in her hand. The whole man was so angry that he was vaguely trembling. Click, click. The sound of a flat screen shattering came under her hand. Check. Find out for me. Who the hell and where is sending these things? Find him for me. I'll tear him alive. Wulan was so excited that on his palms, layers of animal hair began to emerge, and his fingernails gradually became sharper and longer. The pupils behind the rimless glasses also took the shape of yellowed almonds. In the face of Wulan, who was about to go berserk, the surrounding crowd kept quiet and even backed off a bit coincidentally, for fear of being turned into a punching bag. Who is this who has messed with our beautiful Secretary General? Why are you so angry? With a creak, the heavy door of the conference room was pushed open with extreme ease. Manager Chen, who still had a cigar in his mouth, arrived before people arrived. Manager Chen. Manager Chen. A series of greetings came out from the mouths of the subordinates in the conference room. Wulan, who was almost about to show his original form just now, had both hands on the table at the moment, and although the corners of the table were pinched and finely crushed, they were already quite restrained. Sharp claws, fur, and pupils, all restored to their normal human appearance. What are you doing here? Wulan grimaced. If I hadn't come, this conference room would have been demolished by you. Manager Chen took the pile of documents from Ningfeng behind him and placed them on the conference table, and then looked at the lady secretary who had come to report, leaning over slightly. So, did you find out where all this information is being uploaded on the internet? Facing the suddenly approaching Manager Chen, although the other party was smiling, it was like a huge black shadow that enveloped the female secretary. The latter was trembling, and stuttering with his words. Check. Found it. Yes. From where? Say it. Manager Chen suddenly raised his tone. It was uploaded. From the 15th floor server room of the headquarters building, the female secretary stammered, almost paralyzed on the floor. When these words came out, Wulan, who was still ready to go directly to arrest the person, her eyes widened, and she went forward to push Manager Chen away, and yanked the female secretary by the collar. Say that again. Where is it? 15th floor server rooms. That's why those media outlets are making a big deal out of it, thinking it's our group's decision to ditch Luo Chen. After the female secretary said that, her entire body was like a small chicken, casually thrown to the ground by Wulan. At once, an emotion of something big and bad lingered in Wulan's heart. Damn, I should have thought of that. She stared dead at the big screen behind her, the video of Luo Chen's accident that kept playing. The palm of the hand that had placed the pencil was deeply engraved in her heart. It wasn't an accident. Luo Chen's accident wasn't an accident. It was someone who deliberately faked it as an accident to fool us all. The more Wulan thought about it, the more her heart palpitated. And the video of the car accident that kept playing on the screen was like a sharp knife that stabbed into her heart. But Luo Chen is the actual serious injury caused by running a red light and getting into a car accident. Manager Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he snuffed out his cigar with his bare hands. That's exactly what puzzles me the most. Wulan bowed his head slightly, nibbling on the nails of his right hand. The person who uploaded these black materials happened to catch today's unified maintenance of the surveillance below the 20th floor of the group's building, and was able to enter the 15th floor server room without knowing what was going on. This man, in all probability, is a fellow within our company. Manager Chen sneered and repeatedly watched the surveillance and various angle videos of Luo Chen's accident. Since the beginning, with all the video angles, this person who placed the pencil has never once shown up in the picture. Interesting. I'm really curious what his powers are. Whatever he's capable of, he came prepared. Wulan frowned and walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the inside of the conference room, and Manager Chen similarly padded over. The two looked down through the glass. The bottom of the building in front of the main entrance steps, densely packed with major media reporters, are scrambling to be the first to squeeze in. Let's solve the immediate trouble first, then see if we can find some clues from Luo Chen. Wulan muttered to himself. At this moment, in the entire conference room, everyone's face was clouded with gloom because of the enemy who had created this mess in the dark. In the corner, Ning Feng, dressed in work clothes, fixed his gaze on the duo standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The eyes were eerie. Wu Lan, Chen Mo. After Luo Chen, it will soon be your turn. A fast-paced book of revenge. A new book that begs for favorites and votes. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Killing the Heart. Chapter 6, Killing the Heart. At the moment, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the setting sun was nearly gone outside. As the new moon rises, lights flourish in the city. Ning Feng in the corner, his body trembling slightly, seemed to be suppressing his emotions, staring dead in the face at the two figures at the window. Behind him, 5 fingers were in the air, constantly tapping. Of the 3 people sent by the Luo clan to forcibly take his sister, with the exception of Luo Chen, the remaining 2 were right in front of him. 6 days. 6 more days. The 5 fingers knocking in the air abruptly stopped, and the maniacal eyes returned to calmness. Sweeping up the corner of the table crushed by Wu Lan, he left unnoticed. The evening wind was somewhat strong, vaguely trying to lift the brim of Ning Feng's hat. He stood on the grand floor of the Luo group, gazing from the bottom up, and in the darkness of the night, the towering building looked even more treacherous and chilling. With the power I have at the moment, it's not enough to deal with Chen Mo. Ning Feng's mind moved, and a semi-transparent data panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Ning Feng, alien power level, gamma gamma. Alien power, accidental expansion. Progress of alien power, 3 out of 100. This so-called system enables my ability to produce an evolution for every full pull of progress. I am also, as a result, evolving from my original delta 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 level, accidental, to a gamma gamma level, accidental expansion. But it's unlikely that the next evolution will be wanted anytime soon. Ning Feng's mind retracted, and the translucent panel disappeared with it. He took one last look at the Luo group's building and turned to leave. Although the same gamma gamma level alien, but Chen Mo belongs to the strongest group. Now to cope with it, slightly tricky. Then I'll have to commission you, Wu Lan, to be the next prey. In the darkness, he rubbed a hand over his eyes and the original pitch-black pupils that were like normal people changed back to their original hideous blood red. The night is getting thicker, like an evil ghost that chooses to devour people. One last thing before we head back to the factory. The corner of Ning Feng's mouth sketched up a cruel arc. Wouldn't it be a shame for the people involved to be unaware of such a hot reaction online? At the moment, he wanted to visit Luo Chen, who had survived the car accident, a high-altitude glass fall, and had been reduced to a semi-vegetative. According to Luo Group's arrangement, Luo Chen is to be moved back to the group's internal care room tonight. That means that the time I can lay my hands on him is right in the middle of this process of him being removed. So, how do I approach Luo Chen with a doctor, removal guards and others watching, outside the Longcheng University Hospital? As a figure mumbled something, he stretched out his 5 fingers and struck in the air. Accidental calculations. Start. Late night, 1 a.m. For 5 consecutive years, it has been rated as the largest and best medical hospital in Longcheng. The inpatient department of Longcheng University Hospital has extremely luxurious facilities in the building. Supermarket chains, photocopying clubs, milk tea stores, and even coffee shops are on display. Not like a hospital, more like a busy commercial building. Ding. Inpatient unit, first floor elevator room. One of a row of elevators, doors slowly opening. A doctor in a white lab coat and glasses, 2 heavily armed guards, and Luo Chen, on a removable hospital bed, hanging in water. At the moment the whole person was wrapped tightly in bandages and gauze. Only the eyes and nostrils were still exposed, lying motionless on the hospital bed. The original scenery of the infinite new generation of alien ability, at this moment, can only lie in bed and wait for death. Yeah, it's me. What? Right now? Okay, I'll be right up. The nameplate on the chest of the doctor in the white coat. The name of the physician is written, Wang XX, just about to step out of the elevator door. Then received a call from the hospital. You guys go to the car. I'll be right back. With that, Dr. Wang pressed the elevator button for the 13th floor on his own. As the elevator doors closed, in the corner of the hospital lobby, 10 meters away from the elevator room, a figure, also wearing a white lab coat and eyeglasses, with a nameplate on his chest that reads, Wang XX. He looks exactly like the Dr. Wang who should have taken the elevator to the upper floors. The only thing that was slightly creepy was the flash of red under the black pupils. Dr. Wang, at the moment, glanced down at the wristwatch on his hand. Time pointing, 1 hour 6 minutes and 17 seconds. He began to walk slowly towards the main doors of the hospitalization unit, but his steps were moving extremely slowly. Originally a dozen meters of road. Hard after 2 minutes or so. Just finished. In the process, He rubbed shoulders with 4 accompanying family members, also heard the racket behind them from the carts that deliver goods to the supermarket, the ropes snapping and the goods falling. Since the beginning, he hadn't looked anywhere, his gaze, always resting on the wristwatch on his hand, but even so, it was always extremely coincidental, dodging passing pedestrians, as well as a couple of water stains on the floor. When the time comes to 1 hour 8 minutes and 3 seconds, the Dr. Wang that Ningfeng had disguised himself as appeared just outside the door of the hospitalization building. In front of his eyes, the 3-compartment car that was responsible for escorting Luo Chen to the Luo clan group was glowing with a faint red light. So fast? The accompanying guards at the black car were surprised to see Dr. Wang, who had returned so quickly. Hold on tight. Ningfeng put on his white mask and without much explanation, he opened the rear door of the carriage and entered it. Under the mask, a weird smile appeared, staring without a trace at Luo Chen, who was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. Inside the carriage. Hello again. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he casually threw it to the ground and stepped on it, and the 2 guards who accompanied him also entered the trunk as much as they could. The large compartment was slightly cramped with 4 people plus a hospital bed. Bang, 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 patting the fully enclosed iron plate separating it from the cab. The guard called out, "Let's go." The next moment, the engine started and the vehicle pulled away from the front of the hospital wing. And about 2 minutes later, when the 3-car escorting Luo Chen had long since disappeared at the end of the road, the real Dr. Wang hurriedly rushed out. Panting, he looked around at the front of the hospital wing, a large open space with no sign of the triple car. He was full of questions. Where's the car? Looking carefully for a moment, Dr. Wang shook his head helplessly and looked at the time. I'll leave first without waiting. Just in time. I can get off work earlier. Nothing can happen, right? If the Luo group side asks. No, I have to take myself off the hook. With that, he turned to leave. In the wee hours of the morning, there was still a lot of traffic on the main roads within the city of Longchamp. It came and went a little faster than the morning, and a black 3-door car was moving forward at a very fast speed, constantly overtaking the car. You have to come out in the middle of the night to do something. You're exhausted. Can't someone else come over? We're still on duty tomorrow. Okay, less whining. Inside the wagon, the 2 guards leaned back in their seats and grumbled continuously, and Ningfeng, who was always silent in a corner, looked at the wristwatch on his hand without a trace. 1 hour 20 minutes and 37 seconds. It's time. After Ningfeng silently murmured a sentence in his mind. The next moment, bang! A loud noise came from outside the carriage, and with it, the car braked violently and sharply. Alien ability levels, from highest to lowest. Omega, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. The level setting is referenced in the X-Men. End of chapter. Chapter 7, The Dead Can Keep Secrets Forever. Chapter 7, The Dead Can Keep Secrets Forever. A violent crash, coming from outside the tri-car. Under the sharp brakes, the hospital bed, which had been fixed in the trunk, slid forward under the inertia. Bang! Caught off guard, it struck the front and rear bulkheads of the car, leaving deeply embedded marks. The 2 accompanying guards, too, planted themselves in the car and knocked themselves out in pain, not noticing in the slightest that the seemingly frail doctor in the corner remained motionless. Instead of rippling, it was more like the seat was clasped with a dead hand, as if in advance, before the sharp brakes were applied. How do you drive a car? The guard, who had risen from the ground, banged his hand on the bulkhead in annoyance and vented his frustration in the direction of the cab. The truck loading in front of me. The goods are spilling all over the place. I can't do anything about it. The driver responded innocently. You guys wait a while. I'll go check out the situation. Hold on tight and hold on tight. If you can't go around and walk. The guard was very impatient, and as he spoke, he didn't forget to rub the bumped area. But from the beginning to the end, no one cared about Luo Chen, lying on the hospital bed, covered with bandages. Whether there were any additional injuries under the rapid breaking of the party. Ningfeng sat in the corner, watching everything with cold eyes. Looking at the wristwatch time, 1 minute passed, sitting in the car waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, still do not see the driver back. Instead, the sound of an increasingly loud argument came from outside the car. The 2 accompanying guards, who were also in the compartment, completely ran out of patience and signaled Ningfeng, the doctor, to watch over Luo Chen, before pushing open the door of the rear compartment and going out to check on the situation. As a result, the originally crowded trunk instantly became much more spacious, and the 4-2 became 2 figures. One is sitting intact, one is lying miserably in a hospital bed. The time is just right. After a long period of silence, Ningfeng, who was in the corner, had his eyes leave his wristwatch, and scarlet flickered beneath his pitch-black pupils. He slowly got up and bent over, looking down on Luo Chen, who was in a hospital bed on the side. Nutritional fluids dripped down a little from the 4 bottles high up on the stand next to the bed. The instrument that monitors the heartbeat ticks. Luo Chen, whose eyes were tightly closed on the bed, his weak breathing proved that he was still alive. A car accident, a fall from a height, 2 accidents in a row that have reduced you to a semi-vegetative state. The whole body, all parts except the eyes, could not be moved, and even speaking and vocalizing could not be accomplished. Ningfeng took off his mask so that his voice, more clearly, could be heard by the other party. The only thing on his expressionless face was the undisguised killing intent revealed in his eyes. Tick-tock. Ningfeng's words seemed to have stimulated Luo Chen in the hospital bed, and the connected cardiac instruments that, the originally smooth EKG on it began to fluctuate, and the ticking rattled a few times more sharply. His eyes, however, remained tightly closed. Seeing that the other party was unresponsive, on Ningfeng's face, a faint smile appeared instead. He brought his body closer to the hospital bed and spoke in a low, slow voice. I know you can hear me. Originally a scenic new generation alien, but now he can only spend the rest of his life in bed. It's really pathetic. It is said to have met with an unfortunate accident. But, was it really an accident? The steeply changed tone of voice caused Luo Chen's tightly closed eyes on the hospital bed to instantly open, staring deathly at Ningfeng in front of him. But the other man's face, he was pretty sure, had never crossed paths in his life except for a couple of times when he checked in at the hospital. Want to know who really did this to you? Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled mysteriously. Luo Chen couldn't answer, but the rapid and incessant heart apparatus had proved the answer. Ningfeng looked at Luo Chen with strange eyes, and without saying anything else, he took out a cell phone from his body. A tap of the finger brought up a video image, taken from the first viewpoint. It was even thoughtful, bringing the screen closer to Luo Chen's eyes. Luo Chen's eyes rolled rapidly, staring intently at the screen. The duration of the video was short. He could clearly see that the videographer was standing next to a bus stop sign on one of the roads, placed a pencil on the trash can by hand. Then came the passing car, the old man picking up a pen, the choking passerby, and Luo Chen himself on his motorcycle, disarming his head of invisibility. A series of chain reactions, layers upon layers, first and last, until finally, the image was fixed on, buried in the shards of glass falling from high altitude. Blood-soaked Luo Chen. Kala. The phone lock screen is turned off. Luo Chen, whose entire body was paralyzed, was now wide-eyed and breathing heavily. Drip drip drip. The urgent sound of the cardiac instruments was extraordinarily harsh. Oh, right. Ningfeng seemed to have thought of something, and with a playful smile, he quickly searched on his cell phone, continuing to show it to Luo Chen for viewing. It also gives just the right amount of verbal commentary. I almost forgot to tell you, even though you're now reduced to an invalid, on the internet, you've been on the hot search for quite a while in a row. TSK, how ironic. Before the accident, nothing happened. The accident, the past, all the black information, all were released to Brain, the most sought-after alien of the new generation? Ningfeng paused and slowly shook his head, smiling a bit crazily. I think it's right to call the new generation the most disgusting wastrels of the new generation now. Ahaha. Drip drip drip. The rapidly fluctuating electrocardiogram, and even breathing became a little difficult for Luo Chen. A special bonus for you. That pen on the trash can, and all that black stuff on the internet, is my work. Under Ningfeng's black pupils, the blood-red glow was vaguely all a bit concealed. Remember the eye-blind girl whose powers you were about to take away by force? Ningfeng's veins surged as he spoke, his body radiating undisguised killing intent. Luo Chen was lying on the bed. His violently contracted pupils were filled with a horrified look. Tick-tock. He fought to struggle, but his body did not move. Endless despair, at this moment, filled his heart. At this moment, he realized why, exactly, he had been reduced to such a state, whether you remember it or not. But I remember it perfectly. I remember the day you broke my limbs with your own hands and ripped off my jaw so I couldn't move or scream. Today, let you have a taste of that too. On Ningfeng's face, there was an eerie smile that was incomparably frightening. As he said that, he pulled out a syringe from the pocket of his white coat. It held a yellowish-brown liquid. Still, an invalid can't keep a secret completely. Alas, I had wanted to keep your rotten life and see the sight of Luo's group collapsing with my own eyes. But it seems that you don't have this good fortune. If you want to blame Wulan that is bent on getting some useful information out of you. As you know, only a dead man can keep a secret completely. End of chapter. Chapter 8. I did it. So what? Chapter 8. I did it. So what? To paralyze a person's entire body and physically destroy the other person. So Ningfeng created the accident. to make a person lose their reputation and obliterate each other in society. So Ningfeng uploaded a large amount of black material, letting a person fall into despair and mentally break the other person. So Ningfeng informed that it was revenge. There's one last step. He wanted Luo Chen, in the hardest torture in the world, to die a painful, silent death. That is, to forewarn him of his death in advance, so that he will regret being a human being in the countdown to his death. See that syringe I'm holding? Ningfeng placed the syringe in his hand and removed the cap, the tip of the needle flashing with a cold aura. What's contained here is enough to poison the top gamma aliens, acting directly on the nerve centers of the brain, causing a person to die while experiencing the agony of billions of ants gnawing on their brain marrow. Well, you like it, don't you? It's a good one that I went through a lot of trouble to get. On Ningfeng's face, there was a smile, an eerie smile that was particularly creepy when paired with the eyes that vaguely revealed red light. Seeing the syringe getting closer and closer to him, Luo Chen, lying on the hospital bed, realized for the first time what is meant by torture worse than death. Fear, despair, the powerlessness of wanting to shout and hiss, but not being able to make even a sound. And Luo Chen turned his eyeballs dead downward, trying to look in the direction of the closed carriage door as he tried to get help from the two guards who had accompanied him. All of this was reflected in Ningfeng's eyes, and that drip 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 wildly ringing non-stop cardiac instrument was announcing Luo Chen's gradually collapsing psychological defense. Shoo, the heartbeat is too loud. Don't worry, it won't hurt. After all, you're all paralyzed now. You're not even conscious. If you want to count on those two guards, save your breath. They won't be back for a while in my calculations. As Ningfeng said that, he twisted Luo Chen's neck with his hand, and the syringe was aimed at the medullary canal in his neck, and gently pushed it. Tawny liquid, pushed in as much as possible. It takes about 40 minutes for the drug to work, so you can enjoy the last moments of your life. Ningfeng smiled and comforted. Don't be afraid. Soon, I'll send more people to accompany you. No thanks. After doing all this, he quietly put away all the props, and even thoughtfully unplugged the heart monitor attached to Luo Chen's body. The entire compartment then regained its calmness once again. At this moment, the time came to 1 hour 31 minutes and 17 seconds. There was a click. The rear door of the compartment, which had been closed, was once again opened. The two accompanying guards who had gotten out of the car to check on the situation returned to the car not looking too good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Going out on a mission at night is already torture enough, and then to meet such a difficult fool, pulling your own load and flipping your car over, with all the cars following behind in traffic. If it wasn't for the explanation from above that we can't cause any trouble, I would have done him long ago. I don't need to take this. The two of them cursed and sat back down, briefly glancing at Luo Chen still gasping for air in the hospital bed, and paying little attention. Soon, when the three-box car restarted traveling, after 20 minutes, the party arrived at the Luo group. The patient is now out of life-threatening conditions. Although the condition of total body paralysis cannot be effectively improved in a short period of time, underneath the main building of Luo Group's headquarters, Ningfeng, who was pretending to be Dr. Wang, was handing over to the personnel who had come to meet him. Why does he keep glaring here? Like he's scared? The handover officer frowned, looking at Luo Chen on the hospital bed, his eyes glaring in death, and inquired of Ningfeng. At that, the latter took out his cell phone without slowing down, turned on the flashlight, and shone it towards Luo Chen's eyes. This is a normal phenomenon. The patient has just woken up not long ago and realizes that his body is in the middle of a situation where he can't move. This feeling, similar to a ghostly bed. It's normal to feel scared. It takes a while to get used to it. Ningfeng seemed to be smiling, and finally glanced at Luo Chen, who was staring at himself with a deathly glare, filled with despair and fear. After a brief explanation, he turned and left in full view of everyone. The night was deep, and Ningfeng, dressed in a white lab coat, disappeared as his figure was hidden in the darkness. Time passed. When the node came to 2:11 and 2 seconds a.m., a cacophony of exclamations came from within the Luo group building. Luo Chen, who was originally lying peacefully on the hospital bed and was sent to the group's special care room, suddenly had his eyes filled with blood, and then burst open, the whole person's nostrils, mouth, ears, all overflowing with blood. It was a struggle for 3 or 4 minutes before he swallowed his breath with great difficulty, under the hands and feet of the many people around him. Snap! The next day, early morning, a slightly heavy slapping sound came from an office on the upper floors of the Luo group building. Rubbish! Can't even do this little thing right? A young man with a back-combed haircut, a somewhat pale face and bloodshot eyes. Without mercy, he slapped Wu Lan in front of him. The latter covered his swollen face, not daring to gasp for air, and lowered his head to be sentenced. Who do you think it was that got you to this position? Is this how you repay me? People are still fine when they are brought in. And then they are just admitted to the nursing room and they are out of breath before 5 minutes are up? What do I want you rice boys for? Talk. The young man was so enraged that he simply stepped forward and clamped one hand around Wu Lan's white and slender neck, lifting his entire body off the ground. Instantly, the latter's face flushed red and his limbs subconsciously struggled. The group's most valued new generation psychic was killed in plain sight. And you can't even find out a single clue until now? Ha! The young man threw himself hard, dropping Wu Lan to the ground. Cough cough cough. The latter coughed sharply, covering his neck for a moment to ease it, and then rose in alarm to respond, his voice a little hoarse. We've locked down the suspected target. He was at the scene when Luo-chan was involved in the car accident that day. Initial suspicions are that it's someone within the company. The young man closed his eyes, looked up slightly, and let out a long breath. Find out. Turn it all upside down and find this guy. I haven't been stable with my powers lately, so don't bother me until you find out for sure. With that, he slammed the door, leaving Wu Lan alone. He covered his reddened neck and looked at the other party's departing direction with sinister eyes. A second-generation ancestor from a side branch. If it wasn't for the fact that we fetched you back an alien transplant, you'd have been dispatched to some small place without knowing it. Bah! Dang it! The sound of crisp ironwork echoed through the factory in the outskirts of the city. Dragging his tired body, Ning Feng, who had shed all his disguises and restored his original appearance, returned. While expressionlessly chewing on the blackened energy bar in his hand, his scarlet eyes were coiled with unknown horrors. By resolving Luo Chen, the proficiency of the supernatural ability has, at last, increased a bit more. The next step is to bide your time and send Wu Lan down to be with him. End of chapter. Chapter 9, a new round of unexpected pushes. Chapter 9, a new round of unexpected pushes. Ning Feng, alien power level, gamma gamma. Alien power, accidental expansion. Progress of alien power, 15/100. The translucent panel hovered in front of Ning Feng's eyes. The progress of the alien ability above also grew from the original 3 to 15. The only way to increase progress is to utilize your powers to successfully resolve the enemy. That means, Luo Chen can only provide me with 12 progress points. Really little. Ning Feng shook his head helplessly and looked towards the inside of the factory, holding a sledgehammer and quenching and forging something. Old Meng, accompanied by the sound of pounding iron. There was also the constant sound of news broadcasts coming from an old radio. This morning, the largest shifter company in Dragon City, the Luo Group, held a press conference. Claims that the original contracted alien under the banner of the Invisible Man, Luo Chen, passed away after failing to be resuscitated due to his injuries. According to the person in charge of the Luo Group has no knowledge of the series of illegal behaviors done by Luo Chen and strongly condemns them, but will cooperate with the police investigation and make corresponding compensation to the victim's family. The head of the Luo Group emphasized that since its creation, the Luo Group has always strictly regulated its aliens. Ning Feng sneered and turned off the switch for the broadcast, abandoning the pawn to save the car. This is really the usual style of the Luo Group. Old Meng, who was busy pumping iron, stared at Ning Feng at his side with a dazed expression when he saw that his broadcast had been turned off. And no, I'm listening. The rest of it is all just some scene stealing that Luo's group brainwashed the outside world with. A waste of time. Ning Feng chewed and swallowed the last bite of the energy bar in his hand. The whole thing then sat down heavily on the electric chair behind him. No, come again? You're not addicted to being electrocuted, are you? Old Meng was rather speechless as he saw what the other party was up to. You've been out all night and you're going to the electric chair without even sleeping? You're a masochist, aren't you? I have to hurry. You just power up and set the time directly. It's time to hit the iron. It won't delay you. Ning Feng's face was as usual. Calmly, he glanced to the side, at his sister, who was still in a deep slumber inside the huge nutritional pod. There are still 5 days. Wait a little longer. And those beasts who have hurt you, one by one, will have to pay for it. Back when he had traveled to the Luo Group and uploaded Luo Chen's black information, Ning Feng had used his ability to deduce and calculate the path of his next accident. An accidental death targeting the Secretary General of the Luo Group, the Catspaw woman Wu Lan. How do you take care of Lan Wu with a perfect alibi? The answer is, on April 7th, at 5:32 and 46 seconds p.m., Lan Wu will finish her media interview and head to the conference room to organize her materials. 5:40 p.m., 17 seconds, dialed Wu Lan's private cell phone at an untraceable number. 5:43 p.m. 11 seconds. After 3 consecutive dialing seconds hung up, finally opened his mouth, as a whistleblower, offered to meet with Wu Lan alone. 6:01 and 22 seconds p.m. in the conference room on the top floor of Roche Group. Next to the floor-to-ceiling windows, presenting the idea of accidental formula to Lan Wu. 6:11 and 20 seconds p.m. Pour a glass of highball under the mocking gaze of Wu Lan. 6:15 and 2 seconds p.m. Leaving the Roche Group building. Come to the end of the building's steps, penultimate streetlight to the left, and stop. At the same time, the original Cloudy Heights, 232 meters above the ground, is suspended on a simple platform for the operation of the workers, found behind the tower crane operator. Cardiac paralysis shock, loss of control of the tower crane, pulling the heavy platform frame, impact to the front of the floor-to-ceiling window glass. Bang! Wow! In a series of popping sounds, the cat's claw woman Wu Lan, whose psychic ability was activated, was hooked by the iron hook on the platform shelf to the belt around her waist, thrown off the wall of the building. Upon predicting the exact path of the accident, Ningfeng couldn't help but feel for it. As the accidental expansion ability continued to be used, the paths that one predicted when making calculations became clearer and clearer. Even more, he could nearly see the upcoming scene in his mind's eye. The details are also incredibly authentic. I wonder what point the ability will reach as it continues to evolve. As he lamented, Ningfeng's heart surged extraordinarily. April 7th. Then let Wu Lan live a few more days. Back to the present. Within the factory, Ningfeng, who was sitting on the electric chair, after noticing that old man got up, fixed his hands and feet, and pushed the switch of the electric chair. With the ear-splitting sound of zip, 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 electric arcs visible to the naked eye spread and traveled throughout Ningfeng's entire body. The intense pain made Ningfeng feel like his entire body was about to burst apart. His pupils were bloodshot, his veins welled up, and his body trembled uncontrollably. But even so, he still didn't say a word. His teeth clenched tightly, and he didn't shout to stop even when blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Orphan birth, with gamma-level powers, nicknamed Cat's Claw Woman, adopted by a side family of the Luo Group at age 12, officially joined the Luo Group at age 15. From the lowest level of staff, it took 10 years to become the Secretary General of the secretarial team. Violent and well-behaved personality, perennial alcoholic, unable to control his powers after drinking, causing serious injuries to 6 employees before and after for no apparent reason. Within 3 years of becoming Secretary General, by illegal means, he covered up hundreds of vicious accidents, large and small, for the Luo Group, embezzled hundreds of millions of dollars in employee compensation, and directly caused the collapse of dozens of families, using the convenience of his position to seize medical resources, resulting in the death of 2 children under the age of 10, who could not receive timely and effective treatment. In his heart, Ningfeng silently counted the crimes about Wu Lan. Every single one of them, is full of resentment, murderous intent, the body struggling in the electric current. Only the scarlet eyes, from the beginning to the end, were firm. It came back to him, when Luo's group came to take his sister by force, when Ningfeng was tortured by having his limbs ripped off. His sister knelt in front of Wu Lan and begged bitterly to let Ningfeng live, but in return, it was Wu Lan who landed slap after slap on Ningfeng's sister's face. Even more so, she had stabbed the needle of the instrument that extracted the alien spinal cord into Ningfeng's sister's neck. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of that loud slap was something Ningfeng still couldn't forget. Heartbreak, heartache, and unbridled rage. Life and death are in the hands of others, and loved ones are abused before their eyes. Hate, he hated. I hate why I can't do anything about it. Zilla. A powerful electric current passed through Ningfeng's body and roar. A low growl of a beast came from his throat. And that's the end of the electric chair's timings. Who? Ningfeng was panting heavily, his body already drenched in cold sweat. He looked to his sister in the nutritional pod, a softness flickering in his eyes. In its place, there was a gnashing of teeth and a roar of rage. Wu. Erasure. End of chapter. Chapter 10. That guy is staring at you. Chapter 10. That guy is staring at you. Dragon City. A certain upscale villa area. Sitting on the sofa in the first-floor living room, Wu Lan was wearing a simple robe. Even late at night, she had not slept. The series of events that had happened in the past few days had inexplicably caused Wu Lan to have some heart palpitations, although most of the accidents were directed toward Luo Chen, a dead man. For some reason, Wu Lan had a premonition, an ominous premonition. Surveillance of Longqing University Hospital on the day of Luo Chen's violent death. Wu Lan sat on the sofa, staring intently at the laptop screen on the coffee table in front of her. The surveillance screen that was played 10 times faster above was finally fixed on Dr. Wang, who escorted Luo Chen to Luo Group's headquarters, and the 2 accompanying guards walked out from the elevator room. Nothing unusual so far. Wu Lan was a little confused. According to the autopsy results, Luo Chen died from a neurotoxin. There is only the possibility of being poisoned during transportation to the group, but whether it's the 2 guards or the doctor surnamed Wang, the statements all consistently show that no outsider has touched Luo Chen. Wu Lan frowned, and suddenly, she noticed that on the computer screen in front of her, in the lower left corner of the surveillance screen, there was something not so unusual. Wait, this is... The expression on her face instantly became horrified. Within the surveillance screen, there were actually 2 Dr. Wangs at the same time. Wu Lan quickly pulled back the progress bar on the monitor. He saw that Dr. Wang at the elevator entrance did not leave the hospital directly, but returned to the elevator to go upstairs first. Instead, the Dr. Wang in the lower left corner, after a brief sojourn, departed at a slightly slower pace, following the 2 guards. At this moment, an unprecedented emotion of fear spread across Wu Lan's face. She got up from the couch in a flash and took the computer that was sitting on the coffee table, cupped it in her hands and brought it close to her eyes, repeatedly replaying this surveillance over and over again, and continuously zooming in on the Dr. Wang figure that Ning Feng was disguising himself as. Finally, Wu Lan saw it. A second before the Dr. Wang that Ning Feng was disguised as was about to leave the hospital, turned around and, seemingly anticipating this, he looked in the direction where the surveillance was, and on his face, there was a wry smile. The scarlet light that flickered in the bottom of that eye was like a steel needle, piercing Wu Lan's heart to death. Ah! With a scream, the laptop in Wu Lan's hand fell to the ground. The screen shattered and the picture flickered. No way! This is absolutely impossible. He's dead. He's dead. Hands that had done a manicure, gripping the hair on top of her head in a death grip. Wu Lan's eyes were numb and filled with panic. The red light in those eyes was something she had only ever seen in one person. Night, heavy rain, dark sky with occasional streaks of lightning. The sounds of rain, wind, and thunder are intertwined. On top of a factory on the outskirts of Dragon City, in a dilapidated and wretched corner of the, Ning Feng, bare-chested, was desperately swinging his fists in the pouring rain. The wind of the fist was so bitter that it even drove the rain curtain to deflect. The next evolution of accidental abilities is a long way off, and I can't predict what will become of it. There are 1,001 aberrations in this world, and even more that can pose a direct threat to me. The fragile essence is my fatal weakness. Upon realizing this fact, Ning Feng began to hone his body day after day. Electroshock, physical fitness, strike tolerance training, drug resistance, and even willpower sharpening. And in order to strengthen their means, they even practiced a lot in fighting and firearms. Is it more like a machine than a machine? In the rain, Ning Feng raised his head and let the pouring rain hit his face, recalling old Meng's comments about himself. As long as there was nothing going on, he would train without stopping. At this moment, Ning Feng opened his eyes, his scarlet eyes as if they were flames in this dark and rainy night that would never go out. It seemed to be because of the body transformation he had received. Perhaps old Meng had accidentally broken any nerves when he was reshaping Ning Feng. Even if he didn't sleep for a few days, Ning Feng couldn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue or sleepiness. Standing on top of the factory as the rain weakened, Ning Feng's 5 fingers were in the air, constantly tapping, practicing and using his abilities day in and day out. Right now, the range he could influence had increased by a few dozen meters on top of the 500 meters in a square. Not only the ability, but even the mechanical limbs. The more you use them, the more flexible they become. Phew, these past few days, besides going to Luo Group, it's just training at the factory. It's really a bit boring. But, as I recall, tomorrow is April 7th, right? As Ning Feng pondered, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing chills in his red light. Here, at noon, Ning Feng had just finished today's portion of electroshock treatment. After getting a blank stare from Lao Mang, he also received a systematic and rather shiny black suit from the other. It's not good to dress too casually for such a grand day, old Meng said jokingly, and deliberately emphasized the word, grand. Where did you get this? Ning Feng flipped through it. The fabric of the suit was quite good, and it should have cost a lot. Old Meng, with one eye, put on his goggles and replied, full of concern, this is still before I was blind in this eye, and was originally reserved for wedding wear. It's a shame that it didn't work once, so it's in the bottom of the box. We're both about the same height and size, so it's a bargain for you, kid. Ning Feng looked at the suit in his hand, and then looked at old Meng, who was busy drumming up those broken brass and iron, and his mind was a bit complicated. Old Meng seldom mentioned the past, and all Ning Feng knew was that after a change of heart concerning the Luo Group, he was blinded and left without a home. Old Meng's short white hair and busy back made Ning Feng's hatred for Luo Group in his heart. One more point, just the right size. Standing in front of the somewhat broken mirror in some factories, Ning Feng put on his suit, and his face, limbs, and pupils were also camouflaged as much as possible. The whole person in the mirror looked as young and handsome as a big boy next door. Once upon a time, he would have been so. In the face of neighbors will smile. In the face of the help of passers-by will say thank you. The heart, always some temperature. But after that incident, everything changed. Ning Feng's eyes were filled with viciousness and venom. And in his heart, all that remained was hatred. Perhaps, I should thank the law group properly. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid I'd be a lowest tier. First level delta 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 shifter for the rest of my life. Such a great favor. I have to properly thank you in person. The scarlet of madness flashed under the camouflaged pupils. It's day, afternoon. The roads of Dragon City were at the moment congested with traffic and honking horns. And outside the Luo Group's headquarters building, in a cafe on the corner of the street, Ningfeng put down the bottomless coffee cup in his hand and quietly gazed at a figure a few dozen meters away. Long hair, professional dress, high heels, rimless glasses, cat's paw woman. Wu Lan. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Winds from the Mountain Storm. Chapter 11, Winds from the Mountain Storm. Coming. Ningfeng inside the cafe. The corners of his mouth arched. Within his line of sight, Wu Lan took a car to the front of the Luo Group building. Just got off the bus. Was already waiting for a long time. The various media reporters swarmed around. The camera lenses of various long guns and short cannons almost disliked Wu Lan's face directly. The endless stream of questions made her head explode. Miss Wu, there are rumors outside that Luo Chen's death was not a simple accident. What are your thoughts on that? Ms. Wu, the families of those girls who were murdered by Luo Chen's plot. May I ask what the Luo Group's specific compensation measures are? Ms. Wu. Wu Lan was, at the moment, unable to move an inch. And the time, as it happens, came to 5:22 p.m. Sharp. In 10 minutes, Lan Wu will take a break from the media reporters. This is also the last time Wu Lan will face a reporter during her lifetime. Sitting in the cafe's window seat, Ningfeng took the last sip of coffee from the cup in his hand and drank it all in one go, silently watching what was happening across the street. When the time came to 5 hours 32 minutes and 46 seconds, with the help of the group's security guards, Wu Lan was able to get out of the crowded enclosure. While arranging the somewhat wrinkled professional outfit that had been squeezed, she walked quickly towards the inside of the Luo Group building. Ningfeng, on the other hand, had his gaze retracted and landed on his right wristwatch. Da. The little rotation of the second hand is a visualization of the passage of time. To the conference room, whining and organizing the information on the table. The time, at this point, points to 5:38 and 54 seconds p.m. Ningfeng looked across the street, distantly at the topmost floor of the Luo Group building across the street, towering into the clouds and blurring. But it was as if he could literally see every move of Wu Lan inside, without rushing into action. Ningfeng shifted his gaze outside the building. A tower crane was maneuvering a huge boom hook, and a simple platform high in the air was linked to it, wood-clad in iron and looking a little patchy. And higher up above, the long sky, which should have been cloudless, was now gradually rising with dark clouds, and more of them were accumulating. High above, the wind is picking up. When the time came to 5:40 p.m. Ningfeng pulled out his cell phone, which had an untraceable number installed in it beforehand. Then, with the time pointing to 5 hours 40 minutes and 17 seconds, the private cell phone number of Wu Lan was dialed. Hello? Which one? A puzzled voice, from the other end of the line. Ningfeng, however, hung up instantly. After a reprieve of about a minute and 30 seconds, it was dialed again. On the other end of the line, the same familiar voice. Who is it? Speak? Wu Lan sounded a little annoyed. But Ningfeng chose to hang up once more and looked at the watch on his right wrist, waiting in silence. After another minute, the same trick was repeated, until the time comes to 5:43 and 11 seconds p.m. After 3 consecutive dial-second hang-ups and a fourth call to Wu Lan's private cell phone number. It's not over, is it? Who the hell are you? Don't make me find out. Wu Lan on the other end of the phone. At this moment, her tone was still annoyed. Surrounded by reporters, a pile of papers to be sorted out and bombarded by phone calls, the mind has long been messed up. But Ning Feng's voice, which had done the processing, rang out coldly. Ms. Wu, Luo Chen's death was not a mere accident. He died of homicide. And I also learned that the person who killed Luo Chen, who his next target is. I was hoping I could meet with you alone to talk. At this moment, inside the cafe, Ningfeng stood up by the window and looked up at the top of the Luo Group's building across the street. It was as if he saw Wu Lan, who had received the call, with a look of incomparable shock on her face. Expected. Next moment, on the other end of the phone, Wu Lan spoke in a tone that was vaguely trembling. A slight sharp gasp, a subconscious swallowing of saliva but in just a few seconds, it was forced down. Where are you now? When do we have to meet? At this moment, everything within Wu Lan's line of sight became agitated. Luo Group. Third floor, logistics team. It is said to be logistics, but in fact, it is responsible for cleaning and maintenance of equipment and such rough work. It is usually made up of ordinary people within the company, or bottom-tier aliens with extremely weak levels of psychic abilities. As the leader of the group, Lao Lu, at this moment of rare leisure, is relying on the corridor chair to sit leisurely grinding nails. Tu Do Lu. The sharp ringing of the phone nearly caused him to lean back and drop the nail file in his hand to the floor. Hey! Third floor logistics team. Old Lu quickly picked up the phone, and an extremely harsh rebuke came from the other end. How many days has it been since the repairs on the top floor facade? Is it a freeloader to be on the payroll with you guys? Such a little thing to drag on? Even if a dog hangs up to work, it's over in so many days. Can you do it? If not, get out. When old Lu heard this voice, his entire body shivered straight away. This voice was more than familiar to him. It was the head of the secretarial team, Wu Lan. Others didn't know, but he could have seen the other party's ruthless tactics. Thinking back to those tortured bottom feeders, Lao Lu nearly went off the deep end. God knows what kind of madness Wu Lan was in, calling their logistics team Secretary General Wu. This is justifiable. The weather has been bad for the past few days. It's either windy or raining. In 1 hour, if I still see those broken shelves by the glass outside the conference room, your entire logistics team, all of you, will be waiting. This was followed by a series of busy sounds. Old Lu put down the phone with a dumbfounded look on his face, not knowing exactly where he had messed with this great god, but the thought of the possibility of losing my job made me order it. Hey, Xiao Chen, call up Lao Zhou and Suzy, grab the tower crane and get the top floor's facade done. Old Zhou's heart is not feeling well. We still have to do it. No one can operate the tower crane now. If we can't finish it in an hour, the whole team will have to leave. Putting down the phone, Lao Lu locked his brows. The heart inexplicably rises up the emotion of worry. He walked over to the porch window, glanced out at the gradually overcast sky, opened it, and reached out to feel the wind. It should be nothing. Didn't the weather report say it was cloudy with no rain today? Old Lu raised his head and squinted at the last corner of the sun that was already on the verge of being covered up by dark clouds. With a helpless sigh, he went back to filing his nails in his recliner. What can he do? He's just a guy who does what he's told. PM. 5 hours 53 minutes and 18 seconds. After casually crushing a few scrapped phone cards, Ning Feng, dressed in a suit, had a smile on his face, modeled after a middle-aged man's face. With his left hand constantly snapping his fingers, his pace was slightly frivolous as he walked inside the Luo Group building, and while passing through the swipe card access control machine, distracted by security, having just swiped his card, he accidentally attached himself to the side of the woman who had gone to pick up the fallen card. Ning Feng passed through the doorway first. Bang! There was a dull thumping sound, coming from his side. Highly intelligent and cool vengeance article. The new book begs for collection. Begs for votes. Give a review to let the author know that someone is reading it or not. Begs for hot. End of chapter. Chapter 12 Formulaic Death begins now. Chapter 12 Formulaic Death begins now. Excuse me. Covering his shoulder, he kept saying sorry while picking up the papers scattered all over the floor. The young girl who had bumped into Ning Feng was clearly in pain. I'll help you. Ning Feng's voice was light, and he bent down, extremely quickly gathering the scattered ear papers. Thank you. I'm really sorry. The young girl kept nodding her head and thanking her, and was quite puzzled in her mind. He had clearly only lightly bumped into the other party's shoulder, so why did he have the feeling that he had crashed into a steel city wall? If I'd pushed any harder, the bones would have broken. Without lingering too long, Ning Feng turned around and headed to the front desk of the first floor lobby. The steps are steady and under control. Once upon a time, before the accident, he was just a Luo Group's lowest level employee, like Wu Lan's level. Wanting to see a person, it was as difficult as heaven. But now, he not only wants to meet, he wants to kill. I have an appointment with your Secretary General Wu. Faced with Ning Feng's arrival, the receptionist quickly reacted and said with a smile on her face after making a phone call to confirm. It's Mr. Phone, right? Secretary General Wu is waiting for you in the conference room on the top floor. Your way. While saying that, the receptionist walked ahead, leading Ning Feng to the VIP elevator that went straight to the top floor. However, when the elevator doors opened, Ning Feng didn't immediately enter. Instead, he stood at the doorway, waiting quietly. Are you not going up? The receptionist, who had wanted to leave directly, looked at the motionless Ning Feng and was filled with doubt. Without responding, Ningfeng raised his right hand and looked at the time on his wristwatch. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. When the time came to 5:57 and 57 seconds p.m., Ningfeng repressed the elevator door, which opened, and stepped in. Under the incredibly puzzled gaze of the receptionist, the figure was hidden by the closing elevator doors. What's this guy doing? Luo Group Headquarters Building, top floor conference room? Wu Lan, who was the Secretary General, was sitting on the seat by the window, staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. When he saw that Ningfeng, who should have walked directly into the elevator, had stood at the elevator entrance for a full minute or so, his eyebrows furrowed. Why wait? Wu Lan was puzzled. She swore that she had never seen the face of this last name Feng before. The parties had not previously crossed paths. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can pull at the Luo Group's headquarters. Wu Lan raised his head and looked around the conference room in all directions. In every corner, there were cameras installed. There were no dead corners. She dialed her assistant's phone. Tell the people below, all the employees who have direct contact with this phone today, investigate them all. That's right. And also, in a moment, once he makes any rash moves, have the defense team take them down straight away. Hanging up the phone, Wu Lan continued to look at the surveillance, which was transferred to the VIP elevator. Ningfeng was dressed in a suit, middle-aged, and stood quietly, motionless. Wu Lan, on the other hand, began to analyze it in conjunction with all the other parties' moves during this period, starting from the time he entered the Luo Group. Who the hell is this guy? If anything, it was coincidence that it happened to use the previous person's doorstop to enter the lobby. And what's the point of standing at the elevator door, looking at the watch in your hand, waiting for the time? A whim? All the way through the ranks. From the bottom of the promotion of the Secretary General, Wu Lan has always been a deep heart. Never met anyone she couldn't see through in the slightest. This man surnamed Feng gave her a strong feeling of alienation. Not even like a real person. It's more like a set machine, where every step, every word, every action, follows a fixed program. Just as Wu Lan was thinking, on the surveillance screen on the computer in front of her, the Ningfeng, who had originally been motionless, moved. A man in a suit snapped his head back and sideways, lifting it slightly to look at the only security camera in the elevator. The eyes seemed to be able to cross time and meet the person behind the surveillance. It's like, he knows I'm watching? At this moment, Wu Lan panicked. Ningfeng's various behaviors caused an unprecedentedly strong panic to appear in her heart. It was a kind of powerlessness and despair that no matter how much preparation you made in advance and how many backhanders you left behind, you could not escape the other party's calculations. For a moment, Wu Lan recalled the video of Luo Chen's car accident a few days ago. Dropped pencils, choking passers-by, double-decker buses, falling glass. Doesn't that accident look like the product of meticulous calculations? She did not, however, connect the surname Feng in the elevator room with the one who killed Luo Chen, just because the eyes are different. At this moment, Ningfeng only had calmness in his eyes, no scarlet killing intent. If it weren't for all the behavior, it would be more like a middle-aged social animal that came to work for the company. Silent, reticent, numb. Afternoon. 5 hours 59 minutes and 1 second. Ding. The door to the VIP elevator that led straight to the top floor opened, and Ningfeng slowly stepped out. Mr. Feng, this way. Wu Lan's assistant had been waiting for a long time, bending down and reaching out, leading Ningfeng to where the conference room was. Along the way, Ningfeng's eyes couldn't help but noticeably glance around the corners. 5 fingers tapped behind his back, and everything around him, even the blind spots, was within his senses. 3 in the left rear, 2 directly in front, 2 more in the escape tunnel there, and 1 at the conference room door. As expected of Wu Lan, he's afraid of death. Ningfeng laughed coldly in his heart. The arrangement that the other party had thought to be foolproof had long since been exposed. But unfortunately, even if all of Luo's group's psychics were to gather here today, it would be useless, simply because he won't be there when Wu Lan dies. Wait a minute. The tall security officer at the entrance to the conference room stopped Ningfeng and, without saying a word, went up and groped and searched him. It's okay. As the words fell, along with a creak, the heavy door of the conference room was pushed open. Ningfeng walked straight to the inside landing window. MS. Wu. First time. Tell me, the person who killed Luo Chen, who exactly is it? Wu Lan rose from his seat, but kept a distance of about 2 steps from Ningfeng the entire time, his entire body taut and very wary. And, how do you know his next target? Before that, I'd like to tell you something even more interesting. Ningfeng ignored the other party's questioning and, lowering his head, he raised his right hand and glanced at the wristwatch on his wrist. The time came. 6:01 and 22 seconds p.m. Have you ever heard of the accident formula? In the bottom of Ning Feng's eyes, there was an ancient well, and a smile on his face, like a kindly elder, telling a bedtime story, a formula for death that takes into account, worldwide, both people and objects, a formula for death. Statistically, accidental deaths account for less than 1/10 of all deaths each year. Accidents, in all people's perceptions, represent chance and a very low probability of occurrence. The accident formula, on the other hand, can string together any time, place, and person in a chain reaction, a butterfly effect. Let chance become inevitable. Let low probability become 100%. Simply put, it can make anyone die in an unexpected way. Another climax is coming, asking for votes, begging for collection. The new book is not easy. You see the official to give a comment to support the good. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 13, I prejudged your prejudgment. Chapter 13, I prejudged your prejudgment. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the evening sunset, the light was orange and red, reflecting on Ning Feng's entire body. The shadows of his feet were drawn diagonally, and Wu Lan, who stood opposite him, frowned, his eyes full of anxiety. So you've come here today, after all this talk, to tell me that Luo Chen died because someone used a so-called accidental formula. Is that right? Wu Lan stepped forward and looked Ningfeng up and down, deeply convinced that she was being used as a pastime. Every word Ningfeng said was not to be trusted. It seems you don't want to tell the truth. In the next moment, Wu Lan's stern aura was withdrawn, changing the seriousness of the norm, and the whole person's body, instead, had a few more points of charm. Tap tap tap. The heels made a crunching sound on the tiles of the conference room floor. Under Ning Feng's gaze, Wu Lan sized him up while pacing around his side, her fingers slender, tracing over Ning Feng's suit. The mouth didn't stop. Few, if any, are as bold as you. In my life, what I hate most is men, and what I hate more than men is men who lie. At that moment, Wu Lan had already arrived behind Ning Feng, a pair of hands, spreading from the bottom up towards Ning Feng's neck. What's more, this is the headquarters of the Luo group. It's not wise for you to tell me lies here. Wu Lan slightly patted her feet, her head coming up behind Ning Feng's ear, blowing slightly and saying, at this moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference room seemed to appear somewhat ambiguous and seductive. Wu Lan's entire body almost stuck to Ning Feng's back, and both of her hands immediately rested on each other's shoulders as well. Faced with such a scenario, Ning Feng always turned his back. In the drooping left hand, a tapping motion of very little amplitude could be faintly seen in the 5 fingers. Accident, an ability that not only allows Ning Feng to settle others for an accidental death, it is also possible to extrapolate, at all times, what accidents can happen to you. At this moment, under the activation of his ability, a large amount of information was also added to his mind. At 6:05 and 44 seconds p.m., Wu Lan was confronted with the accidental formula and decided it was a lie. 6:06 and 38 seconds p.m., Wu Lan is trying to paralyze your vigilance with a seductive gesture. 6:06 and 50 seconds p.m., Wu Lan's hands cross over your shoulders. Her own powers activate. Sharp, poison nails, targeting your neck. At 6:06 and 59 seconds p.m., you were paralyzed by the other party's fingernails on your neck and your whole body was paralyzed due to intoxication. A flurry of information violently erupted and surged in Ning Feng's mind. The future came into view in a myriad of intersecting threads, and in front of him, just a step away on the tiles of the floor, a clear footprint emerged, glowing red. Time is flying by, second by second. Behind Ning Feng, Wu Lan's eyes were filled with viciousness and madness at the moment. Over the years, I don't know how many people, from scoffing at her as if she were a plaything in the beginning to begging for forgiveness on their knees in the end. The one in front of me, surnamed Feng, would be no exception. Under poisoning, the thought of survival would make the other party prostrate at Wu Lan's feet and tell her everything she wanted to know. 6 hours 6 minutes and 56 seconds. 6 hours 6 minutes and 57 seconds. 6 hours 6 minutes and 58 seconds. In an instant, Wu Lan's poison nails were about to pierce Ning Feng's neck. She even wanted to start the celebratory carousing early. However, just as she pushed her hands together in unison, Ning Feng, who was supposed to be standing still, stepped forward while bending over slightly. Phew, such a simple action, but it directly caused Wu Lan to pounce. She froze in place, irritated to the point that she was about to step right up and continue her attack. But Ning Feng, who was bent over, didn't even turn around to look at just simply extending his right hand backward. He accurately grabbed the wrist of his opponent's stabbing hand. Crunch! The sound of skin ringing, coming from the grip. Wu Lan was slightly unsteady from the pain. Miss Wu, between us, it's best to sit down and talk slowly. Ningfeng let go of his hand, stood up, and turned his head, his tone flat and condescending as he scrutinized Wu Lan, so as not to hurt the peace. At this moment, in the eyes of Wu Lan, who was once again looking at Ningfeng, the confidence and ruthlessness of the previous moment had long since disappeared. In its place, there is guesswork, unreadability, and fear of the unknown. Ningfeng, who was standing in front of her, had a smile on his face, an expression that should have been incomparably softer. In Wu Lan's eyes, it looked like a demon's gaping mouth. The intense practice of the ability day in and day out had allowed Ningfeng to utilize it long ago. All he needed to do was, while the accident was about to come upon himself, follow the path of circumvention in his mind and act accordingly. Millimeters can be fatal, but Ningfeng would never miss. Never again after the day my sister's powers went berserk to save herself. Ms. Wu. In addition, I would like to remind you, although the security of the Luo group has always been rigorous, there's no guarantee that the guards waiting outside the doors, in the corridors, in the middle of the building, will get to you faster than me when something goes wrong. Ningfeng spoke in a calm tone, expounding on the facts. But it was precisely because it was the truth that made Wu Lan feel a deep sense of powerlessness and regret. She shouldn't have agreed to meet with Ningfeng alone, even on their home turf. Phew. Wu Lan was silent for a moment and took a deep breath. Meaningfully glancing at Ningfeng in front of him, he reached out, making a please motion, gesturing for the other to sit on one of the single sofas in the window seat. Himself, on the other hand, settled into another single sofa directly opposite. Between the two, only a small coffee table with round clear glass and a metal base separated them. On it were 2 wine glasses, a bottle of high-proof wine, recently opened, and the mouth of the bottle, filled with the aroma of wine. Ningfeng sat on the sofa and leaned forward slightly. His gaze carried a strong sense of scrutiny as he stared straight at the Wu Lan in front of him. The strange gazes made the latter uncomfortable, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Ms. Wu may have misunderstood me. The so-called accidental formula, I think it should not exist. The only thing that really exists in this world is just the infinite number of accidents themselves. The reason I've come to see you is that my purpose was made clear within the phone call. Luo Chen's death was an accident, but it was also a man-made accident, and this person's next target, I'm sure Ms. Wu should have some idea. Ningfeng smiled wryly, his eyes burning, his voice lowered, and, it's no one else, precisely you, Ms. Wu. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed high in the sky outside the building, just like Wu Lan's heart at this moment. Shaking. It's thundering. Ningfeng straightened up and looked out the window, and there were flashes of thunder in the cloudy sky. As for Wu Lan, who was sitting across from him, his head, which was originally lowered, was now raised. Abruptly, a loud laugh broke out. End of chapter. Chapter 14, pick an auspicious number. How about 3? Chapter 14, pick an auspicious number. How about 3? Ha 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 ha. The rampant laughter echoed throughout the conference room, so much so that even the defense personnel waiting outside the door were flabbergasted. Wu Lan was, at the moment, with messy hair and even bent over with laughter. Ha 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 ha. So, what you're saying is that this person who killed Luo Chen by accidental means will also kill me by accidental means, right? Wu Lan fiercely curtailed his laughter, and the look he gave Ningfeng was filled with murderous intent. Her tone was a bit sinister, slightly mocking, word for word. So, could you please tell me, Mr. Feng, when the accident against me will come? The air, in this instant, condensed, and the atmosphere of the entire conference room became subtle. 6:11 and 20 seconds p.m. Wow! The sound of wine being poured broke the silence like death. Ningfeng sat on the sofa, his body forward, his right hand picking up the bottle of wine and pouring it full of dense liquor towards the wine glasses placed in front of Wu Lan. The wine splashed around, trailing over the top of the glass as it was poured, overflowing onto the coffee table and dripping onto the floor. Tick-tock, 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 until the last drop of wine, all poured out. Only then was the bottle put back in its place. This odd behavior drew a frown from Wu Lan. The next accident, I think, would be today. Ningfeng smiled faintly and looked out the window, which was already a bit dark and cloudy. Today is a great day. With that, he got up from the couch and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the street below. 100 meters in the air, vehicles and pedestrians, such as sesame green beans. But Ningfeng could see clearly that the traffic policeman directing the traffic was blowing his whistle sharply. Directly below a streetlight, the bulb zips, 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 zips and zips. You think I'm going to believe this nonsense? Wu Lan got up, her pretty face filled with ice. However, Ning Feng, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, turned around violently and, in an unnoticed opening in Wu Lan's vision, he gently rested on her chin, his fingers slightly exerting force and lifting upward. Voice, full of compulsion. Pick a number. What? Wu Lan was shocked at having failed to watch out for Ning Feng's movements, and subconsciously frowned as she asked. Pick a number you like. Ning Feng repeated. Spinning around, he lowered the hand located on Wu Lan's chin, took a long breath, and asked himself, never mind, let me help you choose. How about 3? Very auspicious. After saying that, he walked straight in the direction of the conference room door under Wu Lan's suspicious gaze. As he pushed open the door, the time on his right-hand wristwatch stopped at 6 hours 13 minutes and 17 seconds. Go on. After Ning Feng left, Wu Lan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. The assistant who had rushed through the door, along with a couple of security officers in black suits, stood respectfully. Make it clean. She clasped her shoulders in front of her, finally relieved. Right. And also, gather all the remaining security personnel currently in the building, all but those necessary to remain in place. Outside the conference room, Wu Lan thought of something and called out to her assistant who was just about to leave, making what she thought was the best decision. Soon, only Wu Lan was left alone in the large conference room. Her heels, under her feet, stepped on the liquor that spilled over the floor tiles, but she didn't have the time, or the inclination, at the moment, to bother with that. Instead, he frowned, looking out the window at the worsening weather, and muttered, pick a number. What does it mean? Why did it favor 3? Wu Lan thought back to Ning Feng's last words, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the super-tall tower crane quietly starts up, looking a bit narrow and long, hanging up the platform shelf, a little bit close to the top glass. The 2 workers in charge of maintenance were heavily armed. Su Zi, can old Zhou make it? On the somewhat wobbly platform, the older worker, full of worry, turned back to look inside the tower crane's cockpit. It should be all right. Before I came up here, I saw that Lao Zhou had taken medicine in advance to prepare. Asako responded hesitantly, but also shuddered as she looked at the cloudy sky above her, which looked like the sky was collapsing. Mud. This really isn't a job for people. 100 meters below, Ning Feng left the Luo group unhindered. The moment he stepped out the front door, he glanced at his wristwatch time. Right on schedule. 6:15 and 2 seconds p.m. And after a light grunt and a smile, Ning Feng's left hand, which was hanging down at his side, tapped its 5 fingers once more. Accidental calculation. It's on. The bright and dim street lights, some broken floor tiles, placed next to the altar, the appearance of some faded red cans of spray paint. In front of Ning Feng's eyes, there was a red light that enveloped different objects. A huge amount of unexpected information also sprang up in the middle of the mind. Faulty streetlight in front of the Roche building flickers on and off. The floor tiles 30 centimeters to the left of the street lamp are cracked in the middle by 2 gaps. One hand picks up the red spray paint that was left on the side of the altar. A pair of feet, standing on cracked floor tiles after today's ninth down of dull thunder, towards the tarmac next to them, painting skeleton smiley faces with spray paint. The traffic policeman directing traffic witnessed this, and, already annoyed from working overtime, he rushed forward and tried to stop it. The spray-painted figure pushes away the rushing traffic policeman. In the following seconds, a large number of glass shards, and a figure, fell within a series of crashing sounds. High above, inside the tower crane cab, old Zhou, whose face was a little white, was maneuvering the tower crane. Even with his physical ailments, he applied for the job just for half the paycheck over the side office. As one of the thousands of ordinary people who have not awakened their powers, the only way to survive in this world is to fight for your life. Old Zhou raised his hand toward the 2 colleagues at the end of the boom in front of him, and measured a gesture, signaling that he could begin. Buzz. Accompanied by the muffled sound of machinery in motion, Lao Zhou maneuvered the boom, leaning the 2 men standing on the platform shelf toward the direction of the close proximity of the top glass. Boom. Rumble. A thunderbolt, exploding in the sky above. It made old Chow's nerves tense as never before. Outside, the wind was raging, and the cold sweat on old Zhou's forehead, too, was growing more and more. Ka-ching! As bright yellow lightning danced through the clouds, old Zhou subconsciously closed his eyes slightly. What followed was a sharp pain at the heart of the chest, spasming at breakneck speed. Buzz. The sudden acceleration of the sound of the machine running caused the 2 men who were preparing the exterior wall for maintenance to turn back in fear and, not good. Old Chow. It's going to rain. The black clouds are pressing down. The sky is about to collapse. Ning Feng stood on the sidewalk near the road underneath the Luo Group's building. He bent over slightly, and with a smooth hand, removed the long-abandoned can of red spray paint from the edge of the altar. Bam bam bam. After shaking it in my hand a few times, it seems to be working. Whirling around, when another thunderclap sounded, Ningfeng stood on the broken tile, in a sideways position, on the tarmac next to it, and began spraying. Barely. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Everything is a Given. Chapter 15, Everything is a Given. Red spray paint, painting a skeletal smiley face on the ground. The scarlet color makes the whole thing look incredibly creepy. If someone, who had been at the scene of Luo Chen's car accident, had seen Ningfeng, dressed in black, one would be surprised to find that the black skull mask he wore on his face at the time, the pattern, was different from the skull smiley face that Ningfeng had spray painted with his own hands right now, as if, a symbolic sign of something. What are doing? Who told you to scribble on the road? The traffic police, who had just finished directing a wave of traffic, saw Ningfeng, who was spraying paint on the road in front of him, even jogged all the way over to try to stop the behavior. Even in the next second, it was going to step on the skeleton smiley face that Ningfeng had just spray painted. But what this traffic cop was facing was Ningfeng's hand, which was launched forward first as if he had anticipated his arrival in advance. It seemed to be light, but the force that pushed in front of the traffic policeman made him, 160 to 70 pounds of strong man, directly fall backward several steps. Stumbling on his feet, he was unsteady and planted himself directly on the ground. And you boys assaulted a police officer. The traffic cop, who had been furious just a moment ago, sat down extremely hard on his butt, and the pain made him a little dazed. However, just for a moment he sat paralyzed on the ground. Bang! Bang! Wow! The dull sound of impact, the splash of broken glass, came from high above the Luo Group building. After the ninth thunderclap had passed, a figure, accompanied by a mournful scream, flipped and fell from 100 meters in the air. Snap! Like a melon crashing to the ground. That figure, a whole lot of it, slapped and rotted on the ground. The position it was in happened to be the skeletal smiley face that Ningfeng had spray painted earlier. Blood, staining the ground red. The bloody body, broken into 3 pieces. And where Ningfeng stood, his body was surprisingly not stained with half a trace of blood. On the contrary, the paralyzed traffic policeman, who just now was still focusing on Ningfeng on the ground, at this time has been in front of a mess of blood and flesh. Shocked and frozen place, he opened his mouth slightly, but he couldn't make a sound. Tick-tock, sharp vehicle sirens blared across the congested roadway, a car door was opened, and many drivers poked their heads out, and were also shocked by the scene in front of them. Rewind reality back a bit, and there's still a minute to go before the arrival of the ninth clap of thunder. Luo Group headquarters building, top floor conference room, on the single sofa by the window. Wulan frowned slightly, her fingers slowly tapping on the coffee table in front of her. Tada! 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 Her fingers were stained with wine, but she didn't care. 3. That phone guy. Why do you emphasize that number? Wulan was puzzled, his rimless glasses, the lenses reflecting the coffee table in front of him. And the drink on the coffee table reflected her face in the same way. Luo Chen's death was a man-made accident. Wulan began to recall the words that Ningfeng had spoken within this conference room. Accidents, in all people's perceptions, represent chance and a very low probability of occurrence. And the accident formula, on the other hand, can string together any time, place, and person in a chain reaction. A butterfly effect. Let chance become inevitable. Let low probability become 100%. Simply put, it's possible to make anyone die in an unexpected way. Man-made accidents. People. As Wulan mumbled, steeply, her heart thumped as she stared wide-eyed, as if she had thought of something crucial. Wait a minute. People? Subconsciously, she then had to turn around to look behind her, at the few people who were starting repair work outside the window. Bang! There was no more time left for Wulan to scrutinize, before she could turn back to look. Behind her, a heavy, muffled thud, accompanied by a clear concussion, came. Wulan jerked his head around and saw that the temporary platform, which was supposed to be maneuvered by the tower crane's boom, is crashing unmercifully into the conference room's floor-to-ceiling windows under the increasingly complicated windy weather outside. The force was so great that the entire glass window, all trembled, and at the point of impact, pieces of cracked lines emerged. Inside the cockpit of the tower crane, the old Zhou, whose heart was in paralytic shock, his head hanging helplessly on the joystick, and the 2 workers of the logistics team on the simple platform were clutching the edge of the platform with a death grip and huddling in it. Let the boom and the gusts of wind maneuver as they please. And this person's next target, I'm sure MS. Wu should have some idea. It's no one else but you, MS. Wu. Ningfeng's voice echoed in Wu Lan's mind like a demon's preview. Not good. Bang! An even heavier muffled sound came instantly. In the midst of Wu Lan's dumbfounded gaze, the heavy and hard platform shelf instantly broke through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wow! A scattering of glass shards caused Wu Lan to instinctively pounce on the ground, trying to avoid it. But behind her, in a blind spot invisible to the viewer, the iron hook that swung under the improvised platform, coincidentally, hooked the belt around her waist. Phew! The sound of the whistling wind and the humid air instantly poured into the conference room. No! The moment she was hooked, Wu Lan panicked. Cat ears, cat paws, cat tails, all exposed. Under the movement of her supernatural ability, she clawed her hands with 10 fingers and grabbed towards the slippery floor tiles in a deadly manner. Zip! 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 A toothsome sound came from under Wu Lan. The inertia of the bitterly weak and heavy platform supports, rocking outward without any loss of momentum, was aided even by the gusty winds. Phew! And under Wu Lan, the slippery drink on the floor became her last straw. Sharp claws slashed across the tiles, sputtering faint sparks that stained the wine, which flared against the wind. The fire fell on Wu Lan's hand. The burning sensation made her subconsciously contract her hands and, also completely lost, friction with the ground. No! The violent noise also caused a large group of people on guard outside the conference room to hastily push their way through the door and, he saw Wu Lan, who was hooked by the iron hook and thrown to the outside of the building, with no place to use his strength, falling down from the sky. Her wide eyes were filled with despair, and in the instant before she fell, her right hand, which exposed her sharp claws, had 3 of its fingers, leaving 3 clear scratches on a shard of glass. Then, like a bird that has lost its wings, in the darkness of the night and the gale, it fell, and those defenders who could have rushed over in time, at this moment, unexpectedly and unanimously produced a momentary hesitation, only because of Wu Lan's usual style. By the time they reacted, they rushed to the shattered window. He could only watch the Secretary General, who smashed down the square road with great speed and was reduced to mush. What should we do? When asked from above, they will surely say that it was the defense team's negligence. By the shattered window, there were guards full of remorse. The only one among us who has flying ability was sent by Secretary General Wu to do away with that phone. These people here can't all jump down with her in order to save her, right? She has only herself to blame. Bad luck and an accident. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Kill as many as come. Chapter 16, Kill as many as come. 3 paragraphs. Wu Lan, who was once arrogant and unbeatable, didn't know how many lives he had destroyed. Longchen Luo Group, Secretary General of the Secretarial Team. At this moment, it was reduced to 3 pieces of unrecognizable flesh, displayed on the side of the road in front of the Lowe's Group building. When the iron hook hooked her, when the sharp claws rubbed sparks of fire, when the descent from the heights of, in the last few seconds before she died, in Wu Lan's mind, she could never figure out that part of Ning Feng's sentence. Pick a number you like. Forget it, I'll help you choose. How about 3? Very auspicious. To her dying day, she couldn't figure it out. The so-called 3, that was the day when the 3 of them, Wu Lan, had come to Ning Feng's home and attempted to forcibly seize his sister's psychic abilities. Facing her sister, who was begging for forgiveness for Ning Feng, Wu Lan mockingly and contemptuously slapped Ning Feng's sister 3 times. Invisible Man Luo Chen. Ning Feng let him die in silence. Wu Lan, the cat's claw woman. Ning Feng let her die in confusion. They say cats have 9 lives. Ning Feng, who was dressed in a straight suit, stood not far away at the moment and quietly gazed at the streak of Wu Lan. Laughing lightly, he shook his head. I don't think so. And then, turning around, his figure was hidden from the crowd of traffic and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Where are the people? A few seconds after Ning Feng disappeared, a few members of the defense team, who had been sent out by Wu Lan to decimate. Standing on the side of the street, he looked around, but realized that there was no sign of his target at all. And when their eyes, falling aside to the mush that was being surrounded by the crowd, the professional outfit, and the twisted rimless glasses, proclaimed the identity of the stall. Done. At this time, these few people from the defense group, where there was still any mind to chase people, only felt that from head to toe, the whole body was cold. With almost the entire defense team on guard, the head of the secretarial team is dead. I look at it. Why don't we grab and leave Dragon City? Leave the Luo Group building and walk out about 3 blocks away. Inside the alleyway, Ning Feng removed the disguise from his face and restored his original appearance. His red pupils ghostly lit up. From the cloth bag in the corner of the alleyway, he took the hooded windbreaker he had put away in advance. Put on your mask and keep the hood on your head down. Taking advantage of the crowd passing by, Ning Feng stepped out of the alleyway and hid himself in it. His steps were slightly lighter, and the boulder weighing on his chest seemed to have shrunk a lot. After passing around the corner of the street and looking at the things on the display shelves inside the store, Ningfeng stopped. He watched in silence, out of his mind for a moment. Follow the line of sight to find it. And what comes into view is a beautifully wrapped buttercream cake. Cake top, sprinkled with assorted fruits. Ding dong. The door to the cake store was pushed open and the doorbell rang. Welcome, may I take your order? The shopgirl politely greeted her and met Ningfeng's red eyes with such a rare color that she froze. And Ningfeng pointed to the piece he had long since favored. This piece. The female clerk subconsciously reacted. This piece is our new signature fruitcake. Using imported animal cream. Can you write birthday wishes? Ningfeng interrupted the other party's attempt to introduce the professional words of a sales pitch. Yes, sir, what would you like to write? A few minutes later. Ding dong. After another ring of the doorbell, Ningfeng took the piece of packed fruitcake and held it in his hands, treating it like a treasure. Like the unusual young man who brings a cake and rushes home to celebrate his birthday. No one would have made the connection with the tragedy 3 blocks away. All solved? In the factory on the outskirts of the city, old Meng, with one eye, was gathered in front of a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the freshly polished mechanical parts. When he heard the familiar footsteps behind him, he knew that the person coming was Ningfeng. Bought a cake? It's Rain's birthday again today? Glancing over and realizing what Ningfeng was holding, old Meng was a bit surprised. Aha! Ningfeng calmly answered, seemingly with something on his mind. Crossing over to old Meng, he carried the cake and walked towards the side of the factory, in front of the huge nutritional pod. Inside the nourishment pod, the petite girl with silver hair was still curled up in a deep sleep. Little Rain. Ningfeng's mechanical palm gently stroked the outside of the nutritional pod. The voice was incredibly gentle and he then looked down slightly at the cake in his hand. Carefully unwrap it to reveal the inside. Buttercream covers the outside of the cake blank and is sprinkled with an assortment of chopped fruit. On top of that, there was written in chocolate sauce, Happy birthday to Xiaoyu. Happy birthday Rain. Ningfeng held the cake up carefully, trying to get closer to the girl in the nutritional pod. On his face, a forlorn smile spread. Alas, not far away. Lao Meng put down the parts and magnifying glass in his hand, silently gazing at the scene before him. A heart clenched and a sigh escaped. Xiaoyu, your sister she will be fine. Old Meng could only be so comforting. Ningfeng, whose back was turned, was silent for a long time. Shifting his feet, he set the cake down on a side table, on which several other cakes of various styles had long been placed. It's all moldy and rotting. I grew up in the same orphanage as Xiaoyu. I grew up without relatives, and from the day I met her, she was my only support in this world. Ningfeng looked at the table of cakes and was lost in thought. Whether it's Invisible Man Luo Chen or Cat's Claw Woman Wulan, this is just the beginning. It's a small warning. The Luo group has stood in Dragon City for decades, and has lived in peace for too long. Rain is getting worse every day and I don't have time to stop. Old Meng, I remember you said that you were more than 70% sure that Xiaoyu would wake up. Ningfeng turned his head violently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Old Meng was silent for a split second, looked inside the nutritional pod and frowned. That's right, but only if you can get your sister's lost that part of her supernormal ability and get it back again. In the past few years, you've been poking around in the Luo group, so you should know that your sister's ability, in all likelihood, was snatched away by one of the second generation of the Luo group, and it looks like it's not low status. You have to think clearly. Once you try to snatch back Xiaoyu's lost psychic ability, it also means a full-scale war with the Luo group. There are tens of thousands of shifters under Luo's command, and you, yourself. Old Meng analyzed the pros and cons, and Ningfeng knew it by heart. The powerful, hand-to-mouth group of aliens is like an evil dragon. How difficult it is to slay a dragon alone. It can be described as 10 deaths, but he responded with a smile that surfaced on his face. Insane, terrifying, and filled with murderous intent. I'm well aware. The Luo group took away the only family member I cared about, and I have nothing left to lose. I only have this life. Those who want to stand in my way, come as many as you can and kill as many as you can. Chapter revisions are complete. Everyone's powers are non-repeating, unless the last one died and the powers he had appeared randomly in others. End of chapter. Chapter 17, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental? Chapter 17, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental? It was a slightly bad day for all of Law. As a large Xenos company that ranked high in the world, it had been entrenched in Dragon City for decades, and no one dared to mess with it. But from the company's recent frantic efforts to promote the popular alien, the Invisible Man Luo Chen, car accident, poisoning, died in the company care room. Then there is the Secretary General of the secretarial team, Lan Wu, who has likewise met an untimely end within the company. It was only then that the Luo group realized that the two accidents might be connected in some unknown way. Not like an accident, but more like, someone is declaring war towards the Law group. Luo group. Inside the top floor conference room, almost all of the defense team members, standing in a row, looked respectfully at the silhouette in front of them. Even Chen Mo, who was the manager, didn't dare to breathe out loud, was carefully opening his mouth to report. 2/3 of the defense team, who were outside the conference room at the time of the incident, were on guard. There was nothing else out of the ordinary until the glass was smashed. Since the only flying alien in the group was ordered by Wu Lan to carry out another mission, the defense team could do nothing at the time of her crash. As for Wu Lan, fell from a height of 100 meters and directly fell into 3 sections, dying on the spot. Listening to Chen Mo's report, the silhouette, however, was unprecedentedly silent. The Luo family, which founded the Luo group, is divided into the main family and branches, and attaches great importance to the firstborn concubine. Born from a branch lineage, Luo Ling has demonstrated superhuman intelligence since childhood, and has made significant suggestions on the development and operation of the company on many occasions. But the only flaw is that there is no supernatural ability, which also leads to the fact that although he has the ability, but has not been able to be among the real power layer of the company. Of course, the absence of psychic powers was once upon a time. It's only since I got that girl's powers that I've had the chance to be among the top of the group, and in charge of the immensely important investigations unit. Now that I'm about to be promoted further, it coincides with the assessment period for me within the family, and as a result, there's been so much chaos. Luo Ling frowned tightly, his gaze falling across the entire conference room. All you see is a mess. The shattered coffee table, the imprints left by the already dried wine, the floor tiles were full of scratches and cracks, as well as bits of glass scattered all over the floor, and the wind pouring in from 100 meters above the empty window. I remember that at that time, before the incident, Wu Lan had seen someone in the conference room, seemingly thinking of something. Luo Ling coldly questioned. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo, who was on the side, thumped in his heart and hurriedly replied, "This is indeed the case. We have accessed the large and small surveillance cameras within the group and found that before Wu Lan fell off the building, she did meet with a middle-aged man in the conference room. According to the information record given by the front desk on the first floor, it's a man surnamed Feng, who appears to be the person that Wu Lan called directly to the front desk and instructed to be released. Other than that, there is no other information about this man surnamed Feng, but I have already set my people to investigate, and I believe that I will be able to find it soon." Luo Ling, the young man with an extraordinarily grim face, had his eyes slightly narrowed in thought at the moment. Listening to Chen Mo's simply summarized information, he couldn't help but be filled with doubts. Meeting alone. Interesting. How long has this Feng been alone with Wu Lan? Chen Mo sniffed and quickly turned over the investigation record in his hand, reading line by line. Judging by the time the security footage shows, the man, Feng, entered the building at 5:53 p.m. yesterday and got into the VIP elevator at about 5:58 p.m. to head to the penthouse, but he left the conference room at 6:13 p.m. 10 minutes or so alone with Wu Lan, which isn't very long. A few minutes after he left, due to the tower crane operator's accidental cardiac paralytic shock, the boom lost control and the platform support, which was standing 2 maintenance workers, crashed into the conference room glass. The hook from above accidentally hooked Lan Wu, which is what caused her to fall from 100 meters. As for the one surnamed Feng, according to common sense, there doesn't seem to be any direct suspicion. Chen Mo closed the folder in his hand and looked at Luo Ling with his ears in front of him. In his description, the one surnamed Feng possesses an alibi in the absolute sense, evidence that still comes from the surveillance footage on their side of the Luo group. Accident. Is it an accident again? It was an accident when Luo Chen, whom the company is strongly promoting, had a car accident, and it was also an accident when Secretary General Wu Lan crashed into a building. Around a week before and after, there were 2 accidents, which has not been seen in the decades of the Luo group's existence. Luo Ling laughed in anger. He walked over to the window with the broken glass and, gazing down at the ground 100 meters away, if there's no suspicion, then why did that Feng deliberately paint a skeleton smiley face on the side of the road before Wu Lan's fall? And Wu Lan smashed into the smiley face again with pinpoint accuracy? 1 foot, and the next, Wu Lan is dead? Coincidence? Accident? There's no such thing as coincidence in heaven. Call everyone who has contact with this Feng. Here. Also, the 2 maintenance men from the logistics group that survived. Call them in piece by piece. Luo Ling gave the order. Soon, all of those mentioned stood in a row in the conference room. Each of them trembled, not daring to meet Luo Ling's eyes. Each of them counted as a witness to yesterday's accident. I called Secretary General Wu to confirm. She was the one who personally said to give that Feng's release, and I led him to the VIP elevator. But there's one thing that's strange. He stood and waited at the elevator for a minute or so before walking up when it was clearly there. The female receptionist who had received Ningfeng recalled. I remember it was around 5:53 p.m. Because I had to work a late shift and I was a little late for the traffic jam on the road. And I was looking at the time at all times, so I remember it clearly. I accidentally bumped into a man after going through the gate. I was hitting him where his shoulder was, and it was like hitting a piece of iron. When I went back to check it out, I realized that the area where I hit it was bruised. The one who spoke was the young girl who had collided with Ningfeng yesterday afternoon, scattering papers in her hands all over the place. As he said this, he rolled up his sleeve and showed up the bruise at his shoulder. Hearing this, Luo Ling was puzzled. You should be an official employee of the group, and according to the company's records, you're a delta level empath. Physical strength, probably about 5 times that of an ordinary person. Just a bump can bruise a large area. It seems that this Feng's surname has an alien ability level of gamma or above. And, 9 times out of 10, it's similar to you, Chen Mo. With a body-hardening type of psychic ability, Luo Ling's eyes lit up, thinking he had found the key. Then he looked at Chen Mo, who was standing frozen on the side. Chen Mo, I'll lend you the people from the investigation team. You go and investigate the body-hardened adepts within the boundaries of Dragon City who have not registered with the Adept Company. Age in the mid to late 40s. Psychic ability level in the upper to lower gamma highs. Luo Ling pointed at Chen Mo and seemed to have thought of something and added a few more sentences. Also, you go to the Luo Chen car accident, the nearby 5 street-size surveillance. Find connections to check once. See if there is a suspicious target. The body is similar to this surname Feng. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Murderer in the Dark. Chapter 18, Murderer in the Dark. Late night, on the outskirts of the city, inside the factory. The sound of beating iron kept coming. Old Meng today changed the usual early bedtime habits. Like a magic crazy iron. Ningfeng, alien power level, gamma. Alien power, accidental expansion. Progress of alien power, 45/100. In the corner, Ningfeng, who had just finished his physical exercise, repulsed his upper body and leaned against the wall. Mechanically built hands, wrapped around his body, was looking ahead in a daze. Alien power progress? It's up to 45. Designing Luo Chen's car accident gained him 3 points. Poisoning Luo Chen gained him 12 points. And killing Mulan actually gained him 30 points? Originally, I thought that the points were judged according to the strength of the resolved powers. But according to the actual battle strength, Luo Chen's invisibility powers are far stronger than Mulan's simple felinization. It seems that there are other aspects that affect points. 45 is halfway out of starting the second alien level evolution. Ningfeng put away the system panel in front of him and slowly got up, tapping his 5 fingers in the air as he continued to project. Evolving from accidental to accidental expansion allows me to combine things that wouldn't otherwise happen in the same place at the same time by projecting them to form an entirely new accident. What would such an ability become if it were to evolve? Again? What are you kid thinking about again? Old Meng's voice came out of nowhere and, interrupting Ningfeng's thoughts. Here. Old Meng turned towards Ningfeng and handed over an object. What is it? Ningfeng subconsciously hitchhiked his eyes and looked, only to see that the thing in Old Meng's hand looked like a mask that could be knocked over his face. On the inside, it was made of steel metal, but on the outside, it was in a state similar to human skin. Ningfeng took it and placed it in his hands and touched it, realizing that on the outside of this mask, not only did it look similar to real skin, but even the feel of it was not far off. How was it? Not bad. That way you don't have to put several layers of makeup masks on your face, on a regular basis. Old Meng was all smiles, seemingly pleased with his masterpiece after a busy day. Try it on. I made it after your facial styling. At Old Meng's urging, Ningfeng stood in front of a side mirror and knocked the mask in his hand onto his mechanically built chin. Click. The sound of snap links came. When Ningfeng raised his eyes again, he saw himself in the mirror. His entire face, like an ordinary person. Flesh-colored skin with no semblance of metallic sheen, like a human being. It fits. Ningfeng looked around. Thanks Old Meng. He's not good at thanking, especially verbally. That's a bit of an honor. After all, if I can help you a bit more, I'll be able to make Luo's group suffer sooner, and I'm happy to do so. Old Meng waved his hand, then looked to the side of the electric chair. Tentatively, he asked, Say, are you still doing your therapy today? It's so late. Of course, it can't be broken. Ningfeng didn't hesitate in the slightest. Thanks to you, Old Meng, for reminding me. It's not too late. so let's do it now. As he spoke, Ningfeng removed the mask that had been fastened over his face, put it away carefully. He didn't intend to wear it all the time. Why are you still taking it off? Old Meng saw the other party's movements and spoke in confusion. Something not good enough? No, it's very good. Ningfeng's voice was calm. But it's precisely because it's so good that it made me see myself and think I was an ordinary person. He stroked his cold, mechanical chin as he spoke. Now is not the time. Revenge is just beginning. Seeing in the mirror every day, my crippled body is what makes me remember the hate even more. And the hate is what keeps me going. Before the words were even finished, Ningfeng, as a whole, walked directly to the electric chair and sat down. Come on. I was thinking of helping you get the skin covers for your hands and feet done as well, but now it seems like I'll have to wait a while longer to get them. Old Mang shrugged as he looked at Ningfeng, who had his head hung low, realizing that hatred had taken root in this young man's heart, roots so deep that they had become one with the soul. Revenge was now the entire meaning of Ningfeng's life. I'll debug the energized equipment for you first. Old Mang stopped thinking about it and went up to work. The electric chair, which was torture for the next person, had become as necessary as eating and drinking water every day when it came to Ningfeng. And in the process of Old Man helping to immobilize his arms and legs, Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered his next target. The three people who wanted to take Xiaoyu captive in the first place are now only the manager of Luo's group, Chen Mo, physical enhancement type alien, man of steel. Unlike the invisible man, Luo Chen, who is in a state of invisibility, the surface of his skin is indestructible, but Chen Mo is from skin, muscle, blood vessels, internal organs, all turned into steel. Super toughness, and the increased body weight from stealing, will bring him great destructive power. It was because I was the first to receive a blow from Chen Mo that caused my entire body to have broken bones and no ability to resist in the first place. Watching my sister get her alien powers extracted, Ningfeng's scarlet eyes erupted with intense killing intent. But although they were both Gamma level aberrants, Chen Mo was undoubtedly the most powerful of the Gamma level group. In a head-on confrontation, Ningfeng had no chance of winning. The only way to kill Chen Mo is to find his weakness. That being said, Ningfeng had been thinking about this for 2 days, yet he still wasn't 10% sure. Get ready, I'm going to energize. Old Meng's reminder came. In the next moment, intense electric currents instantly traveled through Ningfeng's limbs and bones. With a low cry, Ningfeng's body instantly tightened and stiffened. Electricity arced across the surface of his body, and zip, 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 zip rang in his ears. However, at this moment, Ningfeng wasn't in the least bit overly agonized by the spread of the current. Instead, his scarlet eyes flashed with a wildly alien light. Right, why didn't I think of that? Everything is mutually exclusive, steel is indestructible, but it is a good conductor of electricity. The deaths of Luo Chen and Wu Lan, in the eyes of the outside world, were just 2 simple accidents, and did not have much of an impact on the Luo group itself. This time, I'm going to make this accident a big enough sensation. Luo's group, no longer able to stabilize its footing, thoughts tumbled through his mind, and Ningfeng felt his brain, clearer than ever before. He grinned sardonically and held on. He wants revenge, to take care of those who have hurt him and his sister. He also had to reclaim the part of his powers that belonged to his sister. Even though there are countless enemies waiting ahead, the process won't be easy, but he'll go on, one step at a time, going forward. Chen Mo, it's your turn soon. Chapter revisions are complete. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Playing with the Hands. Chapter 19, Playing with the Hands. Before the operation against Chen Mo begins, there is one more thing I must do. 2 days have passed since Wu Lan's death. In the past 2 days, Luo's group up and down. 3 silence, unified the cause of this accident, attributed to the deterioration of the weather caused by the accident. More to show the company's benevolent side. For the tower crane work, sudden heart paralysis of employees Lao Zhou, to his family issued a large number of pensions. In the area of making appearances, the Luo group is really a master of the art. Ningfeng's gaze revealed cold killing intent. He still remembered clearly that at that time, his younger sister, Ningyu, in order to save herself, her collapse alien ability had gone berserk, causing the entire building to collapse, and the Luo group jumped out first to bite back in order to cover up the evil act of forcibly taking other people's psychic abilities. It says that it was attacked by unknown aliens, for which a large sum of money will be donated to rebuild the building and compensate the victims. Ningfeng and Ningyu, on the other hand, became the villains of that wanton destruction on the news. It's a windy day. Just right. It was nightfall and the wind was whistling up. Ningfeng was dressed in black, his figure running through the narrow alleyways. The next day, at noon, 3 days after Wu Lan's accident, the Luo group did not make any changes again. What had been a situation where everyone was at risk eased up quite a bit, and wearing Roche group overalls and a pressed ducktail hat, Ningfeng was pushing a heavy cart in his hands, which was filled with stacks of printed documents. Although nominally still a bottom-level employee, Ningfeng was promoted ahead of schedule to a position that would have taken another year to fill due to his excellent work performance. Documentation clerk, responsible for passing and distributing documents from various departments within the company to each other. He was also able to have the opportunity to travel through various floors and departments to gain further insight into the inner workings of the Roche group. And his alias in the Luo group was Feng Ning. "Yo, Feng Ning, don't you take a break at noon?" A voice came from behind him, and Ningfeng obediently stopped in his tracks. Although he had anticipated the visitor in his mind, he still pretended to be surprised. "Manager Chen? Not out investigating today?" The person who came was no one else but Ningfeng's nominal immediate superior, and one of the high-powered personnel of the Luo group, General Manager, Chen Mo, Gamma level, body-stealing alien. "It's good that you don't mention it, but it gives me a headache when I do." Chen Mo held his forehead with his hand, his face full of death. "They say it's an investigation, but there's no way to start, and no matter where you look, it's a mess. Not to mention that in the past 2 days, Luo Chen and Wu Lan had accidents one after another, and everyone was on edge, so they didn't have the heart to devote themselves to their work, and their actions got in the way." Chen Mo faced Ningfeng and poured out his grievances, not like a superior or subordinate, but like an old friend who had been reunited for many years. "By the way, how long have you been with the company, Vaughn?" Chen Mo noticed the countless documents on the cart in Ningfeng's hand, sorted and organized, and his eyes lit up. "Almost 2 years?" he asked himself. Then, it examined Ningfeng up and down. Stepping forward, he looked around and asked in a low voice, "The file clerk's job is the same every day. It's a little too boring. Any interest in embarking on an expatriate assignment? Outgoing?" Ningfeng pretended to be puzzled, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "Manager Chen, do you mean to go out with you to investigate?" When Chen Mo heard this, he was first stunned, then smiled in realization. "I really didn't misjudge you. A smart person can see through it at a single point. That's right, and by the time this investigation is over, if it's really somewhat productive, you'll be perfectly capable of officially joining the investigation team on my recommendation. Other than that, it's more than a 5-fold increase in wages alone." Well, Chen Mo had a confident look on his face. He didn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to refuse. However, in order to prevent Ningfeng from hesitating, he even reminded him, "And if I remember correctly, little Feng, when you just joined the company not long ago, the selection of outstanding employees, I called on many people to vote for you." Chen Mo's face was not red or white when he said this. He has not done anything in the snow. Ningfeng knew this deep down, but the act was complete, and a look of dawning realization came over his face. "So it was you who helped at that time, Manager Chen. No wonder. Good. Since you said so, Manager Chen, there's no reason for me to refuse before I do." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, each treacherous. In the afternoon, Chen Mo then took Ningfeng and the rest of the several investigation teams to start the investigation again. The first thing to be investigated is the fall of Wu Lan. "Manager Chen, the people have been brought." At the entrance of the urban village in Longchang, a few investigative team members, pushing a middle-aged man who was tied up by 5 large, came in front of Chen Mo. "That's him?" Chen Mo shot a glance and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Confirmed. It's him all right. He was playing cards in a mahjong parlor when we caught him." The investigative team was busy nodding their heads. Chen Mo nodded and took out his cell phone from his pocket, finding a photo. Contrast that with the man tied up in front of him. Well, does look exactly the same. Behind Chen Mo, Ningfeng, who was still in the same overalls, could see clearly. Whether it's the photo on Chen Mo's cell phone or the man tied up by the Big Five, it was a face that he knew and knew incredibly well. "You're the one who killed Wu Lan." Chen Mo pinched the middle-aged man in front of him. The other party's face was, quite literally, indistinguishable from the disguised appearance of Ningfeng, who had met with the other party alone on the day that Wu Lan had crashed into the building. What the heck? I never even heard of it. Who are you? Like a small chicken. This middle-aged man was picked up by Chen Mo by the neck. A strong sense of suffocation caused him to struggle frantically with his hanging limbs. Only when the other party's face turned red and his eyes rolled a little white did Chen Mo let go. Cough cough cough. Paralyzed, the man coughed violently. What's going on? Chen Mo was, at the moment, filled with confusion. The strength of this guy's body doesn't even look like he has supernatural powers. And apart from the face, the temperament, the eyes, There's absolutely no semblance of a connection to the guy in the group building surveillance. In the face of Chen Mo's questioning, several people from the investigation team, "You look at me and I look at you," one can only respond with a stiff upper lip. According to our investigation, this man's name, Wang Chuan, 43 years old this year, twice divorced, addicted to gambling, did a lot of illegal things to raise money to gamble, and he really isn't a shifter. According to the testimonies of neighbors within the urban village, on the day Secretary General Wu Lan fell, he lost all day at the mahjong parlor and never left. As soon as these words were uttered, blue veins rippled on Chen Mo's forehead, and pieces of metallic luster spread on the surface of his skin. The instant increase in weight caused the ground he stepped on to sink underneath his feet. No wonder I've been sifting and searching for days and haven't found any shifters that match. Turns out, we're the ones getting screwed. The new book begs for recommendation tickets. Opening the book until now a ticket is not. I do not know if anyone is reading. Your support is what keeps the author writing. Ask for a ticket. Thanks a lot. End of chapter. Chapter 20, How did you find out about your own house? Chapter 20, How did you find out about your own house? Mud. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, and after going through the trouble of checking for most of the day, he was tricked in the end. The face that was chasing after it was simply fake. This is great. The clues on Wu Lan's side are completely broken. The person we're checking out is not only a high-level shifter with a good mind, but he's also proficient in disguises. There are so many people in Dragon City. Where the hell am I going to find out about such a person? Chen Mo was furious. A time to go up. A foot to the unlucky Wang Chuan who was captured. Ruthlessly kicked 2 feet. It didn't stop until his nose was bruised and he fell to the ground without even begging for mercy. Now well, how do I find out? Chen Mo has 2 big heads, and behind him, Ning Feng, who had never spoken, opened his mouth. Manager Chen, the clues on Wu Lan's side are broken, but that doesn't mean the clues on Luo Chen's side are broken. HM? Chen Mo turned his head in confusion. What do you mean? Ning Feng walked forward and looked at Wang Chuan, the scapegoat who had been casually left at the entrance of the city's village. The other party had done all the evil and deserved what he got. First, there was Luo Chen's car accident, then Wu Lan's fall, and both incidents occurred. One at an intersection 2 blocks away from the group, and the other at the company's headquarters building. And since both crime scenes are extremely similar to accidents, then we might as well assume that the same person is responsible for both accidents. Ning Feng's words burned, arousing Chen Mo's interest. Go on. Moreover, the time interval between the 2 accidents and the disappearance of the murderer from the street was quite short. Personally, I think it's highly probable that this murderer lives in the vicinity of the Roche Group's headquarters, no more than 5 streets away at the most. Right now, the group's internal surveillance has got the suspect's video, although the facial appearance is fake, but the height and body type, as well as the strange behavioral style can't be faked. In that case, we can probably pull up the remote alleyways in the neighborhood on the day of Luo Chen's car accident and see if there were any similar people present. Find them one by one and line them up, and maybe there will be a clue. After Ningfeng finished his speech, Chen Mo frowned and pondered for a long time. Although it's a bit troublesome, we can only give it a try at the moment. Then he raised his head and instructed a few people from the investigation team. You guys follow what Little Feng said and retrieve the surveillance lineup as soon as possible. Originally, the past few days because of Luo Chen and Wu Lan's affairs were in a row. Hearing that another large workload of tasks, a few investigative team members to die, but can only be answered down. However, he himself belonged directly under Luo Ling, but now he had to follow Chen Mo's orders, so he could not help but feel dissatisfied. But orders were orders and could only be carried out, and it was a good thing that several people were all psychics, with physical strength far exceeding that of the others. The examination of a large amount of surveillance footage, after a long afternoon, finally, in the evening, yielded results. Well, Chen Mo snapped. We exhausted all the surveillance footage we could find, and eventually found that there was indeed a target that closely resembled what Feng Ning had analyzed. As the investigative team spoke, they screened out several segments of surveillance and played them to Chen Mo. With the click of the play button, Chen Mo clearly saw that in the picture. It was the day of Luo Chen's car accident, 12:37 and 19 seconds p.m. At the end of the street 20 meters away from Luo Chen's unconscious place, at the mouth of an extremely narrow alley, a head peering from the shadows could be vaguely seen. A hood was on his head and his face was covered by a mask. And the pattern of that mask, it is? Chen Mo quickly zoomed in to focus on the pattern on that mask. Skeletons. At this moment, in Chen Mo's mind, he instantly recalled the skeleton smiling face that Wu Lan crashed and smashed. It's almost identical to this mask on the security footage. It must be him. It must be him. Chen Mo was ecstatic at the moment. Ha 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 ha, finally I found it. Thanks to you, little Feng. The gloom on his face swept away. Chen Mo heavily patted Ningfang's shoulder with his hand, very satisfied. Now it's just a matter of, step by step, following this man's movements, pulling up surveillance along the way, and maybe finding out where he is. Ningfeng reminded. Yes, that's right. Chen Mo nodded his head repeatedly and instructed a few people from the investigation team. Hold on tight. Maybe we can catch this guy today. Several people in the investigation team looked at each other. Come on, this eye is ruined today. Are you guys sure this is the right direction? It was night, about 8 p.m. Chen Mo stood on the edge of a short wall facing the street, his brows furrowed. Follow the surveillance all the way out, along the road more and more familiar. Let his heart gradually uneasy. Okay. The investigative team nodded heavily. A few of us were watching almost second by second, following the masked man all the way, pulling up surveillance along the way. Eventually, the man went over the wall here and disappeared. Listening to his subordinate's report, Chen Mo fell silent. The location in front of him was not only not unfamiliar, but quite familiar. This was an extremely luxurious villa area in Dragon City, and the entire property, all of which were either detached or townhouse designs. Housing prices have been soaring for more than a decade, with no downward trend at all, and those who live in them are either rich or wealthy. Even beta level powerful aliens were not a few, and Chen Mo also lives here. Behind this wall in front of him is a single family house that he paid a lot of money and found a lot of connections to buy. It's also relatively inexpensive due to the street frontage. Good. Very good. At this moment, Chen Mo's entire body was bad. His face was vaguely green, and his cheek muscles were twitching. Checked around in circles and ended up checking on my own head. Let's go. I'd like to see what kind of trick this masked man is playing. After saying that, he led the crowd, furious, to the detached villa where he lived, to access the surveillance in the courtyard. Found it. Here it is. Villa on the first floor of the hall. In front of the computer screen, a few people of the investigation team is carefully inspect Luo Chen car accident on the day, to the poisoning death during all the surveillance. As expected, the familiar figure was found. Where did that guy run off to? Chen Mo's voice was icy cold, and it was evident that he was in a very bad mood. It was a disgrace to have one's villa, which one had bought for a large sum of money, broken into by a curmudgeon without realizing it. However, when the next moment he looked at the image on the monitor, he couldn't wait to storm off on the spot, only to see, in the picture, wearing a skull mask, wearing a black trench coat, after an easy leap over the wall into the yard, the other party actually directly opened the combination lock on the door and smoothly entered within the villa. Tramp! Labor must find this guy and tear him apart alive. Chen Mo was so angry that his eyes were close to popping out, and his body trembled, ready to kill at any time. Keep checking for me. How long has this guy been in Labor's house? Hearing Chen Mo's words, a few people from the investigation team looked at each other and gulped their mouths. Manager Chen, according to the surveillance, this person, or the person wearing this outfit, appears to have never left. The reversal begins. Scourge, ask for a ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 21, The Scapegoat. Chapter 21, The Scapegoat. Never left? Upon hearing the responses of several subordinates, for a moment, Chen Mo's entire body felt cold sweat. What do you mean? You mean this man has been in this house until now? Not necessarily. After all, the surveillance video of the last 2 days was encrypted. We need you, Manager Chen, to give us the password before we can proceed to check. A few people from the investigation team had a difficult look on their faces, and in their eyes, they also looked at Chen Mo with some puzzlement. For good reason. Why did you put a password on the 2 days of footage? And at this moment, Chen Mo, who was just alerting his surroundings, instantly reacted. Damn, I thought I'd still keep it up to be useful. I haven't gotten around to deleting the last 2 days. Cursing in his mind, he stepped forward and personally inspected the surveillance feed from the computer. Get out of the way. I'll see for myself. After saying that, he sat down in front of the screen and repeatedly accessed the surveillance of the courtyard during the period from Luo Chen's car accident to Wu Lan's fall. Fittingly, it was the same conclusion as several of the investigative teams. There are no more scenes of anyone leaving, except for the very first scene of them coming over the wall. Except for Chen Mo himself, who occasionally drove back and forth. The more Chen Mo looked, the more alarmed he became. And in the situation at hand, there could only be two conclusions. 1. A mysterious man in a mask had been lurking in his home for quite some time, and was still here even now. The other, on the other hand, was that the other party had used some alien means to leave unnoticed. Either way, it was enough to terrify Chen Mo beyond measure. I don't think that this guy should be here. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with hesitation, and then firm again, took a long breath. no longer talking about the monitoring, but instead pulled away from the topic. After Luo Chen's car accident, and then poisoned to death, if the murderer has been lurking here, it's simply impossible for him to show up a second time to poison. Manager Chen, I think it's better to watch all the surveillance. If there has been no footage of this murderer leaving, I would suggest a search of the house would be good, or the danger is too great, one of the investigative team said, and was about to step forward to continue accessing the surveillance, but all of a sudden, it was stopped by Chen Mo raising his hand. I told you, this guy's not here, a burglar in the house, and for so many days, would I not know? He must have left long ago. Chen Mo's face was very unsightly, and if it were ordinary, a few people from the investigation team would naturally not dare to go against Chen Mo's orders. But before the investigation, Luo Ling, who was in charge of some of the Luo Group's business activities, had privately instructed, don't trust everyone, including Chen Ma, and the investigation team, originally directly under Luo Ling, Chen Mo, but a nominal temporary team leader just, coupled with the fact that he was irritated to the core after watching surveillance all day, the resentment of hitting the workers exploded at this moment. Manager Chen, young Master Luo Ling has said that no details should be spared, or else no one can guarantee that others in the group won't be the next target of accidental death. You're covering up like this? Is it hard to be an overseer? Oh, I see. The reason why that mysterious man wearing a mask didn't leave in the surveillance footage is because he is simply Chen Mo you pretending to be. Right. Even if it's not a fake, it must be an accomplice. You stepping horse fart. Chen Mo directly cursed. He now wanted to slap the other party to death. What kind of brain circuitry is this? Pouring dirty water directly on yourself? He swore on the hemorrhoids in his ass that he'd never seen this masked guy before in his life. Use your pig brain. If I did, would you guys still be alive? In the face of Chen Mo's testimony, several subordinates looked at each other and seemed determined to go against each other. Then let's check the surveillance if it's not you. What's the use of checking the surveillance? For so many days I've let you guys check it and didn't find anything. The reason why the videos of these 2 days are encrypted is because it involves my personal privacy. Chen Mo stopped dead in his tracks. Mouth talk is not evidence. If you really don't have a ghost in your heart, let us search the house. There might be unexpected discoveries. Looking at the few people who were gradually approaching, Chen Mo fell silent. He was beginning to regret seriously investigating, and was now dumbfounded. Surveillance should never be released. It would be an absolute unintended disaster. It was even more troublesome than directly admitting that he was the murderer of Luo Chen and Wulan. Search. If you can't search today, one of you will be counted out. Chen Mo stepped forward, his eyes staring sinisterly at the few subordinates in front of him who had temporarily turned against him. All gotta die. Several subordinates looked at each other with some scorn, and did not dare to act for a while. Still the leader, with a cold snort, waved his hand and, go, search. I don't believe it. Several people left in a hurry, scattering to search the area, and Chen Mo seemed to be afraid of making any mistakes, so he also hurriedly followed. Only Ning Feng meaningfully glanced at the computer behind him. Video of the 2 days above where you need to enter your password. 5 fingers tapped in the air, and the corners of his mouth arched up. Unexpectedly, accidental calculation. Start. A series of messages surged through Ning Feng's mind, almost in the blink of an eye. He walked over to the computer and entered the corresponding password with precision. Then, without hesitation, the progress bar on the surveillance video was pulled backward. At once, Ning Feng's eyes lit up. Murmured, found it. It's not mine. Who put this under my bed? Chen Mo's house. 2nd floor. Bedroom. Arguments continued to be heard, and within the entire space, the atmosphere was condensed to the extreme. Several investigative team members were staring vigilantly at Chen Mo in front of them. As for the latter, it has gone a little vaguely insane. This is planted evidence. Someone set me up. Chen Mo pointed at the masks and bottles and jars lying on the floor, trying with all his might to take himself out. Ning Feng, who had arrived late, fixed his eyes on it and saw that the mask that had just been searched out on the ground was exactly the same as the one he had worn. The blackened skeleton, vaguely smiling. Manager Chen, I advise you not to act rashly. I've already notified young Master Luoling. He'll be here with his men in a moment. You won't be able to help even if you kill us now. You can't deny it if it's stolen. I'm sure the 2 days of surveillance that you coded contained incriminating evidence that proved you were the murderer. Whether it's a real frame-up or a real murderer, we'll know once we find out. As the reprimands of several investigative team members continued to come from beside his ears, Chen Mo was burning with rage. Good. Very good. If you want it, you can't have it. I have a belly full of fire with nowhere to vent it, and you guys are looking for death yourselves. With those words, A silver-gray metallic luster spread all over his body and the floor under his feet, too, began to crumble by inches because of the excessive weight he was bearing. Several investigative team members also instantly used their supernatural abilities. The next moment, it was going to be a fierce battle. End of chapter. Chapter 22, The Real Murderer or the Spy? Chapter 22, The Real Murderer or the Spy? Stop. A cold chortle came from downstairs. In an instant, more than 10 figures arrived outside the bedroom door on the second floor. Surrounded by them in the center was Luo Ling, who was wearing a silver-gray suit. At this point, the face was clouded over with life. In the middle of the night, I received news that the real culprits of Luo Chen and Wu Lan's accident had been found. It was supposed to be good news, but this so-called real culprit was his immensely trusted henchman, the general manager of Luo's group. Someone please explain to me what the hell is going on right now. Chen Mo. You're capable of a lot. Luo Ling's tone was icy cold. The several people who were still fighting together just now also stopped fighting instantly at this moment, including Chen Mo. They all saluted towards Luo Ling. Young Master Luo Ling. They were instinctively afraid of this young master who came from a branch lineage, not only because of the superhuman intelligence of the other party at such a young age, and not only because of his cruel and vicious means of action. Rather, it was the suppression from the rigid hierarchy of the Alterans. Even though everyone knew that the supernatural ability Luo Ling possessed was not innate, but was seized later in life, and, seemingly, was still in a crippled state. But all of this still couldn't hide Luo Ling's power. At this moment, in the corner, Ningfeng also modeled himself, slightly nodding and bowing his head. It appeared to be a salute, but in his eyes, there was a flash of cruel killing intent. Luring, you don't deserve my sister's powers. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came, followed by the sound of a crisp slap. Chen Mo withdrew his supernatural defense in time and allowed Luo Ling to slap him in the face. Waste. Putting you in charge of an investigation that could end up on your own head? Luo Ling wasn't like these few members of the investigation team. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, very smart. A simple deduction showed that it was most likely a trap. If Chen Mo was really the murderer, he wouldn't have taken on the task of investigating, and he wouldn't have swaggered around and brought the investigation team home. Besides, everything happens for a reason. Kill Luo Chen, kill Wu Lan. There was no half benefit to Chen Mo. As the manager of the Roche Group, people are breaking into homes, breaking into bedrooms, and putting things away, and you don't even notice? Waste. Another loud slap beat Chen Mo without any temper, but in Chen Mo's heart, he was relieved. This at least proved that Luo Ling was convinced that he was not a murderer. But the next moment, Luo Ling's gaze swept over Ningfeng in the corner, and then swept over a few indignant investigative team members. Everything is about evidence. This skull mask, and this. Luo Ling bent down and picked up the glass bottle placed beside the skeleton mask, which was filled with a yellow liquid that, by the looks of it, appeared to be some kind of medical potion. Take this thing and test it for what it really is. As he spoke, Luo Ling handed it over to his subordinates behind him. He himself then looked at Chen Mo and frowned up. Want to prove your innocence? Go, pull up the surveillance of that piece of sky. Manager Chen. It wouldn't be with me hiding it too, would it? At this moment, Chen Mo was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were slightly trembling, and he didn't know what he was calculating. Look for someone to go downstairs and check the surveillance. Chen Mo hastily raised his hand to stop it. Wait, young Master Luo Ling, it's not that I'm hiding it, it's really that there's my personal privacy in there, the kind that's hard to talk about. Isn't it just to prove that I'm not a murderer? There's no evidence. I have witnesses. Someone can prove that I was at the company on the day of Luo Chen's accident, and the day of Wu Lan's accident. I've met with both Vaughn. As the words fell out of his mouth, Chen Mo then looked towards Ningfeng, who was standing quietly not far away, with his eyes transmitting a sense of help. In the eyes, there was belief. On the day of Luo Chen's accident, he was indeed at the company and met Feng Ning, who came to deliver the documents at night. But Wu Lan was not there when the accident happened. But it doesn't matter. He believes that Ningfeng will exonerate himself. After all, he had only just made a promise to the other party to promote him to the investigation team. In reason, in public and in private, Ningfeng wouldn't cross the line with the future witness. Luo Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around and looked Ningfeng up and down in front of him, head to toe. Nothing special. Dressed in the overalls of a bottom feeder within the company, meaning there aren't too many strong powers. Can you prove that Chen Mo is innocent? Luo Ling pressed on step by step, his gaze chilling. Ningfeng, on the other hand, glanced at Chen Mo, who was making eyes at him from behind. Looking back at Luo Ling in front of him again, put on a look of some trepidation. I can prove that. On the day of Luo Chen's car accident, Manager Chen was indeed at the company. As soon as these words came out, Chen Mo, who had been tense just a moment ago, instantly relaxed and let out a long breath, very satisfied with Ningfeng's answer. But, in the next moment, Ningfeng's words changed. But that day when I met Manager Chen, it was already late in the evening, but Luo Chen's car accident was at more than 12 p.m. During this period of time, I don't know if Manager Chen ever left the company. Chen Mo instantly widened his eyes and pointed his finger at Ningfeng, looking ready to charge up, but he was signaled by Luo Ling with a raised hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly, wanting to see what else Ningfeng would say. Go on. As for the day that Secretary General Wu Lan crashed, Manager Chen came to me in the afternoon, said he had a big deal to do and needed to leave the office, and if anyone asked about him, he said he was out investigating, and said I'd be favored if I helped keep it a secret. Speaking of this, Ningfeng also glanced extremely apprehensively at Chen Mo, who was not far away, with an expression as if he was worried that the other party would kill and silence him. Young Master Luo Ling, don't listen to his nonsense. I never said those words. Chen Mo was furious, his two hands covered in metallic luster, but just as he wanted to rush forward, he was stopped by a few of the exalted brought by Luo Ling. You go on. Luo Ling, at this moment, looked meaningfully at the struggling Chen Mo, and came to be interested in what Ningfeng had said. Tell me, do you know what Chen Mo went to do that day? At this moment, Ningfeng's face was in a difficult position, and out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced at Chen Mo, who was still struggling not far away. This little action was caught in Luo Ling's eyes. Go ahead and say it. If it's true, he can't hurt you. Luo Ling spoke confidently. That day I felt that Manager Chen's behavior was a bit strange, so I didn't listen to his instructions, but quietly followed him after he left the company, all the way to an extremely private restaurant and saw him meeting with another middle-aged man. The other party appears to be someone from the rival alien company, Tai Shield. Ningfeng directly threw out a heavy bomb. In an instant, Chen Mo, who was still barely calm, had incomparable panic in his eyes. His entire body was instantly covered in a metallic sheen, and in a deadly rush to get out of the control of a couple of Xenos, in the blink of an eye, he was about to rush to Ningfeng. And then, there was no then. With a flash of Luo Ling's figure, he was like carrying a small chicken, clamping his hand precisely around Chen Mo's neck. The hard skin of the other party under his hands was even more vaguely crumbling apart by inches, along with the surrounding air. It was all buzzing and twisting, and the entire bedroom room, with Luo Ling as the center, everything it touched, was gradually crumbling and destroying. Spare your life. The fear of death instantly enveloped Chen Mo. The strength of the alien energy emanating from Luo Ling clearly exceeded the upper limit possessed by a Gamma level alien. Luo Clan. Branch. Luo Ling. Beta level beta alien. Alien power. Collapse. End of chapter. Chapter 23, The Taken Glory. Chapter 23, The Taken Glory. Chen Mo's neck where he was clamped by Luo Ling was crumbling by inches even though his skin had already turned into steel. He could clearly feel the intense suffocation of that approaching death. The limbs twisted and struggled in the air, but it was of no help at all. The hierarchy among the aliens was incredibly strict. If anything, the lowliest Delta was 5 times as physically strong as the average adult male. Then a higher level of Gamma is 20 times that. And after reaching Beta, the strength of the body, even more so, was raised to more than 100 times. Not to mention the fact that the strengths and weaknesses between the powers were completely crushing. Chen Mo relied on his steel ability and already had few enemies among the Gamma exalts, but in Luo Ling's hands, he didn't even have a chance to struggle. Manager Chen, I hate it when people interrupt when I'm talking. You've been with me for so long, don't you even have that much patience? As he spoke, Luo Ling's eyes became ice cold and, or do you think you have the certainty to kill someone in front of me? A cold killing intent enveloped the entire bedroom room. The crumbling items exploded in all directions, and the crowd of onlookers all raised their hands to fend them off. And feeling Luo Ling's body, this terrifying power, in the corner, Ningfeng, who was leaning against the wall, the hatred in his heart grew even more. Every psychic ability in this world is unique. Only when the last possessor dies does it reappear in another person. Collapse, an ability that was once rated as one of the most powerful in the Alpha class. When the previous possessor dies unexpectedly, and word gets out that a new, avalanche, alien, will appear within the boundaries of Dragon City, the news went viral and nearly took the country by storm. All of the alien power companies, they can't wait to recruit the new owners heavily. Luo's group, but also sent a large number of people, carpet search to find Luo Ling, also in the search team. When they found Ningfeng's home, They learned that the one who possessed the collapse ability was Ningfeng's eye-blind sister. The original mindset of solicitation changed in an instant. Since the possessor is an invalid, might as well give the ability to someone better suited for it. This was what Chen Mo said at that time, stepping on Ningfeng's face, word for word. If there hadn't been a change of heart, the powerful shifter who should be honored today would have been her own sister. Ningfeng's eyes were devoid of sadness or joy, but in his heart, a monstrous hatred surged forth. The foreign energy might on Luo Ling's body slowly converged, casually throwing Chen Mo, who was about to suffocate, against the wall. Boom! With a muffled sound, Chen Mo's entire person, surprisingly, was directly smashed and embedded in the wall. Watch him. After giving a simple command, Luo Ling paced back and stood in front of Ningfeng. You go on. Yes. Ningfeng retracted his thoughts, and with a harmless look on his face. That day I saw with my own eyes that Manager Chen handed over a piece of information in a confidential file bag to someone from Tai Shield. Because I'm usually in charge of distributing documents to all departments, I know best what information is missing. So that same day, I went back to the company to check and found that a copy of the information recording the details of the aliens in the company was missing. It not only contains the family background of each alien, the strength of their abilities, and even their fatal weaknesses, all of which are labeled. The consequences of having something like this in the hands of a rival company are unimaginable. Ningfeng's tone was calm, but in Luo Ling's ears, it was like thunderbolts from a clear sky, exploding in a chain. Great! Very good! Luo Ling's entire body was vaguely trembling with anger. He turned his head to Chen Mo, who was sitting on the ground like a dead dog. The latter's face was covered in blood, and he was now shaking his head in horror. It wasn't me. It's not me, young Master Luo Ling. Don't you believe his bull *********. Manager Chen, now that it's come to this, just admit it. Not long ago you found out that I knew about it and threatened me with death if it got out. But if I cooperate with you and keep your secret for you, after the matter is accomplished, I will be given a share of the reward that Tai Shield gives you. Ningfeng's words that added fuel to the fire came out lightly, but it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chen Mo's eyes turned red as he shouted in deadly fury. Bull **********. When did Labor say that Tai Dun would give me money? Oh, there's no money. So what favor did Tai Shield promise you? Ningfeng looked like he had come to a realization. As for Chen Mo, who was still furious just now, his eyes widened at this moment, realizing that he had made a fatal mistake. His body stiffened and trembled as he turned his head, looking to the side at Luo Ling. Young Master Luo Ling, me. In response, he was met with a heavy kick from Luo Ling. Looking at the unconscious Chen Mo, Luo Ling didn't hesitate much. Take him back and wait for the board of directors to hand him out. And then, turning around, he looked at Ningfeng, who was standing not far away, his eyes narrowing. What's your name? Feng Ning. Feng Ning. Well, from today onwards, you will join the investigation team. Many thanks to young Master Luo Ling. Ningfeng's face, revealing a bizarre arc. The night was deep and starry. Outside the villa where Chen Mo lived, the alien power users that Luo Ling had brought with him were cleaning up the mess inside and out. The unconscious Chen Mo, on the other hand, was escorted to the Luo Group's headquarters to wait for his release. Chen Mo couldn't figure out which step was wrong. Is it out on a survey? Or check the surveillance? Or did you allow a few people from the investigation team to search your home? A step-by-step chain reaction that eventually led him to the abyss, the skull mask, and the jars. Naturally, Ningfeng had used his supernatural abilities beforehand to sneak in and place it. But I'm afraid, in his lifetime, Chen Mo will never know. And, much more than that awaits him in his closing act. Chen Mo, you fought for decades in Luo Group, but in the end, you fell into the hands of your own people. Don't you usually value the power you have in your high position above all else? I'll let you die in agony after you have nothing and everyone shouts at you. The ability to steal your body is not that strong, but instead of putting it on a punk like you, it should be given to someone more suitable. Ningfeng lowered the ducktail cap on his head and watched the last wave of people, including Luo Ling, leave. In the darkness, his bloodshot eyes were revealed like two flames burning in the night. After Chen Mo, it's your turn, Luo Ling. Ningfeng looked up at the sky. The night was dark and the clouds were sparse, confirming that tomorrow should be a good day. He tapped his 5 fingers in the air, and complicated information, at this moment, flooded into his mind. How to solve Chen Mo without being suspected of being himself, in the presence of more than 100 people witnessing the incident, and at the same time, let the Luo Group's status in Longcheng be affected. When a description of an accident appeared within Ningfeng's mind, he lifted his head again and looked up at the night sky and, murmuring, looks like another good day is needed. After letting out a cold laugh, Ningfeng walked to the depths of an alley, which was a dead end for surveillance. He pulled out a pre-prepared calling card, installed it into his cell phone, and dialed an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Minister Wang from Tai Shield? I have something of interest to you here. I'm looking for votes. Is anyone reading this? Woo give some votes. Leave a comment too. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Fog. Murderous Days. Chapter 24, Fog. Murderous Days. April 15th. 7:07 and 19 seconds a.m. You once again came outside the villa where Chen Mo lives, and on the side of the road, you saw a squatting little boy. April 15th. 7:09 and 2 seconds a.m. You left a pair of wire cutters on the side of the road. April 15th. 7:11 and 54 seconds a.m. The little boy curiously picked up the wire cutters and set his sights on the base of a utility pole not far away. April 15th. 7:19 a.m. From various media, hundreds of reporters team besieged the villa area in front of the gate. April 15th. 7:30 and 1 second a.m. A van transporting important instruments, braking sharply in the fog. Among the countless unexpected messages, Ningfeng locked onto a certain direction. Dragon City. April 15th. One day the sky was clear and sunny, but this day it was cloudy and overcast. A heavy fog enveloped the streets of the entire city. Visibility is less than 5 meters. The white fog and thick clouds are worrying about the eternal day, and even the mood of the inhabitants has become low. Amidst the thick fog, on the streets of Dragon City, there was a figure that was slowly moving forward. Tick-tock. It is not unusual for the morning rush hour in Dragon City to be jammed with traffic. Not to mention it was a foggy day. A burst of car horns in his ears couldn't affect Ningfeng, who was strolling forward, in the slightest. The morning dew was heavy and a little chilly. Ningfeng was wearing that black trenchcoat with a skull mask on his face. Only, this time, it was a white skull. And, it's a crying face. It blended perfectly with the surrounding fog. The passers-by who brushed past from time to time on the road with extremely low visibility did not pay much attention to the mask on Ningfeng's face. He walked slowly and leisurely, enjoying the unparalleled peaceful coziness. To the casual observer, he was nothing more than a passerby who was probably also rushing to work. But for some people, Ningfeng, on the other hand, was an evil spirit that traveled to claim his life in the daytime. At the moment, every step he takes, every street he walks, all in strict accordance with the accidental path that surfaced in front of me. The direction he was heading to seemed to be where the villa area where Chen Mo lived was located. Interesting. While passing a stoplight, Ningfeng, who was supposed to go on as usual, did not cross the street with the flow of people. Instead, he stopped where he was, his gaze, hidden by the hood of his trench coat, glancing slightly to the corner of the street on the side behind him. Did you find out about me so quickly? The Divine Enlightenment Organization. Tapping his 5 fingers in the air, Ningfeng no longer marched along the main street, but instead turned around and headed for the alley to his side. Almost the instant Ningfeng moved his front foot, not far away, around the corner of the street, a woman in a white suit followed closely. But when she followed Ningfeng and walked into that alley, she realized that it was a dead end and empty. TCH. Lost them. Early morning means the beginning of the day, hopeful for most people. But for some, it is the beginning of despair. The group cannot tolerate traitors. Who in the world did you give the data information to in the Tai Shield company? Don't forget, your wife and child are still abroad. The group can always help you take care of them. From now on, you are exempted from the position of general manager of Luo Group. And after the board of directors discusses and makes a decision, you will be sentenced again. I don't want to see you again. Get out. With a constant roar echoing in his ears. Chen Mo was like a lost dog, disheveled and powerless as he walked down the streets of Dragon City, all the way from Luo's group, hanging his head in the direction of home. Oh, 21 years, 21 whole years. I've worked for the Luo group for 21 years. There's hard work without merit. Isn't it just selling a little information on the data of a shifter? What's the big deal? How dare you want to dismiss me? Luo Ling, how did you kneel down in front of me and beg for the 3 of us to support you to the top when you didn't have any supernatural powers in the first place? Damn you for stepping on a horse. Chen Mo roared powerlessly, but the white mist shrouded him, obscuring his voice. What's the big deal? Leaving the Luo group. There's still the Tai Shield company. This Dragon City. It's not you, Luo, who's all alone. I'm the general manager at Lowe's, and when I'm anywhere else, it's the same. Chen Mo's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in bruises, looking like he had suffered a lot. But in his heart, there is still a fluke. After all, he can go all the way to the position of general manager. His ability to go to other alien company can also wind up. Meanwhile, On the internet, unprecedented public opinion, quietly fermented. 12 years ago, Chan Mo, the project leader of the Luo group, kidnapped his wife and daughter in order to recruit a psychic to join the group and accidentally killed the psychic's aging mother. 10 years ago, Chan Mo, the branch manager of Luo group, in order to seize the project, bought and killed a competitor from a rival company, and faked a car accident to exterminate the other two sons. 7 years ago, Chan Mo, the general manager of Luo group, in order to cover up the scandal of the group's top management, led 5 alienists to break into the home of the reporter of the report. 5 years ago, 3 years ago, a line of blackmail that came to life from who knows where. Almost the instant it appeared online, the heat climbed extremely fast with an incredible efficiency. Luo's group, 19th floor, Luo Ling's personal office. The large office contained nothing more than a set of desks and chairs. The simplicity is surprising. Luo Ling, dressed in civilian clothes, leaned back in his chair and, carefully scrutinizing a bottle of yellowish-brown potion liquid in his hand. That was the thing that was seized along with the skull mask in Chen Mo's house. Dang it. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Luo Ling put down the potion in his hand. Without looking up, he asked, have the results of this thing's testing come back yet? He pointed to the tawny potion bottle sitting on the table. The results are in. The young employee who came to report nodded and, the same composition as the drug that Luo Chen died of poisoning and had residue in his body. Sure enough, Luo Ling was not surprised by this result. Young Master Luo Ling, and there is, the young employee who came to report, with a struggling look on his face. At that moment, it caused Luo Ling to frown, and in his heart, he vaguely felt that something was not good. What is it? Tell me. In the early hours of this morning, a lot of black news about Chun Mo and the group began to appear online. Not long ago, it topped the hot search list of all major media platforms. What? Luo Ling slammed the table and instantly stood up and, he stared with wide eyes, his eyes unexpectedly incomparable, and his face, on the other hand, was so gloomy that it was going to rain. Who did this? Who is sending out all this blackmail? Yes. Who is it? It's the Tai Shield Company. The young employee weakly responded. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Bears Destroy the World. Chapter 25, Bears Destroy the World. Titan, Inc. The moment Luo Ling heard this name, an extremely disturbing emotion arose in his heart. It was at this time of the year that Tai Shield came out to fall on its sword. I've just decided to exempt Chen Mo from his position. And Tai Shield shook out the black information. This is a thinly veiled coincidence. Did someone slip up? Luo Ling frowned, his mind's thoughts a jumbled mess, but at the moment, he couldn't care less. When Luo Chen's accident happened, it was also inexplicably someone who broke the black news. This time again. Not good. Quickly, send someone to bring Chen Mo back. Have the investigation team move immediately. Intense panic spread in Luo Ling's heart. The fog was so thick that it showed no sign of abating. Outside the villa area where Chen Mo lived, there weren't many pedestrians coming and going under the inclement weather. So much so that the sound of pedestrians walking on the empty streets was extraordinarily clear. At the moment, the traffic is sparse, in 2s and 3s, and the occasional honk has been a picture-perfect way to sweep away the dreariness of this very low-visibility weather. Tap tap tap. Slightly heavy footsteps came. At the end of the somewhat slippery road, a figure approached from afar. Black hooded trenchcoat with a white skull crying face mask on his face. Ningfeng was wearing leather boots and stepped on the slippery pavement, the ringing sound clear to his ears. Lifting his right wristwatch, the time on it read, 7 hours 7 minutes and 2 seconds. He stepped away from the road and onto a sidewalk near a residential area. Take about 6 steps forward at a spacing of 80 centimeters a step. The time comes to 7 hours 7 minutes and 19 seconds. At this moment, Ningfeng had already arrived outside the villa area where Chen Mo lived. Not far away is a side entrance for pedestrians to enter and exit, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead he directed his gaze, a meter in front of the sidewalk. A little boy, who looked to be 6 or 7 years old, was squatting by the side of the road, holding a child's paper-cutting scissors in his hand, boredly cutting the weeds that grew out of the cracks in the floor tiles. Click, click. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he tapped his 5 fingers in the air, making another projection to confirm that there was no mistake. Is this boy the beginning of this accident? He thought darkly in his heart, and the corner of his mouth sketched up an extremely bizarre arc. The boy's mother, not far away on the phone, appeared to be arguing with someone in a somewhat heated mood. As for Ningfeng, he stood still, silently watching the boy in front of him. The boy, on the other hand, did not raise his head in the slightest to pay attention to Ningfeng beside him. In a slightly tedious minute or so, the boy used the paper-cutting scissors in his hand to cut all the weeds in the 6 or 7 cracks in the floor tiles around his feet. Then, It lost interest. At this moment, the time came to 7:08:57 a.m. Ningfeng let out a long breath of relief and shifted his feet, pacing and skimming past the boy, dangling. The slightly cleansing sound of metal crashing to the ground came from Ningfeng's side. At 7 hours 9 minutes and 2 seconds, a not too big pair of wire breakers fell out of the pocket of the coat Ningfeng was wearing. It hit the edge of the sidewalk, knocking a crack out of the floor tile. The fall of the breakers did not attract the little boy's attention at first. He just crouched in place and looked away in silence, gazing again at the back of Ningfeng, who was gradually leaving. He seemed to be wondering why someone would drop something and not pick it up. At the same time, on the other side of Dragon City, before it was even time to go to work in the morning, several figures poured out of the Luo Group's building. The black standardized suits symbolized their status as an investigative team. Come on, come on, come on. There's no time. At the main entrance of the building, Luo Ling watched the two vehicles filled with the investigation team speed away one after another. The worry in his heart did not diminish at all. Ever since Luo Chen's accident, I've always felt that there's a pair of eyes peering in the darkness around me. First it was Luo Chen, then Wu Lan, and now, it's Chen Mo's turn. Get rid of the people around me one by one, who are really onto me. Luo Ling lowered his head and looked at the dark skull mask in his hand. When he saw this thing seized from Chen Mo's house, he hadn't slept well for the past few days. Onlookers didn't know the significance of the mask, but he couldn't have been clearer. I was able to successfully fuse my crippled psychic abilities by relying on the organization symbolized by this mask. Divine Enlightenment Organization. Is it hard for you guys to turn the tables on me? Click. In a crisp ringing sound, the skeleton mask in Luo Ling's hand turned into pieces. Ningfeng had already gone far away long ago, and the fog was the perfect helper for hiding. No one noticed that there was a pair of blood-red eyes looking far ahead in the hazy mist. There it is, the edge of the sidewalk. The originally uninterested little boy, after confirming that Ningfeng's figure had disappeared into thin air, squatted on the ground and carefully moved his feet. It came down to the breakers that had fallen off the floor tiles. A new metallic luster surfaced on the surface of the pliers. For boys, this is a new toy that they have never even seen in their day-to-day lives. The fog was damp and cold, and the boy touched the pliers with his hand, which was cold to the touch, and then, without hesitation, with both hands, he joined forces to pick up the wire breaker. In his gaze, the bottom of a utility pole on the side of the road drew all the attention. The time, at this moment, comes to 7 hours 11 minutes and 54 seconds. The bottom cracked 2/3 of the pole to one side as the boy gazed at the bottom was wrapped in 2 wires and bound to 2 wooden sticks embedded deep in the ground. It seems to be used as such, to hold the rickety poles in place. Click, click. The little boy broke the breaker in his hand with force, a cold light glinting from the splintered jaws. Slowly and leisurely, he walked toward the pole. Brotherly, simply cannot be moved over. Would have been the morning rush hour. This is still foggy days. This section of the road blocked to death. You can't get out without a half hour or so. The 2 sedans that had departed from the Luo Group's headquarters were now clustered in the traffic, in and out of a dilemma. What time is it? 7:18. Wait 5 more minutes. And if there's still no movement, we're just going to run for it. The man known as Li looked out the window of the car at the elevated bypass. Traffic was clustered back and forth with no gaps on what should have been an expressway. Even if you want to abandon the car and rely on human power to move forward, it is extraordinarily difficult to find a place to get off the ground. This Thai road, it's blocked every day. This kid, I'm just making a phone call, and you're messing around with something. Outside the villa area where Chen Mo lived, next to the sidewalk, a middle-aged woman, furious, ran up to the little boy. One snatched the breaker from the other's hand and, where did this come from? What's the trouble again? Between reprimands, her eyes glanced at the base of the pole. The 2 wires, which had been securely fastened, had all been cut. The whole pole snapped without the slightest impediment. As soon as there is any more contact with an outside force, it will tip over and fall. Let's go. We won't be able to catch the bus later. Dang it. The middle-aged woman casually threw away the breakers and dragged the little boy away at a brisk pace. Ask for tickets. Request for tickets. Catch-up reading and votes are really important during a new book. Please do me a favor and give me a vote to save the author. End of chapter. Chapter 26. A tiny lapse can lead to a huge mistake. Chapter 26. A tiny lapse can lead to a huge mistake. Hurry up and get a good spot. Does it help to come so early? There's not even a soul to be seen here. You know, if you want to get a good story, you have to wait for a rabbit. If I hadn't been smart enough to get you on a motorcycle, you'd have been stuck in traffic. I've got some gossip. Chen Mo was on his way here from Luo Group, so there's no worry of not being able to shoot him. At precisely 7:19 a.m., Teams of reporters from various media outlets in Dragon City arrived one after another outside the side door of the villa area where Chen Mo lived. I don't know if it's a trick of the trade, or a requirement of the LW reporter's profession. Almost all of the journalists who arrived were on motorcycles, and with a partner who carries the camera. Only a few in vans, but thus the last to arrive. Home media, keeping their distance from each other in a saber-rattling stance. There is only one news. There is only one headline. Peers are enemies, and relationships are like fire and water. A lot of people came, which is good. In the midst of the thick fog, Ningfeng was dressed in a black trench coat to ward off the wet cold of the dew and fog. Red eyes stared ahead beneath a white skull mask on his face. The fog was shrouded, but it couldn't block Ningfeng's probing. He tapped his 5 fingers, and everything around him was mastered in his mind. Ever since resolving Wulan, the range that Ningfeng could influence by unleashing his supernatural abilities was already close to about a kilometer in a circle. Count on a great breakthrough. At the moment, he's like a puppeteer hiding in the shadows. Everyone and everything within a kilometer is his puppet on a string. Dedicate unexpected performances under his control. A few more and the show will be on. Ningfeng's figure stood and muttered coldly. A large number of journalists and media flocked to the event, which also attracted passers-by to stop and see what was going on. The habit of seeing what's going on is one that most people have. The herd effect, such as it is. There were more and more people, so much so that the security guards in the villa area, who had all rushed in on the news, tried to maintain order at the scene, but it was no help at all. This group of reporters was like sharks that smelled fishy and couldn't be driven away. Instead, more and more are gathered. Coming. In the fog-shrouded corner, Ningfeng, who was tapping his 5 fingers, suddenly stopped moving. The eyes worn by the skeleton mask snapped open with a scarlet glow that was demonic and incomparable. At the same time, a group of reporters who were surrounding the side entrance of the villa area also noticed the change on the road. A disheveled figure was walking in a disoriented manner. Without the previous day's spiritedness, Chen Mo was, at this time, like a lost dog. It's Chen Mo. At last. Hurry, don't grab it. I was here first. Countless reporters picked up the pre-prepared microphones in their hands, along with the assistants carrying the cameras, and desperately squeezed towards Chen Mo. The latter, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on, just walked to the sidewalk, was surrounded by reporters in all directions, blocked it tightly. Chen Mo. What is your opinion on Luo Group's vicious competition and repeated use of illegal means to suppress competing companies? Chen Mo. In all the years you've been inaugurating the Luo Group, just how many illegal deeds have you done for the Luo Group? Is it true that the Luo Group has resorted to kidnapping and threatening those who cannot be recruited for their powers? Buying a murderer to kill many people? Chen Mo, have you thought about whether you will be reduced to an outcast of Luo Group after the incident? The reporters were a mess of questions and microphones that were about to dislike their faces. It made Chen Mo, who was wilting just a moment ago, terrified at the moment. He was totally unaware of what was going on at the moment. Why are so many of the group's secrets coming out of the mouths of these journalists? What the hell is going on here? Chen Mo frowned tightly, his mind like a mess. He was completely unaware of the online news about his black material hitting the hot seat. He didn't even have that chance or mind to understand. Is it hard to believe that it's Luo Ling? Impossible. He's not that stupid. There's no need to bring down the group's win rating just to settle me. Who could that be? Chen Mo thought about it, but there was no answer at all. The reporters surrounding him were even more like flies buzzing around, making him incredibly irritated. Off. Chen Mo shouted, trying to break free from the crowd. But the reporters were mad as hell, and the microphones disliked them closer. Chen Mo, who already had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent it because he was removed from his post, finally exploded. I told you to get lost. Are you all deaf? Bang! A heavy muffled sound came from beneath Chen Mo. A silvery gray metallic luster permeated the surface of his skin. The skin, including the head, is completely steeled. Get out of here, all of you. A strong sense of oppression, belonging to an alien. The journalists and media, who had been swarming around the party, were now backing up a few meters, but no one left. Instead they were frantically taking pictures and videos. Chen Mo, it's not counted that you killed so many people. Now you want to abuse your supernatural powers in front of so many media reporters? Really think that there is no king's law in Dragon City, do you? A reporter boldly scolded, but in response, he was met with another heavy, muffled thud. Under Chen Mo's feet, the solid pavement was trampled out with 2 potholes, and dense spider web cracks spread. Under the huge force, everyone felt the shocking sensation coming from the soles of their feet. It also includes a utility pole not far away, cracked at the bottom, cracks, slowly spreading. No, this is not the way to go. Go, get out of the car with me and run over there. Inside the two sedans that left from Luo's group, the faces of several people from the investigation team were filled with anxiety. After waiting long and hard, the car only moved a dozen meters. If we wait like this and something really happens, people will have died 800 times already. Discussion. Leaving two people to act as a driver. The remaining investigation team of people have to get out of the car. Twisting and turning, he walked quickly through the congested traffic, approaching towards the villa area where Chen Mo lived. 7:29 and 58 seconds a.m. Chen Mo was like a monkey in a zoo, surrounded by people in front of him. There were reporters and passers-by watching the show. The two sides stood frozen, staring at each other. Zira. A sharp scuffling sound broke the long-lost peace. A gray van, from the thick fog behind Chen Mo, burst out. The wheels braked sharply in the face of the crowd clustered in front of them, but the slippery road surface, and the inertia at high speeds, made the whole body out of control. Toward the utility pole next to the sidewalk, it flew into a crash. As for Chen Mo at this moment, his entire body stayed still and his hands blocked in front of him, trying to defuse the crisis. Boom! The violent collision sound stirred up a strong wind, blowing away the fog here. Reporters and passers-by, who had retreated for cover in terror, rose hastily at the moment. Looking ahead, Chen Mo, who was pinned dead against the pole by the van, in front of the front end, the whole thing had been dented, the electricity was pulsating, and the car was clearly scrapped. The vast majority of the impact was hard blocked by Chen Mo, but it was still inevitable to collide with the utility poles behind him. What's going on? Why can't I move? Behind Chen Mo, the utility pole that was already mostly broken had completely lost its support at this moment. Underneath the tumble, large swaths of power lines, lingering high above, were dragged down. Zira! Zira! High-voltage arcs jumped through the mist, making every heart skip a beat. And inside the van that hit Chen Mo, a malfunctioning, strongly magnetic mechanical part emitted a ghostly blue light. The new book begs for votes. Ask for a catch-up read. Thanks a lot guys. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Shattering the Darkness with Thunder. Chapter 27, Shattering the Darkness with Thunder. Time back 10 seconds or so. Faster. Almost there. What the hell? Why is this surrounded by so many people? The white fog-shrouded roadway, abandoning their vehicles and choosing to arrive on foot. Several members of the Roche Group's investigative team, running all the way. He could already see the fence of the villa area where Chen Mo lived. However, he found that in the section ahead, the fog enveloping the area was unusually thin compared to the rest of the area. The pavement, which should have been empty, was even more crowded. Watch your back, one of the investigators, who was in the lead, suddenly exclaimed out in shock, and the crowd dodged, as terrified eyes watched. An out-of-control van was whizzing across the slippery road at a speed that could be described as insane. Driving so fast on a foggy day? Too slow to die? The tirade had barely escaped the lips of. The next moment, there was a violent crash in front of several investigators. Boom! The wind and waves created by the impact dispersed the fog ahead, completely exposing what had really happened. Several investigators fixed their eyes on it and, instantly, their jaws dropped in horror. Not good. Damn! Why can't you move? Chen Mo, who was being deadheaded by the van, was at the moment covered in a metallic luster. Both hands rested on the front of the already completely deflated front end and pushed with a deadly force, trying to split himself from the vehicle. But even with the power of his gamma level alien, he was surprisingly unable to separate half of it. Buzz off. The ear-piercing sound of machinery running came from the van, following the ragged front of the car to the inside. He saw only that a mechanical part with a ghostly blue glow all over it was stuffed to the size of the entire compartment. At the moment, it is running wild. What the hell is this? Chen Mo's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he vaguely understood that the thing that was speeding inside that carriage was the culprit that kept him close to the car. Squeak! Crackle! Behind them, the poles that were hit by a huge force and directly cracked and snapped. Heavy dumping, dragging the dense wires overhead. They collided with each other, entangled, and exploded with blinding electric light. No good. In Chen Mo's heart, the fear of approaching death instantly surged. At this moment, where he still cares about whether there are reporters around, as crazy as a general, regardless of the image to tear, want to tear himself alive from the car. But what responded to him was a stronger and stronger absorption. Bang! Chen Mo's entire body, directly in front of the car in all directions. Face, body, arms and legs, inches of skin, as much as they could be absorbed on. The strong magnetic force prevented him from unstealing his powers at all. Help me! Help me! With difficulty, he turned his face sideways, his gaze revealing pleading, and looked toward the reporters and passers-by gathered not far away, and it seems to be awakened by this cry for help. The many journalists who were just stunned and frozen in fear have now reacted. He took 2 steps forward, but then, he greeted the assistant beside him and aimed the camera at where Chen Mo was. The flash, the shudder, the clicking came. It seems to have become the soundtrack to the last part of Chen Mo's life. April 15, 7:31 and 32 seconds a.m. Due to a violent impact, the driverless van, transported inside the strong magnetic mechanical parts, malfunctioning, the resulting magnetic force, can be absorbed within a range of 10 meters, more than 5 tons of metal products. April 15, 7:31 a.m. 34 seconds, Chen Mo, whose entire body was metallized, was affected by strong magnetic mechanical parts and was unable to get out of the damaged van. April 15, 7:31 and 37 seconds a.m. Broken pole topples over. Over 100 high-voltage power lines are torn and snapped, electricity leaking naked into the air. At 7:31 p.m. and 39 seconds, one of the countless broken wires broke and was the first to touch the roof of the van shed, where the white mist was shrouded. Under the mask of the skeleton's crying face, Ning Feng's voice, like a hypnotic chime coming from hell. Zira. Surrounded by countless reporters and continuously filmed by cameras, the raging electric light seemed to transform into a giant dragon rising from the mist. In an instant, it flooded the van, as well as Chen Mo in front of it. The ultra-penetrating high-voltage electricity, in contact with Chen Mo's metallized body, seemed to have found the most satisfying entrance, wreaking havoc into the depths of the body to its heart's content. In despair, die numb, being in a high position and enjoying power, that will sweep you off your feet, valuing your image and defending yourself, then let you leave this world in the most lousy position, surrounded by all the media. Phew. At some point, the wind picked up, the white mist that enveloped this place gradually dissipated, and at the same time, there was also Ning Feng, the only thing left behind. In its place, was the white skull mask. Amidst the raging electricity, Chen Mo's entire body seemed to be able to see the bones inside his body under the raging electricity. The first broken wire was just the beginning. Second root, third root, the 10th root, densely packed, endless broken wires, interspersed with rampant electric currents, enveloped Chen Mo as much as they could. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into the brightest focus. When the current load carried reaches an upper limit, strongly magnetic mechanical parts inside the boxcars and fire. Boom! The explosion triggered a monstrous wave of air that instantly toppled the gathered reporters. Along with the dissipation, there was the last bit of white mist lingering in all directions. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from the grass at the side of the sidewalk. After briefly checking that the camera was undamaged, these reporters didn't bother to organize their appearance and surrounded them like crazy. All that could be seen was a charred, melted, barely recognizable humanoid mass of liquid metal radiating heat in the yellow-green grass. Vaguely, one could still see the faint electric currents that surged and splintered in the other party's body. Gollum! The silence was broken by the sound of someone's mouth swallowing, and then came a series of shutter presses and flashes. Young Master Luo Ling, Chen Mo, is dead. Luo Group Headquarters, top floor conference room, renovated and refreshed. There was not the slightest hint that the place had suffered a tragic accident. Crap, why do you need to tell me that? Hearing the reports from several members of the investigation team, Luo Ling angrily got up and directly kicked the nearest person flew out backwards, along with a row of chairs, all damaged, smashed in the mess, life and death unknown. Boom! Smoke and mirrors. It looks like the conference room is being refurbished again. Everyone bowed their heads in silence, not daring to breathe. First Luo Chen, then Wu Lan, and now Chen Mo. All died in accidents? In all the years I've lived, I've never heard of 3 exalts dying in accidents one after the other within half a month. And all 3 are also from our Luo group. Someone must be up to something. Definitely. Luo Ling was trembling with anger, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the white skeleton crying face mask that was placed on the table in front of him. Lightning in the fog, shattering the darkness with thunder. End of chapter. Chapter 28 Divine Wrath. The target of all. Chapter 28 Divine Wrath. The target of all. This stuff, where did you find it? Luo Ling picked up the white skull mask and placed it in front of his eyes to examine it. There was an icy killing intent in his eyes, right where Chen Mo had his accident, about 20 meters away. We found it when we were checking around for clues. This mask was sitting by the sidewalk at the time. Hearing the response from the mouth of the investigator, a strong smile instantly appeared on Luo Ling's face. Hideous. Ha 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 ha, good. That's great. It's this mask again. This again. Died in an accident? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out. Get the hell away from me. All of you. With a hoarse roar, A few investigators left in flames, not forgetting to carry away their colleague who had been kicked half to death by Luo Ling before leaving. In the large conference room, Luo Ling stared at the skeleton mask in his hand with a deadpan expression, and then, with a shrewd glint in his eyes, he fished out a pitch-black business card from his body, dialed the number above. "It's me. I need a meeting. There's big trouble." On that day, the entire network, the hot searches on all platforms, could not be separated from two keywords. Luo Group. Chen Mo. Another person died in the Luo Group. General Manager Chen Mo was accidentally electrocuted and killed. High-voltage electricity kills under the impact of an out-of-control van. In just half a month, 3 accidents. The Luo Group is full of blackmail. Wrath of God. This is the wrath of heaven. The Luo Group has done too much evil and offended the heavenly authority. Headline after headline came in like crazy. Luo Chen, Wu Lan, Chen Mo. These 3 people, one higher than the other in the Luo Group, all died in accidents within half a month's time. This made Luo's group, which already had fluctuating wind reviews, instantly take a sharp turn for the worse. Along with the market value of the stock, it fell like crazy, so much so that it drew the attention of the Luo Group's top management. "Say, what the hell is going on? I haven't even finished my business in the field, and you've caused me such a big mess." Luo Group, 25th floor, an extraordinarily claustrophobic and dark room. The usually unbeatable Luo Ling was now like a child who had made a mistake, with his head lowered and his body scrunched up, standing aside. In front of him, a huge figure had its back turned. By the light of the desk lamp on the table, a rough outline could be vaguely made out. Layers and layers of scales covered the surface of this figure. Luo Qin and Wu Lan were just fine. Neither of their powers were strong, and it's normal for them to die sometimes. But now, even Chen Mo is dead? His stealing powers are already some of the strongest in the Gamma class. How did it die? The questioning that shook his ears like thunder caused Luo Ling's entire body to tremble and, speaking also stammered, "Back to the second uncle. According to the current situation, is an accident." What? Chen Mo's death was an accident. Boom! The moment Luo Ling answered and exited, an intense wave of air came in front of his body. It coalesced into a tornado that whistled and twined. In an instant, it left him, who was a beta-level exalt, trapped dead in the blistering wind. Breathing hard. Accident? The huge figure slowly rose and picked up the tablet from the table. On it played the video of the accident that Chen Mo had suffered before he died. In the white mist, a figure with his back turned abandoned a broken pair of pliers on the side of the road. The little boy cut the wire of the pole. Chen Mo, who appeared disheveled, surrounded by reporters, out-of-control vans, as well as the countless power lines that have been dumped down. Eventually, in a blast of electricity, the explosion ended it all. And when the white mist dissipated, white skull masks were left behind 20 meters away throughout the scene. In this world, where are there so many accidents? These 3 people who died also happen to be all your close friends? Don't get your personal troubles involved in the group's process. You come from a branch lineage, and you also relied on crooked ways to awaken your psychic abilities. How difficult it is to get the opportunity to be tested by the group. I don't want to hear any explanations. Seize the opportunity to fill the group's losses. As he spoke, the huge figure casually waved his hand, and the whistling dragon scroll disappeared with it. Luo Ling's entire body slammed onto the floor with a loud thud. Gasping for air, he was busy responding. "Second uncle, don't worry. I've already prepared to expand the investigation team, and I'll be going out to eliminate a group of terrorist organizations in the next few days. And when it's done, I'm sure I'll be able to salvage the group's image." Dragon City, suburb, abandoned factory. The whole factory was quiet today after a long time. Old Meng unprecedentedly did not iron, and did not drum up those bits and pieces of mechanical rags. Anxiously, he paced in place, looking out the factory door once every minute that passed. Tap tap tap. When the clear sound of footsteps came, joy instantly appeared on Old Meng's worried face. He was too busy to welcome them. Solved? Old Meng surrounded Ningfeng, looking up and down, feeling around with his hands to check if the other party had any injuries. Chen Mo's power is enough to approach some weaker beta-level exalts. "You're not hurt, are you?" "It's fine." Ningfeng casually removed the hood of the windbreaker on top of his head, and his scarlet eyes revealed an incomparable calmness. "Didn't you watch the news? Chen Mo couldn't be deader." "Harm, where would I have that mind?" Old Meng waved his hands repeatedly and, "It's good that it's okay." Solving Chen Mo is also a not-so-small blow to the Luo Group. Ningfeng, at this point, didn't respond. Instead, he walked slowly towards the inner side of the factory under the watchful eye of Lao Meng, came to the huge nutrient pod, gazing silently at the silver-haired girl curled up inside. Incredibly delicate face, like a white porcelain doll. A head of silver hair, the strands rising and dancing in the nutrient solution. Faint breaths, bringing up a cascade of bubbles, attested to the fact that the girl was still alive. Ningfeng's scarlet eyes revealed a touch of sadness. And then, turning around, the hatred was overwhelming. Old Meng, you once told me that in this world, all people are born with psychic abilities, and the only way for ordinary people to possess psychic abilities by means of the afterlife exists only in the Divine Enlightenment Organization. This morning, I ran into someone from the Divine Enlightenment Organization. When these words came out, Old Meng, who was still calm, instantly widened his eyes and, "You saw it? They're looking for it so soon?" Old Meng frowned and looked down in deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Ning Feng, on the other hand, stepped forward quickly and placed a heavy hand on Old Meng's shoulder, and the tone was agitated. "Old Meng, when you saved me at the time, you said that Luo Ling was relying on the help of the Divine Enlightenment Organization to transplant my sister's psychic abilities. They caused my sister to fall asleep and drift towards a debilitating death. The skull mask, as you said, is the mark of a member within the Divine Enlightenment Organization, and I used it to draw him out. Now the fish is hooked. Old Meng, you can tell me what this so-called divine revelation is. A bunch of things. Chapters changed. Feel free to subscribe. End of chapter. Chapter 29, A Bunch of Crazy People. Chapter 29, A Bunch of Crazy People. The so-called Divine Enlightenment Organization. These guys, what in the world are a bunch of things? Ning Feng's voice was filled with abhorrence. Without the existence of the Divine Enlightenment Organization, his sister would not have suffered an undeserved disaster, being forced to extract spinal fluid and robbing the body of its psychic powers. Even what Ning Feng's sister had encountered had been treated quite gently. The most common tactic used by the Divine Enlightenment Organization is to pick the bones of the living, stripping the spinal cord alive. With such gruesome tactics, what kind of lunatics has this so-called divine revelation gathered? Divine Enlightenment Organization. Old Meng mentioned the name, and in his only remaining one eye, intense killing intent instantly erupted. He ran his hand over the blindfold on his face that covered the lost eye. Laughing coldly, he said, saying divinely inspired is nothing but a group of people who think they are a superior species that have evolved with the favor and inspiration of the gods. From the top to the bottom, there's one of them. All of them are complete animals. Though nowadays, the world is full of shifters walking all over the place, and ordinary people surviving in the cracks. But most of the aliens, they still kind of retain their humanity and don't go bullying ordinary people for no reason. Old Meng said. Rough palm, tightly gripped a pocket watch necklace hanging around his neck. That inside, it seems to have treasured the most precious things in his life. But, the Divine Enlightenment Organization is different. In their eyes, ordinary people are no different from domestic animals, and the entire world, which should only belong to the altered, belongs to the evolved superior species, and the remaining ordinary people should be slaughtered to death. Kala. The sound of joints rubbing together sounded in Old Meng's other clenched fist. His fingers clenched a little white, nails deeply embedded into the flesh, but he still did not care. All of this was seen by Ning Feng. He didn't know too much about Old Meng's past, only knowing that the other party was reduced to this state because of the Luo Group and the Divine Revelation Organization. It was with the help of the Divine Enlightenment Organization that Luo Ling was able to take away your sister's powers. Lao Meng breathed a long sigh of relief. But there's so much more than that with the Luo Group. I've been investigating for so many years, but I've never been able to find out why the Luo Group is working with such an anti-human organization. Speaking of this, Old Meng glanced at Ning Feng, who was in deep thought. Young instructed, now that you've successfully lured the snake out of its hole, you need to be more careful when you're in the shadows. These guys from the Divine Enlightenment Organization are not only mentally outright crazy, but each one of them is even more unbelievably bizarre in their psychic abilities. It was one of those blood-manipulating dogs that caused my family to die back then. Old Meng gritted his teeth and spoke with dusty, painful memories that haunted him, the eyes that had been plucked out alive. After so many years, the wounds had long been smoothed out, but in the moment, it was as if there were 1,000 pains. Divine Revelation Organization. Ningfeng looked at Old Meng, who was caught up in painful memories, and couldn't hide his intolerance in his heart. Old Meng, you can rest assured, no matter how deep these guys hide, I will pull them out one by one. They're crazy, and so am I. Creepy blood light bloomed in his eyes. Luo's group. 19th floor. Outside Luo Ling's office. A woman's figure emerged from the wall extremely abruptly. White suit. Extremely gruesome burn scars on his face. Dialed phone taped to his ear. If Ningfeng were here, he would certainly recognize that she was the person from the Divine Enlightenment Organization, who had been following closely behind him in the fog that day. I lost them and didn't stop Chen Mo from dying. The woman in the white suit sounded apologetic with self-loathing. Don't worry about such trivial matters first. A gamma waste is just a waste. I think he must have messed with someone. The top priority is to get this month's cleanup activities done. On the other end of the line, the obviously processed voice continued to come through. If I remember correctly, the two teams supported by the Luo group this time are under Luo Ling's charge, right? You stay and help him, as a matter of right, and save the fellow from fear. It's useless to mistake the death of a few Gamma-level people for the end of your woes. The voice on the other end of the line, full of mocking disdain. By the way, watch out for that imposter, who wears the organization's mask to solicit, and the next time you meet him, just kill him. Yes, the woman in the white suit respectfully agreed. Before turning to leave, he looked meaningfully behind him, at the office where Luo Ling was. Friday, April 23rd, the weather was sunny. In the evening, near the weekend, the employees within the Luo group, the mood seems to be good. The successive accidental deaths of Chen Mo's several people had no effect on them. On the contrary, the absence of these usually bossy guys is a great joy for the bottom staff. Why do you think there are so many new faces in the past 2 days? Don't you know? It's time for the cleanup event again. And every quarter at this time, the group temporarily recruits a wave of exalts to join the investigation team. A cleanup event? What's that? You've only been here for a short while. It's normal that you're not clear about it. It's said that it's a cleanup activity, but it's actually a trip to eliminate those terrorist organizations made up of altered beings, maintain a positive image of the group and incidentally ensure peace around Dragon City. Inside the first floor corridor, 2 ground floor employees, who were cleaning the floor, whispered, the mop in his hand, the water already dry, still mechanically mopping around on the floor, enough to see the perfunctory. And Ning Feng, who was dressed in a black suit with black hair and a cold face, passed by these two, with a brand new work tag pinned to his chest. Luo's group, investigation team, Feng Ning. At this moment, he listened to everything the two said. Look, it's the investigative unit, with their trademark black suits. I heard that this kid rose from the bottom. This luck can't be denied. Clean up. Ningfeng didn't care about the 2 people behind him chewing on his tongue. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about the cleanup activities that would take place this very night. If it was a unilateral action by the Luo group, then he would have been able to believe 3 times more in the purpose of the so-called preservation of peace. But in this case, there is also the intervention of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. Then the nature. It is completely different. A bunch of complete anti-human lunatics would want to keep the peace? Wouldn't that be a bit of an oxymoron? What's so fishy about this? I'm really looking forward to it. The 5 fingers tapped in the air, and the alien energy quickly unfolded. The entire Luo group's building, up and down, was within the cage. Seems to have found something interesting. At the corner of Ningfeng's mouth, a mysterious arc was drawn out. Looks like tonight, it's going to be quite interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Evil People Doing Good. Chapter 30, Evil People Doing Good. Ning Feng, Alien Power Level, Gamma Gamma. Alien Power, Accidental Expansion. Progress of Psychic Abilities, 70/100. Ning Feng stopped at the end of the corridor, his gaze staring into the midair in front of him, on a translucent panel visible only to himself. The progress of the alien power has come to 70. Solving Chen Mo. Surprisingly, only added 25 progress points. His brow furrowed slightly in confusion. If you divide them according to how powerful their supernatural abilities are, Chen Mo is the strongest one among the 3 people I solved, but the value he increased is not as good as the weakest Wu Lan. Luo Chen's accident was a car accident. Wu Lan was a fall, and Chen Mo was electrocuted. What's the trick in this, anyway? Ningfeng didn't have the heart to think about it in detail for the time being. I'll always feel out the pattern. But the good thing is, as soon as we gain another 30 progress points, we can start the next evolution of our powers. The thought made him feel much better. Nowadays, with the constant use of his supernatural ability, the range he could influence had been raised to about 200 meters in circumference. The time frame for projecting future accidents was also raised to half a month or so. In short, he could project and influence, within a 1200-meter radius, all accidents that would happen in the next half month. The fountain pen on the table fell to the floor and, drinking water and choking on the windpipe, an altercation in the office. All the big and small things that are not in the plan are in the accidental category. Tonight, what accident will happen? Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as his feet shifted toward the outside of the group building. Yo, little Feng, congratulations. I heard you got promoted to the investigation team. As he passed the gate at the main entrance, the grandpa standing guard smiled and greeted Ningfeng. Why are you leaving so early? Aren't you going to clean up today? Moncler Outlet Online looking at the members of the investigation team gathered in the hall on the first floor. It seems that apart from Ning Feng, no one else has left. None for me. On Ning Feng's face, a harmless smile appeared, and he spread his two hands out. I just got lucky and got promoted to the investigation team, so I'm usually okay with pretending. If I really go out there to fight to the death, with my broken psychic ability, I'll be disliked as cannon fodder. Harm. For nothing these good teeth. Come on, not to get involved in these things. You are free. Let's go. Moncler Outlet Store. Hearing this, he waved his hand, and Ning Feng nodded and left with a smile. After that accident, after the disfigurement and reorganization, Ning Feng, in the identity of Feng Ning, once again joined the Luo group. The special ability he displayed, on the other hand, was named Teeth Strengthening, which was quite a cockamamie existence even in deltas. He still remembered clearly the scene when he had demonstrated his ability under the watchful eyes of the interviewer of Luo group. Relying on a mouthful of camouflaged steel teeth, Ning Feng performed a raw chewing of iron nails. Eventually, he was ruthlessly assigned by the interviewer to do odd jobs at the bottom. Thanks to the alloy jaw that old Meng installed in me, it just so happens to provide the psychic ability to muddle through. Ning Feng touched his chin, and even though his appearance looked no different from that of an ordinary person, it had long since ceased to be a construct of flesh and blood. After exiting the group building, Ning Feng tapped his 5 fingers in the air. Started, accidental projection. How do you return to the neighborhood of the Luo group disguised as a normal off-duty person without leaving a single crack? A accidental occurrence path that surfaced before Ning Feng's eyes. Many things of haunting red light, lined up in sequence, guiding his next move. At 6:01 and 11 seconds p.m. You walk across the street to the bus stop with a step distance of 80 centimeters and a step rate of 85 steps per minute. At 6:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Bus 256 will stop 1 meter in front of you. 6:07 and 7 seconds p.m. The crowd becomes your best cover as you shorten your body and take off your suit. Getting off at the Hussey Road station. Every action made, even every word spoken. Ning Feng had all acted strictly according to the accidentally projected information. As he walked onto the bus, the little girl who was riding with him, cartoon balloons in her hands, happened to cover the security camera in the bus. He shorts himself and takes off his suit just at the exact note in the bus where the two Amazons are swearing and arguing and attracting everyone's attention. He got off at the Lakeside Road station and was able to see his intersection monitor directly because of a short-circuit failure due to heavy rain 2 days before. At this point, at 6 hours 8 minutes and 3 seconds, in a hidden alleyway only a block away from the headquarters of the Luo group, the alleyway was a dead end, only a meter wide and narrow, and above it, about 2 meters above the ground, hovered a dense mass of dilapidated power lines. At the mouth of the alley, there is even a dirty green public garbage can, which smells very bad. In a place like this, no one would even notice. Ning Feng's figure stood in the darkness as he glanced at the time on his wristwatch. It was not far from what he had projected. The original black suit had been replaced with that black hooded trench coat. This neighborhood, until 11:03 a.m., in the middle of the night, will not be approached by any living thing other than 2 feral cats. There are about 3 hours left until the team for this cleanup activity of the Luo group departs. Ning Feng relied on the deep, dark alleyway. Outside, it's all lights and neon. Evening congestion on the road. Passing pedestrians, buzzing with life. But all of this has nothing to do with him. He hid his face under his hat, his figure blending in with the darkness of the alleyway. He just waited, breathing quietly, standing quietly. The last thing he needed was patience. A good hunter can remain motionless and prostrate in cover for a day or two, or even longer, before his prey comes within shooting range. All the endurance, all that, was nothing compared to the desperate powerlessness of having his limbs ripped off in the first place. DDT. The sound of honking cars, which had been rising and falling around his ears, gradually became thinner as time went on. Ning Feng leaned against the wall, his scarlet pupils gazing at the 2 feral cats that were rummaging for food at the edge of the trash can at the entrance of the alley. A big one and a small one, both cats. Meow. The 2 cats rummaged incessantly and seemed to have no luck. Turning their attention to Ning Feng, who was not far away, one after the other, they leapt down and came together, surrounding Ning Feng's feet. He rubbed back and forth, letting out a comfortable purring sound. Meow. Ning Feng's icy gaze watched the 2 small masses of life at his feet. He leaned down and, with a mechanical palm, brushed the heads of both cats. He couldn't feel the other man's plush touch and sighed softly. Don't rub it in. I don't have any food here. Duh. At that moment, outside the alleyway, there was a dull truck honk. Ning Feng turned his head violently to look out into the alleyway, scarlet flashing in his gaze. 9:16 p.m. 18 seconds. A truck loaded with express cargo. In the alleyway outside the 20-meter distance from the horn, The entire street, all vehicles, are stopped in place, for a street outside. Luo's group and a large number of travel vehicles to make way. It's time. Ningfeng got up with a hideous smile. End of chapter. Chapter 31. You already have a way to take your death. The wolf in the flock. Chapter 31. You already have a way to take your death. The wolf in the flock. The night is deepening. In front of the Luo group building, more than a dozen black sedans were lined up, and numerous figures in black suits gathered here. On each man's face, night vision goggles, tattooed on their chests in front of them, were different numerical serial numbers, from 1 to 60. It also meant that for this cleanup activity, the Luo group had called out a full 60 Ultrans just for the investigation team. Mr. Luo, this time, cleaning up will be slightly more troublesome. Woman in a white suit with a hideous scarred face, standing in front of Luo Ling at the moment. He personally opened the backseat door for the other party. For safety's sake, you'd better try to stay out of the way, and I'll help myself if there's any situation. It's just cleaning up some trash. What danger can there be? Luo Ling waved his hand. Besides, we have, in our hands, a secret weapon. As the words fell, the car door closed. The woman in the white suit got into the passenger seat. With the sound of the engine starting, the first sedan slowly pulled away. The second, and the third, were close behind. Hurry up, get a grip. For this cleanup event, even though our second group is not the main force and is only responsible for the aftermath, we have to get in the spirit. The job requires everyone to have a number instead of a name. Is everyone here? The bald leader in command, with a gruff voice, was counting the men one by one. One more to go? Where's the 44? The bald leader glanced at the clock and looked up and around. Coming. A voice came from the back of the room, and the young figure, who looked to be in his mid-20s, held up a hand in greeting. Just dropped something off and got delayed. Sorry. Do you think this is a game? If you delay the cleanup, you don't have 10 lives to die. The bald leader looked the 44-foot in front of him up and down, recalling the other's psychic abilities. And, number 44, power-enhancing psychic ability, right? I'll keep you in mind. If there's a problem with the timing this time, you're solely responsible for it. Now, right now, get your ass in the car. Amidst the angry shouts of the bald leader, 44-foot was shoved and crammed into the right outer position of the back seat of a sedan. Bang! The car door was slammed heavily by the bald leader outside, bumping into 44's arm. It was dark inside the car and no one noticed that the area where it had collided with the door was dented. In the darkness, under the night vision device worn on 44's face, scarlet essence flickered. Looks like in a while. Need to send one off first then. A dozen cars drove away from Luo's group and split into two directions. One way to drive straight out of town along the main highway. The other way was along the expressway around the city, heading to the northernmost desolate part of Longcheng. The team that No. 44 was in was the second group that traveled to the desolate area in the north. Inside the car, the crowd was talking and laughing, as if this event was some kind of extraordinarily relaxing outing. Only 44, leaning to one side, watched the rear of the convoy through the vehicle's rearview mirror. There was a van unlike all the others. He vaguely remembers that no member of the investigation team entered it, except the driver. But observing the state of the wheels and body sinking, and the speed of travel, should be full inside. 5 fingers kept tapping in the concealment as 44 pressed down on the window and looked out at the sky. The cumulus clouds overhead became extraordinarily deep as we got farther and farther away from the city. The air smelled of damp earth, a sign before the rain. After tonight, the value of the progress of the alien energy will inevitably reach 100. 44 turned his head and glanced at a few members of the investigation team in the car who were talking and laughing, completely off guard. In his eyes, these guys were a string of progress values to enhance his own. No one noticed that underneath the skin of 44-foot was simply another person, Ning Feng. As for the real 44, guess the guy in the company utility room won't be awake for a few more hours. Ning Feng inadvertently, the pocket at the chest of the suit's top. A faint bright light flickered from its hiding place above, appearing to be the red dot of a camera's night vision. Luo Ling, wait for the good news I'll bring. An absolute blast. The vehicle drifted away and, finally, left the bypass expressway and drove along secluded back roads for another half hour or so. Came to a deserted area. As far as the eye can see, the roads are no longer paved with concrete, but extremely narrow and yellowed. The sides of the yellow dirt road are even more densely covered with weeds, half a man tall and swaying in the wind without human intervention. And at the end of the yellow dirt road, a row of teeny tiny rotting buildings with grey facades, mottled all over. There are no windows or doors, and it's in complete and utter rough shape. Creepers wrapped around the exterior walls, and all kinds of weeds grew wildly between the buildings. It looked like it had been empty for some years. Hurry up! Hurry down! A black sedan pulls up in front of the narrow yellow road. The doors of the car opened one by one, and the members of the investigation team, dressed in black suits and night vision devices, filed out. Ning Feng, disguised as number 44, was among them. Stepping out of the car, he now stood at the edge of the yellow road and looked back toward the very back of the caravan, the distinctive black van. Wow! The flush door was pulled open, and inside the van, two heavily armed members of the investigative team, pushing and shoving, hurling insults and, from inside the trunk, figure after figure was yanked down, clearly a young woman. Each man wore a thin, tattered, grayish-white prison uniform, his hair disheveled and his eyes numb with disbelief. It looked like it had been subjected to all kinds of inhuman torture. Number 44, what are you looking at? The bald leader was very short-tempered and walked up and slapped his palm hard towards Ningfeng's back. These people are captives from a terrorist organization. Don't let your guard down just because there's some women. Put away your pity. Today, not a single enemy shall be let go. Ningfeng stood still, his head hanging low, feeling the painless slap on his back, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Does someone have to get ahead of the game even on the way to taking death? He pointed the top pocket of his suit at where the rear van was, a miniature camera, recording everything that was happening here. Phew! The sky grew more and more overcast, the air humid and sticky, the dirt smells a little more fishy, and the downpour will be here any minute. Looking out over the entire wasteland surrounding the rotting building, it was too dark to see anything. Thanks to the help of night vision. Go faster. We're taking you home. What's the point of dawdling? If you weren't still useful, I'd have sent you on your way. The women yanked from the van. 8 or 9 of them were now shackled and chained together like animals. Escorted by the bald leader himself, he walked at the front of the group. When it was only about 50 meters from where the rotten building was, the bald leader, wearing night vision, took a deep breath against the wind and in turn roared, "Guys inside, if you don't want your women to die in front of you, get out right now. The new book begs for votes. Please do me a favor and give some votes. Give the author the incentive to explode more." End of chapter. Chapter 32, nicknamed, The Night Skeleton. Chapter 32, nicknamed, The Night Skeleton. Get out. Every minute that passes, I kill a woman. The penetrating sound waves, emanating from the bald leader's mouth, swept towards the rotten building in front of him, reverberating continuously between the buildings. Ningfeng stood at the back of the group, his eyes narrowing slightly. The information on everyone's psychic abilities, he had long ago investigated well in advance. This bald leader, on the other hand, was a Gamma level sonic alien. At this moment, while shouting towards the rotten building, the bald leader's big hand pinched, yanked over a younger woman beside him, and directly clutched the other party's neck in death. The mouth began to count down. 60, 59, 58. The wind howled, but it couldn't drown out his shouts, while Ningfeng quietly recorded everything. You are also newly summoned, right? I don't know what kind of terrorist organization is moving such a big battle, with dozens of exalts coming out all at once. A young man with brown curly hair came over to Ningfeng's side and climbed into a somewhat self-conscious conversation. Ningfeng glanced at the other party and didn't say anything. The latter, on the contrary, continued to speak to himself. Have you heard? This cleanup is because it's to suppress the recent mess at the Luo group. Oh, what kind of mess? Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he took in Curly Hair's appearance and searched his mind for information on the other party. Barely qualifies as a Gamma-level alien. Powers are 5 sense enhancement. Makeshift guy with no criminal history. You don't know? Luo group this month has been before and after the death of 3 people. Each status is not low. Invisible supernormal ability of that Luo Chun. Nearly 2 years especially hot that. You know it. Directly a car accident messed up the disability. The back of the serious injury died. And the Secretary General of the Luo Group, who fell from the roof of the headquarters building to the ground in pieces. By the way, the most important thing is that Luo Group's general manager, Chen Mo, was electrocuted alive in front of hundreds of reporters. TSK, 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 that's called a tragedy. Curly grew more and more animated, but seemed to realize that the present occasion was not quite fit for clamor. So lowering his voice, he continued, tell you a secret, don't look at Luo's group to the outside world to claim that these 3 accidents are accidents, but in fact he looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him before continuing. In fact, it's rumored out there that these 3 were killed, only it looks like it was an accident. Yeah, that's refreshing. Ningfeng smiled faintly, so this operation is to squash the heat of these 3 accidental deaths, is it? Smart. Curly nodded, but I really kinda adore that guy who kills people with accidents. This is Luo's group, a hegemon in Longcheng, and this dares to be messed with. Really? A cold aura flashed in Ningfeng's eyes as he pursued the question. Then have you heard that there are any clues from the Luo group regarding the real culprits of these 3 accidents? No, not to mention the clues. That Chen Mo even brought someone to check it out before, but as a result, within 2 days, he was gone himself. Curly waved his hand repeatedly. Name, likeness, reason for hostility. Roche's side of the group is a completely blank state, or else you can't shift the heat with a cleanup campaign. I've heard that privately some people even gave this guy a nickname. What nickname? It's called Night Skull. Curly said this with both eyes glowing. Night Skull. Ningfeng breathed a long sigh of relief and shook his head helplessly. And the sight, once again, fell in the direction of the rotten building ahead. 5 fingers tapped in the darkness. The whole thing poised for action. Good. Do not come out right. Already counted out a minute. The bald leader at this moment. See no one respond. Angry brain veins surging up and, the next instant, ka-ching, his hands pressed hard, directly crushing the neck of the woman beside him raw. Ah! A miserable cry issued from the mouths of the remaining women, who clustered around each other in fear, holding their heads and crouching on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Quiet! The bald leader shouted angrily, and then as if throwing a rag, he threw the woman who had died in his hands just now, with great force, towards the rotten building in front of him. This woman is the first. If you don't come out yet, then watch these people, all of them, die here. The bald leader's tone was icy as he continued to repeat the countdown. 60, 59, when he counted to 30, a furious roar exploded in the middle of the rotten building ahead. Bastard! You, the Luo group, don't even spare innocent ordinary people? Ordinary people? The bald leader, seeing that someone finally responded, a hideous smile appeared on his face and, innocent? What's so innocent about a terrorist organization? In my opinion, they all deserve to die. Putting nasty farts. We're just gathering to seek justice because we've been persecuted by the Luo group, taking ordinary women as hostages and using the killing of us, the real victims, to take credit for wiping out terrorist organizations? You are the biggest tumor in the entire Dragon City. An angry shout came from the depths of the rotten building. The wind whistled, and the atmosphere around them became unprecedentedly tight. Ha 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 ha, curse. You guys curse more before you die. It's useless to explain anymore. After today, on the Dragon City News, there will be one more report of Luo's group annihilating the terrorist organization. The bald leader gave a sardonic laugh. Surprisingly, they dragged another woman over and snapped the other woman's neck. Stop! A sad and angry roar came from the rotten building, and several figures scurried out like mad, and the bald leader laughed rampantly. I'm so sorry it's been another minute. You guys came out too late. Before the words left his mouth, he waved his big hand. Go! Leave no one behind. In a flash, almost all the members of the investigation team swarmed up. All sorts of alien powers were used in a dazzling manner. Part of it confronted the few who rushed out of the rotten building, while the rest flew to the building, searching for the remaining survivors. Ningfeng and that curly-haired one, on the other hand, stayed behind to guard the remaining hostages. Beware of stealing home after being spared. That's some big news right there. Ningfeng glanced at the miniature camera at his chest, a smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. I really have to thank Luoling for providing me with such a good opportunity. Removing dissidents, packaging it as punishing the evil and eliminating the evil for the sake of the people. TSK, truly worthy of being Luo's group. What are you laughing at? It's weirdly creepy in the middle of the night. Curly caught a glimpse of the smile on Ningfeng's face to the side and subconsciously took 2 steps away. It's nothing. It's just that I feel like a lot of people are going to die tonight. Ningfeng was lighthearted, gazing at the 2 warring sides ahead of him. Alas, indeed. But the good thing is that we're just here to fill in the blanks. No need to get too involved. Just take the money and leave. Curly sighed. Unfortunately, I just took a look at the ones that rushed out of the building, and the oldest is in his early 20s. The main force here have all been lured away by the first group. The rest are all old and weak. These few, I'm afraid, are the only ones who can stand up to the next. What are you up to? Suddenly, the chattering curly hair saw that Ningfeng, who had been standing motionless beside him, was actually walking towards the battlefield in front of him on his own. The climax comes when the means of this accidental kill is absolutely awesome. It's going to be a group kill after all. Ask for a ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 33, You're not one of us? Who the hell are you? Chapter 33, You're not one of us? Who the hell are you? Just a bunch of losers. Still thinking of stalling for time? The bald leader grinned hideously at the moment, and stamped his foot hard on the head of the young man in front of him. Relying on the absolute advantage in numbers. This battle between the two sides was declared over in a very short period of time. As he looked around, several of the young shifters who had rushed out of the rotten building were dead or injured. The few that survived had fallen to the ground, reduced to lambs to the slaughter. When our men return, they will never spare you. At the feet of the bald leader, the young alien was still struggling, but in response, he was met with an extremely heavy nesting kick. Bang! The tremendous force caused his entire body to directly arch his body and spit out blood. Humph. Joke. To tell you the truth, don't think that anyone else will come to your rescue. The other wave of people we sent out, by this time, would have killed your so-called rescuers, before going against the Luo group. You don't weigh yourself either. A bunch of losers gathered together can't change anything. They're still losers. After saying that, the bald leader's eyes were sinister, and he kicked another hard kick towards the young alien who fell on the ground. Click! Accompanied by the sound of a broken sternum, the other party's entire body flew backwards and smashed heavily within the barren grassland. Ah! No! At this moment, a cry came from the side. Looking around, one could only see that the members of the investigation team who had just rushed into the rotten building to search and arrest, had returned in full. There were also more than a dozen figures being escorted, and at a cursory glance, they were all old and sick, and it was the only young face among them that sent out the cry. A young girl with ice blue hair. Upon seeing the bald leader brutally abuse the young alien, the girl broke down and cried, "Brother!" The mournful voice, echoing in the four directions of this wasteland, was quickly drowned out by the whistling of the wind. "What the hell are you screaming for? It'll be your turn soon. One by one. Send them all on their way properly," the bald leader said, an even more eccentric smile spreading across his face. "Maybe, before that, there's still time for the big guy to have some fun." For a while, the rest of the members of the investigation team, all of them revealed understanding smiles and gradually surrounded towards the ice blue-haired girl. At this moment, in the sky, the clouds were overcast, the wind was howling, and it was about to rain heavily at any moment. It was a little creepy with the weeds and darkness all around. No one noticed in the slightest that at the back of the yellow dirt road, Ning Feng, who was supposed to be guarding the hostages, approached silently and unobtrusively. "Hey, come back you." Curly Hair, who had similarly stayed put with Ning Feng, was dumbfounded when he saw the other party who had acted suddenly. 44. Get back here and stay out of trouble. Curly kindly reminded 44 Foot, who, like himself, had no great use for his powers in his eyes, that he was undoubtedly sending a kind message to try to save the girl, but how could it stop so many investigative team shifters? "I'm not 44. Ning Feng, while walking along the yellow dirt road without looking back, tugged at the tie in front of his neck with his hand, responded toward Curly. "The code name doesn't belong to me. According to you, I should be Night Skull." In the darkness of the night, in the howling wind, Ning Feng stopped in his tracks and stared back slightly, scarlet eyes, killing intent. Curly froze in place, his brain somewhat unable to react for a moment, and just stood at a distance, quietly watching, only to see that Ning Feng pushed aside the members of the investigation team who had formed a circle. The gait was easy and relaxed, drawing puzzled stares from bystanders. "Who is this kid? Where did that come from? What's this about? Kid, you stop right there." Someone reached out to grab Ning Feng's shoulder, but their grip was strangely empty. One could only stare blankly as Ning Feng walked unhindered all the way to the innermost part of the crowd. When he hid his eyes, he saw that bald leader, who was ordering his subordinates to hold down the ice blue girl, coming forward with a sinister smile on his face. "Don't come over, don't come over." Anticipating what was going to happen next, the ice blue-haired girl struggled desperately, but to no avail at all. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle," the bald leader said, his hand just about to reach out. It felt like something grabbed itself. There was some coldness at the heart. The personnel of the investigation team around him were even casting horrified glances at him. It was as if something extraordinary had happened to the bald leader. "What's going on? What are you guys looking at me like that for?" As the bald leader spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in front of his body and he jerked his head down to look. A hand was found. A cold, mechanically cast palm that, through the center of his own body, the silver-gray metal arm, dripping with blood in the middle of the dark rainy night, was extremely gruesome. How back? Things? The bald leader stiffened and turned his head, trying to see who his attacker really was, and a devilish whisper sounded behind him. "I told myself, later, to be the first to send you on your way. It's only good to be a man of your word." Ning Feng's bloodshot eyes lit up behind the bald leader. "You, spared from being suddenly hit hard." The bald leader desperately turned around with the last of his strength, trying to utilize his sonic powers in a deadly manner. "I'll take someone with me even if I die." Roar! But only just as his mouth was about to open, Another cold palm covered his entire face in death. The powerful force prevented him from making a single sound. And the sound wave that had just been brewed instantly rebounded and attacked the inside of the bald leader's body. Pust. The muffled sound of a melon cracking came, and the bald leader's entire head instantly deflated. Brush. Ningfeng drew out the arm that had pierced his opponent and shook off the blood on it. Like discarding trash, he casually tossed the bald leader aside. Ka-ching! A thunderbolt exploded in the sky at this moment. In moments, the sound of rain and wind came in succession. Phew! Wow! The rain of the rainy night was incredibly cold, washing over Ningfeng's bloodstained arm. He ran a hand back through his hair, a crazy grin playing at the corners of his mouth. It went from a light beat of rain to a heavy downpour in a matter of seconds. With his hair dampened by the rain, Ningfeng ripped off the night vision device from his face, and with his scarlet pupils, a cold aura flashed. It's raining! What a day! Rumble! Another thunderclap resounded and bright yellow lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night sky and earth. When the instantly lit surroundings, and then instantly returned to darkness, Ningfeng, who had been in the same place just moments ago, had disappeared alive in front of everyone's eyes. Who is this guy? Is it an undercover terrorist organization? Where are the people? Gone. Where did it go? Panicked cries came from the crowd of investigators. Don't panic. There's only one of him. Kill him. Look out. Amidst the shrieks of alarm like a jumble of a dark shadow that wandered around the wilderness. Like hungry wolves, they attacked the sheep in suits. End of chapter. Chapter 34 A Nightmare That Dances in the Rainy Night. Chapter 34 A Nightmare That Dances in the Rainy Night. At the back of the crowd, the sudden turn of events caused Curly Hair, who had been calling Ningfeng his brother just a moment ago, to freeze as if he were a wooden chicken. At this moment, all the members of the investigation team had already been in a mess. Where's the man? Where did they go? Behind you. After a spirited cry, it was followed by a thunderclap that exploded in the sky, when the bright yellow electric light lit up in the sky, in front of one of the bearded men in the crowd that was like a jumble on the wasteland. Ningfeng's figure emerged suddenly. As a fellow Gamma-level psychic, the bearded man actuated his psychic ability the instant he saw Ningfeng's face. The whole person inflated at an extremely fast speed. The skin and flesh swelled, and roots and spikes surfaced all over the body, each one as hard as steel. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. The bearded man's feet exerted force, and he was about to crash towards Ningfeng. If this spike was a direct hit, it was feared that the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing through the heart would be experienced. At 10 hours 57 minutes and 11 seconds on a rainy night, you take advantage of the darkness of the rainy night and keep finding dead spots in your vision to approach one of the investigative team. Rainy night 10 hours 57 minutes and 13 seconds. In the face of your sudden appearance, the hedgehog bestialized alien instantly launches a defense and builds up his strength to synchronize his attack forward. Rainy night 10:57 and 14 seconds p.m. You took a step back to the right while reaching forward and clamping down on the back of your opponent's neck in the process. Rainy night 10:57 and 16 seconds p.m. Hedgehog bestial alien curls up into a defensive position and tries to twist your arm in doing so. Rainy night 10 hours 58 minutes and 11 seconds. As Ningfeng's psychic abilities unfolded, the entire patch of barren grassland had long since been completely reduced to his hunting ground, and every member of the investigation team was suffused with red light. They, all of them, will be a part of the accidental completion. It was a total accidental killing. Countless pieces of information surged into Ningfeng's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment the bearded man in front of him attacked, he took an extremely light step to the right rear side of his body. Back, brush, and just like that, by an uncanny coincidence, dodged the other's charge. At the same time, the steel-built arm, with 5 fingers spread out, grasped with force. It directly clamped down on the back of the bearded man's neck with such force that the other party's breathing was instantly difficult. Looking for death? Watch me waste one of your hands. The bearded man's eyes were red and he struggled desperately. The whole thing shrank forward, filling up the huge body. It rolled into a ball. Straight away, it wrapped Ningfeng's right hand, dead center, in his body. However, the bearded man, who should have followed the inertia and continued to roll forward, was now curled up in a ball, covered in spikes, but surprisingly stopped in place and couldn't move. What's going on? How come it won't move? No matter how hard the bearded man tried to roll forward, his entire body was like a rusted bearing, unable to turn at all. Kala, the sound of mechanical joints moving came from his side. A cold palm rested on the outside of the bearded man's body, and then, a tremendous force that was unimaginable to him, accompanied by unbearable pain, came in an instant. Ningfeng's arm, which was entangled in it, and his other hand, exerted force in unison. Surprisingly, The whole of the rolled-up beard was ripped alive. The blood and water in the sky was instantly washed away by the pounding rain and flowed onto the barren grass ground, making it impossible to see the color. From the bald leader's death to the bearded man's death, it was only 2 minutes. Ning Feng's incomparably terrifying tactics caused the hearts of everyone still alive to tighten. A chill ran down the back of their spines. Kill him! Angry shouts came from the crowd as an alien energy attack swept towards where Ning Feng was. Boom! The thunder shook the ears and the lightning was bright yellow, illuminating all directions. The surroundings light up and instantly returned to darkness. It also meant that another silhouette fell. Another one dead. Where the hell is he? Everybody's looking around like crazy, but the fierce rain affected the night vision, and the pounding rain weakened the alien's 5 senses even more. Ning Feng, however, would not be affected in the slightest. Under the use of accidental expansion, he didn't even need to see or hear. Everything in the surrounding environment, naturally, constructed a corresponding picture in his mind. Rumble. Late at night dark clouds covered the area. Heavy rain fell like a curtain, and thunder and lightning appeared. The wasteland is overgrown with weeds, and when the thunderbolts illuminate the 4 directions once, Ning Feng's figure then appeared like a ghost on the side of a certain member of the investigation team, reaping away the life of the opponent. Boom! Rumble! I don't know how long the thunder in the sky resounded for the 4 sides of the originally still numerous members of the investigation team. At the moment, there are only a few scattered ones left. Get out! Get out if you can! A few people at this moment together. Do not dare to look at the surrounding ground. Fell a piece of corpses, back to back. Eyes fearfully watch out for the surrounding. Snap! The sound of a heavy object stepping on the wet grass was especially noticeable. At this moment, Ning Feng was no longer hiding. Under the watchful eyes of the few remaining people, he slowly walked out. At the moment, he was drenched in blood, but full of blood. Not a drop belongs to him. Who the hell are you? Messing with the Luo group. Do you think you can leave Dragon City alive? Hearing the fear in the other man's threatening voice, Ning Feng didn't respond with a single word, but stood still. Seeing the situation, these few surviving members of the investigation team thought that the other party was jealous of the Luo group, and their mentality was much more rampant at the moment. You know you're scared? Tell you what, the other group will be coming over to rendezvous soon, and when they do, you'll die without even knowing how. However, what responded to him was Ning Feng, who was stationed in the half-man-high barren grass in the dark night and heavy rain. Rampant caracal laughter. Ha 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 ha. What you guys are saying reminds me. Gotta get a grip. It would be good to send you on your way faster. Between sardonic smiles, the scarlet in Ning Feng's eyes grew even more intense. Kala kala. Toothsome sounds of mechanical friction surged through his limbs. The original mechanical arm in its normal state had its 5 fingers transformed into sharp steel claws. On both sides of his arms, he even changed into sharp blades, and on the backside of Ning Feng's legs, ghostly blue propulsive flames surfaced. Bang! The already heavy body stepped on the ground all at once and dented it downwards. It was followed by an instant burst. Steel claws pierced the skulls of 2 members of the investigation team. The blade sliced across the other man's neck. With the propulsion boost, just by kicking up a leg, it directly caused a bloody hole to be blasted out of the last person's body. Alive! In the blink of an eye, all the remaining members of the investigation team were dead. Phew! Ning Feng let go of his steel claws and allowed the 2 bodies to dangle by his feet. A light exhale brought up a white mist in the darkness. He looked up slightly and reached out to feel the rain that lapped at his body. The suit on his body, propped up and tattered from the party's battle, and the indignation that had long been suppressed in his heart was eased quite a bit by the killing. Brother! A mournful cry interrupted Ning Feng's silence. He opened his bloodshot eyes and looked away. The icy blue-haired girl who had been saved was kneeling beside the young alien who had been abused to death by the bald leader, crying out in pain. Brother! You wake up! You wake up! The rain, mixed with tears, ran uncontrollably down the girl's face. Her cries, in the midst of the downpour, paled in comparison. At this moment, a touch of sadness flowed from the bottom of Ning Feng's scarlet eyes. When that change came, his own sister, too. Taking a long breath, Ning Feng turned his head violently, staring dead on, at the last person who had traveled by car this time. The curly-haired one, is cowering, trying to escape unnoticed. Stand still. Ning Feng's voice was cold and unfeeling. End of chapter. Chapter 35, tell him it's his turn soon. Chapter 35, tell him it's his turn soon. Stand still. A light voice came from behind, making Curly Hair, who had wanted to quickly escape just now, his entire body froze in place. Mercy, have mercy. I didn't do anything. Truly, I didn't kill a single person. After a moment's pause, Curly turned around in a flash, and the whole thing flopped to its knees on the yellow soil that had become muddy from the heavy rain, busy kowtowing and begging for mercy. His body was even trembling vaguely from fear, and the cold dampness of the rain. Snap! Snap! Ningfeng's footsteps slowly approached. At the moment, his limbs had returned to their normal appearance as much as possible, and his face was still camouflaged with the appearance of 44. Only the scarlet eyes, in the dark, rainy night, gazed down on the curly-haired man who had fallen to his knees before him. Since the so-called cleanup activity was spearheaded by the Divine Enlightenment Organization, I'm sure there are deeper intentions, and it will never be a simple removal of dissidents. This time I stepped in and caused the operation here to fail. There's no guarantee that the Divine Enlightenment Organization won't do it again. Between thoughts, Ningfeng gazed at the curly hair in front of him and spoke icily. You don't have to die today. I need a live one to carry a message to Luoling. Hearing Ningfeng's words, Curly Hair, who had been snotty and tearful just moments ago, raised his head in fear and then desperately nodded furiously. I will bring it. Not a single word. Don't worry, big brother. Tell Luoling to go to the Spring Thunder Hotel by the South Lake in Dragon City if he wants to find answers. Be a good boy and wait. Soon, it will be his turn. If it doesn't get done, there's no point in keeping your head. Ningfeng's icy eyes were like sharp daggers. Now, you can off. Curly nodded his head like garlic and practically pulled up his legs and ran. Ningfeng, on the other hand, watched the other party's figure until it disappeared into the darkness. He needed someone to ventilate Luoling to stall for time. The Luo group was entrenched in Dragon City, with an incomparably huge sphere of influence. Although Ningfeng is still hiding in the shadows, it is only a matter of time before he is found out. What I need to do is to stall as long as I can and get as strong as I can before I'm completely exposed. In Luo's group. But there are still alpha level aliens. I need to steer Luoling's investigation in the wrong direction so that I can gain more breathing room. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly before he withdrew his thoughts. Turning, his eyes fell upon the wild grasses not far from the girl with the ice blue hair was sitting frozen by her brother's body, and in Ningfeng's eyes, the 5 fingers in his hand tapped in the air. His supernatural ability unfolded to project, and the girl's body, around her, radiated a faint red light. Sure enough, it's the same as my party's projection, wanting Luoling to die. This girl is a necessary part of that. Ningfeng looked around again, and the old and sickly people who had been apprehended by the members of the investigation team from the rotten buildings were each carrying injuries. While Ningfeng was engaged in battle with the investigation team, he fled in haste. Right now, except for the bodies all over the place, in the entire scene, there were only 2 people, him and the ice blue-haired girl. Raising his right hand, he glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Time's running out, gotta get outta here quick. Then he walked quickly toward the girl who was sitting in the grass. Brush, sensing someone approaching. The girl, who had been numb just moments ago, turned around with fierce eyes, staring at Ningfeng with a wary face. Follow me. Ningfeng was succinct. The girl's eyes were cold, not the least bit moved. You killed these beasts, and you're considered my savior. But that doesn't mean I'm going to follow you. I have my own things to do. Ningfeng glanced at the girl without saying anything, and then looked behind her, at the corpse of the young Xenos who had been abused by the bald leader. Your brother? Upon hearing Ningfeng's inquiry, sorrow instantly surfaced again in the girl's icy eyes. Isn't your so-called business to take revenge on the Luo group, but just a small team of investigative team's gamma-level aliens slaughtered you all? What makes you think that a self that has just recently awakened her powers can fight against the entire Luo clan? Ningfeng's words were like a steel needle that pierced the girl's heart. In order to finish you off, the Law group sent out 2 teams. The other team? It's almost here. That's just right. I'm going to stay. Make them pay for their lives. The girl's eyes were filled with murderous intent. And at that moment, as he spoke, Ningfeng crossed over to the girl and picked up the corpse of the other party's brother. What are you doing? The girl rose instantly, her ice blue hair fluttering wildly in the wind, the pupils of her eyes turning ghastly white. Silky coolness spread throughout his body. At her feet, patches of ice congealed in the rain-soaked heathland. Her entire body instantly rose up and desperately lunged towards Ningfeng. However, the next moment, an iron hand with terrifying strength clamped down on her neck with unerring accuracy. Even as the ice spread over the mechanical arm, Ningfeng didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. As he spoke, Ningfeng placed the corpse in his other hand in a deep, 1-person-sized pit in the barren grassland beside him. I'm only at the gamma level, yet you can't even walk a single move in my hands. And presuming to fight against the Luo group of people? What good will it do you to wait here? Revenge? It's nothing more than letting Luo's group easily run over another human life. Your brother is dead. The body moves unchanged and will be laid to rest here for now. As he spoke, Ningfeng's gaze glanced around the girl. Your powers are very good, only just awakened, and they are this powerful. But unfortunately, but only at the gamma level. Believe me, There is no way you can get your revenge by yourself alone, even if you put in a lot of effort. You know yourself well, don't you? Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, the girl, who was in a death grip, went into a trance and welled up with tears. The enormity of Luo's group was like a mountain that pressed against her heart. So many of her companions died horribly, all stronger than her. But what could they do? At this point, despair spread through the girl's heart. The entire person's hostility towards Ningfeng also instantly disappeared, and his alien abilities were converged, returning to normal. Feeling the ice on his arm dissipate, Ningfeng let go of his large hand and allowed his opponent to fall limply to the ground. As for himself, he used dirt and weeds to bury the bodies in the pits on his side. It moved quickly and was over in 3 or 2 strokes. Ningfeng stood up, looked at the half-man-high weeds in all directions, and stared at the girl. Right now, you are like the barren grass in this quadrant, born with an alien ability that has a low ceiling. Without human intervention, it grows wildly, at best, to the height of half a man. Even if you put your best foot forward to utilize your powers, at best, you'll be the equivalent of some weaker beta-level psychics. When lifting is at its limit, even if one continues to work harder, it is a waste of time. An enemy that isn't even at the beta level can't even get into the eyes of the Luo group. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Will you seize the future? Chapter 36, Will you seize the future? Do you know what a gamma-level psychic is considered in the Luo group? Ning Feng's voice, in the midst of the heavy rain, was extraordinarily clear. It's this field full of corpses, each and every one of them, a gamma-level psychic. Boom! At this moment, thunder resounded above the dome of the sky. It completely crumbled the idea in the girl's mind that she wanted to stay and take revenge. Alien ability level, like a heavenly rift. It's insurmountable, just as this ground is full of weeds, which, in their lifetime, will never grow into big trees. Then you tell me what I can do. The girl raised her eyes, tears mingling with the rain on her face. At this moment, her delicate face showed endless sadness and powerlessness. I said, come with me. Ningfeng stepped forward and tore off the disguise on his face, revealing a face that belonged to himself, with the same mechanical jaw that made the entire person somewhat appalling. His tone was calm, and he reached out his right hand towards the girl who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. I can help you raise the upper limit of your powers by several levels. I can work with you to accomplish my revenge against the Luo group. Let a barren grass, too, grow into a great tree. Can I get stronger? Tears lingered in the girl's ice-blue eyes, her tone full of incredulity. Aha! I have the only psychic ability in the world that can evolve. Accident. The girl froze in place as she stared blankly at Ningfeng, looking at the mechanical arm that the other party was handing over. She looked at the stranger in front of her, whose body, all over, had been mechanically modified, and the other's words were filled with a magic that compelled one to believe. If what you say is true, I'll do anything for revenge. Tell me your name. Ningfeng's blood-red eyes were like 2 never-ending flames that burned uncontrollably in the dark night. Song Xianyu. The girl's voice was a bit hoarse. Song Xianyu. Me, is your future. Ningfeng's voice was filled with endless compulsion. Choose, will you seize the future with your own hands, or give up everything? The future? Song Xianyu stopped crying, and in her ice-blue eyes, hesitation flashed past, replaced by the determination of revenge. In desperation, she chose to trust the man in front of her. I want to change. I want to become strong. Strong enough to take revenge on the entire Luo clan. Make them pay for my brother's life. I want to seize the future. Song Xianyu's shell teeth clenched her lower lip as blood spilled out. And then, she tightly grasped Ningfeng's cold palm. Very good. The corners of Ningfeng's mouth sketched up an arc, and as soon as he grabbed Song Xianyu, without saying a word, he picked her up by the waist. We have to leave quickly. In the midst of the rainy night, Ningfeng's figure, like a ghost, disappeared into the majestic landscape of heavy rain. The footprints left on the ground became unrecognizable under the pounding rain. Bunch of losers. All of them are trash. All damned. All deserve to die. On the following day, Luo's group headquarters, 19th floor, inside Luo Ling's office. At this moment, he was as crazy as a demon, completely lacking his usual condescending and steady demeanor. Who the hell is it? Who is working against us? Although the people in the second group were all at the gamma level, every one of them was considered among the elites. That's a full dozens of elites that died in such a short period of time. I watched the scene, and every one of them was killed with almost a single blow. Observing the state at the fatal wounds, the person who did it, I'm afraid, was of beta level. And to end the fight in such a short period of time, there may have been more than one person. The woman from the Divine Enlightenment Organization, wearing a white suit, is also here. At this moment, his face was heavy, and the scars on his face, They all looked extraordinarily ugly. Beta-level alien. Any one of them is a senior combatant of the alien energy company. Who on earth is deliberately messing with our Luo group? Luo Ling's eyes were reddened, filled with dense threads of blood. It looks like I shouldn't have slept well last night. Knock knock. A knock came from outside. Come in. Luo Ling shouted without a trace of anger. Young Master Luo Ling, an assistant respectfully walked over to the person you were asked to interrogate. What did you find out? Luo Ling saw the visitor and went forward to ask after him. The interrogation is finished. The assistant nodded repeatedly. But according to that number 44, he was in the company building at the time, preparing to set off with the large group, when he inexplicably lost consciousness. It was this morning when I woke up again. Where's the surveillance? So many CCTVs, not a single one of them filmed down exactly who took the place of No. 44 and mixed into the team? Luo Ling was furious and slammed his hand on the table in front of him. Wow! In an instant, the alien energy was unleashed by the fury, and the entire table was reduced to pieces. The house, which already had few furnishings, became emptier. The surveillance. All the surveillance has been checked. There is no difference. The assistant took a step back and responded in fear, afraid that he would fall to the same fate as the table. Great! It's really great. The company has raised so many people, but they are all freeloaders. Wastes. They're all losers. Loring has become hysterical and, where's the only one who survived? Bring him here. Immediately. Now. Yes, I'm on my way. In the face of Luo Ling's stormy outburst, the assistant heard the command and, like a get-out-of-jail-free card, busily answered and left the office. Not long afterward, Curly Hair, who had been let go by Ning Feng, was thrown into the office by two investigative team members dressed in black suits, as if they were carrying a chicken. The whole man looked, with a bruised nose and swollen face and a head of curly hair that had become disheveled. Not a pleasant experience by the looks of it. Say, what the hell happened last night? Luo Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent as he picked up Curly's collar. Yes. Curly cried without tears and began to regret temporarily joining this cleanup event. Last night all of us, as planned, headed to the neighborhood of the rotten building. It was all going well at first, using the hostages to force out the ones who stayed behind. Those who tried to resist were also all taken care of by the overwhelming numbers. Originally the mission was over and you could leave. But, when Curly said that, he remembered Ning Feng's devil-like appearance last night. With each surge of lightning, one of the survey team perished in the wilderness. But what? Say, Luo Ling gritted his teeth. But 44, who stayed with me to watch the hostages, sprang into action. I don't know how it happened, but like a ghost, he suddenly appeared behind the leader and killed the other side in one fell swoop. And within minutes after that, it killed everyone without a scratch. He told me he's not number 44, he's Night Skull. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Fusion of Abnormal Abilities. Chapter 37, Fusion of Abnormal Abilities. Night Skull? When from Curly's mouth, he heard this reply, the anger on Luo Ling's face instantly solidified. He was no stranger to the nickname. Luo Chen, the invisible alien. Cat's Paw Girl, Lan Wu, Steel Body Chenma. 3 of his most trusted subordinates died in this man's hands one after another. And by now, there was simply no way to know even the true face of the other party. It's this guy again. Luo Ling clenched his fists, his bones rubbing together with a crisp sound. At his side, the woman who came from the Divine Enlightenment Organization and wore a white suit. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Strange. According to your previous investigations, this night skeleton should favor the tactic of striking in the shadows and faking deaths as accidents. But this time, how come they chose to fight head-on instead? Can it be that this is not the work of the same person? Rather, it is to mislead us? Hearing the words of the woman in the white suit, Luo Ling instantly reacted, and the essence of his eyes flickered. Definitely. Judging from the scene where all of the second group of investigators died, the psychic ability possessed by this person who calls himself the Night Skeleton is, in all probability, a beta-level body-strengthening type of psychic ability. And the guy who killed Luo Chen and the 3 of them had a perfect alibi every single time, and his powers tended to be more on the intellectual calculation side. Either that, or it's an enemy that possesses both body enhancement and supercomputing. However, I've never heard of anyone who can possess both powers at the same time, and the only thing that would happen to them would be to explode and die. Either that, or this is the work of a different person behind a shifter organization hostile to our Luo group. In the entire Dragon City, there are plenty of guys who want to bring our Luo group down. Luo Ling was convinced of this. He slowly got up and looked at Curly Hair, who was as rotten as mud in front of him. And, speaking coldly, I remember you said before that the so-called Night Skeleton asked you to bring me a message? What the hell did he say? Not a single word is to be left behind. Otherwise, you won't walk out of here alive. Say, Luo Ling roared so violently that Curly almost had a heart attack. He sat paralyzed on the floor, head bowed, trembling. The Night Skull. Night Skull said that if you want to find the answer, go to the Spring Thunder Hotel by the South Lake in Dragon City. He also said. Curly swallowed and his voice gradually weakened, which undoubtedly angered Luo Ling even more. The latter instantly stepped forward, his palms like pincers, tightly grasping Curly's shoulder blades where they were. Click, click. The sound of bones cracking came from under Luo Ling. Ah ha ha ha. The intense pain caused Curly to instantly turn white, struggling and hissing. Come on, I'll say. The Night Skull also said that you should wait obediently, and that it will soon be your turn. Puff. Luo Ling's hand snapped loose, and Curly hair instantly went limp, covering his shattered shoulder as he groaned and rolled on the ground. The woman in the white suit gave a wink, signaling the men standing guard to drag Curly out of the office. Ha, 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 ha. Luo Ling faced the wall, his eyes red, and after a moment of silence, he laughed wildly. Interesting, it's so much fun. Make me wait nicely? My turn next? What a big mouth. It seems that this fellow is absolutely confident that he thinks he can definitely kill me. Don't worry, I passed the message with the organization, and during this period of time, I'll stay at Luo's group. The woman in the white suit spoke indifferently. You and I, 2 beta level exalted, plus these people from the Luo group's investigation team. Even if they were alpha level, it would be as hard as heaven if they wanted to kill you. At this moment, Luo Ling took a deep breath and turned around, staring intently at the woman in the white suit in front of him. That's right. What's more, you have an ability that can be called the natural enemy of all the aliens. Divine Enlightenment Organization, Earth Branch, Lower, Showdog, possessor of Nullification of Abilities, Dragon City, Suburb, Abandoned Factory. A dense, high-voltage power grid shrouded the high walls in all directions. The dilapidated surroundings, overgrown with weeds and litter, make for the finest camouflage. Inside the factory, it remained unusually quiet. Instead of pumping iron as usual, Old Meng paced back and forth anxiously. Why hasn't this brat Ning Feng come back yet? I haven't even seen anyone since last night. Something's wrong, isn't it? Old Meng frowned tightly, and his only remaining one eye kept glancing at the factory gate. Squeak. I don't know how long it took, but the toothsome sound of the door opening and closing came. Ning Feng, dressed in rags, appeared before Old Meng's eyes, holding Song Xianyu, who was sleepy and asleep. Geez, you're in a hurry. If you don't come back in a little while, I'm going to have to go out and look for you. Old Meng hurriedly greeted him and suddenly glanced at the girl in Ning Feng's arms. He glanced at Song Xianyu, then at Ning Feng. Didn't you go kill someone? How come you brought one back here? Ning Feng's face was calm as he used his psychic abilities to avoid all threats along the way in order not to leave anything behind. There was a lot of delay. At this moment, he patted Song Xianyu in his arms, and the other party woke up in a daze. Before he could fully regain consciousness, he was placed on the ground by Ning Feng in one swift motion, picked it up in passing. It worked for me. Ning Feng responded to Old Meng in a concise manner, and upon hearing herself referred to as casually picked up, Song Xianyu instantly came to her senses, stood up, and stared fiercely at Ning Feng. Old Meng, help me prepare that. Ning Feng tore off the tattered cloth from his upper body, and his icy voice caused Old Meng to freeze. Now. Ning Feng nodded heavily, his bloodshot eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Found a candidate? Old Meng was a bit puzzled. Then, looking to the side, Song Xianyu, your so-called candidate. It wouldn't be this little girl, would it? Old Meng's eyes widened as he looked Song Xianyu up and down. The other party was 20 years old or so, and his appearance had a kind of uninviting coolness. Ice blue hair and eyes. Something else exotic. At the moment, he looked pale and depressed due to the fact that he had suffered the loss of his brother and had been running around all night. But more than that, there was a feeling of pity for the sickly beauty. Just her? Can she hold up? Ning Feng, don't mess around. Once you fail, you can only die with your body bursting apart. It can't even be saved. Old Meng frowned and advised Ning Feng. As for Song Xianyu, who was on the side, listening to the conversation between the two, she was in the clouds and had no idea what it meant. What are you guys talking about here? Why can't I understand a word of it? Prepare, that. What is that? Old Meng sniffed and glanced at Ning Feng, who nodded, turning slightly sideways, his gaze resting on Song Xianyu's face. Have you ever heard of alien fusion? End of chapter. Chapter 38, take off your clothes first. Chapter 38, take off your clothes first. Alien fusion? Song Xianyu froze for a moment, and then, her eyes instantly became filled with hatred. Of course I know. Not once in the past 2 years has the Luo group taken one of our people to use as a special experiment in the dark. I heard from the survivors who managed to escape that they've been doing alien energy extraction and also alien energy fusion. However, it seems that there is only one successful case of alien energy extraction. As for the fusions, they all failed. A person possessing two powers at the same time, two different powers, will fight against each other and go directly out of control, causing the host to explode and die. Now that you know, it saves you the effort of explaining. Ningfeng smiled faintly, and then, under Song Xianyu's gaze, he walked past the other party's side, all the way to the inside of the factory. With his hand, he gently brushed the huge nutritional pod. The girl with silver white hair in the cabin, curled up in a deep sleep. The successful example of the so-called alien extraction you speak of is the current interim head of the Luo Group's investigation team, Luo Ling, and the object from which he extracted his powers. Under Ningfeng's eyes, sadness flowed. Right here. It was only at this moment that Song Xianyu noticed the girl curled up inside the nutritional pod. Is that his sister? Old Meng let out a long sigh. Song Xianyu froze. The petite figure floating in the nutrient pod pierced her heart. So, we all have the same thing. At this moment, the look she gave Ningfeng was filled with a hint of complexity. But shouldn't all people who have had their powers extracted? Song Xianyu did not say the somber word death out loud. They only extracted half of it. Ningfeng's voice came from up ahead. Half? Song Xianyu was a bit surprised. With only half extracted away, even if the fusion is successful, the level of the alien ability will be greatly reduced. But according to the Luo Group's external claims, Luo Ling has clearly become a beta-level alien. That's right. Old Meng's eyes were complicated as he looked towards the sleeping girl in the nutritional pod, the psychic ability awakened by Ningfeng's sister. It's crash level alpha alpha alpha. When he heard these words, Song Xianyu's eyes changed when he looked at the girl's do in the nutritional pod. The chasm between the tiers of ranks among the altered is insurmountable. The lowest level of delta means that the powers are extremely flawed and often incredibly cockamamie and useless. This was the case with Ningfeng in the past, who could only allow himself to have accidents, and could be described as garbage. And the next level up, Gamma Gamma, will still have some flaws, but it's already functional. For example, the cat's paw woman, Wu Lan, can't use her powers for more than a certain amount of time, or she will lose her humanity and become a true beast. Chen Mo of the iron and steel ability, after stealing his entire body, would himself have difficulty moving due to his sudden surge in weight. Gamma level, and the level at which the vast majority of exalts stay. And above that, there is beta beta. A psychic at this level will not be affected by any physical defects. Still, it is unable to fully self-control its abilities, and to a greater extent, stays at the half self-control, half passive stage. For example, rapid self-healing. Most of the time, it is the body that passively triggers the supernatural ability in case of injury. There are only a very small number of beta levels that can barely control the vast majority of their power. A phoenix. This level is the backbone of the exalted. Even in a huge empath company like the Luo Group, it was completely possible to be among the top ranks. And alpha. It's still on top of that. A perfectly self-controlled level of psychic ability. Enough to destroy the city's natural disaster. Alpha. Song Xianyu's eyes were filled with horror. Who would have thought that the petite, soft, and lovable little girl in the nutritional pod in front of her had awakened such a terrifying power in her body? But what does that have to do with alien fusion? Song Xianyu calmed down and looked at Ningfeng as he asked. The latter closed his lower eyes and left the nutritional pod in front of him. Turning around, he walked over to Song Xianyu. Luo Chen, Wu Lan, Chen Mo. These three, I killed them all. And my next target is Luo Ling, who stole my sister's powers. But with my current abilities, it's not enough to be 100% sure. As Ningfeng spoke word by word, layer upon layer of horror surged up in Song Xianyu's heart. You're the Night Skull? Killing three important exalts of the Luo Group one after another. The name of the Night Skeleton was almost spread amongst them, the forces that were hostile to the Luo Group. Song Xianyu didn't think that the person he once wanted to meet so badly was standing alive in front of him. Remember what I told you last night? Ningfeng interrupted the other party's surprise at seeing his idol and pulled away from the conversation. Ah, remember. Song Xianyu realized that she had lost her temper and quickly calmed down and, you said it would help me level up my powers. That's right. Ningfeng twisted up a strand of Song Xianyu's ice blue hair. In order to be able to kill Luo Ling, I need to fuse your powers, and in order for your powers to evolve, you'll need to, as well, fuse mine. What we're going to do is not just fusion of powers, but two-way fusion of powers. Ningfeng's scarlet eyes flickered with madness. Under his gaze, Song Xianyu's heart vaguely trembled. It turns out that a person, for the sake of revenge, can be crazy to this extent. Crazy? Ning Feng, do you not want to die? This isn't like what we agreed before. Before Zhang Xian you could give an answer. Old Meng, who was standing on the side, changed his face drastically. The mortality rate for a normal alien fusion is already as high as 80%. Two-way alien fusion. It's simply impossible. There's only one way to die. No way. Absolutely not. Old Meng had a resolute look in his one eye. Old Meng. Ning Feng straightened up and let out a long sigh of relief. You've known me for so long that you don't know what I'm like? What I've made up my mind will never change. Even if you don't help me, I'll do it. Crazy. Why did I have a brain fart and save a lunatic like you in the first place? Old Meng was furious, pointing at Ning Feng and gnashing his teeth. Have you forgotten what my special ability is? Ning Feng's voice drifted in once more. It's accident. I can accidentally make people die. And I can accidentally make people live. At this moment, on Ning Feng's face, a smile appeared, and a bizarre luster bloomed under his eyes. It was absolute confidence, an immutable obsession, and their source comes from hate. Alas, Old Meng wanted to speak, but finally sighed heavily and, Mud, I can't say no to you kid. Come on, whatever you say, I'm going to get ready. Don't look for me when I die. Old Meng's words fell and he waved his hand to prepare the instruments to be used. Ning Feng, on the other hand, shifted his gaze to focus on Zhang Xianyu in front of him. He took a step closer, his eyes looking up and down in an extremely aggressive manner. Looking at Zhang Xianyu was a bit embarrassing. What are you doing? Take off your clothes first. Ning Feng's tone was emotionless. Chapter revisions are complete, so feel free to subscribe. Sorry about that. Extra shift tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 39, 10 deaths. Chapter 39, 10 deaths. Second uncle. Let me explain. Dragon City. Luo Group Headquarters. 25th floor. Inside a darkened room. Candle flickers. In today's age of such advanced technology, it is rare for the owner of this room to choose to use a candle flame as a light source. Luo Ling knelt on the ground, his face full of panic and uneasiness. Uncle too. You can't do this to me. On what grounds should I be dismissed? The group's senior management hasn't finished scrutinizing me yet. Snap. The sound of a loud slap echoed through the room. A huge, slightly bloated figure stood in front of Luo Ling, his face hidden in the darkness. Give the other guy a hard slap in the face. It's over. The huge figure leaned down and lowered his voice. Everything. It's over. What a mistake I made in agreeing to let you take part in the group's review. And to think that you are capable of anything, daring to compete with those young juniors from the main family for the air qualification. In the end, it's just embroidered pillows. You see how many things have gone wrong up and down the company in the meantime by putting you in charge of the investigation team? I won't mention the 3 who died. They were all irrelevant trash. But this, cleanup, event, how important is it? Don't you realize? The huge figure was furious, and the air around him, as if it had become extraordinarily crowded, with air currents surging, making it difficult for people to breathe. It's even if the second group mixes in an enemy, and killed all over the place. The bottom line is that the G cleanup event was also recorded and put online by that piece of night skull. It's only been 2 hours, but God knows how many people have seen it. The group's stock dropped a full 20 points as a result. Reporters from various media outlets surrounded outside. The internet is even more vocal. The group has been in all kinds of PR up to now. Remove you? It's easy to dismiss you. The board wants to kill you. A night skeleton is at most a beta level. A bigger ant. All of which can leave you helpless. Waste. The roar of the huge figure pressed down on Luo Ling, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to catch his breath. A series of scoldings. And even more so, no words to retort. Second uncle. Me. Luo Ling hung his head low, his fists clenched, his nails embedded deep into his flesh, blood spilling out. It's done. Steeply, the huge figure's aura converged. The original full sense of oppression dispersed, and the surging air around him returned to normal. Just reflect and reflect during this time. Leave the investigation of that night skull to the professionals. Second uncle you mean? Luo Ling heard this, froze and looked up, his eyes full of surprise and trepidation. That's right. The huge black shadow turned its back to Luo Ling. The 7 sins, who have been out on a mission, have returned. Tonight, it will arrive at Dragon City. Luo Group. Inside the VIP elevator hall, the elevator descending at high speed, the floor numbers jumping constantly, and Luo Ling, who was standing on the inside, had a cloudy face at the moment. Young Master Luo Ling, are we really doing nothing? The assistant at the side opened his mouth to inquire. Humph. Of course not. Luo Ling's gaze was cold. We must not let 7 sins steal the show. If they find out the true nature of the night skeleton first, I won't have another chance to compete for the successor qualification. And, in my hand, don't I already have a clue? Luo Ling said, his eyes narrowing slightly. South Lake Spring Thunder Hotel, a place that has been abandoned for more than 10 years. This night skeleton is trying to lure me out. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of thing you really are. It's a human or a ghost. Both don't want to be good. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of Dragon City, Song Xianyu stared blankly at Ningfeng in front of her, not reacting for a moment. What did you say? Take off your clothes? I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Ningfeng's tone was very calm, as if he was saying something rather unusual. Good. Song Xianyu hesitated for a moment, but still obediently did as she was told, nodding her head before she was about to remove her body's thin clothing. As a result, he was greeted by a pile of clothing thrown over from Ningfeng's hand. Don't take it off here. Find yourself a secluded spot and change into clean clothes. After Ningfeng said that, he didn't go back to search for old Meng, leaving Song Xianyu in a mess in the same place. Feelings are thinking out of the box. For a moment, Song Xianyu looked at Ningfeng's departing figure and clenched her silver teeth. Ningfeng, alien power level, gamma gamma. Alien power, accidental expansion. Progress of alien power, 100 out of 100. Old Meng was busy preparing the instruments that would be used for the next fusion of powers at the side. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was staring intently at the translucent panel in front of him, frowning slightly. The progress of the alien ability is clearly at full value, but the trend of evolution is slow to appear. Sure enough, is there an additional opportunity needed to enable evolution? Rescuing Song Xianyu and resolving those members of the investigation team had successfully allowed Ningfeng to gain enough progress values, but the expected evolution did not come as promised. When the first evolution was on the verge of my death, could it be that the necessary opportunity for evolution is between life and death? Between Ningfeng's thoughts, old Meng, who was on the side, pushed in two one-person-sized dormant pods. The shape is like a huge capsule with a fully transparent polymer surface. The two pods, however, were connected by a silver-gray mechanical tube, with a shiny needle placed at each end of the finger-thin tube. You can think about it. Old Meng stopped in front of Ningfeng, his face very serious. Two-way alien fusion. This kind of thing, even those scientific research maniacs from the Luo group haven't tried it before. It's simply a matter of 100% mortality. Whatever you have up your sleeve, be sure to consider it carefully. In the face of old Meng's reminder, Ningfeng's face was as calm as water. Whether it works or not, I don't have a choice. This is the only chance before me that I can try. If I succeed, I will be able to have the power to save my sister's life. Failed. Ningfeng said this, and was silent for a moment, before raising his head and looking not far away, inside the huge nutritional pod, at his younger sister, who was still asleep. If it fails, old Meng, please transplant my alien energy to Xiaoyu so that she can barely survive and help me take care of her. Hearing Ningfeng's words, old Meng instantly blew his beard and gave the other party a hard punch in the chest. Asterisk 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 off. Take care of your own sister. Worry about her that much and live with all your might. With that, pushing the two dormant pods in his hands, he left without looking back, leaving behind a sentence. Don't die, boy. At this moment, Song Xianyu, who had changed into clean clothes, walked out from the inner side of the factory. Since there weren't any women's clothes here, what Ningfeng had given Song Xianyu were just his own past clothes. At the moment, wearing a white shirt and blue jeans, with long ice blue hair and the same ice blue eyes, the whole person looked like an iceberg beauty. What is this? Steeply, Song Xianyu gazed at the syringe for injection that was being prepared in old Meng's hand, filled with an unknown reagent liquid. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Inhuman Will. State of Death. Chapter 40, Inhuman Will. State of Death. For you, it has an anesthetic effect. Old Meng squinted his one eye and debugged the dose. I'll give you a precaution in advance. When the two-way alien fusion takes place in a moment, you'll need to have a lumbar puncture performed on you to fuse the spinal fluids of the two of you with each other. During this process, the entire body needs to be stimulated with a strong electric current to accelerate the alien fusion process. Despite the anesthetic effect, the overly intense pain will most likely wake you up instantly. So you must remember not to struggle, only endure. Otherwise, once you break free and cause the fusion to fail, both of you will have only one fate: death. Old Meng's voice was very serious, and the scene depicted caused Song Xianyu's heart to tighten even more. But in the twinkling of an eye, the thought of his elder brother, whose body was still buried in the wilderness, hatred, in this moment, overcame fear. Alright, I'll remember. Song Xianyu nodded heavily and looked towards Ningfeng, who was ancient and unperturbed on the side. How come there's only one tube of the reagent? Doesn't he need anesthesia? No need. Ningfeng replied in Old Meng's place. Even if it's needed, I can't use it. During the entire process, I need to remain absolutely conscious, operate my psychic abilities, and command Old Meng to fuse at the exact point in time. Only my accidental psychic ability can give what looks like an inevitable failure a slight chance of success. Scarlet flickered in Ningfeng's eyes. Soon, when everything was ready, Old Meng looked at Ningfeng and nodded heavily. Lie down in it. Ningfeng signaled Song Xianyue to help the other party. Lying flatly into one of the dormant pods, the transparent shell opened. Song Xianyue, slightly nervous, lying on her side in the narrow cabin. When she saw the shell slowly close, instantly, the fearful emotion in her heart gradually burst out. Subconsciously, he pushed the shell with his hand, wanting to leave urgently. Hold on. Beside Song Xianyue's ear came Ningfeng's voice. The other party stood tall, gazing at Song Xianyue with scarlet eyes. At this point, his entire body was exposed, minus his private parts to hide his shame. A hideous scar, the miserable state of the mechanical limbs and body joints, all told Song Xianyue that the man in front of her, exactly what kind of painful past he had. You said that you would help me get revenge, right? Song Xianyue's voice was slightly muffled. Well, trust me. Without hesitation, Ningfeng nodded. A simple sentence made the fear that had been spreading in the other's heart gradually subside. Start injecting the anesthetic. Old Meng's one eye was fixed on the console in his hand as he pressed the buttons on it. In the next instant, Song Xianyue, who was inside the dormant pod, felt a syringe being stabbed into his neck, manipulated by a mechanical arm. The cold reagent traveled along the veins into the body. A few seconds before and after, consciousness blurred and he passed out. Seeing this, Ningfeng prepared to lie down into the second dormant chamber. Hold on. Old Meng's voice came, and Ningfeng paused before nodding his head. Brush. As Ningfeng lay down in the dormant pod, the shell of the pod closed shut. With his 5 fingers, he began to tap in the air. Accidental calculation. Start. In an instant, Ningfeng's alien energy was unleashed, and the entire factory was under the shroud of it. Dilapidated factory buildings, electrified protective fences, birds falling from time to time on top of the factory, rising bubbles in the sisters' nutritional pods, Old Meng's slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness. Countless pieces of information surged into Ningfeng's mind at this moment. The sound of machinery running, resonating inside the hibernation chamber. The needles used for lumbar spine injections, under the manipulation of the mechanical arm, were aimed at the second lumbar spine gap of Ningfeng and Song Xianyue respectively, at 3:16 and 17 seconds p.m. The needle used for the lumbar puncture breaks through your flesh and punctures through your second lumbar intervertebral foramen, passing into the dura mater to reach the subarachnoid space, right where the spinal cord is located. Old Meng, in front of Ningfeng's eyes, the dormant pod, Old Meng, and the operating console in front of him all glowed red. He shouted, and in an instant, Old Meng pressed the start button. The intense stinging pain of skin and flesh being broken open by needles traveled down Ningfeng's back spine, but he didn't move at all, and even on his face, there wasn't any change in expression. This pain is nothing. For him, the intense physical pain and suffering was far less than the despair of not being able to save his sister in the first place. Buzz. When the needles at the two ends of the connecting tubes arrived at Ningfeng's and Song Xianyue's spinal cords respectively, this is followed by extraction and fusion. The hum of machinery running echoed. At 3:17 and 3 seconds p.m. With the machinery running, your spinal cord is being slowly withdrawn from you, and another person's spinal cord is being slowly injected into you. 3:17 and 58 seconds p.m. The moment the other spinal cord touches your body, the two mutually repulsive alien energies produce a strong reaction, and you, as a whole, feel the agony of burning as if it were a blazing fire within your body. At this moment, Ningfeng clearly felt a force that didn't belong to him slowly infusing his body. The vast majority of an alien's powers originate from an unknown place within the spinal cord. Each person's psychic ability is unique and only one can be possessed by one person. When spinal cords carrying different psychic abilities meet in the same body, the resulting reaction is simply alien storm. It was as if a mass of energy had exploded inside. Instantly, Ningfeng's eyes widened, and in his scarlet eyes, his pupils suddenly narrowed. The unimaginable pain made every nerve in his body tense up in this moment. 3:18 and 12 seconds p.m. Two different alien energies start to collide in your body. Your body will collapse in a minute's time because it can't withstand the storming energies. Old Meng, power up. Ningfeng's twisted body was constantly trembling, so one could imagine exactly what he was going through at this moment. At the word of command, Old Meng outside the cabin did not hesitate. Coming. Buzz. when the switch for the strong current was pushed by him. Zilla. Electricity arcing visible to the naked eye was instantly conveyed onto the bodies of both Ningfeng and Song Xianyu. Both of their bodies, at the moment, were also struggling from uncontrollable trembling, compared to the deeply anesthetized Song Xianyu, who hadn't woken up yet. Ningfeng, however, had to be awake to endure the double pain of the alien energy fighting against the rampage, and the high-intensity current stimulation. His skin and flesh, large and small cracks appeared at this moment. Blood flowed out and was instantly scorched black. The strong electric current made the organs and bones inside his body appear in front of his eyes at first glance from time to time. And the accidentally calculated future. Because of Ningfeng's actions, the information changed. 3:19 and 1 second p.m. Under the stimulation of high-intensity electric current, the two different alien energies in your body began to gradually merge. 3:19 and 11 seconds p.m. The high-intensity current effect lasted only 10 seconds of time. The original storming alien energy. Fusion termination. Completely out of control. 3:19 and 19 seconds p.m. Your spinal cord is boiling. Your blood is draining. Your flesh is beginning to show charred black carbonization. Your muscles are beginning to spasm and stiffen. And your consciousness is blurring. 3:20 and 7 seconds p.m. The energy of the alien energy explodes, breaking through your body and blowing bloody holes in your back. Failed alien energy fusion. At 3:20 and 37 seconds p.m. Your consciousness is completely withdrawn, and you enter the state of death. The new book begs for votes. The new book list is now 18, so throw in some votes and comments. Folks, tomorrow, I'm going to break into the top 10 of the new book list. Authors direct 5-shift delivery. End of chapter. Chapter 41, 30 times the electricity. 2 minutes, first reward plus. Chapter 41, 30 times the electricity. 2 minutes, first reward plus. A warning message continued to emerge in Ningfeng's mind. Only the last minute and a half left until death. At this moment, if he didn't do anything, the only thing waiting for him was to explode and die. Old Meng, double the current strength. Ningfeng growled in a low voice, his voice trembling as he spoke under the stimulation of the electric current. Good. Without hesitation, Old Meng turned the current switch and continued to push it upwards. Buzz. The sound of the machinery running became even more violent, and a strong electric current instantly reached Ningfeng and Song Xianyu's bodies. Ah! Steeply, an ear-piercing scream came from Ningfeng's side. The immense physical pain from the electric current instantly counteracted the effects of the anesthetic. Song Xianyu woke up from her drowsy state. 3:19 and 6 seconds p.m. Under the stimulation of double the electric current, Song Xianyu woke up from her drowsy state, and the excessive pain caused her to face a mental breakdown. 3:20 and 2 seconds p.m. Unable to endure the pain, Song Xianyu, the body's desire to survive overcame the will to endure, and began to struggle frantically. 3:20 and 36 seconds p.m. Between struggles, the spinal cord fusion syringe breaks away from Song Xianyu. The alien fusion fails, and the alien rage situation appears on both you and Song Xianyu, unable to be contained. At 3:20 and 59 seconds p.m. Two explosions went off in the dormant chamber, sparing half the factory. Not good. The changing deduction situation in his mind caused Ningfeng's taut nerves to instantly jerk. After only a second's hesitation, looking at Song Xianyu, who was forcibly holding back in the dormant chamber, he shouted at Old Meng. Old Meng, raise the current. Raise it 3 times more. 3 times? Old Meng exclaimed. Raise it 3 times more. Even a beta-level alien wouldn't last a minute. Although his mouth said so, Old Meng did not hesitate for half a second and directly pushed the current switch. It was only because Ningfeng had previously instructed him not to hesitate in the slightest, no matter what orders he gave. Late is late. Ah! An incomparably strong electric current pulsed around Song Xianyu's body, and along with a mournful scream, her entire body was trapped in the arc of electricity, and she fainted on the spot. The body, stimulated by the electric current, passively jerked and spasmed, and the surface skin, at a speed visible to the naked eye, burned and festered and bled and charred. The smell of burnt skin and flesh spread even more. Ah! The current, which had been boosted 6 times before and after, was simply too much for Ningfeng to resist, even with his body strength that was comparable to that of a beta-level exalt. No! I won't last long at this rate. My consciousness is already starting to blur. If I can't stay conscious, there's only death. The speed of the alien energy fusion is too slow. I won't even make it to the end. Inside the dormant chamber, Ningfeng, whose body was already hunched and twisted from the stimulation of the electric current, had scarlet pupils that trembled among his eye sockets. Blood continued to spill from mouths, eyes, ears, and noses, staining the dormant pods. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his sister. slumbering in a nutritional pod, on the inside of the factory. No way. I can't give up. My enemies are alive and well, and I haven't been able to let them die in torment. At this moment, Ningfeng had no reason to recall what Luo Chen, the invisible alien, had said when his sister had been forcibly extracted from her psychic abilities and ripped off her own limbs. This is life. The life of a loser. I don't believe in fate. Ningfeng's scarlet eyes were filled with blood at this moment. An unwilling roar escaped his mouth. Old Meng, raise the current. 5 times more. Crazy, leaving nothing to chance. Dying to death. Ningfeng's voice was filled with the unwillingness and persistence of unresolved hatred. 5 times? It was hard to hide the shock in old Meng's one eye. That meant that Ningfeng had increased the strength of the current, compared to the very beginning, by a full 30 times. This is already close to the level of Beta's top aliens. Lethal. Good. Old Meng glanced at Ningfeng, whose body was scorched black and spilling blood. Inside the dormant chamber, the other party's bloodshot eyes piercing his heart. Buzz. The ear-piercing sound of machinery running sounded like the hissing of a giant beast. Zip. 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 Electricity that was almost out of control passed through Ningfeng and Song Xianyu's bodies. The latter had long been in shock and near death. As for Ningfeng, his skin and flesh opened up, his tendons and bones burned, and his organs crumbled. But only the scarlet blood-filled eyes, dead open. He was still awake. Roar. At this moment, unbearable electric currents wreaked havoc in his body, and out of Ningfeng's mouth, he let out a hoarse, low growl that didn't resemble a human voice. Immediately afterward, densely packed arcs of electricity pulsed throughout the dormant chamber, and in less than 20 seconds before and after, they flooded both Ningfeng and Song Xianyu. The blinding light of electricity, and the high temperatures emanating from it made old Man cover his one eye and stagger back 2 steps. 1, 2, 3, boom. 3 seconds of time later, an explosion accompanied by fire erupted in the hibernation chamber. Heat waves rolled in, and old Meng's entire body was tipped out and smashed into a patch of debris, and the energized instruments were instantly damaged and stopped. Smoke spreads through the factory. The debris of the dormant pods were scattered in all directions with even more clanging. Hiss. Among the clutter, old Meng braced his old back from the fall and slowly got up, not caring about his cut and bleeding arm. Dragging his limping leg, he was busy staggering towards the exploding hibernation pod, and with his mouth, he shouted, Ningfeng, Ningfeng. He was incredibly anxious, his eyes full of panic, not caring if the debris burning in all directions would hurt him. Waving his hand to dispel the smoke, he came to where the hibernation pod was. In a moment, what appeared was a field of debris, and 2 charred bodies. Ningfeng's mechanical limbs, their silver surfaces all covered in black carbon ash, emitting hot air outwards, were motionless at this point. Ningfeng. Old Meng panicked and pounced up at once, kneeling down beside Ningfeng, his 2 hands dangling in the air, wanting to check on Ningfeng's condition, but having no way to do so. Ningfeng. In a dark place, Ningfeng's consciousness was hazy. A message that came to mind. 3:19 and 15 seconds p.m. An electric current strong enough to knock out a top beta alien runs through your entire body inside and out in an instant, failing and stopping from skin to internal organs in a very short period of time. 3:19 and 22 seconds p.m. Your consciousness is close to collapse. The spinal cord and alien fusion has not yet succeeded. 3:20 and 19 seconds p.m. The hibernation chamber couldn't withstand the current. The device was damaged and caught fire, and exploded. The high temperature and electric arc in a split second will give you a great thrill when you're near death. 3:20 and 50 seconds p.m. Blackened from the inside out. Your life is rapidly passing, with only 13 seconds left to live. 3:20 and 56 seconds p.m. For some unknown reason, a miracle was born in your body. The interchanged spinal cords were completely fused, and the 2 powers coexisted in your body. At exactly 3:21 p.m. You started the evolution. Thank you for the 100 reading coins reward from the book Friend of Calling the Wind, BC. Become the first book friend to reward in this book. End of chapter. Chapter 42 The Walking Plague of Heaven. The birth of a miracle like no other in the world. Chapter 42 The Walking Plague of Heaven. The birth of a miracle like no other in the world. Click. A crunching sound came from in front of old Meng. His sadness halted at this moment, and he looked towards Ningfeng's charred and blackened corpse on the ground. A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the opponent's body. Underneath the cracking, not a trace of blood was seen coming out. Instead, the damaged flesh and blood were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flying. Click. 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 Pieces of charred black chunks cracked and fell from around Ningfeng's body, revealing brand new flesh and skin, even those hideous scars on his body. At this point, had faded a lot. Ning Feng. At this moment, Old Meng's eyes erupted with a look of surprise and cried out anxiously. Phew! Ning Feng, who was supposed to be dead, had his eyes closed at the moment, and a mouthful of turbid air exhaled from his mouth. Kala. Silky coolness spread around his body. The ground slowly floated white ice. In the next instant, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. The light was demonic. Ning Feng, alien power level, beta, lower. Alien power, accidental propulsion, after accidental expansion evolution. Range of influence of supernormal ability, 2 kilometers in a circle centered on oneself. Before and after 1 month's time. Progress of alien power, 0/100. From accidental expansion, has it evolved into accidental push. Beta inferior. It looks like it's going to take some hard work to evolve to alpha level. Ning Feng slowly rose from the rubble. The process of evolution had refreshed his body, and all the damage he had suffered in the dormant pod was gone. At this moment, he could clearly feel the strong power bursting out of his body from the inside out. The source is constant, as if inexhaustible. Ning Feng glanced at his feet, bent down, and picked up an extremely sharp piece of iron. Then, under Old Meng's gaze, viciously stabbed it towards his chest. Hey! Old Meng was startled and raised his hand to stop it. However, he saw that the incomparably sharp piece of iron, when it touched Ning Feng's skin, was as if it had stabbed on a thick metal, bending instantly, dangling, casually throwing the iron piece away. On Ning Feng's body, not even a single mark remained. Beta-level aberrations can even withstand sniper rifles, and even artillery shells will have a hard time inflicting damage. More importantly, Ning Feng's eyes revealed an unspeakable surprise. Accidental push. This newly evolved psychic ability wasn't as simple as just changing its name and expanding its range of influence. Previously, Ning Feng had only been able to project accidents that were going to happen in the future. And right now, it was also possible to go back and understand accidents that had happened within a certain amount of time in the past. The key thing is that he can push on his own and create unexpected births. At the gamma level, I can use behavioral interference, though, to combine different accidents to form new ones, provided that even without my intervention, these accidents will happen in the future. For example, when Luo Chen was there, the bus crash at the intersection, the glass falling from a height. These were accidents that were bound to happen, only to be combined by me to cause Luo Chen's serious injury. In such a situation, if there are no unexpected occurrences in the future, my ability, which will be incomparably chickenish, will be able to do even less. But now, it's all different. Essence flickered in Ning Feng's blood-red eyes. I can create something out of nothing and push to create an accident. Car accidents, falling objects, fires, building collapses. Accidents that might not have happened for decades without outside interference were presented at my urging. But with my beta-inferior powers at the moment, the accidents pushed through will, at best, only affect a sphere of about 10 people. Terrifying natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, and avalanches. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I evolve to the alpha level. At that time, he is a real, walking natural disaster. Beta-level aliens are categorized as upper, middle, or lower, according to the strength of their powers. Ning Feng was completely immersed in the joy of his alien abilities' evolution, not realizing in the slightest that what he was able to do seemed to be a bit out of the bounds of something as simple as accidental. In front of him, on the translucent panel, there were a few more lines that were clear to the eye. Psychic ability, ice mastery, complete. Alien power level, gamma. Progress of alien power, 0/100. Harnessing ice. Ning Feng's gaze sank as he raised his right hand and directed it at the void in front of him, his thoughts condensing. Click, click, click. In an instant, an arm-length and thick ice cone appeared in the air in his hand. Brush. Ning Feng casually waved his hand, and the ice pick accurately pierced into the concrete floor, the entire thing embedded deep within it. It looked like it had penetrated more than a meter. Ning Feng, you made it. Old Meng, at this moment, stared blankly at the pit on the ground pierced by the ice pick, his excitement overflowing. Two completely different psychic abilities coexisting in the same person. Luo's group has been painstakingly researching for decades, and has made no progress. But now, it is realized in you. You can now be said to be the only one in the world with two full powers. Miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. There has never been a precedent before you. In the old Meng's one eye, the pupil trembles, which shows that his mood is excited. In time, you rely on accident to keep evolving. What a sight an alpha-level alien with two powers should be. Luo group, your time to die has come. Old Meng was in an unbelievably comfortable mood, while Ning Feng was silent, glancing his gaze not far away. There it was, where the other dormant pod had been after it exploded. There's one thing you're wrong about, though, old man. Old Meng, who was all excited just now, froze and, "What's wrong?" Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep breath and raised his head. "I'm not the only one in the world who has two powers at the same time." For a moment, Old Meng reacted with wide eyes, directing his gaze at where Song Xianyu, who he thought was dead, was. Phew! Inside the airtight factory, there was a sudden surge of air currents. The smoke from the explosion was blown away and dissipated in no time. A charred black figure appeared in front of the two. Ningfeng's mechanical 5 fingers tapped in the air. The evolved, accidental push began to retrace the information that had happened to Song Xianyu just now. The strong electric current that exceeded the body's load caused Song Xianyu's brain to go into instant shock. Spinal fusion is about to fail. Violent explosion. Song Xianyu, who should have lost his vital signs because of unknown reasons, the fusion of powers accelerated, and the fusion of powers succeeded. Due to the randomness of the fusion result, Song Xianyu gained an incomplete, accidental, ability and gained some of the alien attributes. Song Xianyu has gained, accidental, ability has, danger warning, alien evolution, 2 attributes. Song Xianyu's own ice harnessing ability evolves directly to beta medium. Click. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the charred body. That long, icy blue hair flew up and down amidst the icy cold air currents. "I'm begging for votes. Come on guys, give me some votes." The new book list is falling off the charts. End of chapter. Chapter 43, First Meeting. My name is Song Xianyu. Chapter 43, First Meeting. My name is Song Xianyu. Beta medium. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. This means that Song Xianyu crossed the gamma and crossed the beta inferior, equivalent to 2 evolutions. Beta inferior is 100 times the physical strength of an ordinary person. Then medium is 200 times. Miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. Old Meng was thrilled beyond words as he clearly felt that the aura emanating from Song Xianyu's body far exceeded that of the past. 2-way alien fusion. Surprisingly, both of them succeeded. This kind of thing that no one would believe if they said it out loud has actually come true. In contrast, Ningfeng's face, since the beginning, hadn't had much in the way of emotional fluctuations. Is it really a miracle? He frowned slightly, recalling the information displayed in his mind just now. Whether it was himself, or Song Xianyu, in the message alert of successfully fusing the powers, they all have that line, for unknown reasons. Unknown. Ningfeng took a deep breath and didn't bother to continue looking deeper for the time being. Looking to Old Meng, who was still in ecstasy at his side. Old Meng. See if there are any clean ones left in my clothes. Just find a set. Ha! Old Meng froze and turned his head, looking the naked Ningfeng up and down for a moment and, "Harm. Look at my brain. Just happy. Just wait. I'm on my way. It's not for me. It's for her." Ningfeng indicated where Song Xianyu was, and most of the other party's body was still covered in scorched black. Her eyes closed at the moment, her aura constantly fluctuating. Same. Old Meng waved his hand. "You don't have a total of 2 sets of clothes you can wear anyway." Ningfeng. After a moment of silence, Ningfeng took a set of clothes stacked on the table aside and quickly put them on. Black hooded trench coat and black pants, as always. Afterwards, he came right in front of Song Xianyu, his feet, stopping at a position about a meter away from the other party. Temperature drop smooths out. Ningfeng muttered, feeling the coolness that greeted him. Immediately after that, without hesitation, he continued on. Both hands rested on Song Xianyu's shoulders. Moment. Hu dash. Invisible power chi, centered on Song Xianyu, spread out at great speed, mixed with an icy coldness, making the surrounding ground, as well as various stacked debris, all filled with a layer of white frost. Some metals, moreover, twisted and deformed under thermal expansion and contraction. Wow! In the midst of this airwave, all of the charred black debris around Song Xianyu's body fell off and separated. The skin underneath was as crystalline as ice and snow. Ice blue long hair fluttered in midair. At this moment, Song Xianyu was like a goddess in the ice and snow, her body exuding an untouchable majesty. Kara. The close proximity resulted in Ningfeng's arm, frost spreading upwards along his fingers, and even the surface of his trench coat was white. What's going on here? Old Meng, who rushed back with his clothes, didn't even raise his head before he was mesmerized by the cold wave of air. Frowning, he shouted, "Ningfeng, nothing happened, right?" Unhindered, Ningfeng's voice came out as he released his right hand from Song Xianyu's shoulder and flung it backward. In an instant, the mechanical arm lengthened rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it took one of the pieces of clothing from Old Meng's hand. Ningfeng, you brat, I designed this feature of your arm for you to use like this? Old Meng narrowed his eyes and roared into the wind. Then he was doused with cool air and shut up. Ningfeng didn't argue, and with a gentle smile, He draped the clothes in his hand over Song Xianyu. It was an extremely loose black shirt, enough to cover most of the other's body without getting naked. In the next instant, Ningfeng embraced Song Xianyu tightly in his arms. Warmth was in his arms, but he didn't have that mind to think about anything. Suddenly, an even fiercer icy cold aura erupted in Song Xianyu's body. Ningfeng, however, just hugged tightly, not caring about the frost that spread over most of his body. This time, that icy coldness was actually blocked by Ningfeng as much as possible, without the slightest bit of it leaking out. It saves the plant from the icy experience of just experiencing an explosion and then a frost. Ningfeng's scarlet eyes were filled with an unprecedented calmness. This is your first evolution. Your powers are a bit out of control. I will help you contain the out-of-control energy. All you have to do is adapt quickly. Ningfeng's voice rang in Song Xianyu's ears, and on the latter's tightly closed eyes, the long eyelashes fluttered slightly. A burst of cold air erupted within Song Xianyu's body, a process that lasted a full 5 or 6 minutes. Ningfeng's arms, legs, and front body were all shrouded in a thick layer of white frost. The only thing that was calm and terrifying was the scarlet eyes. Phew! A gasping rumble came from the embrace. Song Xianyu opened her icy blue eyes, and the coldness that was scattered throughout her body all disappeared. And Ningfeng, at the same time, loosened his embracing stance. Gentlemanly, he buttoned up a couple of shirts for the other man. It's over. Ningfeng took 2 steps back and looked at Song Xianyu, whose temperament had changed drastically. And then, the body steeply shook. Brush up. A large amount of white frost, clattering down from the surface of his body, and in the blink of an eye, Ningfeng was back to his normal self. Are you okay? I'm sorry Song Xianyu anxiously stepped forward, ripped open the lapel of Ningfeng windbreaker, with a hand on the other side of the chest. Can touch the skin. There is no coolness at all. On the contrary, such as unusual undoubtedly, not to mention frostbite and the like. How? Song Xianyu checked around Ningfeng for a while, and, however, the other party withstood the icy cold airwaves for a few minutes, unharmed by the loss of control of his own powers. The evolved Song Xianyu knew deep down that with the strength of his own powers, even the topmost existence among the beta exalts would not be able to withstand a few minutes without a single abnormality. But the Ningfeng in front of us. I'm fine. Ningfeng closed the clothes on his body and spoke in a calm tone. It's you. After the fusion of your powers, do you have any special feelings? Song Xianyu half-heartedly withdrew her worried mind and carefully felt her body in the face of Ningfeng's inquiry. In addition to harnessing ice, being raised to beta medium, I seem to be able to sense things that threaten me a bit in advance. And I can feel that as I use my powers. It looks like the level will continue to rise? Song Xianyu's ice blue eyes were filled with a strange luster. I told you I could give you the future. Ningfeng's tone was certain and full of convincing magic, but it doesn't come without a price. His words changed, and his eyes became serious. This means that from now on, you need to follow my orders completely, even if it's life or death. Without hesitation, Song Xianyu nodded heavily. I said I'm willing to give everything. Seeing the determined look in the other party's eyes, Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he remained silent for a long while. Looking at the refreshed Song Xianyu in front of him, he pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. Don't you hate me? End of chapter. Chapter 44, it's your misfortune to be targeted by him. Chapter 44, it's your misfortune to be targeted by him. This sudden statement caused Song Xianyu to freeze for a moment. Hate? Yes, hate. Ningfeng repeated. Your brother died at the hands of the Rose, but at the time I could have stepped in early and saved him, along with the others. Put another way, wouldn't you think that I indirectly killed your brother? Then I, too, should be the object of your vengeance. It's not normal to hate. As he spoke, Ningfeng's left hand was behind his back, his 5 fingers tapping in the air as his supernatural abilities quietly unfolded. Always on guard against the Song Xianyu in front of him, mechanical limbs have also long been storing power to start. Just a split second, will be able to attack and kill forward. The reason why he lurked in the cleanup team and didn't strike at the beginning was so that he could photograph the evidence of Luo's group's evil deeds. Allowing Song Xianyu's brother to die was to inspire hatred in her heart. He wasn't a saint. There was no need to compromise a set plan by striking out for someone who was useless to him. He utilized Song Xianyu to expand his manpower and to fuse his powers. Now that the latter has succeeded, the former cannot be fully used for oneself if the other party has hatred in his heart. Big deal. Just look for another candidate. However, upon hearing the remarks made by Ningfeng, Song Xianyu froze for a moment, then shook her head with a bitter smile. A different person might have thought so, but alas, I will not. Until then, we're complete strangers, and you have no reason to save my brother. Besides, if you weren't there yesterday, not only my brother, but me, would have died. But now, I'm alive and well, and have the power to be able to take revenge. And all of this is only possible because of you. You're a benefactor. And to a benefactor, what is hatred? Speaking of this, a cold aura flickered in Song Xianyu's ice blue eyes, and the air around his body became cold. The ground under his feet, moreover, spread out a piece of ice, white and flawless. What I want to hate is the Luo group. My enemies, only them. The ones I'm going to kill, only them. Undisguised killing intent instantly erupted, and Ningfeng's 5 fingers, which were pushing behind his back, tapped for a moment, confirming that there was no threat, and then retracted without a trace. Don't you realize that I am using you? Inspiring hatred-infusing powers. I saved you, but I didn't mean it. The emotions in Song Xianyu's icy blue eyes did not change in the slightest. The alien energy converged, and the coldness around them disappeared. She walked forward, only half a step away from Ningfeng, lifting her head, her face as usual, her cherry lips slightly opened, on the traces regardless of the heart. If I am utilized, it will allow me to take revenge. Then I'm willing to be drained of my last bit of use by you. At this moment, it was Ningfeng's turn to freeze, and then, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Mechanical fingers, resting against Song Xianyu's chin, slightly lifted the other party's head. You're a funny one. Don't worry, I'll do my best and utilize you. Ningfeng, happy cooperation. Song Xianyu, first time. Song Xianyu smiled brightly. The corners of Ningfeng's mouth, in turn, curved up in a long-lost arc, loosening his fingers against the other man's chin. He took the rest of the pants again from the old man, who had come up to him. Hey you kid, you don't care about whether or not the old man I'm okay? Just filled me with cool air. Old man glared at his one eye, drawing silence from Ningfeng. Find a place to change into it, and for underwear, go out and buy it later, Ningfeng said, handing the pants to Song Xianyu. Then he turned around and patted old Meng's shoulder. You're tougher than even I am with this physique. That little bit of cool air will be no problem for you. It's better to help me prepare for today's treatment first. I'm going out at a later time. Ningfeng swept past old Meng as he spoke. The latter was induced to freeze for a moment, staring wide-eyed, wanting to speak, and finally pointing a finger at Ningfeng's back and cursing angrily. I really owe you kid in my previous life. Working as a laborer for you every day. Waiting for me to see if the machine just blew up first. Healing? Song Xianyu, who was on the side, held the pants in her hand, somewhat puzzled by the meaning of healing. Holding his doubts, he found a secluded place and changed his clothes. When he came out again, he saw Ningfeng sitting on the electric chair, his limbs tightly knocked down by old Meng. When he saw the line connecting the energized instruments, Song Xianyu only felt some familiarity. I think I saw it when I was in the hibernation pod. Healing? Could it be that there's something wrong with Ningfeng's alien fusion? Song Xianyu, who was standing on the side watching, had a lot of thoughts. How many times current do you want? Old Meng's service attitude wasn't very friendly, both hands resting on the buttons of the debugging instruments as he glanced sideways at Ningfeng. Ever since there's been such a thing as healing, you've never followed the intensity that was initially set. It's also convincing. I've now successfully evolved to beta, and my body strength has increased more than 5 times compared to gamma. Current words. Ningfeng thought for a moment. Let's raise it 8 times first, and then raise it some more when I've gotten used to my evolved abilities. Hearing Ningfeng's words, the corners of old Meng's mouth twitched. Didn't get enough electricity in the hibernation chamber just now, did you? Well, like electricity so much, right? And 8 times, 8 times just 8 times. Electrocute you kid. Between gritted teeth, old Meng set the current duration and pushed on the switch as soon as he could. Buzz, the muffled sound of machinery starting up came, and instantly, electric arcs, visible to the naked eye, spread across Ningfeng's limbs. Zira. Under the stimulation of the strong electric current, Ningfeng's entire body was trembling uncontrollably, but he clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and not a single cry of pain was uttered. When the electric current spread Ningfeng instantly, Song Xianyu, who was standing not far away, instantly shrank his pupils and, is this therapy? It had never occurred to her that the so-called healing that this Ningfeng was talking about actually referred to passing strong electric currents through her entire body. Is he okay? Song Xianyu looked towards old Meng, who had walked over, and pointed towards Ningfeng with a worried expression. Old Meng froze for a moment, quickly turned back to look at Ningfeng on the electric chair, and suddenly realized, it's fine. His clothes are specially made by me. Waterproof, fireproof, electricity resistant and puncture resistant. They can't be broken. Song Xianyu blinked. I mean Ningfeng, is he, alright? Only then did old Meng understand, holding his forehead with his hand and letting out a bitter laugh. harm. Look at me. I misunderstood. Don't worry about it. Since it's been said that it's healing, Ning Feng, he'll be fine. The strong electric current can stimulate his body to constantly destroy and repair, thus rapidly improving his physical strength. He's been going on like this, treatment, for over 3 years now and hasn't dropped a day. So it's a little worrisome that you're seeing it for the first time. I've long since gotten used to him messing around. 3 years? At this moment, Song Xianyu looked at Ning Feng again, and her eyes contained amazement, curiosity, and shock. She remembered the moment the strong electric current passed through her body in the dormant chamber, and she lasted only a moment before she lost consciousness and went into shock. But Ning Feng stayed awake and insisted on the whole. It's unfortunate to be targeted by such a person as an enemy. Chapters have been revised over. Extra shift tonight to compensate. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Let the bullets of fear fly for a while. Thanks to instantly think I'm handsome for the reward plus more. Chapter 45. Let the bullets of fear fly for a while. Thanks to instantly think I'm handsome for the reward plus more. Day after day, year after year, using electric shocks to boost his physical strength. No wonder even I, who evolved to beta medium, couldn't hurt him under the storm of my powers. I wonder what level his current physical strength is actually equivalent to. Song Xianyu was, at the moment, silently watching, similarly filled with hatred towards the Luo group. Similarly her loved ones had been hurt. She asked herself that her heart for revenge was no less than Ningfeng's, but Song Xianyu was far inferior to the mad disregard for himself for the sake of revenge. Zira. As the hum of the electric chair's operation faded, the leaping arcs of electricity eventually subsided. Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, Ning Feng rose from the electric chair, not caring about his body, which was still red and bruised. He moved his muscles and walked towards Song Xianyu. Tidy up and follow me out. Where to? Song Xianyu looked at Ning Feng's body that had been ravaged by the electric current. The blood vessels on it swelled and cracked, leaving a bloody color underneath the skin. Looking at it with furrowed brows and an uneasy heart. The person in charge of this cleanup campaign that killed your brother is Luo Ling of the Luo group. Also, the guy who took my sister's powers. Now, it's time to catalyze his death. Ning Feng glanced towards his sister Ningyu, who was sleeping inside the huge nutritional pod at the inner side of the factory, and when he recovered his sight, his scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Dragon City, South Lake. As the territory of Longchang, the only freshwater lake, covers an area of thousands of acres, pleasant scenery, as a scenic spot, year-round visitors. However, since the Luo group's entrenchment in Dragon City, for unknown reasons, this place was gradually deserted. Isn't it too flashy for us to do it at this time? On the side of the South Lake, on the path between the dense forests, Ning Feng and Song Xianyu, the two of them traveled quickly. Luo's group has failed this cleanup, and now the top and bottom should be itching to dig up the ground and find the murderer. Song Xianyu followed closely beside Ning Feng, her long ice blue hair coiled up and hidden by a black fisherman's hat. Her face was masked and her eyes were covered with black contacts. On the contrary, now is the best time for us to strike. Hidden under a black trench coat, Ning Feng's disfigured appearance was very mediocre and not the least bit conspicuous. I recorded the video of the Yi cleanup event site and gave it to Luo Group's rival company, Tai Shield. And now the entire internet are slamming Luo Group, and they, up and down, have been busy, compared to stabilizing the group. Looking for a few insignificant murderers, has long been put behind them. After such a big mess, that Luo Ling, the temporary head of the investigation team, is afraid to be removed. Song Xianyu's face was icy cold when he learned that Luo Ling was the real culprit behind the scene. For this name, the only thing in his heart was monstrous hatred. That's right, this Luo Ling comes from the side branch of the Luo clan. It was hard to snatch the qualification to compete for the successor. Now that he's been stripped of his authority, he's definitely going to want to find a way to struggle a bit. I purposely left a live one to give him a message. And right now, he's afraid that he's long been unable to hold back and is going to come over to look for clues. Ning Feng's footsteps gradually slowed down, and the dense forest path was nearing its end. In front of the two of them was an extraordinarily wide open space with an artificially paved gravel roadway that led straight ahead. This place has been deserted for more than a decade, right? Song Xianyu stopped at Ning Feng's side and looked up to peer out. In front of her, an extraordinarily grand manor-style building stood quietly. A height of over 10 stories is very common, but the extraordinarily luxurious appearance of the shape, although covered with moss and creepers, but also can be vaguely seen when the brilliant scene, the Spring Thunder Hotel, once the largest manor-style hotel in Dragon City. Ning Feng unfolded his supernatural powers, tapping his 5 fingers in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the entire 4 directions of the Spring Thunder Hotel were all within his grasp. After advancing to the beta level, he had long since stopped relying on five-finger tapping to make accidental calculations, but he still maintains this flaw, and the inadvertent camouflage of details can often catalyze a great victory. It's a pity that this isn't Luo Ling's final grave. Ningfeng hadn't found any information about Luo Ling's death here amongst the accidental deduction. At these words, Song Xianyu turned her head sideways. Then why are we here? Not his grave, but a key step in catalyzing his death. The presence of someone who can nullify powers around Luo Ling is also his only useful helper. To successfully kill him, you need to do it one by one. Abnormal ability nullification? Song Xianyu's pupils plummeted. She had never heard of it before. Someone's alien ability was so bizarre. Even such an alien ability even exists. Then wouldn't he be everyone's nemesis? Sometimes, the biggest dependency can also be the biggest loophole. Ningfeng stopped talking and shifted his steps. Leading Song Xianyu, he walked towards the Spring Thunder Hotel ahead. Squeaky, a toothsome, dull sound echoed through the first-floor lobby of the Spring Thunder Hotel. The dust that came to his face caused Song Xianyu to wave his hands. The long-lost light, scrambling into the hotel lobby from outside the door, and the dust in the air, creating a Darley Park effect under the sunlight, was extraordinarily hazy. As far as the eye could see, the floor tiles, sofas, front desk and plaques were covered in dust. Ningfeng slightly raised his foot, and underneath his foot, clear footprints remained on the dust of the entire piece of the ground. It is in disrepair and was recently washed away by heavy rains. The wall tile furnishings in this hotel, accidentally falling off, are considered a pretty normal accident. He slightly raised his head and looked distantly at an extremely gorgeous crystal chandelier in the middle of the lobby, spreading from the very top of the dozen or so floors all the way to the first floor directly above. Dozens of meters of design, at the moment eclipsed. The dislodged object, smashing into the chandelier, overloaded the part of the chandelier's chain that connects it to the roof of the shed, rusted and decayed, and suddenly snapped, smashing into the people below. Interesting. Ningfeng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the rotating staircase on the inner side of the first floor lobby, which spread all the way to the very top. Come on, go look up there. The two made their way up the rotating, upward staircase, leaving a clear trail of footprints. It destroys the integrity of the dust that was originally piled up on the stairs. Tap tap tap. Clear footsteps, echoing up and down the hotel, broke the long silence. We set a trap here. The enemy should have expected it. Did you decide that Loring would come here because of the accidental ability? Song Xianyu followed behind Ningfeng, her head hanging low as she suddenly asked. No. Ningfeng's voice came from the front. Because I know him. Understand? I know him better than he knows himself. Ningfeng turned around, a red light flashing under his eyes. And he has the brains, but not the talent for psychic powers, and comes from a branch family. Yet he has to compete with the main family for power. Used a method that Luo's group hadn't completely finished yet. Extracting my sister's psychic powers and injecting them into herself. The hard-won investigative team was stripped away because of one accident after another. When there's nothing else to do, but the enemy takes it upon himself to throw him a clue. Even if he knows it's a trap, he's still coming. Moreover, he is also very conceited. Smart people, always conceited. Once they have decided something, they will be stubborn and will not change in the slightest. Ningfeng looked around. This aged and unpopulated hotel, as if for him to build a natural hunting ground, quietly waiting for the appearance of the prey. And all I have to do is go along for the ride and lead him to believe in the wrong direction. This will not be his grave. This is only the beginning of death. Let the bullets of fear fly for a while, and soon, right on the brow. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Fishing net opened. Fish crashed into his arms, thanks to 3 years and 900 million allies reward plus. Chapter 46. Fishing net opened. Fish crashed into his arms, thanks to 3 years and 900 million allies reward plus. Tap tap tap. The source of the footsteps gradually moved upward, and the rotating staircase looked up from the bottom. The only thing visible was the broken hotel shed roof, and a few faint rays of sunlight. The austere and somber environment is brewing with impending disaster. On the top floor of the hotel, there is only one room. The door to the room was unlocked, and the only thing left inside was a bed frame with whitewashed walls. Give me the stuff. Here. What's this for? Song Xianyu handed Ningfeng the 2 finger-thin pens in his hand, and likewise, an old-fashioned tape recorder. The latter pushed open the door of the tattered room and walked right in. 5 fingers tapped and projected in midair without much hesitation. He then moved closer to the wall, unscrewed the cap of his black pen, and began to write high up on the wall. Dense numbers, as well as geometric and statistical shapes, were outlined in black handwriting on the gray walls. And Song Xianyu stood at the doorway, quietly gazing at it all. Human activities form an intricate mesh. And in this, what governs everything? are two specific and unique variables, time and space. Ningfeng was writing rapidly on the wall, muttering like a madman under his breath, while the tape recorder placed in the corner on the side recorded everything that happened here. Take the values of the time and space that a person is in and substitute them into the formula. It is possible to derive another set of future values for time and space. From this, the specific coordinates of any future can be derived. With the pen in his hand, Ningfeng circled the two strings of numbers on the wall. The former represents the point in time, the latter the latitude and longitude. Through a series of unforeseen events, the final target, then, dies at this future coordinate. There is no escape, no salvation. Song Xianyu looked at the wall, a formula written in the shape of a Z, countless numbers stacked up, giving a natural feeling of uneasiness when one looked at it. The flap of a butterfly's wings 10,000 miles away will cause a hurricane to erupt in Dragon City in a few months. When a person alters one of the pivot points of the mesh, a chain of unforeseen events stacks up and becomes an inevitable event, an inevitable death that will befall the target. To the casual observer, this series of deaths is nothing more than a random accident, but to me, it's nothing more than water under the bridge. When Ningfeng's words fell, he put away the black pen in his hand, turned around and stopped the tape recorder in the corner, while Song Xianyu was still immersed in this series of behaviors, her head full of fog. You say these are the source of your abilities? Yes and no. Ningfeng didn't respond directly and, you may not have heard of this accidental formula, but that alien nullification possessor next to Luo Ling would know where it came from. It would also prompt Loring to understand the wrong answer. After saying that, Ningfeng's gaze crossed over Song Xianyu and looked out the door of the room. Wait outside for a moment. I have one last thing to do. Song Xianyu froze, so she didn't ask anything more and consciously withdrew outside the room, closing the door behind her. Quietly, with his back to the door of the room, he kept a quiet vigil, and Ningfeng, who was in the room, took out another purple-packed pen. On three other walls, paintings of what? Squeaky. The familiar sound of a room door opening and closing resounded behind Song Xianyu. She turned around in a hurry, and then she saw Ningfeng, who had calmly walked out. Here. Ningfeng raised his hand, only the black pen remaining in his hand. Keep it. Oh. Song Xianyu nodded silently and followed the other party down the stairs. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps echoed in all directions once again, much lighter compared to when they came, and with each step of Ningfeng's slightly heavy footsteps, the dust on the stairs stirred up a point. Without asking why, Ningfeng walked behind Song Xianyu, looking at the other party's slender back, and abruptly opened his mouth. I told you to stay outside the door. You said you wanted me to follow your orders unconditionally. Since it's an order, I don't need to ask why. Song Xianyu's footsteps did not pause. His voice was calm and unadulterated with false emotions. It's me who asked more questions. Ningfeng smiled, his pace slightly quicker as he walked side by side with Song Xianyu. With my accidental ability, I need to control all the variables of the process. Where, when, and who is present at each step. In my calculations, having you wait outside is a must for the alien calculation. The not-so-narrow staircase was speechless for a moment as the two men walked down the long steps side by side. As for Song Xianyu, after hearing Ningfeng's words, the only trace of uneasiness that remained in her heart completely dissipated as she hung her head low and smiled faintly. Wait a minute. Re-entering the lobby on the first floor, when he was about 5 meters away from the door remaining, Ningfeng raised his hand and called out to Song Xianyu, who was about to leave. He looked up at the huge chandelier hanging directly above him. Then, bend your body down and gently touch the tiles under your feet with your hands. Phew! The air under his feet. Suddenly there are air currents surging, not known to detect the slightest chill. A flash. Brush. Ningfeng reared up, brushed the dust off the ground with his foot being imprinted in the shape of a palm, and shook the ash from his hand. The accidental calculations never ceased, and the two men stood still, and after remaining for half a minute in the go, Ningfeng spoke indifferently and left the hotel along with Song Xianyu. Knock. The heavy sound of the door closing stirred up dust all over the floor. The Spring Thunder Hotel, long deserted, has once again returned to dead silence. Now where are we going? Song Xianyu turned her head sideways. There's an abandoned tower on the other side of South Lake. A good place to keep a lookout for a show. The nets are set, just waiting for the fish to fall into them. This is it. Spring Thunder Hotel. On that day, in the evening, when the sun was setting late, the entire water surface of the South Lake, sparkling, and from time to time there are ducks and birds wandering, making a few cries. The sky was orange and red in the distance, and the sun was fading into the mountains. 4 or 5 figures, who were gathering in front of the main door of the Spring Thunder Hotel, were hesitant to enter. There must be an ambush. Always be on your guard. Luo Ling commanded towards his side. Yes. 3 men in black suits nodded their heads in agreement. Since the control of the investigation team was taken back, there were very few investigators who were still willing to follow Luo Ling's orders. The 3 around him had been one of the few boosters that could be taken. 3 gamma levels. The only woman in the team on this trip was the woman in the white suit who came from the Divine Enlightenment Organization. The Divine Enlightenment Organization. The lower level of the Earth branch. Codenamed Showdog. Don't worry, even if there's an ambush. As long as I'm here, I'll keep you safe. The gargoyle's face is scarred and underlined by his speech. And Luo Ling seemed to be extremely trusting of this partner and nodded. Open the door. At a command. 3 gamma-level investigators, looking at each other, cautiously stepped forward and pushed open the door of the Spring Thunder Hotel. Squeaky. A line of 5 people successively walked into the hotel lobby. The evening light is dark. The entire hotel interior looks eerie. There are footprints here. Someone's been here. There's one more to come. End of chapter. Chapter 47, The Grim Reaper Comes, Moonlight Votes Plus. 4,000 big chapters. Chapter 47, The Grim Reaper Comes, Moonlight Votes Plus. 4,000 big chapters. Get out of the way. Luo Ling frowned tightly and pushed aside the 3 investigators blocking the way. By the light of the setting sun beating in from outside, he made out several rows of footprints spreading all the way inward in the lobby of the first floor of the hotel. 2 people. And they were here for a short time. Luo Ling carefully discerned and looked around. Judging from the footprints, these 2 should have already left. But it's not impossible to rule out the possibility that we were deliberately induced to believe it, but in fact did not leave, and were ambushed in the dark. We're outnumbered, but it's better to be careful. Luo Ling's eyes narrowed as he saw the rotating staircase not far away, which was similarly strewn with footprints. Go upstairs. I'd like to see who dares to annoy our Luo group. As the words fell, a group of 5 people followed the footprints that Ningfeng had deliberately left behind and tracked their way up the stairs. All the way to the top? Luo Ling looked at the footprints that kept spreading upwards, and his gaze shifted to look at the ground on the side of the stairs, more than 10 meters away from him. Continue up the stairs. Since the enemy deliberately lured me here, I have to take a good look at what the surprise is before I can do so. He glanced at the garrison dog on his side, and the restlessness in his heart grew much weaker. Alien energy nullification, which can temporarily eliminate the alien energy of an alien within a certain range. Alien energy. Even if one encounters an enemy that is particularly much stronger than oneself, one can cause the other party to lose control of their powers for a moment. Not to mention a bug-like existence amongst the adepts of the same level as himself. Because of this, the woman in the white suit, relying on the party's beta inferior rank, was ranked in the 11th rank of the Earth branch, earning the title of Garrison Dog. And behind her, Ohio Pig, even if it's beta medium, is one place behind. Tap tap tap. Slightly disorganized footsteps echoed through the dimly lit Spring Thunder Hotel, and at the uppermost shed roof of the hotel, the glass roof, which was used to let in light, had long since shattered, and a few broken pieces of glass, which hadn't yet broken completely, swayed slightly. Push off. On the topmost floor of the Spring Thunder Hotel, Luo Ling retreated behind the garrison dog and ordered the 3 investigators to go up and open the door. The unlucky 3 looked at each other, and unanimously used their powers, always ready to fight. Squeaky. The toothsome sound of a door opening came. The 3 investigators, poised for action, rushed in, but found only the abandoned bed frame in the corner. There were no windows in the whole room, and it was even darker now that the sun was setting. Ka. The flashlight was turned on and the investigator looked into every corner of the room with the light of the flashlight, but all that was left for them was the dust that filled the air. Young Master Luo Ling. No one is there. No one? Behind Shagu, Luo Ling stepped out with a frown, not caring about the former's disgusted gaze. Where's the stuff? Nothing? The stuff is there. But, the investigator checked by the light of his flashlight, sounding a little hesitant. It's better for you, young Master Luo Ling, to come and see for yourself. Give it to me. Luo Ling walked into the room and took the strong flashlight in the investigator's hand, shining it around the room. At first glance, he saw the Z-shaped formula densely written on the left wall. What's this? Luo Ling cautiously came forward and looked at the countless numbers and symbols without the slightest clue. The gargoyle, who had been waiting outside the room, followed closer as if in thought. She was staring intently at the formula on the wall, her eyes scanning up and down in thought. And, I think I've seen these formulas somewhere, but for a moment I couldn't remember where the hell was. As Luo Ling and Xiao Dog both frowned in thought, a sound of electricity came out of nowhere behind him. Who? Between the exclamations, everyone was startled, and their eyes followed the sound. Only then did they see the tape recorder that had been hidden behind the door. Zira. After the faint sound of electricity, The tape recorder played quietly. Inside was Ningfeng's voice that had been processed, and it was impossible to recognize the identity. Take the values of the time and space that a person is in and substitute them into the formula. Another set of future time and space values can be derived. The final target, then, will die at this future coordinate. A series of unforeseen events stack up to become inevitable events, inevitable deaths that will befall the target. The recording, interspersed with the sound of electricity, was conveyed word for word into the ears of everyone present. Accident? Deaths caused by accidents? Luo Ling listened to the recording, and in his mind, he couldn't help but associate it with the events that had happened one after another in the Luo group during this period of time. Car accidents, falls, electrocutions, Luo Chen, Wulan, Chen Mo. It's a whole lot of things that seem to come down to two words, accidents. As for the originally standing motionless garrison dog, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable expression. In the next instant, the head snapped around, scrutinizing the formulas on the wall like mad, not daring to miss a single character. What? Luo Ling realized the abnormality of the garrison dog beside him, and when he fixed his eyes on it, he saw that the other party was as crazy as he was. His lips trembled slightly, and his eyes stared in horror at the formula on the wall. No way! It can't be her. Who is she? Luo Ling vaguely felt that things were a little bad, and alarm bells went off in his heart. Killing people with accidental formulas. This tactic. Guys who use this tactic to kill people. I've seen it. Who is it? Luo Ling surged forward, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. It's not just me. It's every ground branch within the organization that's more than familiar with it. The gargoyle stared blankly at the wall full of formulas, as if remembering some bad past. Dusty memories are like Pandora's box, which, when opened, plunges one into a swirling quagmire with no bottom. Who the hell is it? Luo Ling pursued, his patience having long since worn out. He desperately wanted to know the real culprit behind it all. Killed 3 of his most trusted subordinates, causing him to lose the heir apparent contest. This person, who the hell is this? There are 12 people in the Earth branch, and each of them has a unique code name, but those who have code names are not the only ones. Garrison Dog sank his face, his tone incomparably serious. Death, betrayal, loss of combat power. Many circumstances in which the person who holds the title is forcibly stripped of it and passed on to the next successor. And as far as I know, among the current Earth branches, Z-Rat, who is in the first rank, is the third Z-Rat title holder since the formation of the Earth branches. At the beginning of the creation of the Earth branch, the very first Z-Mouse, codename owner, the ability she possessed was brain arithmetic at the upper level of beta. Brain arithmetic? Luo Ling frowned, contemplating the utility of this one psychic ability. This supernatural ability should not have the means to actively attack. If I remember correctly, the order of your Earth branch's title is in accordance with the strength? That's right. Shua Dog nodded, took a deep breath and, brain arithmetic, wasn't supposed to have a powerful means of attack, but the first, Z-Mouse, who developed brain arithmetic in depth, self-created a formula. The killing formula. Murder formula? Luo Ling said in surprise, looking toward the densely packed characters on the wall, pointing and inquiring, is this it? 9 times out of 10. Garrison Dog nodded, only that the first Z-Rat, who finally chose to defect from the organization and face the siege of the remaining 11 Earth branches, should have been dead long ago, though he didn't witness the body with his own eyes. He suffered such a heavy the injuries, should not still be alive, right? Just because a body wasn't found doesn't mean it's 100% dead. Luo Ling gritted his teeth, his eyes erupting with unprecedented fury. From the invisible alien Luo Chun, to the steel alien Chen Mo, 3 people in a row died in accidents within a month. Such a killing method, I've never seen before. This murderer, even if he's not a brain calculus possessor, is definitely extremely connected to it. Luo Ling clenched his fists and paced restlessly in place. Being targeted by a beta superior alien who can hold 1 against 11 and still survive is not a good thing. But that doesn't mean that the person who lured us here is 100% connected to the murderer who killed 3 of your group. Garrison Dog cautioned. It's possible that these things just happen to come together. Her words, however, did not impress the other. Abruptly, out of the corner of his eye, Luo Ling noticed that in the position behind the door, next to the tape recorder, there was also something quietly placed. Puzzled, he stepped forward and bent down to pick it up. Put it in your hand and observe. It's a pen. Luo Ling ghostly opened the cap of the pen and scratched the door on one side twice with the pen, but no handwriting appeared. In this moment, he froze in silence, and then, quickly turning back, he looked around at all the walls throughout the room. What's wrong? Garrison Dog asked curiously, not knowing the other party's intentions. Ultraviolet light. Luo Ling looked at the strong flashlight in his hand. Does this flashlight have a UV function? He looked up quickly, to the investigator on the sidelines. The latter was jerked to a halt by the question. And then a quick nod. Yes, there's a switch on the back. The moment he heard the reply, Luo Ling flipped the strong flashlight in his hand to the other side and pushed the switch for the ultraviolet mode. Instantly, the original bright light source was replaced by a slightly darker purple color. He first shone a light on the door that the party had scratched twice with his own pen, and 2 glowing strokes were clearly visible on it. Sure enough, Luo Ling was shocked in his heart. His guesses confirmed for the most part. Then, without hesitation, the ultraviolet light in his hand projected on the 4 walls. When the UV beams converge, the wall, which was only dusty, reveals its original true appearance. In an instant, the entire room, everyone, stood still, frozen in place. This is. The 3 investigators' eyes erupted with unprecedented trepidation as they stared wide-eyed, their eyes constantly moving over the surrounding walls. The clues are connected. The garrison dog in the white suit, at this moment, only felt his hands and feet cold, and his back spine vaguely tightened. The sight that surfaced throughout the room sent shivers down her spine, and Luo Ling, who was holding the ultraviolet flashlight, had his mouth slightly open, deeply shocked by what he saw before him. The entire house was airtight, without the slightest input of light from the outside world. The door to the room, which had been open, closed with a creak. The ultraviolet light that envelopes the quadrangle of walls. As far as the eye could see, all 3 sides of the enclosure, except for the one filled with formulas, were covered with dense handwriting that glowed. That's 3 pairs of pictures. Car crash. Directly in front of Luo Ling, painted on the wall, was a street intersection, where the bus sped by, facing a heavy locomotive. The driver of the locomotive, only a head exposed. This is the invisible alien Luo Chun. Luo Ling's hand, which was holding the flashlight, was trembling slightly as he violently reversed his direction and looked at the right wall. Crashing. On the wall, broken high-rise windows, a cat-like woman with desperate eyes descends, and below, congested traffic. This is Cat's Paw woman Lan Wu. When Luo Ling turned around again and directed his gaze at the last wall, the picture on the wall was none other than Chen Mo, who was surrounded by reporters and struggling with the electric light. And, Steel Alien, Chen Mo. 4 fences, 1 murder accident formula, and on the remaining 3, paintings of the victims of the formula. This is not an empty room where no one has been for a long time. This is a hell where the murderer states himself. It was as if a creepy, eerie melody was echoing throughout the hotel building. In an instant, everyone in the room, their hairs stood on end, instinctively, wanted to flee. It must be him. It's definitely him. It's that, brain calculus, first subrat. The formula, the painting, even the UV lamp in my hand. Yes, the UV lamp in my hand. He even calculated that my subordinate was carrying a flashlight and that it had a UV mode. He's watching us. He must be watching us from somewhere. At this moment, Luo Ling was as if he had gone mad. His eyes were dull, and his entire body was trembling slightly. The one who killed Wu Lan Chen Mo was him, the brain calculus possessor. So who's next? Me? Ha 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 ha, is that me? Within this month, the events that happened one after another made Luo Ling's spirit already on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, he was shocked again, feeling unprecedented powerlessness, and for a moment, he gave himself up, standing still in a daze, mad as hell. Snap, isn't this still alive? Garrison Dog in comparison, although her heart palpitated, she still remained sober and calm, and she gave Luo Ling a hard slap that, the organization didn't send me here to work with you to see a loser fall from grace. The possessor of brain calculus, if he really wanted to kill us, he could have done it a long time ago, and would never have allowed us to discover his identity. He must have another purpose. It's imperative that we leave first and get our countermeasures in place. This slap from Garrison Dog was extraordinarily heavy and directly woke up Luo Ling. The latter's eyes cleared over, and his pupils, though slightly trembling, were already much more normal. Right. Hurry up. Get the hell out of here. Luo Ling turned off the ultraviolet light in his hand and didn't want to stay for a moment, directly breaking out of the room and quickly leaving. And as their group, once again, left the place along the revolving staircase, at the very top of the Spring Thunder Hotel, with its glass-lined shed roof, a breeze blew through one of the glass shards that came off in the process. Snap! Wow! The glass shattered into large and small pieces that spilled in midair. In a blink of an eye, the accident came to pass. Regarding accidental formula, murderous formula, the identity of the first Subrat is open to speculation. And as you can see here, the hero's powers are never as simple as an accident. So don't be fooled by the name of this ability. Everyone, Please do me a favor and vote for the budding author with your recommendations and monthly votes. As long as I can hold on to the top 10 of the new book list, I'll hit the bottom with 5 shifts a day. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Frosty Frozen Murder Teaser. Chapter 48, Frosty Frozen Murder Teaser. At the very top of the Spring Thunder Hotel, a large amount of glass shards, along with a portion of the building materials, shattering and falling at the sound of a sudden alien noise. Wow! The accident, once again, came. Look out! At this moment, Luo Ling and his group had already walked to the lobby on the first floor, with their heads facing the heavy chandelier that hung throughout the entire hotel. Massive shards of glass and building debris, falling overhead and smashing into the floor tiles below. Crumbs and dust scattered in all directions. Be careful! The 3 investigators immediately beside Luo Ling each used their own supernatural abilities to fend off the falling debris of all sizes. And Luo Ling's supernatural ability unfolded. His arm blocked across his head, and anything that fell, when it was about half a meter away from him, it all turned into pieces. Ability, collapse. So that a certain range of objects, cracked and destroyed. When the ability is strong to the limit degree, as far as the eye can see, smoke disappears. Is that all you've got? Want to kill me? Not that easy. With red eyes, Luo Ling shouted angrily towards the empty surroundings of the Spring Thunder Hotel. Kill me with your murderous formula. Come on, kill me. Ever since he was a child, he considered himself to be thoughtful and intelligent, and he could always find a way to cope with even the most difficult situations. But when one witnessed the densely packed murder formula on that wall, and the death portraits of Luo Qin, Wu Lan and the others, Luo Ling panicked. No matter how he went about pondering countermeasures in his mind, the answer he got was only one: unable to cope. Accidents can come at any time. How can he cope with a foe who can potentially kill him no matter when or where he is? Tinkerbell. The falling debris, hitting the huge chandelier with a crunch. The process didn't last long, and in a matter of 10 seconds or so, nothing else fell from the heights. What's going on? Luo Ling, who was still frantic just a moment ago, now shifted his eyes quickly, desperately trying to be vigilant. However, the hotel lobby, which had suddenly become quiet, left him at a loss for words. These painless falling objects couldn't even hurt those 3 Gamma-level investigators, let alone the Beta-level Loring. Unexpectedly unharmed. In turn, he froze in place. By the looks of it, it's highly likely that this really was an accident, and it's only normal for some pieces to fall down after years of disrepair. The garrison dog, wearing a white suit on the side, bent down, picked up a piece of broken glass beside him, gently twisted it, and turned it into powder. Perhaps it is we who are too nervous to worry about the so-called dangers. Opposite the Spring Thunder Hotel, separated by a pool of lake water on the other side of the river, a simple tower, quietly standing, rotting pillars, a faded exterior, and cobwebs piled up in the corners with insect carcasses densely left behind. Luo Ling is at the beta level. It's hard to injure him by relying on ordinary accidents, isn't it? On the uppermost floor of the tower, 2 figures were hidden in the shadows, quietly watching the Spring Thunder Hotel on the opposite side of the South Lake. That's right, it's hard. Ningfeng took a deep breath, his tone flat. Perhaps only if the entire hotel collapses will there be a chance for him to suffer some minor injuries. Like I said before, today, he's not destined to die here. Then what is the purpose of our coming here? Song Xianyu's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. It can't be to go through all the trouble simply to walk the other party? Ningfeng sidled over, his gaze placid as he shook his head slightly and, naturally not. Although Luo Ling won't die here today, it is with today's experience that will prompt his death to intensify. The only way to do it is to get that woman with invalidated ability away from Luo Ling. If the person from the Divine Enlightenment Organization suddenly dies, the other side will definitely send another person to investigate. And at that time, facing both the Luo group and the Divine Enlightenment Organization at the same time, we are a little too passive. Song Xianyu lowered his head, slightly deep in thought. That's why we're going to create a situation. A good show that will make the Luo group and the Divine Enlightenment Organization dog eat dog. Ningfeng's gaze was deep, red light flashing, mechanical arm, 5 fingers tapping in the air. Unexpected calculations, long since begun. What happened today? Consider it a death preview for Luo Ling. Frost, it's time to freeze. Ningfeng's voice, as if it had a ghostly magic, crossed the lake and went straight to the Spring Thunder Hotel. Go! Garrison Dog reminded that a minute had passed since the falling of the glass shards had stopped, and that no rest of the changes had occurred in the entire Spring Thunder Hotel. Luo Ling, who was fuming at the side, had a mouthful of sulkiness in his heart with nowhere to vent it. Looking at the splintered crumbs all over the floor, he clenched his fists. As a beta alien of the Luo group, but by a bit of falling glass, He was made suspicious. How humiliating. Go! Luo Ling gave an order, and the 3 investigators behind him put away their supernatural abilities and prepared to follow and leave. However, in this moment when everyone let their guard down, the squeak, a toothsome sound came from the uppermost part of the head, the huge chandelier that hung from the roof of the shed. Under the influence of the series of falling objects in the party, the joint with the roof of the shed, which was already rusty and loose, now completely broke open. Boom! In an instant, most of the roof of the shed collapsed by traction. The incomparably heavy chandelier crashed down in the sky above, pointing straight towards the 5 Luo Ling people below. Not good. Frantic alarm bells sounded in Garrison Dog's mind. Strong warnings of a crisis thrilled her nerves. There was something about the murder formula and the death portrait that Fong had seen in the top floor room, along with the memories of the first Subrat who possessed brain calculus in his mind, all of which instantly came flooding back. Under the effect of fear, almost instantly, Xiao Dog subconsciously unfolded his supernatural powers. Allomancy invalidated. Run! I don't know who shouted, but everyone, including Luo Ling, wanted to leave quickly. But in this swift moment, a cold and chilling sensation came under his feet. Click, 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 originally covered with dust, and then there is no difference below the floor. Steeply surging infinite cold air. The temperature plummets and freezes ice, freezing Luo Ling and the others' feet, dead on the floor. What is this? Luo Ling felt his feet go out of control, and when he hit his eyes, he saw the piercing icy knots. There are shifters who can manipulate ice in the neighborhood. It's at least beta level. It's too late to break free, Shugu exclaimed out in shock, and the range of influence of abnormal nullification was expanded even more instantly, wanting to use this to destroy the frost under his feet. What's going on? Why hasn't it changed? However, the expected disappearance of the frost did not occur, and overhead, the huge crystal chandelier has fallen. Why is it useless? Luo Ling roared. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Dancing on the Tip of the Knife. No one can see the infiltration. Chapter 49, Dancing on the Tip of the Knife. No one can see the infiltration. The person who manipulated the powers isn't here. This is a trap set up in advance, and my powers can't work directly. Damn it! Luo Ling's eyes turned red, and in an instant, he could only put his arms in a death grip over his head, trying to rely on beta-level physical strength to fight hard against the collapse of the hotel. Why aren't my powers working? Mine too. The 3 investigators, who were also frozen to the ground, would have liked to maneuver their powers again to fend off the chandelier's fall at this moment, but under the influence of nullification of abilities, it couldn't be used at all. All that could be done was to watch the chandelier, which had fallen from a great height, hit in front of him at breakneck speed. Ah! The scream stopped with an extraordinarily heavy boom of muffled sound. The collapse of the roof and the fall of the chandelier stirred up waves of smoke and dust, and even the entire hotel trembled with it. And on the opposite shore of the South Lake, above the tower, Ningfeng and Song Xianyu silently watched the collapsing Spring Thunder Hotel. After today, Luo Ling will completely fall within my guidance. Before death really comes, he can only be on guard, all the time, against enemy targets that don't even exist. 6:12 and 22 seconds p.m. On the top floor of the Spring Thunder Hotel, Luo Ling is thoroughly convinced of the existence of the hypothetical enemy's first Subrat. 6:15 and 19 seconds p.m. Garrison Dog initiated the nullification of his powers, resulting in the 5 people present, who could only rely on their bodies to resist the collapse of the hotel. 6:17 and 33 seconds p.m. Luo Ling and Garrison Dog, who survived the ruins, projected that the enemy possessed at least 3 beta-level combat power. In Ningfeng's mind, an unexpected piece of information continued to surface. Dragon City is a huge stage play, and Luo Lingyu are nothing more than a poor puppet on strings in this script. The corners of Ningfeng's mouth sketched up a cruel smile. Go! He turned around, the hood of his black trench coat obscuring his face. Now, we just have to wait quietly. Kala! The lobby of the Spring Thunder Hotel is filled with thick smoke at the moment. Outside the crumbling roof of the shed, a faint light cast below. Inside the lobby, masonry, glass, boards, and all sorts of debris are piled together, burying everything below. Suddenly, a hand struggled out from the rubble, and then, the incomparably wretched Luo Ling braced his body from it. Cloaked, dusty, eyes red. Come on, come and kill me. Get thee out, get thee out. He raised his head angrily and roared loudly in all directions, trying to force his shadowy enemies to show themselves, but the only thing that responded to him was his own echo. Stop yelling. The Garrison Dog, who had likewise risen from the ruins, patted the ashes of his body with all his might, and, There are no enemies here except traps. They're playing us like monkeys. Playing us like monkeys. The gargoyle spoke as he searched through the ruins, successively yanking out 3 figures from under the piled masonry. It's the 3 investigators. Out of breath. The gargoyle's voice was as pitiless as describing 3 discarded toys. She looked at Luo Ling, who had her head dully bowed to the side. If what you said before is true, then we're facing an enemy that has at least 3 beta-level psychics. Brain calculus, killed 3 of the invisibility aliens. Body enhancement, or those with other abilities, killed those of the cleanup campaign. And the ice. Beta-level, ice harnessing, aliens just now. These 3 are still just our rough estimate of the number of enemies. We can't rule out that there are stronger enemies waiting in the shadows. Shagu walked in beside Luo Ling. The way things have developed to this point, it's no longer a situation that you alone can cope with. I'll notify the organization and step in to investigate the matter. In the meantime, it's better for you to hide. No! Luo Ling snapped his head up and stared straight at the gargoyle, his eyes red and his cheeks trembling. In that case, I will be completely disqualified from competing for the successor. Those people in Luo's main family are waiting to see me laugh. I must not let them have their wish. This is Dragon City. It's our Luo clan's territory. It's just 3 beta-level aberrations. It can always be solved. It can always be solved. I can't let Uncle 2 down again. Phew. Boom. Luo Ling's arm swung violently, and a strong air current instantly surfaced, sweeping towards the corpse that was lying on the ruins on the side. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 investigators, along with the masonry below, were all reduced to pieces. I still have this psychic ability. Collapse. The original alpha level, collapse. I haven't lost yet. Within the Spring Thunder Hotel, Luo Ling's angry hiss echoed. You go back first. Dragon City. Outskirts. By now the sun had long since set and the moon was bright in the sky. On a dilapidated path, Ningfeng was dressed in a black trenchcoat as he slowly walked forward. Suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks and, go back and wait for me. Song Xianyu froze for a moment. What about you? Luo Ling has fallen into my rhythm. And now, there is a final fire to add. This is something that I can only do on my own. Ningfeng was brief and concise, and when his words fell, he walked towards the roadside woods, leaving behind a sentence. Go back and tell old Meng to prepare the instruments for me to extract the alien's spinal cord. His figure disappeared into the darkness, while Song Xianyu, who stayed in place, did not hesitate for a second and followed the path, returning to the direction of the factory. Ningfeng, psychic ability, ice mastery, complete, alien power level, gamma gamma, progress of alien power, 3 out of 100. The fusion of powers has created a special mutation in the ice harness. Traveling at speed through the dense forest, Ningfeng was distractedly looking at the translucent panel in front of him. Special mutations, he muttered, frowning slightly. When the fusion was successful, he realized that his harnessed ice seemed to be not quite the same as the one possessed by Song Xianyu. Setting a frost trap in the Spring Thunder Hotel was precisely the use of this special mutation's properties. Normally, the ability to harness ice requires real-time manipulation by a psychic. But the frost trap I designed underneath the Spring Thunder Hotel has long exceeded the distance I can now control. The ability to delay triggering is entirely due to this so-called special mutation. Is it hard to believe that the ice condensed by my ice harness can, to a certain extent, attack spontaneously? Right now, the power of harnessing ice is still at the gamma level, so it's better to raise it earlier in order to completely figure out the cause. Ningfeng shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and pulled out a black skeleton mask from his arms, knocking it onto his face. Upon closer inspection, the corners of this mask's mouth, painted blood red, revealed sharp teeth and a hideous smile. How to sneak into Luo Ling's residence without alerting anyone and leave a death warning. In the darkness, Ningfeng tapped his 5 fingers in the air, launching an unexpected calculation. There was a mistake in the latter part of the transmission, but it's been corrected. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Silent Approach. Ghostly Steps. Chapter 50, Silent Approach. Ghostly Steps. Dragon City. On the edge of the latest planned development zone, the villa area here is densely distributed, and every luxury villa, speculated at sky-high prices, has just been built and snapped up, 24 hours a day. A patrol team of gamma-level psychics ensures the safety of the residents in the villa area, and thus became one of the biggest selling points. Shouldn't our patrol team be patrolling the entire villa area as usual? Why are we doing security work? So many people, all gathered around this one house to stay. Shu, keep your voice down. You don't know what kind of person lives inside. That's a big shot from the Luo group. Luo's group? Hiss. No wonder. But what kind of madness is this big shot having? Like he's scared by something and has to have the whole patrol on guard. Who knows? Inside the villa park, in the very center, an extraordinarily luxurious villa is located. Four walls towering, just in front of the courtyard has nearly 1,000 square feet. Rockery pool, grass, birds, everything. At that moment, the four-story villa in the center of the courtyard was lit up so brightly that it seemed the only way to be considered somewhat safer. Where the villa is, not far around the corner, Ning Feng, dressed in black and hidden in the darkness, listened to the idle chatter of the patrols guarding outside the villa where Luo Ling lived. It looks like Luo Ling has disorganized himself. Behind his back, 5 fingers tapped in the air, and the entire villa surroundings were all included in the scope of influence of the alien energy. He stayed where he was for about an hour or so, until a clear unexpected path came into view, and then he made his move. Brush. An off-road limousine traveling in front of the villa with flashing lights and siren attracted the attention of many patrols. Ning Feng's figure, on the other hand, was hidden behind the limousine in this instant, following the darkness and leaning in close to the right side of the villa's fence. Phew! Steeply, fine frost, condensed and fell in the air. The temperature of the 4 directions instantly became much lower. Achoo! The patrolman in charge of guarding the right side of the fence, jolted by the plummeting temperature, covered his nose and bowed his head to sneeze hard. In a momentary trance, he missed Ning Feng, who leapt into the villa. When the patrolman opened his eyes again and lifted his head, he looked around and it was empty. Nothing had happened. Strange. Is this day turning cold so fast? Within the villa, greenery flourished. There was a constant flow of water from the wigwam, rushing over the cistern below with a clattering, continuous succession. And beside the steps on the first floor of the villa, the Tibetan Mastiff, which was lying prostrate and slumbering in its kennel, was so large that, standing upright, it was taller than a man. Its ears twitched slightly, as if it had sensed something strange within the compound, and its nose sniffed, snapping its eyes open. Instantly, he was about to open his big mouth and burst into a frenzy of barking. In front of it, however, was a standing black shadow with a hideous skull mask on its face, a pair of iron palms, dead knocked in front of the Tibetan Mastiff's head. In the blink of an eye, it caused the other party to become a lifelike ice sculpture. Phew! The night wind blew by, and there was nothing but a scattering of frost in front of the kennel. After Ning Feng entered the compound, every step, every action, was strictly in accordance with the information that had been accidentally calculated in his mind. After 3 seconds, turn to the right, take 2 steps back against the corner, hold for 5 seconds, then take 5 steps forward along the left-hand side. Ning Feng pondered silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds had come and gone, and Ning Feng instantly turned to the right, taking 2 steps back to close in on the corner below the villa. At the same time, the beams of 2 strong flashlights swept down on the location where he was standing just now. Only after confirming that there was no difference did they turn away. When Ning Feng arrived at the courtyard at the back of the villa, counting from the top, the 3rd floor to ceiling flush glass door, looking through the door, within the villa, there were several figures of the same patrol officers. 2 seconds. Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and 2 seconds later, there was a thud. Inside the front yard of the villa, an illuminated street lamp, bursting in the darkness of the night, the sudden sound, instantly attracting the attention of all the patrols inside the villa. There was a rush for the door to see what was going on. Brush. The extremely subtle sound of a door opening came from the direction of the backyard. Ning Feng's pitch-black figure dived within the villa amidst the gushing breeze. His footsteps were as light and silent as a dragonfly, traveling inward, passing the open kitchen, the side guest bedroom, the triple-separated toilet. Ning Feng's target was the inner side of the 1st floor, the staircase leading to the upper floor. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps came from above the stairs, and without a sound, Ning Feng pranced his body to the right, his entire being concealed within a curtained-off utility room. 2 patrolmen came down the stairs, talking about more than, how long is this going to hold? Dozens of patrols have become private bodyguards. They climbed over each other, passing the utility room without even glancing at each other. As the 2 of them drifted away at a pace, Ning Feng flashed out of the utility room, strutting up the stairs, illuminated by the bright lights of the 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Each time, he perfectly missed the patrolman passing by the stairs, until they came to the topmost 4 floors, which was also the floor where Luo Ling lived. As he walked up the stairs, he could clearly see that 2 men in blue patrol uniforms were standing at the end of the hallway, facing the open window and smoking. Without the slightest notice, in the corner behind him, Ning Feng appeared. On the 4th floor, in the hallway, the lights were dimmed, seemingly so as not to interfere with rest. Ning Feng's target, on the other hand, was a door about 10 paces away from him, leaning against the right wall. Behind the door was where Luo Ling's bedroom was, and all he had to do was how to open the door, enter, and close it. unnoticed the whole time, with 2 patrolmen watching. Luo Ling, you don't sleep too much. Beneath the mask, Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next instant, there was no qualms about taking a step. Slowly move along the corridor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When the 7th step was taken, a violent gust of wind came in through the window at the end of the corridor. The blowing disoriented 2 patrolmen who stood looking out the window. It was during this 2-second gap that Ning Feng had arrived in front of the bedroom door. Wow! The sound of a toilet flushing came from a door off the bedroom. Ning Feng's hand placed on the doorknob. A second later, a sharp press. The door opens and closes. All the sounds were masked and muffled by the sound of the toilet door opening and closing on the other side. The 2 sides are synchronized and coordinated with each other without the slightest gap. Almost the instant the toilet door closed, the bedroom door that Ning Feng was in also quietly closed tightly. As he unfolded his psychic abilities, the entire villa, all the situation, was within his grasp. Anything? End of chapter. Chapter 51 Death Proclamation Left Behind. Collapse imminent. Chapter 51 Death Proclamation Left Behind. Collapse imminent. Garrison Dog, dressed in a white suit, stepped out of the restroom, glanced at the closed bedroom door, and questioned the 2 patrolmen at the end of the hallway in front of him. Nope, nothing going on. It's just simply windy. The 2 patrolmen responded awkwardly, while the gargoyle, nodding silently, glanced meaningfully at where the bedroom was. Keep a closer watch tonight, don't miss anything. Behind the bedroom door, inside and outside the villa, numerous patrollers stayed up all night, but no one realized that an uninvited guest had long ago sneaked in, past the heavy security. At this moment, within the bedroom that Ning Feng had entered, the size of 100 square meters, check room, office area, have everything, decoration style, more like a high-end hotel, simple full. The innermost part, where the queen-size bed should have been, was replaced by a hibernation pod. The hibernation chamber is connected to an oxygen tank, and oxygen is fed into the chamber through a tube. Through the fully transparent glass shell, Ning Feng was able to clearly see Luo Ling, who was asleep inside with his eyes closed. Throughout the bedroom, the lights were out, except for the moonlight from the window, which poured in through the undrawn curtains, illuminating the tan floor. Luo Ling, what a pity. Today is not a good day to kill you. I'll let you live for 2 more days. Ning Feng's pitch-black figure, like a ghost, stood by the dormant pod. Underneath the skull mask, hideous blood-red eyes stared deathly into the dormant pod. He tapped his 5 fingers. In a frenzy of unexpected computational deductions, 10:31 and 11 seconds p.m., you infiltrated Luo Ling's villa. 10:33 and 2 seconds p.m., you entered Luo Ling's resting bedroom undetected under the cover of the sound of Garrison Dog opening the door. At 10:34 and 1 second p.m., you used your gamma-level ice harnessing ability on Luo Ling in an attempt to freeze his opponent's life. 10:34 and 20 seconds p.m., Luo Ling woke up from his slumber and unleashed his crash ability on you at the first opportunity. And the garrison dogs and patrols that arrived at the bedroom door at the sound of the noise instantly attacked you intensively. 10:34 and 48 seconds p.m., you failed to kill Luo Ling and fled from the villa in a sorry state. The unexpected information that was constantly changing in his mind was clearly visible to each and every one of them. Ning Feng. He wanted the Luo Ling in front of him dead more than anyone else, but no matter how much he pushed and tried to send his opponent to the ground to be buried as soon as possible, if you do it today, you will get nothing but failure. For this reason, he also tried to change different means, but the results were not the same. 10:34 and 2 seconds p.m., you used an accidental psychic ability, prompting the hibernation pod that Luo Ling was in to malfunction and safeguard, and the violent explosion only caused some superficial injuries to Luo Ling. 10:34 and 6 seconds p.m., you break open the hibernation pod and attempt a close quarters fight, but are stopped by an arriving patrol. So in the end, it's just going to have to be you who dies 2 days later. From alien energy extraction? Ning Feng's mechanical 5 fingers clenched tightly in his hands. In the ice-cold eyes, killing intent seemed to condense substance, penetrating the dormant pod and stabbing straight into Luo Ling's heart. And as if he had sensed something in general, Luo Ling, who was sleeping inside the dormant cabin, frowned. If it wasn't for you, the Luo group, how could you have fostered the me of today? I just want to silently guard Xiaoyu, the 2 of us to live in peace. Dragon City is so big that everyone can find their own place, and yet so small that it can't even give us a place to settle down. Luo Chen, Wu Lan, Chen Mo, the 3 of them have gone to hell. Luo Ling, but you're still alive. You're alive. You took away my sister's psychic ability, causing her body to weaken, and she is still in a coma. I must not let you die painfully. You hurt Xiaoyu. The damage you did to her, I'm going to get it back from you tenfold. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Aren't you bent on competing for the heir position of the Luo group? Aren't you most concerned about the aura of genius? I will make you fall to the dust, suffer the cold eyes of countless people, be spurned by your family, be cast away by the group, and die a humble death in loneliness and despair. You can properly pay for what you have done, to pay for your life. The bloodshot eyes in the dimly lit room resembled the attention of an evil spirit. Phew! As another violent gust of cool air poured into the room through the window, Ningfeng walked in next to the dormant chamber and adjusted the level of oxygen input to the lowest possible level, and the cardiac instrument responsible for monitoring Luo Ling's body data, the values on it, also began to fluctuate. The curtains shook, moonlight flooded in, and within the bedroom, Ningfeng's figure was long gone. The only thing that was creepy was the skeleton mask, with its blood-colored grin, that was left on the dormant pod. DDT. 20 seconds into the time lapse, the ear-piercing sound of an alarm rang out inside Luo Ling's bedroom. The heart monitor with its rapidly fluctuating values burst into life, and in the next instant, the bedroom door was violently pushed open. Garrison Dog, in a white suit, and a couple of patrolmen, enter sharply. The rest of the patrols that were on guard inside and outside the villa compound also flew towards the bedroom. Something's up. Someone's been here? The gargoyle lowered his eyes, instantly noticing the faint imprint left on the floor. The bedroom window was open and a cold breeze poured in, the curtains shaking against the wind. As for Luo Ling inside the dormant chamber, the entire person's eyes snapped open because of the extremely fast decreasing oxygen concentration. Forced awakening from slumber. Brush. The hatch of the dormant pod opened automatically, and his entire body sat straight up, gasping for air. Luo Ling's eyes were wide open, his chest was heaving, his brain was drowsy, and he was in a bit of a trance of consciousness. Dangling. The rattle of something crashing to the ground instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and Luo Ling, who was the closest, looked sideways and realized that on the floor in front of the right side of the hibernation chamber, a mask of a style too familiar to be true knocked quietly to the ground. Black. Skull face. Instantly, all the fear of this thing, like a tidal wave, surged out in Luo Ling's heart. The tragic death of Luo Chanwulan, on the roof of the crumbling shed of the Spring Thunder Hotel, that pervasive, calculating, mysterious enemy, a sense of despair, a sense of suffocation, pressed down on Luo Ling and he couldn't breathe. He's coming, he was here, he was just here, he avoided all of you, he's right here looking at me, watching me with his own eyes, and left the mask. This is a warning. No, it's an announcement, a declaration of death. Luo Ling gripped his hair with both hands in a death grip, his eyes wide and trembling. It was the first time he felt that death was so close to him, a pair of large, invisible hands in the underworld, strangling his throat, making him powerless to resist. The already incomplete collapse ability was even more out of control in an instant. Phew! The airwaves swept around the surrounding distance of about 3 meters with Luo Ling at the center. The dormant pod beneath him was reduced to pieces in an instant. The heart monitor, the oxygen tanks, the floor, it's all melting away. The black skeleton mask, blown and rolled by the airwaves, had a hideous grin, as if it was contemptuously mocking the defenseless enemy. Request for monthly votes. Request for recommendation votes. Everyone act kindly. Give some votes. The new book list fell to almost 20. Give a little author June plus more power. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Prelude to the Storm. A Plan in the Sky. Chapter 52 Prelude to the Storm. A Plan in the Sky. It's distracting. 3 times the powers are out of control. The white-suited Shua dog frowned when he saw Luo Ling, who was directly out of control due to his overexcited emotions. She raised her hand and aimed it at Luo Ling, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. Phew! An invisible fluctuation instantly enveloped Luo Ling's entire body, and his collapse ability, which had just stormed out of control, also stopped in an instant. The smoke and chaos that stirred around them returned to calm. The organization wouldn't have sent me to guard a loser like you if you didn't still have some use for the disintegration powers in you. Shuga's gaze was cold as he swept past Luo Ling. Without looking back, he instructed the group of patrolmen standing guard in the rear. What are you still standing here for? Take him out. The crowd reacted and stepped forward to set up Luo Ling, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. The latter, on the other hand, was clutching his head with both hands in death, staring wide-eyed and chanting, he's coming to kill me, I'm dying. Luo Ling's mournful cries echoed in the corridor behind him, and the gargoyle, who had remained in the bedroom, leaned down, picked up the skull mask from the floor, and placed it in his hands to examine it. The black skulls represent the lowest members within the Divine Enlightenment Organization. The white skulls, on the other hand, represent the earthly branches, and the bloody smiley face corresponds to the heavenly stems. So much for knowing about the organization. Is it really you, the first, Subrat? The gargoyle stared out the wide open window, the night sky deep and silent. It seems important to alert the organization and focus on investigating the matter. Dragon City, suburb, abandoned factory. Old Meng and Song Xianyu looked at each other in all directions, neither of them saying anything, and the atmosphere in the air was exceptionally awkward. Old Meng had one single eye, revealing an extremely obvious helplessness. Song Xianyu followed Ningfeng's instructions and returned to the factory to wait, and just sat there dumbfounded for hours without saying a word. Old Meng's age was there, and he didn't know how to open up the conversation, so he just had to be wide-eyed. Tap tap tap. Familiar footsteps, coming from outside the factory. As if he had found his savior, Old Meng got up from his seat and hurriedly greeted him. Song Xianyu was also filled with joy as she followed behind. Boy, you're finally back. I'm going to be embarrassed here if I keep waiting like this. Old Meng. The apparatus for extracting supernatural energy. Sure it's okay? Ningfeng lifted the hood of his trench coat, his blood-red eyes gazing calmly. You still don't trust me to do my job. Old Meng patted his chest. But I really didn't expect you to do it so soon. Hearing the other party's words, Ningfeng nodded his head silently and gazed towards his sleeping sister. Ning Yu, in the inner part of the factory, inside the huge nutritional pod. Ever since the alien energy was siphoned off, Xiao Yu's vital signs have been declining, and at first the nutritional pods were able to suppress some of it, but now it's basically useless. I can't wear out anymore. You have to think clearly. Once you make this move, there is no turning back. Old Meng contemplated for a moment and let out a long breath of relief. You've investigated the identity of this Luo Ling. You know it better than I do. Although he came from a branch lineage, rumors about his biological father have always existed, and it seems that he is a high-ranking member of the Luo clan's main family. If true, an illegitimate son of a Luo clan's main family's high-ranking family died and had his psychic abilities extracted, and it would be hard not to suspect you under a large investigation. Even if everyone thinks that you and Xiaoyu died in the accident back then, the traces are still there, and at that time, what you'll have to face is the hunt of the entire Luo clan. Luo Group's 7 sins have finished their expatriation and returned to Dragon City. Each of them is a beta medium or above alien. Each of them cannot be underestimated. Don't worry about it. Ningfeng glanced at Song Xianyu, who had a burning gaze to the side. I already have considerations for dealing with the 7 sins. With that, he turned his head and continued to pursue. By the way, Old Meng, you said that if you want to stabilize Xiaoyu's situation, retrieving part of her lost, collapse, psychic ability is only one of the conditions. What additional potions are needed to begin the healing process? Alas! Old Meng also sighed as he listened, and he stepped aside and lifted a blackboard that was covered by a white plastic sheet, revealing a diagram of a building structure inscribed on it. 15 floors. The 15th floor of the Luo Group is, to outsiders, nothing more than an engine room floor where various lines are summarized. But the engine room is just a cover. The real purpose of this floor is something you should know. Ningfeng walked in, following Old Meng's finger at the location of the building structure map, and in his scarlet eyes, intense killing intent erupted. I know naturally. Luo Group hides the deepest darkness under the bright and shiny exterior. Human lab, alien extraction, alien fusion, forced stripping, live human testing. For many years, they have collaborated with the Divine Revelation Organization to conduct inhumane experiments on alien powers in the shadows. Hate to all the powerful alien within the scope of the Dragon City. All enlisted, cannot be enlisted, while the other party has just awakened the alien vulnerability. Directly draw away from the alien energy to death. Even if it's a newborn child, it won't be spared. Ningfeng's eyes were glazed over, and his mechanical joints tightened, emitting toothsome friction sounds. The technology to extract Xiaoyu's psychic abilities came from those researchers. They are the ones who really deserve to die. That heard. Old Meng's one eye was also filled with hatred as he lowered his hand that was pointing at the blackboard, then looked to where the nutritional pod was. And the potion needed to stabilize your sister's condition is inside the human laboratory on the 15th floor. It also means that while you killed Luo Ling and caused alarm bells to ring throughout the Luo Group, you'll have to carry the 7 sins, 7 beta-level Ultrans, as well as hundreds of Gamma Ultrans in the entire Luo Group's investigative team, and those uncountable contracted Ultrans under the watchful eye of. Infiltrate a heavily guarded human lab and take important pharmaceuticals undetected. This even sounds like a pie-in-the-sky operation. Ningfeng, you have to be clear. Once any part of it goes wrong, you're going to die. I'm going to die. And your sister, and this new girl, are going to die. If you fail to avenge your death, you will lose your life. Old Meng twisted his head, and in his one eye, His expression was extraordinarily serious. Old Meng, from the day you and I decided to take revenge on the Luo clan. Ning Feng removed the mask from his face, revealing his mechanically constructed jaw as he grinned hideously, his eyes filled with madness. From that day on, there was no turning back. Luo's group, the Divine Revelation Organization. We have to stir the water as muddy as possible before the storm completely envelopes Dragon City. The day after tomorrow, this Sunday, I'll use Luo Ling's death to start the prelude to this storm. End of chapter. Chapter 53, A Crooked Skill Tree. A Self-Rating Burglar. Chapter 53, A Crooked Skill Tree. A Self-Rating Burglar. It's night. Gale. The moon, the stars, were shrouded in dense dark clouds in the sky. The wind played a musical tune, causing the debris piled up on the rooftop of the abandoned factory to shake and rattle. Phew! Ning Feng, bare-chested and baptized by the storm, let out a long breath. He tilted his head and closed his eyes, slowly recovering his body that was still a bit spastic from the electric shock treatment just now. Human flesh is truly fragile, even after advancing to the beta level. After enduring a certain level of electric shocks, it faces collapse and stops. I heard old Meng say that, outside of Dragon City, there are alien beings who have taken their consciousness and spinal cord and transplanted them inside a purely humanoid bionic machine. Only, it seems that there are still absolute flaws. It's a pity. If we could really give up our flesh, it would be much easier to improve our physique. Just keep replacing more advanced parts. Ning Feng opened his eyes, blood red like fire, flickering in the gusty black night. Something? He didn't turn around, but he rushed behind him, asking. In the next instant, Song Xianyu's figure stepped out from the back. It was still the same outfit that Ning Feng had given her, with long, ice blue hair that danced in the howling wind. Nope, just couldn't sleep. Song Xianyu shook her head. How can I be like you? Like me? Hearing the other party's unexplained question, Ning Feng turned around, his mechanical legs stepping on the ground with extra heaviness. Like me what? As strong as you. Song Xianyu's icy blue eyes flashed with a resolute gaze that. It's only been a few days since I've known you, but no matter what, you've shown absolute confidence and control. It's like everything is planned. There are no mistakes, no flaws. You can make anything and kill anyone if you want to. I grew up with my brother, and for as long as I can remember, everything, someone has done for me, and all the dangers, someone has stood in the way for me. But now, everything is different. In Song Xianyu's eyes, sorrow flickered as she shifted her feet and slowly stepped forward. The wind could not obscure her voice. I only have myself. Beta medium level, ice harnessing, psychic ability. Looking at the entire Dragon City, it's definitely a first-class existence as well. Isn't that enough? Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He saved Song Xianyu. The biggest reason is for the other party on the body of the harnessing ice ability. This seems to be with him, accidentally, does not blend with the ability. Will be in the future at a certain point, become the reversal of all the help. And the common vengeance is only because they share the same enemy. Ning Feng had never really expected that Song Xianyu would be able to help him with anything. After all, from the past to the present, he had long been used to being alone. Killing alone, wounded alone, suffering alone, sleepless alone. You asked me to stay today, even though you said it was because of the accidental powers. I felt it. I sense that you believe in your heart that I can help you. Song Xianyu approached Ning Feng in front of her, and between the two, there was only half a step. With her slender jade hand, she gently lifted Ning Feng's mechanically constructed right hand and rested it on her cheek. My revenge. I'm going to take it personally. I said I can do this, and give everything. It's not enough that you told me to grab the future. I'm going to, by my own hand, create the future. Like you. At this moment, Ning Feng's scarlet eyes flashed with a hint of movement. He looked towards Song Xianyu, who currently had ice blue eyes without the slightest bit of hesitation, and for the first time felt, as he did, a firm conviction. Accidental calculation, quietly unfolded. And this time, instead of a five-finger tapping motion, he silently deduced in his mind a vague node somewhere in the future, fading in and out of mind. With that, Ning Feng looked towards Song Xianyu in front of him, the palm resting on the other party's cheek, wrapping around the ice blue strands of hair that danced in the air, and smiled. You really are an interesting person, always bringing me unexpected surprises. From today onwards, I'll train you to become the ice harnessing, a supernatural ability, a true dominant before your next supernatural ability evolves. At least, have to be in the beta class and have no enemy. Ning Feng's gaze burned and his tone was certain. In the world of psychic powers, each person's power is unique, and the only way it can appear in the next person is if the previous possessor dies, whereas the same powers are randomized in rank for each awakening. Maybe the last owner, who was the alpha, turned out to be the lowest of the low. The delta. The next. Harnessing ice. This ability that is rumored to be powerful enough to freeze time to the extreme may have an unexpected miracle in your case. Use your full strength and attack towards me. The following day. Noon. It was cloudy and the air smelled damp and earthy. On the rooftop of the abandoned factory, Ningfeng stood quietly in the distance, ordering towards Tsang Xianyu in front of him. Don't hold back anything, only then will I be able to find out your existing flaws. Yes. Tsang Xianyu nodded heavily, and in the next instant, her long ice blue hair was windless. Harnessing ice, ability, activate. Ka-chow, ka-chow. A few seconds before and after, dozens of arm-length ice cones coalesced around Tsang Xianyu's body. A piercing coldness enveloped the greater part of the rooftop. A large amount of ice crystals that spread out beneath her feet. Go! With a shout, the dozens of ice cones lingering at his side began to spin up at breakneck speeds, bringing up cold winds that swept towards Ningfeng in the distance. 12 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds. 3 ice picks stab you in the left shoulder. 12 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds. 6 ice picks stab you in the stomach. 12 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds. 2 ice picks stab you in the head. 12 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds. 12 ice picks explode in front of you. Thousands of ice crystals stabbing your entire body. Under the unfolding of the alien ability, a piece of information about the future surfaced in his mind. In the face of that overwhelming attack of ice cones, Ningfeng stood in place, maneuvering his body to the greatest extent possible to dodge. Sideways, backwards, flipping, exploding back, brush up on, boom, dozens of ice cones, narrowly grazing his side, and the explosions of the ice cones were dodged without a trace. 12 hours 20 minutes and 17 seconds. At your landing point located 3 meters from the edge of the rooftop, a large number of ice crystals condense and freeze your feet. 12 hours 20 minutes and 19 seconds. Icicle the size of a man crashes over your head. Funny, predicted in advance that I would duck? Ningfeng, whose body was still in midair, had no leverage at this point and was about to fall downward. Steeply, he condensed silk cold air in his hands and enveloped it downwards. In an instant, a slide made of cold ice surfaced in midair. The trap that Tsang Xianyu had set up on the rooftop fell short, while the one-man-tall icicle that had coalesced in the sky above was about to fall. If the roof of this plant is smashed with a skeleton, Old Meng will have to take me apart in pieces. Looking at the gigantic icicle, Ningfeng abruptly turned around, his feet stepping on the cold ice slide as he leapt forward. Mechanical right hand clenched in a fist with flames advancing from the joints of the elbow. An incomparably strong boost coalesced at this moment. Boom! Fist, fiercely blasted on top of the icicle. In an instant, the icicle shattered and exploded into a sky full of frost. Bang! A slightly heavy landing sound came from beneath Ningfeng's feet. The sky was sprinkled with dense crystalline ice as he gazed at Tsang Xianyu in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. The speed at which you condense ice is too slow. If you encounter an adept who is agile enough, or like me, who is able to anticipate and judge, once you are dodged from an attack and suddenly close in, the only thing that will happen to you is death. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Then let him not be able to hide. Save the child. Chapter 54. Then let him not be able to hide. Save the child. Hearing Ningfeng's words, Tsang Xianyu lowered her head and looked at her palm, which condensed a palm-length ice cone. The whole process took about half a second. The more massive the attack you coalesce, the longer it takes and the easier it is to anticipate and dodge. Instead of that, it's better to give up flashy tactics. There's no need to stick to the specific form of ice. Then what should I focus on? Tsang Xianyu's beautiful eyes frowned slightly as she looked at Ningfeng in confusion. The latter walked slowly, and with each step, frost condensed under his feet, leaving long icy paths on the rooftop floor. Focus on your psychic ability itself, the deepest source of power. Ningfeng stopped in his tracks. Temperature. Temperature? Exactly. It's the temperature. Ningfeng smiled as he waved his mechanical palm in midair, and in the air he swept through. Dots of ice crystals condensed and fell, glittering. Feel all that is within the range of influence of your powers, the air, the grass, the trees, the birds, the fish and the insects. Try to bring the temperature of it all under control. And then, in an instant, the temperature plummets to a minimum. As far as the eye can see, within its control, it freezes in an instant. If you can successfully promote alpha, at that time, harnessing ice, ability to use mature. Under the control of the breath, the whole city, turned into a cold ice inferno. Slow to coalesce attacks? Easily dodged? Then let the other side avoid and hide. When he comes within range of your powers, he is doomed to the only end. Freeze and die. Ningfeng's voice was full of magic, and in Tsang Xianyu's icy blue eyes, thoughts churned, and violently, there was a flash of essence, as if there was some bizarre idea that had sprung up in his mind. I see. Hearing the other party's response, A subtle feeling rose in Ningfeng's heart, seemingly, as if he had triggered something out of place. Law's group, 25th floor. In a room as dark as ever. The huge figure was even bigger by the candlelight, and the feeling of oppression was overwhelming. And behind the huge figure, Luo Ling knelt on the ground, crying and wailing. Second uncle, you must save me. Save me. Luo Chen is dead. Wu Lan is dead. And Chen Mo is dead. It's my turn next. Second uncle. You can't leave me alone. Luo Ling's two hands clutched the pant legs of the huge figure in front of him, all but fighting. This unproductive look fell on the eyes of the other party, eliciting a cold snort that, waste. Our Luo family, when did we produce a waste like you? Isn't it just a few deaths? Why do you need to be scared like this? Regardless of whether you're an innate or an acquired, you're at least a solid beta-ranked alien, or someone from our Luo clan. In the entire Dragon City, who would have the guts to come and stroke the tiger's whiskers like that? The huge figure kicked away the sprawled Luo Ling and turned back to sit on the chair in the darkness. Two snake-like green vertical eyes that lit up in the pitch blackness. Isn't it enough that Garrison Dog is by your side? With her ability around, even Beta Superior can't utilize a tenth of her power. Uncle too. Second uncle. It's useless. Second uncle. Luo Ling climbed up from the ground, his eyes terrified, the back of his neck chilling every time he thought about what he'd been through all this time. Last night Garrison Dog was at my house, along with dozens of Gamma-level patrol guards. And what happened? The man broke in plain sight, and left a skull mask by my side. A skull mask? The huge figure's tone changed. The symbol of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. And someone else even has it? It seems that maybe it's really as you expected. This is a group that is hostile to our Luo group and the Divine Enlightenment Organization. But by the looks of it, the strength is limited. And at best, it's just beta medium. And if it really has an overwhelming power, why not kill you earlier? The huge figure took a long breath, its green vertical eyes glowing demonically. During this period of time, the group was busy with that big event, and the 7 sins were recalled as well, so there were no idle hands to be allotted to you. I'll put in a word to find a beta shifter out there to protect you for a while. Thank you, second uncle. Thank you, second uncle. Luo Ling sniffed and hastily climbed up from the ground as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Don't worry, second uncle. When I catch this wave of people to redeem myself and reapply for the successor qualification, I will never let you down. The huge figure was silent for a moment, and with a wave of his large hand, the air currents surged and wrapped around Luo Ling, leaving the airtight dark room. Go down. Isn't it good to live quietly? Why bother to fight? The voice sighed quietly in the empty room. The next day, 11 o'clock at noon, Dragon City, outside of Luo Ling's residential villa area, 2 streets away, an extremely long convoy became the most visible presence on this street. Throughout the street, all cars were cleared away, and passers-by stood by the stores on both sides of the road, talking. Who's this? Such a big show? Shun Qianjun. Don't you recognize him? He can be considered one of the most famous among the beta exalts in Dragon City. I'm just visiting. Of course I don't recognize it. Is it famous? Nonsense. This Shun Qianjun is considered the most special of the beta exalted, not joining any exalted company, going solo on his own. Although he only has the strength of a beta inferior, he has amassed countless fortunes over the years, and especially likes to engage in charity. All the orphanages in the entire Dragon City basically have his share. Really? Then what's this Shin Qianjun? What's his special ability? Nicknamed Origami Man, but the ones out there prefer to call him the God of Fortune. The caravan slowly moved forward, and inside the extended business car in the center, a middle-aged man in a tawny suit leaned on the seat. Sunglasses, cigars, rings, solid gold walking sticks, shiny shoes, all over, gold glitter, revealing the richness of capital. What kind of wind is Lao Luo drawing? Having to make me go over there to guard some two-timer? But yeah, he's been hiding in that dark room for so many years and not coming out. There's no one left at beta level that he can talk to besides me. But the good thing is, it's just a matter of needing to pretend to stay for a couple days and I'll get my hands on that batch of little girls. That's the good thing about old Ro. He knows my preferences. Shin Qianjuan's eyes under his sunglasses revealed a bizarre look that, each one of them is moist. TSK. Think about it and love it. To outsiders, he's a one-of-a-kind tycoon and philanthropist in Dragon City. But for those who know him, he's a pervert who likes to torture girls and abuse them to death. Getting into the orphanage is also about picking better targets to go after. On the side of Shin Qianjuan's forward convoy, on top of an ancient-style residence, the height of 7 or 8 stories was enough for Ningfeng to look down on the entire street from above. I can't imagine that the helper that Luo Ling has been looking for half a day is this kind of goods. Origami Man. Is such an easy psychic to deal with? Then let's add some more fear before Luo Ling dies. End of chapter. Chapter 55, a cigarette but causes a tragedy. Chapter 55, a cigarette but causes a tragedy. At the moment, Ningfeng was dressed in an unusual casual outfit, wig, and disguise, looking like a childish student. He tapped his 5 fingers behind his back, his gaze coalescing as he noticed a cigarette but that a passing pedestrian, casually skimming it off, had been smoking on the street below. On top of the cigarette, the sparks have not gone out, but still lingering faintly after smoke. At this moment, a touch of curvature spread across the corners of Ningfeng's mouth. Phew! He turned away from the roof of the building after blowing lightly. The streets are too quiet. Let off some smoke to celebrate. Zira! A sharp sound of car tires rubbing against the ground came over the ground. The lengthened business car that Shen Xianjun was traveling in instantly stumbled because of the sudden braking that caused him to sit in the car. Mud how to drive the car. Looking for death. Pure gold walking stick. Directly forward force a smash. Sitting in the driver's seat of the driver. Instantaneous head broken blood, but still even apologized for the explanation. Do not dare to have half a point of the top. Boss, there's a kid running out in front of us. Almost hit it. A child? You're braking for a kid? Can't you just crash into it? What's the point of running him over? Is his life worth more than my bumps and bruises? Shen Xianjun probed forward. Through the car window, saw the woman who hurriedly ran out to carry away the child in front of him. Then a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Memorize the woman's appearance and get someone to take care of it later. The driver was so busy nodding that he didn't even dare to wipe the blood from his face. I was able to get through. But now, well, I'm still making laborers wait here for a red light. Shen Xianjun's sullen face looked at the blood-stained pure gold walking stick in his hand. His palm flipped. A few sheets of white paper fell, picked up and wiped it. The time, set at 11:16 and 33 seconds p.m. At the same time, outside the vehicle Shen Xianjun was traveling in, by the side of the road, the cigarette butts that had been quietly discarded on the ground, the sparks that were about to go out, reignited under a breeze. The cigarette butts were even rolling in the breeze. At 11:16 and 38 seconds a.m. A man holding a stack of cigarette poppers walks across the street on the sidewalk, a tall pile of cigarettes blocking most of his view. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the man collided with the burly man walking on him. In an instant, the cigarettes held in his hand fell to the ground and scattered all over the place. Sorry. Blind? Walking without eyes? I'm really sorry. Excuse me. The man couldn't stop apologizing and didn't have time to immediately go and pick up the cigarette from the ground. And the passers-by, who were passing back and forth, had no regard for this, and now and then, with their feet, some of them kicked away the small firecrackers that stood in their way. One of the firecrackers, in the process of falling, the fuse, smashed into the unextinguished cigarette. Barely. In an instant, the fuse is lit. Unnoticed. Brush. The lit firecrackers are still being kicked back and forth at the feet of the crowd. Finally, under a slightly harder kick, it fell towards the middle of the street. The time came to 11 hours 16 minutes and 45 seconds. The rolling firecrackers rolled into an unclosed sewer manhole cover beneath the vehicle Shen Xianjun was riding in. 11 hours 16 minutes and 47 seconds. Ahead of the street, the light turned green, and the car engine of the stretch business van hummed to life. Go away. Keep me from my business. Shen Xianjun lifted his cane and prodded. Then again, it's also strange. I heard that Luo Ling kid say that some brain calculator guy had him in his sights, able to create accidents to kill people. The young juniors of the Luo clan are really getting more and more wasted. I've never really heard of anyone being able to use something as trashy as calculation to kill someone. With a contemptuous expression on his face, he leaned towards the back seat, preparing to close his eyes. However, the next instant, boom! A violent popping sound came from underneath the car. Bang! Heavy object that hit the vehicle's chassis hard. The huge force, along with the entire car, flew upwards. The surging airwaves caused the car Shen Xianjun was traveling in to overturn uncontrollably. It smashed down hard and rolled. And the culprit, the manhole cover, was deformed and rolled aside. Throughout the process, the time it took for the cigarettes to reignite, where the firecrackers rolled off, how tightly the manhole cover was closed, and where the extended commercial vehicle was located. Every change in every detail, in every place, makes a difference. When all the variables are fixed, an accident that no one would have expected plays out in plain sight. What's going on? Mud. My car. Rolling carriage. Shen Xianjun no longer calm and composed. Face sunglasses do not know where to fall. Cigar is rolling aside, but the hand of the pure gold walking stick, grasping the dead. Hey! Speak up? I'm asking you a question. Shin Jun shouted angrily, and with the cane in his hand, he went to hit the driver in the front driver's seat. However, the driver, who was just an ordinary man, had long since lost his breath. Waste. We can't hire these commoners next time. They just die casually. So useless. He cursed angrily as he tried to straighten up and push against the warped car door above him. Bang! Bang bang! Hand open cannot change the role of kicking, but even if the door was kicked to deformation, not the slightest intention to open. What's going on? In an instant, Shin Qianjuan's brows furrowed as a not-so-good thought surfaced in his mind. The high-strength body, which was deliberately ordered for his own safety and could resist a certain amount of attacks from beta-level psychics, had, at the moment, become the biggest obstacle limiting his escape. At 11:17 and 20 seconds p.m. On the rest of the fleet vehicles, Shin Qianjuan's subordinate stepped down and tried to open the deformed door of the extended commercial vehicle from the outside. Use some energy. Have you not eaten? I pay you so much money for nothing. However, in order to save money, most of the subordinates hired were ordinary people, and the few that were hired were no more than Delta level, so it would be a nightmare to break open the door in a short period of time. Boom! Steeply, a flash of fire exploded violently at the front end of the undercarriage that had been hit the hardest. The group of subordinates surrounding the car were so frightened that they backed away. Phew! The fire rose into the wind, and smoke poured out instantly. Fire! Quick! Put out the fire! The crowd panicked and began to look around for a water source, and Shin Qianjun, who was trapped inside the car, instantly panicked when he heard the word fire. Quick! Quickly put out the fire! Come on you losers! Get the labor out of here! Whoa! Whoa! A couple of bottles of mineral water from a street-side store were poured on the burning car's underside, which didn't help in the slightest. Instead, the rolling smoke was exuberant and had poured into the car. Shin Qianjun was, at the moment, choking and coughing. Ahem! Quick! Get me out of here now! Rubbish! It's all crap! When I get out, I won't spare you! The angry roar in the heat of the moment, through the door of the car, into the ears of the subordinates outside who are fighting the fire. Suddenly, everyone stopped what they were doing in their hands in unison and looked at each other. Snap! The water bottle in his hand was randomly left on the ground. Still prying the door of the car, a few people, but also have thrown away the tools back. What are you doing? Where are you going? Get back here now! Inside the car, sensing the crowd outside that had stopped moving, Shin Qianjuan's face changed drastically. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Burning on Fire, should have passed away. Chapter 56, Burning on Fire, should have passed away. Come back! Get back here! All of you! Shin Qianjun shouted frantically from inside the deformed car, but the only thing that responded to him was his subordinates who were getting farther and farther away. Everyone retreated to the side of the street and coldly gazed up at the burning car. Bang! Bang bang! Trapped in the car Shin Qianjun, at this time, which has the usual rich and powerful behavior. Desperate to kick, to push, but the door is still dead closed. Rolls of smoke in towards the compartment do not want to pour in, choking him straight to tears. The growing heat made him feel, clearly, the threat of approaching death. In this instant, Shin Qianjun looked like he had thought of something. How could such an accident happen in good time? Wait, accident? Murder by accident? It's that guy Loring mentioned. It's him. I'm being targeted by him. He's come to claim my life. I can't die. I can't die. My money. I still have so much money. Shin Qianjuan's eyes were wide and his lips were trembling. He thought back to the succession of dead exalts from Luo's group during this period of time, realizing that he could potentially become the next news headline. Shin Qianjun put all his strength into trying to ram the warped car door, but not before making a move. Boom! Explosive flames erupted and spread from outside the car in an instant. It was shrouded within the compartment. Ah! Almost instantly, Shin Qianjun was enveloped in flames. Fear, uneasiness, suffocation in a confined space. It made him forget the nature of his powers in this moment, forgetting that flames were the natural nemesis of his powers. Most beta-level psychics would not have been able to fully realize the self-control of their psychic abilities, let alone instinctively use them between life and death. His psychic ability, Origami Man, was completely out of control. Wow! Almost instantly, Shin Qianjuan's body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, split into stacks and stacks of white paper, which haunted into a dragon scroll to attack the deformed car door. Bang! 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 An attack landed on the door of the car, cutting extremely deep gouges that vaguely had seen the light outside. Saved! Saved! Shin Qianjuan's eyes erupted with refined light, but he did not realize in the slightest that the blazing flames, long ago, had spread all over his body at the same time that he had turned into a white sheet of paper. Phew! In just 2 seconds, it had blazed. The intense pain stimulated his alien energy to go out of control even more. So more and more paper flew out of his body, further fueling the fiery flames, and so on and so forth, in a vicious circle. The psychic ability that he was once most proud of and relied on to make his fortune became the death wish that contributed to his demise. 11 hours 17 minutes and 50 seconds. Under the attention of countless people on the side of the road, the commercial vehicle that Shin Jun was traveling in was turned into fragments in the sky with an explosion that shook the ears like thunder. Dangling, pieces of the vehicle, falling from above, hit the pavement and rolled on, constructing a fall like smoke. Bang! Dull sounds came from among the burning skeleton of the business car, and the warped door, finally kicked open. A dark figure walked out of the smoke. Upon closer inspection, there was still unburned paper left on the body, and sparks were still spreading around the edges. Tread, tap, Shin Jun, whose surface was all burned to black charcoal, staggered 2 steps on the ground, leaving charred footprints. He raised his head in confusion and looked around at the busy streets, and then, spitting a mouthful of black smoke, his whole body fell to his knees and his head slammed down hard as everyone watched. There was no more movement except for the heat emanating from his body. Dead? Really dead? Stop watching the show and call the police. Something big has happened this time. Dragon City's famous tycoon, Shin Jun, was burned alive. TSK, this period of time dead alien is also too much. Street side, the crowd murmured. More people. Is silently pick up the cell phone video to take pictures. It was chaos outside, and the tragic scene caused traffic to be paralyzed on the entire street. And on one side of the street, in some inconspicuous store, Ning Feng, dressed in casual clothes, was picking out clothes. Handsome, are you buying for your girlfriend? Look at this set. It's the newest in our store. The owner's wife was more concerned about selling one more order for herself than the car accident that happened outside. A friend. Ning Feng spoke in a calm tone, handing over as much of the women's clothes he had selected in his hand to the boss's wife to pack. Yes, friend, I get it. The boss's wife blinked, with an expression of someone who had been there before, and quickly packed a bag for Ning Feng. Spit on the mess out there from time to time. You say these rich people, they don't know how to pretend they're good. They purposely clear out a street just to go through the motions. It's a good thing the car blew up before the overture was over. And I don't know if the people are okay. Ning Feng was wearing glasses, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Shin Jun, who was kneeling on the ground in the middle of the street. His charred and blackened figure, particularly conspicuous, should have passed away. He laughed softly and took the packed clothes right out of the owner's hand. Paid for. Jingle bells. The doorbell hanging on the store's door rang, and Ning Feng carried his bag of clothes and swept inconspicuously through the crowd. Luo Ling, no one can save you. Your death has long been predetermined in accidental calculations. A Shin Jun. No. Shagu, no. Your so-called uncle? Even less. How many days and nights I've hated to skin you and whip you. You care so much about competing for the Luo Group's airship? You'd rather persecute others and take away your powers than fight for it? Fine. Then I'll even take your last name, too. The despair of losing everything and being unable to do anything about it. That's what it feels like. You'd love it. Hideous killing intent was thick in Ning Feng's eyes under the lenses. At the same time, Luo Ling's villa area. After learning from his second uncle that the person who was going to come to help him was Shin Jun, Luo Ling waited at the entrance of the villa area early. This Shin Jun is after all one of the richest men in Dragon City, so if he casually yells out, he will be able to get some altered beings to help him. When the time comes, I'll be surrounded by a large number of people, so the enemy will not dare to do anything under their scruples. As long as I can dodge this calamity, I'm confident that I'll be able to turn the tables within the group. Luo Ling stood quietly on the side of the road waiting, accompanied by the gargoyle. At this moment, the fear of the unknown enemy in his heart dropped slightly. But why hasn't arrived at this hour? Looking up at the sun and the sky and the time on his watch, Luo Ling was puzzled and, by all rights, it should have been here half an hour ago. Ha! Young master! Just as he was puzzled, the assistant who had gone to pick up the man ran back with a crazy streak. Young master Luo Ling, it's not good. What's going on? Speak quickly. Luo Ling's heart thumped, and he took 2 steps forward, grasping the assistant's collar tightly and questioning loudly. Where are the people? Where are the people I told you to pick up? End of chapter. Chapter 57, Dog Eat Dog. Do it! Chapter 57, Dog Eat Dog. Do it! The assistant, gray and weeping, swallowed and opened his mouth. The surname Shin Jun he. What's wrong with him? Say it. Shin Jun. He was trapped in his car on the way here and was burned alive by fire. The assistant's words fell. Luo Ling as if losing support. The whole person loosened the hand carrying the other party's collar, stumbling backward several consecutive steps, wide-eyed and incredulous, flopped down and sat on the solid concrete floor. At this moment, the entirety of his brain was filled with fear. Multiple struggles to survive, multiple attempts to ask for help to break the ice, and in return, an even more desperate situation. It's over. It's all over. Now even Shin Xianjun is dead. It must be him, the guy who left the mask in my room. He's telling me that no one can save me. Is there no other way? At this moment, Luo Ling, with red eyes, like an evil spirit, rushed in front of the gargoyle, and stared at the other party with a deadly stare. And, doesn't brain calculus and ability have any weaknesses? How did you guys push each other to the brink back then? There's a solution, right? Ha? Say it. In the face of Luo Ling's hissing, the garrison dog, dressed in a white suit, gently pushed away the other party's hand on his shoulder. The eyes contemptuous, indifferently scrutinizing the man in front of him. When the first Z-Mouse betrayed the organization, the reason why she was seriously injured, it was because she was in the open and fronted up to the rest of the 11 Earth branches, and her calculations couldn't keep up with the change in circumstances, so she fell behind. But now, the enemy is waiting for an opportunity in the dark. You and I are in a passive roundup of prey, and want to get out, as difficult as heaven. Good thing, the other party's goal seems to be just you alone. In my opinion, you'd better obediently find a trusted confined safe space, hide for a period of time of good. This is, perhaps, the only way for you to live. Suga stared coldly at Luo Ling, outwardly strategizing, while in his heart, he was silently thinking, kicked out of the group's successor qualification, and now even Shin Qianjun, who was invited out by your second uncle, died because of you, and when this period of time passes, it's extremely normal for you to be removed from the Luo family. If it weren't for the collapse psychic ability in you, the organization would still have a great use for it. I wouldn't have to guard a waste with nothing to do every day. Right. Find a safe place. A safe place. Luo Ling's eyes widened and his two hands clawed about in midair. A basement. I remember Uncle Tu has a basement for security in the south. It's isolated from the outside world, so even a beta upper-class alien would have a hard time breaking through. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. The drowning man grabbed the last straw, and Luo Ling left in a hurry. Dragon City. Outskirts of the city. Abandoned factory. Dressed in casual clothes, Ningfeng casually removed the decorative glasses from his face, removing his facial disguise and revealing his mechanical jaw and original appearance. Here, casually tossing the several bags of clothes he was carrying in his hand at Song Xianyu, who had just greeted him, Ningfeng himself was busy taking off his casual clothes and changing into his usual attire. What's this? Song Xianyu took it suspiciously and casually flipped through it, and from one of the bags, carried out a women's trench coat, grayish-white in color and fashionable style. For me? Facing Song Xianyu's doubts, Ningfeng turned his back to her and nodded. You're too conspicuous going out as a woman, always wearing men's clothes. Since it was decided that you should act with me, all parties, everywhere, must be prepared, and no mistakes should be made. Ningfeng's reply, which seemed to have been made out of official considerations, had all but changed to a different feeling in Song Xianyu's ears. She lowered her head and carefully looked through the several bags in her hands, all of which were brand new women's clothes, and even a large stack of intimate underwear. Why did you buy so many? Song Xianyu pointed to the bag containing the underwear, which was full of large and small, various sizes. Oh, I didn't know what size you were supposed to wear, so I made an estimate and just bought 2 of each size. After Ningfeng responded in an unimpressed manner, he walked right past Song Xianyu, sat down on an electric chair to the side, and called out to Old Meng, who was busy hammering away not far away. Old Meng, heal it. Cure you bastard. The meter is blowing up all day long. Don't you know how much of a mess I'm in stealing electricity from everywhere? Anyway, you're stealing from persecuting black-hearted factories, so think of it as robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. I'll be damned. I've given it all to you. Old Meng cursed on his lips, but his hand movements were nimble, fixing the electric shock clasp and hood for Ningfeng. If I remember correctly, you two are going to do it tomorrow? Old Meng was just about to push the electroshock switch when he thought of something and asked with a sideways glance that, by that Luo Ling side, there are people from the Divine Enlightenment Organization. Once there's danger, they're bound to notify the others within the organization, and the two of you alone can't handle it. Old Meng looked in the direction of Song Xianyu who had left to try on clothes. Just put 100 minds at ease. Even if the Divine Revelation Organization comes, they won't put their hatred on me. Ningfeng smiled wryly and, I'll make the Luo Group and the Divine Revelation Organization have a dogfight. Old Meng, you just get what I'm going to use ready for tomorrow. It's going to be a great shortcut for sure. Zira. The current pushed, and Ningfeng's entire body tensed, his veins bursting and his muscles tearing, but all the physical pain couldn't disguise the uncontrollable joy in his spirit. How many years has it been? Finally, until this day, the powers that were taken away from him by the Luo group, the collapse that belonged to his sister. He wanted to get it back in one piece. On the side of the factory, from a hidden corner, Song Xianyu, who had changed her clothes, slowly walked out. Ice blue long hair, gray and white trench coat. Inside is a white broken long skirt. The whole such as transcends the mortal world, as if from the cold ice awakened ice mountain goddess. Yo, this Ningfeng's vision is not bad. The clothes he picked are quite good looking, but in the end, it's still a good looking person. Old Meng sat on the side, glanced at it, and continued to be busy drumming the stuff in his hands. I hope he feels the same way. Song Xianyu's eyes lowered as she looked distantly at Ningfeng, who was struggling in the electric chair, and in her eyes, a hint of heartache flashed. Time rushed by like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. However, for Luo Ling, these were destined to be 2 days that felt like years. When the news came that Shen Jun had been burned alive by fire, he truly understood what it meant to be on pins and needles every second, away from the city center, relatively remote southern development zone, under the cover of a low cottage, an extremely inconspicuous building, reflected in the eyes. To an outsider, it appears to be an extremely unusual, ramshackle little tiled house, but inside, it is one buried deep underground, a steel fortress of hundreds of square feet. He's coming, he's coming. Within the fortress, the lights were shining brightly as Luo Ling sat in a large pile of miscellaneous objects stacked in the corner, biting the nails on his fingers hard. Phew! Steeply, inside the originally airtight fortress, there was a surge of airflow that blew on a pile of paper shells not far from Luo Ling. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Judging the Visitors on a High Mountain. Chapter 58, Judging the Visitors on a High Mountain. Phew! A strange airflow, surging within the confined space. Luo Ling, who was hiding on the pile of debris in the corner, instantly shrunk his pupils. Who? He let out a shriek and quickly turned his head to gaze in all directions. Like a frightened rabbit, his body was on alert. However, where was anyone else in the empty room? Only after determining that no one was there did Luo Ling dare to slowly get up and carefully check out the entire room before letting out a sigh of relief. Phew! Just need to get through this half day. According to Gustavo Dog, someone from the organization will be here later to provide support. In Luo Ling's eyes, he revealed a strong desire to survive. Outside of the confined space where Luo Ling was, there was a patch of low-rise residential houses interspersed with various muddy paths. It had rained a little in the morning and the air was incredibly humid at the moment. Shugo, dressed in a white suit and leading a few hired security personnel, was patrolling back and forth around the area, alert for any suspected living beings. I can't believe someone from the organization will come so soon. Looks like that plan is going ahead. The whole Dragon City up and down. I don't know if it's enough. Shugo's eyes narrowed slightly as she kept her powers activated at all times, and once a shifter entered her sphere of influence, the threat would be immediately weakened. The first order of business is to preserve this guy Luo Ling. I'd like to see how bold a guy holding up a few beta levels is to send them straight to the door. However, just as the gargoyle was thinking, a half-grown child ran headlong across the narrow path ahead of the, licking an ice cream in one hand and a pitch-black mask in the other. It crashed into the side of the gargoyle as it passed by her, the mask falling to the muddy ground. Instantly, it attracted the attention of the gargoyle. This is, she turned back to look at the child who had run past her, the other as if she hadn't cared, not paying the slightest attention to what had been dropped. The gargoyle frowned and leaned down, picking up the mask, which was caked with mud and a little dirty, but at first glance, she recognized the style on it. Black skull, a specially designed pattern, a symbol unique to the Divine Enlightenment Organization. On the inside of the mask, a folded paper crane had been glued. The gargoyle carefully tore it off and spread it out for direct inspection. Come across to the woods. I'll wait for you here. Su brought. In an instant, the pupils of the gargoyle suddenly narrowed, and she jerked her head up, peering hard and fast into the 4 directions around her. But the sporadic figures that came and went were nothing more than ordinary people living in dire straits, and basically very old. According to Luo Ling, this place is a secret location exclusive to his second uncle, and it's impossible for outsiders to know about it. How did the enemy find us so quickly? It's hard to believe that we've been followed all the way. Alarm bells were ringing in the hearts of the garrison dogs. As a beta inferior rank alien, due to the special nature of her own alien nullification, it caused her to be the first to sense when there were other aliens approaching in her immediate range. But right now, she has never noticed since the beginning what people followed. Either the other party was an alien with special abilities that could escape perception, or even the plan to come here to hide had long been presumed by that first Z-Rat. The first Z-Rat. The name triple muted by all the earthly branches. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of medicine you have in your gourd. 9 times out of 10, they want to lure me away, which means that there won't be many people waiting for me, and it's even highly likely that it'll only be the first Z-Rat himself. With my ability, I'm able to affect the other party's ability to play the moment I see them, and without brain calculus. Z-Rat is just an ordinary person with a stronger body. Organizational support is on the way. I just need to stall for a while. Maybe we can capture the other party alive. Capturing such an important traitor and placing it in the organization would be a great merit. As for, in the midst of his thoughts, Shugga headed back towards the rear. Beneath the dilapidated hut at the end of the narrow road was the confined space where Luo Ling was hiding. The defense of that place, even if several betas join hands, want to break open also need some time? If there is something different, I can rush back at the first time. Thinking of this, Showdog glanced at a few security personnel at his side and commanded, "You guys go back and keep watch. I'll be back soon if anything happens." As the words fell, the whole person was like an arrow out of the string, holding tightly to the dirty mask in his hand, passing through a piece of low-slung residential houses, and heading straight to a dense forest about a kilometer or so away from here. What's going on? Why is the gargoyle gone? Inside the confined space, Luo Ling's entire body scurried up from the ground, tightly gripping the instrument in his hand that was used for positioning. This place is difficult to contact with the outside world. In order to ensure safety, he deliberately gave the garrison dog a device used to locate the other party's position at any time before. Upon noticing the red dot on the localization instrument in his hand, representing the garroting dog, it suddenly began to move at a rapid pace. Luo Ling's heart, which had just been put down for a short while, hung in the air all of a sudden again. It must be the ones who are going to kill me coming. They want to distract the gargoyles so they can concentrate on finishing me off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Luo Ling was so angry that he was trembling, and the positioning instrument in his hand was also directly pinched. He stared around him, the dimly lit confined space, the air all muddy and heavy. He held back for a long time and roared, "Come on, come and kill me." The roar echoed around. Other than that, there was nothing different, and the 4 directions were horribly silent. 2 fish, one already hooked. 1 kilometer away from where Luo Ling was, deep in the dense forest, in a relatively high mountain pass, Ning Feng, wearing a pitch-black trenchcoat, stood side by side with Song Xianyu at his side. The latter had a gray trenchcoat with a satin white skirt inside and long ice blue hair hidden. On their faces, both wore skull masks, one black and one white. It obscures the original appearance. The woman who came here is the possessor of alien nullification. I've told you the way to deal with her. Don't let me down. Ning Feng's gaze was cold as he gazed ahead of the dense forest. He turned his head sideways and looked at Song Xianyu. This is your first action. If something goes wrong, in the future, don't mention anything about doing me a favor. In the face of Ning Feng's words, Song Xianyu was not discouraged in the slightest, but instead nodded her head with incomparable determination. I can do it. The icy blue eyes under the mask gleamed. Leave it to me. Good. Ning Feng nodded and smiled. I'll get ready for the back. The words fell, and then, leaping down from the depression, the air currents went upward, blowing the pitch-black trench coat. At this moment, he was like a hunting falcon swooping down from a high altitude. Fierce, relentless, and accurate. Coming soon. One-hit kills. End of chapter. Chapter 59, The Chain Set. The mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird behind it. Chapter 59, The Chain Set. The mantis catching the cicada and the yellow bird behind it. In the midst of the dense forest, the sound of footsteps advancing at breakneck speed, trampling on the fallen leaves piled up on the ground, made a loud ringing sound. About a minute or so deeper, the gargoyle's footsteps gradually came to a halt. What appeared before her eyes was an extremely spacious open space, surrounded by towering trees in all directions. Sunlight fell one after the other through gaps in the branches above. Not dim, but not bright either. Birds of prey circled overhead and forest insects chirped. The leaves rustle in the breeze. What a peace and quiet. Come on out. The gargoyle's gaze was fixed, locked on the relatively dark-looking depths of the corner of the clearing ahead of him. Tap tap tap. Slow footsteps came. A figure came out in response. Gray and white trench coat, long satin skirt, ice blue hair replaced by black, and a clean white skull mask on her face. Whether or not you're the first, Sabrat, I don't care what your goals really are, but making an enemy of the divine apocalypse is undoubtedly a foolish choice. Shugga spoke in a calm tone, quietly surveying Song Xianyu, who was walking towards him. The skull mask on the opponent's face symbolized the Divine Revelation Organization. But Shotogu asked himself, judging from the opponent's physical appearance, there was some discrepancy from the Z-rat in his memory. What exactly are you plotting by cooperating with the Luo group? Experimenting with living people, and lurking in Dragon City? Facing the words of the garrison dog, Song Xianyu ignored them, his footsteps slowing down as he turned the tables. The 11th in line of the Earth's branch, the gargoyle, the possessor of nullified powers. God's apocalypse sent you all over just to protect a brat? It's a bit too big of a deal. At these words, Shogu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she sidled her ears slightly. Alert and, it seems like you know a lot about divine revelation. Such an accurate title as Earth Branch is not something outsiders can know. Brain calculus? Harnessing ice? Or is it body strengthening? Which one of your powers? Exactly? The gargoyle's tone cascaded into a range of alien nullification that had quietly unfolded long ago. At this moment, Song Xianyu was completely exposed to the other party's line of sight, and her supernatural ability lost its effectiveness. Allomancy nullification is really some unfair allomancy. Feeling the suppressed supernatural energy in her body, Song Xianyu's gaze under her mask condensed as she slightly raised her hand, attempting to use the power of harnessing the cold ice, but it failed to stir up half a bit of ice. It seems that my abilities are, indeed, limited by you. The ability to harness ice? Not far away, Shogu noticed the movements of Song Xianyu's hands, and the vigilance in his heart disappeared for the most part. The use of brain calculus does not require any physical movement to match, and the one who killed all the investigation team that night during the G cleanup event is suspected to be a body enhancement alien, with a high probability of being a male. Then excluding all, that Song Xianyu in front of him, most likely, is the harnessing ice who set a trap at the Spring Thunder Hotel. There is no upper limit to the dependence of a psychic like you on your powers, and with the loss of your abilities, you are no different from an ordinary person. What difference is there? On Shogu's face, a confident smile appeared and, if you can tell me what you're up to and where the others are now, it's not out of the question to wait until the organization arrives to incorporate you. As she spoke, her footsteps approached towards Song Xianyu in front of her, and the hand she placed behind her had long been storing up power in preparation for an attack. There are no eternal enemies under the sky. There are only eternal interests. The Luo group is unrivaled in Dragon City, but isn't it still willing to cooperate with us? Not to mention you who are alone in your power? Song Xianyu was unmoved by the garrison dog's voice that kept coming from his ears. Standing still, as if waiting for something, he looked up slightly. Brush. An avian bird with bright feathers swept through the air. Steeply, in the bottom of Song Xianyu's eyes, a cold aura flickered and, birds of prey skimmed 2 seconds later. She looked up and whispered under her breath. 1. What? Gradually approaching. Garrison dog, his face puzzled, frowned. 2. In the next instant, an intense fear spread in the heart of Xiao Dog. No good. She subconsciously wanted to leap up to escape the unknown danger. However, click, click, click. A path of ice crystals spread out abruptly from underneath his body. Along with the leaf litter and dirt on the forest floor, it froze to a clean white. Imprisoned in the icicles from the bottom up, were the legs of the gargoyle. The piercing icy cold stimulated her nerves intensely. No way. How is it possible? Your powers should have failed. Even an alpha-level alien will have his strength greatly reduced under my influence. The gargoyle struggled, but his legs were deadlocked, and it would take some time for him to struggle away. She looked back at the 4 directions vigilantly. Could it be that you are not the owner of Harness Ice? Impossible. Within my senses, there is no one else at all. I'm certainly not an alpha. I am also, as you guessed, the owner of Harness Ice. It's also true that my powers have temporarily disappeared because of you. Wearing a white skull mask, Song Xianyu took one step, his tone light and airy. She looked at the panicked garrison dog, hatred in her heart, sparking a little. The person in front of him, who contributed to his brother's death, was also a participant. Then how? Xiao Dog was incredulous, and at this moment, she couldn't think hard within her mind as to how exactly the situation was formed at the moment. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to Shogu that a few days before, when he was set up at the Spring Thunder Hotel, spreading cold from under the floorboards, at that time, there was no one else on the side, either, within their own perception. What about guessing right? Song Xianyu's eyebrows revealed a wry smile. She lowered her voice, which was full of compulsion. And, who says that the ambush has to be set by me? A trap set by an alien who is out of your control makes your ability useless. You should have figured that out when you were at the Spring Thunder Hotel. At this moment, Xiao Dog's eyes widened and fear spread in his heart. Of course she had thought about it, but with Song Xianyu standing in front of her in plain sight, and her psychic abilities having been affected, no matter how much she thought about it, She wouldn't have thought that the one who set up the ambush was someone else. From the time she awakened her psychic abilities to joining the divine revelation, she relied on her abilities and didn't know how many psychics whose ranks were higher than her own had been defeated. Overconfidence made her rely on her powers far more than the next person. So, I'm the one who relies too much on my powers. Ha! Showdog lowered his head and let out a bitter smile. And then, with wide eyes, he gazed menacingly at Song Xianyu, who was gradually approaching. What? Did you set up this trap just to trap me? Measure you wouldn't dare to casually kill members of the Earth Branch, or else God's apocalypse will see you as thorns in their eyes and thorns in their flesh. Hunt you down endlessly. Not killing you? Song Xianyu stopped in her tracks. She smiled, her body vaguely trembling. How did you come up with such an outrageous conclusion? But before that, it's better to fix this troublesome ability of yours. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Heaven and Earth, Only Me. Chapter 60, Heaven and Earth, Only Me. The Divine Revelation organization is so vastly poisoned that being seized at this moment is definitely the next best thing. Song Xianyu backed up while recalling in his mind the words Ningfeng had cautioned him with. Even if you have the strongest hatred in your heart, don't kill that woman on a whim. The bogeyman and the borrowed knife are the accidents we're trying to engineer. At this moment, Song Xianyu's gaze was as deep as water as he stared fiercely at the garrison dog that was frozen by the ice picks and was struggling desperately. Let go of me. Let go of me, you. I'm going to make your life hell. Ah! The gargoyle was furious, but it took some time to break free. In the face of Song Xianyu's words about getting rid of the nullification of his powers, Showdog was not at all impressed. Don't dream. No matter what means you use, my ability will leave you helpless. When this ice cone shatters, it will be your death. On the mouth, so say. The garrison dog at the moment or body incomparably vigilant, afraid of the other side of a storm up close to the body. However, that Song Xianyu in his line of sight was retreating further and further away. The reason why I'm not killing you now is that I have other uses for keeping you. Save your yelling. Next, you'll have your time to yell. Song Xianyu retreated all the way back behind a large tree 20 meters away. And then, from the inside of his trench coat, he pulled out two egg-sized spherical machines. That silver-gray color reflected a faint light into the eyes of the garrison dog in front of him. What's that? For a moment, an extremely unpleasant feeling climbed up in her heart. The fear of the unknown, combined with what Song Xianyu had said. Shua dog sweated. The struggling movement of the feet became more intense. Click, click. The frozen ice cone, under her full strength, vaguely cracked quite a few gaps, and her legs, which were tightly confined only moments ago, were already able to move a little. There is hope. Shawdog's eyes burst with vigor. However, Song Xianyu, who was behind the tree in front, once again made a move. Go. With a flick of her hand, the two egg-sized spherical machines in her hand traveled through the air. All at once, they were thrown to the left and right sides of Garrison Dog's body. Buzz! A buzzing, quaking sound emanated from the center of the spherical machinery. The two spheres, just like that, hovered on both sides of Showdog's body, and it rose slowly, in her mouth, located half an arm's length from both of her ears. And then, it began to spin in midair at high speed. For a while, the buzzing sound generated in the sphere grew stronger and stronger. Even the air, vaguely trembled a bit. Ah! What is this? I can't spare you. Strong sound waves, emanating from the sphere, instantly penetrated Gushu Dog's eardrums and shook her brain. At the moment, she covered her ears and bent over with her head in her hands, hissing in pain, but it still didn't help. The sphere spun faster and faster, piercing sound waves that haunted the entire forest clearing. The birds of prey were terrified and glided rapidly overhead to avoid them. Insects fall out of trees and scramble into the ground. The trees shook and the leaves clattered down, pooling deeper and deeper in the ground. And Song Xianyu, who had been prepared and had put on special earplugs, gazed icily ahead at the gargoyle that was still wailing in pain. Buzz! Boom! As the popping sound that climbed to the extreme, emanated from the spherical machinery, one left and one right, two spheres, instantly exploded. The air waves, the sound waves, made the desperately struggling garrison dogs completely lose their ability to resist. The entire person, along with the ice underneath them, was directly blown away. Bang! It hit a tree not far away and slowly slid to the ground. Unconscious. Brush. At this moment, it was as if some shielding barrier had disappeared from the four directions of the territory. Song Xianyu removed her earplugs and slightly raised her hand. Karala. Cold ice coalesced in the palm of his hand, and harness ice could be used normally, which also meant that Shugu was now incapable of resisting. Slipping down under the tree, Garrison Dog was now in a sorry state, his white suit in tatters, his whole body gray, and several dead leaves hanging from his hair. She got up numbly, looking distantly at Song Xianyu full of hatred. Then, brewing up the last of her strength. With that, he turned around and flew away. There was no hesitation. Trying to escape? When Song Xianyu saw this, he wasn't half surprised, as if he had already anticipated it in advance. Phew! Icy cold air currents surged through Song Xianyu's body. Her entire body instantly soared to mid-air under the impetus of the air currents. In both hands, endless frost was spreading outwards. The control range of the harness ice ability was instantly expanded to the extreme. Heaven and earth. Only me. Under Song Xianyu's white skeleton mask, his ice-blue eyes erupted with a cold aura. She fondly remembered Ningfeng's admonition to herself that rather than pursuing substantial ice-pick icicles, she should put her abilities into essentially lowering the temperature. Freeze everything as far as the eye can see. In an instant, the ice-cold airwaves that whistled and spread out froze a large area of the woods with herself as the center. Bang! Waves of icy cold air swept out. Ground, dead leaves, trees, flying birds, insects. Everything within range was instantly turned into ice sculptures. No! In front of them, the garrison dog that was still fleeing at a rapid pace, blinked for a moment, and frost spread from behind, freezing the whole body. The entire person was frozen alive into an ice sculpture while still in a running position. In the forest, the breeze was blowing, and I felt some strong swelling in my head. The gargoyle leaned against the tree and struggled to open his eyes. What's wrong with me? The sunlight that spilled through the cracks in the branches of the trees above was slightly harsh. Dazed and confused, she realized that beside her, there seemed to be the presence of someone else. Jerking, she straightened up and looked quickly. Then he saw that on the right side of his body, two figures stood quietly. Song Xianyu stood further back, both hands kicked in the pockets of his trench coat, his eyes cold and merciless. And another, wearing a black skull mask. He leaned down and sized up Song Xianyu in front of him with interest. Realizing that the situation was not right, Shugo subconsciously tried to struggle to get up, but he found that all his limbs, surprisingly, were unable to move. When she hit her eyes, a rope made of cold ice bound all of her limbs securely. Even the body, too, was frozen to the trees in the back. What's going on? Where are my powers? Showdog tries to use his powers to dissolve the ice that's frozen on his body, but no matter how hard she tried, the situation on her body didn't change by half, and as if even her own body, was no longer under control. I told you to get rid of your troublesome ability first. Song Xianyu's voice came out coldly, like a thorn that ruthlessly pierced into the heart of the Shua dog. Impossible. I'm the only one with alien energy nullification. I've never heard of anyone else having similar means. Shuga shouted frantically and struggled, staring at Song Xianyu with his eyes wide open. There are quite a few other means of trying to make a person's abilities inoperable besides the ability nullification ability. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Spitting the Truth, Mountain Storms and Winds. Chapter 61, Spitting the Truth, Mountain Storms and Winds. Ning Feng, who hadn't opened his mouth all this time, straightened up at this moment, his tone filled with bizarre joy. You lie, the gargoyle shouted viciously, while still desperately trying to summon her powers. But no matter how much she tried, it was all for naught. Much of the ability of an alien comes from the spinal cord in the body. The spinal cord does not run through the entire body. The uppermost part connects to the medulla oblongata of the brainstem. And for an alien to want to utilize their abilities, it's nothing more than the interplay of the brain and the body controlling the action. It can also be understood that it is the medulla oblongata of the brainstem, which works in conjunction with the spinal cord. Ning Feng's voice was hoarse and made a disguise, and he towered over the unwilling gargoyle, his eyes revealing deep contempt as he stared at him. In that case, it is only necessary to use an external force and break the link between the two. Shuga's eyes widened at this moment as she clearly felt that she had not only lost the use of her powers, but also the control of her body. At this moment, she was nothing more than an invalid with no powers and no mobility. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Shuga was unwilling to accept the reality. You're nothing but beta inferior. How could you possibly have the means to break through my body's defenses? However, what responded to the gargoyle was a cold palm. Ning Feng's mechanical 5 fingers, clamped down on the other party's head, his tone full of killing intent. Don't compare me to a loser like you who relies solely on your powers. A piece of trash in the 11th rank of the Earth's branch. Just cooperate with me and tell me the answers I want to know. Left and right are going to die, so why add to the trouble by questioning so much before you die? Under Ning Feng's eyes, scarlet light flickered, and the gargoyle whose head she had clamped down on clearly felt its own head being squeezed by a huge force. At this moment, she realized that the person in front of her was fully capable of breaking through her defense. At any time, any place, he could put himself in the abyss of death. The fear that spread in her heart, as well as the intense pain, caused her to instantly wail out, "Aha! You all deserve to die. All of you. The Divine Revelation Organization will not let you go. Even if it kills me, I won't tell you guys a single word. The organization will take revenge for me. None of you will escape. TSK. Ningfeng smiled contemptuously and let go of his hand. He crouched down and looked at the gargoyle, weakened by pain, and the tone became calm. What I want to know. I don't need you to take the initiative to say. Even if you say it, I may not believe it. Oh yeah, I think I heard an interesting rumor once. Ningfeng playfully stretched out a finger and compared it in front of the gargoyle. The Divine Revelation Organization, which regularly interrogates the ground branch and lower levels in order to keep a firm grip on the aliens under its command, has developed a truth-telling agent in order to prevent anyone from lying. Just inject it into your body and in less than a minute, ask and answer. With those words, in the increasingly terrified look on the gargoyle's face, Ningfeng took out, from his pocket, a tube of green syringe. No, it's not true. It's not real. How did you get this stuff? How did you get something from our organization? It's Subrat? Is it the first Z-Rat for you? It must be. It must be. Stay back. Stay back. The garrison dog desperately hissed and dodged, but the paralyzed limbs were all out of control at this point. One could only watch as Ningfeng's mechanical fingers, the index finger among them, transformed into a syringe-like shape. Pulling the tube of green syringe out, he jabbed it down, bright and clear, toward the gargoyle's neck. The pupils of the garrison dog suddenly shrunk, roaring unwillingly, and the wail passed through the forest, startling the flying birds. Okay. Ningfeng withdrew his hand and silently watched the gargoyle. Less than 20 seconds before and after, the other party's originally normal eyes had now become vaguely green, and his entire demeanor was surprisingly dull and numb. What is your real name? Feng Qiucheng. Age. 32. Status in the Organization of Divine Revelation. 11th in line for the Earth's branch. The gargoyle. Ningfeng simply tried a few questions, and under the accidental alien energy deduction, he further confirmed that what the other party had said was true or false. Then, eyes narrowing slightly, he tuned out the conversation and, how many people does the Divine Revelation Organization have lurking in Dragon City? Have. The gargoyle opened his mouth and spat out just one word before stiffening in place, his eyes vacant. It seems that this truth-spitting agent can't make her tell information that isn't clear. Ningfeng took a deep breath and seemed to have thought of something. Speaking again, who in the Luo group is a member of the Divine Revelation Organization? The gargoyle blinked numbly, like he was incredibly sleepy, his voice mechanical. Chen Mo. Luo Ling. Luo. Chen Mo is also a member of the Divine Enlightenment? Ningfeng frowned, thinking of the steel alien that he had killed with an electric shock. The other party was just a gamma alien who had even joined the Divine Revelation Organization. It seems that it should be a member of the lowest level of the Divine Revelation. Who is the highest-ranking member of the Divine Revelation Organization set up in Dragon City? What is the point of looking at Dragon City so favorably? Ningfeng came closer to cross-examine him, and the gargoyle replied mechanically, listening to the answer spat out from the other party's mouth. Ningfeng's complexion was, vaguely, somewhat shaken. Divine Revelation Organization. What a bunch of ING scum. His gaze was icy cold. He stood up and looked at the garrison dogs who were being interrogated by his predecessor, and the killing machine under his eyes swept past and, it's somewhat surprising to me, that the highest-ranked person in Dragon City of the Divine Revelation Organization is in the Luo group. Phew. There was a wind blowing through the forest, and at the moment the sun was gradually rising, and the sunlight was shed more abundantly. Come on, that's enough here. Now, it's time to greet our other guest. Ningfeng ignored the garrison dog that had fallen under the tree like a dead dog, turned around, led Song Xianyu, and marched towards the outside of the forest. Won't something go wrong if we leave her here? Song Xianyu looked meaningfully at the gargoyle and, don't worry, she won't live long, only, she can't die at the hands of you and me. Ningfeng pressed the hood on top of his head down, and underneath the mask, there was a cruel smile. Changes are about to occur. A mountain rain is coming. This pool of water in Dragon City. We have to stir it up a bit ahead of time in order to have a way out. Not coming yet? Not coming yet. How long do I have to wait? Buried up by the dirt in the underground space, Luo Ling bit his nails hard, not caring about his fingers that were already bleeding. Why are the people from the Divine Revelation Organization so slow? Support faster. Hurry up. He muttered something alone, his eyes full of panic and unease. Every now and then, he lifted his head to look back around warily, obviously fearful to the core. And in a pile of miscellaneous items placed on a table roughly 3 meters away from Luo Ling, there were mechanical crossbows and a bunch of parts. Brush. Kala. A crunching sound came from one of the parts, which, receiving a shock from nowhere, fell from above. Extremely coincidentally, it smashed into the trigger switch of the crossbow. Whoosh! The sound of extreme speed breaking through the air came out instantly. The crossbow arrow with a glinting cold tip stabbed straight at Luo Ling's eyeballs. End of chapter. Chapter 62, he chases. He runs, he can't get away. Chapter 62, he chases. He runs, he can't get away. Dang! The crossbow arrows that flew at extreme speed caused Luo Ling to subconsciously raise his hand to block them. The hardened body of the alien left him unharmed. The crossbow, on the other hand, bent to the ground. What seemed to be a surprise was a complete rupture of Luo Ling's taut nerves. He rose violently, his voice trembling, "Coming to kill me! They're coming to kill me!" He got up from the cluttered corner and stumbled around the room, panicked, jerking. His foot tripped over a socket cord placed on the ground, and the disintegration alien energy triggered itself, and where it touched the cord, it directly ablated and disintegrated. Dangling, the bucket of water on the table, its lid not tightly closed, was knocked to the floor by Luo Ling. The water spreading out and touching the broken wires, becomes a conductor of electricity. Zira! The arc of electricity spread and surged directly onto Luo Ling's leg, and all the way up. Under the stimulation of the current, even the beta-level Luo Ling was subconsciously in pain. The alien energy stormed out uncontrollably. Crash! 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 Everything he touched along the way, the tables, the clutter, the floor alloys that framed the room, all of them melted into pieces. Even underneath his feet, the underground dirt was already hidden. Bang! Staggering, Luo Ling's entire body slammed face down onto the ground, the floor dissolving as he plunged into it. The damp earth of the ground rushed into his mouth and nose, and the earthy smell and cold touch brought him back to his senses. Phew! He propped himself up on his hands, forcing his trembling body to stabilize as he tried to control the alien energy in the midst of the rampage. However, under the collapse unleashed, everything around was being destroyed uncontrollably. They must have found me here. No, I can't stay any longer. In such a confined space, there's no way for me to escape even if I wanted to. The alien power of brain calculus must have a maximum range of influence. I have to escape. I can only live if I escape from the reach of this psychic power. No, I must live. Luo Ling's eyes were wide open and his expression was maniacal. Not caring about the wretchedness of his body, he opened the metal-constructed fortress directly from the inside. Boom! A heavy, muffled thud came from the ground, and above the metal fortress, the ramshackle hut that had been used as a cover collapsed in an instant. The smoke and dust stirred up was so thick that it was impossible to see the surrounding scenery, and vaguely, there was a figure, hastily taking the road away. Why is the house collapsing? What's going on here? Quickly, find someone. We can't afford it. The few hired security personnel who stayed behind were all startled to see the suddenly collapsed house. Afterward, regardless of the circumstances, they all surged into the ruins, trying to rummage through the place to find Luo Ling's figure. The hunt is on. Not far away, under the hood of Ning Feng's trench coat, his eyes were scarlet and, without the slightest hesitation, he leapt forward and followed closely. He tapped his 5 fingers, and the range of his alien energy cage shifted. Run away! Flee! Luo Ling! Flee to the grave I've prepared for you. Enjoy your last moments on this earth. Then dedicate a great show and drop the curtain. Ning Feng's figure was pitch black, like a rapidly flickering black current under the dome of the sky, and at his side, Song Xianyu followed at all times. Being in a remote suburb, the scenery around is very desolate. Even the low-rise residential houses are very rare. As far as the eye could see, there were some mountain passes and dense forests. The road beneath your feet is more of a grassy dirt road with gravel all over it. Faster! Faster! Luo Ling was like a madman, desperately trying to escape. As for what to run away from and where to run away to, he had no idea, and at the moment it was as if he were a headless fly bumping around. The sky, which was originally blue and clear, in Luo Ling's eyes, seemed like a huge curtain, filled with death, looming over him. He moved his feet quickly, not daring to have the slightest slack. Once stopped, waiting for him, is endless fear and anxiety. At this moment, he had stopped thinking long ago. He, who once prided himself on being the smartest among the younger generation of the Luo group, was like a little cutie. Like a little cutie, he took the road and ran away. The genius who tried to compete with the junior of the main family, for the position of the group's heir, had long since ceased to exist. The aura faded, and the collapse ability on his body at the moment was his last resort. No, I have to go find Uncle Tu. Now, only Uncle Tu can save me. Run, escape towards the city. The more crowded the place, the safer I'll be. Suddenly, Luo Ling stopped in his tracks. Inertia made his feet continue to slide on the ground. The already soft dirt road was scratched out with 2 extremely long deep marks. He then reversed his direction and continued to flee towards the right side, the side leading to downtown Dragon City. Faster, faster. The wind whistled in his ears, and the surroundings on both sides of his body all flowed backward at a rapid pace. Luo Ling fled while vigilantly looking back, incomparably wary of any enemies that might arrive at any time. The trail was slightly bumpy underfoot, overgrown with trees and weeds, with a few rocks popping up every now and then to block the way. He utilizes the collapse ability to destroy everything that stands in his way. Hoo. The wind is bitterly cold. Luo Ling is just like a cannonball, raging in the mountains. Along the way, the scene, messy, birds screaming in the sky, beasts also fear to avoid. Almost there. I don't know how long he had fled, but in Luo Ling's eyes, the scene ahead was reflected. A few hundred meters more and he or she was through the dense forest of this depression. Below the depression is a railroad track that is quite old, with train tracks spreading back and forth, and debris and weeds thick along the way. The track ahead extends 100 meters to a tunnel. A 15-kilometer walk through the tunnel will bring you to downtown Longcheng. It's the last stretch of road. Get through and I'll be safe. Luo Ling's heart was ecstatic, and the road under his feet, too, turned downhill. His whole heart is on the road ahead at the moment, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that the road surface of the lower mountain pass, I don't know when, knotted with a layer of extraordinarily thick and heavy cold ice. Brush. The instantly weakened friction caused Luo Ling's foot, which was stepping on the ice, to slip forward. The entire body balance of the person is broken, and the body that kept traveling at high speed, driven by inertia, like a spinning gyroscope, toward the railroad tracks under the depression, rolled down madly. Ah! Screams, emanating from Luo Ling's mouth, echoed between the 4 directions of the mountain pass. Panic and uneasiness erupted in full force in this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luo Ling rolled down from the depression at great speed, while the railroad tracks that extended to the tunnel, the end of the dark tunnel, the continuous vibration sound, suddenly came. Doodle doodle. The elongated train whistle, in this moment, is clear to the ear. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, the front of the car was visible at the mouth of the tunnel. At the back of the train, there were carriages heavy with various kinds of goods being pulled one after another, and Luo Ling, who was rolling downward, was about to, as far as the eye could see, collide with the high-speed train. End of chapter. Chapter 63, The Wasted Water Leads to the East, Borrowing the Knife to Kill. Chapter 63, The Wasted Water Leads to the East, Borrowing the Knife to Kill. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. The frosty, frozen road stretched all the way to where the railroad tracks were. In the blink of an eye, Luo Ling's body was about to crash uncontrollably on top of the speeding train. Give me to stop. Luo Ling, who was in the midst of tumbling, had alarm bells ringing in his heart, and he used the power of his entire body to collapse. Alien powers, ravaging and sweeping in all directions. The frosty, frozen downhill ramp is ablated and dented by the crumbling action. Bared, tooth-rending friction sounds came from underneath Luo Ling, his entire body in a prostrate position, rubbing paths of sparks against the ground. Finally, at just half a meter away from the track, it came to a stop. Rumble. The train sped on, like thunder, and Luo Ling could clearly feel that the violent airflow brought up by the train speeding behind him was attracting him to lean backward, and because of Fang's overuse of his supernatural abilities during his escape. At this moment, the collapsing ability that shrouded Luo Ling's body had almost disappeared. Tread. For that reason, he could only step forward heavily, keeping his feet planted on the ground to anchor his body stable. The heart was beating wildly in his chest, and everything in front of him was a bit of a blinding blur. Feeling a somewhat dry throat, Luo Ling swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the back of his neck chilling. Behind them, the train sped forward on the tracks, with life and death just a stone's throw away. At the moment, avalanche could not be used, and since it was an acquired fusion of other people's psychic abilities, his physical strength was not even comparable to that of an unusual gamma-level psychic. Such a heavily loaded train speeding hit on the body, not to die will have to lose half of his life. Luo Ling panted heavily, looking at the wretched scene that had been made by himself, spreading down from above the mountain pass. After a few seconds of reprieve, he looked around the mountains and surprisingly spread his hands and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Come and kill me. Come kill me if you can. Beyond the range of influence of brain calculus, what can you do to me? No matter who you are, as long as you're within Dragon City, even if I have to dig up 3 feet of the ground, I'll dig you up and thwart you. Luo Ling's shouts echoed through the mountains and fields. No one responded from the 4 corners of the room. Just as he dropped his guard, Steeply, a clear sound of a figure landing came from the side, just a few steps away from Luo Ling, who, in an instant, Luo Ling's last ounce of chi surged out, collapsing his alien energy and enveloping the front, and the figure, while rolling down, crumbled under the collapsing effect. When it rolled in front of Luo Ling's eyes, just the head was left. He hid his eyes and his pupils crinkled. Garrison. Garrison dog? Why you? Luo Ling stared wide-eyed and unbelievably gazed at the dead Garrison dog. Not the slightest notice that the train behind him was about to completely pass by, traveling at breakneck speeds, bringing up air currents that scraped the already crooked signage along the side of the track. It clicked and snapped off at the top end. Subsequently, it was swept into the railroad tracks. Brush! The train wheels crushed the metal signs. One of them fragmented and sparks spattered. With unerring accuracy, it stabbed at the back of Luo Ling's head. Dang! The sound of gold and iron clashing came from behind Luo Ling's head. Ha! The intense pain and foreign object sensation caused Luo Ling's body to twist and fall to the ground and hiss. The train was moving away and the four directions were getting quiet. And Luo Ling, red-eyed and covering his head, was dripping with blood. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! His vision blurred and he yelled instinctively, begging for mercy from an enemy that doesn't even know if it exists or not. Fear, the fear of death. This moment fills the heart. Phew! There was a cold wind blowing in the middle of the mountain field. Beside Luo Ling's ears came the sound of two figures walking slowly. Tap tap tap. The footsteps continued to approach, while Loring instinctively crawled for survival into the distance. Bang! But in the end, it was still stepped on heavily by the visitor. All at once, his face was pressed to the ground, and there was darkness before him. Yo, not dead yet. It's good that it's not dead. It works a little better that way. Ningfeng was dressed in black, and underneath his skeletal mask, his voice was mechanically hoarse. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you trying to kill me? I don't even know you guys. Luo Ling was trampled under his feet, still struggling for his life. He asked himself that he had never offended the two people beside him, and had never even met them, yet the other party had repeatedly tried to cause his death. Don't recognize. In Ningfeng's eyes, an icy, regal red light flickered. It's okay. You don't need to know, and I'm not going to kill you here. Once these words came out, Luo Ling, who was still trying to struggle, stopped his movements and didn't even bother about the pain at the back of his head, and his words flattered him. This friend, I'm the future heir of the Luo group. Why don't you join us? And I'll write off what happened previously and never mention it again. Before his words fell, he felt the back of his neck, suddenly incomparably cold. A strong stabbing pain, coming from the neck. Ah! What have you done to me? I thought you said you wouldn't kill me. Luo Ling howled in agony, and at the back of his neck, at this moment, there was an extremely thick needle that pierced through the skin and flesh, piercing through the obstruction and reaching the spinal cord. Do what? Noticing Luo Ling's struggles at his feet, Ningfeng gave a wink to Cong Xianyu at the side. With a wave of the latter's jade hand, coldness enveloped Luo Ling's limbs, directly freezing them and losing the ability to struggle. Naturally, it is to take away from you what does not belong to you. What? At this moment, Luo Ling completely panicked. He instantly reacted to the back of his neck area. What exactly was the thing that didn't belong to him? That's crash, alien power. My powers? No, you can't take it away. That's mine. Mine. You can't do this to me. I'm the future heir of the Luo group. The Luo group won't let you go. 7 sins. The 7 sins of our Luo clan will definitely hunt you down day and night, making your life worse than death. Luo Ling roared and struggled, his mouth constantly gushing sand and dirt, his eyes red, his voice hoarse, and incomparably wretched. But in the face of his threat after threat, the movements of Ningfeng's hands didn't stop in the slightest. Slightly bending down, Ningfeng's voice contained a monstrous amount of hatred. Your psychic ability? A thief who steals from others deserves to call it your psychic ability? The future heir of the Luo group? You, a waste of a branch origin who even has to fuse his supernormal abilities later in life, are simply a fool's dream. 7 sins? The entire Luo group avenged you? Ah, really the funniest joke I've ever heard. You are nothing but a dispensable piece of trash in their eyes, discarded at any time, irrelevant. Back then, when you took away that girl's psychic abilities and fabricated public opinion to frame her as the guilty party, you should have thought about what you'd end up with today. Luo Ling, you deserve to die. Brush. Ningfeng laughed harshly and stabbed the needle in his hand, viciously, deeper. At the other end of the needle link is a hand-sized capsule instrument. It was running spontaneously at the moment, a slightly fluorescent blue liquid that was constantly being pumped out of the needle. It was a color that belonged uniquely to the alien spinal cord. Aha! Luo Ling hissed in pain. At this moment, He was a fish on a slab to be slaughtered. The agony of having his spinal cord taken out alive made him feel the torture of having every inch of his body explode. This is the reward you deserve. The corners of Ningfeng's mouth underneath his mask smiled crazily. I've already changed it. I'm sorry for coming back too late today. I'm adjusting my writing time in the next 2 days so that it doesn't affect your reading experience. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Uncle, help me. Chapter 64, Uncle, help me. Luo Ling's miserable screams, in the middle of the mountain range, lasted for an unknown period of time. The pain of being taken out of his bones raw made him fall into an abyss of hell. The pain you inflict on others, you should taste it yourself. Ning Feng's voice, like a demon, drilled into the other party's ears. Luo Ling at this moment, because of the excessive pain, his brain has long stopped thinking. He only expects that he can die painfully, so that all this will end a second earlier. It was a long time, and at one point, Luo Ling was in so much pain that his body spasmed and he fainted as a whole. By the time a gust of wind whistled in place, Ning Feng and Song Xianyu's figures had long since disappeared. Rumble. The train sped past, and the violent noise made Luo Ling, who was prostrate on the wretched ground, quietly awaken. The cold ice that had frozen on his limbs had long since disappeared. The numb body, stiff, braced itself from the ground. At this moment, Luo Ling, cloaked and disheveled. His clothes were also tattered and gray, which had half of the usual prestige. No one looking on would think that this was someone who had served as a top-level member of the Luo group. It will only feel like a beggar fleeing from the roadside. Who the hell are they, anyway? Why am I not dead? Why don't you kill me? Why don't you kill me? Luo Ling's lips were trembling and his voice was hollow and feeble. It's only right that everyone who knew about what happened back then is already dead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that he was physically weak as never before. Where are my powers? My powers? It's gone? Really? No. It's not real. It's not real. Without the ability, what can I take to compete for the qualification of the heir? Second uncle will look down on me. The group will look down on me. I'm in the family. There's no use for me. I've become an invalid. No. I don't want this. I don't want this. Second uncle. I'm going to find second uncle. It was second uncle who helped me fuse my powers in the first place. And he can surely help me a second time now as well. Uncle too. Second uncle. Luo Ling's eyes widened. His steps staggered, mad as hell, towards the center of Dragon City, the direction of Luo's group. Tick-tock. The sound of the car's siren is rising and falling. At the moment in the late afternoon, the already hairy congestion within the Dragon City, the main road vehicles as far as the eye cannot see the head. The congested road stretched all the way to the front of the Luo Group's headquarters. During the lunch break, there were quite a few employees going in and out of the Luo Group building. It seemed that there was some kind of TV interview today, and in front of the building, there were more than a dozen journalists from the media, waiting for the press conference in the afternoon. Look, who's that? My God, it seems to be heading towards Luo's group. TSK, these beggars nowadays, they don't pay attention. They dare to enter any place, waiting to be blown out by security. Pedestrians passing by noticed a special figure in front of the Luo group, cloaked and tattered. His clothes were tattered, and his age looked as if he wasn't very old. Luo Ling panicked, staggered and broke into the Luo group building, but the result was that just as his front foot stepped in, the next second, he was stopped by the security personnel at the door. Where are the beggars from? You can't enter here. Go across the street if you want food. There are many stores selling food there. The guards had spoken politely and there was no pushing or shoving. However, Luo Ling was irritated by this beggar, wide-eyed and snapping his head up. He kicked the, "Open your doggy eyes and see clearly for me. I am Luo Ling of the Luo group." However, in the past, with his beta-level strength, the defense personnel in front of him would surely be paralyzed by a kick. But now, it was a painless tattoo. Stinking beggar, you're still coming with me, aren't you? And Luo Ling? You call young Master Luo Ling by his name, like carrying a small chicken. The security personnel took Luo Ling's neck in one go, flung the other party casually and threw him out of the door of Luo's group. Get the hell out of here. Next time, you won't be so polite. The whole time, don't even want to see the other person's face. Save from bad luck. Bang. Luo Ling was thrown a few meters away and fell heavily to the ground. His body, as if it was going to fall apart in pain, fell to the ground and rolled back and forth. Ah, god damn it. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. The mess here attracted various media waiting on the sidelines. Who is this guy? Was thrown right out. Looks pretty young, not working properly at this age, out to learn how to beg for food? Why do I feel like this guy looks so familiar? It seems like Luo Ling of the Luo group. Loring? How could that be? Luo Ling is a beta-level alien, going in and out of the group. That's accompanied by a bunch of people. Majestic. The way I see it, 80% of them just look a little bit alike. Mouth so said, but not let go of the professional level of the size of the news. A group of media have picked up the camera on the Luo Ling video photography. The sound of the flash clicking was particularly harsh. Luo Ling subconsciously used his hands to block, unwilling to let the current wretched appearance be plopped down. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I said don't shoot! He roared, but instead drew laughter from the media crew. The personnel entering and exiting the Luo group also cast contemptuous gazes and pointed their fingers. The guards who threw Luo Ling out were holding their shoulders and standing in front of the building's door, always preventing Luo Ling from continuing to approach. Don't shoot! This isn't me. It's not me. I'm Luo Ling, and I'm a beta-level alien. I am the next heir of the Luo group. I'm not a beggar. I'm not a beggar. With a fluttering sound, Luo Ling's entire body was powerless and paralyzed on the ground, tears flowing in her eyes. A strong feeling of vertigo surged through his brain, being drawn out of the spinal cord alive. His vitality, in a short period of time, declined rapidly, and walking back to the door of Luo's group with strong support was already the limit. Uncle 2, help me. Luo Ling's eyes were slightly open, his head hanging helplessly. The pain in his body and the coldness of the ground became the last sensation before he died. Phew! The midday wind, slightly warm, blew across his face, bringing up the hair that covered his face, revealing his original appearance. Click, click, click. The media, seeing this, leaned in. Flashing lights, cameras, filming constantly. Rise and shine. The guards came out of the building and went up to check on Luo Ling. Out of breath. Really dead? Behind the guards, numerous media personnel, not a few who had seen Luo Ling many times, were present. When Luo Ling's full face was revealed, it caused a burst of discussion. The more I look at it, the more it looks like it. Why do I feel like this is Luo Ling? When you put it that way, it's true. Doesn't it look exactly the same? Except that the face is dirty and does not look too good. It can't really be Luo Ling, can it? Dead in front of the Luo group? Who cares if it's real or not? Hurry up and film it. If it's true, this is definitely big news. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. It was the day, late in the evening. In front of the Luo group building, the cordon was stretched out, and many pedestrians stopped by. Hello everyone. I'm the host of the Longqing Minqing TV station. At noon today, in front of the Luo group headquarters, an accident occurred. The former head of the Luo group's investigation team, Luo Ling, a beta-level alien with the ability of collapse, considered a strong contender to be the next heir of the Luo clan, died in front of Roche for unknown reasons. Before he died, he was also stopped at the door by the Luo group's security personnel who mistook him for a beggar, which is saddening. According to eyewitnesses, when Luo Ling died, he seemed to have lost his psychic abilities and his bodily functions were no different from those of an ordinary person. The details are still being followed up further. The huge external screen outside a commercial building on the main road of Dragon City was constantly broadcasting the reports of various media outlets regarding Luo Ling's death. The streets and alleys, everyone is talking about it. Check me. Luo Group, 25th floor. Inside the dark room, Luo Ling's second uncle, his figure still hidden in the darkness, was incomparably huge. Behind him stood 7 figures of varying heights. Yesterday the person was fine. Today, he died in front of his own building. The other party didn't even put our Luo group in their eyes. During this period of time, from the invisible man Luo Chen at the very beginning, to Secretary General Wu Lan, Iron Man Chen Mo, and now Luo Ling, everyone who died was involved in the matter of seizing the collapse ability back then. The murderer behind this must have something to do with it. Check all the details of that brother and sister back then. All the people who knew them. Arrest them and interrogate them. The murderer is either trying to avenge them, or he's also here for the collapse ability. Either way, the murderer must be found. I'm going to make him die 1,000 deaths and be broken into pieces. Strange gusts of wind surged within the confined space, but the 7 people behind the loud voice were each motionless. Yes. With a simple response, the 7 figures successively pushed open the door and left the darkened room. The huge figure was left alone, standing in the room. Phew. The gale dissipated and the candles on the table were relit. The huge figure sat heavily in his chair in the candlelight and let out a long sigh. Loring, if you had listened to your second uncle earlier, and not touched that crash, you wouldn't be in this situation today. If you die, you die. It's good to die. If you die, you don't have to fight for an heir. If you die, you're not tired. Silly kids. A long silence once again reigned within the shadowy space. Dragon City, suburb, Abandoned factory. Ningfeng and Song Xianyu, pushing open the factory door, walked familiarly towards the inside. Success? Old Meng, who was busy welding things, pushed the goggles on his face and turned around to look at Ningfeng, who was walking over. Aha! Ningfeng nodded slightly and pulled out the metal capsule from his arms, which contained, precisely, the spinal fluid that had been extracted from Luo Ling's body. From the spinal fluid, the dark blue color declares its unusual nature. Let's see. Old Meng took it obediently, placed the mechanical capsule on the testing instrument on the side, and pressed the button. Buzz. The testing instrument was running and in a short time, it gave out the value of the test. 72%. Alien energy concentration sufficient. Old Meng nodded, his face showing joy. Then Xiaoyu's debilitating physical condition can be resolved? Ningfeng's scarlet eyes shone with an excited luster. It's still not 100% certain. However, as long as I can get the needed medicinal agent from Luo Group's laboratory, I have more than 80% certainty that I can make your sister physically return to a normal person's state. Old Meng's words were certain and not the least bit fake. For a moment, Ningfeng was like a child, his excitement overflowing. Not caring about that much, he quickly approached the nutritional pod not far away, staring blankly at the sleeping girl inside. Almost there. Almost there. Xiaoyu, hold on just a little longer. Just a little longer. Ningfeng's mechanical fingers, gently brushing over the shell of the nutrient pod, moved gently, not daring to use a single extra point of strength. This heartbreaking scene fell in the eyes of Song Xianyu not far away. At this moment, she removed her disguise, her long, ice blue hair draped behind her, her ice blue eyes, complex in color, gazing at Ningfeng's back in the distance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined that he killed all the people from Luo's group when he saved me that day. The man who is like a devil like that has such a gentle side. You don't understand Ningfeng's past. Old Meng breathed a long sigh of relief, a slight look of intolerance in his eyes. And, he and Ningyu, they are both bitter children. Ningfeng lost his parents when he was young and wandered the streets, snatching food from wild dogs. As for Ningyu, it was an abandoned baby he picked up in front of a restaurant one rainy night. A child who can't take care of himself, but has to raise another child to live. I can't imagine how hard it must be. The two of them grew up on the streets and have seen the world and only rely on each other. Not brother and sister, but more than brother and sister. If it were not for the Luo group, as Lao Meng spoke, he felt blocked in his heart, and he could not help but turn his back, waved his hand, and no longer bothered to mention it. Song Xianyu, on the other hand, stood in silence, looking at Ningfeng's sad back for a long time. You'd love to have something to fall back on too. In Ningfeng, it was as if she had seen the same brother who had taken care of her as she grew to adulthood. The silhouettes of the two, at this moment, highly overlapped. Dragon City, the outskirts, the place where the garrison dogs died. At this moment, the night was getting thicker, and a few figures suddenly appeared in the wilderness, which seemed particularly bizarre. Clear, all the face, all with skull masks, black and white. Body clothing is also the same system. Black robe, tattooed with golden cloud pattern. Moonlight poured down from above, illuminating the heads of the garrison dogs that had tumbled into the grass. Eerie, is it garrison dog? It's her. How did it die? It looks like it's the rest of the body parts except the head, crumbling and dissolving. One of them muttered as he twisted up a streak of blood and flesh powder from the ground with his hand. Crumbling ablation? Disintegration? Ability? The person in charge slowly approached, picked up the gargoyle's head with a single hand, and let out alongside that. The Luo Ling with collapse is dead. What a death. It's a pity that Shugu's ability nullification is still a rare ability. I thought that this trip to Dragon City was, well, boring, but now it seems that someone is lurking in the shadows just like us. Lord, Sea Snake, do you mean that the gargoyle didn't die at the hands of Luo Ling? Nonsense. The leader of the group known as Sea Snake, using a black cloth bag, packed the head of the gargoyle, and his eyes blossomed with green light under the skull mask. No matter who the enemy is, Dragon City will eventually become their grave. Brush. Several figures flickered and passed away, and the place where the party stayed, pieces of weeds, instantly withered. Even the soil also became black and purple, turning into a dead land. End of chapter. Chapter 66 More Evil Than Evil. Alien Activated Potion No. Chapter 66 More Evil Than Evil. Alien Active Potion Number 1. No way. I don't agree. Dragon City. Luo Group Headquarters. 25th floor. Inside the dark room, Luo Ling's second uncle violently rose from his chair, his huge figure oppressive. Luo Bank, be at ease. Why get so angry? Judging from the corpse of the garrison dog, She did die under your nephew Luo Ling's collapse ability. Now that Garrison Dog is dead and Avalanche is lost, you can't expect the organization to make no demands at all. Underneath the skull mask, with turquoise eyes like vipers, the member of the Divine Enlightenment organization known as the Sea Snake, with a few subordinates, was staring intently at the huge figure in front of him. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You know better than I do how the gargoyle really died. My nephew Luo Ling died in peace. The murderer is on the loose outside. Instead of going to arrest him, you guys came over to threaten me? Luo Bank. If Luo Group wants to reach the next cooperation with the organization, in my opinion, it's better to make peace. Sea Snake lowered his voice, and the green light in his eyes grew even stronger. Then you can't just come up and ask for an extra 20% share. The loud voice known as Luo Bank, his tone clearly laced with anger. At most 10%. Otherwise we, the Luo Group, why would we go to such great lengths to work with you on this matter? You must realize that Dragon City is our foundation, and we are gambling with destroying it. Luo Bank's words were filled with huffing and puffing, but he was not allowed to cede his interests in the face of the Sea Snake's words. The other party was clearly taking advantage of the fire, but he granted it and had to give in. Okay, 10% for 10%. I'll report it to the organization. I knew it. Luo Bank, you're smart. Sea Snake smiled wryly. In exchange, you will also cooperate with me in catching the person who killed my nephew. After a long time, when the Sea Snake and his group left the building where the Luo Group's building was located, Lord Serpent, are we really going to help that guy Roken catch the murderer? Humph. Naturally it's a fake. Sea Snake coldly smiled, turning back and looking up to gaze at the heights of the Luo Group's headquarters building. The whole thing, from the beginning to the way it's progressed now, started as a highly probable personal vendetta. First a few Gamma-level exalts died in accidents, and now 2 Beta levels, Xiao Dog and Luo Ling, died on the same day. It's better to leave such an enemy to the Luo Group to deal with on their own. The real focus of the organization is going to fall on setting up Dragon City itself, and the more someone helps us muddy the waters, the better. However, with the current clues, the Luo Group, it seems that they have messed with a rather unpleasant Gaiet. Hide in the darkness, wait for an opportunity to strike, and once you do, no survivors will survive. Sea Snake laughed softly and shook his head, acting in such a manner. It's rather like our divine revelations people. Dragon City, on top of the abandoned factory. Ningfeng stood at the edge of the rooftop as usual, holding the pitch-black energy bar in his hand and placing it in his mouth to chew mechanically. Ingesting food was more like a program set up for him. Ha! Why are you eating this again? Song Xianyu, with her long ice-blue hair, glanced at the energy bar in Ningfeng's hand and waved her hand and skimmed her mouth in succession. She had wondered what it tasted like and took a bite from Ningfeng's hand. It felt like mixing a motor oil-stained candle with jelly and adding a handful of coal for flavor. Bitter, revolting, sickening. It's really thanks to you that you can eat. Song Xianyu shook her head helplessly. You really live like a machine. During this period of time down the line, she had witnessed Ningfeng's daily training, electric shock treatments, almost no rest, and eating energy bars for meals. Quiet. Every now and then he would stand in front of his sister's nutritional pod and stare. If there was any time when Ningfeng was agitated, it was the time to start acting and embark on revenge. Ningfeng didn't respond to Song Xianyu's tirade as he gazed out into the distance. At the end of his line of sight was the center of Dragon City, dozens of kilometers away from the abandoned factory. Right now, Xiaoyu's supernormal abilities have all been retrieved, and to get her out of the state of physical decline, just restoring her supernormal abilities isn't enough. The key thing is the agent that those researchers have been working on in the 15th floor labs of the Roche Group. Alien Active Potion number 1. This thing is only accessible to the highest level within the Luo Group. Wanting to take it without a word seems impossible. I've projected many times before that relying on the two of us, Song Xianyu and I. Even if we got the potion, there's ultimately no way to completely get out. Looks like, still needs an extra boost. Ningfeng, alien power level, beta, lower. Alien power, accidental propulsion, after accidental expansion evolution. Area of influence of supernormal ability, 3 kilometers in a radius centered on oneself. Before and after a period of 40 days. Progress of alien power, 20/100. Psychic ability, ice mastery, complete. Alien power level, gamma. Progress of alien power, 18/100. The fusion of powers has created a special mutation in the ice harness. Ningfeng glanced at his current system panel, and the range of influence of the accidental ability had expanded from the previous 2 kilometers to 3 kilometers, and the time had also increased. However, the rank remained stuck in the lower class of beta, and as for harnessing ice, it was currently only in a state of playing support. Alien Active Agent No. 1. for the Luo group is incredibly important. Once found to be taken by me, will certainly use full force to hunt down and besiege. Beta inferior's ability. Even if it's more special, it's still too difficult to be safe and sound under the full force of Luo's group. Ningfeng's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as his mechanical 5 fingers tapped in the air in front of him. An unexpected message surfaced in his mind. Long before he resolved Luo Ling, he had been wandering around in Dragon City, constantly deducing, in order to figure out a suitable method to be able to survive the operation to seize the alien active potion number 1. Now, without further hesitation, he made up his mind. Even if this booster is dangerous, if I use it properly, I can still come back from the dead. May 6th, evening, 5:02 and 2 seconds p.m., you appeared in front of the Costini bar in Dragon City. On May 6th, at 5 hours 2 minutes and 6 seconds in the evening, you walked into the first floor of the Costini bar. May 6th, evening, 5:04 and 12 seconds p.m. After carefully inspecting your surroundings, you go to the bar and order a regular whiskey. May 6th, evening, 5:06 and 1 second p.m. On the TV screen on the side of the bar, a news report of Loring's death was shown. May 6th, evening, 5:07 p.m. A woman sits down next to you with an extremely nice aroma filling her body. May 6th, evening, 5:07 and 12 seconds p.m. The other party takes the initiative to strike up a conversation with you, and you're the only one in the bar who realizes that the woman in front of you seems to be one of the Luo group's 7 sins. On May 6th, at 5:09 in the evening, the woman in front of you, who seems to be drunk, puts her fingers against your chest, which is cold to the touch, and leans over and whispers 2 extremely provocative words in your ear. New characters are on the scene, crazy batches of sickly Imperials are on the line, and we're begging for monthly votes. Request for recommendation votes. 100 monthly votes plus 1 more. End of chapter. Chapter 67, The Desire of the 7 Deadly Sins, Xiejinju. Crazy batch of sickly Zhao Imperial sisters. Chapter 67, The Desire of the 7 Deadly Sins, Xiejinju. Crazy batch of sickly Zhao Imperial sisters. One by one, Ningfeng scrutinized the information that surfaced within his mind, and eventually his attention rested on the words, 7 sins. The look was very odd. The only woman among the 7 deadly sins. Color, sins of desire. Xiejinju. He muttered something and couldn't help but frown. Being one of the 7 deadly sins would be the key to helping me accomplish the capture of the potion. There's no mistaking psychic abilities. Then it seems that the relationship between the 7 deadly sins and the Luo group isn't as ironclad as rumored. 7 sins. This title could be said to be unknown to all Dragon City people. They represented the 7 most dazzling of the Dragon City beta exalts. Strength and fame go hand in hand, with countless clusters and fans. It was the idol and goal of almost every alien. But the name 7 Sins was not introduced by the Luo group. Back a long time ago, when Dragon City had just been established, 7 of the most powerful exalts within the confines of Dragon City were elected to become the first 7 Sins. The title is even inherited and changed from generation to generation. And it was only 10 years before and after the 7 Sins joined the Luo group. This has a legendary title. A few years ago Ningfeng can only be far away from the television to admire, and as the only woman in this generation of the 7 deadly sins, known as the Desire of the 7 Sins, Xiejinju has never revealed his true colors, in front of the media or the public. There are legends about her, and the most of any of the 7 sins. Some say she's so ugly that she's afraid to show her face. Others say she is the daughter of some giant and comes from everyone. Some people even say that the Desire of the 7 Sins is simply a front, completely used to make up the number of existences. The real strength is not worth mentioning, but either way, it's enough to say that this woman is the center of public opinion and attention. As for Ningfeng, after this period of deduction and understanding, it gradually became clear that Xiejinju of the Desire for 7 Sins was, most likely, the most difficult one to deal with among the 7 sins. Eating the remaining energy bar in his hand in one gulp, Ningfeng shook the residue from his hand and turned around, about to walk off the rooftop. Where are you going? Song Xianyu's eyes flashed as she followed Ningfeng closely. The sense of loss that she felt in her heart as if it were a loss welled up again. Ever since being saved by Ningfeng and having her powers evolve, Song Xianyu had not wanted to become Ningfeng's aide at all times, rather than a useless liability. I'm going to run an errand alone. Ningfeng's body paused, then turned around and gave a rare explanation. Don't worry, for the operation behind you, you won't be left behind. You're very important. This sentence, like a shot of peace of mind, caused Song Xianyu, who had just lost her mind, to smile and nod heavily. Then I'll wait for you to come back. After changing into a casual outfit and doing some camouflage on his limbs and face, Ningfeng's figure disappeared into the suburban path. Downtown Longchang, one of the largest pedestrian streets, At this moment in the evening, pedestrians come and go on the road. Young couples are talking and laughing, carrying shopping bags that they have just consumed in their hands. Throughout the entire Dragon City, Luo's group was dominant. Even the local authorities, they all had to depend on Luo's to survive. How is a police force that has few if any shifters going to constrain the crimes committed by those shifters? Luo's group has long since become the real party in power that everyone has not declared. The poor ordinary people struggled under the monstrous size of the city, but it was undoubtedly a consumer's paradise for those high-level aliens and the rich. The Vermilion Door stinks of wine and meat, and the road is frozen with dead bones, as it were. Costini's bar is located in a more isolated part of the inner side of this pedestrianized street. It's been open for many years, and has gone from being full in the beginning to having sparse clientele, but it doesn't stop some regular customers from coming here to sit with their friends for an afternoon. After all, the drinks here are extraordinarily cheap compared to other places. At 5 hours 2 minutes and 2 seconds, Ning Feng, dressed in casual clothes, arrived in front of the door of the Caston bar right on time. Glancing at the somewhat dated sign, he didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. Jazz music that wasn't too loud came to your ears, paired with lighting that wasn't blinding but wasn't dim either in the bar, and it quieted the mind. Looking around, the entire bar is divided into 2 floors. At the moment in the first floor, all the guests together, but only 20 up and down. The bartender behind the bar boredly wiped glasses and looked happy to be at ease. Mostly normal people, a few shifters, and only just Delta level. Ning Feng inspected his surroundings and memorized everyone in his mind before heading towards the bar on the inside. At 5 hours 4 minutes and 12 seconds in the evening, Nimbus winds up with both hands on the bar and snaps at the bartender. A whiskey on the rocks. The bartender, who had a short beard, suspiciously looked at Ning Feng, and the other party, dressed in casual clothes, looked like a college student who hadn't been in the world for a long time. Here, a glass of whiskey was pushed in front of Ning Feng, the ice cubes shaking vaguely inside. Ning Feng smiled faintly as he sat down at the bar and gently took a sip before fixing his gaze on the TV screen hanging overhead to his left. After about half a minute, the picture on the TV screen changes and the commercial insertion ends. A local news program in Dragon City began to report on Luo Ling's death in front of the Luo Group's headquarters. Yesterday at noon, Luo Ling, a beta-level alien under the Luo Group, died in front of the Luo Group's headquarters building due to unknown reasons. According to eyewitnesses, before Luo Ling died, he had been driven out as a beggar by the group's first floor guards, and at present, for this incident, the Luo Group side did not give a clear response. Ning Feng took another sip of whiskey, and his camouflaged pitch-black pupils gazed at the television screen, revealing a sense of fulfillment after his creation, like examining a masterpiece work of art. Bell. The doorbell on the first floor of the bar rang, and light footsteps, accompanied by a woman's small humming voice, came from behind Ning Feng. The usual, a gin and tonic with extra ice. A nice aroma. Ghostly at his side, a figure stopped at the bar and familiarly ordered a cocktail. The other man's voice was recognizable, with a strange softness inside and out. Ning Feng slowly put down the wineglass in his hand, raised his head, and looked sideways. The woman in front of me had big black waves down to her waist, narrow-rimmed glasses, and pearl studs. The skin is white to the point of glowing, and the red lips have a natural lip color that is very seductive. She was wearing a light and sophisticated red floral dress that outlined her figure and was incredibly seductive in a deep V system. Bare feet, in little black heels, from head to toe, exuding an imperial charm that commands attention. From the moment he entered the bar, he attracted the attention of everyone present, men and women alike. Okay, 1 minute. The bartender at the bar, recognizing this frequent acquaintance, put down the work in his hand and turned his head to mix the drinks, and as opposed to the others' demented gazes, under Ning Feng's eyes, he was filled with vigilance, the lust of the 7 deadly sins, Xia Jinju. That phrase describing her came up more than once among the accidental projections. Temperamental, insane, and extremely dangerous. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Scented Breeze, Cold Touch. Chapter 68, Scented Breeze, Cold Touch. An intoxicating aroma lingered on Xia Jinju's body. Even Ning Feng was almost intoxicated. Yo, little brother, what are you looking at here all by yourself? Receiving the cup of gin and tonic from the bartender at the bar, Xia Jinju used her extremely slender fingers and ran them through the hair in front of her forehead, her beautiful eyes probing sideways to see Ning Feng with a serious expression on his face. Following Ning Feng's line of sight, Xia Jinju looked up at the television screen hanging above the bar, which was still broadcasting reports about Luo Ling's death. It's just a dead scapegoat. Xia Jinju drank half a cup of gin and tonic mixer in one gulp, the liquor leaving dots of crystals along the corners of her mouth, which was particularly tantalizing. After wiping it off briefly with a tissue, She once again looked at Ningfeng with interest. What? You know this Luo Ling? In my opinion, 9 times out of 10, it was someone who had a personal grudge against him who did it, and I heard that when he died, all of his psychic abilities were drained from his body. I don't know what kind of anger those old guys at the top of the Luo group have to be angry about, when the things that took so much effort to get their hands on were so easily lost. Xia Jinju didn't shy away from speaking in the slightest, as if talking about extraordinarily unusual family matters. It's tragic to say the least. This Luo Ling is still trying to fight for the qualification of successor, right? He's really treating the abilities hosted on him as personal belongings. And while her light tone fell on Ningfeng's ears, it exploded like a thunderclap. To seize the collapse psychic ability, Luo Ling was not the mastermind back then? He's just a vessel to temporarily store the psychic ability? For a while, Ningfeng's mind turned upside down, and for a long time, he had regarded Luo Ling as his greatest enemy. Years of hard work, in order to one day be able to take revenge. But Xia Jinju's words were tantamount to telling him that the real culprit behind that year's tragedy was someone else. That's right, back when the incident happened, Luo Ling was still a criticized waste of the Luo group. How could he have that much energy to buy the media and cover up the truth? Only the top brass of the Luo group can do this. Ningfeng, who had been paralyzed by hatred, came to a sudden realization at this moment, but what followed was a tightening of his heart. What does Xie Jinju mean by saying this to my face? He raised his head, his expression unchanged on the surface, but deep in the bottom of his eyes, he had already been deeply wary. Accident, harnessing ice, 2 supernormal abilities, brewing at the same time. Once the Xie Jinju in front of him makes a move, he can all instantly counterattack. I don't think I've seen much of you in Costini, little brother? New guest? Reciting half a day to himself, Xie Jinju's face hung a smile from the beginning to the end. Red lips because of drinking wine, at the moment exudes up and down the watery luster. Her eyes curved in a smile, like a pool of autumn water. With one hand on the bar, he turned sideways to look at Ningfeng and, what's the point of drinking booze here? Is this Luo Ling's news that good? Come, accompany sister to talk. It's more interesting. Or is it? Before Xie Jinju finished his words, he took the last 2 sips of the mixer from the wine glass in his hand and drank it all down. Leaning forward, he placed his hand against Ningfeng's neck and slowly slid down from top to bottom. The cold touch touched Ningfeng's nerves. The Xie Jinju in front of her, with her big grin, was the opposite of the usual cold and silent image of the 7 sins. Or is it? Xie Jinju's finger stopped at Ningfeng's chest, and then, her entire body rose from the bar stool, and she pushed herself forward, coming up to Ningfeng. His head bent down slightly, his red lips closing in on Ningfeng's ear. Phew! Xie Jinju blew out a light breath of, or do you, little brother, have a great connection with Luo Ling's death? For a moment, her tone was seductive and faintly threatening. As his body came closer, the aroma from Xie Jinju's body became even more intense. But Ningfeng was completely unconcerned at this point, his eyes narrowing slightly as he remained silent for a moment, not responding to Xie Jinju's words. Instead, he turned around and raised his head slightly, meeting the other party's 4 eyes. The distance between their heads was only a fist's worth. In the midst of this ambiguous distance, Ningfeng revealed a harmless smile that came from a human animal, blocked his hand to his mouth, and said in a voice that only the two could hear, who would have thought that Dragon City's most mysterious lust of the 7 sins would be a woman who comes to the bar every day? Sure enough, none of the rumors can be trusted, Ningfeng said, similarly getting up from his seat at the bar. With a small half glass of the whiskey he had ordered left, both sides tried each other, point blank. Afterwards, Ningfeng stopped talking and swept past Xie Jinju's side, heading towards the door of the Castan bar. Bell. The doorbell rang, and Ningfeng stood at the doorway, not immediately leaving, but turning around and gazing meaningfully toward where Xie Jinju was. Said something like, this tavern isn't bad, I'll come back more often and I'll see you again. The words fell and the figure disappeared. Xie Jinju was left alone, standing at the bar with a seductive smile still on her face. Tap. The crunching sound of high heels on the floor came out, and Xie Jinju turned back, glancing at the glass of whiskey that Ningfeng had left on the bar. To the astonished gaze of the bartender behind the bar, he picked up the glass and shook it slightly in front of him. The glass in his hand, and the glasses on his face, reflect each other. The smile on Xie Jinju's face was gone, replaced by a coldness that made the living unapproachable. Looks like there's going to be a good show soon. But before that, Xie Jinju put down the glass in her hand and calmly looked at the bartender behind the bar. The two stared at each other, for 2 short seconds, without half a word. The bartender frowned before nodding heavily. Putting down his hands, he shuffled his hands and let his co-worker on the other side of the room take over. And then, following the direction Ningfeng had left, he similarly left the bar. Old men wither. New men emerge. Dragon City is paralyzed and will eventually be caught in the storm. Xia Jinju let out a light laugh and spoke to the bartender who took over. Another gin and tonic. More ice. Though this contact, I had long been familiar with the whole process among the accidental projections beforehand. But it's still not a surprise when you're actually face to face. Xia Jinju is definitely the most impenetrable of all the exalts I've seen so far. But it is also able to determine one thing. The relationship between her and the Seven Sins, and the Luo clan group, is by no means simple, and is even, most likely, in opposing camps. I'm going to capitalize on that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After leaving the Castan bar, Ningfeng made his way down the street sidewalk. Then, as he immediately left the walkway where Castan was, he turned around, and walked into an alleyway cul-de-sac on his left. A few crows were resting on the wall at the end of the alleyway, and they were not perturbed by Ningfeng's arrival. Standing within the hutong, Ningfeng unzipped the zipper of his top leisure suit. With his back to the rear exit, he tapped his 5 fingers in front of his body. It's been a while since I followed you, so you can come out. You have to show up sometime, don't you? Get a grip. After all, I'm busy. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Cramped Alleyway. I'll go back for you. Chapter 69, Cramped Alleyway. I'll go back for you. I'm busy. Ningfeng slowly turned around, his eyes gazing at the exit of the alleyway. A figure finally revealed itself on the side of the corner. It was the bartender who had been mixing drinks for Ningfeng and Xiejinju in the bar just now. Your wines are great. Good value for money. Ningfeng smiled faintly, and all over his body, he didn't reveal the slightest hint of vigilance. All of this had long been predicted ahead of time in accidental calculations. Xiejinju had a bad habit of being moody and temperamental, so she tended to go down on people she was interested in and try them out. Without the strength to top her temptations, this person would also be crossed off the interested list. Like Ningfeng, she had a style of acting that favored plotting in the shadows. Using someone to test the waters could be used to extrapolate the clues as much as possible based on Ningfeng's reactions to find the other party's true identity. She didn't like to respond to anyone in a state of complete unknown, but who would have thought that the entire Castini, ostensibly a bar, was actually someone's private sanctuary? Ningfeng bowed his head slightly and smiled wryly. Before the words fell, an extremely heavy sound of treading on the ground could be heard coming from the front. The muscles under the bartender's shirt instantly bulged, and the floor of the alleyway, where his feet were treading, crumbled and dented inch by inch. The dust and smoke spread and fought to leap up. There was no extra path, just a frontal punch attack, purely body-enhanced beta-level alien, beta inferior. Surprisingly, all can only be reduced to a fighter under that woman's command. Interesting, the bartender hadn't uttered a single word since the beginning, and his entire body came at him in the air, like a falcon pouncing on a cunning rabbit. But Ningfeng stood his ground, not dodging or avoiding. In the split second before the opponent's fist made contact with his own, his body adjusted and leaned back to the right side, at the same time going with the flow. His right hand gently pushed at the bartender's back. By his power, he returns the favor. Knock! A heavy punch that crossed Ningfeng and smashed into the ground at the end of the alleyway. A huge deep pit accompanied by a strong tremor. It made the pedestrians coming and going on the pedestrian street outside stop and be amazed. I didn't want to do it, but letting you make too much noise won't end well. Ningfeng turned around, and he gazed down from above, his eyes flat, but with a chilling contempt that came from the intense confidence brought about by absolute strength. A kind of heartfelt contempt for the enemy. Look at the trash. The bartender straightened up and faced Ningfeng, frowning as the other party's gaze made him uncomfortable. Come. Ningfeng spread out both of his hands, the corners of his mouth curving up. In an instant, both sides stepped downward with equal force, storming up at the same time. Boom! A dull, heavy thud came between the two men. Almost in the blink of an eye, the bartender's figure, like a shrimp, bowed and flew out backwards. But in the instant before he was about to smash into the wall at the end of the alley, he was yanked by Ningfeng, who suddenly came out. The camouflaged mechanical arm, with a death grip on the bartender's shoulder, very easily diffused the inertia of the other party's backwards flight. Ningfeng shifted his gaze downward, only to see a fist-sized depression in the bartender's chest. I'll collect my strength, go back to your master, and then go to the hospital before it's too late. Tell her not to let anyone find me. I'll find her myself. Then, lightly, he let go. With a thud, the disheveled figure of the bartender collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Wanting to struggle to get up and continue to block Ningfeng, he was simply unable to do so, only to gaze at the other man, re-zip his top and shake the dust off his body. In the exit of the hutong, hidden in the blink of an eye, the crowd departed. It's all right, isn't it? Isn't that the bartender from Castini? What's going on here? A conflict with someone? About half a minute after Ning Feng left, a few passers-by who heard the commotion followed the sound to where the hutong was, seeing several deep craters in the ground and the bartender sitting paralyzed at the end. "Do I need to call the police for you?" Facing the assistance of passers-by, the bartender got himself up from the floor, stumbled and groped for the wall, and walked away a little. It was night. Inside the Costini bar, the early closing sign, hanging outside the bar's door, made many regulars who had thought of coming in for a few drinks shake their heads in pity. For down the card table, there were still piles of food and drink trash that hadn't been cleaned up. A couple of waiters were methodically starting to clean up. On the second floor of the bar, in one of the windowless booths, the bartender who had fought with Ning Feng had a lot of bandages wrapped around his body, and was currently kneeling on the ground. His head hung low and he didn't say a word, a foot in high heels, stepping on his back, a lazy voice that, "So you didn't even test the other side's powers. He only made one move, and even you, who can be compared to beta medium in terms of physical strength alone, lost your ability to resist? Interesting, so interesting." Xia Jinju leaned on the leather sofa behind her, her shell teeth were white, her red lips slightly opened, and she smiled with a twiggy smile that was somewhat insanely beautiful. "By the way, you said that little brother gave me a message back?" Xia Jinju straightened up and moved her foot that was on the bartender's back. The latter dropped to his knees, looked up nervously, and reported truthfully. Xia Jinju listened, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, narrow-rimmed glasses, reflecting the light overhead. Don't need me to go to him, he'll come to me on his own? It seems I've met a wise man I don't see very often. However, these days Luo's group, to let the Seven Sins lead a carpet search of Dragon City. This little brother, don't show the traces to be caught. Wouldn't that be less fun? So, are you thinking that that guy is the one who killed Luo Ling and snatched, Crash? The bartender spoke cautiously. Then, did he come to the bar today with a plan? Was bumping into you also a pre-designed trick? Xia Jinju's face turned cold as she sniffed, glancing condescendingly at the bartender with the slightest hint of killing intent. The latter was instantly terrified, lowering his head and hastily explaining, "It's me being talkative. It's me being talkative. No one has any evidence to determine if he's Luo Ling's killer. There's no way to inquire whether what happened today was coincidence or design." Xia Jinju's feet in high heels once again stepped behind the bartender and the tone was light. "But you're right about one thing. This little brother, to me, but there is something to be desired. Something to be desired." At that, she arched an eyebrow and let out a light laugh. "I just don't know what he's charting." Xia Jinju's jade finger was pressed against her red lips, and the curvature of her mouth was extremely nice. "Old Meng, you take Xiao Yu and move underground first. What's wrong? You're so serious as soon as you return." Inside the factory, facing the hastily returning Ning Feng, Old Meng put down the mechanical parts in his hands, took off his gloves, and greeted him. "Luo's group is going to do a big search of Dragon City in the next 2 days in order to find the murderer who killed Luo Ling. Although this place is on the outskirts of the city, it's still hard to avoid being suspected. Just play it safe." Ning Feng removed the camouflage from his face, revealing his true colors. His leisure suit jacket was casually tossed aside, and the skin camouflage on his mechanical arm was ripped off. "A Luo Ling, just a Luo clan branch origin. Is there a need to make such a big deal out of it?" Old Meng couldn't help but look puzzled when he heard Ning Feng's words. Luo Ling is naturally not worth it. Under Ning Feng's scarlet eyes, icy killing intent bloomed. What they're after is Xiao Yu's Crash ability. That incident back then was far from what we thought it was. End of chapter. Chapter 70, 2 Necessary Conditions. The New 7 Deadly Sins. Chapter 70, 2 Necessary Conditions. The New 7 Deadly Sins. If so, when he heard Ning Feng's words, Old Meng's entire body also lowered its head and pondered for a long time. He then looked distantly at Ningyu, who was slumbering in a nutritional pod, on the inner side of the factory. The words were sentimental. "Judging from the current situation, the mastermind of the Luo group's attack on your sister back then was not only from the top, but this matter, I deduced that at least 90% of it, was related to the Divine Revelation Organization. Alpha-level psychic abilities are rare, true, but when placed in the context of the world, they are not too uncommon." Old Meng frowned, unable to think of a specific reason, and shook his head. "As far as I know, within the Divine Enlightenment Organization, there are a few alpha-level existences. If that's the case, why would they value the ability, collapse, so much, and to cooperate with the Luo group to act together?" Old Meng rested his hand in front of him, looked over his other shoulder, and let out a long breath. "I always feel that there is some big conspiracy brewing, and if the other party wants to seize the collapse again, they will inevitably take away as much as they can, along with the remaining part of your sister's body. Then when the time comes, she won't even be guaranteed a state of slumbering unconsciousness, only death. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical friction came from Ningfang's closed palm. 5 fingers closed into a fist, and a regal red light flashed in his eyes. Word for word, this time, I won't let anyone take advantage of it. The real culprit behind causing Xiaoyu's current downfall, no matter who it is, I will make him regret being a human being. After a short period of silence, Ningfeng raised his head, his gaze fixed. Old Meng, right now, Luo clan is going to send the 7 sins to search the whole city. It's a great time for us to act. Infiltrate the 15th floor lab of the Luo group's headquarters and get the alien active potion number 1 without delay. Old Meng sniffed and nodded heavily, and without hesitating anything further, he turned around and walked over to a writing board covered by a tarpaulin, and lifted it with a big hand, revealing the scene on the writing board. An extraordinarily detailed diagram of the building's construction came into view. Looking closely, what was drawn on it was precisely the Luo Group headquarters building, the overall plan structure schematic of the 15-story laboratory. The two of them, Ningfeng and Song Xianyu, gathered around and scrutinized the drawings on the writing board. Within the Luo Group headquarters building, only one floor is the most special existence, the 15th floor where the research labs are located, a place that even the 7 deadly sins can't come and go as they please. There are 2 main issues at the moment. Old Meng deliberately emphasized and pointed to a spot on the writing board. First, from the 15th floor corridor, a dual fingerprint and numeric code is required to gain access to the lab hidden behind the secret door. Secondly, after entering the dark door, all the rooms in the lab require special access cards to pass through. Reaching these 2 conditions is necessary preparation for you to enter the lab and begin operations. After saying that, Old Meng raised his head and looked at Ningfeng, who was concentrating on analyzing the structure diagram in front of him. The first condition is simple. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. I'll find a way to get the fingerprints. And for the numerical code, just use my psychic ability to deduce it. But the second condition. His mechanical right hand rested against his chin as he pondered a response to the lab's access card. Only those researchers in the lab have it, and everyone's access card is bound to their own biological information. Even if I get my hands on it, I can't use it. In that case, there's only one way to get through the lab unimpeded. Song Xianyu, who was on the side, bit her lip lightly, and then exchanged glances with Ningfeng. The 2 men spoke in unison. We need someone on the inside. The matter of the insider needs to be considered in the long run. Ningfeng, if, as you say, the Luo group sends the 7 sins out to search inside and outside of Dragon City, the investigative team's personnel will inevitably go out with them. Old Meng knocked on the writing board to attract Ningfeng and Song Xianyu's attention, but according to the Luo group's habit, both the 7 sins and the investigation team will not come out in full force, and will leave some of their people behind to guard the group. Your current status, as a member of the Roche group's investigation team, must find a way to be one of the people who stays with the Roche group if the outgoing search begins. Ningfeng nodded. I understand. If you're assigned to a team that's out searching, it's nearly impossible to return to Luo's group for infiltration, and you have to be especially careful with one of the 7 sins, Old Meng said while picking up a printed photo from a side table, attached it to a writing pad with a magnetic clasp. When Song Xianyu looked suspiciously, he saw the face on the photo, a girl wearing thick glasses, braces, and bangs, dressed as a student. This guy is the 7 sins of idleness, sloth, Zhou. Ningfeng responded to Song Xianyu's doubts. As for her psychic abilities, beta medium, coin toss, flip a coin, Song Xianyu's icy blue eyes revealed disbelief. It was the first time she had heard such a strange name for an ability. To be precise, it is by tossing a coin and judging whether a certain action, question, or guess is correct or successful within the next certain time frame based on the heads and tails of the coin when it lands. Derived uses are not limited to divination of fortune, lie detection, and mind reading. Then wouldn't there be no privacy to speak of in front of her? Song Xianyu looked at the girl in the photo, her eyes changing and filled with caution. And being able to avoid future risks through prior judgment. How does it feel? Song Xianyu's beautiful eyes knitted slightly as she turned her head, looking towards Ningfeng. How does it feel that this lazy ability is very similar to yours in precognition and projection? Hearing Song Xianyu's words, on Ningfeng's face, a confident smile appeared. Like, not like. His answers were cloudy and inscrutable. And the results that this lazy extrapolates with coins can be artificially interfered with and influenced. And what she extrapolates is only the result, not the absolute, correct result. Ningfeng sold the idea that for this lazy, he had investigated long ago, and that the other party's abilities, such as mind-reading lie detectors, could be circumvented by some means, as if someone could dodge a polygraph test. As for Ningfeng's own accidental projections, All of the information projected was true. Objective facts, not subjective judgments. It's a world of difference between the two abilities. Rounding the bend again. Song Xianyu skimmed her lips when she heard the other party's answer. This, lazy, doesn't pose a threat at the moment. And according to my projections, she'll follow the team that's out searching and leave the Luo group. So there's no need to think about it for the time being. The first order of business is where to find an insider who won't betray us. Under Ning Feng's eyes, a cold aura flickered. End of chapter. Chapter 71, I can save her. Coin flip schoolgirl. Chapter 71, I can save her. Coin flip schoolgirl. The night scenery of Dragon City is beautiful. The lights are glazed, reflecting on the streets and alleys, and the river that runs through the city, curved and surging, is held above by a bridge, sparkling. The dense lighting made it difficult to see the thousands of stars in the night sky. The knife-like moon, hidden in the clouds as if peering at something. Luo Group Headquarters Building, 15th floor, laboratory behind the dark door. Giant petri dishes are everywhere, with all sorts of biological specimens soaked in preservative liquids. Throughout the laboratory, the road is complex and vertical, almost no walls. As far as the eye can see, the partition walls are replaced by huge floor-to-ceiling glass, resulting in the entire laboratory at a glance. Extraordinarily dazzling, like a crystal palace. Countless rooms that were divided into small areas were separated by a straight corridor on the left and right sides, and at the end of the corridor was a room displaying all kinds of astronomically costly electronic instruments. In the dim light, a man's angry roar came faintly from the room. No, neither is this one. Neither. Which medicine, exactly, is going to be right? 2 whole years of testing, tens of thousands of trials, and not a single success rate of more than 70%. Is it really hopeless? About half an hour later, leaving so late, Dr. Lu, in front of the door of the Luo Group's headquarters building, the entrance guard on night duty smiled and greeted an oncoming figure. Busy a bit late. The Dr. Lu and the guard's mouth looked tired. His body was thin. His cheeks were sunken, extremely thick dark circles under his eyes, and a pale face, making the whole person look as if he was withered. I'll go home first. You work hard. Dr. Lu was wearing a white lab coat reserved for lab researchers, and his name at the nameplate on his chest, Lu Yi. Alas, it is also a bitter man, and he is on the wrong side of a wife who has a strange disease. The defense gazed at Lu Yi's departing back and shook his head helplessly. There were very few vehicles on the road in Dragon City this evening. So much so that passing cars are traveling much faster than usual. Brush, brush. A loud clatter of vehicles speeding through the roadway came intermittently. Feeling the icy cold night wind that greeted his face, Lu Ye's entire body was incomparably disheveled as he walked on the sidewalk. The stores on the side of the road were all closed, and the streetlights flickered on and off. Walking out about a block away, Lu Ye's figure was hidden into an alleyway. On the right side of the alleyway was a residential building that looked a bit old, totaling only 6 floors. It sat alone in the busiest section of Dragon City, which had not been demolished due to a number of reasons, with the surrounding extraordinarily new high-rise buildings, a stark contrast, dappled exterior walls with dense wires above. Many homes have rentals and sales posted outside the windows with contact numbers. At the moment, it was already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and in the whole building, none of the lights were on. Tap tap tap. Lu Ye's footsteps were a bit heavy, echoing within the cracked concrete hallway. All the way up the stairs and onto the top floor, the still bright building sensor lights came on in layers, shining above his head, shadows lengthening on the floor. Click. Took out the key. Lu Yi opened the top floor on the left side of the residential door. The door on the discoloration of the couplets. It looks like there have been some years have not been replaced, surrounded by a variety of densely pasted through the small adze of the water. Bang. With a muffled thud, the door closed. Lu Yi casually took off his shoes and walked into the house without turning on the lights. Without lingering a second longer, he went straight to the master bedroom in the inner room. Snapping it on, he turned on the lamp above the bed in the master bedroom, then sat on his knees on the edge of the bed. The tired look on his face was replaced by heartache and love. Following his gaze, a woman's figure quietly emerged from the 2-meter-wide double bed. Looking no more than about 30 years old, his hair was already white in large swaths, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was calm. Covered with a quilt, with a needle buried in his left hand, the nutrient solution hanging over the bed was slowly being fed into the woman's body. Wife. Wait a little longer, I'm almost there. Lu Ye's eyes reddened a bit, and he muttered to himself and opened his mouth, his voice with a hint of a crying tone. It's been 2 years. You say, why do you sleep for so long? Over the past 2 years, I've privately utilized the instruments in my lab and searched for almost every potion I could find, but none of them worked, none of them. Each one of these won't cure what ails you. Tears crossed Luya's face. This tough man, at this moment, unloaded all his defenses. You say. If I am also an ordinary person, how good? If I also do not have this crap alien ability, we are like other people, be an ordinary couple, how good? Luya's lips trembled, and he reached out to hold the hand of the woman on the bed, which was a little chilly. The light from the table lamp, reflecting on the two men, looked especially bleak from a distance. Your wife, there is salvation. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the bedroom. Lu Yi, who was still grieving in the last second, instantly got up, turned his head violently, and all over his body, dazzling arcs of electricity erupted. It crackled and exploded around the room. Who? Get out here! At this moment, he looked terrified and incomparably uneasy. Lu Yi swore that the doors and windows of his house didn't have any traces of being pried open, and when he came back just now, he didn't notice anyone else in the house. Not to mention, the other guy approached the bedroom without a single rattle in the process. Unprecedented vigilance climbed in his heart, and almost instantly, Lu Yi unleashed his supernatural abilities, always ready to fight the enemy in the shadows. A Gamma level, electricity storage, Exalt can obviously easily mix a management status in the Luo group. Instead, you volunteered to be transferred to the lab, and that was for 2 or 3 years. In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. Black hooded trench coat, black skull mask, nimbus wind. Zira. The moment Ningfeng revealed himself, Luya's entire body stormed up, ready to pounce. But the next. Phew. Icy cold airwaves were whistling in his ears, and in the twinkling of an eye, Lu Yi felt that his limbs were stiff and unable to move, and his entire body froze in place. He looked down, only to see that at some point, a layer of frost condensed on his hands and feet, freezing his joints solid. Don't struggle, I mean you no harm. Ningfeng's footsteps were slow as he gradually walked towards Lu Yi. The latter didn't even bother to listen, desperately maneuvering the arcs of electricity in an attempt to break through the frost. I told you, I mean you no harm. Ningfeng's hand rested on Lu Yi's shoulder, frost spreading under his hand, freezing the other party's neck firmly as well, causing him to be forced to face himself. Who the hell are you? I don't remember when I offended you. Lu Yi's eyes widened as he roared in a low voice. It doesn't matter who I am, and besides, as I said, I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. Help me? Lu Yi glanced down with his eyes, signaling his frozen body. You think I'll believe you? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, what matters is that I can save her. Ningfeng crossed over to Lu Yi's side and stood still at the edge of the bed, gazing at the unconscious woman on the bed. What are you going to do? Come at me if you have something to do. She's just a patient. Noticing the other party's movements, Lu Yi instantly panicked. However, Ningfeng's next words caused him to instantly freeze. Alien erosion disease. It's a condition that occurs in a very small number of ordinary people. The main reason is that when ordinary people live with an alien for a long period of time, their brain nerves are affected by the magnetic field of the other party's alien energy, and they suddenly enter a kind of coma. Currently on the market, there are no targeted treatments. Once you have an attack, you can only lie in bed and wait to die. But I can get you to save her. End of chapter. Chapter 72, A Life for a Life, A Different Path of Sadness. Chapter 72, A Life for a Life, A Different Path of Sadness. More accurately, only I can save your wife. Ningfeng's voice did the trick, his tone was calm, yet strongly convincing. Lu Yi, who had been struggling continuously just now, instantly froze at this moment, staring wide-eyed, and after a moment of reprieve, his face sank in obedience, questioning. Just you? The alien erosion disease is an incurable disease globally, even the Luo group has bet billions of dollars on it, and the result is nothing. How do you expect me to believe that a stranger who suddenly appeared in my home would have a cure? In the face of Lu Yi's words, Ningfeng didn't rush to reply, but instead, from the pocket of his trench coat, he took out a tube of transparent potion. About 2 milliliters or so. Subsequently, in an orientation Lu Yi couldn't notice, he injected the potion into the nutrient fluid of the woman on the bed. What are you doing? What are you doing? Noticing that Ningfeng had made a move, Lu Yi was a bit flustered. But the frost binding all over his body prevented him from moving, but the next second. Kala. Wow. The frost that had condensed on Lu Yi's body unexpectedly shed itself as much as it could, turning into a cool air within the bedroom that disappeared without a trace. Stop. Lu Yi went crazy, his body crackling with piercing currents as his entire body pounced on Ningfeng. At the moment, Ningfeng had his back to the other party, and didn't even turn his head, only slowly extending his left hand backwards. In the next instant, Luya's entire person, in a bizarre state, had his head clamped in a death grip by Ningfeng. It was as if he had greeted Ningfeng's hand and sent it up of his own accord. Under the unfolding of his accidental abnormal ability, Ningfeng had long ago predicted Luya's path of attack in advance. The moment the two sides came into contact, the electric current recklessly followed the arm and spread inside Ningfeng's body. You asked for this. The strength of the electric current that has built up in my body over this period of time would instantly paralyze my entire body even if I were a beta-medium body strengthening alien. Lu Yi had his head clamped down, but a winning smile spread across his face. Electricity erupted from his body, attacking the Ningfeng in front of him as if he didn't want to die. But he's fine facing any other alien, but he's facing a madman who treats high-voltage electrocution like a family affair, day after day, year after year. The next scene caused Luya's expression to drift and his jaw to drop. Phew! Made me a little sleepy. Ningfeng slowly got up and twisted his head around, a scarlet halo dancing under his eyes, and his face, under the mask, grinning maliciously. This amount of current strength doesn't even qualify as an alarm clock to wake me up. You! Luya's eyes were horrified beyond words as he desperately struggled up, but what responded to him was the huge force coming from the hand on top of his head. Ah! A wail of pain emanated from Luya's mouth. But then, his entire body was thrown to the ground by Ningfeng. Puff! Lu Yi had a splitting headache, easing half a day, which struggled to climb up, his body was still vaguely trembling. You! What the hell are you doing? I said that only I can save your wife. Ningfeng spoke in a flat tone, his gaze falling on the woman in the hospital bed. Lu Yi, on the other hand, also followed the other party's line of sight. Instantly, the pupils plummeted. Only to see, has been in the hospital bed in a deep sleep for 2 years his long, motionless wife, at this moment, unexpectedly opened his eyes. The eyes were a little dazed, as if they were searching for something. Where am I? The body. Hurts. The woman's slightly hoarse murmur made Lu Yi, who was standing on the sidelines, tremble incredulously. He staggered, having trouble believing the scene he was seeing. Wake up! Wake up! Lu Yi stumbled and fell directly to his knees beside the bed, stroking his hand toward his wife's face. Brother Yi? What's wrong with you? The woman sensed someone coming around her, and turned her head sideways with difficulty and... What's wrong with me? I remember I was at home cooking and waiting for you and I felt the sky spinning. You're fine, fine, we're fine. Lu Yi's eyes became red at this moment, tears could no longer be controlled and came out of his eyes. Yep, how long did I sleep? My head hurts. Why are you so thin? Your face looks so bad. Working overtime again you. His wife's voice, broken, came from her cold hand, trying to wipe the tears from Lu Yi's face. But before his hand could reach Lu Yi, it suddenly hung down powerlessly. Brother Yip. I'm so dizzy. The woman's voice weakened, and her entire body's eyes closed uncontrollably, her eyelids fluttering gently twice before she drifted off to sleep once more. Wife! Wife! Lu Yi froze all of a sudden, his eyes were horrified, and he kept calling out to his wife on the bed, but no matter how hard he called out, the other party didn't make any movement. What did you do to her? In the next instant, Lu Yi violently turned around, not caring in the slightest that he was no match for Ningfeng, and was about to go up and fight. But what you get in return is frozen limbs once again. To prove to you, of course, that I'm capable of saving her. Ningfeng shook the transparent potion in his hand, only the empty bottle remaining at the moment. Give it to me. Give it to me. What do you want me to do for you? Say. Anything I can do, anything I can help you with. Lu Yi's eyes were covered in blood, and his pale face was now permeated with determination. His eyes, on the other hand, were focused dead center on the empty potion bottle in Ningfeng's hand. He knew that the Ningfeng in front of him, pulling out the thing that was the most deadly attraction to him, would not be a great kindness, and must have something to ask for. Talking to smart people just saves you some effort. Phew! With a wave of his hand, Ningfeng dispersed the frost that had frozen Lu Yi's body. The other party finally calmed down even after they were free of their restraints. Standing in place, he remained deadpan staring at the empty potion bottle in Ningfeng's hand. What exactly are you going to make me do for you? Lu Yi forced down the excitement in his heart and turned his gaze towards Ningfeng in front of him, opening his mouth vigilantly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if I help you against anyone. I'm just a gamma-level shifter, buried in a lab for years, and my powers, now, are incredibly debilitating. Lu Yi had not finished his words. He was then interrupted by Ningfeng raising his hand. There's no need for that, you can't even cope with me, and I don't expect you to cope with anyone else. Lu Yi. I just need you to take me in somewhere. What place? Luo Group Headquarters Building, 15th floor, the lab behind the dark door. Ningfeng's voice, incomparably calm. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and slightly disoriented. The 15th floor is ostensibly a machine room, the actual secret laboratory. This matter, only the Luo Group's top management is qualified to know. How did you? Shoo. Ningfeng spoke out, interrupting Lu Yi, his mechanical finger in front of him signaling for silence. You don't need to ask what you don't need to know. The lab's access card is tied to personal biometric information, and I wouldn't be looking for you if it weren't. All you have to do is bring me in without incident. When it's done, I'll give you enough potions to completely cure your wife's illness. End of chapter. Chapter 73, Steel-Tooth Girl, Oil-Headed Man, Goatee. Chapter 73, Steel-Tooth Girl, Oil-Headed Man, Goatee. Hearing Ningfeng's words, Lu Yi turned back to look at his sleeping wife on the bed and remained silent for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. Don't try to study the residual drug in your wife's system in the vain hope of synthesizing it yourself. I know what you're going to do, and I might as well tell you that even if you find out what the potion is, there's simply no one in the world who knows how to synthesize it except me. Even if you waited until you experimented with synthesizing it, your wife, long ago, would have died from alien erosion. Ningfeng's voice came out lightly, and Lu Yi's pupils shrank as the faint panic of having his mind guessed rose in his heart. He frowned and stared tightly at Ningfeng. The other party's every move was dripping with water, and he couldn't find half a chance to struggle in front of the other party. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and asked seriously. How am I going to trust you? You can only trust me now. Ningfeng smiled. Lu Yi lowered his head, analyzing the pros and cons, before looking at Ningfeng once more, his eyes narrowing. I can only take you into the lab, but it's up to you how to get past the security gates outside the Roche Group's gates. Or there is another possibility. You were originally from within the Luo Group? A thought suddenly surfaced in Lu Yi's mind as he looked towards Ningfeng, the other party's eyes unreadable under his pitch-black skeleton mask. The entire person seemed to be one with the darkness, surrounded by an incomparably terrifying aura. That's right. Ningfeng replied bluntly. Aren't you afraid that I'll rat and tell? Lu Yi clenched his fists and imperceptibly took half a step back, ready to flee with his wife. You won't. Your love for your wife far outweighs your loyalty to the law group. You're on the same rope if you help me, and... Do you think I'm the kind of person who lets potential threats go unchecked? Ningfeng stepped forward, stepping on the floor with a dull sound. What do you mean? Lu Yi stepped back once again and had already retreated to the edge of the bed. A life for a life. You die, she lives. Under the hood of the black trench coat, the eyes under the skull mask completely transformed into two flames of scarlet. When I am done, I will let you witness your wife's healing. But to prevent you from snitching, or being interrogated by the Roche Group having to tell, so you have to die. It's you who lives, or her. Or all die now. Choose one. The 5 fingers tapped continuously behind his back, and a bone-chilling chill coalesced around Ningfeng's body. Throughout the room, a sheet of frost spread out from the corners. The bone-piercing coldness, and the oncoming majestic killing opportunity, instantly enveloped Lu Yi all over, and his body, as a result, couldn't help but tremble. A life for a life. The only way to save his wife's life and keep it a secret is to end up dead himself. And if they didn't agree to Ningfeng, again for the sake of secrecy, right now, Lu Yi and his wife would be dead within the bedroom. Leaving him with a choice, there was really only one. Cold sweat had long soaked through his clothes. He forced down the fear in his heart, without the slightest hesitation. Straight to Ningfeng. Save her, I choose to save her. As long as you can save my wife, I'll take this life. As you please. Phew. Inside the closed bedroom, the window was pushed open by a strong gust of wind. The cold inside the house also receded like a tidal wave. Ningfeng didn't say much and turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the lab behind the dark door on the 15th floor in 2 days at 6 p.m. sharp. Don't be late. The sound of muffled footsteps, accompanied by the slamming of the door, disappeared completely. Lu Yi panicked and chased out to check, but saw that the building was empty, and Ning Feng's figure, moreover, disappeared somewhere. He arrived like a ghost and left like a ghost. After settling Lu Yi's matter, he had other work to arrange. Tonight, it was destined to be a difficult night. These few days in Dragon City were really a bit less peaceful. A long line of convoys of black vehicles can be seen on the streets from morning to night, traveling through the streets within the city. Every now and then the convoy would stop, and dozens of heavily armed aliens would swarm into a place to search it in a brainstorm. No one knew who they were looking for and no one dared to stop them. Simply because these aliens came from the Luo group. Steel-toothed girl, do you think there's really someone we're looking for in here? In the western part of Dragon City, in front of a relocation building, the greasy-headed man wearing a sweatshirt with his arm muscles showing through opened his mouth with a teasing smile. Why do I get the feeling that it's less like you're leading us to someone and more like you're being slipped around? The greasy-headed man lowered his head, more than 2 meters tall, and looked down at the girl beside him, who was not quite on her shoulders. Dressed in a student uniform with thick lenses and braces. A coin made of pure gold was constantly tossed in his hand. On the front and back, a cross on one side and a white bone skull on the other. If one were to carefully identify it, they would realize that the steel-toothed girl that the oil-headed man was talking about was one of the 7 sins that Ning Feng and Old Meng had mentioned within the factory, sloth, Jojo. Ding! Jojo ignored the flirting of the oil-headed man beside him and tossed the gold coins in his hand to the sky, on his own. The coin flipped over and over in the sunlight, climbing to a distance of about 3 meters above the ground, and then, after a brief pause, falling quickly. Snap! Jojo closed both hands and knocked the coin in his hand with precision. Lift the top hand to reveal the coin mold. It's the cross side up. The question I posed with my ability was whether or not there were any clues to the target in this building. The answer received was yes. And watch your tongue if you call me Steel Tooth Girl again. Jojo's gaze was calm as he raised his head and looked out at the residential building in front of him that had more than 20 floors. Another exhausting job. The greasy-headed man shook his head, loosened the 2 hands that clasped his shoulders in front of his body, and motioned backward to. Let's go, door to door, stairs, fire escape floors, everything, don't miss anything. In a moment, dozens of members of the investigation team affiliated with Luo Group, dressed in crisp black suits, led by the oil-headed man, split into 3 columns and flooded into the relocation building in front of them in a brain. Ignore him, mouthy fellow. An old man on crutches, wearing an old white tunic, walked out from behind Jojo. The goatee was white, and the eyebrows drooped from the eyes and hung down by the ears. Young people nowadays, they are really getting more and more impetuous. The title of greedy was given to such a simple-minded guy. And you, being the same 7 sins, don't you know how to dislike them more? TSK, one of you is so young that you don't have this bit of temperament. You're not as good as an old man like me. Old immortal, after so many years, your love of lecturing people hasn't changed at all. Jojo skimmed his lips. I see that you, like your title, are simply jealous of our youth. At your age, I think it's better to retire early. These words elicited a hearty laugh from the goatee-bearded old man. Old man, I'm not going to bother with you. Then again, the Luo clan went through all this trouble just to find the person who killed that little punk Luoling? Since when do they, the higher-ups, value the branch lineage's descendants so much? The goatee-bearded old man, his gaze sank in thought. Lazy, greedy, jealous. The 3 and the 7 deadly sins, all together. End of chapter. Chapter 74 Displacing the tiger from the mountain, darkening the lights. Chapter 74 Displacing the tiger from the mountain, darkening the lights. Found it. About 2 hours or so passed in front of the return building. The greasy-headed man led all the members of the investigation team out of the building with a flourish. Raised a red cloth held in his hand. Where are the clues? The goatee-bearded old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the greasy-headed man who had gone and returned. Here, this rag is. The greasy-headed man unfolded the stacked cloth in his hands, revealing the complete style, which, by the looks of it, should be a banner for the store celebration of whichever store was cut down a piece. The 10th anniversary of the supermarket? The lazy Jojo, dressed as a student girl, snatched over the banner cloth and carefully recognized the mangled handwriting on it. This banner should be the most recent 10th anniversary supermarket, Longqing City, seems to be only Longya supermarket on the edge of the west side, right? Faced with her analysis, the greasy-headed man scratched his head and nodded along, should? But then again, How does it feel to be going further and further to the edge of the city as this trail goes on? It's not like we're looking for the enemy, it's like the enemy is deliberately leading us there. You're doubting my ability? Jojo's thick lenses, which were currently reflecting light, made it difficult to see his eyes. Don't you dare put a label on me, I didn't say that. The bald man quickly waved his hand and... It's just that I think this is too troublesome. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo's group is providing the alien active potion, I wouldn't get involved, and I might as well find a few people to practice with if I have this time. Brainless guy. Jojo snorted disdainfully. Although my ability has a limited range of information to deduce each time, I never make mistakes. According to the Luo group's side, the other party possesses at least 3 beta medium or above exalts, and when the time comes, there are enough conditions for you to move your muscles. Let's go to Longya Supermarket. Jojo folded the mutilated banner in his hand and turned to leave without saying a word. The oil-headed man and the goatee-bearded old man exchanged glances and followed suit. The procession swept away in a car. And on top of the return building, on the rooftop, more than 70 meters above the ground, 2 figures stood quietly. At 2:33 p.m., 12 seconds, the search party, which found only a tattered banner, took a bus to Longya Supermarket on the west side of Dragon City. On Ningfeng's body, he was wearing the standard black suit of the Luo group's investigation team. Mechanically constructed jaws and limbs, all camouflaged at the moment. Standing tall, he looked at the departing 7 deadly sins and the others from afar. He glanced at the time of the watch on his wrist, and there wasn't the slightest discrepancy with the information he had gotten from his earlier accidental alien projection. This, lazy, Jojo from the 7 sins would never have imagined that the clues she projected with her ability were all traps set by you step by step. Beside Ningfeng, Sang Xianyu was disguised with black hair and eyes, wearing a trench coat with a long skirt underneath and high boots on her feet. This is the mutual restraint between powers. The information she can project is just a result that she doesn't know whether it's true or not, but what I can project is an established fact in the future. The accidents I create are going to always precede her. Coin flip, projections. Ningfeng's gaze was fixed, and within the past 2 days, he had run through many places within Dragon City, hiding one design clue after another within the buildings. The purpose was to lure this group of people sent out by Luo's group as far away as possible. There are still 4 of the 7 sins left at the Luo group headquarters. Tonight's operation is different from the past. There's no way to make it completely out of sight and out of mind. At that time, once exposed, I will need you to help me lure away some of my enemies. As Ningfeng spoke, he turned his head and tapped the dial on his wrist. Check the time, not a second off. Sang Xianyu nodded, similarly placing the wristwatch on her hand and carefully confirming the accuracy of the time. Everyone in the 7 deadly sins is at least beta medium, and you're still not fully skilled in controlling your powers after they evolved, so try to avoid head-to-head encounters. Just try to lure the other party away. Currently, the range of influence of my supernatural ability is limited, so once you encounter any unexpected situation, I won't be able to notice it first, and at that time, you'll need to rely on yourself to solve it. Ningfeng spoke in a calm tone as he scrutinized Sang Xianyu in front of him. The latter's eyes were firm, not the slightest bit flustered, but, instead, full of anticipation. Don't worry, I won't let the enemy I lured out take half a step until you successfully leave from Luo's group to get out of danger. Just let it go and trust me. Sang Xianyu's expression was serious. She knew deep down that this was an opportunity to fully prove herself. Proving that she wasn't a liability, she could be a booster for Ningfeng. The time came to 5:40 and 11 seconds p.m. In front of the door of Luo Group's headquarters building, Ningfeng was dressed in a black standardized suit with a work badge on his chest. Investigation Team, Feng Ning. After the security check, she passed through the doorway and walked into the first-floor lobby. As far as the eye can see, all around the security personnel uninterrupted patrols, manpower is more than doubled. Every person who enters and leaves the Luo Group have to go through 3 times of security checks. Ever since Luo Ling died in front of his own house, the internal atmosphere of the entire Luo clan group had become unprecedentedly tense. Have you heard? The 7 deadly sins are all back. Really? Color has also returned? This is too rare. Normally hasn't she always disobeyed the group's arrangements? Who knows, but I'm afraid we won't have any peace of mind for a while. There are more security guards patrolling every day than I've seen in the last 10 years. Ningfeng traveled along beside him, passing by a few Luo Group employees from time to time, and the sound of the other party whispering fell into his ears. Color desire. Xie Jinju? Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as that particular woman he had met at the Castin bar came to mind. According to the information deduced by accident, today's operation still needs to rely on her to complete it successfully. Between thoughts, Ningfeng walked up the staff elevator and pressed the button for the 20th floor. "Hey, wait for me." Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a man in overalls hurried over. Panicking, he pressed the elevator button and squeezed the whole thing into the elevator bay. Casually press the floor you want to go to. 15 layers. Inside the large elevator room, Ningfeng stood on the inside, his arms crossed and hanging in front of him, silently watching every move of the man in front of her. 15 floors are here. From the radio in the elevator room came the sound of AI's mechanical announcements. The man in overalls looked up at the floor display, then stepped out the moment the elevator doors opened. Hiss. Almost at the same time he stepped out of the elevator, he suddenly felt a slight tingling at the back of his neck. The man subconsciously touched it with his hand, but there was no abnormality. Shaking his head, he stopped caring, and headed directly to the monitoring machine room on the inner side of the 15th floor. What he didn't notice was that the moment the elevator doors closed, a cold flash of light flashed imperceptibly through Ningfeng's right hand, which was hanging down in front of him. 20 floors are here. AI's announcing voice sounded again. End of chapter. Chapter 75, The Line Between Failure and Success, Just Right. Chapter 75, The Line Between Failure and Success, Just Right. Ding. The elevator door opened, and Ningfeng quickly stepped out, glancing at the time on his wristwatch. 5:47 and 19 seconds p.m. His eyes narrowed slightly before he went straight to the stairway next to him. Walked down to the 15th floor. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed down the stairwell, eventually coming to a stop. Ningfeng's entire body stood fixed at the exit of the stairwell, and the number of floors above it read, 15. But he didn't go out right away. Instead, from his suit pocket, he pulled out a mechanical object that looked like a button gyroscope. Press the switch and place it in the hidden corner on the left side of the stairwell. Buzz. A loud bang, imperceptible to onlookers, emanated from the button gyro. Invisible electromagnetic fluctuations instantly enveloped the entire 15th floor. Bang. The slightly dull sound of a door closing came from the engine room at the end of the 15th floor corridor. Looking around the entire engine room, the bright lights of countless electronic components flickered and flashed on the inside. Complex chassis and system wiring stacked on top of each other to build an extremely sophisticated scene. The entire engine room is very spacious and is cranked up well beyond the limitations of the first floor, and it looks like it has been specially designed. A spacious area in the very center, the front wall, is covered with monitor screens of the same size, operated from the main console below. Hundreds of screens with eye-popping brightness make it possible to have an entire server room that doesn't even need an additional light source to illuminate it. Upon closer inspection, each monitor screen corresponded to a surveillance screen within the Luo group. Phew! Gotta sit here all night again. Then again, why am I so sleepy today? Yawn. The man in overalls walked over to the engineering chair in front of the surveillance wall and sat down. Zhang Dezue yawned and leaned his head back, sleepiness coming in like a tidal wave. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Grunts that echoed through the engine room. Whoa, whoa. Suddenly, on the surveillance wall in front of the man, a whole row of surveillance images corresponding to the 15th floor suddenly flickered rapidly, and then, it was replaced by a white no signal. All this, however, the sleeping man did not notice. The purring also became more and more steady. At 5:48 p.m. and 56 seconds, you blocked all electronic signals to the outside world on the 15th floor of the Rochester group. At 5:49 and 2 seconds p.m., the staff member you hit in the back of the neck with a poison needle fell into a deep sleep in the surveillance room. Inside the stairwell, Ningfeng tapped his 5 fingers in the air, and a piece of information that had been accidentally deduced surfaced within his mind. At the moment, he did not rush out of the stairwell. Instead, they are waiting in silence. Eyes fell on the watch on his right wrist, the second hand ticking away, making the passage of time tangible. Only when the time pointed to 5 hours 53 minutes and 55 seconds did Ningfeng raise his head, his hand resting on the door handle of the stairwell exit. And then, a downward pressure. Crunch! A toothsome sound echoed throughout the stairwell. With a thud, Ningfeng's figure disappeared behind the closed staircase door. Tap tap tap. Slow, rhythmic footsteps came through the corridors of the 15th floor. The overhead lights were bright, even a little blindingly bright, in the white hallway. The extraordinarily quiet 15th floor of the Luo group, where the security personnel had been added, was really a bit different. It further highlights the unknown secrets hidden here. Ningfeng walked into one of the side bathrooms, shedding his standardized suit and changing into a white coat instead. Dropped his hair down to block his forehead. He also wore an extremely thick pair of flat glasses on his face. And then, after disguising his face and making sure there were no breaks, turning away from the bathroom, he headed toward a spot on the inside of the 15th floor hallway. 5 meters. 8 meters. 10 meters. At a distance of 10 meters from the bathroom, Ningfeng stopped in his tracks. Turning sideways, he scrutinized the clean white walls before him. Briefly scanning the area, from the outside, the wall in front of him was overall muddy and didn't look the least bit unusual at all. But Ningfeng, the corners of his mouth spread arcs. The palm of his hand brushed the wall in front of him and, eventually, stopped at a spot in the lower right corner. A gentle press toward the front. Drops. The sound of electronic beeping came from the originally empty and white wall, rising up a combination lock input keypad. The keys on it consist of 10 numbers from 10 and 26 letters of the alphabet, as well as a series of mathematical symbols. As for how many bits the code consists of, it is completely unknown, which undoubtedly makes the difficulty of cracking reached an unprecedented limit. At this moment, the time is set at 5:56 and 12 seconds p.m. Ningfeng let out a long sigh of relief, red light flickering under his eyes as his mechanical 5 fingers tapped in the air in front of his body. Accidental calculations. Expand. For a while, in front of his eyes, on the keypad of the combination lock, the numbers and English symbols all floated up, constantly arranging and combining in mid-air, forming one password result after another. And in his mind, the information from the accidental deduction rolled densely and quickly, overwhelmingly. 5:56 and 13 seconds p.m. You entered the password, A1D2E4777 AMPU. The password detection was entered incorrectly, the lab behind the dark door was automatically closed, the alarm sounded in the corridor on the 15th floor, the operation failed. 5:56 and 13 seconds p.m. You entered the password, XXXG238% at QQ. The password detection input error, the laboratory behind the dark door is automatically closed, the alarm sounded Hey 15th floor corridor, action failed. At 5:56 and 14 seconds p.m., you entered the password. 5:56 and 16 seconds p.m. Operation failed. Thousands of accidentally deduced password messages surfaced in Ningfeng's mind in less than 0.1 seconds. And among the countless messages, one stood out. 5:57 and 22 seconds p.m., you entered the password detection input is successful, in front of you the dark door slowly opens, in front of your eyes, is the laboratory spray disinfection room, you successfully enter the Roche Group secret laboratory. Brush. At this moment, Ningfeng's 5 fingers that were tapping in the air stopped in a smooth manner. The scarlet glow under his eyes also faded. He waited quietly, corresponding to the time. Ta-da-did-did-day. When the time pointed to 5 hours 57 minutes and 22 seconds, Ningfeng struck the keypad button of the combination lock and enter the corresponding passwords in your mind, one by one, into them. There are 16 digits in total, and all of them are entered. The entire combination lock, glowing with an eerie blue light. And then, buzz. The sound of machinery running came from behind the wall in front of him. Accompanied by the sound of gushing air currents, before Ningfeng's eyes, the wall, which was originally intact, sunk in, forming a door. There's quite a bit of cold air pouring outward from inside. And what comes into view is a closed sterilization room. Surrounded by glass, at the back, was a huge laboratory of nearly 1,000 square meters. Sterilization preparation will begin in 3 seconds. Sterilization preparation will begin in 2 seconds. Sterilization preparations will begin in 1 second. Sterilization begins. AI's mechanical announcing voice came over the overhead speakers. The instant the voice ended, sterilized mist erupted from all directions, enveloping Ningfeng's entire being. The whole thing lasted about a minute and a half. When the glass door of the sterilizing room linking the laboratory opens automatically, Ningfeng's foot, from behind the door, stepped inside the lab. And at that moment, a familiar figure waited in front of him. Professor Lu Yi, you're right on time, just in time. Ningfeng pushed the heavy lenses on his face and spoke with a smile. Lu Yi, who was wearing a white coat and had thin cheeks, froze when he heard the words of the person in front of him. At this moment, the time on Ningfeng's right wrist points to 6 p.m. sharp. Everything, just right. End of chapter. Chapter 76 New Assistant, The Dark Side of Luo's Group. Chapter 76 New Assistant, The Dark Side of Luo's Group. Lu Yi stood outside the sterilized room of the lab, staring blankly at Ning Feng, who had walked out of it. You are. He was a little incredulous for a moment, and... I remember saying the other night that I'd see you at 6 o'clock sharp today. Ning Feng's eyes were covered by the upper part of his hanging hair. Hidden under thick lenses, it was impossible to see the eyes. Lu Yi swore that he had never previously seen this face of Ning Feng's now, but this handled voice he would never forget. It's you? Lu Yi furrowed his brows and his sweaty hairs stood on end. Everything that happened that night was vivid in my mind. Ning Feng was like an evil spirit, appearing out of nowhere in my own home and disappearing like a ghost. A powerful force that cannot be resisted, and a bully that gives no respite. Lu Yi had long since decided that the other party was a middle-aged man who had fought for many years between life and death. But the Ning Feng in front of us. By the looks of it, it was only in his early 20s. According to the extent of his psychic ability, it is impossible for him to be unknown within the Luo clan. Lu Yi tried to search in his mind, searching for any clues related to Ning Feng, but there was simply no luck. I've met basically everyone on the investigative unit. Investigative unit, and there's no one I can put my finger on. 7 sins? The 7 sins have a name and a surname, and there are no manipulators of cold that exist in the powers. Beta medium or above alien, is it hard to be someone within the Luo family? But more than 20 years old, can have this strength, has long been Luo family as a treasure in the palm of the hand, want to enter the laboratory, is not a casual matter. Who the hell is this guy? Professor Lu, today my status is your newly recruited assistant, won't you show me around the lab? Ning Feng, at this moment, under Lu Yi's astonished gaze, lowered his body and spoke in a low voice. Don't bother thinking about my identity, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether or not today's operation will be successful. It's a win-win situation if you make it, but not if you don't. Before Ning Feng finished speaking, he straightened up and patted Lu Yi's shoulder with his hand. The latter shivered and subconsciously gulped. His mind was as transparent and uncovered in front of Ning Feng. Inside the lab, the lights overhead in all 4 directions were extremely bright, even a little shaky, making it seem as if one was immersed within perpetual daylight. All areas are partitioned by floor-to-ceiling glass instead of walls, in order to ensure that the entire laboratory, there is no dead angle of vision. It's a form of surveillance for all fellows, in disguise. This, coupled with the large number of security cameras set up everywhere, is enough to record every second of what goes on in here, with no privacy whatsoever. Drops. The crisp clatter of an access control swipe came from the side of the room. Lu Yi held a translucent alloy card in his hand and swiped it in front of the extremely thick transparent glass door. A red light struck out from the glass door and scanned at Lu Yi's pupil iris. Authentication successful. After AI's mechanical announcing sound, the door opened and Lu Yi and Ning Feng entered successively, heading deeper into the lab. 12 ways. Ning Feng's 5 fingers were constantly tapping behind his back, and with his accidental alien ability to deduce, he knew the entire environmental structure of the experiment like the back of his hand. The entire experiment consisted of, 12 doors that required dual verification of access cards and pupil iris. Professor Lu. From time to time, there were passing laboratory researchers, nodding and greeting Lu Yi with a respectful look, which showed that he was quite prestigious in the laboratory on weekdays. And this is? Suddenly, there was a middle-aged researcher with yellowed hair whose eyes focused on Ning Feng at the back as he passed by Lu Yi. Ah, this is the new assistant I recruited 2 days ago. No, he just came over to report today. I'll take him to familiarize himself with the lab. Lu Yi turned his head and responded with extreme ease and familiarity. I said it, why haven't I seen it before? The yellow-haired middle-aged researcher reveals an expression of dawning realization and nods with a smile. It's still Professor Lu's welfare benefits that are good. The lack of assistance doesn't need to go through the group's approval first, just recruit them yourself. Okay, I'll go over there and take care of the instruments, see you in a bit. The middle-aged researcher's eyes narrowed slightly, skimming over Lu Yi's side. As he passed by Ning Feng, he looked up and down a few times without a trace. A puzzled look came over his face. When he completely walked over, Ning Feng's eyes under his thick lenses flickered with a cold aura. There's a rat, got mixed up in it. Tap tap tap. The footsteps had a gentle rhythm, and Ning Feng was led by Lu Yi in an unhindered manner. As the chief director of the laboratory, Lu Yi's authority on the 15th floor could be considered the highest. In the entire lab, no one cared what the status of the other party's newly recruited assistant actually was, either. Well, Any results in the last couple days? Ningfeng was, at this moment, walking side by side with Lu Yi when he suddenly opened his mouth, causing the other party to freeze. What has results? Lu Yi blinked and asked back somewhat awkwardly. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. You extracted your wife's blood in an attempt to analyze the composition of the potion I injected her with. How's that? Didn't so many precision instruments in the Roche Group's lab help you analyze what the potion actually is? You don't need my help, do you? As soon as these words came out, the temperature of the entire laboratory seemed to drop to the freezing point in an instant. The temperature of the central air conditioning is, obviously, always constant at 25 degrees. But Lu Yi had a sense of suffocation, like falling into a cold hell. The bright lights around them all faded away at this moment, and what replaced them was the infinite darkness emanating from Ningfeng's body. The darkness seemed to materialize, like a rapidly expanding curtain that enveloped Lu Yi's entire being. He tried to break free, but the more he struggled, the tighter it got. Lu Yi was trembling with nervousness and opened his mouth with difficulty, trying to explain something. But fear had long since made the brain stop thinking. Brush. Just kidding. Ningfeng moved his gaze away from Lu Yi extremely casually. In the next instant, that intense feeling of oppressive suffocation instantly dispersed. Even with the financial support of the Luo Group, and given enough time, it would take more than 100,000 experiments before you could possibly research the synthesis path of the potion. So, you should know better if you've tried it, and the only way to save your wife's life is to help me with all your might. Instead of working behind the scenes. As Ningfeng spoke, he reached out from the right pocket of Lu Yi's white coat and took out a miniature communicator in passing. Click. Grind it into powder casually in your hands. Afterward, it continued toward the lab further in. As for Lu Yi, who stayed in place, he was already pale, and his already thin face was even more unsightly at this moment. How did he know I left it behind? That miniature communicator was Lu Yi's preparation for trying to contact the outside world. After all, he couldn't completely trust Ningfeng, a stranger. Alas! Lu Yi sighed heavily and looked towards Ningfeng's back, busily chasing after him. Right now, he can only count on Ningfeng to keep some credit. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Numbness. Destroy it all. Chapter 77, Numbness. Destroy it all. Brush. Another glass door opened after Lu Yi verified the pupil iris. He guided Ningfeng forward while introducing him. It was as if they were really familiarizing their recruited assistants with the lab environment. The entire laboratory, divided into 4 large areas, each corresponding to a different work. Basic research, clinical trials, quantitative product preparation, and archival data sealing. With the exception of the last area where the archival materials are sealed, the remaining 3 areas are accessible to all by swiping a card to verify iris access. In his ears was Lu Yi's constant introduction. Ningfeng's line of sight constantly swept down on the various areas behind the transparent glass around him. One by one man-high glass vessels filled with antiseptic potions soaked with an assortment of specimens. With animals. There's also someone's. Many researchers in white coats were constantly busy manipulating computers to process data, while others were constantly recording something on paper. On each face, numbness was written, a total disregard for the horrific sight of the surrounding specimens. To the left of Ningfeng was the first of the 4 major areas that Lu Yi had mentioned, the basic research area. Specimens, busy researchers, all affiliated with this area. And to his right, room after room, like cells, 4 square and in the same configuration. 1 bed, 1 toilet, 1 sink. Beyond that, it's empty. And inside each cell, tightly surrounded by glass on all sides, was, inside, a prisoner. Men, women, children, the elderly. The color of the skin, the degree of physical robustness, is planned by a regularity of arrangement. These people cast glances at Ningfeng, who was passing by, and on each of their faces, there was no emotion whatsoever. It was a kind of numbness, a loss of hope of living. These people. Ningfeng already had an answer in his mind, but he still looked towards Lu Yi. The latter followed his line of sight and sighed softly. Yes, just as you thought. The area where these people are being held captive is the clinical trial area in Sector 2. It says clinical, but really, it's just uncontrollable in vivo experiments on living people. These people, some of them are vagabonds who were tricked into coming in by the Luo Group by giving money for a free drug trial, and more, they are low-level aliens who were captured by the investigation team during the cleanup activities under various names. They're all people who are on opposite sides of the fence from the law group. Lu Yi had been here all year round and had long since gotten used to it. As for Ningfeng, his gaze swept over these imprisoned people, and among them, there were quite a few girls of a similar age to his own sister. At that moment, his eyes narrowed and scarlet light flowed through them. This place, after today, there's no point in staying. Ningfeng's mind sank, withdrawing his thoughts from these imprisoned people. The 5 fingers tapping in the air behind his back stopped. And then, opening his mouth, he called out to Lu Yi, who was about to continue walking. This clinical trial area, according to you, is taking the agents you've been working on and experimenting them in vivo on these people. Then it also means that a large variety of potions are stored here. Right, but these potions are rationed every day, and there are special people to watch over them, so there's no way for you to take them if you want to. Lu Yi turned around, froze and opened his mouth to respond. However, Ningfeng, who was in front of him, swept his body sideways and spoke in a firm tone, "Just open the door for me, and I'll make my own arrangements for the rest." Lu Yi had no choice but to follow. Brush. When the entrance door to the clinical trial area is opened, what comes into view is a researcher traveling back and forth around the area. In the hands of almost everyone, they held an assortment of glassware containing potions of varying colors. The steps were hurried, but orderly. It was even so focused that none of them greeted Lu Yi who had come. Ningfeng looked around, tapping his 5 fingers behind his back as his supernatural abilities unfolded. In the entire clinical trial area, there was no longer any door that needed Lu Yi's assistance to help open at the moment. "Hey, where are you going?" In front of Lu Yi, Ningfeng's footsteps suddenly accelerated, leaning deeper towards the inner side of the clinical trial area. Startled, Lu Yi panicked. "This area has the most people, monitors all over the place, don't you dare." Lu Yi jogged to keep up with Ningfeng and lowered his voice to remind. "You wait outside, you're not needed right now for a while." Ningfeng turned his head sideways, his eyes icy cold. "Don't follow me." And then, moving on. Lu Yi was left standing in place, not knowing what to do. He wanted to chase after them, but Ningfeng's icy cold eyes made him not dare to defy them by half. It's over, something big is going to happen. Extremely unpleasant thoughts rose up in Lu Yi's mind. His eyes rolled quickly, frowning as he wondered what he was thinking. 6 hours 12 minutes and 11 seconds, you step 80 centimeters forward with your left leg to the left, dodging a researcher coming from the right, who collides with another person, spilling the potion and causing a commotion. Ningfeng stepped out with his left leg a second later. Bang! The muffled sound of 2 men crashing together was followed by the crunch of glassware falling to the floor. The panicked cries came from behind Ningfeng. "Ah! Quickly! This potion is corrosive! My hand! My hand! Water! Bring water to rinse it off!" 6:13 and 1 second p.m. You open a glass door on your right, stand with your back to the door, and outside in the hallway, 5 fellows walking side by side, miss you perfectly. Snap! Ningfeng pushed open the glass door next to him with his right hand and entered it with his back to the rear. There's still a problem with this data, let's get the basic research area side to go through the process again. How many clinical trials are there today? There are 2 more shows at 7 p.m. Good, get the people used in the 2 trials organized and don't make any mistakes. The group of researchers walking side by side, murmured and cross-referenced the data from the documents in their hands. Not noticing, in the slightest, Ningfeng behind the side glass door. At 6 hours 15 minutes and 36 seconds, you came to the innermost part of the clinical trial area, and to your right was the only part of the room where the glass wasn't fully transparent, and you couldn't see the inside conditions from the outside. 6 hours 15 minutes and 39 seconds, a researcher, pushing out of the room in front of you, is about to meet you face to face. At this moment, in front of Ningfeng's eyes, it was already the end of the clinical trial area, and there was no road ahead. On the right-hand side, was the only room that wasn't fully transparent. Such a special setup is enough to see that something extra special exists inside. This is it. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed and he stopped, coming to lean against the corner of the opaque room. 5 fingers tapping, everything in your head. Alien active potion number 1, right back here. Kala. At the same instant that Ningfeng stood in the corner, the frosted glass door of the opaque room was pushed open in one swift motion. A researcher in a white coat, holding a tablet for recording data, walked out quickly. In that instant, Ningfeng's pupils shrank. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Evolution starts with the Doll's monthly votes plus. Chapter 78, Evolution starts with the doll's monthly votes plus. The white-coated researcher who pushed open the frosted glass door and held the flatbed did not, from the beginning, look up. Attention was focused as much as possible on the tablet in his hand. Without the slightest realization, behind him, a step away, Ningfeng was standing in the corner, his gaze bitingly cold. Hiss. Not right, the data wanted is not here. The researcher shook his head and put his hand on the doorknob in front of him, ready to re-enter the room. Ningfeng, however, in the instant he turned around, his figure moved to the back of his opponent like a ghost. The opponent takes a left foot, and he takes a left foot. The other man sidestepped, and he sidestepped. Every movement, every gesture, was unlike that of the fellows before him. Like shadows of each other, synchronized and coordinated. There are countless dead zones in the human eye, especially when one's attention is highly focused on something. The scope of this dead zone will be infinitely stretched. When every move you make is in the dead center blind spot of the opponent's field of vision, you are, as it were, realizing invisibility in front of the opponent. At the same time that the researcher pushed the door open, Ningfeng squeezed into the middle of the room. Yes, it's only right to be in here. From a table in the room, the researcher rummaged through and found another tablet. And then he was busy getting up and heading out of the room. The door pushed outward, and Ningfeng, who had stuck behind the other party like a shadow, obediently hid in a corner of the room. Even though the door had closed, Ningfeng did not act immediately. Instead, he stood still, staring at his right-hand wristwatch, when the time came to 6 hours 17 minutes and 14 seconds. It was then that he stepped out of the corner and surveyed the only opaque room nestled within the lab. The room wasn't large, maybe 20 square feet, with a clean white ceiling, frosted glass on all 4 walls, and a gray carpeted floor. On the inside of the room, a television hangs from the trellis ceiling, with a constant whisper scrolling news of various interviews. And on the carpeted floor below, 7 cribs of the same size were neatly arranged. Beside each bed, there was a bottle of hanging water on a pole, with an injection needle on the other end, stuck in the forehead of the baby in the bed. No crying, no noise. The whole room, 7 babies, were fast asleep. Ningfeng's feet stepped on the thick carpet below, barely making a sound. His eyes narrowed slightly as he walked towards the crib closest to him. Looking up slightly, his eyes focused on the bottle of hanging water at the foot of the bed. The potion inside the hanging vial was eerily blue, with flakes of crystals surging inside. Alien Active Potion Number 1. Ningfeng lowered his head and looked towards the baby who was sleeping deeply with his eyes closed within the crib in front of him. The limbs are slightly frail, the lanugo has not faded, and it looks to be only a few months old. Buzz. Suddenly, in the middle of Ningfeng's line of sight, the baby that was supposed to be lying on the bed suddenly emerged with a strange blue luster all over his body. Immediately after that, the entire body floated up in the air from the crib to a height of half a meter. It undulated slightly up and down, buzzing in mid-air. Today, the Luo Group held a press conference, declaring that it will allocate another $500 million to give those abandoned newborns and build the largest orphanage ever within Dragon City. And Longqing citizens who want to adopt a baby only need to submit work and identity documents to enter the screening process. Let's work together to create a better tomorrow for the future of Duo and Longqing. I'm XIN, the host of Longqing Minsheng, reporting for you in front of the Luo Group's headquarters. Listening to the news reports that kept coming from the TV set hanging from the ceiling of the shed on the side. Then look across the room to the 7 babies lying in their cribs. For a moment, Ningfeng felt incomparably ironic. Alien Energy Active Potion Number 1, injected into the body of an already awakened alien, can, to a great extent, stimulate the strength of the alien energy to increase, although it can't break through the level limit, but as long as it is injected in enough doses, it is enough to increase to the strongest level of the same level. And if injected into an unawakened person, especially an infant. Ningfeng's eyes were ice cold as he quietly gazed at the baby floating in midair in front of him. Reaching out, he slowly carried it down and settled it back on the bed. Injecting an alien active agent into a younger child, especially an infant, will force an early stimulation of the other party's awakening of the alien ability, although in this way, there is an extremely high mortality rate, and even if the awakening is successful, because of the early depletion of potential, the life expectancy will be drastically reduced. But, undoubtedly, is the best way to create aliens in bulk? Awakened from a young age, nurtured and brainwashed from a young age, these babies will grow up to be the most obedient legions of aliens under the Luo Group. The Luo Group allocated a large sum of money to build the orphanage, I believe, in order to screen children who can become test subjects. Right now, the orphans adopted within the orphanage under the Luo Group have exceeded tens of thousands. The Roche group is playing a big game. Ningfeng shifted his gaze and examined all 7 babies in the room. Each of these 7 children, awakening their psychic abilities, is at the beta level. 7 betas is enough to exterminate a small city. This is still just the tip of the iceberg. The power that Luo's group has gathered in the dark, I'm afraid that it has long exceeded everyone's imagination. Phew! Collapse! Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of something. According to Xiejinju's meaning, Xiaoyu's disintegration, psychic ability was not something Luo Ling advocated seizing, and the one who gave the order was higher up in the Luo group. What exactly are they planning with this one thing? What is so special about this ability? Crash! Shaking his head slightly, Ningfeng stopped thinking about these things. Instead, he refocused his mind on alien active potion number 1, 7 babies, 7 vials of alien active potion, that's enough. He removed a closed black box from his arms and opened it, which held palm-sized capsule containers. Zigzag. There was a faint sound of electricity coming from the capsule. Ningfeng placed it in his palm and pressed a button on it. Brush. The needle ejects from one end of the capsule. Without hesitation, Ningfeng pushed the needle inside the hanging water next to the crib. The alien active potion contained within the hanging water bottle, reduced from the bottle at a speed visible to the naked eye, was pumped within the capsule. 1 bottle. 2 bottles. 3 bottles. The capsule is only the size of your palm, but with each extraction, it compresses itself in the internal space. The ghostly blue light emanating from the alien energy active potion number 1 inside also gradually became bloomingly blue and crystalline as it was compressed and condensed. Last bottle. Ningfeng walked over to one of the innermost cribs and looked at the only remaining alien active potion number 1. Steeply, the moment open the accidental alien energy perception range, there is a little variation. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Killing all the witnesses is a perfect infiltration reward added. Chapter 79, Killing all the witnesses is a perfect infiltration reward added. Ningfeng, who had just wanted to extract the last bottle of potion, narrowed his eyes slightly and froze for a moment. He turned his head slightly sideways and looked in the direction of where the entrance door to the room off to the side was. Someone's coming at 5 fingers tapping, instantaneous deduction. 6:30 and 7 seconds p.m. The researcher, who comes to check on the room every 2 hours, pushes open the door to the room and looks up to see you standing on the side of the room, inevitably spotted. 6:29 and 57 seconds p.m. You sense that someone is coming, hide in the corner of the room, but are seen by the researcher who pushes the door in 10 seconds later, and are inevitably found out. 6:30 and 2 seconds p.m. Sensing that someone is coming, you prepare to leave the room early, but are seen by the researcher who arrives head-on to check on the room, and are inevitably caught. 6:30 and 1 second p.m. You were caught trying to freeze. Was discovered. Was discovered. A piece of information that had been accidentally deduced instantly surfaced within Ningfeng's mind. Thousands of deductions before and after unfolded simultaneously in the midst of thoughts. But at the end of each one, it's labeled, inevitably discovered. Looks like it's the same as what I projected before. As soon as I enter this room and extract the alien active potion, I will be greeted with a node result that cannot be changed. Doomed to be found. At that moment, outside the room, the researcher who was checking the room, his footsteps were getting closer and closer, about to come to the door. As for Ningfeng, who was standing at the inner side of the room, he didn't hesitate as he continued to use the capsule in his hand to extract the last bottle of exotic active potion. Now that we've been found out, there's nothing we can do about it. Just deal with the initial witnesses first and stall for time. There's a lot more good stuff in this lab than just the alien active potion. At the corner of Ningfeng's mouth, a cruel arc was drawn up. A few seconds later, the last bottle of the potion was included in the capsule. Ningfeng carefully reinserted the capsule within the black box in his arms. At the same time, the door to the closed room was violently pushed open. Okay, I'll come over and check it out right now. Hanging up the phone in his hand, the researcher in the white lab coat had just raised his head when he met Ningfeng, who was standing in the room, at eye level. You. In a flash, the researcher's pupils suddenly narrowed, and after a moment of horror, he instinctively tried to open his mouth to cry out for help. However, when he tried to make a sound, he realized that there was no loud shouting as expected. Only a guttural whimper escaped from his throat. A sheet of condensed ice froze his entire chin solid. At the same time, a piercingly cold sensation began to spread throughout his body from the soles of his feet. Click, click. As far as the naked eye could see, frost covered the fellow's entire body. His eyes were wide and he tried to struggle, but his limbs had long been stiff and unable to move. It was but a twinkling of an eye, and it was completely reduced to a living, breathing ice sculpture. Fresh life, sealed forever in the middle of the ice. It's your bad luck, not mine. Ningfeng's gaze was calm as he gazed at the fellows who still maintained their shouting positions. Self-consciously, he placed the black box containing the alien active potion into a sealed pocket deep within his arms. And then, glancing back at the infant in the crib behind him, he shook his head. He didn't have the time, nor the preparation, nor the possibility, to take these children, or even the captives locked in a cell outside. Even if they are rescued, how will they be housed? The law will surely make a comeback and take these people back again. Ningfeng, on the other hand, had a great possibility of exposing his identity in advance, or even threatening the lives of old Meng and the others. He asked himself not to be a selfish man, but he was limited in what he could do at the moment. Ningfeng could only do his best to make the time for the collapse of the Luo group come as soon as possible, so that these tragic events would no longer occur within Dragon City. The door to the room was carefully closed. Ningfeng lowered his head and walked out from it. Along the way, the fellows who came and went were avoided one after the other with uncanny coincidence on his side. He was as if he were in the middle of the day, the only blind spot in plain sight. Constantly moving and unimpeded. Professor Lu, looking for something. At the entrance to the clinical trial area, Lu Yi, who had been cautioned by Ningfeng to wait here, was busy looking around. The look was anxious and more than a little nervous. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Lu Yi subconsciously froze, then violently turned around, and saw Ningfeng, who had disappeared for a full 20 minutes, bizarrely appear in front of him. You? How are you? Lu Yi's line of sight crossed over Ningfeng, trying to find the direction of the other party's arrival. There's no point in asking what you don't need to know. Ningfeng lightly patted Lu Yi's shoulder, things here are sort of over. Hearing his words, Lu Yi was a bit surprised. You got the exotic active potion? And then a look of joy appeared on his face all of a sudden. Then can't we go, 1 more second in the lab is 1 more second of danger. Fortunately, there was no mess, so that's good for you and me. In Lu Yi's mind, he thought to himself that the purpose of Ningfeng's trip had already been achieved, and there was no longer any reason to stay any longer. However, Ningfeng, who was standing in front of him, smiled mysteriously and emphasized. What I said, here comes to an end. Doesn't mean it's over for the rest of the region. Where else do you want to go? Crazy you. If you're discovered, all of Luo's group's aberrants on guard, including the 7 sins, will come to surround you. It will be hard to escape at that time. Lu Yi panicked, an anxious face to persuade, speaking, but also constantly with the corner of the eye, alert to the surroundings to come. Where to? Ningfeng's tone was flat and. It's not easy to come here, so I'm sure I'll have to wander around more. However, I don't have much interest in those harmful potions and products made by the Luo group. So there's no need to go to the area where the product is quantitatively prepared. But Ningfeng's words turned, and his gaze gazed ahead. Looking through the layers of glass partitions to this laboratory, nestled in the deepest part of the place, encircled by a police fence. Archival material sealed area. You're going to the archive area? Following Ningfeng's line of sight, Lu Yi saw clearly where the other party was aiming for. A never look came over his face. The entirety of his body blocked in front of Ningfeng, racking his brain in an attempt to dissuade the other party from any thoughts of danger. No, absolutely not. What's in the archive area? That's all about the deepest secrets of this lab. If I helped you, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to kill you. Lu Yi shook his head like a rattle. However, Ningfeng was gazing condescendingly, his eyes cold and threatening, and helping me infiltrate and taking the alien active potion isn't reason enough for the Rose to kill you? Help me, and whether you live or die, your wife, I will not only heal, but I will make sure that she stays away from the law's pursuit. How? Ningfeng's voice was full of compulsion. End of chapter. Chapter 80 Sealed Secrets, Monsters? Rumor? Chapter 80 Sealed Secrets, Monsters? Rumor? Gollum. Lu Yi subconsciously swallowed, and at this moment, the fear of the Luo group subsided like a tidal wave in his mind. The reason he joined the experimental team was, for that matter, his wife. And wanting to stop Ningfeng from traveling to the Forbidden Zone was also in the hope of, as much as possible, avoiding the Luo clan's anger being directed at his wife. But right now, the conditions Ningfeng had put forth had cleared up his worries. Luyi didn't know how Ningfeng, a beta inferior exalt, could so confidently claim that he could protect his wife from the Luo clan's pursuit. But, in this moment, he believes deeply. And one can only believe it. He had already helped Ningfeng, and the two of them were now grasshoppers on a rope. There is no way back and no way to stop the other side from moving. Then there is only compromise. Well, I'm going out on a limb. Luyi gritted his teeth and put his heart into it. Remember what you said, if my wife is half-assed, even if I die, I'll bite a piece of flesh off of you. With red eyes, he looked towards Ningfeng with incomparable determination. These words were spoken to Ningfeng, as well as to himself. A promise is a promise. Ningfeng let out a long sigh of relief and swept past the other party. The two men left the clinical trial area where it was located in a smooth manner. Ding! Outside the lab, the elevator in the middle of the corridor on the 15th floor came to a sudden stop. 15 floors are here. Accompanied by the sound of AI mechanical announcements coming from inside, the thick elevator doors slowly opened. Old Xia, dressed in overalls, stepped out of the elevator. A set of keys hanging from a belt around his waist clattered as he moved his feet. The ringing echoed throughout the corridors of the 15th floor. Old Xia kept humming under his breath as he walked, looking like he was in a good mood. Ugh, it's better to work the night shift and come in late. Two people still take turns watching the engine room, such a light job, and earn quite a lot, TSK, really, it's good to have connections to arrange arrangements. Old Summer walked all the way down the clean white porch with its blinding lights. He made his way to the inner engine room on the 15th floor and knocked on the door out of habit. Cho, open the door, it's me, it's time for shift change. Knock knock. The knock on the door was light and rhythmic, but behind the door of the machine room, there was a delayed response. Where is everybody? Didn't hear? Old Summer took a step back, looked around, and gave a puzzled sideways glance. With that, he stepped forward again and knocked on the door with more force. Knock knock. Cho, open the door. It's me, Old Xia. It's time for shift change. Can you hear me? Open the door. I don't have the key. Old Xia knocked at the door for half a day, but no one responded. Strange, where is this man? Is not inside? Shouldn't be, usually at this time, this kid is thundering around inside playing handheld games. Old Xia muttered as he pressed hard on the doorknob, which was locked tightly. And I have to go downstairs to get my keys. Old Summer frowned and shook her head, turning to head downstairs. 15th floor, inside the lab. With Luyi leading the way, Ningfeng made his way towards the inner side of the lab. As the two men walked, there were fewer and fewer fellows to be seen along the way. Unlike all of the areas that he had passed through earlier, in front of Ningfeng's eyes was an open space of nearly hundreds of square feet. The clearing was surrounded by a yellow police fence. On the inside, the only concrete wall sits. In the center of the wall, the thick alloy door was 5 or 6 meters wide. Cut off all sound from behind the wall, completely and utterly. Tap tap tap. Footsteps stopped at the front door. Ningfeng raised his head and looked up and down at the metal gate in front of him. Reaching out, he tapped on it. A rather dull ringing sound came out with unprecedented hardness. With such a tight lockdown, what's hidden inside? Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head sideways and looked at Luyi beside him. Truth be told, even I haven't explored all of the archive area. Inside are stacked not only all the data and experimental files of the laboratory for more than a decade, but also various specimens, equipment, and various products produced by the Roche Group. Speaking of this, Luyi seemed to have thought of something, and a vaguely scornful expression appeared on his face. He looked backward to make sure no one was in the 4 directions, then lowered his voice. I heard from the mouths of the higher-ups that there's a hidden secret room in the archive area, and it's blocked off with the biggest disaster since the founding of Luo's group. More than 10 years ago, the lab developed a monster that attacked everyone indiscriminately, and the Luo group deployed all the beta-level combat power at the time to barely suppress it. With that said, Luyi shook his head to himself, straightened up and... I've only heard about it, though, and it always feels unrealistic. How can something man-made have the power to resist so many beta aliens? If it did, Luo's group would have long since dominated the alien energy world. Ningfeng didn't say anything more about Luya's words. Hands in the pockets of the white coats on his body, 5 fingers tapping slowly. The perception range of the accidental psychic ability, in an instant, looms towards the archive area behind the current wall. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sound of a key twisting the lock cylinder echoed down the inside of the 15th floor hallway. Old Xia, who had gone and returned, was standing outside the door of the monitoring machine room, shaking the lock with all his might. However, no matter how many times he repeatedly screwed the key in, there was no way to open the door to the engine room. Not. Why is it unlocked? There's someone in there? This kid's in there? Hey! Xiao Jiao. Are you in there? Open the door. It's me. Old Xia. Knock knock. The knocking became urgent. Open the door. Xiao Jiao. If it doesn't open, I'm going to get someone to pick the lock. Open the door. Open the door. Knock knock. Old Xia slammed the door halfway hard, and still no one responded. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, really, Mud, I'd like to see who's in there. With that, he huffed and put the key away and once again went downstairs to look for help. The locks on the engine room doors required special means to remove, and there was nothing he could do alone. Open it. 15th floor, inside the lab, in front of the archive area. Ningfeng and Lu Yi, having crossed the guard fence, stood in front of the thick metal gates of the archive area. Hearing Ningfeng's command, Lu Yi took a deep breath and turned back to look around, making sure that no one was approaching towards this side. Walking to the right side of the metal gate, he fumbled with his hand and found a slightly raised button. Kala. As the button was pressed down, a blue beam of light, scanning down from the top of the gate, enveloped Lu Yi's entire body. Identification. Identity confirmed, Lu Yi, Lab Supervisor, Authority, Level 1 Authority. Access may be granted. Please enter the password. AI's announcing voice, coming from above the metal gate. In the service of creation. Lu Yi cleared his throat and opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly under Ningfeng's gaze. That's the mantra set by the Roche Group, not me. Password proofreading successful, voice print proofreading successful, access granted, gate open. As the AI mechanical voice fell, the heavy metal door opened up a crack. The gap continued to expand, and steeply, a figure, unexpectedly, walked out from it head-on. Lu Yi froze. Requesting a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. I'm begging for a wave of monthly votes, so if we break 60 today, we'll have 5 more tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 81 Good boy, I'm letting you out, please ask for votes. Chapter 81 Good boy, I'm letting you out, please ask for votes. The metal door to the archive area slowly opened. The gap continued to widen, and a dark shadow suddenly surfaced in front of Ningfeng. Someone? Lu Yi's heart was instantly in his throat, incredibly alert, and he took 2 steps back. Professor Lu, it's me, it's not that kind of reaction, is it? I just came in to get a file. Suddenly, the dark shadow opened its mouth helplessly, and the entire person walked out from behind the archive area's gate, revealing its original true appearance. Lu Yi fixed his eyes on it, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Ming scared me, I thought it was something that ran out of the archive area. Who? Ningfeng, on the other hand, stood to the side, quietly gazing at the Sun Ming in front of him. The other party was the middle-aged man with yellow hair that he had bumped into head-on when he first entered the lab. Little Feng, I forgot to introduce you, this is the deputy supervisor of our lab, Sun Ming. Second only to me in terms of access to the lab. Lu Yi cleared his throat and stepped forward to introduce himself. Ningfeng nodded as well, Assistant Supervisor Sunday. Fine, we're all on our own, there's no need to be so polite. Sun Ming waved his hand and sized up Ningfeng before saying with feigned surprise. Professor Lu, what are you guys? Coming to get information too? Sun Ming gestured at the stack of papers in his hand. Lu Yi hesitated for an instant before nodding. Yes, I'll let Xiaofeng accompany me to get some things. Over in the basic research area, some of today's experimental data is not matching up, and there are a bit too many documents to consult, so I'm afraid that it's too much trouble for one person to take. So it's like this. Sun Ming listened to it, pondering, and then looked at Ningfeng, whose eyes were blocked by his hair, and was silent for a moment. Supervisor Lu, this little Feng just came today, and you value him so much that you let him accompany you into the filing area, which is a newly recruited assistant. This is clearly training a successor. Sun Ming's eyes narrowed into slits, unable to tell what he was really thinking, and his words changed. If you don't mind, I'll go in with you guys too, so I might be able to help a little. Before Lu Yi could speak, Ningfeng, who had his head hung low, slowly spoke out, "Then I'll trouble Assistant Supervisor Sunday." Seeing this, Lu Yi on the side also nodded, "Good." So the three of them walked parallel, into the middle of the archive area. The heavy metal door, with a muffled thud, slowly closed. Ningfeng's figure was submerged in the darkened archive area behind him, as if he were plunged into an endless abyssal swamp. Pop! Snap! A crunch of lights turning on automatically echoed through the darkened space. The wide range of echoes is indicative of the wide range here. Be careful and don't move around. The items in the archive area have their own numbered categories and can't be easily moved and replaced elsewhere. Sun Ming, who was walking at the front, reminded Ningfeng behind him without looking back. Lifting his head, the space here was a bit larger than Ningfeng had expected. With a 5 or 6 meter high picket, roughly calculated, there should be more than 1,000 square feet of space, and a single archive area would be enough to equal the size of all the rest of the outside lab. The importance of this place is evident. Is this where the information from every experiment is stored? Ningfeng looked around, and what met his eyes was a glance that could not be seen: densely packed wooden shelves. On each level of the bookshelf, blue folders of the same color were stacked, and inside were thick files of information in separate categories. Since the establishment of the laboratory by the Luo Group, tens of thousands of experimental information documents before and after are in front of your eyes, and the data of any one experiment has not been missed. Sun Ming turned back and spread his hands. It can be said that this place is a witness to the laboratory's development over the years. "Professor Lu, what are you looking for? I'll help you piece by piece." Hearing Sun Ming's words, Lu Yi walked up. "Let's see, it's 04/1702 from April 3 years ago, and 04B 2022. And the rest is from the entire month of January at the beginning of this year, all the data that there is about the active agent." Lu Yi pretended to look like he was thinking. While waving his hand towards Ningfeng, "Little Feng, go over there and help me find the first 2 documents for the 3rd of this month, on the penultimate 4th shelf on the right." "Good." Ningfeng nodded without a trace and turned to leave. As for Sun Ming, who was ostensibly eager to help Lu Yi find the documents, his eyes narrowed slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he never left Ningfeng's body. So many documents, data from live experiments, and countless. How many innocent people have Luo's group killed over the years? Ningfeng's pace was extremely fast, threading his way through the rows and rows of shelves, his gaze icy cold. If we can make so many things public, the collapse of Luo Group's image is just a matter of a day. Losing the public's trust and showing their claws completely. But it's not a good time yet. What exactly collapse means and what exactly the Luo Group's conspiracy is have yet to be investigated. As for the moment, I have more important things to do. Ningfeng's thoughts churned, his 5 fingers tapping in the air. Under the unfolding of the accidental psychic ability, the scope of exploration, constantly advancing towards the depths of the archive area. Roar! A low growl, interspersed with the rattle of machinery running on electricity, surfaced in the distant darkness. Within the entire archive area, Ningfeng was the only one who detected the hint of a roar. "Over there!" Ningfeng listened sideways, his eyes narrowing as he shifted his feet and reversed his direction. The shelves where the documents were stacked had long since disappeared, and in front of Ningfeng were thousands of metal carts, the frames of which, organized into categories, were filled with all sorts of bottles and cans. What's in here must be a sample of the products that Luo Group has been developing for so many years. It's just that. It's all broken, and important products like the Alien Awakening Potion No. 1 don't have samples stored here. In Ningfeng's mind, he unexpectedly deduced the information before him. These pharmaceutical products, most of which are commercially available civilian grade, Luo Group's real secrets, another place to store. Arrived. Ningfeng walked through the area where the product samples were stacked, and his footsteps slowed down as he came to a gray wall. Outside the walls, there were also layers of alloy chains that gave more than 10 layers of entanglement. High-voltage electricity flowed through the chains, forcing back anyone who tried to approach. Zira! Zira! The light from the arc of electricity pulsed in front of Ningfeng, as if it was celebrating something. Roar! That familiar low growl, faintly, came from behind the gray walls. "Is it in here?" Ningfeng stepped forward without hesitation, and his entire body stuck right onto the energized chains. Sideways ears and closed eyes, trying to sense the situation more closely. The high-voltage current, which was deadly enough for onlookers, instantly penetrated Ningfeng's entire body. But he was not the least bit moved, not half as painful as, say, being bathed in general comfort. Roar! Bang, bang, bang. A slight tremor came through the gray walls. Ningfeng opened his eyes, blood-red light flickering underneath them. Looks like there's a windfall from this trip. He then ran his hand gently over the gray walls, murmuring softly as if soothing a child. Good boy, good boy. Wait a minute, and then I'll let you out. Guess what good boy is inside the wall? Big surprise. End of chapter. Chapter 82. They, too, will be afraid? Request for catch-up reading, request for tickets. Chapter 82. They, too, will be afraid? Request for catch-up reading, request for tickets. Archives area, next to the shelf on the right. Sun Myung stepped lightly and showed himself from one side. Gazing around quickly, the Little Fong? Little Vaughn? Sun Ming's voice was small, and like a burglar entering a room, he quietly walked into the two shelves. It was empty all the way to the head. I deliberately sidetracked Lu Yi and came over to follow this guy surnamed Fong, saying that I came to help find the documents, but I lost my shadow. Sure enough, the surname Fong has something fishy. Sun Myung muttered to himself, and was just about to turn back to the just felt the right shoulder being slammed. Ah! Who? The sudden shock caused Sun Ming's entire body to jump straight up. He turned around hastily, and then he saw a figure, like a ghost, appearing behind him at an unknown time. Assistant Supervisor Sun, it's me, Fong. Ningfeng had a smile on his face, and with his eyes covered by his hair, he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. When did you? You were here. Sun Ming swallowed his saliva, subconsciously looked toward behind Ningfeng, pointed around and said, I obviously don't see. He swore that he hadn't seen even a single figure here when he came just now. But Ningfeng, he just appeared so silently and alive. You haven't been paying attention, have you, Assistant Supervisor Sun? I've been looking for information on the side. Ningfeng raised the folder in his hand as he spoke. I found the information that Supervisor Liu asked me to look for. There's nothing more to do here, it's time to leave. Good. Sun Ming's cheeks twitched a little and he nodded stiffly. The eyes that looked toward Ningfeng at the moment were filled with vigilance. The two of them walked out of the middle of the shelves and headed to the main gate of the archive area to meet up with Lu Yi. Are you done? Lu Yi stood in the doorway, two carts piled with various documents placed in front of him. Seeing Ningfeng, who had gone and returned without any changes other than the pile of documents in his hands, he subconsciously questioned in doubt. Didn't leave anything behind? On the surface, he was pointing to documents, but both Ningfeng and Lu Yi knew exactly what was really being pointed at. The other side has gone to the trouble of coming to the archive area and will never return empty-handed. Well, it's all taken, at least for now, and nothing is missing, so it's better to take care of something else first. Ningfeng's voice was calm, and he deliberately sold out. As he spoke, his left hand, stuck in the pocket of his white coat, tapped instinctively with all 5 fingers. Beyond the thick walls of the archive area, things, well, changed. That, Supervisor Liu, since there are no missed ones, I won't accompany you guys out. I remembered that I still need to take 2 more product samples, so you guys go first and I'll follow up later. Sun Ming raised his hand and pointed to the back of the shelves, the area where product samples were stacked. Lu Yi nodded and didn't say anything more. Pushing a cart each with Ningfeng, they left towards the outside of the archive area. You came into the archive area to simply look around? Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yi glanced at the departing Sun Ming and lowered his voice to ask Ningfeng. Naturally, it's not that boring. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his head. It's just that right now, I need to resolve a little trouble before I can settle down to deal with the archive area. Trouble? Lu Yi frowned. What trouble? This time, Ningfeng didn't give an answer. The metal gate of the archive area opened at this moment by automatic induction. The heavy door parted the gap, and the voices from outside, which came in. There's been a break-in. There's been a break-in. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The baby caretaker's room is out of alien active potion. And a dead researcher. Quickly report this situation. Can't. The signal is blocked. The news can't get out. Looking around, countless researchers in white coats were currently walking back and forth hand over hand, panic written on everyone's face. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of an abrupt crash came from the entrance to the lab. When he looked around, he saw several fellows struggling against the door. What's going on? The door locks are malfunctioning. The door won't open. Someone's moved. The guy who blended in must still be here. Be careful. Hello? Is there someone out there? Somebody. Quickly. Move back. Suddenly, the few fellows who were busy knocking on the door backed away frantically as if they had seen some unbelievably horrible picture. One of them, moreover, clutched his own feet, collapsed on the ground in agony and wailed and struggled and twisted. My foot! My foot! Click, click. Only to see, a path of frost, on the door of the laboratory entrance, quickly condensed, freezing the entire entrance, into an unbreakable ice sculpture. Along with it, it rippled through the feet of one of the fellows. It's a shifter who uses ice. Quick! Do something to get the word out. There's no way we can stop him alone. The researchers were in disarray, and the captives, imprisoned in the clinical trial area, in glass cages, were at the moment shriveled up for a change. All of them were unanimously pressed against the glass wall, shouting and banging vigorously, as if they were growing powerful for someone else. This. Not good. We're exposed. At this moment, in front of the metal door of the archive area, looking at the messy and abnormal laboratory in front of him, Lu Yi exclaimed that it was not good. Bang! The heavy sound of a door slamming came from the rear, the metal gate closed and the archive area was closed and blocked off. What to do? Don't tell me you didn't see this coming. Lu Yi looked anxiously at Ningfeng. At this moment, the latter's body was vaguely trembling. What happened to you? You? The other party's perverse behavior caused Lu Yi to have some chills at the back of his neck, and an extremely unpleasant premonition welled up in his heart. What's wrong with me? I just thought it was a little funny. Ningfeng collected his body's trembling, his right hand held his forehead and stroked it towards the back of his head as the frost pushed his hair over towards the back. The heavy lenses on his face were also casually removed and crushed, frozen into pieces by the cold. A sardonic grin hung at the corners of his mouth. The scarlet glow under her eyes, the black pupils used as camouflage, could not be hidden at all. You said that these people do all the cruel live experiments on those innocents on weekdays. Does it scare you to watch these ordinary people falling victim to experiments? They think they are butchers, and the captives in the glass ball cages are lambs to the slaughter. I thought that they had long since lost the feeling they call fear. It turns out, the butchers can be afraid of. What are you doing? Lu Yi's heart tightened as he listened to Ningfeng's monologue. What are you going to do? It shouldn't be too. You're crazy. This is Luo Group's most valued laboratory. Once you mess up, with so many witnesses, you won't be able to get away. Even if you run away, you'll face an endless pursuit. No. You're wrong. Ningfeng raised his hand, stopping Lu Yi from continuing. Kill everyone and there will be no more witnesses. Kill everyone and it will be a perfect infiltration. End of chapter. Chapter 83 The Devil Who Dances in a Cage, a Symphony Bred in Blood. Request for catch-up reading. Request for votes. Chapter 83 The Devil Who Dances in a Cage, a Symphony Bred in Blood. Request for catch-up reading. Request for votes. On Ningfeng's face, there was an undisguised killing intent. In Lu Yi's dismayed eyes, his feet shifted and moved towards the panicked crowd in front of him, slowly. Hands were drawn from his pockets and his 10 fingers tapped in the air. Accidental, the supernatural ability, invisibly enveloping the area, like a tidal wave, in a circle, covering the entire laboratory. So many of them, just in time, to add some of my progress value. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly with a murderous intent. From the moment he entered the lab, he used his powers to get a handle on everyone present. The entire lab, almost all of the researchers, were ordinary people and Delta-level bottom-tier aliens. The few that reach the Gamma level are already quite rare. These people are bitterly focused on experimental research rather than improving their fighting abilities. But this is what Ningfeng hates the most. All the same ordinary people, all the same bottom-of-the-barrel shifters. And yet, they're going to help the tiger 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 to help the tiger. Helping a bullying force like the Luo Group to poison towards the weak who are in a unified array with themselves. You don't deserve to live. Kala, Kala. Underneath Ningfeng's feet, he stepped heavily. Steeply behind them, to the right, an internal radio broadcast from the lab immediately behind the ceiling. There was an extremely harsh sound of electricity coming from inside. Then there was a sudden and continuous sound of music. That's the tone of a piano playing, and looking at the tune, it's a symphony. The piano piece has a melodic, lilting, undulating, gradually rhythmic and exciting tone. Like a storm that suddenly descends between heaven and earth. And Ningfeng is the only surviving flatboat in that storm. Where did the tune come from? Who moved the radio? Nobody's moving. There's no one in the radio room at all. Who is that guy? How come I haven't seen him before? It's him. The intruder. Ningfeng walked slowly and was the first to be spotted by a few of the researchers. Let's take you guys and start with you. Ningfeng tapped his 10 fingers in the air, and with the piano music coming from the rear radio, it was as if it was him playing live. You have to be careful when you're this close to a power source. His gaze, falling on the side of one of the fellows, the somewhat aged plugboard, was less than a fist's length away from the other. Such a good opportunity, I'll send you. Electrocuted to death. In the next instant, an arc of electricity, visible to the naked eye, appeared in the plugboard. The rampant arc of electricity instantly spread to the researcher on the side. Ah! A scream, falling to the ground on the spot. What's going on? What happened? Watching their companion beside them suddenly fall to the ground, the two men on the side were in shock. Wouldn't it be a shame to have so many chemicals just sitting around on the table and accidentally spilling them? Ningfeng murmured once more. Just send you, skin and flesh corroded to death. In the next instant, a bunch of bottles of chemicals that had been sitting nicely on the tabletop began to boil violently. What followed was an explosion that could not be contained. Chemicals that, in moments, enveloped a researcher. The strong corrosive properties made his skin and flesh melt like snow meeting boiling hot water. In all the years this lab has been in existence, the glass all around, I don't think it's ever been replaced. It's not unusual for an accidental crack to hit something. Ningfeng's gaze landed on one of the surrounding glass walls. The powers were quietly activated. Under accidental creation, the entire laboratory reduced to his natural hunting ground. Click. Click. The glass cracks and large swaths splash out in all directions, penetrating the bodies of nearby fellows. Ningfeng walked with a brisk gait, and wherever he went, a scene of accidents occurred, smoothly and extremely naturally. Instrument malfunction. Virus exposure. Accidental fire. In this instant, Ningfeng was like a deity whose words followed the law. Every time he names an accident, a researcher dies in the corresponding accident. Wherever he passed, there was no living soul. The bodies were piled up hideously in the rear. Devil! Devil! Run! Run! The abnormality triggered by Ningfeng was noticed by more and more researchers. Facing the figures that came step by step, the crowd fled in a hurry, running desperately towards the exit door of the laboratory. They wanted to combine their efforts to break open the frozen door. Ningfeng, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry to take care of these beasts. Instead, he came to the clinical testing area that he had just passed through, and his eyes fell within the one glass cage. Those who were trapped within them cast gazes of help towards Ningfeng. There was finally a desire for survival in eyes that had been numb. I can't afford to take everyone out alive, but I can give them, at last, the right to rule their own lives. Even today, everyone is destined to die within the Luo group. But also, hopefully, it will be after they've handily killed their enemies and struggled to survive, sacrificing on the way to survival. Ningfeng walked forward, his mechanical palm brushing over one glass cage after another. As his footsteps advanced, the glass cage at the back, first a gap appeared, and then the gap expanded extremely fast, forming an irreparable collapse. Wow! Broken glass was scattered all over the place. A captive figure was released from its cage. Everyone was, surprisingly, consistent. No one yelled, no one ran away. Instead, one after another, they swept past Ningfeng to form a team. Toward the fellows who had converged at the entrance to the lab, gathered around. Glass, board, art knife, lab bottles. Almost every item they could see was picked up and held tightly in their hands to become a weapon. Everyone's heart, at this moment, burst with a unified claim. Revenge! The vengeful procession advancing in silence was in stark contrast to the researcher not far away, desperately banging on the door and shouting. Ningfeng, on the other hand, did not move again. He stood quietly in a patch of broken glass, gazing at what was happening before him. Within the broadcast, the piano symphony has been played to a high tide point. It's like a bolt of thunder in a storm. Ningfeng stretched his body at this moment. Head lifted back slightly, eyes closed, hands spread out, enjoying it all. The calm after the storm means the world washes away the dirt and mud. A scream came from the entrance to the lab. The fierce fighting, the killing, is going on endlessly. On the other side, outside the lab. In front of the door of the 15th floor monitoring machine room, Lao Xia and a few staff members were laboriously dismantling the unlocked door of the machine room. Click, click. Dangling. After a violent shaking, the door lock was broken open all at once. The door to the closed engine room was finally pushed open. Xiao Zhao. You kid is deaf. Lao Xia, who was also the person in charge of the monitoring server room, ran into the inner side of the server room in a rage, and saw Xiao Zhao who was falling asleep on the chair. Hateful, go up and kick it. Directly with the other party in the chair underneath, all kicked down to the ground. Ha? What's going on? Shift change? Slamming hard on the ground, Xiao Zhao, who had only just woken up, half opened his eyes, his head incomparably groggy. However, the old Xia in front of him, and the several staff members who came in right after him, all froze in place with the same expression. What's the matter with you guys? Seeing this, Xiao Zhao climbed up from the ground and followed the crowd's line of sight back to look. The drowsiness faded like a tidal wave. It's over. It's over. All that could be seen was that all the surveillance screens corresponding to the 15th floor, including the interior of the lab, were white. The whole state, I don't know how long it lasted. End of chapter. Chapter 84 The Beast's Dilemma, The Way to Death. Chapter 84 The Beast's Dilemma, The Way to Death. It's over. Lao Xia and Xiao Zhao, who were also in charge of the monitoring machine room, were now dumbfounded as they watched all this in front of them. It would have been fine if it had been any other floor, but the floor that was monitoring the malfunctioning floor happened to be the most specific one, the 15th floor. How long has the surveillance been down? Lao Xia went forward and grabbed Xiao Zhao's collar. I don't know. I was fine when I came in. Then when exactly did you kids start sleeping? Old Xia was wide-eyed and emotional. If something really went wrong here, 10 of him wouldn't be enough to carry the load. Xiao Zhao stammered at the words. You say it. You're going to rush me to death, aren't you? I was so sleepy when I came in the computer room. I fell asleep within a few moments of sitting in the chair. As soon as Xiao Zhao's words left his mouth, all of a sudden, old Xia immediately let go of the other party's collar, and the whole person took a few steps backward, his mouth trembling. The lab. Go to the lab. Quick, see how the lab is doing. He flew as fast as he could, taking a few of the rest of the staff with him, and grabbed the door, heading straight for the other side of the 15th floor, the dark door entrance to the lab. The gate is malfunctioning and cannot be opened, please repair it promptly. The gate is malfunctioning and cannot be opened, please repair it in time. The AI mechanical announcement came from above the dark door of the lab. Now, everyone was completely sure. The failure of surveillance is no accident. Someone's got eyes on the lab. Quickly. Notify the higher-ups at once and send beta-level Ultrons over. Let's just say that the lab was broken into by an intruder. Old Xia's tone was heavy, and the whole person seemed like a deflated balloon, leaning directly against the wall and sitting paralyzed to the end. 15th floor, inside the lab. The group of fellows who had gathered at the entrance but were unable to flee were constantly wailing and screaming under those who had been liberated from their glass cages by Ningfeng. The radio on the inside of the lab, constantly playing a piano symphony, stirring and lilting, screaming, as if the notes of the ensemble, made the emotional catharsis even more soothing. Ningfeng didn't bother letting the situation unfold. I advise you to come back in here with me. Ningfeng pointed to the closed metal door of the archive area and gestured to Lu Yi, who was frozen in place on the side. Otherwise, I think there's a 10% chance you'll be reduced to a pile of mincemeat under these captives. After saying that, Ningfeng heavily patted Lu Yi's shoulder. The latter was startled and also finally reacted from his daze. Without needing Ningfeng to say anything more, he himself extremely quickly reopened the door to the archive area and was the first to burrow in. What are we going to do now? When the door to the archive area closed heavily, Lu Yi's entire body was so anxious that he paced in place non-stop. Something happened in the lab, and the people outside might have found out by now. Once the higher-ups know about it, they will definitely send a large number of exalts to the 15th floor. 7 sins. Yes, and those monsters from the 7 sins, the ones that stayed within the group, will all be here as well. No matter how hard the door of the lab is, it can't hold up for a moment, but it can't hold up for a lifetime. When it breaks open, you won't be able to escape even if you're given wings. Damn it! You can't get out. What about my wife? You haven't given me the medicine. Luya's red eyes, forgetting his fear of Ningfeng at this moment, came forward and stared fiercely at the other party. You clearly promised me. You said you'd save her. Can't even get out now. I should never have trusted you. In the face of Luya's rebuke, Ningfeng stood his ground and merely watched this coldly. I told you to just watch without asking questions. Since I promised you, I will keep my word. Whether it's the 7 sins, or someone else, today, they can't stop me. Instead of worrying over nothing here, why don't you take advantage of this time and help me with one last thing? Ningfeng leaned down, lowered his voice, and explained to Lu Yi. The latter froze when he heard what he was commanded to do, and was unable to ease up for a long time. Gollum! Lu Yi swallowed heavily, then turned his head stiffly and looked at Ningfeng, incredulous. You really want me to do this? You're trying to drive Luo's group crazy. Since I've decided, there's no turning back. Ningfeng walked straight past Lu Ye's side, leaving behind a light sentence. After this is accomplished, as long as I live for one day, I will keep your wife safe for one day. Lu Yi stayed where he was, gazing at Ningfeng's back as he walked deeper and deeper, and crossed his heart. It's long past the point of no choice. Spells it out. Tap tap tap. Crisp footsteps echoed deep in the archive area. In the midst of a darkness, the silhouette of Ningfeng's figure, which had appeared abruptly, did not move further. And in front of him, the inside of a cart stacked with samples of various potions. Sun Ming, the deputy supervisor of the laboratory, was busy placing many samples, extracting some of them, and placing them in different categories inside a stored metal box. Inside the box, large and small, hundreds of samples have been stored for sampling. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Sun Ming stopped the movement in his hand, and his whole body slowly straightened up and... The look was serious, and he turned his head violently. Professor Lu? Tap. Facing Sun Ming's puzzled call, Ningfeng continued to take 2 steps forward, his entire face finally revealed. Assistant Superintendent Sun, it's me. It's you. Sun Ming organized the metal box in his hand without any trace, carefully placing it aside, and incomparably vigilantly sizing up Ningfeng, who had gone and returned. What? Didn't you follow Lu Yi out? Did you forget something and came back to get it? I'm more familiar with this than you are. Tell me what it is and I'll help you. Ningfeng didn't say anything, quietly gazing at the metal box that the other party had placed aside. Assistant Superintendent Sun, what are you? Sun Ming froze and approached Ningfeng step by step while wearing a full and kind smile. Little Feng, you're new here, there are some rules here you don't understand. Our lab, although it was founded by the Roche Group, there's a saying. Science does not distinguish between borders, but scientists are divided into. This person always have to seek a little more things for themselves is. You say, right? At this moment, he was already standing in front of Ningfeng, his hand circling behind his back, carefully fumbling out a syringe from his waist, which had long since extracted a powerful and deadly poison. So that's why you snuck in here? Ningfeng's gaze was icy cold, and he looked at Sun Ming as if he were viewing a dead body. He moved extremely fast, so fast that before Sun Ming could even react, the arm holding the poison was grabbed by Ningfeng. Click! The sound of bones shattering came from Ningfeng's hands. Ah! Miserable screams emanated from Sun Ming's mouth as his entire body fell to his knees from the excessive pain, the poison syringe rolling to the side. I've never been a fan of people lying, though. The rats sent by the Terra Shield Company, originally I didn't have the heart to care. Only, you got in my way to be a witness. Alas, I really don't blame me. It's you yourself, looking for death. End of chapter. Chapter 85 Octopus? Forbidden Realm. Chapter 85 Octopus? Forbidden Realm. Ah! What? What eyewitness? What are you talking about? And? How do you know that I'm from Tai Shield? Sun Ming collapsed on the ground, forcing himself to endure the pain that continued to come from his arm, covered in cold sweat, and asked back with difficulty. At the moment, he was in a state of 1,000 panic, and facing Ningfeng, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Oh, you think that by diverting my attention, you'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to strike back? But the only thing that responded to him was Ningfeng's cold palm, clamping down on his neck. Relying on your poison that doesn't do much good? Or is it your top-of-the-line gamma body-strengthening powers that you think you're hiding so well? Ningfeng's voice was like a tolling bell of morning souls, causing Sun Ning's heart to palpitate and vibrate unspeakably. How can you tell? I'm Gamma. At this moment, Sun Ming was desperately tearing at Ningfeng's palms clamped around his neck with both hands, but no matter how hard he pushed and how fully he unleashed his Gamma-level enhanced exotic energy, neither could shake the other in the slightest. How can? The fear of struggling to no avail and death looming over them surfaced completely at this moment. There's nothing impossible. Your mind, it's written all over your face. Without saying much, he exerted force in his hands, and with the sound of his neck breaking, Sun Ming completely lost the strength to resist. His body was limp, and he was casually tossed aside on the ground by Ningfeng. Bug solved, but it's this stuff. Patting the dust on his hands, Ningfeng stepped forward and picked up the metal carrying case that Sun Ming was carrying from the cart on the side. It's not in the program, but take it back to old Meng, it might come in handy. But right now, it's better to get the important things done. After placing the metal suitcase in a more secure place, Ningfeng walked straight towards the deeper part of the archive area. Finally, it came to the gray wall wrapped in energized chains. Bang! Bang! This time, the dull crash could be clearly heard from outside. Even the ground in front of the gray wall was vaguely trembling, which showed the enormity of the force involved. Good boy, take it easy, I'll let you out. On Ningfeng's face, a chillingly eerie smile was spreading at the moment. The scarlet light in his eyes flickered continuously, and without hesitation, he placed his mechanical palm, pressing it against the gray wall in front of him. Click, click, click. In an instant, the icy frost, spreading from under his hands, enveloped the entire gray wall in the blink of an eye. Along with the chains, all of them were frozen in it. And it seems that the source of the energization, because of the sudden drop in temperature, triggered a malfunction to stop running. The temperature of the surroundings, because of Ningfeng's movements, also emanated a slight chill. Ningfeng gently knocked on the gray wall that froze the thick layer of ice with his hand and nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, he pressed his hands, as much as he could, on top of the ice. Under his breath, he whistled, "Break!" Bang! In an instant, Ningfeng's body erupted with 1,000 pounds of strength. The concrete floor that his feet stepped on even collapsed directly. Boom! The ice layer that his hands pressed down on shattered inch by inch in this instant, along with the gray walls wrapped in it. Click, 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 click. The toothsome sound of cracking walls came from in front of them. 10 seconds later. Boom! The sound of a crashing collapse surged through the silent archives. Along with the smoke and dust that filled the air, a large amount of masonry debris smashed down on the ground. The entire gray wall is now crumbling and destroyed, exposing the space behind the wall. Not brightly surrounded by smoke and dust, Ningfeng's scarlet eyes lit up like flames. His entire body stepped into the space behind the wall, his face overflowing with uncontainable joy and excitement. This is a big surprise. A strange luster bloomed in his eyes, and following his line of sight, he saw that in front of him was a four-sided space constructed of thick metal, roughly 20 cubic meters up and down. Smooth, no weld marks. Windowless, without the slightest furnishings, and immensely empty, it was a top-secret prison cell from which there was no escape. On the innermost side, the metal ceiling, in the corner, a shadow, was twisting and circling. The sound of electricity running through the machinery, and the sticky sound left behind, like when sea creatures are active, mixed together. Odd trilling roars, constantly emanating from the shadows. In the darkness, however, Ningfeng saw the shadows form clearly. Not a person, not a creature, not any being ever seen. The true face of that shadow was like an octopus with its head cut off. 8 mechanically built tentacles, linked to a disc that looked like a gear, twisted and contracted and stretched. Each tentacle, strewn with metallic barbs, revealed a blood-red halo that flickered underneath its mechanical shell. Roars with trills and currents of electricity continued to emanate from within the odd object, like a warning, like a wince. The whole body, which was made of silver-gray metal, seemed to have its own emotions as if it had a life unique to the creature. Ningfeng stood in the middle of this space, quietly gazing at the scene in front of him. Biomechanics. His eyes narrowed slightly as he put the identity of the tentacle in front of him into perspective. Biomechanical, it's an extremely obscure term in an age where such a variety of tech trees litter the landscape. It represents that a person who has an autonomous consciousness and is able to grow, think, eat, excrete, and reproduce like a living creature. And so on and so forth, with specialties unique to living creatures, appearing on artificially created machinery. It is what could be called, taboo territory. And Law's group accidentally touched it and managed to create a sample. Except that the sample was perfected beyond their control. This biomechanic not only possesses the specialties of a living creature, but also those of an intelligent creature, high intelligence, the ability to think, and emotions. Sensing that Roche was going to use itself as a murder weapon, it began to resist, indiscriminately attacking and killing more than 2/3 of the researchers in the lab at the time. Even to the point where the investigative team that arrived to back it up was stonewalled and forced to reorganize months later. At that time, the Luo group had only been founded a short while ago, and there were only 4 beta-level exalted within the company. These 4, 2 of them, died at the hands of this biomechanic. At the end of the day, unable to contain its rampage, it could only create this metal cage that was completely grid to the outside world and managed to lure and imprison it. I can't imagine that this secret will be perceived by me with my powers. Ningfeng raised his head and looked towards the biomachine perched in the corner of the ceiling. The other party gave him a feeling like a few-year-old child who had seen a stranger, timid, curious, and incredibly wary. "Come. I'll take you out." Before he spoke, he raised his left hand and beckoned toward the biomechanics above him. Next. Roar. A hiss that triggered a popping sound of air came from the biomechanics. Its entirety jolted out of the ceiling and downward. In the center gear part, revealing inside and outside more than 10 layers of dense metal sharp teeth. Long, scarlet mechanical tongues swept towards Ningfeng. End of chapter. Chapter 86, What's the harm in being more hideous in a broken body? Chapter 86, What's the harm in being more hideous in a broken body? Like an octopus, the biomechanical creature cowered in the corner of the ceiling for a long time before. Upon seeing Ningfeng's beckoning motion, he pounced without warning. In the central mechanical gear area, densely packed metal fangs, and long scarlet metal tongues, at this moment, like wild beasts, wanted to gnaw on Ningfeng's flesh and blood. Such a way to greet me. But it's not good. Under Ningfeng's eyes, a bizarre scarlet glow was no longer hidden in the slightest at this moment. His aura instantly climbed to the extreme. Just now he was still harmless, now, it was like a devil crawling out of hell alive. The white coat was windless, and the 2 mechanical arms, Instantly, he clutched atop one of the biomechanical tentacles. And then, in a smooth motion, towards the metal wall on the side, flung it violently. Boom! A dull thumping sound echoed up in the narrow space. Smoke and dust. But, before the smoke had cleared, a roar with a trilling sound and mechanical workings had come out of the smoke. Immediately afterward, a black shadow, almost too fast for the naked eye to capture, lunged from behind Ningfeng's head. "I don't have time to spend here with you." Ningfeng's gaze was icy cold, his tone stiff, and he turned back abruptly. Bang! Kerala! The sound of gold and iron striking each other came, only to see that, like an octopus-like biomechanical, the most central gear part, was deadlocked by Ningfeng with his hand. The dense, sharp teeth in the other party's gears were exerting themselves frantically to tear into Ningfeng's palm, but in addition to leaving a bunch of shallow marks, and a little bit of sparks, there wasn't the slightest bit of building. Seeing this situation, the biomechanical 8 tentacles began to wrap around Ningfeng's arm, constantly tightening, wanting to use this to strangle it off raw. Maybe you once killed those 2 beta aliens from the Luo group, but the masterpieces that come from old Meng's manufacturing techniques are no match for the physical strength of a punk. It seems that a small measure of discipline is needed to show you who is the master. Before Ningfeng's words fell, his hand moved with incomparable ferocity, and with his other hand, he directly and ruthlessly grabbed one of the biomechanical tentacles. Rip! Zigzag! The sound of a limb being ripped off and an electric current short-circuiting came out instantly. Roar! A mournful roar emanated from amongst the biomechanics' 8 tentacles, only 7 of which were left at the moment. But invariably, more tightly wound, trying to hang on for dear life. One is not enough, then add another. Ningfeng's 5 fingers were like pincers as he grasped at yet another tentacle of the biomachine and violently exerted himself. Rip! Electricity flashed and sparks splashed, and under the miserable roar, the biomechanic was unable to withstand the torture and directly let go of Ningfeng's arm. Falling to the ground. Like a wounded and aggrieved septon, it slowly cowered in a corner and intermittently growled low. That voice, it was as if it was showing weakness and begging for mercy. It seems to need tempering. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully looked at a tentacle in his hand that he had ripped off. Beneath the mechanical shell, the contracted and taut pink muscular veins could be vaguely seen within. In addition to the constantly jumping arcs of electricity and fire in the fractured area, there were spots of blue-green liquid flowing and dripping down. That's biomechanical blood. What an odd construction. Take it back and let old Ming study it. After muttering something, Ningfeng directly threw the tentacle in his hand towards the biomechanism in the corner of the ground. Coldly, he said, "Don't pretend. I know you can pick it back up." At these words, the biomechanic, which had been growling low and aggrieved, paused in its voice as if it felt a hint of embarrassment. And then very quickly, he picked up the two broken tentacles, and almost in the blink of an eye, he was back to his normal self. Ningfeng fixed his eyes on it, and saw that the biomechanical machine was, at the moment, perfectly repaired where it had broken off its tentacles, and could not be seen to be half as different as it had been in the past. Interesting. Now it's time to put you to good use. He leaned down and picked up the biomechanic that had just come up to his feet and was fawningly rubbing the tops of his feet, in one piece. And then, with a hand, he ripped off the white coat from his body, naked out his entire upper body. Only to see, on Ningfeng's back, from the neck down to the waist, it was penetrated by a bright silver mechanical spine. The center portion on that spine was slowly separating towards the left and right sides at the moment, unfolding into roughly the width of 2 fists. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. This stump of a body is already this tattered, what's the harm in becoming more hideous? Before the words left his mouth, Ningfeng obediently placed the biomachine in his hand and slammed it closed towards his back spine. Kerala! Instantly, the friction sound of the mechanical combination docking echoed within the entire space. Explain the situation. Level 15, outside the dark door of the lab. The group of investigative team members who hurriedly arrived were currently following closely behind the 3 figures. Everyone's gazes were surprisingly unanimous, landing on the dark door that was closed tightly at the moment because of the malfunction. How long has it been since the lab went wrong? The person who spoke, the entire person was shrouded in an extraordinarily wide turquoise robe, his entire body, including his face, was hidden under this robe. From a distance, it looked like a ghost. Back to your lordship, before and after probably about an hour or so. Old Xia, who was the person in charge of the monitoring machine room, was currently cowering, bowing his head, and swallowing his reply. Over an hour? The green-robed man was instantly enraged. The lab has been out of control for over an hour. Are you people freeloaders? Did you have to wait for the lab to be blown up before you guys could react? The green-robed man said as he dropped his gaze on the dark door of the laboratory in front of him, which was emitting an eerie cold aura. The first order of business is to blast open this door. I'd like to see what kind of fellow dares to hit the lab under our 7 sins' noses. As the green-robed man's words fell, his hands reached forward. At that moment, there was an infinite amount of greatness that emanated from his hands, sweeping through the air towards the dark door in front of him. Overreading of the 7 sins, beta medium, ability, Mikado. Under the green-robed man's manipulation, in front of the crowd, the tightly closed dark door, at this time, vaguely trembled, emitting a toothsome sound. Where are you two watching the show? Still not helping? The green-robed man snapped his head sideways to look at the 2 people who had been silent at his side. What a pain in the ass. The man who spoke was dressed in a fiery red biker suit, and after wringing his neck, he stepped forward. Placing his hand directly on top of the dark door, in an instant, the metal-constructed door, visible to the naked eye, heated up and turned red. Wrath of the 7 deadly sins, beta medium, ability, high temperature. That's a small matter, just leave it to you guys, I don't want to get involved. The crunching sound of high heels on the ground came from the last figure among the 3, revealing its true form. A move that held the eyes of everyone around him. A smile that seduces and moves the heart, the desire of the 7 deadly sins, Siejinju. End of chapter. Chapter 87 A strong breakthrough, sound east, sound west. Chapter 87 A strong breakthrough, sound east, sound west. Dragon City time, 8:17 and 6 seconds p.m. 3 of the 7 sins, overreading, anger, and color desire, led more than 30 investigative team alters. Gather in front of the 15th floor lab door. Trapped beast. Just waiting to break down the door and surround the intruder. More power. Damn it, who designed this tie door in the first place? It would take the combined efforts of beta-level exalts to break through it with great effort. The green-robed man was emitting a turquoise glow all over his body, and at this moment, under the full stimulation of his supernormal abilities, his entire body left the ground and hovered up and down in mid-air. Looking around, the metal dark door at the moment, the four corners have begun to twist and distort. The central position, roughly the size of a basin, has been affected by the high temperature red, and the range, but also rapidly expanding. 10 minutes, in 10 minutes, whoever is messing around in the lab, I'll make his life worse than death. The green-robed man gave a low grunt and worked harder. However, at the same time, outside the Roche Group building. As night falls, the street in front of the building is strewn with cars. The street lights come on and shine for a brief moment. Luo's Group entire building, most of the floors are dark, only the 15th floor is located, the interior is as bright as day. At that moment, a woman wearing a gray trench coat and a mask was standing straight and fixed in front of the building. Lifting his head, he looked out over the steel and concrete building that stood straight in front of him. Roche Group. Song Xianyu's 10 fingers were clenched tightly, and his words were filled with undisguised hatred. One day, this building, with my own eyes, will collapse here. Along with you beasts, all of you will fall into hell to pay for the lives of those innocent people. Thoughts fall silent in the mind. Song Xianyu lowered his head and looked at the time on the wristwatch on his wrist. 8:18 and 44 seconds p.m. Time, just right. Such a night, frost condenses and lights up the night sky. In an instant, underneath Song Xianyu's feet, an icicle that surfaced from the bottom up rose insanely at an extremely fast speed. Carrying Song Xianyu, he approached towards the heights of the Luo Group building at great speed. The goal, straight to where the 15th floor is. Mom, someone flew up there. Vehicles rushed by on the side of the road, their windows rolled down to reveal the incredibly curious eyes of a little girl. She pointed in the direction of Song Xianyu and cheered in surprise. Looks like it won't take 10 minutes. The green-robed man looked at the edge of the dark door that had bent over 20 centimeters, his voice revealing joy. Before the words were finished, the next instant. Boom! Wow! The explosions of the bursts, and the sound of the glass walls collapsing with a bang, haunted the room. The sudden change stunned all those present. Eyes converged on the left side of the 15th floor hallway, at the end of the otherwise intact corridor. At the moment, a 2-meter high by 1 meter wide hole was blasted out of life. The collapsed and shattered bricks of the wall splattered on the ground in all directions, filling the air with smoke and dust. A thick, cold air, pouring in from outside the building, accompanied by frost that spread out in the porch. Who? The destruction of the laboratory's hidden door was aborted. At this moment, whether it was the green-robed man, the many members of the investigation team, or Xiejinju, who was always watching the show from the side, all gathered their eyes at the end of the shattered porch. Dare to break into the Luo Group, are you tired of living? Tap tap tap. Crisp footsteps echoed the crowd's anger. Song Xianyu's silhouette was revealed from the smoke and dust, and without half a word of nonsense, she spread her hands out and endless ice cones, condensed in midair behind her. In the blink of an eye, it stabbed towards the crowd in front without hesitation. Brush 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 brush. Speed that the naked eye couldn't keep up with was added to the ice pick. The narrow porch became an inescapable obstacle, forcing the crowd to face 10,000 arrows. Not good. Watch out. Rack the defenses. There were exclamations of surprise from some of the many members of the investigative team, but it was too late. The densely packed ice cones penetrated the bodies of most of the investigation team members in almost the blink of an eye, leaving a patch of bloody holes in vein. Ah! Ah! In an instant, the screams were endless. Bunch of losers. After the ice pick attack, the 3-7 sins, unharmed. The green-robed man waved his sleeve, and the more than 10 ice cones that had stalled in mid-air in front of him were manipulated and discarded on the ground, shattering into varying sizes. Turning back to look at the largely dead and wounded members of the investigation team, his tone was full of contempt. Luo's Group has raised so many losers who are of no use at all when it comes to the critical moment. Guy who doesn't dare to show his face, since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. The green-robed man was covered in robes without any wind, the whole person was suspended at a height of 20 centimeters from the ground, and the green light on his body was even more prevalent. Phew! Suddenly, an extraordinarily chilly wind poured in from outside the porch building. In an instant, rows and rows of ground thorns constructed from cold ice rose and spread beneath the feet of the crowd, stabbing into the flesh and blood, condensing the body. Sculpture! Wow! The man in the red biker suit was glowing with amazing heat. The condensed cold ice dissolved into a vapor the moment it touched his body. At this moment, he stepped heavily on his feet and with little hesitation, he charged towards Song Xianyu at the end of the corridor. "I'll take care of this guy, you guys keep breaking down doors." The wrath of the 7 deadly sins, wherever it passes, the high temperature makes the air around it, all of them are twisting and trembling. However, Sang Xianyu, who had broken into the building, saw the rage running towards him. Eyes glazed over, without the slightest hesitation, he drew backward and evacuated the building. The body vanished, the ice extended under his feet, and he flew towards the far side of Luo's group. Where to run? Anger roared, his body falling in midair like a cannonball, blasting into the ground in front of the Luo group building. Directly smashed out a half-meter deep pit. With the force of his feet, he leapt up high again, chasing towards Song Xianyu's departing figure. "Don't you go after them, it's useless to go." Roche Group Building, 15th floor corridor. The green-robed man raised his hand to call out when he saw the scattered few members of the investigation team who still retained their combat power and wanted to go downstairs to chase after Song Xianyu. The people who broke into the building are supposed to be in cahoots with the guy who's hiding in the lab right now. Their purpose is to lure us away so they can leave a moment of respite. Humph, a small sculpture, but I won't let him have his way. You guys, help me blast open this broken door with all your might. I'd like to see what kind of rat is hiding inside. Hiding his head and showing his tail. At the green-robed man's command, several members of the investigation team, using their respective supernatural abilities, blasted on top of the dark door. As for himself, the Imperator maneuvered, and the gate twisted at breakneck speed under the influence of his powers. Hidden, the view from the rear lab was already visible. The node that breaks the door is just around the corner. On the other side, Xie Jinju, who stood in the corridor, always in a state of watching the show, gently patted the dust on his arm. Looking at the ice cone fragments scattered at her feet, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Gaze thoughtfully toward the back of the dark lab door. How is it that a woman's intuition is telling me that the guy behind the door is a familiar face? End of chapter. Chapter 88, High Temperature and Extreme Freezing, you think you can stop me? Chapter 88, High Temperature and Extreme Freezing, you think you can stop me? The night was deep and the moon was bright. The cool evening breeze of a near summer day dispels the heat that is gathered during the day. Traffic wove its way through the main roads of the Dragon City. The streetlights were wide open, and the passers-by were in groups of 3, still talking and laughing. For the residents of Dragon City, the nightlife has just begun. Hey you guys look, there's someone over there. Longcheng Bridge, spanning the monstrous lake. With the neon nightlights, pedestrians on the bridge stopped to take pictures of the view. Abruptly, what should have been a dark, hidden lake was far away. Surprisingly, there were 2 black shadows that were moving at a rapid pace. That's the center of the lake over there. My God, there really is someone up there. Or 2, seemingly chasing each other. Running on a lake? Is it a famous shifter? You guys, look at the one in the back, it's like one of the 7 sins. 7 sins? When these 2 words were mentioned by the crowd, in an instant, the passers-by, who were still disinterested, all gathered around. At the moment, on the Longcheng Bridge, the side railing of the bridge is crowded with onlookers. Cell phone flashes, flashlights, virtually every source of light was focused on the center of the lake in the distance. This time, the crowd saw it slightly more clearly. Only to see that the originally calm surface of the lake, at the moment in the center, there was an ice channel about 1 meter wide, spreading rapidly towards the front. Song Xianyu was dressed in a white suit, and the ice condensed under his feet, driving his body forward across the lake at an extremely fast speed. The wind whistled beside his ears, and Song Xianyu did not look back. It's not in position yet, it's going to be a little further. The speed at which the ice condensed under his feet accelerated even more. Don't run! Wearing a red biker suit, Rage flew after him from the rear by using the ice layer that Song Xianyu had condensed on the surface of the lake. Every step he took left extremely deep imprints in the ice. In the middle of the prints, there was still high temperature, evaporating the ice, and water vapor rose. There was a sound of zipping and zipping. This obvious movement further convinced the passers-by surrounding the bridge of the identity of Rage. It's the 7 sins. The Rage of the 7 sins. The one with the high temperature ability. It's hard to see, but the general outline, it's exactly like what you see on TV. The 7 sins are chasing someone? If I remember correctly, all the people inside the 7 sins are all at the beta level, and if they can be chased by the 7 sins, doesn't that mean that they are also beta level aliens? A beta level with ice? Do we have such a person in Dragon City? The crowd gazed their gazes towards Sung Xianyu, and after thinking hard, they were unable to place their names. But almost everyone, anyway, took out their cell phones and pointed their cameras at the far side of the lake, recording the not-so-uncommon scene. Want to run? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a shout came violently behind Sung Xianyu. The ice spreading over the lake water was at the moment emanating a strong trembling sensation. A fiery red biker suit, Rage, leapt forward, his entire body hanging in the air, like a bomb, smashing into Sung Xianyu in front of him. The location is right. Facing the incoming enemy from the rear, Sung Xianyu did not care in the slightest. Instead, he took a moment to check the view in all directions, confirming that he had reached a deep enough position in the lake to stop his feet quickly. Turning back in an instant. Jade hand wiped in the air, a large area of ice cones from the lake below swept violently. Ice cones are dense, like a bead curtain from the bottom up, taking in the heart. Sculpture. In mid-air, Rage's eyes widened angrily, and his body, hands, feet, and face, as long as it was exposed skin, were all instantly red as Danju at this moment. Even the eyes, they were crimson. An incomparably dense high temperature radiated out around his body. The ice cones that Sung Xianyu attacked over blinked and dissolved into large swaths of water vapor when they were a meter away from each other. The densely packed ice cone bead curtains dissipated without a trace in an instant. If you dare to make a move against the Luo clan, you must have the realization of death. Rage roared, his hands opened up with 10 fingers, and he grabbed the air around him violently. Hoo. In a moment, in his hands, there was an extremely dense white-hot gas that gathered into the shape of a round ball and rotated rapidly. Go to hell! 2 glowing white masses of hot air were thrown out from the anger's hands towards Sung Xianyu below. You're really a loyal dog of the Luo group. Sung Xianyu turned around, and with a light step of her foot, there was an icicle that carried her body, climbing up to a distance of 4 or 5 meters above the lake. The 2 hot air masses, on the other hand, smashed into the lake. Moment. Wow. Boom, boom. Only to see, along with 2 dull explosions, pounds of hot air scurrying out from the lake. A large part of the lake was vaporized. The surface of the originally calm lake was even vaguely boiling. It's with guys like you that people up and down Dragon City now almost forget that Seven Sins was never affiliated with the Luo group. The Seven Sins, at the very beginning, were the benchmark idols that really led Dragon City to prosperity. Instead of today, looking up to others and being bossed around as a lapdog. Song Xianyu's voice, incomparably cold, carried a condescending contempt. Oomph, what do you know? The Rage, who had landed on the ice with a loud bang, grunted angrily at the moment. No matter who sent you, you won't be able to leave alive today. You attacked the Roche Group's headquarters building to help create an escape for that accomplice in the lab, didn't you? A hideous smile spreads across Rage's face at this moment. That's a shame, with 2 Seven Sins blocking the lab door and follow-up support following. That guy, he's going to die a horrible death. Noisy. Sung Xianyu stood on top of the ice pillar, his eyes narrowed slightly, and before his voice fell, he waved his hand. Then there was a pillar of ice, transformed into a rope, scurrying out from the lake water, to lock the entirety of anger within it. I told you, you're nothing but a waste of effort. My powers, for you, are natural enemies. These bluff-looking attacks of yours can't even tickle me. Rage laughed wildly, his hands spread out, his crimson body was emitting heat waves outward in bursts. Break! He shouted loudly, and a majestic heat wave instantly erupted with him at the center. Sweeping in all directions for 100 meters in all directions. Phew! Wow. In an instant, Sung Xianyu's attack, the lake below, all turned into dense, whitened water vapor in this burst of heat. Even the crowd watching the show on the Dragon City Bridge, at this moment, clearly felt the wind blowing over from the lake, a little hot. By the looks of it, it's still Rage, that's better. Even in favorable lake terrain, there's still no way to bring back the situation where the powers are restrained. It's over. I've heard that this Wrath's methods are quite brutal, and enemies who fall into his hands are basically extraordinarily miserable. End of chapter. Chapter 89 Heavy Rain Like a Pearl Curtain, Unmeltable Cold Ice. Chapter 89 Heavy Rain Like a Pearl Curtain, Unmeltable Cold Ice. I'm genuinely curious. How did you, a beta alien, suddenly appear within the boundaries of Dragon City? The guy with the ice. Outsider? With you guys, you also presume to target the Luo group? Rage, around his body, a terrifyingly high temperature was emanating, and the ice he stepped on underneath his feet was gradually melting, emitting a burst of zip, zip, zip sounds. Between the lines, all of them are defending Luo's group. What a good dog. So much for surrendering your dignity for a little alien active potion. Helping those beasts do all the nasty things they do in the open and in the dark. Song Xianyu's voice, coming from high in the sky, instantly caused Rage's already crimson body to rise even hotter. Where did you get that from? I was going to leave them alive, but now it seems unnecessary. Rage, with his eyes wide open in anger, the whole person exerted force under his feet and leapt into the middle of the deep lake. Guru, guru, guru. Almost the instant, Rage leapt into the water. The originally calm lake was transformed into a boiling hot soup. Bubbles of varying sizes come up from underwater. Scorchingly hot heat waves, layer after layer. The ice path that Song Xianyu had created on the surface of the lake only moments ago all melted and sank into the water. Even the icicles stepping under his feet were vaguely shaking and uneasy. Feel what it's like to be cooked in flesh and blood. A roar came from the lake below. In an instant, the lake seemed to be lifted off the water by something that. A wave, more than 10 meters high, emerged from the lake. It was like a large net that was going to swallow Song Xianyu, who was hanging high on an ice pillar. Looking at your powers, it seems like you're rather rusty in using them. I'm afraid you've just been awakened not too long ago, right? If you want to blame yourself. Amidst the rolling waves, Rage gets a boost by stepping on the ever-boiling tumbling water under his feet. He was crimson, and even the current couldn't hide the glow. In the middle of the night, it was like a piece of red-hot charcoal. Compatibility of powers, disparity of strength, eyeless fellow, obediently suffer death. That rolling hot wave of lake water was about to flood Song Xianyu's body in the next instant. So much so that the crowds of people watching from the side of the bridge couldn't bear to look at it at this point. In their hearts, Song Xianyu's death was already doomed. Why is it cool? At the end of the bridge, a schoolgirl, also watching, now turned her back and felt a cool breeze coming from above. In the air, but also abruptly diffused the feeling of humidity. Wind up? Is this rain? If it were ordinary, I would definitely not be able to escape your attack today. But it's a shame. At this moment, Song Xianyu's body was surrounded by countless ice cones, her gaze cold and deadly as she stared at the Rage in front of her. Unfortunately, what? The anger, who was still victorious just now, suddenly had a touch of anxiety rising in his heart. It's a shame. The wind is picking up. Song Xianyu's hair danced and his white trench coat hunted. Suddenly, a blast of wind came violently from the depths of the lake. Moist and cool. Wow. The next instant, the rain fell. Don't try to struggle. Die. Rage pressed down with both hands, and the rolling waves that surged up from the lake were about to engulf Song Xianyu in the next instant. And it was in this instant that the night sky changed from a light misty rain to a heavy downpour. The raindrops hit the surface of the lake and rippled, and the whole lake rippled and tumbled. The humidity in the air, throughout the range of the lake, came to a peak. Rain falls on the frosty sky, and snow flies in June. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one. A clear and cold cry chanted in Song Xianyu's mouth. In this instant, it was as if time stood still between heaven and earth. A beaded curtain of rain falling from the clouds, frozen between this heaven and earth. Cascades of rain condensed into lines interspersed throughout the human world. The anger, who had driven the rolling waves just now, was, at this moment, frozen in the waves as a whole. As far as the eye could see, the entire lake was turned into a thick layer of ice. Whoa, 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 whoa. Frozen raindrops, clattering down on the surface of the lake, splashing crystals in all directions, and then the violent rain continued to sprinkle from high above. Click, click. The sound of ice cracking came not far from Song Xianyu. The Rage, that was supposed to be frozen in death within the waves, was red, with a fierce expression, and its limbs were struggling. Didn't I tell you, your ice can't freeze me? The roar from behind the ice was somewhat dull and muffled. But Song Xianyu, at this moment, leaped off the icicle and walked on the lake, his pace slow and not at all hurried. Step by step, towards the Rage, that was frozen within the wave, trying to melt the ice with the heat. The rain that sprinkled overhead turned into ice crystals and fell beside Song Xianyu the instant before it reached his head. One is dry and unsoaked even though one is walking in the rain. Your psychic ability, high temperature, is a constant emanation of high temperature from within your body to the outside world, which can melt everything it comes into contact with, condense high-temperature air clusters, and boil the waves of a lake. But all this presupposes that there is sufficient physical strength to support it. Your high temperature, when used with high intensity in a short period of time, is effective and will become less and less effective. Let me guess, how much stamina do you have left to fight me off since you chased me? What are you talking about when you're dying? When I melt this ice, it will be your time to die. The rage warmed up its body even more vigorously, and the sound of zipping and zipping surfaced in the ice. As he watched, he was about to break through the frozen waves. Ugh! Say man, why are you so stupid? Song Xianyu shook his head. She raised her hand, and a piece of frozen rain, transformed into ice crystals, fell onto her palm and piled up in a moment. Casually scattering it on the lake, Sang Xianyu faintly smiled. If it doesn't stop raining and freezing, it won't stop. Turn into an ice sculpture on this lake, here is your grave. Her voice, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Physical strength nearly spent, barely melting away the ice that had frozen him, rage had only just breathed in the humid air outside. In an instant, an even more intense coldness descended on all the bones around his body. No! Rage thrusts his hand forward with all his might, keeping his entire body in a position of trying to escape outward. But the frost spread all over his body, and his originally reddish body now became pale and stiff. The remaining warmth still on the surface of his body struggled to melt the frost, but in an instant, it was filled with even thicker frost. The rain poured down, and the entire lake under the bridge was turned into a cold and icy deadland. Perfect timing. Song Xianyu raised his wrist and looked at his watch before his figure flickered and disappeared extremely quickly into the night. And everyone gathered on the bridge in the distance couldn't care less about the rain pouring on their heads at the moment. One looked dementedly at the thick layer of ice on the surface of the lake. The wrath of the 7 deadly sins. Just died? End of chapter. Chapter 90. Put your head against the ground and cut yourself off. Chapter 90. Put your head against the ground and cut yourself off. Roche Group, Headquarters Building, 15th floor. Bang! 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 The sound of thick steel deforming echoed through the corridor, one at a time. Overreading of the 7 deadly sins, a green-robed man with the power of Mikado. At the moment, the body is suspended at a height of 20 centimeters above the ground, and the hands are presented forward in a grasping position. Fought to tear at the lab's closed, dark door. I don't know how much effort was expended, but with an extraordinarily dull thud, the entire dark door to the lab was completely yanked from the wall. Boom! The deformed body of the door was heavily discarded on the ground. The scene inside the lab appeared before the crowd just now. Go! The green-robed man's figure landed on the ground, taking the brunt of the blow. Xiejinju and the rest of the members of the investigation team who had followed up and supported them entered the room in a row. What the hell is going on here? The crowd of the investigation team, at the moment, looked around with frightened eyes. Following their line of sight, they only saw a large number of corpses piled up horizontally on the ground at the entrance to the lab. Most of them were lab researchers in white coats. Bathed in blood at the moment, piled on top of each other. This would be the ones kept alive in the lab. The green-robed man kicked an oncoming body with his foot. The body was dressed, unlike the researcher, like a hospital gown or a prison uniform. It looks like whoever broke in here put these living things out. In his mouth, the people captured for experimentation were more like lambs to the slaughter. These vivisectors attacked the researcher, but the green-robed man's words turned, and he looked up and around the lab. The sound of wires snapping and electricity rattling echoed through the dimly lit lab. Shards of glass and blood were visible everywhere, making the whole space ghastly. The perception of an alien is far beyond the ordinary, and the green-robed man's gaze, from time to time, landed on a few hidden spots in the lab. At once, he sneered, "You guys go and find out the rats that are hiding, and if there is any resistance, kill them directly." Yes. In an instant, the crowd of the investigation team, who had been cowering just moments ago, had cruel smiles on their faces and dispersed in all directions. For a while, screams and shouts echoed through the lab. As for Xiejinju of 7 Sins of Desire, she was currently wearing a wraparound skirt, black silk high heels, her long hair was slightly curled, and the narrow-framed glasses she wore on her face reflected a faint light. She turned and looked back at the dismantled dark door to the lab. There were still flakes of frost left on it. Ice? Xiejinju's beautiful eyes slightly knitted, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Could it be I guessed wrong? Not him? Buzz. 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 The sound of machinery running, one at a time, echoed deep in the archive area. Behind the gray walls that had been broken open, inside the metal-constructed cell, the Ningfeng's entire body was bowed, kneeling on the ground, his hands leaning on the cold ground, his body constantly trembling from the intense pain. His teeth were clenched and he didn't let out a half-hearted cry of pain. At this moment, at his back, 8 mechanical tentacles were constantly twisting and hovering in midair. The centermost gear part of the biomechanical machine was cross-fusing step by step with the spine of the metal at the back of Ningfeng's neck. The current, the fire, triggered constantly as the two sides merged. At this moment, on Ningfeng's back, the unbearable pain brought about physical damage, large swaths of redness, swelling, and ruptured blood vessels surfaced all around, a patch of red dots that were clearly visible on the surface of Ningfeng's flesh. It was like a single smoke blooming under the skin. 8:37 and 12 seconds p.m. You, who are fused with the biomechanics, feel an intense pain like never before. At 8:37 and 16 seconds p.m., the mechanical spine fused with the biomechanical, causing a lull in nerve conduction, and your body assumed a paralyzed state. 8:37 and 28 seconds p.m., biomechanical body fused with you, 30% complete, bio-spine found a hole in your body, trying to follow the spinal nerves, deep into the back of your head. 8 p.m. takes you to 38 minutes and 01 seconds, biomechanical invasion to the back of your brain nerves, the delusion of taking over your brain, control of your consciousness, instead of you become the master of the body. It's really not good enough. But I'm not one of these losers from the Luo group who, as a creator, doesn't even have control over his creations. Originally, this was a tactic that I wanted to use on Xiaoyu, but now it seems that I need to test the effects for her in advance. At this moment, Ningfeng collapsed on the ground, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth, forcing his way to consciousness. Accidentally, the alien ability to push down allowed him to detect the strange movement of the biomechanics behind him. During the fusion process, the other party instinctively wanted to fight for control of the body, from Ningfeng's hands. Biomachines that want to invade the brain nerves along the spinal cord will inevitably have to pass through the medulla oblongata, where the medulla oblongata connects to the spinal cord. All I need to do is temporarily break the link between the two, and wait until they are fully fused, then restore them. Only, that would leave my body completely paralyzed. Once someone outside breaks in, when the fusion isn't over, I'll only be reduced to a lamb to the slaughter, at the mercy of others. At this moment, the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes flickered with madness. Retreat has no way back, only to fight to the death. For a moment, he lifted his head shakily, his fingers resting on the back of his head where it joined his spine. Press hard. In an instant, the slightest hint of coldness, from the surface of the skin, directly drilled into the depths of the body. In a blink of an eye, Ningfeng's entire body was as if it were a piece of machinery that had lost its electricity. The head drooped heavily downward against the ground. Mechanical limbs, in a relaxed state, are separated on either side of the body. Behind him, octopus-like biomechanics were scurrying desperately towards him. My lord, all places have been searched and nothing has been found. The living prisoners in hiding, excluding the few who resisted, were dealt with on the spot, and the rest were all taken aside. As for the intruder, was not found. The crowd of the investigation team, all in black suits, were now lined up in a row, surrounding the green-robed man in Xiejinju. All places have been searched? The green-robed man turned his head sideways, his voice chilling. Nope. Still missing the last area. Where? Archives area. Archive area? The green-robed man stared slightly. If the archive area is there, it needs to be opened by someone with sufficient permissions. It's also possible to forcefully destroy it with psychic powers, but it would take much longer, and there's no time to keep dragging it out. The 7 deadly sins, despite their high status within the group, have stayed out of the lab and don't have a corresponding biocode. Immediately go to the fastest group executives you can get in touch with, whoever comes in that can have access to the door. Tell them that a little later, the secrets of the group will be made public. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 91, 10 Armed Yama. Chapter 91, 10 Armed Yama. What the hell? How many people broke in? And you 7 sins couldn't do anything about it? A middle-aged man in a robe with a sulky face walked in from outside the lab. The 2 members of the investigation team who had gone and returned were close behind them. Mr. Hao, it's not that the 7 sins can't do anything about it, it's that the archive area has permissions that the Seven Sins don't have in their hands. The intruder is, at this moment, supposed to be inside. If you don't come, there's no way we can open it. The green-robed man's voice was sorrowful, and while the words seemed to be filled with respect, they carried a hint of unnoticed contempt. I know, it's a pain in the ass to be approached in the middle of the night. Isn't that just opening the door? Convinced, hurry up and get it done, I have things waiting for me over there. Luo Hao shook his head and strutted into the lab under the attention of the crowd. When he passed by Xiejinju's side, a pair of eyes still glanced up and down in a colorful manner for a long time. Xiejinju had a smile on her face from the beginning, and when Luo Hao's gaze was cast over, the bottom of her seductive eyes were filled with killing intent. Identification. Identity confirmed, Lo Ho, Board Director, Authority, Level 0 Authority. Access may be granted. Please enter the password. The familiar blue beam of light scattered downwards from above the door of the archive area, enveloping Luo Hao's entire body. AI's broadcasting voice, clear to the ear. Please enter the password. Muzzle, what brain-defective contraption designed this? Luo Hao cursed and spoke with extreme reluctance. In the service of creation. Password proofreading successful, voice print proofreading successful, access granted, gate open. The mechanical beep fell and the closed door to the archive area was once again opened. There's someone in there? A researcher? Suddenly, a figure behind the door of the archive area appeared in front of everyone. Lu Yi? Luo Hao probed his head, frowning to confirm the identity of the figure inside, his tone filled with doubt. Why are you here? No intruders in there? While Luo Hao questioned, the green-robed man and Xiejinju, who had already led a group of investigation teams, surged into the archive area. As far as the eye could see, the bookshelves, which had been neatly stacked with papers, were unusually cluttered. Then pushed down on the ground, the documents and papers gathered inside, but also scattered all around. Most of it had been drenched and stained with some kind of liquid. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess. What the hell are you up to here? It's hard to be a supervisor after all this? Luo Hao spoke without thinking, and Lu Yi stood silent. The people should be further in. The green-robed man looked at Lu Yi without a trace. Is it hard for this guy to barge in just to tear up some documents? Mr. Hao, this archive area, does it hold anything other than these things? The green-robed man's gaze landed on Luo Hao, stopping the other party from trying to further embarrass Lu Yi. What else is stored? This hole isn't just a place to store some documents and samples. Other than that. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Luo Hao. The shaking of his head gave an instantaneous lurch, and the whole man, wide-eyed and mostly sobered up. Damn! There's still that thing at. That thing? What is that thing? The green-robed man turned around and approached Luo Hao. The latter hung his head low, his eyes averted. No. Nothing. Anyway, you guys go look deeper, the intruder must be hiding somewhere. With 2 Seven Sins present at the same time, and so many people from the investigation team, it's not like they can't even catch a thief, right? Roho changed the subject and hid the truth. The green-robed man, on the other hand, did not choose to pursue the question after a brief silence. Mr. Hao is right about one thing, with 2 Seven Sins present, whatever is hidden in this archive area is not enough to fear. With those words, he walked towards the deeper depths without hesitation. Someone. While walking through the shelves stacked with papers to the cart area stacked with various samples, within the members of the investigation team, someone pointed forward and exclaimed in shock. Sun Ming? Isn't he the assistant supervisor here? Dead? Luo Hao gulped and began to regret agreeing to come here to get into this mess. Interesting, this guy's a shifter? Xiejinju's gaze landed on where Sun Ming's neck was broken, and the ghostly blue spinal cord accompanied the blood, solidifying on the surface of the wound. Sun Ming is considered a familiar face within the company, as I recall, his registered information, but he is an ordinary person to come. As he spoke, Xiejinju gazed at Luo Hao, who was not far away, with a smile on his face. It seems that there are quite a few lights within the group. A place as important as the lab, the superintendent and the deputy superintendent, both have problems. Luo Hao did not respond, his face was blue, and the dirty thoughts in his mind that he was still thinking about ending the matter at hand to go back and continue to get away with it went up in smoke. Damn! It just so happens that this happened while I was at the company. Those old guys on the board of directors are going to be talking about me to death. The intruder went deeper. All hands on deck, don't let anyone off the hook. The green-robed man around the body of the turquoise light surplus out, the whole person once again floating in the air, the surrounding debris, but also under the influence of his supernormal ability, constantly trembling and shaking. Go! At the word of command, the crowd moved quickly through the trolley area, and after a darkened corridor. Finally, the sight of what was in front of him. Collapsing gray walls, broken thick chains. A figure in a metal-enclosed cage, with its head against the ground, limbs limp and weak. On the upper half of his body, there were still some tattered pieces of clothing hanging. He's the intruder? Why does he seem to be dead? Wait, what's that on his back? Suddenly, a member of the investigation team pointed ahead and spoke in alarm. The crowd followed the direction of the finger. One could only see that behind the figure of the man, a mechanical creature with 8 tentacles was twisting and writhing continuously. It's numbing from a distance. 8:45 and 4 seconds p.m., the enemy broke into the archive area and followed your trail. 8:45 and 35 seconds p.m. enemies have discovered you in the depths, with disturbing biological machinery writhing behind you. 8:45 and 37 seconds p.m., the enemy is ready to kill you, at which point the biomechanical fusion, simultaneously completed. Sure enough, it's that thing. What the hell is going on here? Not only was that thing released, but it's even fused with this person? Luo Hao retreated to the very back of the crowd without a trace, his eyes filled with terror as he looked toward Ningfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, itching to flee this place immediately. A long, dusty and terrible memory surfaced in his mind. He could never forget the day when that 8-clawed biomachine slaughtered the interior of the Luo group. Phew! I just rested for a while, I can't imagine, there are so many guests coming. An abrupt voice came from the direction of the metal cage. In an instant, everyone was like an enemy. End of chapter. Chapter 92. A cold mansion bursts out of the darkness. Chapter 92. A cold mansion bursts out of the darkness. The slightly raspy sound, like the movement of metal parts rubbing against each other, was extraordinarily harsh. Ningfeng, who was forcibly enduring the pain, had his head still resting against the ground at the moment. Steeply, he snapped his teeth. Instantly, arcs of electricity, visible to the naked eye, jumped up at the position of his chin. In an instant, it spreads from the head down, along the spine and through the entire body. Buzz! The sound of machinery starting up came from Ningfeng's limbs. The biomachine fused behind him let out a mournful roar, and after that, there was no movement. Boom! Strong, powerful qi emanated outward from within the narrow metal cage. Ningfeng straightened up, both hands spread out, and behind him were 8 mechanical tentacles that resembled octopus feet, more like spiders' legs. At this moment, under the attention of the crowd, on his body, it was as if 10 arms had unfolded. Scarlet eyes that lit up in the darkness like the fires of hell. The clothes on the limbs, tattered and torn, even the skin camouflage that had been done at the very beginning, had melted away for the most part, revealing the metallic sheen underneath. Is this guy a human or a ghost? The Luo group crowd that had hurriedly arrived, the members of the investigation team, were as dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost, staring blankly at Ningfeng, who was not far away. Post-apocalyptic reformer? The green-robed man frowned, incredibly wary. Or is it an artificially intelligent cyborg? But of all the people, the one who had the strongest reaction was Luo Hao, who had helped open the door to the archive area. Onlookers didn't know what those 8 tentacles behind Ningfeng's back were, but Luo Hao couldn't be clearer. Scrapped. Ruined. This thing's really been released. It looks like it's even fused with the body of this guy in front of me. How the hell is that possible? So many Xenos back in the day didn't stop a single biomechanic. Now with these guys. 7 sins. Can we stop them? No, I have to leave before anyone notices. Or else I must die here. Luo Hao retreated on his feet, retreating farther and farther away as the crowd's attention was focused on Ningfeng. Then, before anyone could react, turned and ran. But in his haste to move, he bumped into a cart, causing a commotion that made everyone turn around and stare. Ro-oh? The green-robed man cried out in disbelief and then, it was felt at his side, a gust of wind swept by. No good. For a moment, his body was covered in green light that bloomed intensely as he raised his hand and grabbed in the direction Luo Hao had fled. Available at. Still a step too late. Within the metal cage, Ningfeng's figure instantly disappeared. When he saw it again, he appeared behind the crowd, in the direction that Luo Hao had fled. For biomechanical tentacles, plunging deep into the ground of the archive area, propped up Ningfeng's body, more than 2 meters above the ground. And among his mechanical 5 fingers, he was currently carrying a headless body. The eyes were high in the sky, scarlet as fire, and the face was hidden in the darkness so that only the outline could be made out. It's like a god or a demon when you're high up. Now that we're here, let's all stay. Bang! Before the words fell, the headless body belonging to Luo Hao in Ningfeng's hands was casually discarded and smashed amongst the clutter. An endless amount of frost, condensed on the ground, and a crystalline ice cone, surfaced behind Ningfeng. Each one, the size of a steel needle, was as hard as iron. Densely packed, as if endless. Ice? Ice again? The green-robed man's pupils shrank. The guy who broke through the wall and attacked in the corridor just now also used ice, but didn't, rage, go after him already? 2 people? With such similar powers? And both at the beta level? When did these 2 guys pop up in Dragon City? He had 1,000 doubts in his mind, but his whole body didn't dare to slacken off in the slightest. Both hands spread out, green light enveloping the messy clutter on the ground around them. Stones, chains, bits of metal, and assorted detritus. Finish him off. With a command, the great battle was imminent. Numerous members of the investigation team, each with their own special abilities, charged forward with a brain. And the green-robed man maneuvered an assortment of miscellaneous objects to fend off the countless ice picks that were flying and stabbing at him. Whoosh! Whoosh! But the thousands of ice cones, just like stabbing into tofu, broke through the debris that tried to resist, and mercilessly failed to enter the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the screams were endless. Ah! Ah! My eye! My eyes! Help me! Help me! Monster! Monster! Knock! 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 A dull, jarring sound echoed through the archive area. Beneath Ningfeng's feet, the 4 tentacles that were thrust deep into the ground stretched and expanded, just like the 4 additional feet he had added. Flexibility to move forward, bring up the body and move forward smoothly. From time to time, the other 4 mechanical tentacles would also sharply harvest the members of the investigation team who fell to the ground and were struggling to survive. Who the hell are you? Man? Or machine? If it's a human being, within Dragon City, the only one who can have such a level of body-modifying technology is Tai Shield, apart from the Luo group. You're from Teldon? The green-robed man tries to stall. But Ningfeng's response was a long silence, and a step-by-step distance. Whoever you are, today, there is no way out of here. There are more members of the investigation team approaching outside, and there is another 7 sins arriving at headquarters in addition to the 2 of us. No matter how many attacks you have, there's no way you can survive a siege of 3 betas. 3? Suddenly, Ningfeng opened his mouth, his hoarse voice, accompanied by a bitterly cold wind that it swept towards the green-robed man. I think, at most, there are 2 Infinite frost, transformed into snow like knives, a brain pierced into the green-robed man's body. There were even 8 tentacles with their tips spinning rapidly, like electric drills, attacking all the fatal parts of his body in unison. Temples. Both eyes. Back of the head. Throat. The heart. Lower een. But this, however, is far from over. The green-robed man simultaneously unleashed his psychic ability, the Sentinel ability, which allowed him to manipulate the countless bottles and jars piled up in the archive area. There are samples of reagents made by the Roche group and many dangerous chemicals. Ningfeng's accidental psychic ability shrouded the archive area. As he attacked the green-robed man, he was manipulated by the latter to levitate the bottles and jars around his body. In this instant, all because of accidental destruction blow up. Complex chemicals, a stream of them poured over the green-robed man, reacted with each other. Fire, explosion, corrosive, highly toxic. Endless frost. 8 mechanical tentacles harder than diamonds. A triple attack, coming at the same time. Ah! In this instant, the robes on the green-robed man were corroded away by the reagents, and his skin was scorched and smoldering. The front body was pierced by many ice picks. The whole man resisted and swung away 6 of the 8 tentacles. But there were 2 more, stabbed into his chest and waist. What the hell is going on here? The green-robed man desperately tried to break free of the tentacle's thrusts, his entire green light flickering on and off as he retreated to the wall. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Art, the Explosion. Chapter 93, Art, the Explosion. The green-robed man swore that the potions that he had just used his imperial ability to manipulate the suspended mid-air were definitely under his 100% control. His ability to do so would not affect to make the bottles of those potions break, thus hurting himself. But such an outrageous accident had literally befallen him. Being caught off guard caused his attention to be distracted, and in a single glance, he was injured by Ningfeng. Damn! The green-robed man hurriedly lowered his head, checking the injuries in front of him. 2 mechanical tentacles that stabbed into his chest and waist. The chest is fine, just a centimeter or so shallower. But around the waist, a fist-sized bloody hole appeared visible to the naked eye, and some blackened blood, just like a stream, gurgled out. What exactly is the material of that tentacle? Surprisingly, it was able to break through even beta-level body defenses. Damn! That punk Luo Hao died without saying anything. The green-robed man was without his robe, revealing his withered and dried body, and he used his psychic ability to fit a metal shard, tightly, to the wound at his waist, blocking the blood from continuing to flow out. And then, both hands pulled hard to the left and right. In an instant, the walls around them were ripped off, raw steel and metal plastered up and down the green-robed man's body. Form a suit of armor of masonry and steel. His entire height, too, drew up to about 3 meters. Die! Fists that had almost caught up to Ningfeng's body size attacked from the upper air, and the green-robed man's crazed eyes were tinged with intense killing intent. Attachment to external objects is rooted in a weak heart. In the face of this mammoth attack, Ningfeng clouded over. He slowly marched forward, not even bothering to look at the green-robed man's attack at all. With just a slight sidestep, he accidentally brushed against his opponent's attack and dodged it. Boom! A heavy crash sounded behind him. The floor of the archive area was shattered in its entirety, and a large hole with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared between the floors. It was evident that the strike was terrifying. Smoke and dust rose and electricity raged. And behind Ningfeng, the 8 tentacles elongated and widened. The moment he dodged the attack, he transformed into a rope and wrapped it around the green-robed man's body. Kala! Kala! The sound of metal tightening, accompanied by the crunch of crumbling stone, came from the green-robed man. Under the contraction of the tentacles, Ningfeng's entire body was also stretched close to the green-robed man. Seek death! Seeing the other party throw themselves into the net, a triumphant smile spread across the green-robed man's face. Countless ice picks that Ningfeng had abandoned on the ground, shrouded in green light, attacked the back of his neck from behind him. I said. Both your powers, and you, are too dependent on external objects, and in themselves, too fragile. Ningfeng's body hung in the air, a second before the countless ice picks from behind attacked him. Phew! The cold wind is raging. The green light that enveloped the ice cone dissipated in an instant. Wow! The ice picks landed in large pieces and fell to pieces. How? How is that possible? A look of panic surfaced in the green-robed man's eyes. Why am I losing control? Ice belongs to me. You can't hardly think that, with your own trippy psychic abilities, you can snatch control of ice from me. No. It can't be. You're obviously just beta inferior. Before the green-robed man's eyes, Ningfeng's mechanical arm slowly reached for his chest. At this moment, the fear of death loomed over the green-robed man's heart. No! 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 He wanted to escape, but his body was under the deadly control of 8 mechanical tentacles. He desperately maneuvered various things and attacked Ningfeng, but those things were instantly enveloped in frost, freeing themselves from his grasp. Lust! Help me! Save me! What are you still doing? Make a move. Even if you don't have a sense of belonging to the 7 sins anymore, do you think that, after he kills me, he won't take a shot at you? Lust! The green-robed man frantically turned his head sideways to look at Xiejinju, who had been leaning in the shadows in the corner of the archive area. But the other man clasped his shoulders in front of his body and did nothing. Click! Click! Ningfeng's arm was as if it had been inserted into tofu. With great ease, it passed through the rocks and steel bars piled up outside the green-robed man's body. With a muffled poof. With unerring accuracy, it stabbed within the green-robed man's body. The 5 fingers closed, holding onto the other party's still beating heart. In an instant, the green-robed man's eyes were glazed over, and a large amount of bright red blood spilled out of his mouth. the 7 deadly sins. Won't let you go. Pust. The sound of something bursting came out of the green-robed man's chest. And then he went neck deep and lost his breath. All those stones and steel bars piled up on his body, constructing armor, fell apart and collapsed in a flash. Tap tap tap. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ningfeng walked towards the corner of the archive area, where Xiejinju, who was also one of the 7 deadly sins, was standing in a dignified manner. Ningfeng didn't say anything, picking up the metal box that had been placed aside in advance. This thing that had been prepared by Sun Ming was reduced to Ningfeng's dowry. Immediately afterward, his entire body leapt straight down along the large hole that had been collapsed by the green-robed man. The body flickered in the middle of the 14th floor hallway. That familiar look is really you, little brother. I can't imagine that this man is handsome and his body, too, is so sturdy. Steel and steel. TSK, what should it be like? Xiejinju stood beside the collapsed cave entrance, her gaze seductively watery as she gazed at Ningfeng's departing figure. Fingers rested against the red lips underneath, and his tongue curled, pursing and moistening his mouth. But after all, after taking something from Luo's group, it's a bit too good to just do nothing. Xiejinju slightly tilted her head, her fingers gently tapping and... A simple chase then. Alas, I'm not very good at chasing men, unfortunately. That's a first. Hurry! Hurry! Something happened in the lab. Call all the psychics you can find around the company. What about Pride? Has it been notified? Notified, says he's on his way. Inside the Luo group, even though it was late at night, it was still incredibly noisy. The sound of personnel running echoed up and down. A large number of members of the investigation team wearing black suits, as well as the contracted psychics belonging to the Luo group, all rushed to the headquarters building in a hurry. Set up a blockade around the perimeter and patrol the building in large numbers. No one has responded from the lab side until now. Something must have happened. Hurry! Go! A large group of personnel flooded into the lab and were greeted by the sight of an empty floor full of living people. Where's the man? Ran away? There's a live one then. Suddenly, the crowd that flooded into the laboratory saw a figure that slowly walked out at the innermost part. In an instant, everyone was like an enemy. Who? A strong flashlight shines through. A slightly wrinkled white coat comes into view. Lu Yi was cloaked, clutching a bottle of clear potion in his hand. Behind him, all the way to the ground, it was soaked with something. Including the various instruments in the lab, all of them were poured over. Supervisor Lu? What the hell is going on here? Where are those investigative teams? And the 7 sins, did they subdue the intruder? The crowd that had gathered in the lab voiced their questions. But Lu Yi is ignoring it. Both his hands trembled as he clutched the bottle of clear potion. There was a maddening glint in the bottom of his eyes. Surname Feng. Don't forget what you promised me. Otherwise, I won't let you go even as a ghost. In an instant, an intense electric light spread across Lu Yi's body. The potion bottle in his hand bloomed with a charmed red light. End of chapter. Chapter 94, The Chopping Attack That Can't Be Avoided, The Lust That Can't Be Severed. Chapter 94, The Chopping Attack That Can't Be Avoided, The Lust That Can't Be Severed. Amidst Lu Yi's hiss, he released all the electricity stored within his body. In an instant, a piercing arc of electric light filled the entire body. And at the same time, the transparent potion cupped in his hand glowed with a dazzling red light under the stimulation of the electric current. From a point, to obscuring everyone's view. Ha 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 ha, die with me. Lu Yi's expression was frantic as his entire body was engulfed in flames. Behind him, the ground, various medical devices, and walls, all instantly filled with rushing fire. Not good. Run. As all the members of the Luo group who rushed to the laboratory, their jaws dropped. An explosion that filled the entire 15th floor. Boom. Boom boom boom. Glass, walls, masonry, scattered in all directions in this instantaneous explosion. Even if they were 5 or 6 blocks apart, they could clearly see the sky-high flames emanating from the Luo group building. On this night, the moonlight was hidden by the light of the fire. The headquarters building of the Luo group, once regarded by all as the most inviolable building in Dragon City, was filled with smoke. Late at night off the street, the honking of fire vehicles was unmistakable. A fire truck was on fire through the road. In a building under construction about 5 blocks away from the Luo Group's headquarters building. Wide wastelands in all directions, covered with weeds. Dang, dang. A staircase surrounded by scaffolding, the crunching of metal echoed through the empty, dark building. Ningfeng was draped in a gray piece of cloth that he had shunted from Luo's group, and simply tore it and put it over his body. The limbs were mechanically exposed, and the 8 mechanical tentacles behind them, like octopuses and spiders, were particularly hideous. He turned his back to the outside of the building and stood still without continuing to run. It was like waiting for someone. According to the information from the accidental deduction, continuing to run outside at this time with a single mind will instead lead to a failed escape. And waiting here, someone will take care of the trouble of my pursuers for me. I don't know how things are going on Song Xianyu's side, whether it's been dragging on, or whether the problem has been completely solved as expected at the very beginning. Ningfeng lowered his head, thinking faintly. The body was, in fact, still aching at the moment. Fusing biomechanics, the process was too difficult, and the limbs were mechanically built, so naturally they didn't have much of an effect. But the main torso of the body is a lot of dark wounds. Tap tap tap. Crisp footsteps, from the rear. It was the sound of high heels on a concrete floor. I didn't think that you would run here. Why don't you leave here? A seductive female voice came from behind. Xie Jinju had a wraparound dress, her long hair tied up behind her head, and with her glasses off, the seductive look under her eyes became even more intense. She was currently only 2 or 3 steps away from Ningfeng in front of her. Brush. The sound of metal rubbing together came out in Xie Jinju's hands. Ningfeng turned his head sideways to see clearly. In his opponent's hand, he held an extremely long miao knife. The body was reddish in color, and from the sheath to the blade, it was tattooed with densely engraved lines. Could it be, you're waiting for me? Little brother. The red blade reflected the cold light, reflecting Xie Jinju's somewhat sickly smile. She all but confirmed Ningfeng's identity at this moment, the man she had seen that day at the Costini bar. Was waiting for you. Ningfeng laughed and turned around, his face still in its disguised appearance. TCH, I really don't know, just how many faces do you have? Is the real one from that day in Costini, or is the one in front of you the real one? Or, both faces, both are fake? Xie Jinju has a proud figure, wraparound skirt, black silk high heels, but at the moment, she is holding a knife in both hands, a different and contrasting posture. What does it matter if it's true or not? Ningfeng stood still, not showing a single hint of wanting to dodge at all. As long as the person is right, that's all that matters. Right or wrong, I'll be the judge of that. Before Xie Jinju's words fell, the miao knife in his hand, the light of the knife was like a rainbow. Within the dark building, a bright red blade light swept towards Ningfeng. Color of the 7 sins: desire, Xie Jinju, beta superior, ability, decapitation. At 9:13 and 12 seconds p.m., you turn to your left side to avoid Xie Jinju's slash at your right shoulder. Inside his mind, the information from the accidental deduction surfaced, one by one. Ningfeng, on the other hand, had only slightly sidestepped his body, and in the next instant, the biting light of the bright red blade brushed against his arm as it swept past his body. Boom! The blade light raged and exploded into the concrete floor behind Ningfeng. A gap more than 10 meters long and 2 palms wide was split open in a raw way. Along with the entire building, it shook uneasily. Coincidence? Xie Jinju still maintained the stance of the sword, but sincerely felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. It was like nothing she had ever felt before. This inexplicable feeling of loss. Like he made a move to dodge the knife before I made it. Everything was seen through. I'd like to see what the hell you're pulling. Xie Jinju's slender 2 legs, bowed and opened, long knife swept horizontally, 2 slashes in succession. A knife that attacked Ningfeng's neck. With one slash, he chopped at Ningfeng's waist. The knife is deadly. But then again, as in the case of the party. It was as if Ningfeng had anticipated this, and before the blade light appeared, his entire body flicked its feet. The body leapt up, more than 2 meters off the ground. Next. Brush up. 2 bright red slashes of blade light brushed past Ningfeng's feet. Boom! The blade light exploded onto the pillars supporting the building at the back, and the reinforced concrete stone pillars instantly snapped apart. 4 or 5 of them, front and back, all crumbled apart. Rumble! For a while, above the building, the walls cracked and fell to the east, and a large number of broken masonry pieces scattered and smashed down. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was walking idly amidst the countless falling rocks. Untainted by dust, not harmed in the slightest. It was as if those bricks had deliberately avoided him. No more games, no more fun. Your powers are really weird. I don't recall the ability to manipulate ice having such utility. At this moment, Xia Jinju sheathed his meow sword and straightened up. Swinging her hand gently, she pulled the holster from her hair, and her long, curly hair, casually strewn behind her, the scent of perfume spreading eerily under the wrap-around skirt on her body. She could vaguely see her slender legs inside, her figure hidden. The red meow knife, casually held in his hand, was almost as long as Xie Jinju. In the darkness of the night, the contours of her features were extraordinarily three-dimensional, and her eyes, like those of autumn water, it flashed with a demonic luster. Sure enough, little brother, you are the right one. I'm looking forward to what you'll do next, how you'll survive the Luo group's pursuit. If you're not dead after this mess. Xie Jinju said this and moved her feet lightly. Tap tap tap. The crunching of high heels echoed in all directions as she walked right up to Ningfeng. There was only half a step between the two. Jade fingers rested on Ningfeng's chest, which was cold to the touch. If you're not dead, from now on, whatever you ask your sister to do, sister will do it. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Can you tell your sister? Chapter 95, Can you tell your sister? Then, can you tell your sister? This face of yours, is it real, or fake? Xia Jinju's fingers moved upward, and the moment they were about to fit on Ningfeng's face, then the opponent blocked it with his hand. I guess you have better things to do right now. You're not the only one who came here. Ningfeng took a step backward as he spoke, and Xie Jinju also noticed the movement outside the building and subconsciously looked back. When he turned around again, Ningfeng had long since disappeared. That's crafty. Xie Jinju pursed her red lips and smiled a somewhat sickly smile. Color, desire. Where is that one? Suddenly, a man's reprimanding voice with a strong middle tone came from the rear. A man in a black shirt walked inside the wrecked building. Run! Xia Jinju's voice was flat. Ran away? The man obviously didn't believe it. Looking at the entire Dragon City, your ability, among all the beta exalts, is one of the top ones? A curmudgeon who broke into the company, even ran away under you? The man let out a cold snort, his gaze biting as he sized up Xie Jinju in front of him. It can't be that you let it go on purpose, can it? At these words, Xia Jinju turned around, her red lips with a smile. Arrogant. You speak. As usual, it's hard to hear. It seems necessary to keep your mouth shut for a while. Before the words fell, a red light burst out from the meow blade in Xie Jinju's hand. The blade's light was bitterly cold, and in an instant, it cleaved onto the pride in front of him. From head to toe, the whole thing is split in two. However, amidst the pitch blackness, not a single drop of blood flowed out of Pride's body that had split from his head. Instead, letting out a toothy, chortling laugh for which the air seemed to explode with. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Color, desire. It seems that you are determined to go against me. Then today, I will take you first. The man's voice was hoarse and chilling, and his body, which had been chopped open by the light of the knife, was, in an instant, healed as before. Pride of the Seven Sins, Beta Superior, Ability, Self-Healing. Of all the psychics in Dragon City, the public rankings ranked third. Boom, boom boom boom. This night, there was a loud boom and collapse coming from this construction site. Pieces of buildings that were still under construction collapsed and shattered like a skyscraper. It was night, early morning, abandoned factory on the outskirts of Dragon City. Ningfeng was draped in tattered cloth and carried a metal box in his hand. Slowly, he walked towards the factory gates. Not far away, he vaguely saw that a beautiful silhouette was waiting obsessively. All settled? Ningfeng saw Tsang Xianyu waiting at the door and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. No injuries. Don't worry. According to the plan. Perfectly accomplished. When Tsang Xianyu saw the visitor, her face showed joy, and the worry in her gaze instantly disappeared. That's good. Let's go. Go find old Meng. We've had quite a harvest today. Ningfeng raised the metal carrying case in his hand before leading Tsang Xianyu within the factory. The factory doors were closed, and the night outside was as old as ever. You boy. What a mess. Before he could walk towards the depths of the factory, old Meng came up to him face to face cursing. The entire Dragon City won't have to sleep tonight. I've never really seen anyone who goes to rob something and doesn't do it quietly, and blows up people along the way. Old Meng looked at Ningfeng and Tsang Xianyu, and immediately smiled bitterly and held his forehead. Alas, this time the Luo group is considered a complete mess. Taking away the alien active potion is related to the Luo group's biggest secret, and since they're destined to retaliate against all odds, It's better to make things a bit bigger. The destruction of the lab is going to delay whatever they're plotting in the shadows. As Ning Feng spoke, he handed the metal carrying case in his hand towards Old Meng in front of him. Here. What's this? Old Meng was stunned. This isn't the case I gave you to collect the alien active potions either? Old Meng took it in his hand and looked it up and down, somewhat puzzled. A windfall. This is filled with the initial samples of the various illegal potions that Luo's group has been secretly making for so many years. You see if there's anything we can use. As Ning Feng spoke, he raised his arm, a mechanically built arm in his left hand. The upper gears twisted, and in the middle of the entire arm, a sunken hollow emerged. With a casual dig, he took out from it the compact box that held the alien active potion, easily opened under the watchful eye of Old Mon, revealing, among other things, a capsule storage apparatus filled with a ghostly blue active agent. That's what alien active potion number 1 is. I found out in the lab that the Luo group was actually, secretly, using this stuff, injecting it into babies and forcefully catalyzing them to stimulate their psychic abilities. These babies, it seems, are purely experimental, and the signs of each baby, mutated, are going to die painfully in less than 2 months because of the injection of this stuff. The explosion destroyed the lab. I couldn't save everyone. I could only make it less torturous for them. Ning Feng's face was incredibly serious as he handed the potion in his hand over to Old Meng. Just do the best you can and ask for what you want. Old Meng placed the alien active potion No. 1 in his hand and scrutinized it carefully. With a long sigh. With your sister's powers retrieved and the active potion now available, next, the treatment can begin to unfold. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ning Feng raising his hand. The latter looked distantly at the still sleeping Ning Yu inside the huge nutritional pod on the inside of the factory. Eyes narrowed slightly. No, this matter isn't as simple as we thought. The Luo Group, the Divine Revelation Organization, both of these parties seem to be taking Crash extremely seriously. Right now, there's a big mess in the Luo Group, and I have a premonition that the Divine Revelation Organization will also be involved in the investigation of me. At this node, hastily treating Xiaoyu will instead harm her. Everything, when this mess is over. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng looked towards Old Meng, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he let out a long breath of relief. It's not too late. Old Meng, you and Xiaoyu, transfer out of here tonight. Revenge, like a storm, is coming soon. The next day, it was destined to be a day of shock and awe from early morning until late at night. In the middle of last night, one pandemonium after another occurred in Dragon City. First, there was the invasion of the Lowe's group. This was followed by Rage, from the Seven Sins, who was killed on the spot, in full view of everyone. In the lake under the Dragon City Bridge, the body and the entire lake, turned into an ice sculpture, are still displayed in place even now. The police set up 7 or 8 layers of cordons inside and out, but they still couldn't stop the people who came to film the spectacle. The video of the battle between Rage and the mysterious ice alien had spread to all corners of the internet from hundreds of people who had witnessed it. End of chapter. Chapter 96, The Dragon City Rebellion. Chapter 96, The Dragon City Rebellion. However, in the past, this was big enough news to shock Dragon City. For last night, surprisingly, it was just the beginning. One of the 7 deadly sins, Wrath. His death was nothing more than a blip on the radar. Within an hour of Angry's death, the Lowe's Group headquarters building, 15th floor, was broken into and swept away. The investigation team that went to round up the intruders, hundreds of aliens, died. The casualties within the Roche Group are countless, and the overreading among the 7 sins, at the same time, died in the middle of the 15th floor. The person who started it, the one who broke into Law's group, got away. Less than 5 minutes after he fled, there was a loud explosion that echoed throughout the 15th floor. That night, all the residents of Longcheng who hadn't fallen asleep yet, all noticed the fire that exploded in the headquarters building of Luo Group. What the hell is going on here? How come there are big events happening one after another in this section? Last month Luo's group had 3 accidental deaths, one after the other, and all the more famous ones in Dragon City. More than that, Luo Group Luo's grandson, Luo Ling, even died in front of his own house. TSK, the real cause of death no one knows until now. I thought it had subsided for a while, but what happened? The headquarters was directly bombed. What I'm most shocked about is that those are 2 7 sins. 7 sins? That represents the top beta exalted in Dragon City, Rage, and Overeating. These 2 I remember. Both are beta medium, but both have records of fighting beta superior and fighting back. It can be said that Dragon City can count on 2 hands the ones that are better than them. As a result, 2 died back to back on the same night. This Luo Group, what kind of people have they messed with? You should say, What kind of person is so bold that he dares to keep going against Luo's group? And, moreover, it's always Luo's group that gets the short end of the stick. Finished. Dragon City is going to be in chaos. The debate on the internet, which intensified from morning to night, has no tendency to stop. The Luo group, which is the center of public opinion, is even more chaotic internally. Crazy. It's all crazy. Who the hell? Who did it? Who did it? The conference room on the top floor of Luo group. All the floor-to-ceiling windows were covered tightly by 2 layers of blackout curtains. Inside the conference room, there was only a floor lamp with warm yellow light in the corner, serving as the only source of light. Luo Ling's second uncle, his huge figure like a small mountain, was sitting on the main seat of the round table in the conference room. His face was hidden in the darkness, but onlookers could still feel the monstrous resentment and anger radiating from his body. Known as Dragon City's top exalted, the 7 sins actually died too at the same time. It's a joke. Since the Luo group was established over 20 years ago, it has never been so humiliated. Not only was it ransacked on its own turf, but it also blew up the most important lab, along with the entire 15th floor, to blackness. If it weren't for the fact that the main body of the group's building is constructed with the most advanced and best materials, the whole building would have collapsed. Who in the world? Who's messing with our Luo group? In the face of his furious rebuke, the entire conference room around the round table, though filled with people, did not have a single voice to respond. Pride, you came in at the end yesterday to go after that intruder. Did you find any traces? Luo Ling's second uncle, Luo Zhan, directed his gaze to the right side of the conference round table. There, one of the 7 sins, arrogance, who had sparred with Xiejinju in the construction site last night, leaned back in his chair with a grimace on his face, not saying a word. Humph, let's not even talk about traces. I haven't even seen a single person. I suspect that it was color desire, this woman, who deliberately let the intruder go. Arrogant, said while staring with his eyes grimly at Xiejinju, who was across the round table, full of concern and admiring her manicure. The other party didn't seem to take what Pride said seriously at all, and such an attitude undoubtedly made Pride even more furious. You, all right. Before Arrogant could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Zhan, who raised his hand. I believe in color desire. The 7 sins have as much trust in the group as the group has in all the 7 sins. Summarizing the recent mess that happened in Dragon City, I have good reason to suspect that from the very beginning. Luo Chen, Wu Lan, Chen Mo, and then Luo Ling. And now this series of events that attacked the group's headquarters and killed the 7 deadly sins. The people who started it. It's all the same team. According to the clues we have so far, the one that can be identified among the enemies is a guy who uses cold powers, and his strength should be above beta medium, but it will never reach the level of alpha. As for the identities and abilities of the others, they are almost all unknown. If we can't handle this matter properly, the Luo group, within the confines of Dragon City, will be subjected to unprecedented upheaval. The rival companies that are watching us closely will never let an opportunity like this fall by the wayside. Luo Zhan's analysis of the current situation drew unanimous agreement from the crowd. And in the crowd, there was a high-ranking member of the Luo group, who opened his mouth to ask a question. In that case, is there a possibility that these plots against the group are coming from rival companies? Like Tai Shield? Quite a lot of the previous blackmail against the group could have been released from them. Don't rule out this possibility. Luo Zhan nodded, his voice as dull as a bell. But whoever it is, one by one, find them all. After that, leave it to us. A sharp voice helpfully continued the end of Luo Zhan's words. Throughout the conference room, everyone followed the sound and saw, sitting in the corner, a mysterious man with a skull mask on his face. He had a pair of eyes, like vipers with vertical pupils of turquoise. Divine Revelation Organization, Earthly Branches, 6th in line. Sea Snake, our guys, but we've taken care of these guys too. The organization, long ago, approved the assault. All those who stand in the way of the organization's interests should be punished. When these words came out, the many people in the conference room nodded their heads silently. The cooperation between Divine Enlightenment and the Luo Group had long been no secret in the entire Luo Group's hierarchy. Call up all the surveillance from the entire Dragon City streets and alleys from the syndicate yesterday. I can't believe I can't find half a clue. Luo Zhan slammed the table heavily and, that thing between Sukiakari and Tai Shield. It's also a good opportunity. The mess during this period of time, if it's really Tai Shield's doing, then, group doesn't mind bringing forward the annexation plan with interest. Within Dragon City, it can only be the Luo Group that makes the decisions. End of chapter. Chapter 97. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Chapter 97. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Inside the Luo Group, it was already a mess. The number of employees who had voluntarily applied to leave their jobs in the past few days was more than the previous 20 years combined since the establishment of Luo Group. Let's go! Let's go! If we stay here any longer, you and I might be the ones with bad luck. You are not aware of how many people died that day. TSK, now 14, 15, 16. All 3 floors are blocked off. No one is allowed to go in. How lousy the situation really is. No one knows. Anyway, no matter what, Luo's group this time is in launching face lost face. I also heard the news from the trail. I heard that. That night, the person who broke into Luo's group, there is only one. What? There's only one intruder? Is that really true? I clearly remember that the group had deployed hundreds of exalts at that time, plus several 7 sins were present. So many people, to put it mildly, could have wiped out several alien companies within Dragon City, and they didn't even manage to deal with one person? Who says it isn't? God knows what kind of people Luo's group has messed with now. It's better for us to avoid the wind for now. The once lucrative Luo group, at the moment at the main entrance, saw various personnel holding a large pile of departure miscellaneous items in their hands, as well as a working group of journalists and media with long guns blocking the area near the entrance. These days, apart from Luo's group, one of the hottest names, or rather a code name, in Dragon City, it spread to the ears of almost every resident of Dragon City. One's own strength, disturb Luo's group up and down. Real abilities, real identities, real looks, real backgrounds, all unknown. Night Skeleton, abandoned factory on the outskirts of Dragon City. At this point, as far as the eye can see, all the various machinery that was normally on display has been moved. The huge nutritional pod that housed Ningfeng's sister also disappeared. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was currently lying on an iron bed with his upper body bare, allowing the heavily armed Old Meng to check something for himself. Did you get this stuff from Roche's lab? Old Meng was wearing a white protective suit with puncture-proof gloves on his hands, holding iron pincers and fiddling with Ningfeng's back. The biomechanical 8 tentacles. After the fusion, Ningfeng, at his back. What had been a mechanical spine running through it had now become, in addition to the mechanical spine, a mechanical gear of more than 20 centimeters that fits snugly among the flesh. 8 mechanical tentacles, on the other hand, flanked the gears and extended outward. It's been kept by the Luo group deep in the 15th floor lab for some years, I think. I also noticed its existence by accident. It's kind of an added bonus this time. When he heard Ningfeng's explanation, Old Meng shook his head instead. It's not simple stuff. Biomechanics. And as far as I know, there's been a handful of studies in this direction, globally, but the ones that have actually made any progress are minimal. Whether or not this was created independently by Roche or by some other misstep, all I can say is that they've really come up with something unbeatable. Old Meng said as he took down something like a taser from a side table, towards the biomachine behind Ningfeng. It just straightened up and disliked it. Zira, the arc of electricity, visible to the naked eye, spread out instantly. Roar. In an instant, a mournful roar emanated from the biomechanical mouth. The 8 tentacles, too, instantly struggled instinctively. At the very tip of the position, a splinter instantly sprang out. But in just an instant, the spikes retracted. Sure enough, Lao Meng took away the taser. Taking off the anti-puncture gloves on his hands, he signaled that Ningfeng could get up. This thing has completely fused with you. Its nerves, and the nerves in your spine, fused with each other. When I stimulated it with an electric shock just now, it instinctively tried to resist for a moment, but it was instantly suppressed by your subjective will. You can put your mind completely down. It is now 100% under your control. And Lao Meng sold a lie. And what? Ningfeng looked back at the 8 tentacles stretching out behind him, with a thought. In an instant, the 8 tentacles that were originally open, surprisingly quickly shrunk and shortened, finally shrinking into a round ball state, fitting with the gears on the back. When you put on your clothes, you can't even tell half the difference on the outside. You do realize that this thing is alive, right? Old Meng didn't give an immediate response. Nature, a biomechanic, which can be seen as the same as me, is a remodeled product of the fusion of a living organism and a machine. And although it has the shell of a machine, it also maintains the will and instincts of a living creature. Ningfeng nodded, and suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Can it be? That's right. Old Meng nodded, smiled mysteriously. And one of the instincts of living organisms, to reproduce. This thing, too, has been preserved. And, after my initial examination, it is most likely asexually reproducing. But what is so special about the product of this thing's reproduction? I don't know. Maybe it's just plain old tentacle monsters or something. Old Meng spread his two hands and didn't bother to say anything more. And Ningfeng, who was sitting on the edge of the iron bed, ran his hand over the mechanical gears at his back and thought. With a thought, the long-lost transparent panel appeared in front of him. Ningfeng, alien power level, beta beta, lower. Alien power, accidental propulsion, after accidental expansion evolution. Area of influence of supernormal ability, 3 kilometers in a radius centered on oneself. Before and after a period of 40 days. Progress of alien power, 83 out of 100. Psychic ability, ice mastery, complete. Alien power level, gamma gamma. Progress of psychic abilities, 60/100. The fusion of powers has created a special mutation in the ice harness. Although the proficiency progress of accident and harnessing ice have both grown quite a bit, right now, there shouldn't be a chance to reach the next evolution in a short period of time. Luo's group is now, surely, searching for surveillance all over the city, although I've already arranged an escape route in advance by utilizing my accidental psychic ability, so there should be no mistakes at the moment. But the sloth in the 7 deadly sins, with its ability to deduce information, will find some clues sooner or later to survive the next Luo group's retaliation. This thing on the back seems to be the only key. Between his thoughts, Ningfeng glanced at old Meng, who was busily packing up his things within the factory. With that, he got up, tugged the black trench coat that was perched on a shelf to the side, and pulled it over his body. You're going out? Old Meng stopped what he was doing in his hands. Do a test to verify my guess. Ningfeng put the hood of his trench coat on and left in large strides. Also, fulfill a promise. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Mechanical Breeding to Fulfill a Promise. Chapter 98, Mechanical Breeding to Fulfill a Promise. A few blocks away from Luo's group, an old residential house that had not been successfully demolished for a long time. Wearing a black trench coat, Ningfeng walked up the crumbling concrete stairs to the top floor, in the face of, also met downstairs to throw the garbage of the elderly grandmother. However, it seemed that the other party's eyes were no longer very good due to his advanced age, and he didn't pay too much attention to the fact that Ningfeng was an unfamiliar face. Tap tap tap. The footsteps stalled. The inside of the building was very quiet compared to the noisy street outside. Ningfeng stood in front of the door to the room on the side of the top floor and took out a string of keys with lost paint from his arms. Here's the key, and if you don't do what you promised me, I'll be a ghost and I won't let you go. Lu Ye's final explanation to himself before he was born was still fresh in Ningfeng's mind. Ugh. Sighing softly, Ningfeng used his key to open the door to his room. With a creak, the door to the room opened and the scene inside came into view. As with last time, it's business as usual. Nothing has changed. A variety of life-affirming furnishings are spread around the room. The floor was warm in color, but a little worn and cracked, and the surface, first lacquered, was vaguely white. Inside the room, it was terribly quiet, without any semblance of life. Bang! Closing the door, Ningfeng didn't pry anymore and walked straight to the master bedroom in the inner room. Inside the bedroom, Lu Ye's wife was still lying on the bed in deep sleep. The curtains were drawn so tightly that even in the daytime the bedroom was slightly dim. The nutrient solution hanging by the side of the bed was still being slowly fed into the woman's body. The nutrient solution was nearing the bottom of the bag. By the looks of it, it should have been newly replaced 2 days ago. And right now, it's about to lose all of it. A life for a life. I promised Lu Yi that I would take care of his wife, whether things worked out or not. Now that things are working out, I have even less reason to break the contract. Alien erosion disease is really the saddest disease of our time. Ningfeng's mind pondered, and he pulled out a shot of potion from his pocket. Without hesitation, he slowly stepped forward and injected into the woman in the hospital bed. After the injection was completed, Ningfeng stood quietly by the bedside, waiting. About 2 minutes or so before and after, the slumbering woman who had been on the bed made a clicking noise in her throat, like a whisper. Then, it suddenly opened its eyes. Lu Yi, the woman let out a gasp of surprise, and her entire body sat up from the hospital bed. However, being bedridden for a long time, the body's muscles deteriorated and the whole person was incredibly weak. After sitting up, he had a tendency to fall backwards again. Ningfeng stepped forward in time to help pad the pillows behind the woman, so that the other party could have a support to lean on. You are? The woman's eyes were confused as she looked at Ningfeng in front of her, unable to react at all for a moment. I'm a friend of Lu Yi. Ningfeng hesitated, then responded. A friend? The woman turned her head sideways and surveyed it seriously, then looked behind Ningfeng, where the living room of the house was, which was empty. Where's Lu Yi? Has he not returned yet? He still has things to do and won't be able to come back for a while. Ningfeng spoke in a calm tone. He has found the antidote that will cure your condition and has asked me specifically to inject you with it. Don't worry. Later, you can go back to normal. Really? within the woman's eyes. The color of excitement instantly erupted as she trembled and lowered her head, looking at the slightly dry and thin palm, gently feeling my body. It's true, I can move my hands and my feet. While murmuring, the woman had the tendency to want to get out of bed, but was stopped by Ningfeng raising his hand. You've just recovered. Your body is still weak and needs time to adapt. Lu Yi, when will he be back? I want to tell him the good news. The woman looked agitated, lying on the bed and looking inquiringly at Ningfeng. The latter was silent for a split second and let out a long breath. There's no rush on this. You need to rest now. Just wait at home for a while. I have something else going on right now. I'll come back after I'm done with it. And then, I'll help you find Lu Yi. After Ningfeng finished speaking, he used his hands to hold up the woman's eyes with a silky chill, stimulating the other party's cerebral nerves. In the blink of an eye, the woman fell into a deep sleep. Have you finished copying all the security cameras on this street? Captain, there are still the last 2 stores left. It's really understaffed. Outside the old residential house where Lu Ye's house was located, at the entrance of an alleyway on the side of the commercial street, 2 men wearing black uniform suits were standing together and discussing something. Alas, convinced, since the incident 2 days ago, the investigation team, either dead, or still lying in the hospital, the rest of the resignation, run away, and now can stay to do the work of the people, a total of not a few left. As a result, we also have to cooperate with the group and access the surveillance of the entire Dragon City. So many videos, we have to see the monkey years and months to go. Okay, we do a little more work with fewer people, but we also get more money to share. I heard that, on the group's side, they will also reward those young girls who are captured. Ha. For a moment, the 2 men looked at each other and smiled wistfully, without noticing in the slightest. In the alleyway behind them, a pair of scarlet eyes were quietly watching them. Meow! A sharp cry instantly broke the silence in the alleyway. The 2 members of the investigation team, who had just been plotting, were startled. What the hell? Meow! There was another sharp sound, followed by 2 black shadows, which scurried out from the end of the alleyway. Look out! The taller one was instantly on guard, his alien energy activated, and the stones on the pavement under his feet trembled with it. However, the 2 masses of black shadows swept past the sides of the 2 men and landed outside the alleyway. The sunlight also reveals the true colors. It's 2 stray cats, round in size, with a glossy coat. It looks very unqualified for straying. Scared me. The dead cat. The tall investigator slapped his chest and gasped breathlessly. The other, shorter investigator, on the other hand, used his foot to kick the stray cat very impatiently. With impatient curses on his lips, he said, "Get lost, get out of here." What bad luck! His foot, however, was not yet ready to kick the stray cat. The mouths of the 2 investigators were then covered with a layer of frost. In the next instant, tentacle-like objects wrapped around the necks of both men. A sharp pull backward before the pair even had a chance to react. Without half a struggle or a scream, the body was dragged and pulled deeper into the dark alleyway at the back, disappeared in the darkness, and in place, the 2 stray cats, after curiously surveying the alleyway, lazily collapsed at the exit of the alleyway, enjoying a free sun bath. Every now and then, he stretches and licks his fur. Click, click, deep in the alleyway, flanked by towering buildings that blocked out the sunlight. The end of the alley was even more of a dead end, with a high wall blocking the way, blocked off on 3 sides. The inside was stacked with large black garbage bags that gave off a foul odor of decay. The bodies of 2 investigators are collapsing into garbage bags with their mouths propped open. 2 mechanical tentacles that were stabbing into their mouths respectively. Inside the tentacles, there seemed to be something that was constantly being channeled towards the duo's mouths. End of chapter. Chapter 99, Healing, Experimentation. Delivered to the door for experimentation. Chapter 99, Healing, Experimentation. Delivered to the door for experimentation. The silence in the shadowy alleyway was unmistakable. It is a strong contrast to the bustling commercial streets outside that are teeming with people. Within the end of the alleyway, a mountain of black garbage bags were piled up. The 2 members of the investigation team who had been resolved by Ningfeng in the twinkling of an eye were stiffening up, allowing the mechanical tentacles, from their throats, to penetrate deeper into their bodies, constantly channeling something. Let's see what kind of surprises are in store. Ningfeng's face, hidden under the hood of his black trenchcoat, was extremely calm as he gazed at the 2 investigative team members. He didn't kill anyone. Experimentation. Needing live bodies. Brush. A chilling twitching sound at the back of his neck came from beside him. The 2 mechanical tentacles had retracted. The 2 investigators, their mouths closed at the moment, remained unconscious. As for Ningfeng, After taking another look, his figure disappeared within the alleyway. Muffled cries of pain, coming from the alleyway. The two investigators, who had been in a coma just moments before, woke up ghostly. It hurts. The tall investigator, bracing himself, sat up from the pile of garbage bags, just felt a surprising pain in his neck. Hiss. What the hell? He touched his hand lightly at the neck, and instantly, the pain intensified. Why am I here? On the other side of the room, the shorter investigator felt only a slight muffled pain in his throat, coughing hard and cough cough cough. What the hell is going on here? The shorter one coughed hard, and suddenly, sensed what seemed to bulge for a split second in the chest of the taller fellow in front of him. You in your clothes. The short man pointed at the other in fear, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Inside the dress? The taller one hastily ripped off his suit to expose his chest, but the inside was simply empty and unimpressive. Nothing? You don't scare me. Before the words were finished, suddenly, a strong stabbing pain came from the tall man's chest. The intense pain caused him to fall directly to his knees, his hand covering his chest area in death. Blood began to be vomited out of his mouth in large gulps. What's wrong with you? The shorter one got up hastily and went up to see what was going on, but no sooner had he lifted the other man up than he sat down in sudden terror. You. Following his line of sight, he saw only that, in the chest of the tall researcher, there was something that was struggling, trying to break through the skin and flesh to come out. Each surge caused a miserable cry of pain to escape the tall researcher's mouth. The body couldn't stop convulsing and fell to the ground bleeding from all 7 orifices. Kala. The sound of a sharp instrument running along the cracks of bones and piercing through flesh continued to come, and the tall investigator, who had fallen to the ground, twisted and convulsed more and more. Unimaginable pain, so much so that he couldn't be bothered to let out a wail. All that could be done was to roll his eyes and vomit blood continuously from his mouth, until the end. Roar! A harsh, shrill, beastly hissing sound emanated from the tall investigator's chest. A hideous mass of objects emerged from within his body. Circle after circle of fangs, wrapped by a mass of extremely hideous flesh and blood, and at the back end of the flesh and blood, out of thin air, 6 sticky tentacles like octopuses were linked. Around the tentacles, there were densely packed spikes, and the spikes were constantly overflowing with black and purple corrosive liquid. Upon closer inspection, it bore a slight resemblance to the biomachine attached to Ningfeng's back. The difference, however, was that this mass was complete flesh and blood, without any semblance of mechanical construction. Roar! Another mournful roar. The mass, like an octopus, fell extremely smoothly from the tall investigator's chest to the ground. The surviving short man, at the moment, was scared out of his wits by the sight in front of him, and desperately fled out of the alley. However, just as he got up, before his feet had taken 2 steps, all of a sudden, an unbearable sharp pain surged up in his chest. The fear of death swept through his entire body like a tidal wave. Kala. Toothsome bones crumbled and rattled, accompanied by the muffled sound of cracking flesh. Once again, it came through. The body of the short investigator, in response, fell to the ground, and after 2 twitches, there was no more semblance of life. And so it was that, deep in the alleyway, 2 clusters of hideous creatures of similar appearance, after confronting each other for a few moments, after sharing a mournful roar, the figure crawled across the ground with eerie rapidity, all the way up the wall on the inside of the alleyway. As if summoned by something, they searched quickly in a common direction. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The long drawn-out sound of a car honking continued on the street below, interspersed with the scolding of drivers rolling down their windows. It was crowded and very noisy. Commercial rooftop, all around the piles of debris and garbage. The corners are still left with stagnant water. By the looks of it, it should be many years that not many people have come up. What a lively city. It's a pity that underneath the lively and peaceful surface, I don't know how many dirty and sordid hooks are hidden. Ningfeng raised his head slightly, and this place was 30 to 40 meters above the ground. Slightly windy and cool. Counting the hours, it should be over there. As Ningfeng spoke, he turned his head sideways and looked to the side of the rooftop, and then, raising his mechanical right hand, he beckoned gently as if summoning something. In the next instant, 2 black shadows, along the building, climbed up onto the rooftop, and then, towards Ningfeng's right hand. They came crawling over at great speed. When he was 2 or 3 steps away from Ningfeng, he leapt high into the air like a swallow throwing itself into the palm of his hand. Roar! Familiar beastly roars emanated from the mouths of the 2 octopus-like creatures, but there was no viciousness, only what seemed like a sign of affection. It was the affectionate feeling that offspring have for their parents in general. Biomechanically bred offspring are actual flesh and blood. it seems that even if the body structure is changed, the bloodline inheritance aspect still has to follow the biogenetic code. But there seems to be something unusual about these two little clusters of things. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he placed the two clusters of creatures in his right hand, placing them in one of his left hands. Resting both hands in front of him, he examined it carefully, only to see that this mass of flesh and blood in his left hand was actually trembling, and Ningfeng could clearly feel the vibrating sensation emanating outward from within its body. The power was very similar to what had been seen in the two investigators in the alley before. This power is called psychic energy. One hasn't been able to be confirmed, so let's look at the other. While pondering this, Ningfeng shifted his gaze, once again, to the massive creatures in his right hand. End of chapter. Chapter 100, The Flower of Blood Blooming in the Chest. Chapter 100, The Blooming of Blood in the Chest. Almost the instant Ningfeng turned his gaze to the mass of flesh and blood creatures in his right hand, the latter's entire body, right in his line of sight, split into dozens of large and small pieces out of thin air, and then, it was put back together again and restored as before. This sight, again, comes from psychic powers, gamma level ability, skin shock, and gamma level ability, carapace splitting. This is the supernatural ability of those two investigators, and I didn't expect that it would be perfectly inherited by these two little masses. Well, initial observation down, compared to the original master, the strength of the alien energy is half as weak, but it seems that it will grow over time as the two masses of creatures grow and the powers return to perfection. This is simply enough of a discovery to drive the world crazy. Ningfeng gazed at the two clusters of flesh and blood creatures in his hand, and an incomparably maniacal color erupted from his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Luo Group, you are afraid that you have never dreamed that the biomechanics created by accident, relying on the identity of a psychic as a breeding ground, create offspring that can inherit psychic abilities. The masterpiece developed with great effort has become a dowry reserved for me. Isn't this, in fact, a rather dramatic accident? Ningfeng smiled, examining the two clusters of flesh and blood creatures in his hands back and forth. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them, and the more excited he became. Now that Luo's group is backed by the 7 sins and 2 of the 7 have died, Xiejinju is a friend, not an enemy. Excluding that, lazy, who calculates inferred powers, there are only 3 people who have frontal combat power. According to my years of prying into the Luo group, there are no more than 5 remaining, powerful beta-level psychics within their ranks. According to the current power of the 2 of us, Song Xianyu and I'm afraid it would be difficult to fight if the beta exalts of the Luo clan were to come out in full force, but with this biomechanical, numerical disadvantage, soon, it can change. Ningfeng collected his maniacal laughter and walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the bustling crowd. This attack on the Luo group's headquarters, they will never stop. In order to create enough time for me to have enough power to overpower the enemy. For that, I need to plan a good enough drama. A big show that makes the enemy think, really kills me. The golden cicada. Thinking of this, Ningfeng took a deep breath, and the 2 clusters of flesh and blood creatures in his hands traveled along his sleeves and didn't enter his body. It crawled along until it came to Ningfeng's back. The biomechanic that had fused with him, the centermost cogged part, opened its bloody mouth and engulfed the 2 clusters of flesh and blood creatures in it. But not killed. More like a kangaroo's brood pouch in which to store it. As for how to accumulate battle power in the dark after getting away, I don't need to think much about it. In a matter of days, there will be a large enough gathering in Dragon City that will be my perfect hunting ground. Right now, it's better to make the most basic preparations. There's a target. It's time to go for it. Phew, another cool breeze, like across the rooftop. The original figure standing on the edge of the rooftop had long since disappeared, and everything, it seemed, had never appeared. Dragon City. This was an extremely special city. The police, the government, are not the obvious and highly regarded authority in charge. The ones that all the citizens really trusted to rely on were the large alien companies. All people, whether they were Xenos or ordinary people, were proud to enter large Xeno companies. Within Dragon City, there were more than 20 large and small alien companies, but of these, the most famous and admired, there are only 2. There is no one who has reigned supreme for more than a decade than the Rochester Group, and under the Luo Group, the only alien company that could compete with it was called Tai Shield. Unlike Luo's group, it is harmless on the surface but unscrupulous behind the scenes. Ted Shield's code of conduct, from beginning to end, is the same as the table. The company's empaths are not allowed to bully ordinary people, trample on the law, or fight within the company. Protecting people's livelihood and being the real backing of Longcheng Antai. The end of the month is the opening day of the rally. Have you drawn up a list of the company's aliens who will be attending? The company's headquarters, located in the new town in the south of Longcheng, This is a gathering place for high-tech industries. Unlike the towering and opulent headquarters of the Luo Group, inside and outside the headquarters of Tai Shield, it is very simple and looks like an ordinary white-collar office building. At this moment, in the first floor hall of the Tai Shield headquarters, a young woman in yoga clothes with a high ponytail was walking towards the inner elevator while listening to the report of the assistant beside her. The once-in-a-decade gathering. This is the third time it's been held since the establishment of Dragon City, and it's also the first time we, Tai Shield, have participated in it. So in terms of staffing, it must be from the best to the finest. After all, the shifters attending the rally represent the face of the company. This time, it's Dragon City and 8 new cities around it, jointly organizing it on an unprecedented scale. And the number of altered company in attendance is countless. The young woman looked like she was just 23 or 24, but she spoke and talked with a maturity that didn't fit her age. The muscular lines underneath the yoga clothes are striking. The wheat-colored skin, moreover, gave off an extremely wild look. Hearing the young woman's words, the female assistant, who was following closely at the side, responded, in a hurry, Mr. Shin. For this rally, the candidates for the attending exalts, we have already screened them internally at various levels according to your request. 7 attendance slots. So far the selection of beta-level alien. There have been 3. The remaining 4 are also the most outstanding and top gamma-level alien. Almost all of them have the power to fight with the beta level. The assistant hadn't finished his sentence. The young woman who was called Mr. Shin stopped in her tracks and turned around, her eyebrows furrowing. Only 3 at the beta level? That's too small a number. As far as I know, on Luo's side, 7 slots, the reported candidates, but all of them are betas. Mr. Shin, you're not unaware that the Luo Group's situation is too special. The female assistant had a difficult look on her face. The 7 deadly sins are almost one with the Luo Group, and when the Luo Group doesn't have enough internal candidates, it pulls the 7 deadly sins to act as an external aid. This is also the reason why in the previous 2 rallies, it was Luo Group that won the championship. Even so, 3 beta levels is really less. At least, find one more. If the Luo Group can hire outside help, can't we? Search the entire Dragon City. I don't believe that I won't be able to find an additional candidate who can represent Tai Shield in the rally. I inherited the company from my grandfather, and I don't intend to continue to suffer under the oppression of the Luo Group. I, Shin Ijuan, never come second. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Inheritance of Abnormal Ability. Dragon City Gathering. Golden Cicada Shell Removal. Chapter 101, Inheritance of Abnormal Ability. Dragon City Gathering. Golden Cicada Shell Removal. Late at night. An upscale apartment building in Dragon City. The residents who come and go are almost all young people in their 20s to 30s. Handsome men and women, all dressed to the nines. Looking around, in one of the apartment buildings on the inside, 13 floors. It's a middle floor. The corridors are long and narrow, with 4 elevators supplying access to dozens of homes on the first floor. Brother, why are you so nice today? You even drove me. Inside the corridor on the 13th floor, a heavily made-up young woman, holding high heels in one hand and barefoot on the other, was assisted by the man beside her as she walked toward one of the innermost rooms. I haven't had much to drink yet, and in a while, I'll have a few more. The woman's body, which reeked of alcohol, and her voice was a little muffled as she spoke, and beside her, the man who was assisting her. His face stiffened and he twitched something now and then, but the look at the woman's figure was unkind. Good, have a few more. More drinks. The man's eyes narrowed and his tone was eerie. A little bit of assistance, dragging the woman toward the door of the room on the inside. Bang, with the sound of the door of the room being closed. Once inside the house, it was a standard loft with a roughly used area of around 50 square meters on the first floor. The decor is light and luxurious, with various feminine objects everywhere. Almost immediately upon entering the room, the woman, who had only moments before been supported by the man, was casually discarded on the floor. Ouch, brother, you lighten up. Fall hurt me. The woman's eyes were disoriented, half closed, half open, and her entire body tumbled to the floor. Her hair disheveled and mumbling with a frown at the moment because of some pain from the fall on her back. The man standing in the doorway, on the other hand, had incredibly cold eyes. Without responding to the woman's words, he turned around and, at the first opportunity, unlocked the door to his room. After making sure it was tightly closed, turn your back on the woman and stand still. An unmistakable grin spread across his face. The original face, suddenly twitching, the whole face, like a melted candle. A quick jiggle, and then, a completely different other face, the length of the hair, the color of the skin, the distribution of the features, wildly different. And then, even more so, from his arms, He pulled out black rubber gloves, put them on his hands, and then crossed over to the woman who had fallen to the ground, walked inside the kitchen in a corner of the apartment and took out a cleaver. It looks like the blade is extremely sharp. What are you doing, brother? And don't help me to the bed. The woman spoke vaguely to herself, not noticing, in any way, the ambiguous brother that she had mouthed. The was holding a knife, tentatively scratching it back and forth in front of her, as if looking for a more appropriate place to strike. TSK, today is really not a waste of time to wait. It's been tossed around for a long time, so it must be a good one. The man's face at that moment was full of sinister. The eyes that looked at the woman were not as if they were looking at a living person, but as if they were cattle, sheep and livestock waiting to be cooked and slaughtered. Brother, how does your voice sound? A little different? Somewhat inebriated. The woman's brow furrowed slightly over her closed eyes. The next moment, an icy voice came to his ears. Who's your brother? The man's hoarse voice reached the woman's ears. The entire room was silent and soundless for a few seconds before. The woman lying on the floor, the alcohol inside her head, had mostly dissipated. Her eyes snapped open and she saw the man crouching beside her, complete with a face she had never even seen before. Hush! The woman's scream, before it could fully escape, was covered by the man's hand over her mouth with a death grip, and thoughtfully, with the hand holding the knife, he made a gesture of silence. Quiet, keep it down, otherwise, the neighbors should hear. The man laughed maniacally, the blade in his hand, flashing cold. The woman tried to struggle, but her arms and legs were twisted and uncontrollable by her skin muscles after a casual touch from the man. The entire person had completely fallen into the other party's captivity. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. The man half narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman dead in the face, undoing the other woman's dress with his hands a little bit. I'm not one of those rubes out there who can't walk away from a woman when they see one. If you ask me, the physical fulfillment of desire is nowhere near as good as the spiritual fulfillment of getting what you want. What ecstatic beauty it is to create with one's own hands, to witness a living life, passing before one's eyes. Good girl, it doesn't hurt. Actually, it hurts a little bit, but just a little bit. Oh, the man said, while grinning fiercely, and aimed the blade in his hand at the woman's abdomen, and then, raising it high, the next instant, it was going to stab down with force. Woohoo! The woman cried out, desperate, her face a little red from the man's tight grip on her mouth. But in the next instant, the expected fearful pain did not come in the abdomen. Even the hand covering his own was loosened in the process. At once, the woman opened her eyes in confusion and looked hard in the direction of where the man was. Then he saw that at this moment, within the room, a figure had unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. Don't make a sound. Ningfeng was wearing that black hooded trenchcoat with a skull mask on his face. The 8 mechanical tentacles that extended out from his back wrapped around the man with bad intentions in a deadly fashion. One of them was even stabbed into the man's throat, and no matter how hard the other struggled, it was to no avail. Don't make a sound. Ningfeng looked towards the woman who had fallen to the ground and continued to repeat himself. The woman had been dumbfounded by the sight before her, the paralysis of alcohol for the brain followed by the threat of death, and now the sight of a monster appearing out of thin air, wearing a skull mask. Immediately, his eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. It saved Ningfeng the trouble of dealing with it. Young leader, 33 years old, native of Dragon City, awakened beta inferior ability, easy shape, at the age of 16. The ability to change one's own or another's skin, muscle, and bone patterns through direct physical contact, and even to adjust the structure of the vocal cords and change the voice through further influence. You're not registered with any shifter company in Dragon City. Instead, you're a program director for a financial institution. In addition to that, is the serial killer of Dragon City in the past 2 years, a number of indoor female murder cases. I can't imagine that a beta-level exalt would have such a hobby. That's so low. Instead of having such an ability in you, why don't you, instead, give it to me? Ningfeng's voice, bit by bit, drilled into young leader's ears, and the double stimulation of physical pain and mental stimulation caused him to faint for a moment. Brush. The mechanical tentacle that had pierced inside young leader's throat was extremely savagely yanked out. Bring up some blood. Afterward, his entire body was like a dead dog, casually discarded by Ningfeng by the side of a wall. Now, let's wait for new life to be conceived. End of chapter. Chapter 102, The Civet and the Crown Prince. Falsehood for falsehood. Chapter 102, The Civet and the Crown Prince. Falsehood for falsehood. Life will be transferred from one person to another organism, and sure enough, life and death in the world will always follow the law of conservation in the shadows. Ningfeng stood still, his eyes cold as he gazed at young leader, who had collapsed limply against the wall. To survive the next retaliation of the Luo group, 1. Transform ability is not enough. But within Dragon City, there are very few beta-level exalts that are easy to lay hands on. Thinking of this, Ningfeng sighed quietly. It seems that we can only settle for the next best thing, using the Gamma level, where quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. But fortunately, the dark side of Dragon City is quite a lot, so that when I make my move, I will be spared unnecessary psychological burdens. A few minutes passed, and young leader, who had just fainted by the wall, woke up ghostly at this moment. He let out a low roar of pain and tried to prop up his limp body. However, no matter how young leader mobilized his limbs, his body did not half react and did not move. It was as if, long ago, the limb had gotten out of his control. He is, now, nothing more than a living doll that retains his consciousness. Who are you? Who are you? Young caller struggled and moved his eyes with great difficulty, trying to see clearly who it was that had attacked him. But Ningfeng's response was the mechanical palm that clamped down on the other party's head. Yang leader's entire person, suddenly soft, was lifted up by the other party as a whole, his body hanging in mid-air, shaking. A handful of innocent girls have died at your hands over the years, a dozen or more, taking pleasure in killing, but how is it that when death takes its turn, he behaves so wretchedly? You don't need to know who I am. After all, whoever it is, you are, today, doomed to die. Ningfeng's gaze landed on the chest of the young caller in his hand. All that could be seen was a sudden, violent surge of something under the bones and flesh of the other's chest, and with that, came the screams that came out of the young caller's mouth, and the large mouthfuls of blood that were vomited out. Relax, relax. Ningfeng clamped a death grip on the other party's head, his voice calm, as if soothing his emotions. Dizziness is normal in this situation, just relax. Young leader only struggled for more than 10 seconds. The whole person was like a taut leather band that exceeded the limit of elasticity and directly collapsed in general. Instantly flaccid. Roar. A mournful beastly roar came from young leader's chest, a bloody mess of a creature, covered in barbs by 7 octopus-like tentacles. Come. Casually brushing aside young leader's corpse, Ningfeng turned towards the mass of flesh and blood creatures and beckoned. After the latter hesitated for a moment, he whimpered gleefully and pounced within the palm of Ningfeng's hand at once. It seems a little different. Ningfeng's eyebrows furrowed slightly, followed by a slight bulge in his back where his clothes covered him. Immediately afterward, the 2 flesh and blood creatures that had been created for the first time earlier crawled from their sleeves to within Ningfeng's other palm. Sure enough, this time, there was a visual comparison that reinforced the idea in mind. His eyes skimmed over the newly born flesh and blood creatures amongst his left and right hands, noticeably larger in size and with 1 more tentacle. The first 2, the main part of which is probably about the size of a fist, have only 6 tentacles and are light in color, and the one just created has a main part roughly the size of a bowl, and 7 tentacles, which are darker in color, and the tentacles are much thicker. So it seems that the size of a flesh and blood creature is based on the strength of the host's powers to determine the initial form and strength. This young leader is a beta inferior, a flesh and blood creature that inherited his powers, and his power has nearly dropped below beta. But for now, it's enough for me to use. But, hasn't always named the thing since it fused with biomechanics. It's too cumbersome to keep calling it biomechanics. In the large room, gurgling blood flowed out from underneath the body of young leader. The unconscious woman on the side, her dress was also soaked with blood. In such a hideous picture, Ningfeng was quite interested and began to name his pets. Let's name it, Yin and Yang. Interdependence. Biomechanics as Yang and these flesh and blood creatures as Yin. The agenda of accumulating more Yin beasts is put on the back burner for now. I need to experiment with this newly acquired, transform, ability as soon as possible. It's a key reliance for all the activities to come in the short term. Ningfeng leaned down and used the woman's cell phone to call the police. With his mechanical 5 fingers, he didn't need to worry about fingerprints being left behind in the slightest, and his accidental psychic ability allowed him to perfectly avoid all the surveillance and witnesses along the way, realizing the superficial sense of not having been here. On the outskirts of Dragon City, within the factory, Ningfeng went and returned, and on his left and right shoulders, there were 3 more Yin beasts of varying sizes. What are these? Song Xianyu was the first to come out to greet them, and when she saw the 3 Yin beasts on Ningfeng's shoulders, the other party's hideous looks made her instinctively want to stay away. Don't worry, these guys are well behaved. They know who the enemy is. As Ningfeng spoke, he signaled one of the Yin beasts to jump above Song Xianyu's head. Pust! The rattle of something landing came from above Song Xianyu's head. A smaller Yin beast was moving its 6 tentacles, whirling back and forth above Song Xianyu's head as if it was dancing. Kara kara. Suddenly, the sound of something cracking came from above Song Xianyu's head. When she raised her eyes to look hard, she saw that the tentacles of the Yin beast had split into dozens of pieces, not connected to each other, yet moving in unison. This? In Song Xianyu's eyes, a strong color of surprise instantly burst out. Is this alien? That's right. Ningfeng nodded and smiled. And at this moment, the conversation between the two men drew Old Meng, who was still organizing things not far away, directly over. Old Meng pushed the goggles on his face to the top of his head, as if he had discovered some new continent, moving closer to check out the shadowy beast above Song Xianyu's head. This gadget isn't supposed to be a bred product of the biomechanics behind you, is it? Old Meng turned his head sideways and looked at Ningfeng, and the latter, with a nod, gave a response. What about reproduction methods? Using the human body as a breeding hotbed, you used a shifter? Exactly. So you're saying, all three have powers? Old Meng was a bit dumbfounded, his eyes swaying back and forth over the three Yin beasts. The whole worldview collapsed a bit. Oh my god. Creature pups capable of inheriting powers. Don't you ever tell me this thing can still be mass-produced without limitations. Old Meng's voice faded as he spoke, and he looked over at Ningfeng. The other party was silent. A mysterious smile on his face responded to everything long ago. Asterisk. I knew it. Old Meng slapped his thighs in excitement. End of chapter. Chapter 103 Stacking Flesh and Blood with Yin Beasts. Hunting Criminals on the Move. Subscription available. Chapter 103 Stacking Flesh and Blood with Yin Beasts. Hunting Criminals on the Move. Subscription available. Absolute. Ha 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 ha. Old Meng smiled extraordinarily cheerful, as if he had met years of difficult to meet the great joy of heaven. Ha 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 ha, deserved it. Serves you right. Luo's group never dreamed of giving such a big gift to us. Taking a long, calming breath. Did you give names to these little things? Yin beasts. The mother on my back is a young beast. Yin and yang. Ningfeng spread his hands. TSK, you've got a Thai name for it. Old Meng walked over to Ningfeng's side and scrutinized the appearance of the Yin beast. It's pretty much as I expected. Although the mother is biomechanical, the offspring that are bred are flesh and blood that follow genetic inheritance. Hey, there seems to be some difference in size between these Yin beasts. Yes, the hotbed of reproduction. That is, the higher the strength of the host's alien ability, the Yin beasts that have been born so far are also bigger and stronger in size and power. Ningfeng raised his hand, and the larger one climbed from his shoulder to his hand in a single bound, like a child being pampered. The tentacles wrapped around Ningfeng's mechanical fingers. As for the strength of the supernatural ability, it's about half the strength inherited from the original owner. These two, the smaller ones, are gamma level, and the larger one, this one, is about as close as you can get to the beta level category. Hearing Ningfeng's words, the look of surprise on Old Meng's face intensified. Although it's a bit of a shame that the strength of the alien energy has been discounted, but this is something that if you keep accumulating the number of them, you can completely construct an army of psychic abilities that are completely at your command. Currently between us and Luo Group, the most direct pain point is the gap in the amount of battle power. With this, young beast, the solution to this pain point is nothing more than the need for a little accumulation time. Lao Meng clenched his fists as he thought, I'm so looking forward to the day when we really subvert the Luo Group. Don't worry, Old Meng. It'll happen sooner or later. Ningfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Still, it's time to deal with the recent retaliation from the Roche Group. Everything inside the factory is pretty much moved, and Xiaoyu has been moved to a safe enough place. Right. Ningfeng thought of something, turning his head to the side. Song Xianyu. The other party was fiddling with the Yin beast that could split his body, having a great time. Xianyu, I need you to pick up someone for me. Move her along to where Xiaoyu is to avoid persecution from the Luo Group. People? Song Xianyu withdrew her mind, her beautiful eyes puzzled. What people? The head of the laboratory of the Luo Group, Lu Yi, his wife. Ningfeng spoke in a calm tone. Before Lu Yi was born, I promised him that I would take care of his wife. Why do I get the feeling that this isn't the main reason for protecting the other party? Song Xianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. When did you become so faithful to your word? After this period of contact, Song Xianyu had more or less understood a bit about Ningfeng's character. Although the understanding is not deep enough, but at least know the other party's rough code of conduct. A self-interested person with a bottom line. Commitment is one thing. Ningfeng didn't refute much and directly admitted that. On the other hand, Lu Ye's wife is not a simple and ordinary woman. Her hatred for the Luo Group is no less than yours or mine. There's one thing that I'm afraid she's the only one who can make in the entire Dragon City right now. What is it? Song Xianyu was confused and, I can't use it for now for the time being. Keep it as a surprise. Ningfeng smiled mysteriously, drawing blank stares from the other party. But because of that, It is imperative that you pick her up safely without fail. Don't worry. Song Xianyu nodded without saying anything more, directly swept his body through and left the factory. Leaving behind him, the only thing left behind was the still existing trace of cold air. The little girl is quite nice. Old Meng looked at Song Xianyu's departing back and rushed at Ning Feng without reason and said this. Ning Feng froze for a moment, not quite understanding the meaning of Old Meng's words. Harm. Old Meng blanked and waved his hand. I mean, now that Xiaoyu's situation is stabilized, the next thing to do is to wait for this storm to pass. And then she can be treated. And you have nothing to worry about. There's no need to continue to strain yourself. This little girl with ice. Good character. Good looking, although the time together is short. But I can see it. She's extraordinarily dependent on you. Her brother is gone. The whole Dragon City is big but she has no relatives. Put yourself in your shoes. Think about it. In the place of your sister. Leaving you. Alone. How pitiful. Other than that, we're on the same side now. There's no need to just use to maintain. Old Meng spoke bitterly, as if recalling something, his eyes filled with memories. Be nice to those around you before something happens. Life. There can be other things than hate and exploitation. Saying that, Old Meng ran his hand over the pocket watch necklace hanging at his chest, sighing heavily. Okay, enough ranting. I'm going to go ahead and pack. There's quite a bit of crap in this factory. Should have piled less of it back then. Old Meng's back was fading away, while Ning Feng, who was standing in the same spot, had a deep gaze and a long silence. Something beyond hate and exploitation. Ning Feng's eyes drifted off, and he smiled to himself. He spread his hands upward. Cold, mechanical palms that stung. As long as the Luo group exists, I will not wish for anything else. Seemingly sensing Ning Feng's sadness, the three Yin beasts, all of them crawling and wrapping around his cold arm, roared in low tones as if to appease him. Phew. Well, now, it's time to get down to business. Ning Feng withdrew his thoughts and focused his attention on the Yin beast that possessed the easy shape ability in his right hand. Putting the black trench coat that enveloped his body, he casually put it aside and went topless. Ning Feng walked over to the floor-to-ceiling mirror that hadn't been moved inside the factory. There was some dust on the mirror. What exactly is the effect of easy shape? Let me see. In the midst of his thoughts, the biomechanical Yang beast behind Ning Feng's back had its centermost gears partially turned on, revealing a circle of cold, sharp teeth from which a low roar emanated, like sending some kind of signal outward. And as Ning Feng looked towards the easy shape Yin beast in his right hand, a connection, if any, arose between them. For a moment, all he felt was that an unfamiliar alien power had appeared within his self-control. Through the Yang beasts, I can freely utilize the supernatural powers on the Yin beasts. It's really interesting. Well, change the look first and see how it works. Ning Feng took a closer look at his own face in the mirror. He ripped off the skull mask covering it, revealing his original true face. Mechanical jaws, silver gray glowing with cold. Changing shape, since you can change the form of your body. Should you try and change your face for a special one? It's a lot more fun to use this face to hunt the shifters who deserve to die in Dragon City. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Back from the Dead? The enemy will reveal himself. Chapter 104, Back from the Dead? The enemy will reveal himself. The Luo Group, as one of the country's top large-scale empath companies, had enlisted countless empaths under its banner. But within Dragon City, there are still many idle aliens who are not affiliated with any company. They form a small, independent group, and among themselves, there is constant friction. Boss said that we are bound to finish off all of Zhou Kuei's gang today. These guys usually do wrong, and they don't do a lot of vandalism, so we can be considered to be doing the people a favor. These guys are such chicken thieves that they all hid in this Thai bar. It was 3 round trips back and forth on the expressway just to find the damn place. That said, I've heard that under Zhou Kuei's hand, there seems to be more than a dozen Gamma Exalts, and he himself even has the strength to be able to fight Beta. We'll have to send someone to scout inside first, or there'll be an ambush. At this moment, at the edge of Dragon City, in front of a dilapidated bar that looked like it was in disrepair, there were about 20 figures crouching in ambush in the weeds from the right and left. Little Chu, you go inside and see what's going on. Squatting in the rearmost party of a young yellow hair, was suddenly called, the whole suddenly a dazed face. Do not dare to believe with a finger pointed at himself. Me? Yeah, that's you. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting. The leader's face was impatient. Yellow hair was full of difficulties, but looked around. Everyone's eyes were focused around him. Only reluctantly did he stand up and feel his way toward the crumbling bar in front of him. At the moment, Yellow Hair was so scared in his heart that he even began to regret joining this ragtag group. Before the awakening of his powers, he was nothing more than a dropout at home with nothing to do. After awakening his powers, he thought that he would be able to achieve fame and fortune as he wished, but he realized that Gamma's strength is not enough to be placed in those big companies. Unwilling to be a cow or a horse and mingle in the marketplace, they joined this so-called group, saying that they do not need to work from 9 to 5, and that they can earn an income just by holding up the fort. Mad. I've only been in for less than a week. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my life here this time. Yellow Hair walked with some trembling, but under the urging of the crowd at the back, he still pushed down his fear and slowly pushed open the door of the shabby bar in front of him. Squeak! The old rusty door was carefully pushed open by Yellow Hair. What came into view was the cluttered interior of the bar. The sound of zipping electricity came from time to time from the chandelier in the shed roof. The tables, chairs and benches in the entire room were all smashed to pieces. The masonry bar, also cracked and dented, looked like an unimaginable mess had happened here. No one? The Yellow Hair thief slipped in, looked around and realized that there was no living moving figure, living a haunted house. Anyone? He lowered his voice and walked boldly into the bar, probing around. Pust! A muffled thud came from the foot. Yellow Hair, in shock, raised his foot violently, and against the dim light, realized that the puddle of liquid he stepped on was blood red and salty. Is this blood? For a moment, Yellow Hair stared in horror, realizing that puddle after puddle of blood had collected everywhere on the floor throughout the bar. Looking at the stickiness, it's obvious that it's just been left behind for a short while. Blood. At that moment, Yellow Hair was as if he had lost his life, and he rolled and ran out, yelling and screaming. He came face to face with his accomplice, who was squatting outside the bar. Ah, what the hell are you screaming for? The leaders was scared right off the ground, jumped up. Where are the people? How many people are in there? Nobody. No one. Yellow Hair shook his head like a rattle in the face of the question. Nobody? The leader froze. Asterisk. Nobody. What the hell are you screaming for? You scared me. Yellow Hair was all innocent. Boss, it's full of blood. The floor is full of blood. Joe Kuei's gang. I think they're all dead. Should. Bull. Asterisk. An hour ago I saw Joe Kuei smoking at the door. The leader's disbelief. With a wave of his hand, he greeted his companions around him, and broke into the inside of the dilapidated bar with a wave of his head. A few moments later, a group of people stood neatly in the center of the bar, looking at the puddles of blood on the ground around them, wide-eyed, none of them knowing what to do. What about inside? You didn't look? The leader looked to Yellow Hair, signaling the inside of the bar. I don't dare. Yellow Hair waved his hand repeatedly and took several steps backward. No. The leader looked at the rest of the group again, but the crowd, unanimously, all took several steps back. When the leader saw this, he was so angry that he clenched his teeth and glared. Okay, really, no one's going. Right, I'll go. Saying that, taking a deep breath and, bravely, he leaned toward the inside of the bar, a room with a hidden door. It should be fine. The leader hesitated for a moment, and then pushed open the door of the hidden room, and instantly, the smell of blood on the face and nose. A brain rushed into the leader's nose. Vomit. A subconscious retching made him cover his mouth and nose and raise his eyes to look. Then he saw a scene of incomparable horror, and behind them, a group of minions who had been waiting witheredly, also surrounded them at this moment. Upon seeing what was piled up in the cramped room, one's legs went halfway down. Dead. All dead. Yellow Hair sat on his butt on the floor, pointing at the room with his hands trembling. Following the direction of his finger, he only saw, in the inner side of the room, mountains of corpses, stacked one on top of the other, blackened blood, spilling out from under the small mountain of corpses, and each of the corpses was in an extremely similar bloody state at the chest. It was as if something, from within the body, had broken through the bones and flesh and burrowed out raw. Joe Kuei? Suddenly, the leader noticed a familiar face in this pile of corpses all of a sudden. Forcing back his fear and nausea, he moved closer to take a look. Only Joe Kuei's entire limbs were twisted and there were traces of being torn all over his body, and at his chest, the largest bloody hole was broken open, running through his front and back. The eyes are fearful and full of despair. They must have seen some unimaginable nightmare before they died. Asterisk. Go! Move! The leader, without saying a word, a turn around and run, behind a group of juniors, also rolled and crawled hurriedly followed. Marred. This Joe Kuei must have messed with someone he shouldn't have. Deserved it. Died a clean death. Don't tell anyone about what happened here today. Or don't blame me if you have bad luck. The group scurried away and scattered. And on the roof of the dilapidated bar, a figure slowly emerged. On his side, it was densely crawling with 6 tentacled beasts, with teeth and claws that were chilling. And as his eyes moved upward, the man revealed a face that was extraordinarily familiar. As long as an employee worked for the Luo group, he or she must have known this only too well. A member of the Luo clan branch who had acquired beta-level disintegration powers by means of acquired plundering. Rolling. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Engineered Luo Group. Shaken by the Wind and Rain. Chapter 105, The Engineered Luo Group. Shaken by the Wind and Rain. Recently, within the boundaries of Dragon City, there have been a number of cases of missing persons. According to the investigation, these missing persons, they are all shifters. Under police tracking, yesterday, a large number of shifter bodies were found in an abandoned bar on the outskirts of the city. A preliminary lock has been made on the suspected person based on nearby surveillance findings, and that person has been in and out of the scenes of the remaining multiple accidental deaths. According to the CCTV footage of one of the road sections, the suspect's looks are highly similar to Luo Ling, the former head of the Luo Group's investigation team and a beta-level psychic under the Luo Group's command. But before that, Luo Ling had already died in front of the Luo Group's headquarters building in front of the eyes of many witnesses. The specifics of what happened are being followed up further. The top-floor conference room of the Roche Group. The curtains were closed tightly, and Luo Ling's second uncle, Luo Zhan, like a small mountainous figure, angrily turned off the TV that was broadcasting the news with one hand, and then, with a heavy hand, he slammed the table. What the hell is going on? The person who broke into the group has not been investigated until now, not to mention how the serial killer who popped up in the past 2 days is wearing my nephew's face. Luo Zhan's anger was vented in his words, and even the air of the entire room became dull and depressing. Lazy, haven't you deduced any specific clues with your powers yet? Luo Zhan's words changed, and his gaze landed on one of the 7 sins sitting in a chair not far away. Lazy, Jojo, a student girl's dress. After hearing Luo Zhan's questioning, self-centered with both hands. Not yet. Within your group, aren't you scrambling to investigate the surveillance on the streets and alleys? Wouldn't that be faster than using my psychic ability to extrapolate information? What? The entire city's surveillance has been checked and there's no sign of the intruder? With these words, silence returned to Luo Zhan. He sat back heavily in his seat and let out a long, incredulous breath. The problem lies here. The surveillance that can be retrieved has all been checked, manually and AI, before and after the repeated search 3 or 4 times. Froze, not a clue. Whether it's the ice-harnessing alien who killed Rage, or the guy who broke into the company and blew up the 15th floor, these 2 people were as good as vaporized out of thin air after leaving the scene, without leaving even the slightest trace in front of any surveillance or witnesses. It's a hell of a thing. For a while, the entire conference room fell into a long silence. At that time, we should not have let you 3 of the 7 sins go out and leave the company to find the murderer. But it turned out to be a loophole instead. From the very beginning, Luo Chen, Wu Lan, Chen Mo, then my nephew Luo Ling, then the attack on the group, to now someone is out there killing people with Luo Ling's face on. All of this is aimed directly at the group. All of this is definitely the work of the same people. There were Luo Group executives that were furious. Such a big mess descended on the group's head that it caused the stock market to plummet. Even quite a few of the alien energy practitioners down there are talking about how our group doesn't have any semblance of deterrence, and that any cat or dog can come over and mess with it. The crowd in the conference room listened to the constant chatter from the top brass. Suddenly, sitting in the corner, the originally indifferent, lazy Jojo, after hearing the other party mention that the 7 sins, including himself, had traveled to the outskirts of the city to investigate Luo Ling's murderer, as if reacting all at once, his pupils filled with amazement. In her mind, she recalled that earlier, when she was searching for Luo Ling's murderer, one after another, he used his powers to extrapolate clues, but each time they got a projected answer. It led them to the next location, and the range of the location was still getting farther and farther away from the center of Dragon City. As in, someone deliberately diverted their attention. However, Jojo did not think much about the trust of the supernatural powers at that time. Now that the matter has passed, calmly thinking about it, it is suspicious. When we finally found the clues, we had been led to the most desolate area on the outskirts of the city. And after that the answers I got were blank no matter how much I projected. Well, coincidentally, this is the time when this side of the Luo group was broken into. By the time the 3 of us returned with many members of the investigative team, the building was long gone. How does all this feel like a play that was set up in advance? No way. Absolutely no way. I can do no wrong with my powers. Jojo's expression became unprecedentedly serious as he gnawed on his nails with his teeth a little bit. Her unusual look drew the attention of the rest of the group. Sloth, what's wrong with you? Luo Zhan's voice came, and for a moment, it was like the last straw that crushed the camel in Jojo's heart. She rose violently, as if she had seen a ghost, and her voice trembled and, unless what? Luo Zhan and the people present were all confused. Unless, my powers, the results I can project, are all in the other side's calculations. I am nothing more than a puppet on strings being manipulated, and I, myself am always unaware of it. Her eyes widened and she jerked her head sideways, gazing at Luo Zhan. Believe it or not, everything we do, every reaction, is in the enemy's calculations. We will never find out where he is if he wants to. Dragon City, Costini's bar. The unsettled pace of the city lately has made the bar, which was already not much patronized, even more of a doorstop. It was late afternoon and the whole city was shrouded in a dreamlike orange sunset glow. Jingle bells. The doorbell rang. Inside the Costini bar, an additional patron visits. Ningfeng was dressed in casual clothes, and his face was disguised to look unfamiliar. He had already mastered the usage of the easy shape in beast in these few days, and now whenever he wanted to, he could even disguise himself as a female. No matter whether it was his appearance, body shape, or voice, all of them could be flawless. The bartender was wiping glasses behind the bar, and when he saw Ningfeng's unfamiliar face, a raw customer, he didn't bother much. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was left to his own devices, crossing over the tables, chairs, and scattered patrons, and walked right up to the second floor. It's like you've been scouted out beforehand, and you don't need anyone to lead you. He came straight to a box on the inner side of the second floor. Kala, turn the doorknob and push open the door to the room. What came into view was a figure sitting on the card table, who was holding a highball glass and savoring the red wine. A long, low-cut black dress with a black tulle shawl and calf-length leather boots on her feet in a sophisticated style, rimless glasses to hide the seductive peach eyes, diamond necklaces, pearl earrings, exposed skin, white as grease, red lips pursed around the rim of the glass, greeting the ever-changing seven-colored lights inside the box. Even though Xie Jinju didn't raise her head, after hearing the footsteps of the visitor, she still had a lethargic voice, as if she was pampered and generally scolded. Good brother, you've kept your sister waiting. End of chapter. Chapter 106 Aurora. 9th inning. Chapter 106 Aurora. 9th inning. Good brother, you've kept your sister waiting. Xie Jinju's voice was sweet and seductive. The entire person raised her head, her beautiful eyes tinged with a three-quarter drunkenness, causing the entire person to radiate an unprecedented charm from the inside out. Drunken beauty with a peach-red face, not forgetting the humorous and delicate manner of shyness. Ningfeng stood at the entrance to the box, his eyes narrowing slightly. He believed that this face of his, which was a temporary fabrication, had definitely never been seen by Xie Jinju. How dare Ms. Xie know it's me without even looking? In the face of Ningfeng's doubts, Xie Jinju rose from the card seat, her right hand holding a highball glass with red wine shaking inside. My intuition, it's always been spot on. And, brother, you smell like you. Even though we've only met once, I can't forget it for the rest of my life. Flavor? Ningfeng raised an eyebrow. Right. Xie Jinju approached Ningfeng, circling around behind the other party, her head resting on Ningfeng's left shoulder, blowing gently from back to front. The aroma of the wine and the aroma of the hair came into Ningfeng's nose together. A flavor I can't read. This is a flavor I've only ever felt in you alone. Brother. Alright. At this moment, Ningfeng grabbed Xie Jinju's arm, which was trying to wrap around his neck, with his hand. I didn't come here to make you smell. Ningfeng's snarky behavior caused Xie Jinju to hum softly. Alright, I know you're a busy man. Xie Jinju teased while taking out a top-secret file in a craft paper bag from a card holder on the side. What's in here is a record of information on all of Luo's group's explicit and implicit beta level or higher psychics, including their family backgrounds, loved ones' veins, and even fatal flaws. But is it any good for me to bring this over to you, as you summoned before? Xie Jinju raised the dossier bag in her hand and looked at Ningfeng in front of her with a smile. Although the Seven Sins are nominally a partnership between the Luo group and not at the upper or lower level, but how do you say? It's also a united front for so many years. Sister, I did this, but I took a big risk it. If it is discovered, but will die very badly. Oh. Xie Jinju used an extremely frivolous tone to speak extraordinarily serious facts. However, Ningfeng was not the least bit moved, stepping forward and looking at the other party with extremely calm eyes. In the eyes of the people of Dragon City, of the Seven Sins, there is no one stronger than Pride, possessing superb self-healing abilities, and able to remain impassive in the face of any attack. Speaking of this, Ningfeng paused. The gaze was full of aggression, as if he wanted to see through Xie Jinju. Brother, what are you doing looking at your sister like that? Xie Jinju clasped his shoulders in front of his body and smiled playfully, a slight panic in his tone. But what the onlookers don't know is that in the Seven Deadly Sins, oh no, or within Dragon City, The strongest beta-level alien is not beta-superior, arrogance, but beta-medium, lust. Thank you Jean Chu. Brother, you really know how to joke. I'm a weak woman. How can I be as powerful as you say? Xia Jinju waved his hand with a "you're kidding me" stance. However, Ningfeng took a step forward even further, clamping both of Xia Jinju's wrists with his hands and forcing the other party into a corner. Yo, brother, what are you doing? Xia Jinju deliberately turned her head sideways to avoid Ningfeng's gaze. The latter, however, had an icy voice and, whether you admit it or not, I won't pursue it. If you can investigate me, I can naturally investigate you. As the words came out, a trace of amazement flashed under Xia Jinju's eyes. How did he know I was secretly investigating? But I guess since we're in a partnership, we have to be honest. You've helped me, and after it's done, I'll take the initiative to reach out to the forces behind you as well. Aurora. Hiss. You seem to be someone from the Ninth Bureau inside, right? Once these words came out, Xia Jinju could no longer hide the horror in his heart. She looked at Ningfeng with eyes in which the seductive connotation had dissipated for the most part, and was replaced by doubt, disbelief. How do you, knowing that you're investigating each other? This isn't hard to guess, but the power behind Xia Jinju was far from being huge at the level of the Luo group. By all accounts, Ningfeng wouldn't even have heard of her, let alone pinpointing her origin with unerring precision. How you know? It doesn't matter. The important thing is that next, I will disappear to Dragon City for a while. Disappear? Strongly suppressing the doubts in her heart, Xia Jinju's beautiful eyes knitted slightly as she looked up at Ningfeng, who was only a fist's distance away. Right, after the Luo group, the Seven Sins, and the Divine Enlightenment, these three parties jointly surrounded me. Round up? These fools have been fooled by you, and they don't even have a clue. Xia Jinju laughed lightly twice as if she had thought of something funny. Ningfeng, on the other hand, loosened his vice-like grip on the other party and stepped back, taking the dossier bag provided by Xia Jinju in his hand. I don't need them to find it. I'll show up of my own accord. Leave this trouble behind so I can do my own thing. After Ningfeng said that, he turned around to leave. Xia Jinju, on the other hand, was like a gust of fragrant wind, using her hands on Ningfeng's shoulders from behind, and her entire body was like a snake that wanted to wrap itself around him. Brother, you're going to leave without saying anything after you've made someone hurt so much? Well, at least tell my sister. What kind of powers are you using? Exactly. And all of those shifters that have inexplicably died in the city lately, they should all be your handiwork, right? You will know when it is time to know. Ningfeng plucked away the other party's hand, and like the heartless negative man who plucked the bird, he directly left the box. On his way out of the corner of his eye, he also glanced at the inside of the box, a floor-to-ceiling mirror. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed. On Xia Jinju's face, the seductive stance that she had displayed to Ningfeng just now was all but gone. Come out! He's found you. Xia Jinju's voice was ice-cold. In the floor-to-ceiling mirror on the inside, a figure slowly stepped out, as smoothly as if emerging from the water. How is that possible? The mirror can completely hide my scent. Not knowing my powers, even Alpha would never notice. A young man in a red trench coat slowly emerges, but unfortunately, he still found you out. Xia Jinju gently shook her head and, he knows us quite well, but what we know about him is pretty much a blank slate, so to speak. Name, background, abilities, and, most importantly, Xia Jinju's eyes flashed with a hint of essence. The last time we saw him, the aura he exuded was only of the lower class of Kankan Beta. But now, it's infinitely closer to Beta Medium. How is this possible? The man in the red trench coat had an incredulous look on his face. Even with a large dose of an alien activation potion, it's never possible to exceed the upper limit of strength for an alien awakening. Beta inferior. Always beta inferior. That said, Xia Jinju's eyes narrowed slightly. He even named Aurora and Ninth Inning with ease. So it's to be expected that he'll surprise us some more. End of chapter. Chapter 107, a split cast from Monsters. Chapter 107, a split cast from Monsters. Okay. Xia Jinju's words ended and she turned around, not even looking at the red trenchcoat man. He sat straight back down on the card table, towards the highball glass, and repoured the red wine. Go back and report it to the bureau. And that's the end of the investigation for him. The gathering of the alien company at the end of the month is about to be held. I suspect that what the Luo group is scheming is far more than just annexing Tai Shield. The Divine Enlightenment Organization is also secretly and continuously sending people to infiltrate all parts of Dragon City. Now that's going to be big trouble. If the Bureau can't spare any more manpower, it would be good to at least send a few people to stabilize the situation. Good. The man in the red trenchcoat nodded before the entire group walked over to the floor-to-ceiling mirror on the inside of the box. The whole person blends into the mirror and goes nowhere. Inside the large box, Xiajinju was left alone, red lips slightly opened, the red wine within the cup in his hand, and took a sip. It's a bit lonely to drink alone. Outside Costini's bar, isolated alleyway, Ningfeng casually threw away the casual clothes he was wearing only the denim and shirt inside. The Yin beast, which possessed the easy shape ability, crawled out of the mouth of the Yang beast at his back, followed Ningfeng's neck, and wrapped itself around his face. A moment later, Ningfeng's face, once again, changed its appearance. He unwrapped the information he got from Xiejinju in 3 tries. One by one, he flipped through them, quickly. I can't imagine that the number of beta-level exalts that the Luo clan secretly possesses is so large. Apart from the 7 sins and a few on the surface, there are surprisingly 7 or 8 others in the shadows. But it seems that most of them are sons and daughters within the Luo clan, either a direct descendant of the main line, or the head of a side branch. Overall, it's still the 7 sins that are the bigger threat. Ningfeng flipped through the pages one by one until he saw the end. His eyes narrowed, and his gaze rested on a person's profile. Luo Zhan, important member of the board of directors of the Luo group, from the main vein of the Luo group, responsible for handling the vast majority of the Luo group's affairs on the surface. Alien power level, beta medium or above, ability, unknown? Ningfeng flipped back and forth again. All of the profiles of the exalted, all of which were accompanied by photographs, but only Luo Zhan, the part where the photo should have been pasted, was blank. Beta medium plus, unknown ability. It's not even clear what it looks like. There's something odd about it. He straightened up and looked in the direction of the alleyway beyond, before not hesitating to light the pile of information in his hand with his lighter. Torch it all. Everyone's abilities, weaknesses. I keep them in my head. Next, it's time to hunt purposefully and build up the number of Yin beasts. Help! Help! The cries of the women echoed through the wilderness in all directions. The night was dark and the dirt road was strewn with gravel. Even with the excruciating pain of running on both feet, the woman didn't dare to stop at all. She was barefoot and running frantically, looking back every now and then as if she was hiding from something. Bang! Suddenly, she bumped into something, and her whole head ached as she sat down. What came into view was a menacing man with his hands covered in gravel particles. Run? Why don't you run? Asterisk 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 really think I can't find you if you hide here, do you? Be a good boy and go back with me. You'll have to pay back the money your husband owes for another 10 years or so before you can pay it off. Otherwise, as he spoke, the man's palm, which had turned into a stubborn stone, was about to clamp down on the woman's neck. The latter subconsciously closed his eyes in terror, not daring to meet his fate. But the next moment beside his ear came, not his own cry of pain, but the man's. Ah! When opening her eyes again, the woman was horrified to find the man in front of her, his entire body surrounded by mechanical tentacles, one of which still stabbed along his throat. The whole process lasted more than 10 seconds later. All the mechanical tentacles instantly withdrew and the man fainted and fell to the ground. A dark shadow that flashed behind him. It's been a great day. On the side of the street, drunken men walked staggeringly, their figures occasionally producing heavy shadows. It's just that this time the chick was so untouchable that she passed out within 2 strokes. Gotta get them to get some sturdy stuff next time. The man walked drunkenly to a side alley, leaned against the wall, and just started relieving himself, not caring if it was a public place or not, without paying the slightest attention. Several mechanical tentacles, from above the alley, circled behind them along the wall. Well, about 4 or 5 seconds later, a dull whine came down the alleyway. The man's figure, being lifted up in midair by something alive, after a long time, fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Scenes like this one were staged one after another all over Dragon City. The night is dark and sinful. Countless sins are extinguished in the darkness before the next sunrise. The outskirts of Dragon City, abandoned factories. The night was dark and the cool wind whistled in his ears. Ningfeng stood quietly at the top of the factory, his gaze looking out in the direction of the center of Dragon City, like it was waiting for something to come. In the sky, the curved moon was hidden in layers of clouds, and the already dim light became even more sparse and pitiful. It's about time. Ningfeng ripped off the shirt on his body, revealing the hideous, Yang beast, behind him. Roar! A low beastly roar emanated from the young beast's mouth. A circle of fangs was visible in the gear area that had almost fused with Ningfeng's back. 8 mechanical tentacles that stretched and expanded to 7 or 8 meters long in a single moment. It lingered and twisted in the night sky. At this moment, Ningfeng seemed like a demon on earth. The mechanical limbs were gray and silver and cold, and the 8 tentacles behind them were like Rakshasas. Feeling famous? Feeling famous? Abruptly, the sound of dense crawling continued on the dirt road outside the factory. The sound was somewhat similar to the footsteps of a large number of insects migrating en masse. Only the sound was a little too loud for the size of the insect. In the darkness, Ningfeng's scarlet eyes stared towards the source of the crawling sounds. He saw it all, only to see that the dirt road, which originally only had some weeds and gravel, was now filled with densely packed small things, similar in size and a little different. It's like a spider, and it's like an octopus. That's one shadowy beast after another. Rumble. The night sky was filled with dark clouds, and the already humid air became even more somber. A thunderclap resounded through the night sky and also illuminated the entire abandoned factory in all directions. It was like endless beasts that kept emerging from all directions, crawling over dirt roads, winding up factory walls. Eventually, they all converged at Ningfeng's feet. One by one, hissing and whimpering, they went forward and followed Ningfeng's legs, climbing upwards until they reached where the Bakyang beast was. Competing to be the first, they fell into the mouth of the abyss, as if it were endless. Now that's preparation enough. The scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Turning this one factory into a graveyard for those guys from the Luo group is considered good feng shui. End of chapter. Chapter 108 Polymerization. Luring snakes out of holes. Chapter 108 Polymerization. Luring snakes out of holes. The night was deep, and outside the window, thunder rumbled and a curtain of rain covered the sky. Within the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Dragon City. Dang it! The continuous sound of gold and iron striking each other was echoing continuously. Lao Meng at this time buried his head, wearing goggles, with a hammer in his hand, constantly knocking the parts on the working machine tool. On the other hand, the factory, which had already been pretty much emptied out. Ningfeng was similarly burying his head in something. Thought better of putting this in the leg. As for this one, the one whose defense can be higher is placed on the important parts of the body, which can make this body last a little longer. Why does it feel like the number of beasts prepared this time is a bit much, but it's good to have a little left to ambush in the shadows. The line of sight draws closer. Then he saw that in front of Ningfeng, something that looked like a human skeleton was currently being placed, only the material was an extremely hard alloy, and at that moment, the legs of this skeleton were already covered with blood and flesh. Upon closer inspection, the outside of that so-called flesh and blood was even densely covered with spikes. That was no flesh and blood. It was clearly a beast that had changed forms. The power of easy shape molds these shadowy beasts into the lines of human muscle, bonding them to each other and attaching them to this alloy skeleton. In a little more than half a day, I'll be able to create, with my own hands, an android that has fused dozens and dozens of beasts and brought together dozens and dozens of different kinds of supernatural abilities. Although this is mixed with the alien energy, only a sporadic 2 beta level, remaining are some gamma. But the good thing is that with the number of victory, enough to cope with this time the mess. As Ningfeng pondered, he turned his gaze to a beast that he was holding up in his hands. The surface of the shadowy beast was covered with a little bit of stone, as if it was spreading out from its body. At this moment, the 6-tentacled beast, under the manipulation of another 7-tentacled, easy shape, beast, even twisted and deformed as a whole, eventually transforming into a piece of muscle form at the thigh. And then, with immense self-consciousness, he climbed up the alloy skeleton, found the corresponding position, and fixed it therein. In this manner, a single beast, under Ningfeng's hands, was transformed into a block of muscle, attached to an alloy skeleton. The color is so different from normal that it looks hideous. Old Meng, don't screw up on your end. What you make is key. Stopping the movement in his hand, Ningfeng turned his head sideways and looked at Old Meng, who was working feverishly with vigor. The latter sidetracked his ears, somewhat unheard, but still subconsciously responded. Right away. The parts are almost done. It's just a matter of final welding and assembly. Ningfeng shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he was uneasy with Old Meng's craftsmanship. It was just that compared to killing around outside, sinking his teeth into molding the android in his hands seemed a bit boring and uninteresting, and he was too idle to say a few words. Outside the window, the thunder faded, and the rain changed from pouring to pattering. As time passed, large swathes of muscle had also been molded into the alloy skeleton in front of Ningfeng, except for the left shoulder and arm, and the last of the head. The rest of the place is fully constructed. Here, what you asked for. The sound of footsteps came, and Old Meng wiped the sweat from the top of his head, while handing the parts in his hand, to Ningfeng in front of him. The latter took it obediently and held it before his eyes to examine it. It was an extremely delicate spherical part, about the size of a human eyeball, slightly bluish overall. Thanks. Ningfeng got up and placed the parts at the alloy skeleton's head, comparing them. Well, it's just the right size. Then you see, the standard under me is finer than a machine. Old Meng patted his chest with a proud face and, the other eyeball is almost ready, so I'll just go over and assemble it, okay? Don't forget a vocalizing part to make sure it won't be heard as different from the real thing, Ning Feng deliberately reminded. Old Meng knew the other guy was up to something and turned around and pointed with his finger. You kid, don't worry, that is the easiest. And then, it was back to his workstation, fiddling feverishly. When the rain was over, the yellow dirt road outside the factory was muddy from the rain. Lao Meng packed up the last bit of tools in the factory and prepared to head to a predetermined safe location. I want to stay and help you too. Song Xianyu rushed back busily after settling Lu Ye's wife. Seeing Ning Feng, who wanted to stay behind alone, for a moment, she looked slightly anxious. Don't worry, I'm definitely not dragging my feet. Last mission. You saw. I didn't miss a beat. I proved that I really do work. I know. Ning Feng raised his head and looked at Song Xianyu, and the other party's icy blue eyes were filled with panic. He raised his hand, tapping the other man on the shoulder. You're certainly not a drag. Only, this one is a little special. I alone, instead, could have engineered the ending better and more perfectly. If there were more of you, there would be no guarantee. Besides, I have a more important task for you. As soon as these words came out, Song Xianyu suddenly froze. Mission? What mission is more important than getting revenge on the law group? Ning Feng's tone was flat. You're wrong. This mission is the key to completely clearing the air with the Luo group. I need you to go to Luo group's nemesis, Tai Shield Corporation, and apply for 2 spots. Quota? Song Xianyu's beautiful eyes were a bit puzzled. What quota? Attend the end of the month Dragon City Exalted Gathering, Tai Shield, Foreign Aid Quota, but only if you protect Xiao Yu, and Lu Ye's wife, and Old Meng. Song Xianyu nodded heavily. As for Ning Feng, he first stared blankly, then mysteriously smiled and laughed. Old Meng's words, may be a little different from what you think the situation is. Saying that, Ning Feng's gaze fell on Old Meng, who was turning back and urging at the factory's main gate, carrying a large bag. Okay, go. Phew. The wind in the early morning after the rain was cool and refreshing. When the warm sunlight enveloped this abandoned factory, only Ning Feng was left within the large factory building, as well as an object about 1 person high in the very center, covered by a black cloth. The roundup. It's on. You're telling me that you can get that much money by delivering this to the front desk of the Rochester Group? Just outside the headquarters building of Luo's group, in a grocery store at the corner of the street. The bald man with a lewd appearance was counting the money in the envelope in his hand with a thieving brow. In his arms, there was also something that looked like a projector. Exactly. Ning Feng, who was wearing casual clothes and whose appearance was disguised as a dull-faced student, nodded his head. The final payment you'll find in the trash can across the street. But if you don't deliver it, don't worry. This little thing, the package. The bald man was confident. But words I can explain to you in advance. If you dare to fool me, the final payment is not in place. Boy, you're going to have to see what a nightmare is when that happens. In the face of the bald man's threat, Ning Feng merely laughed, turned his head sideways, and looked in the direction where Luo's group was located. Softly commanded, all right, go ahead. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Harry. The roundup begins. But who exactly is the hunter? Chapter 109, Harry. The roundup begins. But who exactly is the hunter? Noon. 11 hours 20 minutes and 2 seconds. In front of the Luo Group's headquarters building, at the main entrance, a hovering, slightly melancholic figure appeared. The bald man clutched the projector shadow in his hand and stretched his neck, looking left and right as he poked his head toward the inside of the building. The guards at the door, however, did not come out at the first opportunity to drive people away when they saw the situation, since Luo Ling was treated as a beggar, thrown out of the door by his own family, and died tragically in front of the building. All the new guards who came up to replace him, pre-employment training or more than one, seems to be asking for food. Do not immediately drive away. Maybe it is the company's own people. But now, upon seeing the bald man, cowering and looking at the door for 5 or 6 minutes, the guards still can't take it. Walking over quickly and with some impatience. Where did you come from? Do you know what this place is? The bald man cleared his throat, his eyes darting about, and deliberately straightened his fat body, trying to brace himself. Can't even look? If you're okay, don't get in the way. The guards saw the other's behavior and determined that this person should not be within the criteria for release, and so wanted to exercise his original authority. Aga. Wait a minute. The bald man, seeing that he was going to be kicked out, rushed to break free, and as he did so, he threw the projector in his hand, forward, almost smashing it in the guard's face. For your information, I've got something for the top brass at Roche. Just you? The guard skimmed his lips in disdain. Come on, that's all there is, isn't it? I'll send it in. Before the words left his mouth, he snatched the projector from the bald man's hand and turned around to walk into the Luo Group's headquarters building. Ugh, not. The bald man tried to stop it, but on second thought withdrew his hand. Left and right. I delivered it. And I'll consider my mission accomplished when this thing enters the Luo Group building. And then, he couldn't wait to run to the trash cans in a nearby alleyway to rummage for his share of the tailgate. Mud. Where the hell did that little brat put it? How dare you fool the laborer? Damn thing. When I catch you, I'll have to skin you. Almost all of the trash cans on a nearby street had been rummaged through by the bald man, and no suspected tailgate could be found. Tap tap tap. Dull footsteps. Behind them. The bald man subconsciously turned back to find a familiar figure walking towards him. When he saw the person coming, it was Ningfeng, who was wearing casual clothes. The bald man rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward in a rage. Little brat. Dare to cheat me. Where's the money? Where's the money? However, what responded to him was a mechanical tentacle that instantly spread out from the back of Ningfeng's neck at the collar and the cuffs. In the blink of an eye, the bald man, as a whole, was firmly locked in place. His mouth and nose were entangled in it, and all he could do was mumble and slur his words. Gambling debts, selling his wife and daughter, and killing his mother for insurance. I can't imagine that in a world where the alien is constantly committing evil deeds, ordinary people are committing more evil deeds than ever before. Stop screaming. It sounds really loud. There was a click. The man who was entangled in the tentacles had his neck snapped and was dead as a doornail. Flop. The entire person was thrown by Ningfeng directly into a trash can to the side, and flung over a pile of money with his hand. Here, the final payment. Luo Group headquarters, top floor of the building, inside the conference room. At the moment, the blackout curtains were closed tightly, and the large conference room was only lit by a few table lamps in the corners, making it seem a bit dim. As one looked around, none of the people gathered here were supernaturally powerful adepts. The 7 deadly sins, Luo's senior management, the members of the investigation team, and even, in the corner, the Divine Enlightenment organization wearing a skull mask, the Serpent of the Sea, and his own subordinates. However, at this moment, no matter who it was, everyone's eyes revealed seriousness, and a faint uneasiness. Open. Luo Zhan, who was sitting on the main seat, his face hidden in the darkness, raised his head and signaled the assistant standing beside him. The latter nodded and directly picked up the projector that was set up in front of Luo Zhan. That style was exactly the same as the one Ningfeng had the bald man send. It was sent to the group. And I don't think any of you have seen the contents except me. Look at them all. Luo Zhan's tone was dull, and behind him, his assistant had already opened the projector. The sound of the projector bulb lighting up and running inside slowly emerged. Drops. After a beep, on the white walls of the entire conference room, the image was projected in a width of about 3 or 4 meters. In the middle of the picture, the figure wearing a black hood, the whole person without showing half of his face, sitting in front of a patchy wall. The sound was filled with the murmur of mechanical currents. On the edge of Dragon City, the long-abandoned Chikashang processing plant, the man you want to find, is waiting there. Drops. Another beep. The projector, which had just lit up, instantly went out. The extremely brief image was one that made everyone present, all of them, fall into a long silence. Who sent this? In the corner, the hissy snake of the Divine Revelation Organization was the first to speak. A male. And half an hour ago, the investigative team found the body in a trash can in the alley across the street. Luo Zhan rested both hands against the conference table and took a long breath. So the people mentioned in this video are the same group of guys who have been working against the Luo group during this time? Among the 7 sins, the old man with the goatee of jealousy, fame, stroked his beard as he thought about opening his mouth. It's obviously a trap, luring us over there to stage an ambush when the time comes. I think it's best to reconsider and send a small team over to poke around. Che, what are you afraid of? Before Luo Zhan could give a response, the sea snake, on the side, retorted eerily. Everyone present, with so many beta-level exalts, Luo's group is alone in Dragon City. Is it hard to be afraid of someone setting up a trap? If you can't even shy away from that, I don't see the need for it to exist. The news is delivered to your door, and you're still hesitating here. Alright, Luo Zhan spoke out, interrupting the chattering sea snake. He glanced meaningfully at the projector set aside. The eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. It's better to think long and hard about this matter. The words have not yet been spoken, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Almost instantly, that projector placed on the edge of the conference table. A strong and dazzling light burst out of it. No good. Luo Zhan instantly got up and the crowd reacted. But it was too late. Boom! Accompanied by a strong explosion sound, the entire conference room was engulfed in blazing flames. In Wulan's crash, the floor-to-ceiling glass of the conference room, which had only been repaired for a short time, crumbled and shattered in the explosion. The entire conference room, reduced to charred ruins. As the flames rose, Luo Zhan's huge figure, his clothes burned, covered his face and got up from the ground. The anger has long been uncontrollable. Now, immediately, everyone, go to this factory and kill everyone who needs to be killed. Ah ha ha ha. An angry roar echoed within the Luo group. End of chapter. Chapter 110. Are you saying that such an outrageous operation was done by one person? The sudden sound of an explosion, and the large pieces of glass and stone falling from a height of it slammed into parked cars underneath the building, causing an ear-splitting sound of car alarms. Passers-by, after being paralyzed with fear, got up in a hurry and looked at the top of the smoke-ridden Luo group above them. For a moment, everyone was subconsciously a bit confused. What's this? It blew up again? What's going on with the Luo group? What's with the back-to-back explosions? 15 floors last time and the top floor today? Go, 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 scurrying passers-by, and the people pointing in front of the stores across the street. All eyes converged at the very top of Luo's group. Losing the barrier of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the gusty winds from the heights raged into the conference room. As far as the eye could see, the tables and chairs were scorched and crushed in the explosion of the party, and the surrounding walls were also in a mess. As for the party just in the conference room to discuss the crowd, in addition to Luo Zhan's assistant, and 2 members of the investigation team waiting at the door, was bombed 7 flesh and blood life and death do not know outside. All of them, including Luo Zhan, the 7 deadly sins, and the Divine Enlightenment Organization, were only in a bit of a mess and didn't suffer too much actual damage. In contrast, it's more of an abject humiliation from within. Don't talk to me about taking the long view, or sending someone to investigate and investigate again. People are riding on our necks. Immediately, send all the men you can spare to exterminate them. Luo Zhan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his back facing the window, his face hidden in the darkness, his tone incomparably gloomy. 7 sins, divine enlightenment, and the entire investigation team, depart for the Chikushin factory immediately. I want them dead. Luo Zhan's words. This time, no one raised any objections. Jealousy, who has a goatee, has most of the lower end of his beard burnt. The lazy Jojo dressed as a student girl had all of her eyeglass lenses shattered. Muscle-bound man in an undershirt, greed, with a messy gray haircut. The hissy snake, of the Divine Revelation Organization. The skull mask on his face was even missing a corner in the explosion just now, revealing his eerie vertical pupils. Should we inform Pride? Jojo opened his mouth and asked Luo Zhan, whose side? If he wants to go, he will go since he wants to go. And if he doesn't want to go, he won't be able to find it. Just call up, Color Desire. Things are much better with that woman around. For 7 deadly sins, plus the Serpent of the Sea, for a total of 5 beta levels, and hundreds of gamma shifters from the investigation team. With such a scale of battle power, even if the Alpha came, it would not yet have the power to fight. As Luo Zhan spoke, his gaze landed on lazy Jojo's body, and his words changed. Besides, there is also, lazy, your ability in projecting this action. In the end, how many points of certainty? Jojo sniffed and frowned slightly. Then from his pocket, he pulled out a gold coin. Skull on one side, crossbones on the other. Ding! A metallic crunching sound came. Jojo threw the gold coins in his hand, one hole towards midair, and then, the coin flipped and descended under everyone's attention, and was finally imported into Jojo's hand. For a time, everyone, including Luo Zhan, gazed intently and temporarily held their breath. The next moment, the hand lifted to reveal the coin mold. On the side facing up, there is the cross. The question I'm asking with my ability is whether or not this trip to the Chikushin factory will be a victory. The answer received is, yes. Jojo's voice came out, and instantly, everyone in the entire conference room wore happy faces, as well as crazy killing intent. Well, there goes every last concern. Organize and get rid of the trouble. Luo Zhan waved his hand, his voice cold and merciless. 2 hours later, in the presence of countless launching citizens, nearly 100 black vehicles, front and back, were filled with heavily armed members of the investigation team who had come out of the Luo group. In the rearmost cars, there were the 7 deadly sins, as well as the Divine Revelation Organization's Sea Snake and henchmen. In the penultimate sedan, there were 2 people, both women, riding in the back. The lazy Jojo who had changed into new clothes, and the lustful Xia Jinju who had rushed to the group's gathering as if he had just woken up. She wore a halter red skirt, the satin material extraordinarily flattering to her torso, over a little scented black blazer top that was just draped over her shoulders to shield her from the cool. Hands on the side of the car, propped against his cheeks, closing his eyes, he felt the wind pouring into the car from the window. The lazy Jojo on the side, seeing the situation, was somewhat surprised. In her opinion, Xia Jinju didn't look like she was going to follow a large army to strangle the enemy, but rather like a female president of any family going out to pick up some scenery. Sis, don't you even care? The two were still on good terms on weekdays, and Jojo asked tentatively, concerned about what? Go to the matter of building Chang'e. The enemy's situation is unclear. In the boundaries of Longchang, again and again to provoke Luo group. This bold are not normal. Haven't you all speculated with your coin toss psychic ability? This operation will be 100% successful. Xia Jinju's beautiful eyes open slightly, and with her forehead sideways, the outcome is already predetermined. So what's there to worry about? At the other party's words, Jojo didn't know what to say for a moment. Since the last time the group was invaded, we were detached to look for clues. Causes me to always feel that something is wrong. There's no mistaking the ability to flip a coin, but I just feel that something is being overlooked. Listening to Jojo muttering nonstop on the side, Xia Jinju also lost the desire to continue to close her eyes. She leaned her head against the window of the car, greedily breathing in the fresh air outside. Little brother, how are you going to get through this robbery? Dragon City, suburb, Chakuzheng factory abandoned land. An abandoned factory that has been forgotten for more than a decade, with its exterior walls covered with creepers and surrounded by muddy, yellow dirt roads, is in stark contrast to the rapidly developing, technologically advanced metropolis in the center of the city. This wilderness where no one has ever been before. Today, it is a brainstorm of uncountable people, one after another. Black sedans pulled up in front of the Chakuzheng factory. The number of vehicles had blocked a large area in front of the factory, tightly. One member of the investigation team after another, dressed in black suits, stepped out of the vehicle, heavily armed and on standby. Everyone dared not slacken off, alert to the front, where the abandoned factory building without half a movement was located. This is it. A few cars in the very back. The old man with the goatee who was the 7 deadly sins, jealousy, stepped down on his crutches and looked up in the direction of the plant, hiding in this hellhole. No wonder I couldn't find it before. Luring us over, trying to keep a lookout? I'd like to see who's the prey. Saying that, the goatee-bearded old man put the walking stick in his hand and slammed it heavily towards the yellow soil pavement below. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Influenced Inference. Certain death situation. Escape. When the goatee-bearded old man's walking stick slammed into the yellow pavement at his feet, the lower end of the cane touched the shadow he reflected in front of him. In a flash, the shadows were unexpectedly flooded with ripple after ripple. Under the spread of the ripples, the entire shadow of the goatee-bearded old man seemed to be alive, twisting and elongating, turning into black threads in all directions. They climbed on the ground and surged towards the abandoned factory in front of them at great speed. 7 sins, jealousy, beta medium, ability, shadow. Old man, you'd better hide in the back. You're an old man, and you're learning the youngsters to come out and carry it. The muscular bald man, who had changed into an extremely disgusting tight fitness suit, patted the old man with the goatee on the shoulder. And the whole man, who was 2 meters tall, pushed away the numerous investigators blocking the front while moving forward quickly. And, as he moved forward, his entire body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually swelled and expanded. The special tight workout clothes on his body did not show the slightest tear as his enlarged body braced and expanded. By the time the bald muscular man walked to the entrance of the factory, the entire body of the man was a full 4 meters in height, waists inside. Get out! Hide! Come out and die! The bald muscular man roared loudly, his voice becoming incredibly rough, no different from a wild beast. 7 sins, greed, beta medium, ability, giganticization. What a rush! When everyone had gotten out of the car, Xia Jinju, who was also one of the 7 sins, opened the door with a flourish and, high heels on a yellow dirt road is a bit of a mismatch. It's a bit sunny today. I was in such a hurry to get here that I forgot to bring an umbrella to shade myself from the sun. Her muttering drew the attention of Jojo on the side. For Xia Jinju's performance, it gave her a feeling that she wasn't in a battlefield but had come to sunbathe on the beach. However, no matter how relaxed Xia Jinju acted, the clouds and worries in Jojo's heart, on the contrary, became heavier and heavier. She wondered where the source of this feeling was. Right now, the Luo clan had sent out enough forces to destroy a small half of the city. If the enemy really possessed the power to fight against them, why, Instead of taking the initiative, did they lure the Luo group here? Abruptly, just as Jojo pondered and searched for the source of the uneasiness in his heart, there was a loud bang that shook everyone. Bang! An explosion that echoed through the abandoned factory building ahead. 7 or 8 tightly closed hinged doors were instantly swept open by the airwave. Various pieces of debris mixed with high temperatures enveloped the arriving Luo group crowd. Sculpture, standing at the forefront of the team, Greed, with his huge body, blocked his hands in front of his body, and neither the rolling heat waves nor the flying pieces of gravel debris could harm him in the slightest. Cough cough cough. The intense smoke and soot caused many of the investigators to cough violently. For a long time, until the smoke cleared. Everyone gathered around in a brainstorm. The eyes stared, trying to see exactly what was going on within the plant. At this time, the sunlight was warm and scrambled into the slightly dim and empty plant. The crowd, as a result, was able to get a good look inside, only to see that, apart from some ragged and ash-eating sundries piled up in the corners, the whole plant was incredibly empty. And inside the empty factory building, there was a tall figure, his body shrouded under a pitch-black trench coat, and a hood covering his head, making it impossible to see half of his appearance. Other than that, there were no other half-human figures in the entire plant. What's going on? Shrugging off the arm that was in front of him, Greed's entire body stared wide-eyed, trying to look for the presence of a second person from within the plant. The sound of footsteps came from behind him, and the jealous, goatee-bearded old man, leaning on his cane, stood still to one side, as countless shadows, transformed into silken threads, retracted their feet from all sides of the plant. With that, he spoke with incomparable certainty. I've probed all corners with my shadow. There's no one else. Do you mean that the other party took the trouble to lure us here without any other ambushes? Simply one person? It seems that he is preparing for one person, against all of us. The goatee-bearded old man looked back at the crowd that had gathered here. Hundreds of investigators, uniformed, black and serious as never before. Each one of them had a remarkable aura about them. On the contrary, within the plant, there was only a mysterious figure whose appearance could not be seen. The gap between the two sides was beyond obvious. Be careful. Something doesn't feel right. The goatee-bearded old man's eyes narrowed as he used his walking stick to stop Greed, who wanted to rush up immediately. The blackened investigators around them, on the other hand, were, little by little, approaching towards the inner side of the plant, act as a pathfinder. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, lazy Jojo, who had no ability to fight head-on, had a somewhat white, very unattractive face. It was as if she had discovered some sky-falling secret at this moment, gazing straight ahead at the mysterious figure inside the plant. And in Jojo's hand, a gleaming gold coin was held in the center of her hand. The direction the hand was pointing forward was exactly inside the factory building. The mysterious figure. Buzz off. The sound of metal trembling was being continuously emitted from Jojo's hands. The unusual sound likewise attracted the attention of Xiejinju on the side. She leaned against the side of the car, and now her beautiful eyes twisted and fixed on her. It was then seen that in Jojo's hand, the golden coin, as if it was being influenced by something, was involuntarily buzzing and trembling. After just 2 seconds, it was even more directly in Jojo's hand, rotating itself out of thin air, spinning so fast you can't see either side. Ding! The coin spun faster and faster, and finally, with an extraordinarily crisp sound, stopped instantly, and then, it violently tumbled over into Jojo's hand. On the upward-facing side, a hideous skull was carved. At this moment, Jojo's palm holding the coin was trembling, eyes flustered, lips slightly parted, trying to say something, but for a moment not a word could be uttered at all. What's wrong? Looking so bad? Xiejinju walked around the front of the car and walked to Jojo's side, looking at the gold coins in the other party's hand with interest, only to see that the side of the skeleton, at this moment, was actually continuously overflowing with pitch-black blood. This? Xiejinju's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Jojo. My ability is only automatically triggered in one and only one situation. What's the situation? Death. Jojo's voice trembled as he spoke. Only when I face death will the coin toss cross over to me, triggering autonomously to carry out a projection of the results. So this skeleton side, is it good or bad? Even under these circumstances, the corners of Xiejinju's mouth still held a smile since the beginning. In Jojo's hand, the black tainted blood that kept overflowing from the golden coins had already filled up his palm and started dripping down towards the yellow pavement below. Gold coins flip, skulls face up, black blood spills. Certain death. No doubt. If you're looking at this, you'll have to vote for the monthly tickets, and you'll get 10 of them, plus one more. The National Day does not go out. Just at home to close the small dark room to code words. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Needle to Needle, Water to Fire. certain death. Zhou, who was the seven sins, sloth, had never felt such a strong fear before. Considered one of the top 7 exalts in Dragon City, she was completely flustered. From the beginning of the awakening of the psychic ability until now, it was the first time that the Yi coin toss had launched a projection on its own. For beta mediums, hundreds of gamma elites, facing a single person, and getting the result of certain death? Rather than knowing that his powers could not go wrong, Zhou was unable to calm down at this moment. With a sinking heart, she took the golden coin in her hand, clasped it in her hand, and actively activated her powers. In an instant, the flow of black blood all but disappeared. Gold coins are back to business as usual. She, in turn, tossed the coin in her hand, high in the air towards the sky. The question I ask with competence is whether there is an opportunity to break the mold. Before the voice fell, the coin that was tossed in mid-air, accompanied by a ding sound of crunching, was steadily knocked by Zhou within the palm of his hand. She was incredibly nervous and opened it up to take a look. The hideous side of the skeleton was facing her as if in mockery. The answer you get is no. How is that possible? Didn't the earlier projections at the group say that this operation would be a success? Zhou couldn't believe it, and disbelievingly tossed the coin out again. The question I asked with my ability was, by staying here, even if I don't participate in the attack against the enemy, will I die? Ding! Metal crunched and gold coins descended. When it was turned over, the side of the cross was revealed. The answer you get is yes. At this moment, Zhou clutched the golden coin within his palm, gazing firmly ahead, the crowd that was approaching towards the abandoned factory, and she, after hesitating for a moment, chose to take one step backward after another. Sis, I'd advise you to stay out of this. My ability to stay here won't help much. The 7 sins and the Luo group are just using each other. I don't want to plant my life here. After saying that, the silver teeth wearing braces clenched, and without looking back, he fled from this place as if he were flying. And Xia Jinju, with a slight sideways glance at Zhou's fleeing back, let out a light laugh. Kinda smart. And then, with her gaze, she peered far into the factory, at the mysterious figure that was so tightly covered. Beautiful eyes pondering. This doesn't feel like a living person, pretending to be a god. Whoever you are, today, don't even think about leaving alive. Go! The muscular bald man with the title of Greed was a full 4 meters tall with palms as big as millstones. At this moment, with a command, the many investigators of the Luo group at his side swarmed towards the figure in the center of the factory. Countless supernormal abilities and attacks were utilized in this instant. Like rain, it fell towards that figure. The wind is picking up steeply. The mysterious figure, who had never spoken since the beginning, had a mechanical and hoarse voice. Next moment, a cold wind, from outside the factory, poured into it, following one of the doors that had been broken open. In an instant, the frost condensed. A brainstorm of many investigators rushed up, spreading a thick layer of ice under their feet. Immediately afterward, the factory wall, densely piled up wires, in which the current zip came out. For a moment, arcs of electricity jumped, following the frost and spreading to all those who were frozen. Get out of the way. Where's the ice? High voltage electric current, through the whole body, in which the body is more fragile, fainted on the spot. Most of those who managed to get out of it were at the moment numb in their hands and feet, and did not dare to go forward again easily. Net useless tactics, Greed yelled, fighting to open the ice that had frozen his feet. The arcs of electricity that remained on his skin made the hairs of his sweat stand up, but did not cause substantial damage. Beta-level physical strength is much higher than gamma. Break me. Bang! Greed's massive body heavily planted its foot on the ice that had condensed on the factory floor in front of it. Click, 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 accompanied by a heavy muffled sound. The entire ice layer, spiderweb cracks spread extremely fast, and in the twinkling of an eye, collapsed and exploded. Boom! Large chunks of cold ice shattered and smashed down on the walls around the factory. A number of investigators who were trapped in it got out. I told you I shouldn't have brought these useless things. The jealousy title holder, the old man with the goatee, was currently suspended in midair, with a large dark hand made of shadows underneath him, holding the entire person up in midair, directly avoiding the frost and electricity from the party. Gamma-level investigators don't add much to the battle at all, and instead, get in the way. Be careful. This guy's cold ice ability killed that rage kid. After seeing this familiar cold and ice ability, the old man with the goatee instantly concluded that the mysterious figure in front of him must be the one who froze anger, who possessed the high temperature ability, into an ice sculpture on the lake of the Dragon City Center Bridge. Be careful. This guy killed rage. Don't take it lightly. in the face of the goatee-bearded old man's reminder. Greed, at this point, didn't care all that much, leaving such a person behind and trying to block us. It should be them who are gullible. No matter what you're planning, within Dragon City, you won't be able to fly. Before the words fell, Greed's entire body, like a small mountain, violently pounced towards the mysterious silhouette in front. Like a millstone-like palm, it was going to grip the other party tightly in it like a chicken. Gird your loins. However, just in the nick of time, in front of Greed, that mysterious silhouette, a strong tremor appeared in its body, and then, the entire person, in the twinkling of an eye, split into two. The two are transformed into four. In the time it took to breathe before and after, densely packed human figures filled the entire factory. Phew, greedy, grinder-like big hand. In the moment of grasping the mysterious silhouette, the other party's body, just like a bubble, crumbled and dispersed into a cloud of smoke. What's going on here? Greed frowns tightly, looking around at the densely packed mysterious figures. This guy's special ability, isn't it, harnessing ice? How can you still split? There's something odd about this guy. He should be utilizing some kind of special means. Be careful, the goatee-bearded old man reminded again, his walking stick in his hand hammering heavily towards the bottom. Countless shadows, like threads of silk, transformed into entities, like a dark arrow, attacking and killing towards the mysterious silhouettes that split out in all directions. Phew, phew, phew. However, the figures that the black shadow touched all turned into broken bubbles and disappeared, just as the party did. Which one is the real one? The black shadow was so fast that in almost an instant, it broke through a large portion of the diversion, and at this moment, a mysterious figure, suddenly, scurried out like a ghost from the factory wall behind the goatee-bearded old man. As he raised his hand, a large white spider web enveloped the goatee-bearded old man. If you're looking at this, you'll have to vote for the monthly tickets, and you'll get 10 of them, plus one more. The national day does not go out. Just at home to close the small darkroom to code words. End of chapter. Chapter 113. An impossible state of being in a human being. Brush. White spider web spewed out, and the unusual movement caused the goatee-bearded old man to react instantly. The pitch-black shadow spread and rose from underneath his body, transforming into a huge wall screen that intercepted the massive spider webs, as much as it could. Zip, zip, zip. The cobwebs landed on the shadowed wall with a corrosive sound of zip, zip, zip. What the hell is this? Blocking the spider web attack, the goatee-bearded old man flew back. He fixed his eyes on the mysterious silhouette that had just emerged from the wall behind him, and at this moment, it was actually alive again and integrated within the stone wall, disappearing without a trace. For a moment, the goatee-bearded old man was dumbfounded. What's going on here? At the same time, the Greed, on the other side, also used a hand to tear off the clean white spider web shrouding his body, and his surface skin was corroded red. How did this guy come out of the wall? Don't tell me, harness ice still has this effect? It should be that an ambush has been set up within this factory. There is something wrong with these walls. The goatee-bearded old man firmly believed in his deduction that, the next instant, however, in the center of the factory, the mysterious figure clad in a black trenchcoat once again floated up from the concrete floor, alive and well. Roar! An ear-piercing roar violently erupted from the mysterious silhouette's mouth. What followed was an endless stream of dense mist that poured out of his mouth. Almost in the blink of an eye, it filled the majority of the plant. As far as the eye could see, it was green and very creepy to look at. Move back! Greed shouted, ordering all the investigators of the Luo group who were still alive to retreat to the back and avoid the bizarre turquoise mist. For a moment, all of the investigators who had been on the offensive, including the 2 sins, retreated to the factory's main entrance, vigilantly gazing at the mysterious figure in the middle of the plant, his mouth constantly spewing green mist. This situation is also within the range of the harnessing ice ability? Greedy, with his hill-like body, he turned his body sideways and lowered his head, trying to ask the goatee-bearded old man beside him who was also in a state of observation. The latter, at this moment, was stumped, and this situation turned into this. Me too. Can't this guy come up with all these tactics that are alien? The goatee-bearded old man. After uttering these speculations, the entire person fell into silence. Even the Greed beside him, like a small mountainous body, was frozen in place at the moment. Are you kidding me? People in this world who can possess two supernormal abilities at the same time simply don't exist. Not to mention that if the means this guy is displaying are all psychic abilities, wouldn't he have 4 or 5 at the same time? How is this possible? Regardless of what means he used. Judging from the degree of power displayed just now, it's at most no more than beta inferior. It's just a little trickier with more tricks. There's no need to be afraid of him, for 7 sins are present, And there are also people from divine enlightenment in the dark. Even if he really possesses 4 or 5 supernormal abilities at the same time today, he will only die. Right now. A green mist had completely filled the entire factory. The goatee-bearded old man snorted coldly, and the walking stick in his hand gave a light tap towards the shadow at his feet. Instantly, black shadows, like liquid, spread along the soles of the feet toward the top of the body, until it covered the entire person's entire body, like a completely fitting pitch-black coat, acting as a defensive shell for the goatee-bearded old man. Go! He spat out a word softly, and in an instant, dense shadows surged towards all directions. All the investigators, as well as the greed at his side. Again, dark shadows, transformed into shells, enveloped each person in them for protection. This shadow treasure clothes of mine, where swords and spears are invulnerable to water and fire, is enough to withstand the outside. Even if there is something odd about this green mist, it's just one person. If 2-7 sins and so many people can't take it, wouldn't it be a disgrace? Thud. A dull thud came from under his hands, and the moment the cane struck the ground the pitch-black shadow under the goatee-bearded old man's feet transformed into a black panther, carrying him and running violently into the midst of the green mist. The hill-like rage even led the rest of the many gamma-level investigators inside the factory as well, and that green mist was as if it had the special ability to isolate everything outside, masking any sound made by all those who didn't enter it. All of them. For a while, the entire direction of the factory was plunged into an unprecedentedly eerie silence. At the top of the factory, there was a broken and collapsed cracked opening, about the size of a manhole cover, able to clearly see every move in the factory below. My lord, aren't we going down there? The member of the Divine Revelation organization wearing a skull mask and dressed in a bizarre costume looked to the side holding his shoulders in front of him, condescending and cold-eyed sea snake. The organization explained above that there was no need to take the lead. We have one mission, and that's to bring this guy's body back. This man has secrets that the organization wants to know. A cold aura flashed through the sea snake's turquoise vertical pupils. But I do think, wait until this gang of Luo group of guys, the fight is almost, this guy still retains a breath of air, directly out, is also a good choice. The explosion in the conference room that broke my favorite mask, I'm going to take this out on you. After all, the organization needs bodies, and it doesn't say, in one piece, but, a suspicious look appeared on the face under the sea snake's mask. This gang of Luo's group, why haven't they moved? Phew, phew, the sound of the whistling wind came to his ears. The greedy, hill-like figure is now standing in the middle of the thick fog, bewildered and clueless. All that could be done was to swing both arms and strike frantically in all directions, but the mist was incredibly sticky, making his movements, well, sluggish. Damn, where the hell is this guy hiding? Brush. Suddenly, just as Greed swung his arm, a black shadow smashed towards him from the side of his body. Over here, a fierce light was revealed in his eyes, and his large hand violently grabbed forward. Click. The sound of bones breaking and flesh and blood crumbling apart came from within the palm of the hand. Greed pulls his hand back and takes a sharp look, realizing that the figure clutched in his hand, it was a member of the investigation team in a black suit, except that most of his body, at the moment, was clutched into mush. No? What bad luck. Greed fought to shake the remaining flesh and blood from his hand. However, at the moment, there was a loud thud of object after object flying at him. It came in his ear. Brush up! Brush up! He followed the sound and turned his head violently, and he saw that a dozen black shadows, from all sides of the green mist, smashed towards him. Each body belonged to a member of the investigation team. If you see this, you can vote for the monthly ticket. 10 monthly tickets plus one more. I'm not going out on the 4th of July, so I'll just stay home in the dark room and write. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Thorn Armor. Restraint. Come out to me. Greedy, the small mountain-like body, now enveloped in green mist, desperately waved its fists and arms towards the surrounding midair. A trail of bodies belonging to investigators was thrown at him from all sides of the mists. Flesh and blood thrilled his nerves. This guy's tactics are endless. Continue to wear down like this. Luo's group. This point of investigators, 80% die a clean sweep. Localized gigantism. Under the low, dark voice, only to see that on Greed, Esper, flesh-covered head, the two eyes, in an extremely bizarre manner, continued to expand, and eventually, took up almost most of the entire head. Each eyeball, which was the size of a wheel, was one to the left and one to the right, like the eyes of a fly. Now there are no dead ends. Hiding guy, let me see where you are. Knock. Greedy, 2 feet stomped heavily towards the ground. The concrete floor crumbled and dented inch by inch, and the forceful air blew away the surrounding green fog. Briefly, suddenly, in his line of sight, on the right side of his body, In the green fog, there were air currents surging, like the wind brought up by something running past. Found it! A hideous smile surfaced on Greed's monster-like face. He instantly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards the dense fog on his right. In a matter of moments, the millstone-sized palm of his right hand had now expanded to the size of a car, covering a large area. Where to run? The large green fog was dispersed by a small piece of Greed's grasp, and the mysterious figure's striking black trench coat came into view. Die! Greed, turning his palm into a fist. His fist is like a small mountain, smashing into his opponent without mercy. Bang! A heavy muffled sound accompanied the mysterious figure's stance as he flew out backwards. Ah! The screams came instantly. But the source. But it's Greed himself. My hand! My hand! His huge body, at the moment, fell back in a sorry state, his left hand dragging his right hand, and his monster-like face, at the moment, became even more hideous due to the intense pain. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Greed endures the severe pain and looks at his wrist bones that are broken and dislocated directly from his wrist. The flesh is bruised with a large amount of blood. It was like hitting an unbelievably hard stone wall. Fong, the moment this punch hit that guy, I felt more than twice as much power spreading back to myself along with the punch. That feels like I'm beating myself up. What the hell is going on here? That guy's strength is, at most, beta lower. It's so evil. Greed, at this moment, incomparably vigilant, gazing in all directions, not daring to strike again. And amidst the green fog in all directions, the sound of howling laughter came faintly from far and near. The voice was hollow and trembling, like a ghost crawling out of hell. Get out! Get out! A piercing laugh made Greed's taut nerves fragile. The physical pain, the endless tactics of the enemy, the unseen vision, all of it was affecting his belief. Couldn't find me, could you? Suddenly, a cold aura came from behind Greed. The voice, full of eerie resentment and mechanical raspiness, came into his ears at the back of his neck. Die! Angry, sweat hairs stand up all over his body. Instinctively twisting his waist and hips, his whip leg is raised high, and he fiercely draws towards his back. Boom! An even more shocking ringing with the previous one came under this strike. Bang! The mysterious silhouette was jerked solidly by this leg and flew out directly to smash within the factory wall. Along with the entire factory building, it was vaguely trembling, and the hard stone wall was nearly smashed through. Kala! The stone fell, and the mysterious figure, with a black trench coat, was somewhat wrinkled and dusty. The whole man struggled to land from the stone wall, and his waist, visible to the naked eye, had been bent over 60 degrees to the left. It was almost as if he was going to be snapped off on the spot by the whip leg heel. Click! Click! A toothsome sound of mechanical friction came from the mysterious figure's waist. His body trembled uncontrollably, like a robot with a short-circuit malfunction. Hard, stiff, and then violently, wrenching the whole body. Hard, back, click. The inertia made him almost fall. After 3 or 2 times to stabilize his body, he casually moved his limbs, surprisingly, unharmed. In the next second, the figure was like a ghost, disappeared into the green fog, fused with it and disappeared. And then, the ghost's mournful howling laughter once again echoed amongst the mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Greed, at this moment, the head returns to its normal size, and the partial giganticization of the eyes lifts off. The whole person, reverted to his original height of about 2 meters at the very beginning. My legs. Lowering his head, he looked to the left leg of the party that had made a whiplash backward. The lower leg, below the knee, was limp and weak, the flesh and bones almost separated. It's so bloody, it's unbearable. Again, with this strike I just made, even if it was an enhanced exalt of the same beta medium, it would be either dead or crippled. Whether this guy is a human or a ghost, it didn't even take him 10 seconds to get back to his normal self. No way. Is too evil. At that time, we should not have agreed to participate in this operation. To be able to recklessly provoke the Luo group in Dragon City, there must be a dependency. 7 Sins and Luo are nothing more than a partnership. I don't have to fight to the death. Between thoughts, Greed's eyes firm up, and with his still intact right leg, he stomped hard towards his feet. A time of localized gigantism. The calves swelled as thick as gasoline barrels, the muscles tight and compressed, coalescing with superb explosive power. Bang! The ground on which his right foot stepped crumbled inch by inch, sinking downward into a 2-meter diameter crater. Phew! And then, a heavy stomp downward. Meanwhile the giganticized leg returns to normal. The entire person of Greed instantly transformed into a cannonball, and with a speed that exceeded the speed of sound, he cut out a residual shadow in midair. The violent extreme speed brought up a strong wind, rushing the green fog on his side, hard enough to open a crack. In an instant, It was already about to rush out of the factory. I don't have the time to spend here. Mud. Fixing the arm and left leg will cost quite a bit more. Thoughts come to mind in the moment of. In front of Rage's eyes. At the end of the green fog. Fiercely. A figure flickered and surfaced. Black trench coat. Ghostly howl of laughter. His body tilted toward the back at a bizarre angle and. The legs. Waist and hips. Shoulders and back. The whole body exerts itself in unison. Towards the Greed, that could almost be said to be flying over. It fought to hammer with its head. Ah! Desperate screams emanated from Greed's mouth, and the final image reflected in the suddenly narrowed pupils. It was the mysterious figure, the headbutt that slammed into his throat with all his might. Dang! Click! A dull thud, accompanied by the sound of something breaking, echoed through the thick green fog. Boom! Smoke and dust stirred, and blurred figures emerged amidst the green fog. Please ask for a monthly ticket. The end of the month. All of you readers, old man, keep the ticket is useless. Reward the author. 10 monthly tickets plus one more. No touring on November vacation. Just frantic coding in front of the computer. I'm begging for monthly tickets. Add more if you can until I cry. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Monster. It's a monster. Settle for one. A hoarse, mechanical voice emanated from the mysterious figure's mouth. A bright scarlet light emanated from a face obscured by a black hood. The sight drew closer, allowing the party to see his face. What kind of face is that? Instead of a face, it was more like an unknown number of beasts, combined and spliced together, formed to resemble a human's piece of facial skin. At this time, the skeleton of the alloy machinery, where the head was located, was sunken in by a third. Inside it was faintly visible, flickering, short-circuiting, pulsating arcs of electricity. This thing was, quite literally, a puppet that Ning Fong had built, little by little. Within the factory, the flesh and blood of his body was polymerized from hundreds of beasts with different alien abilities. The red mechanical eyes, seeing all the images, were able to transmit them in real time to Ning Feng's eyes. The special vocal parts could similarly convey Ning Feng's every word in real time. A perfect, long-range stand-in. In the way, the double looked down slightly, glancing at the feet in front of him, collapsed on the ground, head and neck link, 180 degrees bent backward, dead as a doornail. Greed. Bang! The double used his foot and threw the body of Greed violently towards the green fog in front of him. 7 sins, now only 4 remain. Amidst the green fog, the jealousy title holder, the old man with the goatee, was currently sitting on the back of a black cheetah constructed by shadows, commanding the scattered dozen or so investigators that remained. He advanced a little toward the front of the factory. Whoosh! A strange rattling sound came from up ahead. The old man with the goatee sitting on the back of the Black Panther gazed down, and saw a black shadow, withdrawn from the front of the green fog at a rapid speed, and did not enter the body. This cloud of shadow is what I attach to Greed? The shadow treasure clothes I provide will only be autonomously withdrawn by the complete death of the person to whom they are attached, except when I withdraw them of my own accord. Did Greed him? How is that possible? The other party is just a district beta inferior. The means is tricky again. The solution is just a matter of time. However, the next instant, brush, a black shadow, from the thick fog in front of him, smashed into the old man with the goatee. What is it? The dark shadows, transforming into a single palm, instantly bound and grabbed the things that smashed over. It was slowly handed to the old man with the goatee. He fixed his eyes on it, and in an instant, his pupils shrank and, what? Greed is dead? How? The one who came into view was none other than the possessor of one of the 7 sins, giganticization ability, Greed, whose neck was broken and whose arms and legs were shattered. From the spread of this weird mist, before and after no more than 5 minutes at most, beta mediums, Greed, unexpectedly died so quickly. There's no way that guy did this. He must have help in the shadows. Damn, careless. This mist affects the 5 senses, making the entire plant nearly maze-like, and the shadows I released to probe are trapped everywhere. The old man with the goatee was, at the moment, sitting on the Black Panther. The walking stick in his hand was clenched tightly, and underneath his cloudy eyes, a brilliant light erupted, alert to the danger in the shadows. Brush up. Suddenly, there was a white spider silk that spewed out of the thick green fog. The moment it wrapped around one of the investigators, the powerful dragging force yanked the other party as a whole off into the thick fog and disappeared. Whoosh! Wait until the next cracking sound came. The investigator who had just been dragged over by the spider silk turned into a corpse and landed beside the old man with the goatee. Monster! Monster! He's a monster! The few remaining investigators, at this moment, one by one, how dare they continue to go deeper, all gathered together, trembling, as a Gamma-level psychic, and with the name of Luo's group investigation team, usually for wrongdoing Fox and Tiger, do all the evil things they, at the moment, which have half of the previous momentum, one by one, like scared, panicked rats. Afraid of what? I'm still here. There are still 2 7 sins outside, plus the Divine Revelation Organization's Sea Snake, a full 4 beta-level exalts gathered here. Afraid of what? At these words, the crowd, who had just panicked, barely composed themselves, but the next instant, GGGGOGGG, like a ghostly apparition, the sound of an empty and eerie howling laughter surfaced in everyone's ears. The voice was far away and near, like it was in the ear, and like it was in the sky, playing God, get out. The old man with the goatee swung his walking stick forward in his hand, and in an instant, the shadows underneath him, transformed into thousands of densely packed filaments, swept toward the green fog in all directions, trying to force his opponent out with a wide-open attack. Over here, suddenly, the shadow filaments that had split out, gathered and twisted towards one place in unison. I'll see where else you can hide. On the face of the old man with the goatee, the joy of victory flowed. With a move of his hand, the shadow silk threads slowly retracted. In midair, the double that Ningfeng had created, like being wrapped in a dumpling, was bound into a ball of black shadows inside and out, held up in midair, with nowhere to struggle with force. Where are your accomplices? The old man with the goatee has cold eyes. To be able to kill greed in such a short period of time, it would take at least 2 beta mediums teaming up and attacking out of the blue to make it possible. However, in the face of his questioning, the tackled double, head high, the voice was low, as if reciting poetry. Where there is light, there is darkness. What? The old man with the goatee frowned, completely unaware of what the other party was talking about. And the shadow, where light meets darkness, light is opposed to darkness, but also symbiotic with it. If the light is no more, the darkness, too, is no longer complete. What the hell are you talking about nonsense? The old man with the goatee's eyes widened angrily, and with a wave of his cane in his hand, the shadow silk threads that were bundled around the double's circumference quickly tightened in that instant. Click here. Toothsome sounds of bodies rubbing and squeezing emanated from among the doubles. His entire body, which was being squeezed by the shadow bindings, was deformed, but even that couldn't change the words that continued to be recited. From the mouth of the double, the darkness is incomplete. The shadows no longer stay. The light disappeared. Before the words fell, a gust of wind swept in from all directions. Majestic suction force burst out from among the double. What's going on? Steady now. The remaining investigators, at the moment, were busy grabbing whatever they could around them to stabilize their bodies from being pulled by the suction. And the old man with the goatee sitting on the panther's back, holding his cane in his hand, blocked his eyes and squinted to see, only to see, originally because of the green fog, resulting in some dim plant. At this moment, the degree of light, in the naked eye visible speed, the flying diminishes, as depicted in the mouth of the double. The light, it's disappearing. What's going on? What the hell is going on? At this moment, the old man with the goatee panicked. He clearly felt that as the light inside the plant dimmed, these shadows that he had manipulated were getting weaker and weaker at an exponential rate. Ask for monthly tickets. Requesting monthly tickets. 10 monthly tickets plus 1 more. It's the end of the month. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Give me back my heart. Requesting for monthly tickets. No. Throughout the factory, the remaining light, whether sunlight or the artificial light of chandeliers, the bright light emitted from everything was, at this moment, pouring in towards the midair amongst the double created by Ningfeng. The double is, at the moment, like a black hole that only devours light, tugging, pulling, and plunging the world into eternal darkness. Impossible. The old man with the goatee, at this moment, looked insane, and his hand holding the walking stick was in a state of panic. Spreading out at his feet, it bound the shadowy filaments of the double. From being as hard as gold and iron, for a time, it gradually softened and turned into nothingness. Even the Black Panther writing underneath him went from solid to bright and dark, until it turned into a bubble. Phew! The wind whistling in his ears stopped for the moment. The entire factory was turned into pitch black. There was no light to be found, not a single ray of light, and the green fog, still filled with it, constituted a labyrinth, so that those trapped in it could not escape in the slightest. Tick-tock, the silence around is terrible, and at this moment, the old man with the goatee, leaning on his crutches, is standing in a darkness, bewildered. Tick-tock, it was as if all 5 senses had been blocked out. From time to time, the sudden sound of water dripping downwards from above the factory. It hit the concrete floor, splattering into bits of crystal. But even such a subtle sound, placed in the unprecedented silence at the moment, was like thunder. Ah! The old man with the goatee, his mouth let out a terrified cry. Hastily, he turned around, wary of the infinite darkness around him. So on and so forth. The 2 minutes before and after seemed to him as if a whole century had passed. People often harbor the greatest fear of the unknown. Where the hell is it? Without the shadow, the hallowed, jealousy, one of the 7 deadly sins, is nothing more than an old man with tougher skin. The mechanical hoarse voice, suddenly, echoed in mid-air. The old man with the goatee heard the real thing, and at the moment the fear in his heart was infinitely amplified. He forced down his uneasiness and tried to stabilize the situation with bravado. Between beta levels, although they are in the same great rank, the physical strength of each other is not something that can simply be surpassed. We 7 sins are each other. 1 honor, 1 loss. You killed, greed. Don't presume to be able to leave alive. If you obediently tie your hands now, old man, I can still say something nice for you and spare your life. As soon as the old man with the goatee's words left his mouth, a long silence was ushered into the surrounding darkness. Well, get scared and, for a moment, he thought that the other party was affirming his words, and was just about to continue saying something that, the wind rose abruptly. Phew, the darkness was dispersed in a flash. The green fog still shrouded, but there was already light all around. The old man with the goatee subconsciously squinted his eyes. His face erupted with intense joy. There is light. Shadow's back. He copied the cane in his hand and pointed it toward the shadow beneath him. In an instant, a huge figure constructed of shadows enveloped him. Ha 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 ha, kid, suffer. A grimace, spreading across the face of the old man with the goatee. But he suddenly felt that there was an inexplicable tightness in his chest, and after the tightness, there was an incomparably empty, hollow feeling. What's going on? He lowered his head to see. All that could be seen was a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest. Something, it seemed, had been yanked out of his body raw. I don't like people who talk more than me. A mechanical raspy voice came from in front of the old man with the goatee. When he stiffly looked up, he saw that the double created by Ning Feng, clad in a black trenchcoat, had the bodies of all the remaining investigators piled up on the ground around him, and in his bloodied, hideous hand, he was holding a heart belonging to a human tightly. That's the old man with the goatee. His pupils crinkled as his eyes focused on the hands of his double. That's my heart. For a moment, endless fear, the grip of death, and the passing of life, enveloped his brain. His arms trembled, and he clawed hard toward the front where his double was, moving with stiff, slow steps. Bandit, give it back, give it back. Infinite shadows, spreading forward from underneath him, tried to help the old man with the goatee to retrieve the snatched heart from his opponent. You want it? The double turned his head sideways, his mechanical pupils, red and bright, pussed. At one point, 5 fingers came together and squeezed. The heart that was still beating, in an instant, crumbled into a large piece of flesh and blood, and in the midair of the 4 directions, the shadows that swept towards the double instantly dissipated. The old man with the goatee kept his grip forward and flopped to the ground. Dead. Solve another one. With heavy feet, the double walked over to the body of the old man with the goatee and stood tall, watching with cold eyes. Brush up. Steeply, from the cuffs of the black trench coat on his body, there were several beasts, restoring their original appearance, with 6 tentacles, scurrying all the way out. It landed next to the body of the old man with the goatee. His powers work for me. Bring him back to where I am. In the mouth of the double, the voice was mechanically hoarse. The several beasts on the ground, as if they understood, twisted their tentacles, dragged the old man with the goatee's corpse, and left where the factory was from their hiding place at a very fast speed. In the meantime, hoo. The sound of biting wind resounded within the plant. The green fog, in a few breaths back and forth, was withdrawn into the body of the double. Gamma level, spider web. Gamma level, silent poison fog. Gamma level, light devouring. And beta level, thorn armor. 3 kilometers away from the factory, inside a dense forest. This was the maximum distance that Ning Feng, at this moment, was able to encompass with his accidental abilities. At the moment, on his face, he wore a pair of rimless glasses with somewhat bluish lenses. On the lens, it was transmitting back, in real time, a picture of everything seen through the double's mechanical eye. Similarly, it is possible to transmit Ning Feng's processed voice in real time, combining the perception of the accidental psychic ability, and the manipulation of the shadowy beasts. He could perfectly control the double's every move from 3 kilometers away. Jealousy, being a beta medium, thinking that by virtue of his physical strength, he can withstand a double's attack, but the skin muscles of the human body are not all on the same level of toughness in all places. Some people have rough calloused palms, but their stomachs are white and fat and smooth. I used an unexpected ability to make the most vulnerable defense part of jealousy's body appear in the area corresponding to the heart. Death, then, creeps in. Ningfeng was, at the moment, deep in thought. All of the investigators sent by the Luo group are dead, except for a scattering of 3 or 2 who were on stakeout outside, and the only enemy present remains the hissy snake of the Divine Revelation Organization, and 3 low-level members of the organization. The final big real scene, which just opened. End of chapter. Chapter 117, A Real Man Turns His Neck 180 Degrees, subscription available. What's going on? The fog is gone? Is the battle over down there? The top of the Chikushin plant. Following the gap in the roof of the shed. The hissy snake of the 12 earthly branches of the Divine Revelation Organization, with a pale skull mask on his face and green vertical pupils, flashed with doubt. Is that the 7 deadly sins? Suddenly, a familiar figure was reflected in the middle of his sight. It was very similar to the greed of the 7 deadly sins, that bald muscular strong man, in the memories of Sea Snake. Only at the moment, the head was tilted back at an eerie angle, dead as a doornail. Where's the old man? Sea Snake looked around, only to see that there was a total absence of jealousy on the ground inside the plant, except for the large swath of investigators' corpses. Disappeared? My lord, there is something odd. Nothing happened to that guy at all. The henchman beside him reminded, signaling Sea Snake to pay attention to the stand-in that stood in place. His black cloak windless. There wasn't even a half-dozen visible injuries, except for some dust on his body that made a little crease. The situation is problematic. In the vertical pupil of the Sea Snake, a ferocious aura flashed. It seems that the 7 sins aren't as strong as the rumors. You guys, go look around and see if there are any traces of other people hanging out. Don't rule out the possibility that this guy has help in the shadows. Yes. The 3 henchmen agreed in unison and quickly left from different directions. As for the snake, he looked at the gaping hole in the shed roof in front of him. Leaping forward, he followed one of them and fell inside the plant. What means did you use to hide the strength of your powers? The black robe enveloped Sea Snake's body, with golden cloud patterns set into it, and the ghastly white skull mask on his face was just like the one Ningfeng had placed in Chen Mo's house earlier. Or, you have help, hiding in the shadows. The Sea Snake's voice was a bit shrill and piercing. At this moment, under his gaze, the mechanical double clad in a black hooded trenchcoat slowly turned around under Ningfeng's manipulation. Oh, there's another one. The mechanical huskiness of the voice was flippant without the slightest hint of an unexpected tone. Poof. The Sea Snake sneered. It seems that you seem to have noticed me a long time ago. There was no surprise at my appearance, as if it had been calculated. It appears that the organization's extrapolation is not off course. In the eyes of the snake, a ferocious light is revealed. Among you, there is a brain calculus alien being. That's precisely why it was possible to create this series of fiascos that weren't caught in the act. Starting with the invisible aliens under the Luo group. It's just that I don't know if the owner of this brain calculus is the first Z-Mouse, or is the rest of the people who awakened after her death. As Serpent spoke, his eyes surveyed the top and bottom of the double in front of him, trying to deduce whether what he said corroborated or not based on the other party's state fluctuations. But the mechanical double that Ningfeng had manipulated was just standing in place in silence, its face hidden in the black mist, with only its scarlet mechanical eyes, glowing demonically, unable to see any semblance of emotion. No talking? Whether you admit it or not, it doesn't matter. After all, it doesn't change the fact that you're a dying man. Your companion who ambushed you in secret. If he doesn't show up yet, I'm afraid, he'll just have to collect your corpse. The Sea Snake chattered on and on, while the mechanical double that Ningfeng had manipulated, his line of sight, hadn't left the other party since the beginning. Steeply, Sea Snake's eyes, bursting with cold, treacherous smile, spread on the face under the mask. Got it. Phew. A breeze filled the air, and after the mechanical double, the wall, which had been empty, suddenly went into a trance. A member of the Divine Enlightenment Organization wearing a black skull mask and the same black robe as the Sea Snake. The nails on both hands were narrow and long, glowing purple and green as if they were hardened with poison. From the dead center of sight and perception, unrelenting, slashing at the back of the double's neck, the distance between the two, but only half a body position. The next instant, will be born to cut off the head. You've gone to all this trouble and all this nonsense to. The mechanical, hoarse voice of the double that Ningfeng had manipulated abruptly rang out. Click. A mechanical twisting sound sounded at the base of his neck. The entire head, in Sea Snake's unbelievable gaze, rotated backward 180 degrees, scarlet light, shining in the eyes. With his arm attached to his palm, he fiercely blasted out at an incredible angle towards the member of the Divine Enlightenment who had attacked him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the is this? When the sea snake saw this, its turquoise vertical pupils were trembling. The opponent's 180-degree twisted head was almost ghost-like. Realizing that the sneak attack had failed, Sea Snake waved his large hand, his 5 fingers towards where the members of the Divine Enlightenment were, and violently grabbed them. Burst! In a moment. At the same time that Ningfeng's manipulated double blasted the Divine Enlightenment member's head with a palm strike, blazing heat, mixed with waves of air, instantly spread out from within the other party's body. Boom boom boom. The members of the Divine Revelation. At this moment the entirety exploded into a sky of blood mist. Only, the blood mist was more green and purple, like a poisonous miasma. Ningfeng maneuvered his double, placing both arms in front of him to block the poisonous blood mist that filled the air. Phew, this is far from over. The sound of biting wind came out from the roiling blood mist, a figure that broke through the air. That's, like, the second member of the Divine Revelation. The killing move didn't work, and after that, there was another killing move. Die. The second member of the Divine Revelation organization had already killed in front of the double. The skull mask was removed from his face, revealing a scarred face, and on his face, the look was crazy and hideous. The corners of his mouth split to the base of his ears, and the sharp teeth inside, like a wolf, with no human appearance at all. Pust! The sound of skin and flesh being pierced through came from the small arm of Ningfeng's left hand, which was manipulating the double. The member of the Divine Enlightenment, with unerring accuracy, drove his fangs into his little arm, and then, without the slightest stop, his figure retreated at a rapid pace, flickering continuously. He retreated to the side of the sea snake. The two men looked at each other as if the big picture had been decided. That's funny. I haven't seen such an inhuman sight in anyone yet. The serpent's tone lifted, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Whatever the hell you are, now, it's over. Click, click, click. The sound of mechanical twisting came again at the neck of the double. Ningfeng maneuvered his double and his body returned to its original state. Scarlet pupils gazed at the sea snake, black mist, still shrouding the face. He moved his gaze down to the small of his bitten left arm, unfazed, and sea snake's voice, once again, came out, full of provocation. Don't struggle. He is a vertical poison puppet, with my poisonous blood injected into his body, and through his teeth and nails, he can be injected into his enemies. In 1 minute, your entire body will fester, be eaten by ants, and you will die in despair. Now, ask me for forgiveness and I might be kind enough to spare you the pain. Before the words of the serpent of the sea were out of his mouth, a miserable scream then echoed throughout the plant. It's a new January, and I'm begging for monthly votes. 10 monthly votes plus 1 more. The author is not going out on November, so he's at home frantically adding to your list. Ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Using Blood as a Lure. Sacrificing and mutilating each other, request for monthly tickets. Aha! A miserable scream resounded steeply within the entire plant. The voice was mournful and creepy to listen to. However, the source of this sound was not the mechanical double that Ningfeng had manipulated, but rather the poison puppet that was beside the sea snake, biting its teeth on the double's small arm. Ah! My mouth. My face. Sea snake's face. The treacherous smile instantly convergence, replaced by unexpected shock. When he snapped his head sideways, he saw the poisonous puppet on his side, its mouth stained with some of the other party's blood when it bit the mechanical double's small arm. At this moment, the blood was like sulfuric acid, eroding and melting the corners of his mouth at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it was spreading towards his entire face. Zip, zip, zip. A sound like hot oil being poured on flesh came out on the face of the poisonous puppet. The intense pain made him subconsciously use his hands to cover his ever-melting face. However, the sulfuric acid-like blood spread directly onto the palm of the hand. Ah! My hand! My hand! At this moment, Poison Puppet's voice had long been slurred and, amidst a wail that was worse than a wail, the screams came to an abrupt end, and then the whole body fell to the ground of the plant aside. Under the watchful eye of the sea snake, it melted into capped white bones, and the black robe that the white bones wore, in a matter of 10 seconds or so back and forth. Under Ningfeng's accidental manipulation, the beast that the poison puppet had bitten possessed an extraordinary ability that was a gamma-level, blood-melting compulsion, and all the flesh and blood stained by the poisonous blood had melted into dazzling white smoke. Damn! What the hell did you do? Under the white skull mask of the snake, the green vertical pupils were trembling, as the 6th of the 12 earthly branches, the 6th serpent, Beta Medium, with the ability, Venom. He, who usually prided himself on being the best at using poison, right now, he was actually pawned with poison. Panic and unease rose in his mind. But then, he calmed down. Sea Snake's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly gazed at the mechanical double maneuvered by Ningfeng. Killing my poison puppet won't change your end. The venom should, by now, have eroded into your heart chakra, right? Does it feel dizzy and numb? And your arms and legs are weak? I see you. You can't stand still anymore, can you? As he spoke, Sea Snake's gaze surveyed the body of the mechanical double in front of him, only to see that, in the next second, the other party's originally steady feet stumbled abruptly. The body swayed and braced itself, doing its best to maintain its balance. Well, poisoning, it's not pleasant, is it? This is just the beginning. What comes next is the pain. The sea snake laughed wildly, his vertical pupils bursting with a crazy look, but before he could finish his words, it was then interrupted by an incredibly harsh laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The crazy look under the eyes of the sea snake disappeared, replaced by endless doubts. Under the mask, his eyebrows were locked, staring at the mechanical double in death. What are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha, I laughed. You're so naive. Mechanical hoarse voice issued in the mouth of the double, and then, instantly straightened up. The party's shaky wobbly appearance disappeared. Where is the slightest sign of poisoning? You're okay? How can you be okay? The serpent stared in disbelief. That's why you're so naive. Ningfeng maneuvered his double, and in the small arm of his left hand, the part that had been torn and bitten by the poison puppet just now, amongst the gaping hole in the sleeve of his trenchcoat, a shadowy beast with traces of bite wounds remaining on the surface of its body. It lifted from the state of attached skin and flesh and detached itself. Restore the look of the 6 tentacles. It fell within the palm of the double's left hand and went limp in it, all bruised and weakened. What is this? What are you? Sea Snake fixed his eyes and looked, horrified beyond measure. At this moment, he just suspected, the silhouette in front of him, most likely, is not a human being. This poison of yours, it does have some use. Gamma level, blood melting compass. The blood through the body is extremely poisonous, but it is difficult to resist your poisonous blood. Too bad. I would have liked to keep an ability to create poison. A mechanical raspy voice came out of the double's mouth. None of them stung the heart of the sea snake. Gamma? An alien power? What the hell? The other party has more than one ability at the same time? What is it? Exactly. That one is facing? Sea Snake subconsciously swallowed, only to feel his hands and feet cold. He joined the Divine Revelation organization for many years, and has seen too many perverted lunatics among the organization. No monster, no member of the Divine Apocalypse is better than a member of the Divine Apocalypse. But today, he swore that such a bizarre situation was the first time he had ever encountered it in his life. According to you, the blood in the body of the poisonous puppet comes from your poisonous blood, and the poisonous blood, in turn, was injected by the dead poisonous puppet, into the poor little guy in my hands. That means your blood, it's in it. Things, then, are much better. The mechanical double maneuvered by Ningfeng, the blood-melting compass beast held in his left hand, looked to be dying. Roar! A low beastly roar came from the center of his palm. The shadowy beast attached to the palm area opened its mouth. A circle of sharp teeth, cold and creepy, directly take the blood-melting compass beast and devour it. What have you done? The moment the blood-melting compass beast was devoured, Sea Snake's entire body shook. He only felt that his body was cold, and his entire body became heavy, making it difficult to move half a step. Inextricably, one's own life seemed to be inextricably linked with that substitute left hand. As in, both share a life. Don't worry, the show's just starting. Mechanical double. Red light running under his eyes. Under his gaze, the beast attached to his palm changed its form, transforming from his palm into the shape of a palm-sized villain. So much so, that it revealed the gray-silver metallic bones that encased it. You're a reformer? That striking metallic color irritated Sea Snake, and for a moment, an extremely unpleasant thought climbed up in his mind. Are you not alive at all? What's in front of me is just puppets. The Sea Snake was trembling all over, and he became more and more determined that the enemy in front of him was, in all likelihood, nothing more than a man-made mechanical golem. But there is a limit to the strength of artifacts. How can they attack and kill hundreds of Gamma investigators of Luo's group, as well as Beta Level 7 sins, one after another, destroying them? How is this possible? TSK, oddly clever, but too clever, often doesn't live long. Before his voice fell, Ningfeng maneuvered his mechanical double, and with his right hand, he made a violent stroke towards the shadowy beast that had transformed into a small palm man within the heart of his left hand. In a flash, a bloodstain surfaced on the villain's left ankle. Miserable screams instantly came out from the sea snake's mouth. His left ankle, a line of blood bloomed. The hamstring, by an invisible force, was instantly picked off. The body was wobbly, barely standing with just the other leg, and at that moment, Ning Feng's hand, again, swung violently towards the right ankle of the shadowy beast villain. End of chapter. Chapter 119, hurting the enemy 1,000 times, losing 800 times, dying together, requesting monthly tickets, lines of blood, blooming on the villain in the mechanical double's left hand. At the same time, the frozen sea snake in front of him, his right ankle, likewise splattered with blood. Ah! A pained cry came out of his mouth. Both feet hamstrings, all of them were picked off at this moment. The whole person lost support and directly fell to his knees. What the hell did you do to me? Sea snake cannot move all over the body. Hard to look forward. Green vertical pupil. At this moment filled with blood. Reddish incomparable. That thing? What the hell is it? The sea snake's gaze was dead set on the beast villain in his double's hand. At this moment, even if he didn't know what means he had been attacked by, but it also dawned on me what kind of harm that villain had suffered, and that he, himself, would do the same. If that creepy little man dies, won't I be, too? The back of the snake's neck went cold, and his body was gripped by the fear of death. With a sinking heart, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Listen, whatever grudge you have against the Luo Group, or the Divine Revelation Organization, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a bottom-feeding member, doing what I'm told. Other than that, you and I have no grudges, so there's no need to bring things to a standstill. Don't you want to know about the inner workings of the Divine Revelation? Ask me. I know everything. As long as you don't kill me, after today, I'll withdraw from Divine Enlightenment and never show my face in Dragon City again. Everything about you, I've already forgotten. Forgotten everything. However, in the face of the serpent's chatter, Ningfeng maneuvered his mechanical double and gave a response that easily broke the beast villain's left arm with his hand. You! A crunching sound of bones breaking, accompanied by the movement of blood and flesh tearing, came from the left hand of the sea snake. The whole arm, broken at the root, connected to the skin and flesh, drooped on the side, and blood flowed all over the place. You have nothing to gain by killing me. Sparing. Before the words were finished, they were replaced by a scream. Click. The right hand of the snake was torn right off. The intense pain made his brain buzz. At this moment, the fear of death was closing in on him. The instinct to survive made his brain race, frantically trying to figure out what, exactly, could impress the enemy in front of him. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't you want to know why the Divine Enlightenment and the Luo Group are working together? Dragon City is the next target of the Divine Revelation. Don't kill me! I'll tell you everything. Sea Snake's voice is trembling. Beta medium alien, once high up in the Divine Enlightenment Earth branch, begging for mercy like a lost wild dog. I'm curious about what you're talking about. Ningfeng maneuvered his mechanical double, his movements halting, and in his tone, there was a hint of contemplation, and his response undoubtedly aroused the hope in the heart of Sea Snake. Right, I can tell you all about what God's next plan for the apocalypse is. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the mechanical double that Ningfeng had manipulated had once again made a move in his hands, fingers, gently resting on the throat of the shadowy beast villain. Don't! Instantly, a strong choking sensation came from the sea snake's neck. Breathing hard, veins welled up, and his face flushed under the skull mask. Don't be nervous, dizziness is normal. With a calm voice, Ningfeng maneuvered his mechanical double, his finger, and stabbed it directly into the villain's throat. Pust! The sound of a sharp blade entering the body came from the sea snake's neck. In an instant, an extremely deep blood scar surfaced on his neck, blood spurting and gushing outward in a stream, and at that moment, the restraints that had enveloped him disappeared, and his body resumed its activities. Sea Snake desperately wanted to struggle, but his arms were broken, his feet were picked apart, and his entire body directly collapsed on the plant floor, writhing like a maggot. Blood, clogging his throat, had long since failed to make any sound. In the green vertical pupils, the mechanical double was reflected, a little closer to the feet. Destroy my blood-melting compulsion. Use your powers instead. Beta-level poison powers should work better. My powers? Substitute? What do you mean? Endless questions, accompanied by closed eyesight, with the life of the sea snake as much as possible to the dust. On the other hand, on the side of the factory building, also belonging to one of the poison puppets, the last remaining member of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. At the moment of the death of the sea snake, his body convulsed, like a deflated balloon turning into a dry corpse. Take him too. Mechanical hoarse voice, from the mouth of the double. Another several beasts from the body off. restored the original 6-tentacle model, dragging the sea snake's body, with an extremely bizarre speed away. The entire plant became silent as never before. Through the mechanical double's electronic eyes, Ning Feng, who was 3 kilometers away, was able to clearly see, within the entire factory building, a hell-like scene. Countless corpses, displayed all around. Dirty blood coagulated on the concrete floor. The pungent smell of blood is sickening. It's time to put an end to this farce. The figure of the mechanical double, looking beyond the plant, the remaining sporadic 2 or 3 investigators, at the moment around the 7 sins, color a desire, Xiajinju body, anxiously waiting for the results. Who actually won the tussle? Aren't you going to help, my lord? An investigator boldly looked at Xiajinju, who was at his side. Are you giving me orders? Xiajinju clasped her shoulders in front of her body, leaning on the side of the black sedan, and at this moment, her beautiful eyes glanced sideways, and the sharpness of ice cold as a knife flickered from the bottom of her eyes. The investigator who spoke instantly felt a stabbing pain all over his body as if he had fallen into a mountain of knives. The whole man collapsed to the ground, holding his head and begging for mercy. Forgive me, my lord, forgive me. A few seconds before and after, his body was covered with wounds like cuts, and he died a miserable death. At this moment, the last 2 remaining investigators, looking at each other, lowered their heads, not daring to breathe out loud. Boom! Abruptly, sky-high flames and smoke erupted from the abandoned Chikusheng factory ahead. The air wave caused by the explosion directly sent the entire roof of the factory building flying out first, and the 4 walls, shattering into a sky full of stone blocks. Boom boom boom. The explosions were accompanied by a chain of explosions around the plant, all the settings and the house, all blowing up. Hoo. The blazing wave of air directly blew away all those black vehicles piled up in front of the factory. The 2 investigators, moreover, prostrate themselves on the ground as a whole, embedding their 5 fingers underneath their bodies to avoid being blown away by the airwaves. And Xiajinju, the vehicle he was relying on beside him, flew into midair under the heat wave. She, however, remained in the posture of holding her shoulders in front of her body, with her dress on her body, not moving in the slightest. Fixing his eyes, he only saw that, in front of Xiajinju, countless cold-ons visible to the naked eye, like blades, slashed and chopped at this burst of airwaves. Raw isolation, an area with no impact whatsoever. Her beautiful eyes haloed with light, looking with great interest at the ruins of the Chikusheng factory that had been reduced to a sea of fire in front of her. Red lips with a smile and arched eyebrows. Looks like someone won. The fire burns everything and erases all traces. Xiajinju, color of the 7 sins, desire, beta superior, ability, decapitation, cut off the world, all things. There will be 2 more chapters added at 12 o'clock tonight. Request for monthly tickets, 10 monthly votes plus 1 more. Can you afford to have author 11 away from the computer to code? End of chapter. Chapter 120 Avalanche's Truth. Alien Gathering, Deadly Storm, monthly votes plus. The truth is buried in the midst of the fire. 2 more of the 7 sins died today, and the investigation team was almost completely wiped out. Gushu Dog and Sea Snake, the members of the Earth's branch that were dispatched twice by divine revelation, all of them folded and sank. I'm sure that Luo's group will, next, have to face trouble from all sides and take care of themselves. I was also able to get away. Now, take care of the matter at hand first. Outside the Chikushin factory, 3 kilometers into the dense forest, Ning Feng wore casual clothes and took off the glasses he wore on his face having long since gone through a disguise, and beside him stood a figure, straight up, without making a single sound. Old Meng handed me this mechanical skeleton, and I don't know where I got it from. How can I ask him? He won't say anything. Ning Feng sized up the double in front of him, clad in a black trenchcoat and standing straight up, shedding his casual clothes and going topless. The deeply embedded phallic beast behind him, with its center cog, slowly opened and closed, revealing circle after circle of chilling fangs within it. Roar! The low beast roar, issued from the mouth of the young beast, stirred up the whole piece of dense forest, and many birds swept up in the air, crowing in bursts. Brush up! The sound of insects crawling came from the mechanical double in front of Ning Feng. Only, the rattling is dozens of times louder than an insect crawling. Brush up! 1, 2, 3, one by one, the shadowy beasts attached to the mechanical double transformed back into their original forms. 6 tentacles, clinging to the alloy skeleton, crawled down, densely packed. They all returned to the mouth of the young beast behind Ning Feng. This scene, encountering patients with intensive phobia, absolutely must be covered in sweat. Looking closely, the moment the beast was about to fall into the young beast's mouth, its body began to twist and shrink crazily, eventually transforming from the form of 6 tentacles to a meatball that was only the size of an egg. It was then swallowed and hidden. Densely packed, there were hundreds of beasts, all of which were turned into meatballs and devoured by the young beasts, and the double that Ningfeng had built, at this moment, reverted to the alloy skeleton state it had been in at the very beginning. Phew! Ningfeng took a deep breath and set his gaze behind the alloy skeleton. There, 2 bodies were on display. One, with a lost heart, and one, with severed limbs. The former, the role model of the thousands of psychics in Dragon City. One of the 7 sins, jealousy, shadow, psychic ability possessor. The latter, on the other hand, was the 6th in line of the 12 earthly branches of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. The snake of the sea, the poisonous blood, alien ability possessor. Both were beta mediums, and at the moment, both were reduced to cold corpses. The serpent tried to betray the divine revelation and tell me the secrets in exchange for a chance to live. It's a pity. How can one believe the words of an enemy? And besides, there's no such thing as leisure time for torture. As for the news I wanted, someone had, long ago, prepared it for me. Ningfeng's crimson pupils looked away in the direction of the Chikochung factory, and the rushing smoke was clearly visible even if they were miles apart. Begin. He withdrew his gaze and his mind moved. Click, click. The sound of mechanical joints moving came from behind Ningfeng. The long inactive yang beast, with its 8 mechanical tentacles, has limbs that seem a bit raw and slow to move. And then, it violently opened up, like 8 arms, expanding behind Ningfeng. Brush, brush. 2 air-breaking sounds came to his ears. The 2 mechanical tentacles behind his back flew and stabbed into the mouths of the greed and sea snake corpses. Grunt, grunt. Something, along the tips of the tentacles, was injected into the 2 corpses. Yang beasts inject unhatched eggs for the best results, naturally with a living body as the source of parasitism. But if it's within an hour of death, it won't hurt. Shadow, and poisonous blood. Although they are only 2 beta medium abilities, the beasts that hatch and inherit them are at most beta inferior in ability strength. But for my next move, these 2 abilities, for covert plotting, help quite a bit. Ningfeng's thoughts churned, and abruptly, the tentacles that had stabbed into the middle of the corpse contracted back behind him. It was about a few minutes before and after. The sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and blood came from the 2 corpses. Looking around, the lifeless body. At the moment the chest in the uncontrollable bulging twisting, like there is something to run out of it. Put. After the muffled sounds, the 2 newborn beasts, crawling along, clung to Ningfeng's body, snaked upwards, and landed within the palms of the left and right hands. Each one has 7 tentacles. Strength, all of them are in the lower class of beta. It seems that the one that inherited poisonous blood has a little darker skin color, and by the looks of it, the strength of the supernatural ability is higher than the one that inherited shadow. The utility of these 2 powers will be scrutinized when I have some time to spare. Ningfeng let out a long sigh of relief as he drove these 2 newborn 7-clawed beasts to fall into the mouths of the young beasts as well. And then he put on his casual clothes and gazed at the 2 mangled bodies on the floor. A wave of the hand. Phew. The wind is cold. 2 corpses, spreading frost, and after, bang, it exploded into a roiling crystal powder that fell into the dense forest and became nutrients for the trees and grasses. Jingle bells. In the center of Longqing City, next to the commercial street, the doorbell of the Caston bar suddenly vibrated and rang. It was now 10 minutes in the afternoon, and I don't know whether it was because of the weekend or what, but there were a few more customers in the store than before. The neon lights are brightly colored, and the lobby is crowded with drinkers at round tables or at the bar, drinking, talking, listening to the resident singer in the corner humming a ballad. Black trenchcoat, middle-aged appearance. Ningfeng changed his disguise and walked into the store. The bartender behind the bar, who was busy mixing drinks, gave a puzzled look and paid no more attention. After all, this face, he had never seen before, and just assumed that it was a rare raw customer. Tap tap tap. Leather boots made a nice sound on the wooden floor. Ningfeng ignored the rest of the people and walked straight up the staircase steps and onto the 2nd floor. The upstairs, where the boxes dominate, seems much quieter. With his hands in his pockets and his 5 fingers slowly tapping, Ningfeng's gaze landed on the box in the center position. Door number 206. Approach, open and close the door in one fell swoop. When he looked up again, a silhouette, like a swallow throwing itself into his arms. Alas, good brother, my sister has waited hard for you. A pouty complaint issued from the sinister shadow's mouth. The vermilion silk halter dress, a thin layer, clung to Xie Jinju's torso, and on one side of the skirt, it forked to the thighs, revealing the black lace stockings she wore inside. Around her neck, she wore a gemstone pendant necklace full of diamonds. There was a small black chambray women's suit over the body, and black, very narrow, metal-rimmed glasses that rested on the high bridge of her nose. Feet in heels, on tiptoe, the jade hand wrapped around Ningfeng's neck, and his entire body seemed to be hanging from it. Lifting her head, her autumn eyes complained as if she were, "Little brother, you say we have met so many times. When will you let sister see your real appearance? I recognize you instantly by how I feel about you, no matter how you disguise yourself, but it's weirdly alienating to always talk through a mask." End of chapter. Chapter 121, 3 years ago. The truth of the matter, monthly votes plus. Why don't we choose today? Xie Jinju's voice was as seductive as smoky silk, and her jade hand ran along Ningfeng's neck, caressing towards the other party's face. Steeply, the palm that had made the mistake was grabbed by Ningfeng's icy cold hand, moving away from the body without any flavor. "Well, I'm here to talk business." Ningfeng's gaze was calm, not the least bit moved. A middle-aged man's face was transformed with easy shape, and his voice, too, made corresponding adjustments to the middle-aged man. "Ugh, so unemotional. You, brother, are good at everything, but this heart, it's cold." Xie Jinju's red lips brought a smile, charmingly moving. Using her hand, she gently pushed Ningfeng's chest a bit, while then twisting her waist, she walked to the inside of the box. "But I, for one, just love the way you're so uninviting, brother." Ningfeng didn't say anything, his gaze sweeping down around the box. There are no windows and the furnishings are relatively simple. Other than the TV used for karaoke, it's a card table and coffee table. On the coffee table, the sobering jug held a fragrant red wine that had not long been poured. 2 tall glasses, displayed on the edge of the coffee table. And beyond that, on the coffee table, sat a lone gray pen. "Recorder, you asked for something." Xie Jinju turned around, his gaze indicating the fountain pen on the table, the smile on his face, somewhat restrained, but since the beginning, the seductive intent in his eyes never faded. "The 7 sins are, today, down to 3, and the investigation team is even more nearly wiped out. Sister, I'm really curious. What kind of tactics did you use?" Ningfeng approached the coffee table, leaned down, and was just about to pick up the fountain pen when Xie Jinju bent over and came up, bringing up a gust of fragrant wind. "After all, it's exhausting to help you cover up your secrets." Before Xie Jinju could finish her sentence, her red lips were slightly pressed against Ningfeng's left index finger, signaling the other party to shut up. However, Xie Jinju smiled seductively, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she gently bit down on the tip of Ningfeng's finger. Yikes! The cold and hard touch made Xie Jinju feel some pain, withdrawing her cicatrization with an angry face. The heart is cold and the hands are cold and hard. Ningfeng, however, paid no attention to the other party at all. All of his attention was on the gray pen in his hand. He pressed the top of the pen. Tick! The sound of electronics activating came from within the gray pen. Immediately following this is a string of audio, recorded long ago, in the pen. It seems that because it's been a bit long, the audio has been duplicated many times and is laced with a silky current sound. "Mr. Luo, the new awakening of the collapse ability, found. Where?" When he heard the words "where," Ningfeng's eyes narrowed. The owner of this voice was quite familiar to him. In the middle of the Luo Group's headquarters building, in the lobby on the first floor, in the most central position, there was a huge splice display screen on display. Above it, 24/7, a video plays uninterruptedly. The video ends with total blackness, and a man's low voice shouting out the corporate slogan of the Luo Group. Join the Roche Group. We, in the service of creation. Having infiltrated the Luo Group for 3 years, Ningfeng naturally poked around early on to find out who was reading this corporate slogan. Member of the board of directors of the Luo Group, one of the top power holders behind the Luo Group, Luo Ling's second uncle, Luo Zhan. It was also the one within the information that Xie Jinju had provided to Ningfeng last time, whose psychic abilities were unknown and whose appearance was unknown. Luo Zhan? At this moment, within the box of the Kasten bar, when he heard in the recorder, Luo Zhan's voice, Ningfeng's mind instantly clouded. The recorder continued to play, regardless of where he is. "The avalanche ability is especially important to our group. We must find the awakened one. Mr. Luo, there's no need to look. The awakened one is in Dragon City. Moreover, it's still a family member of our group's employee." "In Dragon City?" Luo Zhan's voice, revealing an unexpected joy. Great! Still an employee's family member. Isn't this a coincidence? Quickly, hurry up and send someone, before this news is known by other exotic companies. Rush over there at the first opportunity, and sign the person up for me. Any higher signing price? Any better benefits package? As long as it's something the group can offer, there's no need to skimp. In the face of Luo Zhan's excitement, the subordinate who reported on the sidelines appeared to be a bit rushed. I'm afraid things are a little difficult for Mr. Luo. Difficult? Luo Zhan's voice instantly sank. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that it's already been signed away by another company? It's not. It's the awakened side. Something's wrong. The person who awakened was a little girl. Little girl? What's wrong with being young? The big deal is that the group has been training her for a few years. They can afford to wait. The point is, this girl she's blind. The subordinate's response gulped. For a while, Luo Zhan was silent. In the recorder, at the moment, there was only the sound of zipping and zipping electric current. As for Ningfeng's face, it looked like he was anticipating something incomparably gloomy, as if he was about to storm out at any moment. Can the blind be treated? After a long period of silence, Luo Zhan's voice once again came out and, it's very difficult. Even with the group's current level of scientific research, it would take 3 or 4 years to treat it. 3 or 4 years. Luo Zhan sighed. 3 or 4 years. It's been a little too long. I can wait. But the group, they can't. By the way, over at the Divine Enlightenment Organization, it seems to have come through last month that a means of extracting the spinal fluid of an alien has been discovered. Luo Zhan thought of something and suddenly asked. That's right, the laboratory side. The first time the simulation verification, before and after a dozen times of experiments, the results obtained are feasible. The success rate to be more than 80%. So, Mr. Luo, you are trying to. It's not that I want to, it's that I have to. Blindness is that girl's own bad luck. No one else is to blame. The ability of collapse is a necessary preparation for a big part of the future development, both for the Divine Enlightenment and the Luo group. It must be firmly in the hands of the group. Luo Zhan pondered for a moment, his tone firm. Find a few people who aren't too conspicuous to do it. This girl you're talking about, she's a family member of an employee of our group? Who is that employee? The sound of turning over paper material comes out of the recorder. Found it. Mr. Law, it's the girl's brother. Just a Delta-level bottom feeder loser. Delta? Oof. In that case, that's much better. Let the people below do a cleaner job. The relevant people are dealt with, and the group won't treat them poorly. As for the media side, use the name of an accident to cover it up. Yes. Zip. Zip. In the recorder, the sound of conversation faded and was completely replaced by the sound of electricity. And at this moment, Ning Feng, who was standing still within the box, was trembling slightly as he tightly gripped the gray recording pen. Luo Zhan. What a Luo Zhan. The second shift has arrived. You can add the fan group in the synopsis, and the author to discuss the subsequent plot. There are a lot of ladies in the group. Ask for monthly votes. 10 monthly votes plus 1 more. The current number of monthly votes. The author finished adding more in 2 or 3 days. It's too unchallenging. Put me on some difficulty. End of chapter. Chapter 122. You'll be cut off from your grandchildren. Luo Zhan. What a Luo Zhan. Up and down the Luo group. It's really like the same beast. Under Ning Feng's eyes, scarlet flickered. Click. The gray recording pen in his hand was instantly crushed into pieces. The recording, which had survived for 3 years, was supposed to be followed by another one, but it was inexplicably damaged in the process of preservation. But all the information you want to know is here. The plan to seize the powers was single-handedly created by Luo Zhan, and as for Luo Ling, he's nothing more than a poor bastard who learned about it by chance and actively wanted to become a vessel for the avalanche to use after it was seized. If he were to go by the book and be an ordinary person, looking up to his second uncle Luo Zhan's might, how good it would be to live a rich life. TSK had to get himself killed, lost his powers and his life. So what's happening now is that the Luo group has no outside help, and if they want to make up the quota for attending the rally, they can only send up the Luo's internal descendant children. Why? Are you interested in joining an alien coven? At this time, Luo's senior, the whole person sat paralyzed on the ground, covered in cold sweat, all unable to get up. Okay. After a long time, the muffled sound of a door closing came from inside the large box. Xiajinju's beautiful eyes were slightly knitted, and luster flowed underneath them. Xiajinju at this moment, although a word, still with the charm, but the tone of speech, is much more serious, saying that it's some kind of role model for all of Dragon City's aliens, the pioneer of Dragon City. Ha! I think it's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly, again, as if he had thought of something, he frowned, his face indignant, and Xiajinju's finger pointer, extraordinarily delicate, little by little, traced across Ningfeng's chest, waist, and back. I'm going to make the best of the younger generation of the Luo group die out in this alien rally. How about next time? Make a start by asking for names? In Xia Jinju's mind, a thought that even she herself could not believe burst out. Without our Luo clan, how could you, at the beta level, be where you are today? You are a piece of our Luo. In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, madness was revealed. But right now, seems to be just one step away from beta medium. Turned around, will be the other hand, clasped in his right palm in the middle, raised over the Xiejinju head, scrutinizing the Qianshi in front of him. How many alien active potions has the group supplied you with over the years? Just the annual financial support alone is an astronomical amount of money. And on the other side of Xiejinju, long skirt draped over her shoulders, cicatrizes back, self-centered squinting nap, not the slightest bit of the presence of the many Luo group executives in the eyes. He smiled coldly and held Xiejinju's palm, cold as a knife. Law Group, 27th floor, temporary conference room. Isn't he doing this for the sake of his children and grandchildren? Then I'll let his proud Luo descendants, one by one, die horribly in front of him. 3 years ago the Luo group, in order to cover up the scandal of forcibly taking other people's psychic abilities, deleted all information about his brother and sister. This group of second-generation ancestors, there aren't many that can take the stage. I don't know what that guy Luozhan, in the end, is calculating. On the left, the nominal leader of the 7 deadly sins, Pride, with a black shirt, beard, and a handsome face. The location of the meeting of the top management within the Luo group was then transferred to the 27th floor in a temporary conference room. 3 years ago, Luo Zhan, for the sake of the Luo group's development, teamed up with Divine Enlightenment to seize my sister's disintegration, psychic ability, with the beautiful name of making trade-offs and sacrifices for the sake of future generations. The name, likeness, and origin are almost a blank. Numerous chopping strikes, invisible to the naked eye, brought up a blistering wind that whistled and swept towards the Luo's top management. But how do you make a good relationship? According to what Luo Zhan said, 3 years ago, he was nothing more than a delta who was supposed to have awakened useless powers. Nothing more than being physically stronger than an ordinary person. Right now, because of you, the one that caused the 7 sins to be able to go on the field is left with pride. The cicatrices rested on the back of each other's shoulders. Hearing this, Ningfeng raised his head slightly and gazed towards Xiejinju in front of him. I want Luo Zhan to watch, with his own eyes, the Luo group that he cares about the most, collapse. Fighting for fame and fortune is a lot of work, and I've never been a fan of fighting. This time, then, the organization, on the contrary, has really met an extraordinary fellow. Before Luo's executives could finish their words, a fierce wind rose abruptly in the airtight conference room. If he is what I think he is, Xiejinju gazed in the direction of Ningfeng's departing door, his eyes thoughtful. Brush. Luo Zhan, who was on the main seat, opened his mouth sullenly. According to past practice, most of the Luo group's quota to participate in the altered rally are foreign aid for the 7 deadly sins. As she murmured, Xiejinju's red lips pursed slightly. Without our Luo's support, do you think the 7 deadly sins could have stood for so many years in Dragon City? At this moment, a group of executives, each of them was on fire, and the chopping storm that was about to envelop Luo's executives dissipated with a bang like an air bubble surfacing. The only thing we can tell at the moment is that his sister, who once possessed a crash of up to alpha level, exhaling like an orchid. Ningfeng didn't give an immediate reply as he used his hand to slowly pluck away Xiejinju's hand that was wrapped around his waist. Since the top floor conference room, baptized by yet another explosion, is still in a state of repair and improvement. You're not attending? 7 people, a good half of them dead front and center, and one was so scared he didn't even dare to come out of the house. What does that look like? As for him, along the way, they passed the narrow conference table, and the tabletop was crumbled apart by the Dao chop. For a time, pieces of wooden boards filled the air. Surname Xie, I'm talking to you. The alien rally is about to be held. You killed jealousy and greed in the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. And now that little girl, lazy, she's scared out of her home. At this moment, the entire conference room was filled with group executives, most of which were the older generation within the Luo family, a Luo's senior management. Looking at the full of care Xiejinju, on the spot gas explosion, with a hand to fight a slap on the table, pointing at the other side of the place of cursing. The alien rank of all people in this world is fixed by nature, once a delta, always a delta. Xiejinju circled around to Ningfeng's back, and with a pair of jade hands, she encircled Ningfeng's waist. Eyes were angry, staring straight at the 2 men in the middle position of the conference room. 7 sins. Is this called the 7 sins? Clasping his shoulders in front of his body, he grimaced. Between thoughts, Xiejinju stroked the broken hair in front of her forehead. Her peach eyes curved. seductive and innate. Luo's development is to be buried with the lives of innocent people? Phew. Is this how you maintain your partnership with our Luo? Ugh. Still have to go to Luo's group to explain later. So troublesome. It's hard to believe that his supernatural ability is capable of evolving later in life? End of chapter. Chapter 123 Luo, who was pushed to the brink of extinction. The ugly cow came out. 7 sins and Luo are equal partners, not superior and subordinate, so be careful when you speak. The arrogance, who had not spoken, let out a long breath, and gazed at the Luo executives who were sitting paralyzed on the ground, and then shifted to Luo Zhan, who was on the main seat. According to Color a Desire, and the 2 investigators who survived the scene, Greed, Jealousy, and the divinely inspired Serpent of the Sea, before and after the 3 beta mediums, and hundreds of gamma investigators, were in a fierce battle with the enemy. The battle ended with the Chikushige factory burning up in an explosion in a 500-meter radius. Site survey, genetic identification, found bone fragments matching Greed. However, Jealousy and Sea Snake are unaccounted for, but as of now, 90% are dead. As for the enemy, the scene found a corpse that does not belong to the members of the Luo group. Under the genetic test comparison, does not belong to the people of Dragon City, highly suspected to be one of the enemy targets for this battle. At the end of the conference table, Luo Zhan on the main seat, his face was gloomy and shrouded in darkness, and his entire body exuded a strong bloody aura. Hundreds of gamma, 4 7 sins, 1 divine enlightenment, and 5 betas. Such a force is even enough to exterminate Dragon City, and yet we haven't even found out the enemy's appearance, name, or abilities. Ring-style earrings, cross-navel studs, and a dragon tattoo that extends from the side of the ribcage to the small of the back. Isn't Dragon City the territory of the Luo group? Could it be out of Alpha? How else would it be in such a mess? Above the swamp, a dark shadow hovered back and forth, its voice echoing in all directions, making it impossible to identify the source. Luo Zhan took a long breath, and for a while he was entangled, but the most difficult thing to do at the moment is the side of the divine revelation. The glowing green and black swamp with bubbles rising upwards. Go with the flow. Claim to the public that the trouble has been solved, and stabilize the group's reputation a bit. At noon today, the Luo group held an emergency conference to respond to the 2 bombing attacks on the headquarters building. During this period, the Roche group's side said it was the biggest crisis it had ever faced since it was founded. The head alone was the size of a sedan. Beyond Dragon City, the borderland, a dense purple fog of poisonous miasma firmly enveloped a swampy, dense forest. But who should we send to Dragon City again? The other party's goal is not the Luo group, but the intention to capsize the entire Dragon City and jeopardize the safety of all the people. As the second only to Luo group's alien company in Dragon City, the top floor of the Tai Shield headquarters, inside the president's office, as the actual person in charge of Tai Shield today, the Luo group, they really like to put gold on their faces. In an instant, the sound of corrosion and burning came from the withered leaves, and in an instant, they were turned into flying ash. Grunt, grunt. This reporter is reporting for you. Beneath the wheat-colored skin, the muscle lines are clearly visible, obviously after long hours of self-disciplined exercise. Under the heavenly stem, she's the only one who fits the bill at the moment. If the old monster doesn't come out of the mountain, no one can restrain Dragon City right now. I get a terrible headache just thinking about those guys from the apocalypse. Platinum blonde medium length, slightly curly hair is meticulously styled. He took a deep breath, and his eyes, shrouded in darkness, erupted into a fine light. If we can recruit into Taidun, it's only a matter of time before the name of the #1 company in Dragon City changes hands. Tight, low-rise work pants in greenish-gray bring out the counterintuitive waist-to-hip ratio. Drops. The tone of the figure hovering in the sky was tinged with thought and hesitation. Regardless of who exactly it was that set up the ambush at the Chikushige factory, the other party had the intention of laying down the law by destroying all evidence and traces with an explosion. Alive or dead. It's just that the degree of magnitude relative to the term crocodile is a little scary. Shen Yijuan's age was all out of proportion to the power she possessed. Good. The huge crocodile head made a reply like thunder. A crocodile's head. For this reason, the Longcheng municipal government has indicated that it is awarding the Luo group with the Medal of Justice in recognition of the great sacrifices and contributions they have made to Longcheng during this purge. An electronic sound of a television turning off echoed through the large room. Zip, zip, zip. The investigation team exists in name only. The 7 sins have lost their combat power. And according to the news replied by the secret agent, it seems that the identity of the enemy has not even been mapped out, and whether they are alive or dead is even more completely unknown. The search for Avalanche is over for now. The alien rally is the immediate focus. The head of the Luo group, as well as the leader of the 7 deadly sins, pride, attended the launch. Birds of prey, fish and insects, can't survive in it. I wonder if the terrorist group that has made Luo's group unable to live in peace is a group of people or a particular person. By the time sacrifice begins, the search for collapse is but the simplest of things. It should be a beta with a tricky ability. Sacrifice is around the corner. Let this clown be active for a while longer, and when the time comes, liquidate it altogether. Sacrificed investigators, each of their families, will receive a pension. 4 of the 7 sins sacrificed, Luo Group and the city government, jointly funded, will be in the city center in different locations, for which a huge statue was erected to commemorate its merits. Counting the Gushu dog, 2 earthly branches have died. If this were to spread out, where would our Luo clan's face be left in Dragon City? Phew. Shinjuan gently tapped the desktop in front of her with her hand, looking at the TV screen that she had turned off. But in the end, it was successful in suppressing the terrorist group that plagued Dragon City this time. An uncommon wind blew through, taking the dead leaves from the edge of the swamp and blowing them down in it. Abruptly, there seemed to be something that was going to emerge from this desperate swamp. It's not very likely. Alpha strength is already enough to withstand Heavenly Stem, and Dragon City hasn't had any new talent for so many years, except for that old monster. If that jumper reappears during the alien rally, just run him over in passing. The crocodile's head, suspended on the surface of the swamp, was unharmed and spitting. Gushu dog, sea snake, 2 earthly branches, all dead in Dragon City, but also all with the group cannot get out of it. The top was full of curves wearing only a black sports bra. The alien rally is approaching. The group has now been hit by turmoil one after another. There is an internal and external uproar. Revenues have been reduced by 1/3, and many of its contracted aliens have been poached. 9 times out of 10, in a short period of time, it will disappear into obscurity in Dragon City. How about ugly cow? Sea snake is also dead, revealing the smooth and refined vest line of the abdomen. And then the head sank down and re-entered the dead swampy abyss. The whole thing is filled with neutrality, rebellion, and wildness, like a female panther, being able to tap into more good talent for the festival. Recently, a purge against the terrorist group was launched at the site of the Chakuzhang factory on the outskirts of Longchang, and more than half of the Luo group's investigators were sacrificed, with 4 of the 7 sins gone. End of chapter. Chapter 124. Blank list of assembly applications. Knock knock. A crisp knock on the door came from outside the office. Enter. As Shin Ijuan's voice fell, the uniformed female secretary, holding a stack of forms, walked in quickly. Mr. Shin, this is the application form summarized below as of now. The final 2 slots to represent Teldon at the altered gathering will be chosen from here. Most of them are people that the company has actively solicited from outside the company, and a very few, on their own initiative, have applied to attend on behalf of Teldon. Well, put it away. Shin Ijuan's eyes didn't even lift, leaning back in her chair, one hand on the seat armrest, propping up her head as her thoughts drifted off into the distance. The lady secretary who had sent the form, on the other hand, did not leave immediately. Instead, stepping forward, he carefully reminded Mr. Shin, inside this form, there are 2 that have just been submitted. What's more, some time ago, those scandals of the Luo group, didn't they also leak out from our hands? This hat, you don't want to wear it, there will be someone to wear it for you. As for exposure, alien power, blank. Mr. Shin, but if we really recruited her into the team, wouldn't Luo Group side think that the chaos during this period of time was orchestrated by us? After I brought her here, she woke up and stayed that way until now. Suddenly, Shinijuan naturally associated it with the recent various chaos in Dragon City, targeting the Luo Group, all of which were not without the figure of a person who used ice powers. This can be an uninvited hot potato. Lazily, he straightened up, like a cat that had ended its slumber. Ice Alamancy. Name, blank. Taidun and Luo have been fighting each other for so many years, that in the event that something bad happens to either side, the other is the prime target of suspicion. Shinijuan looked calm. At the moment the sunlight outside the window hit her back, her wheat-colored body, haunted by the sunlight, was red and shiny, glossy and full. Let's see. Inside, in the huge nutrient pod, the familiar figure of a young girl, curled up in it, eyes tightly closed, fell into a constant slumber. The secrets I want to know in the Luo group are already known. There is no need to stay any longer. Age, blank. The alien gathering is simply a natural killing field built for us. Within the plant, which covers an area of nearly 10,000, there are hardly a few flesh and blood workers to be seen. Ningfeng looked towards Zheng Yao with a cold gaze. Yes, but The female secretary wanted to speak. For a moment she didn't know where to start. Mr. Shen, you've personally seen, this person's information is very odd. And on the side of the nutritional pod, Song Xianyu, dressed in a trench coat, was standing beside a woman, poking around. The two forms at the top are the ones with the differences on the new submission. He slowly walked down the stairs and looked around. In the middle of hundreds of square feet of basement, surrounded by silver-white alloy walls, Song Xianyu shook her head and approached in front of Ningfeng. This person, included among the assembly attendants. At the top of the stairs, Ningfeng slowed his pace, his face emerging as he slowly nodded his head. An unknown beta shifter with ice powers, combined with the recent events of the Luo group. Wouldn't it be a quick guess? She read the information on one of the forms and froze instantly when she saw the column for psychic abilities. The news hit home? Everything is replaced by machinery. Only the alien ability level? Shen Yijuan looked doubtfully at the female secretary standing by the side and raised this extraordinarily unusual form in her hand. I have a hunch that this alien gathering, the Luo group, I'm afraid, is going to face a big surprise. And then the gaze fell on the other form in his hand. But I've compared the information of the in-recorded aberrations in Dragon City and several neighboring cities, and I can't find any counterparts at all. When these words came out, Shen Yijuan, who was still frozen in thought, suddenly became interested. These two beta levels, it's like they came out of nowhere. Weird? Shen Yijuan raised an eyebrow. Weirder than this one with ice? Unknown information, blank background ice beta alien. That's quite a coincidence. Instead of being reactive, we should be proactive, Shen Yijuan said while handing over the ice exotic ability form in her hand to the female secretary. Various utensils and instruments for experiments were placed in separate sections on shelves along the wall. In that case, at the rally, I'm afraid we're going to be the main target of the Luo group's attack. Shen Yijuan took the stack of forms on the table and yanked them in front of her. On the Tai-Dun side, I've turned in the forms, word for word, as you instructed me to do earlier. Name, Song. Gender, female. Age, blank. Rank, beta medium. Ability, ice? Do you think that if we don't do this, we won't be a thorn in the side of the Luo group? Nothing to eat and nothing to say. Tap tap tap. We're moving in the sunlight. And the Roche. 4-1. Wouldn't want to go dark and look for this place. Longcheng City, Red Tassel Weaving Factory. There's no harm in giving these two the last two spots in the assembly. Old Meng's voice, coming from the end of the building. It's not like one of the guys sent it over in jest. Feng Ning's identity disappeared when I resigned from Luo Group, but isn't that too obvious? That's where the problem lies. The female secretary spoke in a hurry. This form with only an ability level was sent over with another form with ice ability by the same person. How's the recovery going? Won't we be in danger? Your sister, if we are exposed? A variety of extremely automated large-scale apparatus is in various parts of the plant. Orderly work with. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and accompanied by Song Xianyu, he approached the enormous nutritional pod, raised his head, gazed into it, and spoke quietly. Shen Yijuan sniffed and raised her hand slightly, signaling to stop. As she held the form in her hand a little closer to her, Luo Group's side just claimed that they solved the so-called enemy. And then in the blink of an eye, this rage, which froze on the surface of the lake in Longcheng, suspiciously appeared on the list of applications for the alien rally of our Tai Shield. Song Xianyu glanced at Ningyu, who was slumbering in the basement, in the nutritional pod. As her words fell, she handed the form in her hand, along with it, to the female secretary in front of her. The sound of footsteps echoed around the room, and a sound-activated light came on with it. However, to be able to make Luo's group be messed up so much, if the mysterious alien on this list is really that person, strength-wise, there must be no doubt. Gender, blank, located in the southern edge of the Dragon City, a large weaving factory. Within the Dragon City, almost 2/3 of the fabric are from here. The latter sniffed and sat far away. His head hung low and he was silent. On the inside of the plant, there is a staircase that goes underground. That's Lu Ye's wife, Zheng Yao. Rank, beta lower. The same person. Shen Yijuan's hand, which was holding the form, paused. It seems that there is someone who wants to accomplish something with the help of our Tai Shield. Did you just say that a total of 2 people applied on their own accord? The past 2 days continuous high fever. Promised everyone's extra may have to be separated to write. The body holds the illness state is too bad. Write a chapter to write 4 or 5 hours. Currently owed a total of 6 more. Everyone rest assured. Separate plus more will not fall 1. End of chapter. Chapter 125, Alien Energy Active Potion No. 0. But, there's still a short period of time before the alien rally officially begins. Right now I need to make some preparations. As Ningfeng spoke, he directed his gaze at Lu Ye's wife. Zheng Yao, who was sitting frozen in the inner side of the basement. And then, under Song Xianyu's astonished gaze, Ningfeng walked over to Zheng Yao, standing still, his eyes in Ning. Zheng Yao was plainly dressed and had an unusual appearance, the kind of middle-aged woman that was more common than not. At the moment, his face was haggard, his eyes were dull, and he was in mourning. Your life was traded back by Lu Yi with his own life. Ningfeng opened his mouth. Lu Yi said that he was willing to give all he had to save you. And he did. The dead, sitting withered in remembrance any longer, are but of no avail. As for Ningfeng and Song Xianyu, they left Zheng Yao alone in the basement to calm down alone. Lu Yi, for this reason, gave up the path of an alien and began to devote himself to the laboratory. And he lived up to his expectations. And within a year, he had successfully developed the alien active potion number 1. Ningfeng stopped, his gaze calm. Even if Lu Yi died because of you, I'm not qualified to have a grudge. Her eyes were terrified and vaguely warlike. How could they? Zheng Yao stood up and excitedly called out to Ningfeng, who was about to leave. To whom? To you? The long years of lethargy, and the news of her husband's death as soon as she was awakened, left the whole being almost on the verge of the greatest weakness and collapse. No, it's not to me, it's to the Luo clan. Revenge. Ningfeng's brows narrowed slightly, and his tone lowered. They secretly, when you were not able to notice, under the pretext of physical testing, injected your body with an agent that drastically destroys the body's immunity in a very short period of time. At these words, Zheng Yao looked up sharply, her eyes revealing an incredulous look. What do you mean? In terms of research ability, it's true that Lu Yi is better, but the manufacturing of the alien energy active potion no. 0 was Zheng Yao's entire participation, and in terms of manufacturing it alone, Zheng Yao is more valuable to me. As far as I know, you were the chief supervisor of the Luo Group's 15th floor laboratory only before you suffered from the erosion of your powers. At the moment, the two were walking through the weaving mill and the roar of all kinds of machinery running came from his ears, and the conveyor belts on both sides were continuously conveying materials and finished products. According to you, in terms of research ability, it shouldn't be Lu Yi who is better, so why didn't you take him out of the Luo Group at that time? Lu Ye's deal with you was willingly made by him, and as a matter of reason, I can wake up from the erosion of my powers, and you are still my benefactor. He squatted down and leveled his eyes with Zheng Yao. What is it? Zheng Yao stiffly raised her head, her gaze still dull and numb. When you fell into a coma due to your illness, the Luo Group approached Lu Yi and told him that the alien activation potion, which allows people to awaken their alien abilities later in life, if successfully researched, will allow you to get rid of the coma caused by the erosion of your alien abilities. But Lu Yi is bent on going farther on the path of a shifter like the next person, and has no desire to engage in any tedious scientific research. In my case, there is no hatred. Ningfeng approached Zheng Yao, who had 10 fingers on both hands, clenched fists white, lips bloodless from hatred. To go from nothing to being among the important positions, with a yearly salary that is unimaginable to the next person. Turning his back to Zheng Yao, red light flashed under Ningfeng's eyes. He smiled sardonically for a split second, resuming his normalcy, turning to look at the other party, letting out a long breath of relief. And, what if I told you that the reason you're suffering from psychic erosion is entirely due to the Luo Group? When Ningfeng said this, he paused, while Zheng Yao, who was sitting in the same place, shivered impatiently. Maybe in the eyes of you outsiders, the Luo Group is evil and unscrupulous, but for Lu Yi and I, it's kind of a place that brings us hope. It looks like Lu Yi sacrificed himself to save you, but without the Luo Group's covert operation, the two of you would not have been separated by life and death at all. 3 steps. After saying that, he sneered and turned around to leave. Luo's group learned by chance that Lu Yi was gifted in research and put forward the idea of inviting him to join the lab, but he refused 3 times. At that time, Lu Yi was almost to the point of insanity in order to sharpen his supernatural powers, and you were subjected to supernatural influences to a degree that the human body couldn't withstand under your daily coexistence. So you shouldn't take revenge? It was also at this time that you married Lu Yi, but what you don't realize is that when it comes to research, his talent is far beyond your level. Luo Group? Zheng Yao frowned and shook her head helplessly. Song Xianyu lowered her head and thought about it, finding the key to the problem. The replacement program. I want you to help me make a large batch of alien active potion number 0. I'm in. Before Zheng Yao finished her words, Ningfeng spoke in a mysterious tone and slightly side-eyed. In the midst of her gaze, Ningfeng stood up, meaningfully. I gave so many years in the lab. And then, again, finding reasons to put you and Liu Ye all on paid vacation to create an environment of almost prolonged contact. Ningfeng stared at Zheng Yao with a deep gaze, and as he spoke, the other party's expression became increasingly ugly. How about letting this life of yours, which has been exchanged back, do something to soothe the soul of Lu Yi in the 9 springs? When all the conditions are set, the alien erosion, it happens on your body. It's also the original product of the alien active potion, but it seems that the side effects were so great and the technology was so immature that there was never a breakthrough. 2 steps. I'm joining you guys. I want the Luo clan. Blood for blood. An infant injected with it will not live past the age of 23, and an adult injected with it will live even less than a year. Revenge? Zhang Yao froze for a moment before staring intently at Ningfeng in front of her and letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Zhang Yao was incomparably sad, her entire body shaking. The program that was in charge of follow-up at that time was the Alien Active Agent 0. 1 step, and as he watched you die of erosion, I found him. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you can destroy the Luo group. Revenge. The Luo group's claim that it can cure alien erosion is a complete lie. In the eyes of the Luo group, there is no such thing as merit and bitterness. Useless people are doomed to be discarded. Old Meng had some business to attend to and left the weaving mill first. Ningfeng's tone was icy cold. I thought I could awaken you, but Lu Yi realized that the alien energy active potion No. 1, although injected in large doses, can allow people to awaken their alien abilities later in life, but at the cost, life expectancy is drastically curtailed. I'm an ordinary man. I can't do it, but you can. You brought me here. There must be something useful for me. And on your side, the experiments made no progress, and the alien active potion was never able to produce a smooth output. And for this reason, the Luo group came up with a plan. After all, there's no such thing as psychic erosion between psychics. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Thunder of the Heavens. 10,000 pounds refining the body. And, in the midst of my accidental projections, if Lu Yi were alive, neither he nor Zhang Yao would have agreed to do me a favor. After all, people aren't dead. There's no reason to take revenge on the Luo group. Framed, facing a huge person like the Luo group, holding back is their best option. So, if I want to have a large number of alien active agents 0, Lu Yi can only die. The words spoken by Ningfeng were extraordinarily cold-blooded, but on his face was an incomparably calm expression, like a machine, programmed to speak without a trace of human emotion. To reach the result of destroying the Luo group, the process must make countless cold-blooded choices. Taking advantage of each other is inherently the nature of human relationships. Don't pay much attention to that. Ningfeng glanced at Song Xianyu, who nodded and continued to follow behind him, looking towards the other party's back. Song Xianyu's icy blue eyes revealed a touch of sadness amongst them. Watch all corners for him around the weaving mill. In a 5-kilometer radius, the sun shone above one's head, casting extremely short shadows on one's feet. After exiting the weaving factory, Ningfeng brought Song Xianyu with him and began to wander around the perimeter. Ningfeng's gaze was fixed, revealing a joyful expression. Ningfeng perceived the 7-clawed beast in his left sleeve, and manipulated it with his mind. Ningfeng stopped his footsteps for a moment, and underneath his feet, while no one was aware of it, the original 30 to 40 centimeters of shadow faded a little bit, turning into densely packed dots. Together with the power of the accidental psychic ability, with the weaving factory as the center, the surrounding area spread out, completely transformed into Ningfeng's natural stage, and everything in the stage was his puppet on a string. Besides, where are you going to get that high intensity of electricity? Having moved to a new place, Ningfeng needed to make sure he knew his surroundings like the back of his hand, just in case. Luo's group right now is proceeding to reorganize the investigation team to deal with the depression of the Divine Revelation Organization, as well as preparing for the alien rally. Busy as hell. A short period of time. There is no mind to pay attention to us. According to Ningfeng's request, he fully devoted himself to the manufacturing and synthesizing of exotic active potion No. 0. At the moment, the sun was high in the sky and the sun was very hot. Old Meng was wearing those work pants and his white hair was combed meticulously. The living experimenters who were injected with alien active agent 0 all burst into flames in a very short period of time. It is only necessary to inject a high concentration of alien active potion No. 0, and within 10 minutes, stimulated by an ultra-high intensity electric current, the energy of the potion can be transformed and absorbed. At this moment, she had all but withdrawn from her pain over Lu Ye's death. Ningfeng, who was on the side, sighed helplessly. Old Meng, with the increase in my supernatural abilities, the electric shocks no longer have any way to stimulate my cellular activity, and my body's strength can only be slowly increased along with my supernatural abilities, in order for the alien rally to proceed as planned. Right now, both you and I need to freshen up and upgrade our powers. Ningfeng looked around the plant, and sincerely lamented. The energy contained in this stuff is too intense and savage for the human body to absorb in a short period of time. Ningfeng shook his head helplessly and let out a long breath of relief. Then is it just a simple use for me? 2. Ningfeng pointed his finger upwards. Slightly. Thunder in the sky. Moving here on the way. Following the route I deduced with my accidental psychic powers. Will never be noticed by anyone. This ability. Need to find a chance to test it. Wonderful use. In an instant, it dispersed in all directions, darting and flickering towards further away. Otherwise, it could totally be one of the killer apps. Ningfeng's gaze deepened as his mind sank. Old Meng's eyes were serious as he looked squarely at Ningfeng. He knew Ningfeng's behavioral patterns all too well. A shadow dot transformed into one of Ningfeng's eyes. It's a shame. This was kind of a one-time use, and that shadowy beast, after getting the sea snake killed, lost its vital signs as well. Originated from the two winged beasts of sea snake and jealousy. Brush up. The entire basement of the weaving factory was transformed into a scaled-down, streamlined version of the Luo Group's 15-story laboratory. In the battle at the Chikushin factory, the only beta ability, Thorn Armor, with combat power in the Yin beasts that I had accumulated from killing those abilities in Dragon City before. He sensed the other beta phantom in the cuff of his right hand. Pondering, the two men were disguised and deliberately blended into the crowd. When Ningfeng took another step forward, beneath his feet, there were no shadows at all. As for poisonous blood, in the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, the color of madness was extremely dense. In the midst of his gaze, Ningfeng turned his head with a faint smile, as if he were talking about something as commonplace as eating and drinking. It can be used against the enemy's physical attacks to counter-damage them exponentially. Old Meng, who was watching from the side, only felt his heart jumping and had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. As Ningfeng spoke, an extraordinarily frantic glow flowed from the bottom of his eyes. That's not how I wanted it to turn out. With Lao Meng's help, all the needed instruments and materials are available, she thought darkly in her mind. On Zhang Yao's side, it will take some time to start synthesizing the alien active potion No. 0. Together with Easy Shape, I now have a total of 3 beta-level lean beasts. What are you going to do with alien active potion number 0? A failed experiment, so to speak? Both are beta-level. Poisoned blood, shadow. Unexpectedly, the accidental abnormal ability can actually be used by dispersing out shadows. Originally the range that I'm accidentally enveloping right now is only 3 kilometers in a circle. With the shadows enhancement, it has directly expanded to 5 kilometers. Isn't that something? Ningfeng smiled mysteriously and, where? Old Meng looked left and right, puzzled. Shadow. 5 days. The most crucial is that one can employ self-mutilation after acquiring the blood of an enemy to inflict the same amount of damage on them, though it only works best against enemies of the same level. You boys don't mess around. This weaving factory, the owner behind it is Old Meng, and thanks to him, he was able to get such a big piece of land. In the city, people don't offend me. I never said I wouldn't take the initiative to offend. This distance is going to be much greater when I advance to beta medium. Then, we just need to find a reasonable way for the human body to digest the energy of the potion. Extremely quickly, in a very short period of time. You boys don't want to. Don't worry, I used accident to deduce it. Old Meng was flabbergasted. Is your kid being electrocuted out of some kind of fetish? Shadow ability quietly activated. Steeply, among the clothes on his back, it seemed that 2 clumps of things wriggled and crawled rapidly toward the left and right cuffs. According to the usage shown by the serpent of the snake, it seems that it can turn another person into a poisonous puppet that is completely manipulated by itself by implanting its own blood into the body of the other person. Old Meng's hands, which were clasping his shoulders in front of his body, all dropped at once. Alien active potion number 0. Although the energy contained is too intense to be absorbed for a short period of time and you will face death. 5 days had passed since Zhang Yao had decided to join Ningfeng's team. Those were the 2 shadowy beasts that had been summoned by Ningfeng and climbed out. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Darkness shrouds the earth. Ray. At this moment, Old Meng's eyes were wide open as he looked at Ningfeng as if he was looking at a madman who had just run out of a mental institution. You're going to use nature's lightning instead of the high-voltage electric shock of the past? Are you sick of your own life? Old Meng had a serious expression. The intensity of lightning in nature is not comparable to artificial high-voltage currents. Even if you've advanced to the beta level, when faced with the baptism of lightning, you'll be reduced to charcoal in an instant. But no matter how much Old Meng said and discouraged, Ningfeng's look never changed. His gaze was fixed, his entire being as calm as water, for the situation of certain death in his mouth. In Ningfeng's mind, he had already considered it 1,000,000 times, seeking the only chance of survival in a situation of certain death. Old Meng, you've forgotten that this is the essence of my accidental ability. Ningfeng raised his head and looked sideways at old Meng, who was looking worried. This is too messy. Drawing lightning into the body and forcibly catalyzing the absorption of exotic active potion 0 is theoretically feasible, but only if it can resist the double damage of the lightning strike and the potion on the human body. And then he turned toward the inner basement. At the moment, the test tube was running under the machine, making a centrifugal motion inside at a fast speed. Tonight at 11 o'clock, at the small green hill outside the city, the thunder continues. It's done. It's quite a waste to waste a potion that has been discarded by the Luo group. The instruments for monitoring and detonating mines have been brought along. Now, finally, it can be repurposed. Inside, there was a ring of test tubes filled with a vaguely dark liquid. Back then, when the Luo group snatched Xiao Yu's disintegration powers, wasn't it also an accident that we survived the collapsing building? The foot of Little Green Hill, at the end of the only dirt road leading to the summit. Well, you made up your mind about something, and you wouldn't listen if I tried to stop it. As for Song Xianyu, she hadn't uttered a single word since the beginning, and her gaze fell on what Ningfeng had left behind. The only remaining alien active potion number 0. Ningfeng's voice sounded at Zhang Yao's side, and the latter instantly looked sideways. Ningfeng and his group stepped down from the car. Inside the large package were various kinds of instruments and devices. Little Green Hill. In the end, 1,000 thoughts turned into a long sigh. But if you want to resort to natural thunder and lightning, has there been such weather in Dragon City in the last few days? Because of the distance from the city's Sake, on weekdays, the people come and go sparsely populated. The four sides of the mountain pass is stacked with layers of trees. The air is incomparably fresh. Located outside of Dragon City, in a territory 60 kilometers from the city center. Borrowing from you. Ningfeng smiled. Ningfeng's gaze was calm, and in Zhang Yao's astonished gaze, from the other party's hands, he took 2 more potions and placed them in his hands. And what he decides will not be swayed by the opinions of onlookers. Old Meng, the long-cherished dream of many years is just around the corner, buzzing. Now, that's what's considered ready. The sun is setting and night is falling. Zhang Yao crossed over to the other party and cast her gaze towards Old Meng and Song Xianyu, who were not far away. Just by looking at it, one subconsciously rises the thought of avoiding it in one's mind. At this moment, the night was deep. The whole mountain forest was hidden in darkness, and from afar, it only felt eerie. Are you sure you want to do this? Ningfeng's voice came quietly, and Old Meng shook his head. Old Meng, get ready, we'll leave later. The weather is changing, and man's plans are not as good as God's. Ningfeng's eyes flickered, and Old Meng frowned, wanting to say something. As I recall, the forecast wasn't even overcast. Buzz dash. With the energy of a single potion, even if a beta superior alien were to inject it, there would be more than a half chance of bursting into flames and dying. Zhang Yao excitedly went forward and opened the white instrument that was still a little hot. I didn't join you to watch you kill yourself. Zhang Yao, who was wearing a white lab coat and goggles, was staring intently at an oven-sized white instrument in front of her. Zhang Yao froze. What do you mean? Silks of glowing green mist emerged from inside the instrument. His hand holding the potion was raised and placed in front of his eyes to carefully admire it. The dark green color of the potion, even through the glass test tube, Ningfeng could clearly perceive the terrifying energy contained within. 5 xenoactive potions, and he took 4 of them at once. But it's good to use lightning. It's better than me stealing electricity from everywhere. At least it saves face. Darkness enveloped the earth, the entire city. Neon lights all over the 4 directions, glittering from the heights of the view, such as an extremely exquisite landscape artifacts. Looking at the 4 potions shining brightly in Ningfeng's hands, and then looking at the way Ningfeng didn't look like he was joking. 2 won't be enough if you use it once. Zhang Yao instantly showed joy as a glow erupted from her eyes. He's kidding me, right? In an extraordinarily ear-piercing popping sound, the white instrument, which was rotating at a high speed inside, instantly came to a halt. Zhang Yao also followed the group, looking at Ningfeng at the very front with a worried tone. Old Meng, this time success. I have confidence, during the alien rally, so that the Luo group's foundation shaken. I want to make the entire Luo's young generation of the best, all cut off. Don't get yourself killed, kid. I'm not collecting your body. Really don't think about it anymore? An extreme, insane, reckless avenger. The 2 of them had been with Ningfeng for a long time, and knew that the other party would never make such jokes about serious matters. A piercing buzz, coming from the white instrument, rose in pitch as it ran faster and faster. In the face of Zhang Yao's inquiry, Ningfeng didn't say anything more, and directly took out 2 of the 5 potions from the other party's hands. The dark green liquid, vaguely churning, looked like it was hiding an extremely terrifying energy. Alien active potion number 0. At this moment, Zhang Yao was fully concentrated. staring dead center at the instrument, even to the point of completely ignoring Ningfeng, who was walking over to her side. It's been a close call all the way through, but it hasn't been a daunting one. Placing the vehicle in place, without hesitation, he began hiking up the dirt road. Then, let Luozhan watch with his own eyes as the empire he carefully built crumbles and destroys. You're not, by any chance, going to use both at once, are you? Take out a total of 5 test tubes, each of which, the black liquid, at the moment all metamorphosed into a very dark green. However, Old Meng and Song Xianyu looked at each other and responded to Zhang Yao with silence. Using 4 of them at once, are they not dying fast enough? An extremely dangerous thought, welling up in her mind. The highest elevation, only about 1,000 meters, covers an area of 90 hectares and is considered the highest point within the entire Dragon City. Ningfeng smiled mysteriously. 5 doses in total, all successfully synthesized. With the strength of your beta's inferior psychic abilities, even if you only inject half of it at a time, the chances of survival are no more than 5%. How can you use it all at once? Press the question that has been suppressed in your mind for a long time. The colors are beautiful. Come on. You're tired of playing with high voltage electricity, and you're coming back with lightning strikes. People don't know that. They think you're a lightning shifter. End of chapter. Chapter 128, with thunder. Shatter the darkness. It's just doing enough thinking to make the decision at hand. Ningfeng's voice came from the front, his head not turning back. Not long after, the group had reached the top of the mountain. The night was deep, and the long sky was covered with layers of clouds, black and pressurized, as if the sky was about to collapse. The wind is picking up. At the top of Little Green Mountain, in an open area, Ningfeng put down the backpack on his shoulder and raised his hand, feeling the breeze that gradually surged up around him. The wind was slightly cooler and there was a dampness in the air. Old Meng, start setting up. Ningfeng glanced at the time on his right wristwatch. The time points to 10:41 and 12 seconds p.m. Old Meng's teeth were clenched in a single word. Old Meng's gaze, on the other hand, remained fixed on the metal box held in his hands. Yellow electric light cut through the dark sky, but he was stopped by Old Meng. Don't go. This level, only Ningfeng himself can pass. At this moment, his entire body was like a crab with its limbs removed, staying quiet inside a cage surrounded by metal rods. Song Xianyu couldn't hide the panic and worry under her eyes, but in the next instant, she felt Old Meng's hands, which were stopping her, were vaguely trembling. I'll start then, doing it all. Old Meng raised his head and looked ahead at Ningfeng, who was about to become one with the darkness. Old Meng and Song Xianyu, the 3 of them, retreated together until they were 70 to 80 meters away from Ningfeng, and only then did they stop. 13 metal rods, with Ningfeng at the center and a radius of 1 meter, constructed a circular circle, all around where Ningfeng was. 13 metal rods, all moving differently in unison. The third route, the second one. There's no way we can help you even 1 iota after the lightning attraction begins. Life, or death, success or failure, is in your own hands. Old Meng lifted his head. The bottom of his eyes is the worry that cannot be dispersed, like the older generation, cannot let go of the children who risked their lives. Zip, zip, zip. Is this where the lightning is drawn? A thunderous roar, deep in the cumulonimbus clouds high in the sky, suddenly rang out. You'll smell the charred odor of your own flesh being burned, and you'll see holes of varying sizes in your skin that have been pierced by the electric current. There's a picture-perfect stance. This thing monitors the amount of dense charge in the clouds, and when the amount of charge in the cumulonimbus clouds exceeds a certain value, the instrument, as it is now, begins to alarm. Time, it's coming. Fourth route, and at this point, even the young beast behind him was filled with thick black smoke. Ningfeng, DDT. It was a momentary, spasmodic tingling through the entire body, followed by a numbness that stiffened the entire person. Aha! After the first beam of thunder, it didn't stop moving until the metal rod was 20 centimeters into the ground. From the heights, it fell with a bang, ka-ching, and, with each new circle that was generated, the previous circle of arcs floated half a meter towards the sky above. At the tip, a little arc of electricity erupted, and in an instant, the arcs were connected to each other. Click! Tilting his head, his scarlet eyes were like unquenchable fires in the darkness of the night. Without the slightest hesitation, as much as possible, injected into the neck veins, the unmistakable bright yellow highlights shimmered through the cumulonimbus clouds. Understood. Old Meng stopped asking more questions and opened his other backpack, which was densely packed with more than a dozen half-meter-long metal rods, each only as thick as a chopstick. Old Meng glanced at the spot where Ningfeng was standing. What about lightning strikes? Thunder crashed to the ground like a rope pulling heaven and earth. Ningfeng couldn't describe it, nor did he have the heart to think about it. It was followed by mechanical hands. Good. Old Meng answered in agreement, and his body was bathed in thunder light, and the only remaining sliver of weak consciousness in his brain had long since failed to perceive a single bit of his body. At this moment, Ningfeng took the clothes on his body and threw them to the ground far away. The sound of mechanical joints falling off came over him. 13th root. His limbs were severed, and what remained of his torso, all of his veins, were penetrated by the glowing green color. The trees surrounding the top of Little Green Hill, their branches and leaves clattering in the gusty wind. A sound like a heart monitor alarm continued to come from the metal box. Ray, it's time to fall. Ningfeng, the densely packed antennae on it, from being quiet and silent just now, began to gradually and involuntarily swing from side to side. The dark green color is filled with danger. What does it feel like to be electrocuted? Face, head, as long as there are blood vessels, are spread by fluorine green. The whole person as if the body tattooed with dense lines of tattoos. Hideous and horrible. The surface of the skin, under the penetration of the lightning, was instantly scorched black and the flesh and blood carbonized. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed as he maneuvered his mechanical tentacles, picking up 2 altered activity potions from the ground at his side. Ningfeng at this time, the light flowing under his eyes turned, and he smiled and laughed lightly. Definitely, after many years together, it's better to be more than a family friend. Believe in Ningfeng. Miracles, they always happen by accident. Old Meng held this pile of metal sticks and walked over to Ningfeng, and at a distance of about a meter from his feet, he stabbed the first metal stick into the ground. Time, pointing to 11 p.m. From several backpacks, rummage out a large pile of instrument parts. 3 times, assembled and assembled into a metal box. The surface of the box, densely inserted with a variety of antennas. The legs, made of alloy, were removed as much as possible, forming a circle constructed of electric arcs. And then, in less than a second, circular arcs of electricity, self-replicating. 1 life, 2 lives, 2 lives, 4 lives, 4 lives, 8 lives. Looking closer and more closely, each one was extremely well constructed, and the components inside were made up of components that were incredibly complex. Ningfeng, who no longer had a human form, like a ball of charcoal, collapsed noiselessly at the top of Little Green Mountain. The air was damp and thick. Boom! When the time came to 11 hours 1 minute and 19 seconds, shedding Ningfeng, 2 arms and 2 legs, they were planted together on the far flat ground by the mechanical tentacles of the young beast behind him, layer by layer, stacked upwards. What about the feeling of a lightning strike? Between breaths, a glow-green halo, visible to the naked eye, began to spread towards the entire body along Ningfeng's neck veins. Hundreds of circular arcs of electricity spread from the top of Little Green Mountain high into the sky. Rumble. Not far away. Song Xianyu instantly got up, instinctively wanting to step forward, and thunder, in the clouds overhead, boomed, approaching, accompanied by earth-shattering thunder, a blinding bolt of lightning, arcing along the channel created by the 13 metal rods. In mid-air, the wind was howling. Looking down, Old Meng, who was staring deathly at where Ningfeng was, had, on his face, 1,000 expressions of intolerance. The latter nodded. Right where I'm standing now. Hold on. Don't die. The uncontrollable hiss of agony, along with the sound of thunder, echoed across the top of Little Green Mountain. It was as if an arc channel linking heaven and earth was guiding something, and Ningfeng's contact. Ningfeng's glowing green spreading body was, in an instant, flooded by this thunder. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Living to the Death. Ningfeng, when the first thunderbolt, from the dense cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, fell, in an instant, Ningfeng was shrouded in lightning, transformed into a ball of charcoal. Even the ground at the top of the mountain below him was dark at the moment, with not an inch of grass growing, and the high temperature of the raging thunder had caused the dirt and gravel to even glass over. The black smoke is thick and the heat spreads. Ningfeng, Song Xianyu, who had retreated a few dozen meters away, saw Ningfeng fall motionless to the ground, and for a moment, she cried out miserably, looking about to use her ice harnessing ability to rush over. Don't go! Old Meng put down the lightning detection instrument in his hand and did his best to stop Sang Xianyu, who wanted to go over. Trust him. You have to trust him. No matter what happens, trust him. He's going to, in one fell swoop, evolve to Beta Superior. As the lightning strikes continued, crack after crack surfaced on the surface of Ningfeng's body. That Song Xianyu at that time was powerless in the face of those investigators who wanted to bully her. But he, at this moment, Zhang Yao was dumbfounded when she felt the powerful fluctuations spreading out from Ningfeng's body. Such a violent reaction. I've never seen it before. Such a climb in the strength of the powers. far beyond the same level. This is evolution. Ning Feng, all of them were her saviors. Hearing Zhang Yao's shout, Song Xianyu and Old Meng abruptly cast their eyes over. In Song Xianyu's mind, Ning Feng was her only dependence on the world. He could feel the energy of the two potions, like a lava, searing his entire body at a rapid pace. Even his soul. How is this possible? Thunder lightning, which was much smaller compared to Feng, flickered along the arc-shaped channel constructed by the 13 metal rods, striking Ning Feng's charred body. There is no impossibility under the accidental ability. 11 hours 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Under the repair of the alien active potion, your internal organs, blood vessels, muscles, and skin began to repair themselves at an extremely fast rate, and the intensity, more than ever before. Look, the 13 metal rods that surrounded Ning Feng's body were currently emitting a buzzing sound of electric current. Everything that belonged to Ning Feng was about to explode. Buzz off. Ning Feng is going to evolve again. The same color as the alien active potion number 0 he had injected. A glowing green light enveloped his entire body. In the world, there's actually someone who can make an acquired alien ability breakthrough in evolution? This is simply crazy. Wait, you guys look, it was Ning Feng, like a god, who suddenly appeared. The tightly closed eyelids, all of a sudden, opened, and in the scarlet eyes, there was a flash of fluorescent green luster, like a ghost fire. 11 hours 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Your psychic ability, as a whole, has evolved. One day is beta inferior. Even if one injects 1,000 and 10,000 alien active potions, the body has no way to absorb the breakthrough. In the astonished eyes of the three old men, fiercely, towards the neck, which had not yet fully healed, he fiercely stabbed in. Evolved? Take her along to take revenge on the Lows. He is growing up with his brother, and because of the poisonous hand of the Luo group, he lost his only family. Experimenting for Luo's group, she had come into contact with too many living aliens, and the manifestation of climbing alien strength could not be better understood. Phew. Zhang Yao, who was traveling along with him, had a complicated face at this time. Accident has finally arrived. Beta. Medium. I can't wait to get up there and study it with all kinds of instruments. Zhang Yao instantly got up and exclaimed in shock, his current body, evolution has not been completely stabilized. Incomparably fragile. This time to inject 2 potions again. 1 minute. No. 30 seconds. He will blow up like a balloon. In the middle of the slit, there was an extremely dense glow-green halo bursting forth. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. Revealing the bottom, enveloped by a green halo, was at a speed visible to the naked eye, speedily repairing the remnants of the body. 11 hours 3 minutes and 27 seconds. The energy of alien active potion number 0 spreads to your spinal cord and brain, and the lightning prompts the alien active potion to merge with the source of the alien energy contained in the brain's spinal fluid. Didn't the evolution already work? Song Xianyu's clenched hand, nails embedded in flesh and blood, a reflective red, also slowly loosened at this time. The violent bombardment caused his body to tremble miserably. When the time came to 11 hours 3 minutes and 32 seconds, the charred black skin on the surface of Ning Feng's entire body crumbled apart with a crunch. In Ning Feng's eyes, determination was unparalleled as he maneuvered the mechanical tentacles behind him, and with great difficulty, fetched the other 2 exotic active potions from the side. Almost at the same time as the other 2 exotic active potion zeros were injected into the body, an intense pain spread from the inside out, nearly destroying Ning Feng's mental defenses. Beta medium, just the beginning. 11 hours 3 minutes and 14 seconds. In the midst of the first thunderbolt that was drawn down, your skin, muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs were reduced to charcoal in a split second, and the physical strength of a beta-level alien allowed you to retain the last vestiges of your consciousness. Rumble. In the short time that Song Xianyu couldn't even react, he killed everyone and saved her, whether it was out of selfishness or whatever. 11 hours 3 minutes and 22 seconds. 2 alien active potion zeros in your body. Riotous energy, transformed into a source of healing to repair your body. 11 hours 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The alien active agent 0, injected in advance through a blood vessel in your neck. The intense energy capable of causing you to burst into flames in less than a minute, began to function on its own. Stimulated by the lightning, a circular arc of electricity began to continue climbing upwards. He clearly perceived the strength of the alien energy in his body. But this is not enough. Tears lingered in Song Xianyu's icy blue eyes, and her entire heart clenched. Old Mang let out a long sigh of relief, seeing that Ning Feng had successfully broken through. The large stone in his heart finally landed. Click, click, click. Suddenly, in Zhang Yao's line of sight, she found that Ning Feng, who had long since turned into a charred body at the top of Little Green Mountain, was surfacing with a crack on its surface. He's crazy. Not to mention, helping her evolve, harness ice, to beta level. A heavy breathing sound, accompanied by a mouthful of turbid air, exhaled from Ningfeng's mouth. Old Meng's brow was furrowed, his body was cold, and his voice trembled as he spoke. She had witnessed the lightning-bathed Ningfeng with her own eyes, and had seen that a person could, in fact, be mad to such an extent. Luo's group, in order to research and develop the alien active potion, have done alien-human experiments, not to mention hundreds of times, but the final result is that the alien active potion can only enhance the strength of the person at the current level, can never evolve to the next level. Zheng Yao, at this moment, transformed into a scientific research maniac, staring at Ningfeng in the distance as if she had seen a sparkling perfect test subject. End of chapter. Chapter 134. In matter. Breeding. At this moment, the body that hadn't been completely repaired, under the glowing green light emanating from the surface, even more dense blood qi filled the air. Ningfeng's body. It was going to explode. At 11 hours 4 minutes and 3 seconds, Ningfeng's body began to crumble into densely packed crevices, deep enough to be seen through the bone. At 11 hours 4 minutes and 5 seconds, Ningfeng's body began to expand from the inside out, like a balloon about to explode. At 11 hours 4 minutes and 6 seconds, Ningfeng's body lost its proper form as a living person, and even the mechanical yang beast behind him was wailing on the verge of death. When the time came the next second after this, boom! The incomparably thick bright yellow thunderbolt, from the 9 heavens above, crashed to the ground. The intense bright light almost made the entire top of the little green mountain dazzling and impossible to see. For a time, even dozens of kilometers away from the downtown area of Dragon City, countless people who had not yet gone to sleep pushed open their doors and windows, and stationed themselves in the streets to clearly see the thunder that seemed to run through heaven and earth, mechanical combined in a human body. The running sound is extraordinarily recognizable. The young beasts that had nearly died in the lightning light just now, at this moment, had their fighting spirit rekindled as Ningfeng restored their vitality, and there seems to be a tendency to take steps toward higher levels. The whole night, too, thus became infinitely blue-black, as if it had been underlined by fountain pen ink. Against the wind at the top of the hill, against the pelting rain, feeling the blackness of the sky that, Ningfeng had 10 fingers in both hands, slowly moving them, his mechanical joints rubbing together. Scarlet eyes, like the blood moon on a dark night, were hideous and crazy, when another thunderbolt, jumping through the clouds, dazzled the top of Little Green Mountain. Progress of alien power, 0/100. Whoosh! Ningfeng's body, glowing green, ethereal blue, 2 types of light, burst forth, dazzling to a degree that even surpassed lightning. Alien power, accidental propulsion after accidental expansion evolution. Buzz! Along the 8 tentacles of the yang beast's elongated arms, they spread down, each one moving with a joyous motion that seemed to be enjoying the rainy night air. Ha 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 ha, something other than humans, can even have psychic powers? Area of influence of supernormal ability, 10 kilometers in a radius centered on oneself. Before and after a period of 75 days, Ningfeng turned his head slightly, and behind him, the yang beast was hissing vigorously, seemingly venting its fire from being baptized by thunder. Behind Ningfeng, 8 tentacles plunged deep into the ground at the top of Little Green Mountain, his entire body hanging in midair, densely packed with beasts, crawling up and down along the tentacles behind him. Roar! Today is the beginning memorial of Luo's collapse. 8 mechanical tentacles stretched out violently behind Ningfeng, each one of them spread out to a length of more than 10 meters. He had thought that this was a special attribute that belonged exclusively to young beasts, but as a result, by breeding beasts through the body of an alien and inheriting the other party's alien energy, this power, too, belonged to alien energy. The strength of this lightning is more than 10 times that of the one just now. The whole, like a god, was covered in an ethereal blue luster. At this time, he could clearly feel the power that was contained within his body, which was close to being unable to suppress the eruption. The thunder that landed in the 9 heavens instantly disappeared. The branches and leaves of the trees in all directions were bent and broken amidst the airwaves, and the entire ground of the mountaintop, where the weeds were rooted, was almost scraped off a layer of skin by the airwaves. Rumble! The fierce roar of the beast echoed across the top of Little Green Mountain, seeming to drown out the thunderous roar in the cumulonimbus clouds above. Thunder is damaging. Potions are repairing. Kara kara. A long-held beastly roar came from behind him. A not-so-small curtain of rain enveloped the 4 directions of the small green mountain, toward death and breakage. Suddenly, Ningfeng noticed that at the very bottom of the panel, there seemed to be a few more lines than last time. Foreign object, Yang Beast, Subsidiary Beasts, 94, Beta Inferior 3, Gamma level 91. The fusion of powers has created a special mutation in the ice harness. The glowing green alien active potion was transformed into his own energy as much as it could be, but inside the body, that storming alien active potion, stimulated by the thunder, changed its goal, from destroying the body, to repairing and fusing it in an instant. Ningfeng, progress of alien power, 0 out of 100. Alien power level, beta upper. It was as if, in the sky, something, using thunder as a channel, had descended to earth. Ningfeng's laughter fell amidst the curtain of rain. Luo Zhan, wait for me. Not only did the accidental ability undergo an evolution, but even the harness ice obtained from Song Xianyu also broke through to the beta level along with it. Kara, only to see that Ningfeng's body, at this point, was suspended in midair, several meters off the ground. In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, there was a flash of light. Buzz, beta lower, a leap to beta upper, accidentally, came to beta, etc. For the first time, he remembered the Luo group that was coiled like a giant snake in Dragon City, and the last trace of worry in his heart dispersed completely. Alien power level, beta lower, old Meng and the others, with their hands in front of their eyes, looked hard ahead. The arcs of electricity that remained on the surface of his body were pulsing continuously, and Ningfeng's damaged body was gradually recovering as before at this moment. Rumble, phew, click, zera. Psychic ability, reproduction. In the open hideous mouth, dancing beasts began to emerge from it and crawled out. Buzz. On the surface of the ground that Ningfeng's tentacles touched, layers of frost were rapidly spreading in all directions. At 11 hours 4 minutes and 10 seconds, amidst the thunderous light, Ningfeng opened his eyes. With this kind of intensity, even if one is infinitely close to an alpha-level enhanced alien, their physical strength simply won't be able to resist for more than a second. For the first time, he felt that the gloom of hatred that had enveloped his heart dispersed a little. The waves of chi rolled out, enveloping from Ningfeng's body towards the entire top of Little Green Mountain. Brush it off. Alien power level, beta, upper. This young beast, biomechanical, possesses abilities that are actually those belonging to an alien? Old Meng stared at the testing instrument in his hand, the crazy twisted antennae on it and the jumping values, all of which were stimulating his nerves. At this moment, Ningfeng was like a devil. Thunder and lightning filled the clouds in the rainy night sky. Reproduction. This power is so bizarre. At this moment, Ningfeng's main body possessed two powerful beta-level psychic abilities at the same time. Fixing his eyes, he narrowed them slightly. Progress of alien power, 0/100. This is the beta superior. Psychic ability, ice mastery, complete. Buzz. In this moment, he was hovering and wandering on the edge of life and death. Wow. At the top of Little Green Mountain, amidst the thunder and lightning that bathed it, Ningfeng's body, scorched by the thunder, was going to be reduced to flying ash in the blink of an eye. The mechanical limbs that had been removed by Ningfeng on the ground in all directions were instantly picked up and returned to Ningfeng's body under the grasp of the mechanical tentacles. Ningfeng endless strong winds, centered on him, spread in all directions. Roar! The long-lost data panel surfaced in front of Ningfeng. The 13 surrounding metal rods underneath them were violently lifted off the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 131, A Nest of Pigs and Dogs, a Flock of Livestock. When the month was coming to an end, the last 2 days of the month, the entire Dragon City was bustling with a somewhat unusual level of activity. As far as the eye can see, almost all the time, the streets are jammed with traffic. There were countless pedestrians coming and going with foreign accents. As if in one day the whole Dragon City had become the country's liveliest tourist destination. When it comes to this time of year, Dragon City is packed. After all, it's such a grand event as the Alien Rally, once every 10 years, and there are tourists from all over the country, who come here in order to see what's going on. Luo Group, as the organizer, doesn't know how much it has earned from this rally. That said, this session of the championship roster always feels some dissent. Luo Group this time is not peaceful. Cooperation of the 7 sins of the death of the retired. The attendance quota cannot get enough is still unknown. Beta-level aliens can't just be recruited on a temporary basis. In Dragon City, countless people were talking, and as the organizer of this exalted rally, Luo's group at this time, up and down, the atmosphere was extraordinarily agitated. Inside the towering headquarters building, inside and outside the conference room on the topmost floor. In the past, usually, not too many people would gather. At this moment, however, it is almost shoulder to shoulder. On both sides of the corridor, around the conference room, are full of people standing silhouettes. Looking around, most of them were young in appearance, and the oldest, not more than 30. There were men and women, talking and laughing. The body was well dressed and imposing. From the atmosphere of these people's conversations, it can be judged that almost all the people present are familiar with each other. And no more, they also know each other. Luo clan group was established by the Luo clan, and all the people present were young sons and daughters of the Luo clan origin, main lineage, and side branches. Without exception, all of them were Gamma or higher aliens. This time, the clan has not reacted too much. It's just a gathering. Do you need to call all the younger generation back? I'm having a good time here in the field. I had to make this mess. Can you not be anxious? Originally, in the past alien rallies, more than half of the attendance slots on the group's side were rushed by the 7 deadly sins as outside help, and there was never a defeat. But in this segment, the 7 sins are dead or injured, and the only one left who can actually attend the rally is Pride. So it's simply not realistic to temporarily go and recruit beta level outside help. There aren't enough spots, so we can only let the younger generation in the family fill them up. Beta level wants to compete, and the rest, to bolster the momentum. After all, the group has not been too stable in Dragon City lately. Is this going to work? I know that on the main vein side of the clan, there are quite a few standouts, but the 7 sins have been entrenched in Dragon City for many years, so they simply can't compare, right? TSK, you're also too insular. Others aside, Luo Qing of the main vein, although the strength of his powers is only beta upper, but that was tempered for many years by Alpha's old monster. I've heard that once. He even broke the rules to fight an alpha-level opponent without being hurt in the slightest. It's too exaggerated. Alpha-level people, single take out just one, are able to possess the existence of destroying a large city. Luo Qing, surprisingly no less? Amidst the murmuring voices of the many Luo clan's children, the entire Luo clan group, inside and outside the top floor, was a hubbub. Suddenly, the crowd, which had been clamoring just a moment ago, became eerily quiet. Everyone, unanimously, stopped their kanji and looked in unison in the direction of the end of the corridor. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps, crisp and calm. A group of 5 people, talking and laughing, came slowly from the end of the corridor. Unlike all of the Luo clan's children present, these 5 people who had arrived late were wearing uniform attire, white robes, immaculate and spotless. The only embellishment is the different numbers on the back of each person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Neatly sequenced. I wonder what it symbolizes. And among them, behind the robes, black and gold silk lines engraved with the word 1. Walking in the front of the 5 people, the remaining several people, either with or without, do not dare to exceed his steps. Look between the gaze, but also with a trace of awe. Within the Luo clan, the main lineage is next to the main lineage, and it is about bloodline rank. And among the main veins, the levels are even more distinct and impenetrable. Under the age of 30, the top 5 people of the younger generation who were the strongest and most favored by the family, will be given a numerical name. From high to low, it represents the most powerful living force of the Luo group, each one, at beta level, and Luo Qing's codename is 1, and was claimed by Luo's group that in the entire Dragon City, among the beta exalts under the age of 30, there is no one who can be defeated if the alpha does not come out. Gee, that's a great delivery to my end this month, and I hear next month is even better. My favorite one in this month's shipment is the one where the husband owes money and is on his knees in front of me begging for forgiveness, saying something like, give him 2 more months and he'll make it up. I proposed that as long as he sold his wife, the debt that he owed can be written off. At that time his expression, you are not aware of, it was called a good look. At first he didn't agree, but in the end he still obediently complied. What happened? You really waived the money? How is that possible? That's the group's money. I wouldn't dare. The people are as they are, and the money is as they are. Ah ha ha ha, you boys are so good at this. What about you? From what I hear from your handlers, you haven't been in the best of tempers lately. Harm, don't mention it. There's a dead old man who's been paying it back for 2 or 3 years, and it's coming and going, and I can't make up the fraction of the interest, and I'm just not having the patience for it. Went to the door to ask for it, and guess what the old guy said? He said the interest rate I was asking for was too high and told me to lower it a bit, and said something about going to court against me if I threatened him. Simply let a person laugh off the teeth. I went to the door, happened to bump into him when the teacher's daughter went home. I see good looking, then weighed the pros and cons, told the old man, you can take his daughter to offset the debt. The interest I don't need him to pay back the principal on the line. How much mercy is this? He disagreed and pushed and shoved with me. I was not paying attention and slapped him against the wall. Who knew it was so unforgiving that he would die at once, caused me to have to pay out of my own pocket to make up what he owed. Bad luck. What about his daughter? Got tired of playing with it and sold it at a high price. It's a gamma shifter yet. Sold it for a good price. Behind Luo Cheng, the four of them were talking to each other, whispering and laughing lightly, their faces overflowing with an extremely sinister and vicious look. The evils that come out of their mouths are like jokes to pass the time after tea. It just sends shivers down your spine to hear it. Okay. Luo Cheng's footsteps stopped with a dull chortle, and for a moment, it wasn't just the remaining four people in white robes behind them, including the entire top floor of the building. All of Luo's children. All of them were silenced. What you do in your area of responsibility is nobody's business. But back in Dragon City, the family summoned us back for more than just the alien rally. Big things come first, and if anyone messes around and gets into trouble during this time, don't blame me for coming down hard. End of chapter. Chapter 132, The Bear Child Who Fools with His Life. The urban darkness that goes unpunished. For a while, the remaining four people behind Luo Cheng tightly closed their mouths, nodded their heads repeatedly, and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, in the center of Longqing City, the congested road, the same section of the route of the bus, before and after the pile of several, showing that this section of the road congestion for a long time. Tick-tock, the elongated sound of car horns, from front to back, rose and fell in a continuous stream. The crowded, parked traffic, looking forward, snakes and fills the air, and you can't see the end of it at a glance. It's been stuck in traffic for 2 hours and it's still not moving. I should have known not to go out. I thought the weather was nice. This section of Dragon City is too crowded. It's better to stay at home. It's inconvenient to come out for anything. Amidst the congested traffic, a bus with the front labeled, Bus 136, with an overall red split brush, stood out. Inside the car, the crowd is packed, the seats are full, and the passengers standing in the aisles holding the handrails are just as numerous. Bang, bang, bang. Every now and then there was an unmistakable muffled sound in the crowded compartment. It was the sound of movement coming from sneakers kicking against the seat back. Bang, bang, bang. Rhythmic, and increasingly loud. Kicks came between the seats. Can you stop kicking? Can't you see there's someone sitting in front of you? Will you mind the kids? The woman's insufferable chiding came from a young woman with a pregnant belly, turning her head angrily and staring fiercely at a figure sitting in the back, dressed in a sweatshirt and suspenders and jeans. A boy with an extraordinarily arrogant and smug expression was constantly kicking the backrest of the pregnant woman's seat as hard as he could with his foot whistle sneakers, one after the other, with a giggle in her mouth. It's full of provocation. What are you screaming about? Can you talk properly? How old are you and how old are the kids? Can you kick it twice to lose a piece of meat or what? The old lady, who looked like the child's elder, immediately became angry, pointed at the pregnant woman's face, and opened her mouth. I'm carrying a baby here. Don't you parents care about your children? This is a public place, not your own home. The pregnant woman gasped and raised her tone a bit more. However, this undoubtedly enraged the old lady who was protecting her child, and the whole thing got up directly from the seat, and broke out in, "You're carrying a child, and we're not children here? It's not even certain if you can give birth to it. Can you compare it to this big grandchild of mine? And kick you. Just kick you what you can," the old woman said while directly kicking her foot hard twice towards the seat back of the pregnant woman. The force was so great that the pregnant woman stumbled and almost fell off the seat. "You're not in your right mind." The pregnant woman was so shocked that she covered her stomach and got up from her seat, and had to fight with the old woman about what was right and what was wrong. "He is a child. Are you an adult? He doesn't know any better. And you don't know any better even after living for 50 or 60 years? If you have children you can't teach. Someone else will teach them when they grow up. What kind of bull are you putting out?" The old lady was furious, her whole face livid, and the little boy sitting on the side, at this moment, saw the pregnant woman leave her seat, and stopped kicking the seat, but got up from his seat. Extremely coincidentally, his left foot stepped on his right foot, and his foot stumbled, and his whole body, towards the belly of the pregnant woman in front of him, slammed over at once. Ugh! A seemingly unexpected gasp escaped the boy's lips. Immediately afterward, the pregnant woman covered her stomach and collapsed to the ground in agony in the crowded carriage. "Ah! My stomach! My stomach!" The onlookers, unmoved, let the pregnant woman writhe in agony in the carriage. The driver just craned his head, glanced at the situation through the car's monitor, and continued to slump impatiently over the steering wheel, honking his horn and siren over and over again. "Auntie, why don't you get up?" The little boy at the moment came to the pregnant woman who was paralyzed on the ground, still using the whistle sneakers, uninterruptedly going to kick the other side of the waist side of the position. "Auntie, does it hurt that much?" Bang, bang, bang. I don't know how long it took for the congested city streets to finally clear up, Under the main building of Luo Group's headquarters, two figures stopped and looked up. My lord, the Shua dog and Sea Snake died inexplicably one after another. And the organization sent you alone. Isn't that a bit of a big deal? Some old voice came out, fixed his eyes. The person who opened the mouth, stooped, old face, like the roadside crossing the crosswalk need to be assisted by the old lady. We've only just arrived in Dragon City and we're making a mess. Your fetish is a bit too strange. My lord, what's so great about those ordinary people? It's not worth it if it leads to unnecessary trouble. Goji, it's just a small Dragon City, with most of the 7 sins dead, and only that, pride, is worth caring about a bit, but at the end of the day, it's a guy who can't get it up. Another voice came from another, a childish voice that seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. As for the mess, what do you know? Killing between aliens is too straightforward, it's the conflict between ordinary people that's more dramatic. Don't you think it was rather amusing, the way that pregnant woman looked just now, when she was being pulled away by the ambulance? Sweatshirt, slingback denim, whistle sneakers. No different than the boy who looked like the one who kicked a pregnant woman's seat on the bus. Only the face, at the moment, was filled with a hideousness and ferocity that did not belong to this age. An ordinary person. Not to mention that he didn't die. Even if he did, what kind of trouble could he be in? Dragon City. This Thai place. Anyone who can meddle in my head is purely looking for death. Divine Revelation Organization. 12 earthly branches. Second in line. Ugly ox. Age, unknown. Psychic ability, unknown. Grade, beta upper. Even among the Divine Enlightenment Organization, where all sorts of perverts gathered. Within the 12 earthly branches, his infamy was far overshadowed by the others. A bizarre fetish, using other people's lives as playthings, staining his hands with the lives of an unknown number of innocent people. And with the upcoming opening of the alien rally, more and more alien energy, converging on Dragon City, the wind is rising. It was night, 8 o'clock in the evening. Teldon headquarters, underground parking lot. All kinds of luxury cars eat dust generally parked in all directions. Even if the night is deep, the entire underground parking lot is also lighted as bright as day. At 20 hours 2 minutes and 4 seconds in the evening, Ningfeng and Song Xianyu, who had made adequate disguises, walked to the underground parking lot, in front of the docking elevator in the most central area. While Song Xianyu stood guard, Ningfeng took out his cell phone and, following the accidental message that had long since been deduced, dialed the phone number that he had never dialed and never remembered. Tu Dolu. 3 phone beeps in quick succession rang from inside, and then the call connected. However, no one answered the phone when it was answered. And Ningfeng, glancing at the wristwatch in his right hand, the second hand continued to move at a lick. When the time came to 20 hours 2 minutes and 23 seconds, his eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his hand, his voice icy as he stared straight at the elevator in front of him. Rushing to the other end of the phone. For this altered energy gathering, the attendance list of your Teldon Corporation was mixed with undercover agents sent by the Luo Group. This time, not only will you all lose, you will even bring Tai Shield with you. And it will collapse in one day. The words fell. The breathing on the other end of the line. Sharp, no longer calm. Who are you? The woman's voice came, a voice that seemed to have been heard somewhere before. The person it belongs to seems to be called Shinijuan. End of chapter. Chapter 133, God's Perspective. A look across time and space. Who are you? Late at night. Shinijuan on the other end of the phone. Cold voice with a trace of surprised skepticism. And inside the underground parking lot of Taidun, Ningfeng and Song Xianyu stood fixed in front of the elevator door. He didn't respond first. Instead, he waited quietly based on the information that, in his mind, accident kept deducing. He doesn't need to respond. He doesn't need to speak. He doesn't need to make a move. After keeping it like this for 5 seconds, Shinijuan at the other end of the phone, after a short and complicated mental consideration, will offer to invite him to meet up. Tada, tada, tada. The inaudible sound of the second hand of a wristwatch is, for the moment, the only sound in the stillness of time and space, as the sound of 5 seconds moving swept by. On the other end of the phone, Shinijuan took a deep breath and spoke with a straight face. Whoever you are and wherever you are, I'll send someone to fetch you. Before Shinijuan could say a second sentence, Ningfeng looked at the closed elevator door in front of him and calmly said, "Don't bother. I'm in the second basement parking garage of the Teldon building, waiting in front of the elevator doors in the central area. Just call the elevator for me." At these words, a long silence settled on the other end of the line. As for Ningfeng at this moment, the accidental psychic ability enveloped the entirety of the Taidun Corporation building up and down. Almost instantly, in his mind, a piece of information that was constantly changing appeared. After hearing your reply, Shin Ijuan muted the phone and had her secretary pull up the surveillance video from the underground parking lot. Shin Ijuan quickly accessed the CCTV footage and found you standing in the central area, holding the phone at the elevator entrance. Shin Ijuan spent 3 seconds comparing your likeness to the database of aliens obtained from Tai Shield, but found nothing. The entire underground parking lot was empty and no one was walking. Ningfeng had a faint smile on his face after seeing a message in his mind. Then, turning his head sideways and gazing at some camera hanging upside down from the top of the parking lot, not too far away, a light wave of the hand. If the monitor has seen enough, you can invite me up. As soon as Ningfeng's words fell, all of a sudden, on the other end of the phone, once again came Shin Ijuan's voice. There was a briefly contained shock in the voice. Welcome, ding. In the next instant, in front of Ningfeng, the elevator doors opened in response. Without the slightest hesitation, he and Song Xianyu successively stepped into the elevator. Following the self-running elevator, it climbed rapidly towards the top floor of the Teldon building. As the accidental ability enveloped the surrounding environment, Ningfeng was able to perceive everything that was happening within the area enveloped by all of the abilities. This may seem like a bit of a departure from the accidental category of, but with an example, it's not hard to understand. Ningfeng was in the underground parking lot, while Shin Ijuan was on the top floor of the building. The two were separated by dozens of layers of cement concrete, and Ningfeng relied on his eyesight and hearing, so he definitely couldn't see or hear everything that was happening to Shin Ijuan. Then, Shin Ijuan's every move, for Ningfeng, is certainly unexpected and not in the established grasp. From this, that accidental perception takes it all in, all of it. Moreover, Ningfeng has a clear perception that as his accidental ability continues to improve, the scope of information that is taken under the banner of accidental perception is getting wider and wider and more. It's as if, when the accidental ability is raised to a certain level, he will unfold the god's perspective, and all things in the world will be in his eyes. Buzz off. Inside the elevator room, the sound of the upward movement echoed from the elevator shaft. Feel the sensation of body overweight brought about by the rapid ascent. Ningfeng's gaze gathered on the ever-changing digital screen of floor prompts. 10, 15, 20. When the floor came to the 36th floor, the feeling of being overweight was replaced by weightlessness. The humming sound of the elevator running subsided violently. Ding! There was a crunch and the elevator doors opened. The time, at this point, came to 20:03 and 56 seconds p.m. The rapidly widening gap in the elevator door welcomed a wave of the rich light from outside the elevator room into it. In front of Ningfeng, outside the elevator door, a young woman waiting in advance, dressed in professional OL attire, quickly bowed, her tone in Ning. This way please, the two of you. Mr. Shin is waiting for you in the private conference room. She straightened up and spread her hands, leading the two of them out of the elevator with Ningfeng. Ningfeng, on the other hand, sensed everything around him the moment he stepped out of the elevator. As the largest Xenos company within Dragon City, apart from Luo's group, Tai Shield had contracted Xenos under its command, which was comparable to Luo's group. Even the energies of Taidun, in some ways, are a little more powerful than Law's, and as Taidun now in charge, the early 20s of age, able to deter below so many eyeing the senior, its means, ability, can be seen, outside the elevator room. The corridor leading to the inside was densely packed on both sides, filled with a host of bodyguards in black suits. Everyone's level of psychic ability is at the Gamma level. Moreover, through his psychic abilities, Ningfeng also sensed that a significant portion of the bodyguards, although their psychic ability level was at Gamma, Jisho Chengdu, said that it was comparable to an unusual beta, which was not too much to say. This kind of tight security was something he had experienced even within the Luo group. Compared to the Luo group, where the various executives are at each other's throats and everyone can have the energy to sway the group's direction. In Taidun, it can be said that Shin Ijuan's one voice. It is evident from the array of this defense. Ningfeng wasn't too surprised by this. Before he came here, he had already launched a thorough investigation into Shin Ijuan. Before he came here, at least for now, it didn't seem to be a departure from what he had learned. Tap tap tap. Soon, under the guidance of the female secretary, Ningfeng and Song Xianyu had already walked to the end of the corridor. At the far end was a 3-meter-high, heavily armored door, and the room behind it was the private conference room the female secretary had described. It was more like some kind of secret storage base than a conference room. On each side of the gate, a tall young bodyguard stood. "To please." The female secretary withdrew to one side, signaling Ningfeng to please enter, and in the next instant, just as Ningfeng's feet had just made a move, the two young bodyguards standing on either side of the gate, without the slightest warning, launched an attack towards Ningfeng. One man's fist went straight for Ningfeng's face, and his skin was like stone. The other person kicked Ningfeng in the abdomen, and underneath his leather shoes, a spike like steel erupted, following behind Ningfeng, only half a meter away. At this time, Song Xianyu's entire body was wearing a mask, duck-tongued cap, and a wide baseball uniform. There was no hesitation the moment these two bodyguards launched their attack. Progress forward, punching with punches, tease the leg with the leg, click, click, click. At the same time, a layer of cold frost covered the fists and legs. Just hear bang, bang, two muffled thuds passed. The two young bodyguards guarding the armored gate flew backwards in response. Boom! Smoke and dust rose in all directions and smashed directly into the corridor wall. End of chapter. Chapter 134, A Word to Wake Up the Dreamer. Boom! When the two bodyguards guarding the armored door, under Song Xianyu, instantly flew backwards and smashed into the wall. The atmosphere that lingered in the air within the entire floor became anxious and tense. Brush up. Behind Ningfeng, all of the suited bodyguards that were on both sides of the corridor surrounded him in unison. On each of them, the light of their alien powers flickered quietly. A fierce battle that is about to begin. However, even in the face of such a situation, Ningfeng remained unmoved, and all of this had long been among his unexpected perceptions. At the moment, he raised his head to himself and, looking to the upper left corner of the armored door in front of him, where an invisible camera was located. That's not a very polite way to entertain a guest. Shinijuan is 22 years old. In the eyes of others, just graduated from college, but she has already sat on the veritable second chair in Longcheng. Under the Luo Group, the largest shifter company, the person in charge of Taidun, inheriting the family business from the elders. I don't know how many open shots and dark arrows I faced, but she fought back hard, by all means. In a short period of time, it made the company up and down. No one dared to provoke Her Majesty again. The entire Taidun, reduced to her Shinijuan's one word. She loved the feeling of having everything under control, loved the satisfaction of being on top, whether it's corporate matters or her personal life. She prefers to take the initiative rather than give it all away. But on this day, this seemingly unexceptional evening, she meets a man she has never met before. In the other party, Shinijuan sensed an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. It was a kind of panic that even though they were thousands of miles apart, they were as naked as if they were standing in front of each other, being directly seen through. From the very beginning, Ningfeng had revealed that there were undercover agents of the Luo Group among the people involved in the alien rally at Taidun. Then again, Nimbus points out that he's in the underground parking lot, as well as the two glances with Shinijuan across the surveillance. Shinijuan saw in this man a sense of aggression that far overpowered his own. If Shinijuan was compared to a leopard with few enemies in the grassland, then Ningfeng, who stood in front of her, was a fierce beast that had coiled up in the mountains. This scene of being unable to cope was something Shinijuan had never envisioned. Whether it's out of the position of Teldon or a personal position, it's beyond critical. And this scene that happened in front of the private conference room was all at Shinijuan's behest. One is a test, the other is a knockout. She wanted to probe as much information and undercurrents about Ningfeng as possible before the meeting between the two parties. However, the battle was over in the blink of an eye, completely shattering Shinijuan's fantasy. It's a farce that doesn't work in the slightest. Or is that just the way hospitality is supposed to be in Taidun? Ningfeng gazed above the armored door, his tone icy cold. At this moment, in the middle of the corridor, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The many bodyguards that had gathered around, each fierce and selective, were already ready to strike and avenge their fellow officers. And among them, the country-faced, middle-aged bodyguard captain, Li Domain, stepped out of the crowd and, quickly approaching the two bodyguard henchmen who flew backwards and smashed into the wall. Touching his hand to the carotid artery and the nostrils, he briefly checked the condition of both. Broken a few bones. Passed out. Get them to treatment. Li Domain straightened up, glancing at Ningfeng and Song Xianyu without a trace before quickly withdrawing his gaze and ordering behind him. This one has already stayed his hand, or else with this blow just now, these two brats would already be dead. Li Domain said this as if he was speaking to Song Xianyu, and was also warning the many bodyguards behind him not to act rashly. For a time, the many bodyguards who had been aggressive just moments ago, their state of leaping to action had tightened up a lot, and the gazes they gazed at the two Ningfengs were wary. Ningfeng, on the other hand, simply glanced sideways before looking at his right-hand wristwatch. The time came to 20:07 and 29 seconds p.m. 20 hours 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 20 hours 7 minutes and 31 seconds. At this moment, Ningfeng looked straight at the armored door in front of him. Kakor. The mechanical sound of gears rubbing together came from the side of the heavily armored door. The doors, which were tightly closed, opened with a bang. Tall and dimpled, with short, slightly curly platinum blonde hair. On top, she wore a one-shoulder, plunging black short sleeve with a pair of low-rise white work casual pants. Large swaths of the entire man's skin were exposed, wheat-colored with smooth muscular lines. Wild beauty, neutral beauty, pouncing, scattered. The moment Shin Ji-won appeared, the bodyguard captain, Lee Do-main, commanded all the bodyguards and returned to their posts. As for himself, he and his female secretary, both of them, followed closely behind Ningfeng and Song Xianyu, and entered the private conference room behind the armored door together. From the beginning to the end, Lee Do-main's gaze and vigilance were firmly placed on Song Xianyu's body. Even as a beta-level Lee Do-main, the threat he perceived in his opponent was like a thorn in his side. It wasn't until Song Xianyu chose to, stopping and standing at a position around the distance from Shin Ji-won, that Lee Do-main was relieved. Inside the conference room, there are quite a few furnishings, but it's quite neatly arranged in categories. Have a seat. Shin Ji-won was the first to speak, her voice filled with coldness, out of her nature. She gestured for Ningfeng to sit down. The two men sat across the coffee table from each other on the sofa in the conference room. Rico, there's no need for you to keep watch. Besides, you're alerting the wrong people. From the moment she had entered the conference room, Shin Ji-won had taken in the reactions of several people, and when she noticed that Lee Do-main was always wary of Song Xianyue, while not paying much attention to Ningfeng. At this point, it suddenly said, although it was this young lady who struck outside the door, it seems to me that it is this gentleman who was in real danger. Shin Ji-won briefly surveyed Song Xianyu, who was standing on the side, and then, his gaze was fixed on Ningfeng's face, wanting to deeply imprint that face into his mind's memory. If this gentleman wants to make any moves, with you, brother Lee, you won't be able to stop him. Perhaps, I will inexplicably die in a car accident in the center of the street, or, perhaps, fall from a height and become mush, or, be burned by high-voltage electricity at a press conference, or, perhaps, die a violent death in front of my own company building. Shin Ji-won's tone was icy cold as she spoke word by word, while her gaze always converged on Ningfeng's face, wanting to detect some clues from the other party's micro-expression changes. Her expression was playful and full of consideration, and with every move, her waist tugged at her small waistline and smooth muscular lines, which were painted quite nicely by her wheat-colored complexion. And as her words fell, inside the conference room, the female secretary and the bodyguard captain, Li Wei, thought of something all of a sudden that, looking towards Ningfeng, who was sitting on the sofa, he only felt a chill on the back of his neck. The two looked horrified, and a strong emotion of scorn climbed up in their hearts. Throughout the conference room, the air became incredibly heavy and murderous. End of chapter. Chapter 135, Stronger Together. Top ranking changed. As soon as Shin Ji-won's words left her mouth, instantly, the atmosphere of the entire private conference room was thick to the core. Since the Luo Group's repeated accidents, almost all of the big names within Dragon City, none of them were paying attention to the originator behind it. Information about the Night Skeleton was investigated and searched over and over again within the circle at the top of Dragon City. However, there is not much scope left for these big shots of power to investigate. The information obtained, too, is very limited. When they tried to search deeper, to find out the real identity, likeness, and ability of Night Skull and the forces behind it, only to find that everything is blank. It was as if someone had taken the profile information of these people and wiped it out of this world out of thin air. Such a result made the crowd's jaws drop in shock beyond words. There is only one organization that can do such a clean wipe of some people's information. Its name, Aurora. Dragon City. Taidun Corporation Headquarters Building. Shin Ji-won's private conference room. I'll have a series of actions for the next alien coven, and Tai Shield will need to be in charge of keeping me out of all the trouble. Ningfeng leaned back on the sofa, no emotions flowing on his face as he raised his eyes and looked towards Shin Ji-won, who was merely separated from himself by a coffee table. The opponent was full of wild looks, which could not be common among women. As the words fell, Shin Ji-won's eyes narrowed slightly, letting out a long breath and slightly sidestepping her head. What do you call it? Last name Vaughn. Mr. Feng, according to your past actions? But any trouble you cause is not a small one. Using the power of the Tai Shield to help an outsider fend off unnecessary trouble can be a losing proposition in terms of sense and reason. Shin Ji-won had a very strong aura, looking straight at Ningfeng in front of her. The latter, without further ado, fished out, from his pocket, a white oblong card, on one side of which was written a line that seemed to be the name of someone. Ningfeng turned the side with the words on it face down and snapped the card onto the coffee table in front of him. The name written here is an undercover agent of the Luo Group lurking in your Taidun, and Taiduan's list of those attending the altered gathering this time around also includes him. Shin Ijun straightened her body and briefly cast a glance at the site before signaling the female secretary beside her. The female secretary, dressed in professional OL attire, quickly walked to the edge of the coffee table, took down the card on it, and handed it over to Shin Ijun. Whether it is true or not, I'm sure you have a judgment in your heart. Ningfeng gave a fitting reminder. Han Yen? Shin Ijun glanced at the name written on the card, her voice sinking slightly. And then, a look of suspicion filled his eyes as he looked towards Ningfeng. Han Yen, almost a heartthrob who had followed Shin Ijun since the time she took over Taedun from her elders. It was also one of the few men in the room, besides the female secretary and the captain of the bodyguards present. Even according to seniority, Han Yen had been rooted in Taedun for almost as long as Taedun had been established. Even Shin Ijun had to address Uncle Han. She'd thought about traitors quite a bit, after all. She knew all about the insidious tactics of the Luo group, but never bothered to associate it with Han Yen. However, I would like to advise you not to act rashly just yet. After all, the attendance quota of the alien gathering cannot be changed temporarily, and if there is a sudden lack of a participant, it is highly likely that they will be eliminated. Ningfeng stretched his back, his tone incomparably relaxed and easygoing. It was a contrast to Shin Ijun's serious expression. A name of a traitor that is still not 100% certain, to be exchanged for the full protection of Tai Shield. This business, it's not a good deal. Shin Ijun's body leaned forward, and the arc in front of her body was even fuller. I believe that you, Mr. Feng, have prepared other chips. I just don't know what they are. Ningfeng smiled gently at his words. If I remember correctly, in all the previous altered rallies, the Luo group, without a doubt, came in first. The strength of the 7 deadly sins is weighing down the entire Dragon City's Alterans. And you, Taedun, have tried to strike first, but all to no avail. Speaking of which, Ningfeng deliberately sold a lie. After a pause, he looked at Shin Ijun's reaction. And then he continued to speak. This time, 4 of the 7 sins will die and 1 will quit. Lust has never been fond of these troubles again, and the only thing left to take care of is pride. But I took a look at the list of exalted in attendance at Taedun, and in it, it seems, there is no one who is a match for pride. What exactly is Mr. Feng trying to say? Shin Ijun's inner doubts were not suppressed after all, and were hooked out. Ningfeng didn't answer immediately and straightened his body, his gaze staring, meeting Shin Ijun's 4 eyes. The light under his eyes was so penetrating that it seemed to see through Shin Ijun. What I'm trying to say is that if I say that the 2 of me attend the Altered Coven as contestants of the Terran Shield to make this a first, for a change, winner, can such a bargaining chip move Mr. Shen? At these words, the entire private conference room was silent. The female secretary, the captain of the bodyguards, the 2 of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. Shin Ijun, on the other hand, was unable to calm down for a long time as her eyes contained astonishment. She could sense that the man in front of her, when he spoke, was all but pulling his punches, but was incredibly confident. That was a kind of absolute confidence that put the entire Luo group completely out of sight. The first place in the exotic rally represented not a cold and icy ranking, but the establishment of a dominant status in Dragon City, and even all the surrounding urban areas of Dragon City. The Luo group's power today relied heavily on the partnership of the 7 deadly sins, as well as the name of the previous champions of the alien rally. If this name can be changed to Taedun, then the title of Dragon City's No. 1 alien company would also change owners. However, in the face of such great temptation, in the bottom of Shin Ijun's eyes, the excited look was no more than a flash. She leaned back and put on an impassive expression as she, to pay lip service in exchange for Taedun's resistance to all of Luo group's retaliation. Mr. Feng is a bit of an empty glove. Ningfeng smiled coldly and got up from the sofa on his own. This action instantly drew the vigilance of the bodyguard captain, Li Domain, who was on the side, simply because, the direction Ningfeng was heading towards, was where Shin Ijun was. He walked with a calm, slow and heavy gait, 1 step at a time, his footsteps clear and distinct on the tile floor throughout the conference room. Feeling the silhouette in front of her leaning in, Shin Ijun, who was relying on the sofa, couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness in her heart. Her hand, meanwhile, was probing into the crack of the couch behind her. There was a minigun specially made for the altered. The bullets inside were created by Beta Alien. Under the shroud of his accidental alien energy, Ningfeng took in Shin Ijun's movements. End of chapter. Chapter 136, My operation is above you. Mr. Shun, noticing Ningfeng's movements, as well as that dangerous aura emanating from the other party, as the captain of the bodyguards, Li Domain instantly reacted, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly struck out. Roar! A shouting roar issued from Li Domain's mouth. Invisible sound waves, colliding with tangible manifestations in the air. A spring-like force enveloped towards Ningfeng's body. The female secretary, who never spoke on the side, at this moment, covered in professional OL clothing, was almost bursting open by her rapidly expanding body. The entire person directly transformed into the appearance of a cheetah, exerting force on all four limbs and leaping violently. Bloody mouths tore towards Ningfeng. At 20:13 and 4 seconds p.m., the captain of the bodyguards of the Tai Shield Corporation, Li Domain, unleashed his supernatural power, delay, towards you, and those who are hit by his supernatural power shall have their movements slowed down to an unusual 20 times. At 20:13 and 4 seconds p.m., the personal secretary of Shinijuan, the president of Tai Shield, unleashed her psychic ability, Cheetah, and the whole thing pounced towards you. At 20:13 and 4 seconds p.m., you crouched down without warning. 20:13 and 5 seconds p.m., Li Wei's attack accidentally grazed the top of your head and landed on the mid-air female secretary. 20:13 and 6 seconds p.m., inside his mind, the accidental alien energy deduced itself, countless information, scrolling and transforming uncontrollably. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was keeping his movements close to Shinijuan at the moment. The sight ignored all of the attacks from Li Domain and the female secretary. When his right foot, the instant before he was about to land, Ningfeng's entire body, in a smooth crouch. Phew, almost at the same instant, the wind whistled overhead, and some force grazed his body. For a moment, voices that had been slowed down to the point of being laughable came to Ningfeng's ears. Looking up, what caught his eyes was the female secretary who was in mid-air, her entire body in an extremely funny stance, maintaining a flying swooping motion, the mouths that wanted to speak, the changing facial expressions, all slowed down 20-fold at that moment. What had been a flying lunge, touching Ningfeng, which took less than a second, had been slowed down raw to more than 10 seconds. How? At this moment, the bodyguard Captain Li Wei, who had missed, was stunned, and in his haste, he wanted to attack again, but underneath his body, an infinite coldness spread out. Click, click, frost condensed on the soles of his feet, and the white layer of ice, following Li Domain's feet, spread crazily towards his entire body. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to an ice sculpture. At this moment, the time is pointing to 20 hours 13 minutes and 8 seconds. They'll strike when I go in, and you'll attack after that bodyguard misses the first time. Song Xianyu maneuvered the cold ice and froze Li Domain, recalling in his mind what Ningfeng had told him before he came to Tai Shield Corporation. Everything that happened afterward was exactly as Ningfeng had said. Everything is calculated. He is simply in control. Looking toward Ningfeng's figure, Song Xianyu's eyes flickered with astonishment, and at the same time, Ningfeng had long since arrived in front of Shinijuan, bending down, his eyes cold and merciless as he stared straight at the other party, killing intent, blossoming under the eyes, accompanied by a slightly flustered Shinijuan, who subconsciously drew out a small, delicately molded, silver-colored pistol, roughly the size of a palm, directly from the crack of the sofa behind her. The muzzle of the gun, pressed against Ningfeng's forehead. Feel that unique cold feeling of gunmetal, sensing the flurry of information that was unexpectedly deduced in his mind. At this point, Ningfeng was not the least bit moved. What I said, since Mr. Shin feels that empty words are no proof, how about proving it with practical actions? Proof? Shin Ijuan sniffed, sensing the undisguised killing intent under Ningfeng's eyes, but once she thought of the gun she had already pressed against the other party's forehead, her heart's confidence soared. Prove it how? Mr. Feng, you probably don't quite understand. The gun in my hand, the bullets in it are. Before Shinijuan could finish her sentence, Ningfeng grabbed the opportunity to speak. The bullets inside, a product made by beta-level Alterans, can easily break through the defenses of all Alterans except for beta-medium and above-level body-strengthening Alterans, especially at close range. The power is multiplied. Shinijuan froze, and even the hand holding the gun vaguely trembled. This pistol was her private means of self-preservation. Its origin, even the few cronies of Li Domain didn't know, but Ningfeng casually said it, and word for word, it's that feeling again. There's that feeling again of everything being seen through. Shinijuan heartily hated this unpleasant feeling of being dominated. Since Mr. Feng knows so well, then understand that the gun is already at your head. All I need to do is to gently pull the trigger, and Mr. Feng can have his head open. Shinijuan forced down the shock in her heart and opened her mouth with provocation in her tone. Fingers, already slightly about to exert themselves. In such a desperate situation, I am unable to think of how Mr. Feng can continue to prove himself. Although that friend of yours is strong, I believe that my movements are definitely faster than hers. Ningfeng, at the moment, didn't say anything, and Shin Ijuan still thought that he had taken the other party down. More confidently, he spoke. Then in that case, the terms of the negotiations should be set by me. What do you say, Mr. Phone? Click. Suddenly, there was the mechanical crunch of a trigger being pulled. Throughout the private conference room, it suddenly came. Ah! Shin Ijuan cried out in shock at this, eyes flustered, staring straight at the silver pistol in his hand, only to see that, with a speed she couldn't even notice, Ningfeng quickly helped her pull the trigger of the pistol. However, the blast of a bullet discharging after the trigger was long in coming. At 20:13 and 12 seconds p.m. Shin Ijuan used a special gun and pointed it at the center of your forehead, level with your brow. 20:13 and 12 seconds p.m. Shin Ijuan's left index finger, on the trigger, ready to pull, the special bullet inside, except beta medium and above the body strengthened aliens, can cause damage, and the closer the distance, the higher the damage. At 20:13 and 21 seconds p.m., the moment you were unable to react to Shin Ijuan, you flicked her index finger and pulled the trigger, and the gun in her hand, under the effect of the accidental alien energy, jammed. Brush. While Shin Ijuan stared in wide-eyed astonishment, Ningfeng quickly snatched the pistol from the other party's hands. Putting it in the palm of his hand, he slowly played with it. It seems that this gun of Mr. Shin's, which hasn't been used for some years, has rusted and lost its proper function. Looking at the situation, it seems that in the current state, it's still me, slightly taking the initiative. The terms of the cooperation will be carried out as I have said, word for word. Ningfeng spoke word for word, and his voice fell on Shin Ijuan's ears like thunder. What some years have not used? What rust? Shin Ijuan all do not believe. This gun had been specially made by someone she had found just a short while ago, and after being empowered by her supernatural abilities, it was simply impossible for it to have a low-level malfunction like a jammed bullet. But it is, literally, happening right in front of us. At this time, looking again at Ningfeng in front of her, Shin Ijuan's eyes were flustered. What have you done? End of chapter. Chapter 137, Jitterbug. What the hell did you do? At this moment, Shin Ijuan's face showed a look of panic. Inside the private conference room, two of his most trusted subordinates, bodyguard Captain Li Domain, the entire person was frozen in which she did not know whether he was alive or dead. The female secretary, who was transformed into a cheetah, had her body movements slowed down indefinitely and had no way to gallop to her aid. The last means of survival, the alien's special pistol, also jammed abruptly and was taken away at random. This series of accidents was all out of her calculations. Shin Ijuan had expected the result to be that Ningfeng would be backhanded by himself, reduced to a bargaining chip to help Tai Shield overwhelmingly win over the Luo group. But right now, this so-called bargaining chip was threatening Shin Ijuan's life. Mr. Shin, we've come with sincerity. Ningfeng played with the exquisite pistol he had snatched from Shin Ijuan. His tone was flat and darkly murderous. Click. A crunching sound made by metal came from Ningfeng's hand. Shin Ijuan looked over in response to the sound, and saw that the pistol, which was enough to injure a beta alien, was in Ningfeng's hands, crushed raw into a ball, along with the bullet gunpowder inside. A tiny explosion occurred, but in Ningfeng's palm, it also failed to leave the slightest scratch. You're a body-strengthening alien? For a moment, Shin Ijuan's eyes were horrified, and her gaze toward Ningfeng was filled with incredulity. Even if it's a body-strengthening alien, there's no way this gun can be crushed to smithereens so easily. Unless I'm a beta-upper. Ningfeng smiled coldly, replacing Shin Ijuan and saying the answer that the other party had in mind. As for Shin Ijuan, after a brief moment of hesitation, she instantly got up from the sofa, and was about to run towards the landline phone that was placed on a small cabinet at one side. However, she had only just gotten up, and the rest of her movements had yet to be performed. It felt like the slender neck was clamped down hard by a big strong hand. The touch of that hand was as hard and cold as machinery, cold to the bone, like death infiltrating Shin Ijuan's soul. Ningfeng only exerted a small amount of force before lifting Shin Ijuan's entire body and placing it in midair, and the latter whimpered in some pain. Mr. Shin, it's not polite to run over and make a phone call in front of a guest. Counting on it, there's some history between me and Tai Dun. After all, from the invisible man Luo Chun, to the cat's paw woman Luo Lan, the steel man Chen Mo, those who burst out with black information after their accidents, can all be provided by me to your Tai Shield. Since I can pull the rose down, I have the ability to, as well, pound Tai Duan's reputation into the dust. Choosing to cooperate is a win-win situation. The only way to choose to refuse is to fail miserably. Ningfeng's gaze was cold as he looked at Shin Ijuan, whose face was a little red. When the words fell, he loosened the clamp on the other's palm. and threw his form, casually, on the sofa, like a rag doll. Phew. Cough cough cough. Shinjuan gasped for air and covered her neck as she coughed. She lifted her head with difficulty and went to look at Ningfeng in front of her, a slight red color still remaining on her face. But by the looks of it, it didn't seem to be due to the fact that he couldn't breathe due to being clamped down on his neck. That blush was more like a normal emotional physiological reaction. Mr. Feng has already proven himself, and I believe that the unpleasantness between us will dissipate altogether. Tai-dan, welcome to your cooperation. Shinjuan pulled herself together in a few seconds before and after, and stood up, looking as normal, and if it wasn't for the remaining palm prints at her neck, she would have thought that everything hadn't happened just now. She held out her hand in a handshake gesture. Happy cooperation, Mr. Shen. Ningfeng sized up the other party, and Shinjuan's quick revitalization had changed his opinion a bit. However, Ningfeng did not shake hands with him, but instead turned straight around, signaling after Song Xianyu. The two left the private conference room. Almost instantly, as the armored doors to the private conference room opened, the layers of cold ice that froze bodyguard Captain Li Weiwei melted away like spring water and disappeared. Somewhat deflated and trembling body, Li Domain did not stand still for a moment and half-kneeled on the ground. Then with a wave of his hand, he rushed at the female secretary, who was still maintaining slow movements, and lifted the influence of his powers. Mr. Shen. Returning to normal, the female secretary's eyes were terrified as her body reverted from cheetah form, back to human form. Getting up, he quickly checked up on Shinjuan's condition. Mr. Shen. Your neck. I'm fine. Shinjuan raised her hand to stop the other party from trying to move forward to inspect. She touched her hand to her neck, which was still a bit vaguely painful, and in her mind and body, she unconsciously began to recall the strong suffocating feeling of the party, as well as Ningfeng's cold and merciless voice when he was clamped down on his neck and lifted his body. That kind of strong condescension and unquestionable commanding tone, word by word, touched Shinjuan's nerves. For a moment, she felt her cheeks redden and heat up, and a strange sensation indescribable appeared in her body. It's obviously painful, but why is there a vague urge to keep him going? Shinjuan was puzzled. For a long time, when everything was back to normal, Shinjuan once again resumed her role as the high and mighty president of Tai-Dan Group. Changing into loose attire, he sat down in the leather chair behind his desk. In front of them, both Li Domain and the female secretary were standing respectfully. Levi, how do you feel about the woman who used ice? If you were to do it again, how many moves would you be confident in blocking? In the face of Shinjuan's inquiry, Li Wei's face was a bit stiff and he hesitated for a long time before speaking. Truth be told, Mr. Shen, even if you give me more than adequate preparation and repeatedly start over dozens of times, I can't go more than one move under that woman who uses ice. Oh, Shinjuan raised an eyebrow. Same beta medium, and you're so certain that you're inferior to your opponent? Although the same beta medium, that woman's mastery and subtle manipulation of her powers is worlds apart from mine. Li Domain's old face reddened. The female secretary on the side was even more ashamed. Li Domain at least made a proper strike, but she had only just used her powers to transform. But she didn't even touch her enemy's clothes before she was hit by one of her own people's attack, and her body fell in midair with incomparable slowness, just like a clown. Mr. Shen, is it really necessary to have these two represent the company at the exotic rally? The female secretary was a little concerned. Their origins are unknown and they also have a deep grudge against the Luo group. My mind is made up. Shinjuan directly raised her hand, interrupting the other party's questioning. The day after tomorrow is the opening day of the alien rally, so all stand down and attend to your work. Yes, the two men answered and retreated, leaving Shinjuan alone, with her back to the door of her private office. Her hand stroked over her heart. Why does my heart, when I think about what just happened, speed up non-stop? End of chapter. Chapter 138, the next target of accidental death. Luo Jian, Dragon City, Central Children's Home. Although it is privately prepared and established, it is one of the longest established children's welfare centers in Dragon City. Most of the orphans and disabled children within Dragon City, as well as the surrounding areas, who have no one to depend on and no one to support them, are sent here. As far as the eye can see, the children's home is situated in a relatively secluded area on the edge of town. The overall architectural style is somewhat European. The gray facade, a patchwork, bears witness to the fact that it has withstood the baptism of countless historical winds and frosts. Behind the fence, on the floor of the masonry-paved courtyard, there were several children of 5 or 6 years old, chasing and playing with each other. The sound of laughing with each other became the only movement that broke the silence in the entire orphanage. Years have passed and the number of children admitted here is long gone, fading into oblivion. Mr. Fong, thank you a million times over for your donation to our orphanage. Two figures walked out of the most central building of the Children's Welfare Institute, one after the other. Ningfeng disguised his appearance and offered to donate money to charity as a caring member of the community, having been personally received by the deputy director of the orphanage. With all those large orphanages raised by the Luo group within the Dragon City over the past few years, fewer and fewer children have been sent to us, and with that, the social support that comes along with it has been decreasing as well. The vice president was a very amiable middle-aged man with a slightly thin face. This kind donation from you has really solved our orphanage's urgent needs. A small matter. Ningfeng spoke in a calm tone and slowly nodded his head, his gaze sweeping down on the little bits and pieces of this orphanage. The memories that were sealed in the depths of his mind were then constantly awakened. When we were small, Xiao Yu and we grew up here. I remember when there was a children's slide coming to the yard. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. I wonder how those childhood playmates who lived together here at that time are doing. Ningfeng's eyes fluttered as his thoughts were gradually pulled away. Mr. Feng, the vice dean on the side, at this moment, noticed the somewhat stunned Ningfeng and softly called out to him. Are you okay? Oh, it's fine. Ningfeng retrieved his thoughts and nodded his head, just remembering some past events. Vice President, how many children do we have left here? Now, upon hearing this, the vice dean was silent for a moment and sighed helplessly. With these ones that are playing in the yard, that makes 14 kids left, all about the same age. The older ones 7 or 8, the younger 5 or 6. There were supposed to be dozens more around at the beginning of the year. Speaking of which, the vice dean's face, too, became somber and he looked over to the children who were jostling and playing within the courtyard and spoke in a serious tone. It's just that 2 months ago, the Luo group sent a group of people over, saying something about creating better living conditions for these children. All sorts of overt and covert means were used to brainwash the children in the orphanage to get the idea of leaving in their minds. Then it was taken away from our institution by the Luo group, who found an opportunity to take all sorts of paperwork, and there was no way to find out where it went. Ningfeng pondered. It seems that in all likelihood, these children who were taken away were included in the Luo group's plan to inject them with an alien active agent. Didn't you guys ever try to stop it? Alas, Mr. Feng, you are unaware. The Luo group gang take the formalities are reasonable and legal, and the children also took the initiative to leave here. We can't go against these kids' wishes either. You say, however, but whenever any of the children within our institution are even halfway forced, even if I have to spell out my old life, I will never allow them to take the children away. The vice dean heavily patted his heart, and a touch of excitement flared up on his thin face. Well, vice dean, you go ahead and get busy. I'll just take a casual walk by myself. I'll leave on my own in a little while. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ningfeng said goodbye to the vice dean. Alone, he walked in the middle of the tiled orphanage compound. In his pocket, 5 fingers tapped in the air, accidentally, in the middle of a deduction. Some worn-out barred gates, some tiles 10 meters away from the entrance to the children's residence in the orphanage. Running and playing children. A person or object shrouded in red light surfaced amongst Ningfeng's line of sight. The alien rally, those younger generations of the Luo group, still thinking of making a name for themselves at the rally. Unfortunately, I won't even give them a chance to get on the rally competition floor. Kill the contestant who is competing. Then the victory of the match automatically goes to the opponent. Stopping at the entrance to the children's home, he looked back and turned away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a tie day. Isn't tomorrow the exotic rally? How come at this juncture, those old guys still had to send me out? It's not good to send me to do anything but come to this Thai orphanage. I'm so sick of those little brats yakking in my ear. I'm so convinced. Inside a speeding limousine on the streets of Dragon City, Luo Jian, dressed in a special white robe, was full of annoyance and whining. On the back of his white robe, there was an extremely eye-catching Wu character tattooed. It represented that he was ranked 5th in terms of strength among the younger generation of Luo's children, and his alien ability level came to beta medium. Young master, rest his anger. After all, after the incident of the headquarters building explosion not long ago, the experimental subjects regarding the alien active potion all died. Within the group, preparations are being stepped up for the selection of new suitable experimental subjects. That's why we're thinking of expanding the number of children we take in. Quantity causes quality. The fact that such a task was handed over to you, young master, is also because the family values young master. The henchman sitting in the passenger seat had a tone full of compliments. Where are we headed this time? Luo Jian relied on the side of the car window, took a deep breath of the cool wind pouring in through the window, and his irritable mood did not get the slightest reversal. Let's see. The henchman on the passenger side of the car rushed to rummage through his cell phone data and, the one we're going to is Shinga Children's Welfare Center, which was founded only 5 years ago and is not very big, but it has a large number of children in it. Tick-tock. As his men reported back, the limousine, which had been traveling at high speed, drove onto a section of the viaduct. The driver pressed the horn violently and the speed of the vehicle, in a very short time, decreased, and the residual inertia caused Luo Jian, who was sitting in the back of the car, to stumble. You're driving without eyes. He sat back and cracked his head. I'm really sorry, young master. I'm really sorry. In front, there's a big car accident on the bridge in front. This road, it's impossible to go. The driver shivered and apologized hastily. What? Luo Jian was furious. His head sticking out of the window to see the bridge ahead of him made a mess. It seems that the scheduled Shinga orphanage cannot go, but going back so empty-handed. Young master, you cannot explain. The henchman on the co-pilot's side, quickly glancing over the map on his cell phone. Hey, go back down the same way you came from the viaduct. There's another central children's home around here. Young master, we can go there. End of chapter. Chapter 139, A Shoe Causes a Tragedy, revised. Center for Children's Welfare? Luo Jian, sitting in the back seat, glanced at the front of the blockage of the waterless viaduct. His eyebrows wrinkled. His mood at the moment, annoyance rose. Did not have the good taste to answer a sentence. So go here. Bunch of trouble. Give them a call to let them know. As Luo Jian's words fell, his entire body leaned back on the seat and closed his eyes. Tick-tock. Accompanied by the sound of a car's siren, the limousine Luo Jian was riding in, pulled up in front of the main gate of the Central Children's Welfare Institute. Dilapidated fences, old rusty barred iron gates, and a depressed scene inside the compound came into view. What the hell is this? This is almost closed for business, isn't it? Luo Jian opened the car door and looked at the messy scene in front of him and couldn't help but be filled with disgust. This hole is filthy. I had my shoes specially customized. As he spoke, he lifted his foot to check the state of the sole. Don't run. Wait for me. Slow down. I can't keep up. Come and get me. Hey. Can't catch me, can you? Faster. If you can't keep up, I'm not taking you on. The playful sounds of children came in the midst of chasing each other, accompanied by the sound of hurried and disorganized footsteps. The figures of 7 or 8 children quickly came into view. Squeak, bang. The iron railing-style gate was violently pushed open. The bottom of the door on the right, directly scraping the front of Luo Jian's leather shoes, ruthlessly rubbing over. As you can see from the muffled sound that was emitted, it was a good hit. My shoes. Luo Jian's eyes widened and he instantly bent over, staring dead at the leather shoe on his right foot, only to see that the originally intact and delicate upper was scraped open with a large crack in its raw form. The front end of the shoe, almost all of it, is separating from the hole, leaving only a centimeter of it still linked. These damn little. Anger climbed in Luo Jian's heart, and he violently straightened up, about to turn his head to catch the children who ran past. A few of you are from the Luo group, aren't you? Suddenly, a somewhat shrill woman's voice came from behind the gates of the orphanage. These kids are used to being noisy on a regular basis, so a few of you will pardon me. Where did the no eyes come from? Luo Jian was furious. He had to be disciplined to teach a few brats a lesson. As a direct descendant of the Luo clan and a beta alien, he had never received this kind of treatment. However, just as he turned his head and looked toward the source of the voice, and was just about to break out in curses to teach the other party a lesson, the half-said words were stifled, only to see that, right in front of him, stood a man with round glasses, a jellyfish haircut, and a dark pink plush vest over a massively printed thermal underwear. The entire body appeared bloated and obese, and the plateau red on his face, as well as the large burn scars on the backs of his hands, stood out. A whole lot of it is the look of a middle-aged, blonde woman. Pile on the smiles and look approachable. I'm the interim director of the center's orphanage, Chun-Li. I think a few of you are the people from Luo's group who, on the phone just now, said they were coming to pay a visit, right? Inside please, inside please. Luo Jian strongly suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart, and on the surface did not immediately show that second-generation face, simply because he deeply felt that the middle-aged woman in front of him, the real inside, is by no means as amiable as its surface shows. Chun-Li's body vaguely exudes the fluctuation of alien energy, even to be stronger than beta medium Luo Jian. Hoof, get in. Luo Jian snorted coldly, looked at the broken shoes, and followed in with great impatience. Inside the orphanage, in the cracks of the model floor tiles, moss and weeds grow and spread unchecked. Every few steps, you would see floor tiles that were cracked from the wind and sun. Luo Jian was born in a flashy family and lived an extravagant life on weekdays. going in and out of opulent places. At the moment, he was walking in the dilapidated and depressed orphanage, and his mind, too, was annoyed beyond words. Tomorrow is the opening of the alien rally. Those old undead have to send me to do this troublesome thing. Just find a random side branch of the waist to come as not it? Made me break a pair of shoes for nothing. Luckily it didn't break right off and there's still a chance to remedy the situation. This is hand-forged by a master designer who is a beta superior alien. And there aren't many pairs in the world. Luo Jian is still struggling with the shoes. Chamli, the interim director of the orphanage who was walking ahead, opened her mouth with her hands behind her back in a sluggish tone. A couple of people on the phone didn't make it clear what was coming. I wonder what this visit is about. It can't be, again, to take the children, can it? Chamli said sentence by sentence. The tone, but also more and more low, said the last sentence, the voice, vaguely transmitting a chill. Luo Jian sniffed, his mind retracting from the broken shoes, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Chanli, who had stopped traveling ahead of him. It's useless for you to tell me what the group side means. Luo Jian spread his two hands and directly dumped the source of the problem to the family behind him. There is also an intent to intimidate. The name of Luo's group. Looking at Dragon City, no one was not afraid of one or two. Ha! Chanli sidled up, smiling mysteriously. And, the last time you guys from Roche came, you took more than half the kids. Now all the children within the entire orphanage are just a dozen or so up and down. If you pick a few more to go, this center welfare home, won't it become an empty shell? This Thai place of yours has been open for decades. So enough is enough. Luo Jian had a disdainful look on his face. What's the point of keeping such a mess? Might as well leave to relax. Luo Jian said this while waving his hand impatiently. So he was about to walk past Chinli. Where is the lodging place for these orphans? Take me there to see. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, his right shoe, which had been scratched by the orphanage's front door, stepped among a floor tile. Click. The floor tiles, which had been in disrepair for years, broke off in response, and Luo Jian's right foot was rooted to the toe of the shoe. A hole sank into the cracks in the floor tiles. Rip! He subconsciously pulled the shoe out, and all of a sudden, the toe, which originally had another centimeter attached to it, was all torn and broken. The broken toe of the shoe, embedded in the cracks of the floor tiles, stood out. All of this deeply irritated Luo Jian's already irritable emotional nerves. The anger and dissatisfaction that had been suppressed in his heart was finally no longer able to be suppressed in this instant. His cheeks twitched, his chest heaved, and he broke into a fit of rage. Asterisk 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 this. What a ing hole. Does labor have to come over here to see these fatherless, orphaned brats? Spoiled labor's shoes for nothing. Why don't these dead brats all die at once, so that I don't have to come over and work? A series of chattering tirades echoed within the empty courtyard of the orphanage. Luo Jian wantonly vented the anger in his heart, without paying the slightest attention. A dark shadow, in a corner of the compound, in a wooden dog cage, scurried up. End of chapter. Chapter 140, Heavy Lover of Canines, revised. Inside the orphanage, although not many people live there on weekdays, excluding the dozen or so children who are kept here, the original staff in the orphanage was even less. 2 directors, 3 orphanage employees, and then nothing more. But the orphanage building covers an area that is not small. Such a large open space. There is nothing to guard. A dark night. It is inevitable that some of the empty silence. The darkness makes people creepy. So it became a necessity to have a few vicious and loyal dogs to keep a watchful eye on outsiders and curmudgeons. In the left corner of the main compound, in a kennel built of wood, a bully dog was kept for a long time. The body is incredibly muscular, limbs thick and powerful, shoulder height of more than 50 centimeters. Once stood up, it is able to casually pounce on an adult male to tear, instantly killed. But all year round, it has a docile character and resides in the middle of its own nest. But today, a not-so-polite voice has been keeping it awake. Hurry up and bring all those kids over here. I'll pick a few to take away and be done with it. Save everyone the trouble. As for your crappy orphanage, it's not my turn to get in over my head whether it's open or not. Plus, it's a better life to have these children cared for under the law group. Luo Jian's tone was extremely indignant, full of resentment and impatience. I'm the interim director, but because of that, I can't let the orphanage fall into my hands. Luo's group just took away dozens of children not long ago, and now they're coming back. It's a little too targeted. Chenli squared over her body, her eyes behind the round lenses, narrowed to a slit, somewhat bloated, her 2 hands closed together in front of her body, staring straight at Luo Jian in front of her. The latter, a little unnerved by the other's stare, shifted his eyes and noticed again at the toe of his bare right foot. He was so angry that he was not able to. For the last time, labor is not a request. It's an order. If you guys don't cooperate in this hole, it'll be totally easy to get raced to the ground in minutes. Holding me up and breaking my shoes. No time to ink with you here. Get those brats over here. Luo Jian's hand almost pointed to Chen Li's nose. Suddenly, a dull running sound came from his side, also accompanied by intermittent low growls from the beast. Ow ho ho ho! The bully dog, huge in size and incredibly agile in its movements, lunged out violently from the side. The bloody mouth, aimed at Luo Jian's hand that was pointing at Chen Li, bit down violently. Fu Bo! Chen Li's gaze behind her glasses, suddenly startled, anxious out, shouting the bully dog's name, trying to stop the other party's loyal but stupid behavior. A frenzied bully dog, attacking and biting without regard for anything else, can be quite deadly indeed to the unarmed common man. But Luo Jian, even if his behavior was unpleasant, was himself a beta-level alien. Physical strength, 100 times that of a normal person, harder than steel, a bully dog in the flesh, coming on strong, but nevertheless, a futile annoyance. Mud, dead animal, you're messing with me too. Dang! A sound of gold and iron striking each other came from the bully dog's mouth. It used all its strength to tear Luo Jian's palm, but in the end, it was its own mouth full of teeth that were crumbled open. Stop! Chen Li realized that something bad was going on and rebuked to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Bang! Luo Jian shook off the bully dog that was biting on his palm as he, and then, with the foot that had fallen off the toe of his shoe, he kicked the bully dog hard in the heart of his abdomen. Heavy muffled sounds, and the sound of bones and flesh breaking apart inch by inch, erupted inside the bully dog. Its bloody mouth was overflowing with blood, and its entire body was like a cannonball as it flew backwards with a bang. Boom! Afterwards, it heavily smashed into the orphanage's fence 10 meters away, collapsing in area raw. The bodies, too, were buried by scattered stones. I said stop. At this moment, Chen Li was infuriated, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from her entire body. The killing intent in her pupils was awe-inspiring as she stared at Luo Jian in front of her with a deadly stare. What? Dean Chen wants to fight me too? It seemed that because he had killed the bully dog and got his breath back, Luo Jian at the moment, a hint of a triumphant smile spread on his face. As he spoke, the men and bodyguards who were originally following closely behind him all stepped forward and blocked between Luo Jian and Chen Li. On everyone's body, alien energy fluctuations were spreading in bursts. For a while, the scene appeared to be tense with swords. Chen Li frowned tightly, glancing at the collapsed fence, as well as the bodies of the bully dogs buried underneath. With that, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the arrogant and domineering Luo Jian, with a heavy sigh. You guys come with me? I'll go inform the boys to come over later. Before Chen Li's words fell, she turned straight around, and the fluctuation of her alien energy around her disappeared, putting on an appearance of admitting defeat and conceding defeat. One person was in front, leading Luo Jian and the others towards the main building deep inside the orphanage. Humph, that's right. Luo Jian was so pleased with himself that even the annoyance of having his shoes torn had dissipated. Chen Li, a high-level alien like Chen Li, was also in the way of the Luo group's name and didn't dare to act rashly. For the prestige brought by his family, Luo Jian was very much flattered. Squeak! The slightly harsh sound of the door opening echoed out. The light switches pressed. Lights came on in the middle of the room, and the dust took on a solidity from the beams, a line lining up in mid-air. Cough cough. The dust was inhaled into his lungs, causing a violent coughing fit. Luo Jian frowned, waved the air in front of him with his hand, and turned his head sideways in extreme disgust. Ugh, what the hell is this place? Is this a place where people can stay? In contrast to the dislike of Luo Jian and the others, Chen Li was relaxed and at ease, skillfully walking into the room and then cleaning the ash from the 2 chairs. Have a seat. I've called the vice president to go get all the kids playing outside for a moment, Chen Li said, but also walked into the water dispenser on the side of the house, took down a few ash-covered disposable paper cups from it, and connected the water that had been placed for an unknown period of time. Wow! Water flows into the glass, breaking the silence. Cough cough cough. Luo Jian covered his mouth and coughed, squinting as he walked into the room. It was just barely enough to see the odd pattern of the room. The place appears to have been made to look like a group home. All over the ground, large and small beds were piled up, and each bed, moreover, was separated by a fence built of plastic, and at the foot of the bed, there was a variety of plush cushions, more like nests for small animals than cushions. Next to the nest, there were scattered ceramic bowls, and wool toys, but everything, it seems, is stale because of the changing years. And in the center of the room on the inside, above a long abandoned fireplace, several creepy figures were being placed. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Children's Home? Stray Dog Nursery? Scared the hell out of me. The entire room was so dusty that Luo Jian didn't see the few shadows that lay above the fireplace for a moment. When I got closer, I realized that it was 3 pet dogs that had been taxidermied. There are large and small, different breeds, and depending on the state of the coat, age makes a difference. What bad luck! Put a few dead dogs in the house. No wonder it smells like sour rot. Luo Jian frowned tightly and waved his hands back and forth. And aside, Chanli, carrying 2 paper cups filled with water, leaned in. She walked over to the fireplace and her gaze fell on the 3 taxidermied dogs with an unmistakable softness. These are the apple of my eye, and I enjoy spending time with these dogs more than taking care of my children. As the saying goes, there's nothing more painful in life than having a gray hair. It's just as heartbreaking for me to give these fur kids away, so I'd rather have them be able to stay with me in a different way. Now it looks like you'll have to get another spot for that dog outside. Luo Jian didn't give a damn. Human life was still worthless in his eyes, let alone these animals. While hearing Luo Jian's words, the smile on Chen Li's face did not dissipate in the slightest, and was retained on her face in a bizarre state of rigidity. You've reminded me that Fubo, who just died, was one of my favorite fur babies, and I'll honor him in a more special way. Speaking of this, Chen Li looked at Luo Jian, as if she had thought of something. Oh yes, I haven't had a chance to ask your name yet. After all, we're taking the child away and the orphanage side needs to keep a record of it. Luo Jian looked impatient. Luo Jian, don't make those useless there. Hurry up and have someone call all those little cubs back. I don't have the leisure mind to stay here more. Luo Jian. Chen Li didn't bother to respond to the other's words, but muttered to herself, that's not a very nice name. If it were me, I'd take a better name, like Fuji, Fuchi, Fuxian. These names, it sounds like people like it. I'm still pretty confident in my ability to come up with names. How much longer? I don't have the time to linger here much longer. Tomorrow is the alien rally and I have to go back and prepare. Luo Jian looked at the time, and the fire in his heart that had dispersed spread again. As for Chen Li, who was interrupted, her face, which had been piled with smiles just now, became dead and numb, and her pair of eyes stared at Luo Jian in front of her in a vacant and lifeless manner. Looking at the latter straightened his hair. After several full seconds, Chen Li instantly smiled and took a few steps back. It's my fault. I'll go and hurry. Have the vice president bring the kids. As she spoke, Chen Li's figure walked into the depths of the room. Zira, Luo Jian, who was still standing in the center of the room, as well as a few of his men, had a sound of electricity surfacing through the machinery in his ears. In the next instant, the television set, which was originally covered in dust and looked like it hadn't been used for years, suddenly lit up automatically on the table on the side of the room near the door. And inside, a video began to play up that was already some years old. Judging by the quality of the picture and the background environment, welcome to the happy doghouse. If it's a dog, it's definitely the happiest place on earth. Do you want to go away? Are you a first-time dog owner with no way to take care of it all? Does your dog refuse to take a bath and need a grooming? Does your dog guard food, bite, and disobey commands? All the problems, they can be solved here. What are you waiting for? Come see us soon. We specialize in all kinds of animal training, and you'll be amazed at the huge difference in your dog when you give him to us. Here the dogs are not only properly cared for, but there are animal-loving children to play with. Call us, Center for Children's Welfare. Happy House for Dogs. The TV screen shows a much younger-looking Chen Li, dressed in the exact same getup as today. Thermal underwear, plush vest, and a bloated figure unchanged, is hugging a pit bull, sitting on a couch in front of the fireplace, greeting the camera enthusiastically. Only, she spoke in a voice that was high and low in tone, sometimes shrill, sometimes rough and low, and laced with a weird sound of electricity. What the hell? And animal relief stations and orphanages? Luo Jian looked disgusted and frowned at the image on the TV. Looking around the wretched house, there was a vague, hair-raising feeling in his heart. Intuition told him that there was definitely something not quite right about this hellhole. A few of his men, too, looked skeptical. The gray room seemed to slow down their thinking. All of them, and their 5 senses, all of them, were vaguely sluggish. Well, the Vice Dean's side is bringing the kids over, so let me take advantage of this lull and take you guys to the parlor area to wait. There's more room over there and it'll be easier to watch the kids in a bit. Chen Li went and returned, always with an unchanging smile on her face. It's a lot cleaner than here. Suddenly appeared Chen Li. The figure with the ghost is no different. Luo Jian subconsciously wanted to smash a fist. Fortunately reacted, but still hard as shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you not do it all at once? Okay, hurry over. I don't want to stay in this hellhole for a second. He waved his hand hastily as he ran his hand over his heart. Go. Luo Jian greeted a few of his men behind him, letting the other side in front. Something, or have a fend off. Follow me. Chenli smiled. Don't mind the mess. It's just been too many years, but I don't think it's out of character. Although according to the words of elders, too much stuff is a mess, but the words of elders will not listen to all. Chenli walked forward, eventually chattering away, even a little short of breath, and Luo Jian and the others, following closely behind, passed by the door of a room somewhere on the side of the room, hidden by a shattered curtain. Through the gap in the curtains, one could vaguely see behind the door of the room, which was not closed. Luo Jian, who had already walked past, ghostly took another step back and looked sideways, only to see, behind the broken curtains in the house, there is only a set of dark wooden tables and chairs. The floor is surprisingly clean, obviously someone cleaned and maintained every day, and in the chair, sitting upright, was a huge figure. It was a young man, just 26 or 27, had to be over 2 meters tall by the looks of it, short sleeves, backpack pants, baby bib, haircut short very neatly, plateau red face, dull eyes. Ow! Roar! The moment Luo Jian looked over with a sideways glance, an ear-splitting roar from a canine beast issued from the mouth of the seated young man. His dull head, like a machine, twisted with a brush. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Bad Man. Bad Dog. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans, was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy, what the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys. I guess, this is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Chenli came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view of the house in the back. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? Oh, Chenli raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and, this worker usually doesn't have much work. We're in an orphanage. There's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence. It's like he doesn't exist. Plus don't usually talk much. You know, Chenli said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the. A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. I prefer to get along and be able to talk. Chenli walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking quickly down the stairs, which made a creaking sound, looking long in years. Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. It's like these kids here, right, babies? Suddenly, Chenli's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. There, surrounded by iron bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof floor mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail, and it was only then that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. The dim, dreary, humid air smelled musty, and it seemed as if the sun hadn't entered it for years. On the inside of the basement stood 2 huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items, dog food, dishes, bottles and jars. In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. This is where we used to train the dogs before. Chenli's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time. The number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing. So in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. Help take care of the fur kids. And this side is our grooming station. We usually give the dogs baths. Ah, grooming. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff. Didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place. Crawling should have crawled over. Chenli stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds. And then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear, continuing to talk to herself about what she wanted to say. And this side is the recreation area. The area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. And then this side This side is my little crafting area. And this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. I told you. I don't want to hear your. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience. His eyes widened in anger. Not caring that the Chenli in front of him, his alien energy fluctuations were stronger than his own. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes. Those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. Chenli's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the spot that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the slit underneath it. Oh yeah, and the last place, here, is the tight corner. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. Suddenly, Chenli turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold and cold. Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. Like you guys, like this guy. Before the words fell, Chenli violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. The grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. Help me! Help me! Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. Mouth whimpering for help. Ron! Ron! Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Chenli instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. Bad dog! You should be barking like a dog, not talking like a human. Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy. Learn to bark like a dog. Chenli's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. Call. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. Ow ho! Ow ho! Louder! Chenli spoke faster. Ow ho ho! Ow ho ho! It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Chenli was satisfied and straightened up. Turning his head, he stared meaningfully at the dazed Luo Jian. What the hell is going on here? Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. The angry emotion of being teased came out in Luo Jian's heart. You guys? He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, when he turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had fallen across the floor of the chamber. End of chapter. Chapter 143, chapter blocked, incorrect content being revised. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans. Was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy! What the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys, I guess. This is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Chenli came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view from the back of the house. Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? There, surrounded by bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail. Louder! Chenli spoke faster. It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Chenli was satisfied and straightened up. And this side is the recreation area, the area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. This worker usually doesn't have much work, we're in an orphanage, there's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence, it's like he doesn't exist. I prefer to get along and be able to talk. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. And this side is our grooming station. We usually give the dogs baths, grooming. Learn to bark like a dog. Chen Li's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. The bad dog. You should be barking like a dog, not talking like a human. Oh. Chen Li raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and... Wrong. Wrong. Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Chen Li instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. Before the words fell, Chen Li violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. Suddenly, Chen Li's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. Chen Li's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. Oh yeah, and the last place, here, is the tight corner. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. Like you guys, like this guy. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? Chen Li walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking down the stairs at a fast pace. The stairs made a creaking sound. It looked like it had been a long time in years. The angry emotion of being teased came out in Luo Jian's heart. Turning her head, she stared meaningfully at the dumbfounded Luo Jian. Chen Li stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds, and then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear and continued to say what she wanted to say, to herself. Ow ho ho. Ow ho ho. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. Ow ho. Ow ho. Chen Li's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the spot that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the slit underneath it. Help me. Dog food, dishes, bottles and jars. It's like these kids here. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. This is where we used to train the dogs before. The dim, dreary, humid air smelled musty, and it seemed as if the sun hadn't entered it for years. Help take care of the fur kids. Plus don't usually talk much, you know. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time, the number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing, so in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. What the hell is going on here? And then this side is my little crafting area, and this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, and turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had collapsed sideways on the floor of the chamber. Chen Li said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. You guys? And it was only then that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. I told you, I don't want to hear your... Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. On the inside of the basement stood 2 huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Help me. Suddenly, Chen Li turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold and cold. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience, his eyes widened in anger, not caring that the Chen Li in front of him, his alien energy fluctuations were stronger than his own. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff. Didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place, it's time to crawl over. Mouth whimpering for help. Call. Right, babies. In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. End of chapter. Chapter 144, chapter blocked, content error being revised. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans. Was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy! What the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys, I guess. This is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Shenli came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view from the back of the house. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time, the number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing, so in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. And this side is the recreation area, the area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Shenli instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. Shenli's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. On the inside of the basement stood two huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Ron! He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, when he turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had fallen across the floor of the chamber. Like you guys, like this guy. The grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. This worker usually doesn't have much work, we're in an orphanage, there's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence, it's like he doesn't exist. Shenli said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the... You guys? Help me. What the hell is going on here? In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. This is where we used to train the dogs before. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Shenli was satisfied and straightened up. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. The dim, dreary, humid air smelled musty, and it seemed as if the sun hadn't entered it for years. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. Learn to bark like a dog. Shenli's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. Luo Jian's anger at being teased came to life in his heart. Oh yeah, there's one last place, here, the tight corner. And it was only at this moment that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. Shenli's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. Shenli stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds, and then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear and continued to say what she wanted to say to herself. Suddenly, Shenli turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff. Didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place, it's time to crawl over. Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. Help me. Help take care of the fur kids. Call. There, surrounded by iron bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof floor mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? And this side is our grooming station. We usually give the dogs baths, grooming. Ow ho ho. Ow ho ho. Suddenly, Chen Li's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. Turning his head, he stared meaningfully at the dazed Luo Jian. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy. Louder. Chen Li spoke faster. 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. I told you, I don't want to hear your. Chen Li walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking quickly down the stairs, which made a creaking sound, looking long in years. Right, babies. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience, his eyes widened in anger, not caring that the Chen Li in front of him, his alien energy fluctuations were stronger than his own. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. Ow ho! Ow ho! I prefer to get along and be able to talk. Plus don't usually talk much, you know. And then this side is my little crafting area, and this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. It's like these kids here. Mouth whimpering for help. Before the words fell, Chen Li violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. Oh. Chen Li raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the spot that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the slit underneath it. Bad dog. You should be barking like a dog, not talking like a human. Dog food, dishes, bottles and jars. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. End of chapter. Chapter 145, Error in the chapter, applying for revision. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans. Was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy! What the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys, I guess. This is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Chen Li came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view from the back of the house. Bad dog. You should be barking like a dog, not talking like a human. Wrong. Wrong. And this side is the recreation area, the area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. Chen Li's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time, the number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing, so in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. I prefer to get along and be able to talk. Chen Li stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds, and then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear and continued to say what she wanted to say to herself. This is where we used to train the dogs before. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. It's like these kids here. In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail. The grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience, his eyes widened in anger, not caring that the Chen Li in front of him, his alien energy fluctuations were stronger than his own. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. Like you guys, like this guy. Oh yeah, and the last place, here, is the tight corner. 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. Chen Li walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking quickly down the stairs, which made a creaking sound, looking long in years. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy. The "Ow ho! Ow ho! Louder!" Shanley spoke faster. Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. This worker usually doesn't have much work. We're in an orphanage, there's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence. It's like he doesn't exist. Help me. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the place that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the cracks underneath it. I told you, I don't want to hear this from you. And then this side is my little crafting area, and this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. Help me. Before the words fell, Shenli violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. Shenli said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the. He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, and turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had collapsed sideways on the floor of the chamber. There, surrounded by iron bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof floor mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. On the inside of the basement stood two huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Shenli's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Shenli was satisfied and straightened up. Ow ho ho! Ow ho ho! Suddenly, Shenli turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold and cold. A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. What the hell is going on here? Plus don't usually talk much, you know. And it was only then that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. You guys? Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Shenli instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. Right, babies. Dim, dreary, and musty in the humid air, it seemed as if the sunlight had not entered for years. Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. And this side is our grooming station. We usually give the dogs baths, grooming. Mouth whimpering for help. Learn to bark like a dog. Shenli's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. Turning his head, he stared meaningfully at the dazed Luo Jian. Dog food, dishes, bottles, and jars. The angry emotion of being teased came out in Luo Jian's heart. Call. Suddenly, Shenli's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. Help take care of the fur kids. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff. Didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place, it's time to crawl over. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. Oh. Shenli raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and... End of chapter. Chapter 146, Error in the chapter, applying for revision. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans. Was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy! What the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys, I guess. This is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Shenli came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view from the back of the house. The angry emotion of being teased came out in Luo Jian's heart. I prefer to get along and be able to talk. Ron. 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. Shenli walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking quickly down the stairs, which made a creaking sound, looking long in years. And this side is our grooming station. We usually give the dogs baths, grooming. Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. Suddenly, Chen Li's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. Chen Li stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds, and then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear and continued to say what she wanted to say to herself. A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. Louder! Chen Li spoke faster. Chen Li said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the dog food, dishes, bottles and jars. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. I told you, I don't want to hear your mouth whimpering for help. Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. Turning his head, he stared meaningfully at the dazed Luo Jian. Chen Li's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. And it was only then that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. Help take care of the fur kids. Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. And this side is the recreation area, the area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. There, surrounded by iron bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof floor mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. Bad dog. You should be barking like a dog, not talking like a human. Plus usually don't talk much, you know. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience, his eyes widened in anger, not caring that the Chen Li in front of him, the fluctuation of his alien energy was stronger than his own. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Chen Li was satisfied and straightened up. Ow ho! Ow ho! Right, babies. He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, and turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had collapsed sideways on the floor of the chamber. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time, the number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing, so in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. You guys? Help me. Like you guys, like this guy. Call. And then this side is my little crafting area, and this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? It's like these kids here. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. On the inside of the basement stood 2 huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy. Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff. Didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place, it's time to crawl over. Suddenly, Chen Li turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold and cold. This worker usually doesn't have much work, we're in an orphanage, there's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence, it's like he doesn't exist. Ow ho ho! Ow ho ho! Help me! Chen Li's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. This is where we used to train the dogs before. Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. The grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. Before the words fell, Chen Li violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. What the hell is going on here? Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Chenli instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. Oh. Chenli raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and learned to bark like a dog. Chenli's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the spot that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the slit underneath it. The dim, dreary, humid air smelled musty, and it seemed as if the sun hadn't entered it for years. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail. Oh yeah, and the last place, here, is the tight corner. End of chapter. 147, chapters posted 2 days in a row were blocked in seconds. For 2 consecutive days the chapter was sent by the second seal by the audit stared at, send a shield 1, the content is all wrong, the weekend editor does not work, tomorrow Monday I go to let the editor give me to lift the shield. Sorry for affecting your viewing over the past 2 days, the editor helped me out, I'll post a single chapter tomorrow so you can read it normally. I'm sorry. End of chapter. Chapter 147, there's a mistake in the chapter, I asked the editor, it'll all be normal tomorrow. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans. Was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy! What the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys, I guess. This is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Chenli came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view from the back of the house. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time, the number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing, so in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. And this side is our grooming station, we usually give the dogs baths, grooming. Plus don't usually talk much, you know. Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy, help take care of the fur kids. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt, I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff, didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place, it's time to crawl over. What the hell is going on here? This is where we used to train the dogs before. Dim, dreary, and musty in the humid air, it seemed as if the sunlight had not entered for years. He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, and turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had collapsed sideways on the floor of the chamber. Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. Chenli's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. Help me! Ow ho ho! Ow ho ho! Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience, his eyes widened in anger, not caring that the Chenli in front of him, his alien energy fluctuations were stronger than his own, he quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. There, surrounded by iron bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof floor mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. Learn to bark like a dog. Chenli's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. And this side is the recreation area, the area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the spot that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the slit underneath it. Help me. I told you, I don't want to hear your. A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. Suddenly, Chenli's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. Right, babies. This worker usually doesn't have much work, we're in an orphanage, there's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence, it's like he doesn't exist. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? Ow ho! Ow ho! Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. The mouth whimpered for help. Wrong. Wrong. I prefer to get along and be able to talk. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Chenli was satisfied and straightened up. Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. Suddenly, Chenli turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold and cold. Chenli stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds, and then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear and continued to say what she wanted to say to herself. It's like these kids here. Chenli's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. And it was only then that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail. Dog food, dishes, bottles, and jars. Chenli walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking quickly down the stairs, which made a creaking sound, looking long in years. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? Chenli said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the... You guys. Oh yeah, and the last place, here, is the tight corner. The grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. Oh. Chenli raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and... Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. Call. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. Before the words fell, Chenli violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. And then this side is my little crafting area, and this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. Turning his head, he stared meaningfully at the dazed Luo Jian. Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. Louder! Chenli spoke faster. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. Bad dog. You should be barking like a dog, not talking like a human. Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Chenli instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. Like you guys, like... this guy. On the inside of the basement stood 2 huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items. The angry emotion of being teased came out in Luo Jian's heart. End of chapter. Chapter 148, there's a mistake in the chapter, please bear with me for one more day, I've already cried in the toilet. The young man's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were as vaguely green as a wild animal's. Grinning, his teeth were horribly pointed, not like those used by humans. Was roaring at Luo Jian with murderous intent. Holy! What the hell? Luo Jian was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously his head shrunk. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you guys, I guess. This is the maintenance worker at the yard. Don't mind him. Chenli came over all of a sudden, and as she spoke, she unceremoniously pulled the door curtain tightly, blocking the view from the back of the house. Inside, vaguely, a white light came through. This is where we used to train the dogs before. Like you guys, like... this guy. What the hell is going on here? Right, babies. There, surrounded by bars at the entrance, it was covered with waterproof mats, dog kennels, dog bowls, dog toilets, dog toys, and everything in between. Stop. Luo Jian very impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. I'm not interested in listening to you talk about this stuff. Didn't you say that we should wait here for those little brats? Where are the people? The orphanage is such a big place, it's time to crawl over. Learn to bark like a dog. Chenli's voice became even more intense, and an eerie green light flashed within her eyes behind the round lenses. It wasn't until the howl of the beast in the man's mouth was deafening that Chenli was satisfied and straightened up. Chenli's voice pulled Luo Jian and the others' attention back, as she enthusiastically pointed at the tail-wagging wolfhound and opened her mouth to introduce it. Wearing a leash and having his mouth cowed by a pet-specific mask. Like, for example, those who run into someone's house, say a bunch of rude things, and critique the house they live in indiscriminately, even to the point of beating their beloved babies to death. As you know, the orphanage has been in existence for a long time, the number of children is decreasing again, and the donations from the outside world are also decreasing, so in order to make up for the expenses a little bit, an extra job was extended. Louder! Chanli spoke faster. Oh. Chanli raised an eyebrow, spread her hands and... In the innermost part, there was also an iron bed with what appeared to be surgical implements stacked beside it, looking out of place. Call. Ow ho! Ow ho! Let me go, please. I know I'm wrong. The man continued to beg for mercy. Chanli stood still, staring blankly at Luo Jian for 2 seconds, and then, with a smile on her face, she threw the other party's words out of her ear and continued to say what she wanted to say to herself. Wrong. Wrong. Suddenly, Chanli's tone snapped up and she walked towards a certain space on the side of the stairs. Help take care of the fur kids. Maintenance workers? Luo Jian's eyes narrowed and his tone was filled with questioning. Loud things are pleasing to the eye as opposed to quiet. Seeing Luo Jian and the others on the other side of the plastic film, the man in the cage's eyes burst out with a light of hope. It's for punishing bad dogs who don't listen. Luo Jian subconsciously took a step back as he looked at the man barking at the dog in the middle of the cage. Suddenly, Chanli turned her back to Luo Jian, her voice suddenly cold and cold. She pointed to an empty space in the basement. The angry emotion of being teased came out in Luo Jian's heart. Surname Chen, you're playing with the laborers, aren't you? And this side is our grooming station, we usually give the dogs baths and trim their coats. Bad dog. You should be barking like a dog, not speaking human. You guys. And this side is the recreation area, the area for the dogs that are quarantined and usually come out to get some air. In the next instant, a low, agonized beastly howl escaped the mouth of the man in the cage. Turning his head, he stared meaningfully at the dazed Luo Jian. It's like these kids here. Instead, he took a step back, and behind him, there was the spot that was covered by the plastic film, with white light coming through the slit underneath it. Chanli walked ahead, leading Luo Jian and the others, walking quickly down the stairs, which made a creaking sound, looking long in years. On the inside of the basement stood 2 huge wooden shelves with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Oh yeah, and the last place, here, is the tight corner. 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, those little brats, bring me here one by one, or else, Luo's group won't allow this kind of shabby orphanage to stay in Dragon City any longer. And then this side is my little crafting area, and this is where I take the furry children that have left and make them into something that can stay with me forever. Chanli's face was full of smiles, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and she was not the least bit moved in the face of Luo Jian's roar. To be honest, I'm a person who usually likes a little bit of hustle and bustle, so I don't have a lot of exposure to this maintenance worker. He was just about to order a few of his men behind him, and turned his head between openings, only to find that a few of his men, at some point, had collapsed sideways on the floor of the chamber. Ow ho ho! Ow ho ho! As for the back of the iron bed, it was covered by a sheet of opaque plastic film acting as a curtain to hide the space behind it. The dim, dreary, humid air smelled musty, and it seemed as if the sun hadn't entered it for years. This worker usually doesn't have much work, we're in an orphanage, there's not too many places that need to be fixed, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence, it's like he doesn't exist. Help me. Mouth whimpering for help. I prefer to get along and be able to talk. I told you, I don't want to hear your. Didn't you say that the orphanage only has a few caretakers besides those orphans? How come there's another maintenance worker? Before the words fell, Chanli violently lifted the plastic film in front of her, revealing a silhouette on the ground behind her, in a special dog cage, securely locked inside. Grab those little brats and bring them to me. If you mess with the Luo clan, there will never be a place for you in Dragon City. And it was only then that Luo Jian surveyed the appearance of this underground space. A wolfhound came up enthusiastically inside, whimpering and wagging his tail. Luo Jian completely ran out of patience, his eyes widened in anger, not caring that the Chanli in front of him, his alien energy fluctuations were stronger than his own. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the other party and scolding. Hearing the voice of the man in the dog cage, Chanli instantly bent down and angrily pointed at the other party in rebuke. Plus don't usually talk much, you know. Dog food, dishes, bottles and jars. Chanli said while opening the door to one of the rooms on the inside. Inside the room, it was pitch black, and the stairs extended down to the A damp, musty odor came up at once from the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by a vague ear chill. The grown man's body, curled up and squeezed in the middle of the dog cage, his head almost resting on the floor. Help me. End of chapter. Chapter 149 Substitute, Alien Rally begins. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Qinli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Qinli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Qinli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Qinli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Qinli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Qinli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Qinli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Qinli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Qinli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past, you don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Chenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind. End of chapter. Chapter 150, Errors in the Chapter. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Chenli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Shenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered, and he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli had taken off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind. End of chapter. Chapter 151, Errors in the Chapter. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click! Click! The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar! In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chen Li's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered, and he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past, you don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experimentation as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeydew saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Chenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure that Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind, right before my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 152, Errors in the Chapter. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Chenli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chen-Li led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chen-Li led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ning Feng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen-Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? In the bottom of Ning Feng's eyes, scarlet flickered, and he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Xinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Xinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chen-Li had taken off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Chen-Li said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind. End of chapter. Chapter 153, Errors in the Chapter. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Chen-Li, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chen Li's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. At 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of Luo Group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered, and he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Jian's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Jian was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure, Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind, in front of my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 154, Errors in the Chapter. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Shenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered, and he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure that Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind, right before my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 155. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and He just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chen Li's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experimentation as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeydew saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Chenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue, Fubo. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure that Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind, right before my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 156. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Chenli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered, and he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, he disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experimentation as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure that Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind, right before my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 157. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. You. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of Luo Group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeydew saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite rogue. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure, Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind, in front of my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 158. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness is that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who was upstairs just now, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Shenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Shenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Shenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Shenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Shenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli had taken off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind. End of chapter. Chapter 159. Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Shenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Chenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. Soon, though, I'm sure Fubo will be in a whole new state of mind. End of chapter. Chapter 160. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click! Click! The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar! In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chen Li's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past, you don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. End of chapter. Chapter 161. What's the situation? Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Shenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Shenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chenli had taken off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Chenli said as she picked up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Chenli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chen Li's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. You flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chen Li is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Jian's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Jian was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. End of chapter. Chapter 163. Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Shenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Shenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Shenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys. Guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli had taken off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. Oh yeah, and this. Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. End of chapter. Chapter 164. Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Qinli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Shenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. You flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. At 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of Luo Group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also experience what it's like to be treated like livestock. TSK, a direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I wonder how those guys from the Luo clan group will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, isn't it? Under Ningfeng's eyes, Scarlet flickered, no longer resting his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experimentation as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Chenli had taken off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. And this? Chenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. End of chapter. Chapter 165. Luo Jian, after realizing that he was being teased by Chenli, was angrily about to have his men behind him swarm him. As a result, when he turned back, he found that the several men who had originally followed closely, all of them were now lying on the ground, one by one without any sound. And in front of one of the henchmen lay a prostrate figure with its head buried so deeply that it seemed to have buried itself in the flesh and blood of the henchman's chest. Click. Click. The sound of chewing and gnawing made Luo Jian shudder. Roar. In the next instant, the figure snapped its head up, its blood-covered face devoid of any expression that belonged to a human being. And the likeness was that of the so-called orphanage maintenance worker who had just been upstairs, sitting frozen behind the curtain. What the hell is this? Each and every one of you, dare to touch someone from the Luo group? Seek death. Where had Luo Jian ever seen such a miserable state of cannibalism, but he still forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and angrily rebuked, and he just wanted to use the supernatural powers on his body, but in the next moment, he felt a slight tingling pain coming from the back of his neck. Be good and get some sleep. Chenli's demonic-like whispering voice came into his ears behind his shoulder. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of vertigo, from the depths of the brain, spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Jian lost control of his body. Flutter. Luo Jian's eyes rolled back in his head and he too collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. Be good and get some sleep. When you wake up, you won't be an ugly human anymore. Chenli leaned forward as if admiring some newly acquired toy, her eyes behind the round lenses revealing a gush of delight. Sleep, sleep. 11 hours 32 minutes and 6 seconds, Luo Jian stepped out of the limousine and saw the depressed and dilapidated orphanage. At 11 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds, the gate of the orphanage was pushed open by the children, and the barred gate scraped the toe of Luo Jian's shoe. 11:33 and 3 seconds p.m. Chenli, who is the interim director of the orphanage, is in an extremely bad mood as a crazy canine lover with 2 more pet dogs dying of old age and illness today. 11 hours 33 minutes and 47 seconds, Chenli suppressed her extremely bad mood and greeted the personnel of the Luo group. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 16 seconds, as Luo Jian and Chenli were conversing, his shoe got stuck in the crack of a broken floor tile, and the entire toe of the shoe broke off. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Luo Jian breaks down for this. At 11 hours 34 minutes and 22 seconds, Luo Jian's tirade attracted vicious dogs guarding the compound, which pounced on him. 11 hours 34 minutes and 30 seconds, Luo Jian kicked the vicious dog to death. Chenli see clearly, the mind rises up to replace the idea of the dead dog with a human being. 11 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others to a house that had been abandoned for a long time. 11 hours 36 minutes and 22 seconds, Chenli led Luo Jian and others into the basement of the house. An unexpected piece of information transformed within Ningfeng's mind. He stood high on top of a tall building somewhere outside the orphanage, his trench coat hunting with the wind, and he stood tall, watching everything within the orphanage. A dog bites a dog, and the evil one gets what's coming to him. Although this Chenli is the director of the orphanage, she is quite normal for the children, but for the rest of the guys who mess with her, in particular, end up, more often than not, miserable. According to the information from the accidental deduction, at the opening meeting of the Alien Rally tomorrow, the list of representative players sent out to fight against each other will be drawn between the major alien companies. And the person Luo's group will choose to fight in the first game is this Luo Jian. A vapid wannabe piled up with all sorts of potions has no business standing on the floor of the assembly and dirtying the eyes. Luo Jian, in your normal life, aren't you the one who likes to tease others the most, abuse women to death, and treat people as pigs and dogs? Today, you also have a taste of what it's like to be treated like livestock. Tisk, TSK, the direct line of the Luo clan, reduced to this state. I don't know how those guys from the Luo clan will look when they know about it. Definitely, it's wonderful, right? In the bottom of Ningfeng's eyes, scarlet flickered as he no longer kept his gaze in the orphanage. Instead, with a gust of wind, it disappeared without a trace. What's the next target to tackle? The next day. For Dragon City, today is a big day that is beyond special. Within the entire city, the streets were almost crowded with people. These people came from all over the world, but they all flocked to Dragon City for the same goal. Alien Rally. A shifter versus shifter convention held between the major shifter companies. This is an excellent opportunity to highlight the strength and reputation of the company. The winning company will also receive a range of benefits from city officials. Fame, profit, all because of it. It was also because of this that the Luo Group, as the head of the Dragon City Exotic Company, had to defend its throne of supremacy. However, this day and age. Inside the Luo Group, however, there was some confusion and bustle. Where's that Luo Jian kid? Where did he go? Can't get in touch at all. What a time it is. It's just as well to mess around and get into trouble in the past. You don't even look at what day it is. The opening of the rally is just around the corner, and the debutantes are nowhere to be seen. Luo Zhan's huge figure, shrouded in pitch blackness, behind him, a group of Luo clan's children stood all over the corridor. Family Master, I don't think Luo Jian was necessarily fooling around outside. Yesterday, Luo Jian went out to search for children suitable for experiments as requested by the clan. The destination is the Shinga orphanage inside the city. That's most likely why he hasn't returned yet. An orphanage? Luo Zhan's voice was somber as he heard the report from the family's children behind him. Did you call to confirm? I just sent someone to get in touch with the Shinga Welfare Center, but that side said that Ice Honeybean saw the arrival of Luo Jian and his group yesterday. Just in time for this. Luo Zhan was burning with rage. Check. Send someone to check. Starting from when Luo Jian went out, to where he last stayed, all the surveillance, check them all. Find this prodigal son for me. If he delays the group's big event today, he can be removed from digital as well. Go check. Look, here are some of my favorite babies. This is a fortune teller, this is a doll, and this is a cherry. Center for Children's Welfare, inside the dimly lit basement. Shenli took off the round glasses on her face and was currently sitting at a table, pointing at a camera somewhere, recording something. One by one, she picked up the photos of the dogs beside her and showed them to the camera with extreme joy. And this? Shenli said while picking up a relatively large photo, and the dog on it was the same bully dog that Luo Jian had kicked to death. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, something bad has happened to Fubo. End of chapter. Chapter 166. Hearing what Ningfeng said, Lu Yi turned to look at his wife, who was in a state of unconsciousness on the bed, and remained silent for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. Do not attempt to explore the medicinal properties remaining in your wife's body in a vain attempt to synthesize them on your own. I know what you're thinking, so I might as well tell you straight. Even if you find out the ingredients of the potion, no one in this world knows the synthesis method at all except me. Even if you wait until your experiments with synthesis are successful, I'm afraid your wife will have long since died of alien erosion. Ningfeng's voice came softly, and Lu Yi's pupils suddenly shrunk, the hint of panic that came from having his mind seen through rising quietly in the bottom of his heart. He frowned tightly, his eyes locked onto Ningfeng. The other party's words and actions were flawless. In front of him, he couldn't even find the slightest opportunity to struggle. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and asked with a serious expression. Why should I trust you? You can only trust me nowadays. Ningfeng said with a light smile. Lu Yi lowered his head, weighing the pros and cons, before looking at Ningfeng once more, his eyes narrowing slightly. I can only take you into the lab, however how you get past the security gates at the Luo Group's gates is up to you. Or there is another possibility. Could it be that you were originally from within the Luo Group? A thought violently surfaced in Lu Ye's mind as he looked towards Ningfeng, the other party's eyes hidden and indistinguishable underneath that pitch-black skull mask. The entire person seemed to merge with the darkness, exuding a chilling aura around him. That's right. Ningfeng responded dryly. Aren't you afraid that I will rat you out? Lu Yi secretly clenched his fists and imperceptibly took half a step back, always ready to flee with his wife. You won't. Your love for your wife far outweighs your loyalty to the law group. If you help me, you are tied to the same rope. Besides, do you think I am the kind of person who would ignore a potential threat? Ningfeng stepped forward, his feet hitting the floor with a dull sound. What do you mean? Lu Yi stepped back again, already retreating to the edge of the bed. A life for a life. You die, she lives. Beneath the black trenchcoat hood, the eyes behind the skull mask completely transformed into two scarlet flames. When I'm done, I'll make sure you see your wife recover. But just in case you snitch, or are interrogated by the law group and have to tell the truth, so you must die. It's you who lives, or her. Or all perish at once. Make your choice. 5 fingers kept tapping behind his back, and biting coldness gathered at Ningfeng's side. Throughout the room, patches of frost spread from the corners. The piercing coldness and the strong killing intent that came to his face instantly enveloped Lu Yi's entire body, and his body couldn't help but tremble. A life for a life, to save his wife, and for the sake of secrecy, the only thing he can do is to die. If he did not agree to Ningfeng, again for the sake of secrecy, at this moment, Lu Yi and his wife would have been killed in the bedroom. The choice left to him was, in fact, only one. Cold sweat had long since soaked his shirt, and he tried desperately to suppress the fear within him, and without hesitation, facing Ningfeng directly, save her, I choose to save her. As long as you can save my wife, this life of mine is yours to take. Phew. Inside the closed bedroom, the window was blown open by a strong wind. The chill in the room receded like a tidal wave. Ningfeng didn't say much and turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the lab behind the dark door on the 15th floor 2 days from now at 6 p.m. sharp. Don't be late. The sound of muffled footsteps, accompanied by the slamming of the door, disappeared completely. Lu Yi hurriedly chased out to check, but found the hallway empty, Ningfeng's figure, but also do not know where to fade away. He came as a ghost and left as a ghost. After resolving Lu Yi's matter, he still had other matters to arrange. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. This period of time in Dragon City was quite uneventful. On the streets, from morning to night, you can see a long caravan of black vehicles traveling through the city's streets and alleys. From time to time the convoy would stop and dozens of heavily armed shifters would swarm into a place to search it. No one knew who they were searching for, and no one dared to stop them. Simply because, all of these psychics came from the Luo group. Steel-toothed girl, do you think there's really someone we're looking for in here? In the western part of Dragon City, in front of a relocation building, the greasy-headed man wearing a sweatshirt, with his arm muscles protruding, teasingly opened his mouth. Why do I get the feeling that it's not like you're leading us to someone, it's like you're being played for a fool? The greasy-headed man lowered his head, his 2-meter height making him look down at the girl beside him, who was not even close to his shoulders. The girl wore a student uniform with thick, heavy lenses and braces, and kept tossing a coin made of solid gold in her hand. On the front and back of the coin, there is a cross on one side and a white bone skull on the other. If one were to recognize carefully, one would find that the steel-toothed girl that the greasy-headed man was talking about was none other than one of the 7 sins that Ningfeng and Old Meng had mentioned in the factory, lazy, Zhou. Ding! Zhou ignored the banter of the oil-headed man beside him and tossed the gold coins in his hand into the air on his own. The coins tumbled in the sunlight and climbed to about 3 meters above the ground, then stopped briefly and fell quickly. Snap! Zhou closed his hands together and caught the coin with precision. Flipping the hand above, the coin's likeness is revealed. It's the side of the cross that's facing up. The question I'm asking by using my ability is whether or not there are clues to the target in this building. The answer received was yes. And watch your tongue if you ever call me a steel-toothed girl again. Zhou's gaze was calm as he raised his head to look at the 20-story residential building in front of him from a distance. Come on, it's another strenuous job. The greasy-headed man shook his head, loosened his arms wrapped around his chest, and waved back Let's go. Do a house-to-house search. Stairways, fire escape floors, don't miss a thing. In an instant, dozens of members of the investigation team affiliated with the Luo group, dressed in crisp black suits, led by the oil-headed man, split into 3 columns and swarmed into the relocation building in front of them. Don't pay any attention to him, that's a mouthy fellow. An old man on crutches, dressed in a white old-fashioned tunic, slowly walked out from behind Zhou. The old man's goatee was white and his eyebrows were lowered, drooping almost to his ears. Today's young people, are getting more and more impetuous, the title of greed, actually given to such a simple-minded guy. And you, also being a member of the 7 sins, don't you know how to dislike them more? TSK, all of you are young and impetuous, you don't have this temper, you're not as good as an old man like me. Old undead, after so many years, your love of lecturing people hasn't changed at all. Jojo skimmed his mouth. As I see it, you're just like your title, purely jealous of our youth. At your age, I think it's better to retire early. These words elicited the goatee-bearded old man to release a loud laugh. Old man, I'm not going to bother with you. Then again, the Luo group went through all this trouble just to find the person who killed that little punk Luoling? Since when have these higher-ups paid so much attention to the descendants of the branch lineage? The goatee-bearded old man, his gaze sank in thought. Lazy, greedy, jealous. 3 of the 7 deadly sins, out together. End of chapter. Chapter 167. The white-coated researcher who pushed open the frosted glass door and held the flatbed did not, from the beginning, look up. Attention was focused as much as possible on the tablet in his hand. Without the slightest realization, behind him, a step away, Ningfeng was standing in the corner, his gaze bitingly cold. Hiss. Not right, the data wanted is not here. The researcher shook his head and put his hand on the doorknob in front of him, ready to re-enter the room. Ningfeng, however, in the instant he turned around, his figure moved to the back of his opponent like a ghost. The opponent takes a left foot, and he takes a left foot. The other man sidestepped, and he sidestepped. Every movement, every gesture, was unlike that of the fellows before him. Like shadows of each other, synchronized and coordinated. There are countless dead zones in the human eye, especially when one's attention is highly focused on something. The scope of this dead zone will be infinitely stretched. When every move you make is in the dead center blind spot of the opponent's field of vision, you are, as it were, realizing invisibility in front of the opponent. At the same time that the researcher pushed the door open, Ningfeng squeezed into the middle of the room. Yeah, it's only right in here. The researcher rummaged through a table in the room and found another tablet. And then he was busy getting up and heading out of the room. The door pushed outward, and Ningfeng, who had stuck behind the other party like a shadow, obediently hid in a corner of the room. Even though the door had closed, Ningfeng did not act immediately. Instead, he stood still, staring at his right-hand wristwatch, when the time came to 6 hours 17 minutes and 14 seconds. It was then that he stepped out of the corner and surveyed the only opaque room nestled within the lab. The room wasn't large, maybe 20 square feet, with a clean white ceiling, 4 walls of frosted glass, and a gray carpeted floor. On the inside of the room, a television hangs from the trellis ceiling, with a constant whisper scrolling news of various interviews. And on the carpeted floor below, 7 cribs of the same size were neatly arranged. Beside each bed, there was a bottle of hanging water on a pole, with an injection needle on the other end, stuck in the forehead of the baby in the bed. No crying, no noise. The whole room, 7 babies, were fast asleep. Ningfeng's feet stepped on the thick carpet below, barely making a sound. His eyes narrowed slightly as he walked towards the crib closest to him. Looking up slightly, his eyes focused on the bottle of hanging water at the foot of the bed. The potion inside the hanging vial was eerily blue, with flakes of crystal surging inside. Alien Active Potion Number 1. Ningfeng lowered his head and looked towards the baby who was sleeping deeply with his eyes closed within the crib in front of him. The limbs are slightly frail, the lanugo has not faded, and it looks to be only a few months old. Buzz. Suddenly, in the middle of Ningfeng's line of sight, the baby that was supposed to be lying on the bed suddenly emerged with a strange blue luster all over his body. Immediately after that, the entire body floated up in the air from the crib to a height of half a meter. It undulated slightly up and down, buzzing in mid-air. Today, the Luo Group held a press conference, declaring that it will allocate another $500 million to give those abandoned newborns and build the largest orphanage ever within Dragon City. And Longqing citizens who want to adopt a baby only need to submit work and identity documents to enter the screening process. Let's work together to create a better tomorrow for the future of Duo and Longqing. I'm Xinxin, the host of Longqing Minshang, reporting for you in front of the headquarters of Luo Group. Listening to the constant news reports coming from the television set hanging from the ceiling of the shed to the side. Then look across the room to the 7 babies lying in their cribs. For a moment, Ningfeng felt incomparably ironic. Alien Energy Active Potion Number 1, injected into the body of an already awakened alien, can, to a great extent, stimulate the strength of the alien energy to increase, although it can't break through the level limit, but as long as it is injected in enough doses, it is enough to increase to the strongest level of the same level. And if injected into an unawakened person, especially an infant. Ningfeng's eyes were ice cold as he quietly gazed at the baby floating in midair in front of him. Reaching out, he slowly carried it down and settled it back on the bed. Injecting an alien active agent into a younger child, especially an infant, will force an early stimulation of the other party's awakening of the alien ability, although in this way, there is an extremely high mortality rate, and even if the awakening is successful, because of the early depletion of potential, the life expectancy will be drastically reduced. But, undoubtedly, is the best way to create aliens in bulk? Awakened from a young age, nurtured and brainwashed from a young age, these babies will grow up to be the most obedient legions of aliens under Luo's group. The Luo group allocated a large sum of money to build the orphanage, I believe, in order to screen children who can become test subjects. Right now, the orphans adopted within the orphanage under the Luo group have exceeded tens of thousands. The Roche group is playing a big game. Ningfeng shifted his gaze and examined all 7 babies in the room. Each of these 7 children, awakening their psychic abilities, is at the beta level. 7 betas is enough to exterminate a small city. This is still just the tip of the iceberg. The power that Luo's group has gathered in the dark, I'm afraid that it has long exceeded everyone's imagination. Phew! Collapse. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of something. According to Xiejinju's meaning, Xiaoyu's disintegration, psychic ability was not something Luoling advocated seizing, and the one who gave the order was higher up in the Luo group. What exactly are they planning with this one thing? What is so special about this ability? Crash. Shaking his head slightly, Ningfeng stopped thinking about these things. Instead, he refocused his mind on alien active potion number 1, 7 babies, 7 vials of alien active potion. That's enough. He took out a closed black box from his arms and opened it, which held palm-sized capsule containers. Zigzag. There was a faint sound of electricity coming from the capsule. Ningfeng placed it in his palm and pressed a button on it. Brush. The needle ejects from one end of the capsule. Without hesitation, Ningfeng pushed the needle inside the hanging water next to the crib. The alien active potion contained within the hanging water bottle, reduced from the bottle at a speed visible to the naked eye, was pumped within the capsule. 1 bottle. 2 bottles. 3 bottles. The capsule is only the size of your palm, but with each extraction, it compresses itself in the internal space. The ghostly blue light emanating from the alien energy active potion number 1 inside also gradually became bloomingly blue and crystalline as it was compressed and condensed. Last bottle. Ningfeng walked over to one of the innermost cribs and looked at the only remaining alien active potion number 1. End of chapter. Chapter 168. The white-coated researcher who pushed open the frosted glass door and held the flatbed did not, from the beginning, look up. Attention was focused as much as possible on the tablet in his hand. Without the slightest realization, behind him, a step away, Ningfeng was standing in the corner, his gaze bitingly cold. Hiss. Not right, the data wanted is not here. The researcher shook his head and put his hand on the doorknob in front of him, ready to re-enter the room. Ningfeng, however, in the instant he turned around, his figure moved to the back of his opponent like a ghost. The opponent takes a left foot, and he takes a left foot. The other man sidestepped, and he sidestepped. Every movement, every gesture, was unlike that of the fellows before him. Like shadows of each other, synchronized and coordinated. There are countless dead zones in the human eye, especially when one's attention is highly focused on something. The scope of this dead zone will be infinitely stretched. When every move you make is in the dead center blind spot of the opponent's field of vision, you are, as it were, realizing invisibility in front of the opponent. At the same time that the researcher pushed the door open, Ningfeng squeezed into the middle of the room. Yes, it's only right to be in here. The researcher rummaged through a table in the room and found another tablet. And then he was busy getting up and heading out of the room. The door pushed outward, and Ningfeng, who had stuck behind the other party like a shadow, obediently hid in a corner of the room. Even though the door had closed, Ningfeng did not act immediately. Instead, he stood still, staring at his right-hand wristwatch, when the time came to 6 hours 17 minutes and 14 seconds. It was then that he stepped out of the corner and surveyed the only opaque room nestled within the lab. The room wasn't large, maybe 20 square feet, with a clean white ceiling, 4 walls of frosted glass, and a gray carpeted floor. On the inside of the room, a television hangs from the trellis ceiling, with a constant whisper scrolling news of various interviews. And on the carpeted floor below, 7 cribs of the same size were neatly arranged. Beside each bed, there was a bottle of hanging water on a pole, with an injection needle on the other end, stuck in the forehead of the baby in the bed. No crying, no noise. The whole room, 7 babies, were fast asleep. Ningfeng's feet stepped on the thick carpet below, barely making a sound. His eyes narrowed slightly as he walked towards the crib closest to him. Looking up slightly, his eyes focused on the bottle of hanging water at the foot of the bed. The potion inside the hanging vial was eerily blue, with flakes of crystal surging inside. Alien Active Potion Number 1. Ningfeng lowered his head and looked towards the baby who was sleeping deeply with his eyes closed within the crib in front of him. The limbs are slightly frail, the lanugo has not faded, and it looks to be only a few months old. Buzz. Suddenly, in the middle of Ningfeng's line of sight, the baby that was supposed to be lying on the bed suddenly emerged with a strange blue luster all over his body. Immediately after that, the entire body floated up in the air from the crib to a height of half a meter. It undulated slightly up and down, buzzing in mid-air. Today, the Luo Group held a press conference, declaring that it will allocate another $500 million to give those abandoned newborns and build the largest orphanage ever within Dragon City. And Longqing citizens who want to adopt a baby only need to submit work and identity documents to enter the screening process. Let's work together to create a better tomorrow for the future of Duo in Longqing. I'm Xinxin, the host of Longqing Minshang, reporting for you in front of the headquarters of Luo Group. Listening to the constant news reports coming from the television set hanging from the ceiling of the shed to the side. Then look across the room to the 7 babies lying in their cribs. For a moment, Ningfeng felt incomparably ironic. Alien Energy Active Potion Number 1, injected into the body of an already awakened alien, can, to a great extent, stimulate the strength of the alien energy to increase, although it can't break through the level limit, but as long as it is injected in enough doses, it is enough to increase to the strongest level of the same level. And if injected into an unawakened person, especially an infant. Ningfeng's eyes were ice cold as he quietly gazed at the baby floating in midair in front of him. Reaching out, he slowly carried it down and settled it back on the bed. Injecting an alien active agent into a younger child, especially an infant, will force an early stimulation of the other party's awakening of the alien ability, although in this way, there is an extremely high mortality rate, and even if the awakening is successful, because of the early depletion of potential, the life expectancy will be drastically reduced. But undoubtedly, is the best way to create aliens in bulk? Awakened from a young age, nurtured and brainwashed from a young age, these babies will grow up to be the most obedient legions of aliens under Luo's group. The Luo Group allocated a large sum of money to build the orphanage, I believe, to screen children who can become test subjects. Right now, the orphans adopted within the orphanage under the Luo Group have exceeded tens of thousands. The Roche Group is playing a big game. Ningfeng shifted his gaze and examined all 7 babies in the room. Each of these 7 children, awakening their psychic abilities, is at the beta level. 7 betas is enough to exterminate a small city. This is still just the tip of the iceberg. The power that Luo's group has gathered in the dark, I'm afraid that it has long exceeded everyone's imagination. Phew. Collapse. Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of something. According to Xiejinju's meaning, Xiaoyu's collapse psychic ability is not something that Luo Ling advocated seizing, and the one who gave the order was higher up in the Luo group. What exactly are they planning with this one thing? What is so special about this ability? Crash. Shaking his head slightly, Ningfeng stopped thinking about these things. Instead, he refocused his mind on Alien Active Potion Number 1, 7 babies, 7 vials of Alien Active Potion, that's enough. He took out a closed black box from his arms and opened it, which held palm-sized capsule containers. Zigzag. There was a faint sound of electricity coming from the capsule. Ningfeng placed it in his palm and pressed a button on it. Brush. The needle ejects from one end of the capsule. Without hesitation, Ningfeng pushed the needle inside the hanging water next to the crib. The alien active potion contained within the hanging water bottle, reduced from the bottle at a speed visible to the naked eye, was pumped within the capsule. 1 bottle. 2 bottles. 3 bottles. The ghostly blue light emanating from the alien energy active potion number 1 inside also gradually became bloomingly blue and crystalline as it was compressed and condensed. Last bottle. Ningfeng walked over to one of the innermost cribs and looked at the only remaining alien active potion number 1. Steeply, the moment opened the accidental alien energy perception range, there is a little variation. End of chapter.